In front of you are two buttons, press the button on the left, and you can choose a hero skill, press the button on the right, and you will randomly receive a skill without cooldown. But the cost of selection is to pay 3 dog heads. The child is making a choice, and I want them all. When you pay for the 3 dog choice and press the button at the same time, a sudden system prompt sounds in your mind. Congratulations, the host has completed the selection. When you open your eyes again, you find yourself in a world where everyone can awaken to a profession, and the original owner of this body happens to be Lu Ran, who has just awakened as a necromancer. Name, Lu Ran. Profession, necromancer. Level, 0. Life, 100. Mana, 100. Strength, 10. Intelligence, 10. Agility, 10. Constitution, 10. Average in every way. Belonging to the most basic initial attribute panel. Often, the initial attribute bonus brought by high mental power does not exist, and Lu strongly doubts that his mental power of 130 is fake. Next is the skill, because Just Awaken only has an initial skill, which is also the iconic skill of the Undead Mage. Summon Undead skill. Summon Undead cooldown 10 minutes. Consume mana effect. Summon 2 skeleton assistants for combat. Skeleton attributes are 50% of the player's current attributes. Still mediocre. Lu Ran sighed, was about to close the panel, but found another small panel below the skill panel. The current golden magnetic Tian borrows the law to grow with the player, unlocking one every 5 levels. Gold entry. Lu Ran was stunned. What does it mean? What is a gold entry? I've never heard of this thing in 3 years of theoretical classes at the academy. At the same time, in the list of golden entries on the panel, there is currently a golden entry. The effect of borrowing the law of the entry Tian, all skills have no cooldown. Seeing this, Lu Ran's brain buzzed and exploded in an instant. All energy saving without cooling. What is this concept? For French professions, skill cooldown is particularly important, and equipment that reduces skill cooldowns is often very expensive, but the reduction is very limited. Now, there is a starting entry. All skills have no cooldown, whether it's small skills, big skills, or awakening skills, all of them have no cooldown. Currently, Lu Ran's undead summoning can only summon 2 undead, with a 10-minute cooldown. It seems that the cooldown can be replenished in just 10 minutes, but the skeleton's attributes are very low, and if it dies, you have to wait for the cooldown. Unfortunately, the current Lu Ran has just awakened professionally, without any attack skills. When the skeleton dies, within a 10-minute cooldown, he can only stand still and stare. This is also why necromancers are not well received when they are at a low level. After all, teaming up with a low-level necromancer, the only thing the necromancer can provide is 2 skeletons. When the skeletons die, within a 10-minute cooldown, it's like losing a teammate. While other professions can continuously output or assist, but now Lu Ran's skills have no cooldown, which means that Lu Ran's 100 mana points can summon 20 skeletons 10 times in a row, continuously replenishing the truly endless supply with the natural recovery of mana points. If the mana value is high enough, you can even summon an endless army of skeletons, and when Lu Ran's level is high, he can summon the evil spirit knight, the skeleton tyrant, and even the abyssal bone dragon. With the same skill without cooldown, Lu Ran simply couldn't imagine what scene that would be. 1 person against 1,000 troops. Amazing. Isn't this super amazing? Lu Ran's head instantly filled with blood, jumping up, regardless of the golden attributes unlocked later. Just the current skill without cooldown is enough to make Lu Ran surpass all SSS level hidden professions. Lu Ran instantly became excited. So in a month, when the Tian Dao Alliance comes, Lu Ran will crush everyone and obtain membership qualifications, including the hidden profession spacewalker Qin Wuya. Thinking of this, Lu Ran could no longer restrain his restless heart. The practice began immediately. Outside the practice field, Lu Ran walked a few laps before finally finding Wang Yujiao. Yujiao, over here. Lu Ran immediately waved and called out to the pretty Wang Yujiao standing under a tree not far away. Wang Yujiao turned her head and saw Lu Ran, suddenly stunned. But Wang Yujiao, who usually ran over like a little bird, stood still in place today. Lu Ran didn't think much, took the initiative to run over. The excitement in his heart still there. Couldn't help but say, let's go. Let's level up. I just saw that you awakened as a rare profession. A magic swordsman, right? If we work together, we will definitely. Lu Ran, I happen to need to talk to you. Wang Yujiao interrupted Lu Ran's enthusiasm. What? Lu Ran turned cold, but Wang Yujiao hesitated and couldn't say a word for a long time. Just as Lu Ran was puzzled, a few people walked over from the side. The young man in the lead glanced at Lu Ran and casually said, what's the point of chatting with him? Let's go practice. The person who came is Liang Xiaoyu, who often pestered Wang Yujiao during their time in college. But today, Wang Yujiao not only did not resist, instead, He moved his body towards Liang Xiaoyu without moving for half a day, and said to Lu Ran, I was just about to tell you, Liang Xiaoyu invited me to team up, so I won't be with you. Lu Ran stood still and looked at Liang Xiaoyu and a few slightly older young people next to him. Four eyes met. Liang Xiaoyu's mouth slightly curved, saying, my dad has arranged for someone to take me in Jiaojiao to upgrade. Lu Ran, you can just stay cool there. Anyway, you have a skeleton to keep you company, so you won't be lonely. Ha ha. Liang Xiaoyu's teasing words made several young people around him laugh along. Lu Ran ignored Liang Xiaoyu and looked at Wang Yujiao, his face gradually turning cold. Asked, so, what are we kind of doing now? A breakup? There are countless couples who have broken up after graduation because of career gaps. But Lu Ran had never imagined that such a thing would happen to him. Wang Yujiao took a deep breath. The eyes revealed a hint of determination. Nodding his head, he said, I'm a rare profession, you're a regular profession. The gap between us will get bigger and bigger, don't you understand? We're not from the same world after all. In a month. The Heaven's Path Alliance came to recruit, and there were only 3 slots, but with this graduation awakening, and 5 rare professions, the Qin Wuyao will take 1 slot first, leaving 5 people to fight for those 2 slots. I can't bet my future on you. Lu Ran's heart went completely cold. After Wang Yujiao finished speaking, she didn't wait for Lu Ran's reaction and reached out to take Liang Xiaoyu's arm. He said, Xiaoyu, let's go and practice. Liang Xiaoyu's face was full of complacency and superiority. Reaching out, he naturally took Wang Yujiao's slender waist and rubbed it. At the same time, he said, okay, I'll first take you to my family's warehouse to pick out some good newbie equipment. Actually, it's not necessary, after all, we have high-level professionals to bring upgrades, we don't need both of us to do it ourselves. After that, Flair walked away. Lu Ran stood disheveled, suddenly feeling a bit ridiculous. He thought he knew Wang Yujiao well enough, but it turned out in the end. Barte. He was in a state of darkness, when a hand suddenly rested on Lu Ran's shoulder, startling him. Turning his head to look, he realized that the visitor was actually Qin Wuyao. Gee. It hurts to break up right after graduation. Qin Wuyao looked at the back of Wang Yujiao's several people and said in a conspiratorial manner. Lu Ran rolled his eyes. As soon as he slapped her hand away, he turned around and was about to leave. Hey, why can't you take a joke? You should be happy that this kind of goods are gone, right? After all, the losses are small. Qin Wuyao said as she caught up with Lu Ran. On weekdays, Lu Ran and Qin Wuyao had a pretty good relationship. After all, it was the only one in the academy with more than 100 spiritual power. Do you have anything else? Lu Ran didn't have the heart to dwell more on this topic with Qin Wuyao. How about teaming up and practicing together? Qin Wuyao said with a cheeky smile. Not good. Lu Ran directly shook his head, you're a hidden profession. What's the point of teaming up with me, a regular profession? Qin Wuyao didn't mind. Cocking his head, he said, what's wrong with regular professions, your mental strength 130. There are only a handful of them in the country, and I don't believe you're as simple as a necromancer. This statement made Lu Ran quite surprised. For most people, the awakening profession characterizes the future. It was rare to find Qin Wuyao thinking like this. But Lu Ran still shook his head, not interested. After saying that, he walked off on his own. After spending 300 gold coins in the equipment store on the main street and getting a white plate equipment, Lu Ran didn't go out of the city. Instead, he went to the central square of Blackfire City. The replica lobby is right here. Of course, Lu Ran wasn't going to paint a team copy, and he couldn't get into one right now. Because the lowest of the 5 copies is a level 5 copy, Lu Ran is now level 0 and can't get in yet. But for the replica plaza, there is a newbie practicing replica, the newbie proving ground. There's a lot of monsters in there, and it's a single copy, and it's a little bit more difficult than Field High. Experience is also higher than wild monsters. Only few newbies want to play. Because in this globally data-driven world, even with the variety of transfer professions. But there is no such mechanism as resurrection. Dead is dead. Even if it was a milk profession, it could only try to ensure the blood health of its teammates. But if you're not careful and don't add blood, and your teammate's blood bar empties, then you're really dead. Even for the hidden milk profession, there was no such thing as a resurrection skill. So it's conceivable that a newbie who's never fought a monster. Few rash people dared to venture into the novice trials alone. After all, each profession also has only one skill initially. If you were to be targeted by several monsters at the same time in the trial arena, you'd really have to ga. But Lu Ran was different, he had no cooldown on his skills. Lu Ran was an orphan since he was a child, and he has worked hard to support himself until now, with a full pocket of more than 400 gold coins. Now that I spent 300 gold coins on white plate equipment, I have some money left over for meals. But it's worth it. The white plate attributes of this body added pitifully, but what Lu Ran was looking at was the mana value. The full set added 100 mana points to Lu Ran's mana cap. Together with Lu Ran's original 100 mana points, he now had 200 mana points. Not counting the automatic recovery of mana, Lu Ran could summon the undead 20 times in one breath. Summoning 2 at a time, Lu Ran could summon a total of 40. That's a pretty scary amount now. Not to mention that Lu Ran's mana value could be naturally restored and replenished in an endless stream. 40 skeletons rushing across the field was much more comfortable than 5 newbies teaming up to grab monsters in the wild. After making up his mind, Lu Ran arrived at the replica hall. The place was overcrowded, with people of all levels and professions coming and going, and it was bustling with activity. Lu Ran went straight to the northeast corner of the hall, the entrance to the novice trial ground. There's no one here. Lu Ran decisively took a few steps forward and disappeared into the portal with a flash of his body. Only he didn't notice that, in the crowd, a young man in a black leotard that, after seeing Lu Ran's figure disappear, immediately opened the communicator and sent a message to Qin Wuyao, Miss. Lu Ran entered the novice trials. Chapter 3, Exploding the Trial Grounds. The novice trials are accessible no higher than level 10. The whole thing is an immense floating platform with 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside. Lu Ran appeared in the center of the floating platform, a 10-meter square safety zone. From the safe zone outwards, the level of the monsters would increase by 1 level on each floor, all the way to the final level 10 monsters. It's worth noting that after stepping out of the safe zone and into combat, there would be no way to retreat to the safe zone. Lu Ran looked around. Outside the safe zone, there are level 1 Peppy Pigs roaming around. All monsters here are active and trigger when they enter their attack range. Although Peppy Pig's attack range was only 3 meters. But there are a lot of them. No wonder no newbies come to the trial field, it's too dangerous. Lu Ran muttered. If you accidentally lure several of them, combat status cannot go back to the safe zone. The newbie also has only 1 skill, is not waiting to die. Lu Ran took a deep breath and stepped directly out of the safe zone. The withered wood staff in his hand was mortared across the room. Summoning the undead. Swish. 2 streams of black smoke shot out from the withered wood staff. In the blink of an eye, 2 skeletons condensed in front of them. The skeleton was clad in tattered armor, and carried a rusty greatsword in his hand. It really does look like that. Lu Ran continued casting spells. Sure enough. Skills have no cooldown. Swish, swish, swish. A mass of black smoke kept shooting out. In the blink of an eye, in front of Lu Ran, 40 skeletons were condensed, a large and dense group. Lu Ran's mana value had also bottomed out, but was slowly recovering bit by bit. 40, that's enough, start killing. Lu Ran's thoughts moved. The skeletons then swarmed out, pouncing towards the surrounding Peppy Pigs. Just to be on the safe side, Lu Ran arranged 5 skeletons to set fire to each Peppy Pig. The tattered machete slashed up. 5. 5. 5. Pitiful damage numbers kept drifting out. Even though Peppy Pig's blood level wasn't low, it couldn't withstand a siege from 5 skeletons. A few short seconds later, pen. Blood cleared and fell to the ground. Successfully killed Peppy Pig, gained 10 points of experience. Successfully killed Peppy Pig, gained 10 points of experience. Successfully killed Peppy Pig, gained 10 points of experience. The alert messages kept refreshing, and Lu Ran burst into a frown. 5 were purposely kept around as bodyguards while the other skeletons rampaged around. Lu Ran walked idly, as if he was taking a stroll, and recovered enough mana for 10 points. Immediately replenished with 2 skeletons. The whole process was laid back. After only 10 minutes. Level successfully raised to 1. Level 1 now. Lu Ran's eyes lit up as he checked the attribute panel, and sure enough, he had risen 1 level. And gained 5 free attribute points, with mana restored to full. Lu Ran added all 5 attributes to intelligence in his head. Intelligence of a legal profession determines spell attack power, as well as mana cap. What Lu Ran lacked was mana. So go all intelligence. With this, Lu Ran had 250 mana points. Looking at the group of skeletons around him, Lu Ran cast a spell again and drained his mana in one breath. The skeleton army grew again. Lu Ran was no longer satisfied with the peppy pigs, but headed towards the outer area, the level 2 monsters, the pale wolves. It's a virtuous cycle: the more skeletons there are, the faster you can kill monsters, and the fewer skeletons you'll have to break down. Plus a new batch of skeletons added by the upgrade. What goes around comes around. Lu Ran couldn't feel a hint of danger as the skeletons rushed across the room around him. 2 hours later. Level successfully raised to 5. It's level 5. Lu Ran's eyes lit up and he hurriedly opened the panel. Attributes don't even bother to look at them, they just add the attribute to intelligence, Then he couldn't wait to check the skill panel. This is because at level 5, new skills are unlocked, as well as new gold phrases. Skill: Corpse Explosion. Cooling: no cooling. Consumption: none. Effect: controls the explosion of skeletons under control. Deals 300% spell damage to all enemy units within 2 meters. Since it relies on skeletons to corpse blast, and can be released when there are skeletons, there's no cooldown. But it's really just a cooldown for summoning undead. Best of all, no mana consumption is required. Nowadays, Lu Ran, with all his attribute points added to intelligence, spell damage plus a slight bonus from a white plate. It's already 40, corpse explosion damage, a whopping 120. And it's ranged damage. Lu Ran looked at the group of skeletons roaming around. Which is a skeleton? This is not a group of bombs. At this point, the monster that Lu Ran was fighting was already a cracked hoofbull in a level 5 area. Strong and fierce, with high blood and defense, but also high experience. The skeleton siege had slowed down considerably. Lu Ran intended to test the power of the corpse explosion. So with a thought, a dozen skeletons rushed into the cracked hoof cow herd. Stand apart and surround a few cracked hoofed cows. Boom! At the same time, a dozen skeletons exploded in place in unison. The shockwave from the explosion perfectly covered the 8 split-hoofed cows. Successfully killed the split-hoofed cow and gained 50 points of experience. Successfully killed the split-hoofed cow and gained 50 points of experience. Successfully killed the split-hoofed cow and gained 50 points of experience. In one breath, 8 cracked hoof cows died violently. It directly gave Lu Ran 400 experience points. Holy, so fierce! Lu Ran exclaimed in shock. It's just a shame that there's not enough mana, the skeletons are limited, and it's too late to replenish them if they all explode in a corpse. Otherwise, it's a much better brush. Still a mana problem. Now that I'm level 5, I can change my copy gear. We need to gather more mana out of it to make it work. Lu Ran muttered and analyzed. Having said that, Lu Ran tapped his head again and opened the panel again, forgetting to check the newly unlocked words. Word: shift. Effect: 100% of the damage suffered by the player will be transferred to the summon. Seeing this, Lu Ran's brain exploded. This trip to brush the proving grounds. Lu Ran had also arranged for a few skeletons to be around for protection at all times just to be on the safe side. After all, an accidental death is a real death. But now, the second word, damage taken, is transferred 100% to the summoner. This meant that as long as the summon existed, Lu Ran would not die or even lose blood. With no cooldown on skills and an unending supply of summons, Lu Ran is immortal. Strong. Too strong, my ass. Lu Ran couldn't help but burst out. Feeling a little perverted in my own phraseology. Then, Lu Ran turned around and slowly returned to the edge of the safe zone, and with a thought. All the skeletons frantically rushed towards the surrounding peppy pigs and then exploded in unison. Only after blowing up the last wave did Lu Ran exit the trial field. After awakening to his profession in the morning, he came to practice, and by now it was midday and his stomach was hungry. This trip to brush and upgrade monsters was not bad in terms of efficiency, and Lu Ran was very satisfied. So he exited the trysting ground, intending to get a meal first. The crowd in the hall. The assassin youth from earlier suddenly saw Lu Ran coming out of the trial ground. Immediately staring at Lu Ran, his eyes flickered slightly as he utilized his insight skill to look away. Then he was stunned and surprised as he opened his communicator and hurriedly sent a message to Qin Wuyao. Miss, Lu Ran exited the trial field. He's level 5. Chapter 4, Don't Get Caught Alone. The Other End. Qin Wuya was flipping through career information in the living room. The middle-aged man on the side was a bit anxious. Urged, "What's there to see in the career profile? I've arranged for you to have someone to take you to upgrade first." Qin Wuya didn't panic and said, "Father, what's the hurry? Anyway, I'm a hidden profession. I'll be recruiting for the Heavenly Tao Alliance in a month's time, so I'm going in steady." At those words, Qin Lai's eyes glazed over. Angrily, he said, "In a month's time, the person from the Heavenly Tao Alliance who was responsible for recruiting people to the Black Flame Academy is your father, me. When the time comes and you're not as high-leveled as the other professions, I can't afford to lose face." Qin Wuya hemmed and hawed. Putting away his career information, he said slowly, "Okay, let's eat first, and after that, it's off to the field to practice." The words just fell. Ding! A message came from Qin Wuyao's communicator. She opened it and looked at it, then her whole body froze in place. The message is very short. "Miss, Lu Ran quit the trial field, he's level 5. The dining room table." Qin Lai looked at Qin Wuya in a daze. "I couldn't help but urge, what are you fuming about? Hurry up and eat. Let someone take you to the wilderness to upgrade after eating, and try to upgrade to level 5 before nightfall, then you can enter the replica." Qin Wuya returned to her senses. It was still full of news from the people she had arranged to poke around. Originally, Qin Wuya only thought that Lu Ran's 130 points of spiritual power. It shouldn't be as simple as just an ordinary necromancer, but it was just a thought that Lu Ran's innate 4-dimensional attributes might be higher than others. But what's going on now? No one dared to enter the novice trial field. Lu Ran entered. "Get an even, it's only been 2 hours and you're out and level 5. This was several times faster than every other clan arranging for high wars to bring in newcomers in the wilderness. "Father, the novice trial ground, do you understand it?" Qin Wuya couldn't help but ask. "Why are you asking that?" "I'm warning you, the novice trials are dangerous. Even if you fight carefully, the mortality rate is high, although the experience of the monsters is a little higher, but the speed of brushing the monsters is very slow. It's completely inferior to finding someone in the wilderness to lead you, and it's not even as fast as brushing monsters in the wilderness on your own," Qin Lai said with a serious face. He thought it was Qin Wuya who wanted to try the novice trial ground one. Qin Wuya looked at Qin Lai in shock. Continuing, he said, "If, for example, there was a novice who had just awakened to his profession and went to the proving ground. After 2 hours, upgrade to level 5, is this possible?" "Maybe my ass," Qin Lai said without hesitation, "even if it's a hidden profession that goes to the proving ground, on the premise that it doesn't die by chance, let alone 2 hours, it's 10 hours. Can't even rise to level 5. Do you think the proving ground is a joke?" Gulp. Qin Wuya gulped. Hidden professions can't level up to 5 in 10 hours in the novice trials? But Lu Ran did. True to form. Then what if it's a necromancer? Qin Wuya continued to ask. The necromancer's initial skill can only summon 2 skeleton soldiers and has a 10-minute cooldown. With 2 skeleton soldiers dead, the necromancer can only wait to die in place. Still trying to level up and fart eat, Qin Lai said nonchalantly. But the words were right, and Qin Wuya could understand. But how did Lu Ran do it? "I will never allow you to enter the novice trials, don't even think about it." "I'm sorry," Qin Lai added. Having said that, something else seemed to come to mind. Continuing to ask, "By the way, Yao, this time, awakening occupation, besides you. Anyone else have a seed you think is good?" Qin Wuya shrugged and said, "There is one." "Oh? Who is it?" Qin Lai's eyes lit up. "Can't tell you yet." Qin Wuya murmured. "What can't you say? There's only 5 rare professions in total besides you." "I'm just asking you how those 5 are." Qin Lai said thoughtfully. "Ayo, those 5 don't understand, not familiar." Qin Wuya immediately shook her head. "Who else could it be? Conventional professions want to join the Heaven's Path Alliance, that's never going to happen." "I'm sorry," Qin Lai said. "Phew." Qin Wuya opened her communicator and sent a message out, "Continue to keep an eye on Lu Ran." Only then did he pick up his chopsticks and say seriously, "I'll go practice after dinner." Lu Ran sighed. Coming out of the central plaza, Lu Ran was ready to go to dinner, and when he passed by the Tianyuan building, Lu Ran paused. This is the most upscale restaurant in Blackfire City. It is said that those who serve as chefs in it are all high-level life profession extraordinaire chefs. Moreover, the main chef located on the top floor was even a living hidden profession elemental magic chef. The dishes it produces can even increase attribute points. And of course, the price of each dish is sky high. Not to mention ordinary people, even rich big shots may not be able to afford to eat. Even the ordinary meals here, besides being extremely tasty, it also increases the timeliness of the gain buffs that only the powerful bigwigs of Blackfire City can afford to spend. Lu Ran was certainly not qualified to go in. Just passing through, getting ready to eat in the ghetto. He still had over 100 gold coins in his full pocket, enough for a good meal in the slums. After the transfer, it's much easier to make money, and the most direct way to do that is to beat the equipment, You can also pick up gold inside the copy. But just as he lifted his foot, he met Liang Xiaoyu walking over with Wang Yuzhou and a few dog legs. At the first sight of Lu Ran, Liang Xiaoyu instantly became interested. College for 3 years, couldn't hold Wang Yuzhou, and now one day he's in power. Lu Ran, who was once hailed as a genius in the limelight, has now become an ordinary necromancer, and Liang Xiaoyu is naturally happy to get back his face on Lu Ran, and show off his sense of superiority in the process. But Lu Ran was obviously too lazy to satisfy Liang Xiaoyu. It's about to be the wrong way around. However, he was blocked by Liang Xiaoyu, who moved 2 steps sideways. What a coincidence, young Master Lu didn't go practicing. Liang Xiaoyu said in a conspiratorial manner. Lu Ran looked at him faintly and didn't say anything. Why don't you squeak? Didn't you used to be so proud of yourself? TSK. 130 points of spiritual power, and in the end, this? What's with this white plate equipment of yours? That's too poor, isn't it? Look at us, all decked out in blue gear, are you afraid you can't afford a single piece? It's only been a little over 2 hours, right, and we're already almost at level 3, aren't you? Liang Xiaoyu was gushing. Get lost. Lu Ran said coldly. What did you say? Liang Xiaoyu raised his eyebrows. He was looking for a sense of superiority. How could he allow Lu Ran to be so disobedient? Immediately, he and a few others behind him gathered around. Wang Yuzhou bit her lip lightly on the side and looked at Lu Ran, but from the beginning, Lu Ran didn't even look at her again, as if she didn't exist. Favoritism. Qin Wuyao suddenly walked over and without saying anything, kicked Liang Xiaoyu in the waist. The force of this kick was not small. Liang Xiaoyu immediately tumbled over. Angrily, he twisted his head and was about to start cursing, but after realizing that it was Qin Wuyao, his face suddenly froze. Embarrassed, he climbed to his feet, not daring to speak. Qin Wuyao said indifferently, Lu Ran is a necromancer. But you're just an ordinary berserker, what are you fooling around for? No, nothing. Liang Xiaoyu accompanied the smile, still not daring to resist. He just looked at Lu Ran with malicious eyes and said, Alright, Lu Ran. You'd better not get caught behind. A hint of killing intent flashed under Lu Ran's eyes. Thinking to myself, you'd better not fall off the wagon and get caught by me either. Otherwise, dozens of skeletons will go up and explode, leaving you with no crumbs left. Chapter 5, Speed Scouring Frostwolf Valley. Liang Xiaoyu led the men away. Qin Wuyao glanced at the nearby Heaven's Edge building and said to Lu Ran, You want to eat? I'll treat you. That's not necessary, thanks for earlier. Lu Ran said thank you. Although it was strange why Qin Wuyao was so eager to help him. I'm about to go practicing, do you want to join me? Qin Wuyao continued to ask. I'm going to eat. Lu Ran waved his hand. Glancing at the few people around Qin Wuyao, they were all high-level professionals. Of course, the rating won't be too high. There are severe experience penalties for not even giving experience because the level gap in the team is too large. Often, when the big families brought in newcomers, the level difference would not exceed 15 levels. For level 15 professionals are out in the field brushing up on monsters and bringing in newcomers, although there's an experience penalty, too. But the win is fast. It's much faster than a newcomer teaming up on their own to paint field monsters. Previously, Lu Ran knew that Qin Wuyao's family was not small in terms of power, but there was no specific concept, and now it seems that. Even Liang Xiaoyu's kind of goods didn't dare to squeak after being kicked by Qin Wuyao. It was obvious that Qin Wuyao's family lineage was much bigger than the Liang family. So do you need equipment? Newbie gear is better, and it'll be easier for you to level. Qin Wuyao continued. Really no need, thanks a lot. Lu Ran shook his head and said. Stretching his hand, Qin Wuyo was so nice to him that Lu Ran was not really comfortable with it. Qin Wuyo had no choice but to go out of the city to practice. Lu Ran, on the other hand, went to the slums to fix a good meal, and spent almost all of his 100 or so gold coins. That's what re-entered the replica hall. Down the hall, the assassin youth from earlier had trailed all the way over. However, he unexpectedly realized that Lu Ran had not continued to go to the trial field. Instead, you come to the squad copy area. The place is divided into several areas based on the various levels. Lu Ran came to the area below level 10, and there wasn't much to choose from, because below level 10, there are only 2 copies. Level 5 Frostwolf Valley. A level 10 Death Mine. Inside the teleportation array, a number of low-level professionals had formed a team and the captain chooses the copy as well as the difficulty, and then the whole group enters. There are also some high-level professionals with low-level professionals. Only Lu Ran had only himself, stepping into the teleportation array. The youth in charge of staring at Lu Ran was a bit surprised and looked around. But he didn't see where Lu Ran's teammates were. Lu Ran, on the other hand, directly chose Frostwolf Valley. As for the difficulty, Lu Ran didn't drift and chose normal difficulty to determine entry. Swish. Solo entered the squad copy. When the youth saw Lu Ran's figure flicker and disappear from the spot, the man was dumbfounded. With trembling hands he hurriedly opened his communicator. Send a message to Qin Wuyao, Lu Ran he went into Frostwolf Valley alone. Qin Wuyao on the other end of the communicator had just left the city and was looking for a leveling area when she suddenly received a message. Looking at it, Qin Wuyao was also confused. Lu Ran is only just level 5. Just leveled 5, had a meal, and went solo into Frostwolf Valley? What kind of operation is this? Not even a blood-boosting nurse teammate, and this is going in? Isn't this a death wish? After thinking about it, Qin Wuyao replied, continue to keep an eye on him, if he makes it out alive. Let me know at the first opportunity. Lu Ran entered the copy. The cold that hit him made him shiver. In front of me was the icy snow-covered valley. Bending and twisting a straight line leads to the final boss, the Frost Wolf King. Frostwolf Valley on normal difficulty, with a total of 150 Frostwolves in 3 areas. 3 elite Frostwolves, and the final boss, the Frost Wolf King. Lu Ran mused. Lu Ran had studied the theory classes at the academy quite seriously, so he was familiar with them. There are 5 difficulty levels: normal, hard, hell, nightmare, and abyss. The harder the difficulty, the different experience and equipment rewards, and more gold drops. However, the harder the difficulty, the stronger the monsters are in all aspects of their attributes. Lu Ran's first time playing a copy, it's better to play it safe and try the water first. The trial copies couldn't satisfy Lu Ran because he needed money. And, of course, gear is needed. Taking a deep breath, Lu Ran stepped forward and walked out of the safe zone. Then the deadwood staff was pestled towards the ground, and an unending stream of skeletons spread out. Nowadays, Lu Ran already had 450 mana points. A total of 90 skeleton soldiers can be summoned. That's not counting the natural recovery of mana added on. Then, with a wave of Lu Ran's staff, the army of skeleton soldiers marched in. Wherever it passes, not an inch of grass grows. All frost wolves encountered were swarmed up and screwed by skeleton soldiers. Even skeleton troopers don't consume much, after all, frost wolves have limited attacks. Once they were unable to kill the skeleton soldiers in seconds, they would immediately be slashed to death by the skeleton soldiers. Successfully killed the frost wolf, gained 70 points of experience. The experience was good, and it was higher than the experience of monsters of the same level inside the pilgrimage grounds. The most important thing is that not only experience, the small monsters in the copy also have a chance to drop equipment in gold. Lu Ran was in the back while concentrating on picking it up, even feeling a bit bored. Soon came the area of the first elite frost wolf. Elite frost wolves are as big and strong as oxen, extremely fast and have high attacks. Moreover, the attack comes with a frost attribute, and if you are hit by an elite frost wolf attack, you will be reduced in attack speed as well as movement speed. But this thing, pressed, had no chance of touching Lu Ran. The moment they entered the combat zone, a group of skeletons went up. Then, bang! 20 skeleton soldiers surrounded the elite frostwolf in place and corpse exploded. 1,120. 1,120. 1120. A series of damage numbers floated out, and the elite frost wolf instantly emptied its blood and fell to the ground with a wail. Successfully killed the elite frost wolf, gained 300 points of experience. There was also a blue light flickering on the wolf carcass. Bursting blue armor? Lu Ran's eyes lit up and he excitedly came over. He's calculated accurately that running a frost wolf has no magic resistance, and that he can eat full corpse blast damage. With only 200 blood, Lu Ran's damage from manipulating 20 skeleton corpse blasts was a whopping 2,400. It didn't even need 20 skeleton soldiers, a dozen or so could just kill them in seconds. In this world, the quality division of the suit grades is extremely strict. White inferior equipment. Green normal equipment. Blue fine equipment. Rare purple equipment. Golden legendary gear. Red epic gear. The higher the grade, the better the quality and the more valuable it is. Also, the value varies wildly depending on the strength of the attributes. Luck was not bad, this frost wolf popped out a level 5 frost wolf vestment. The attributes of the fine quality are not bad. Intelligence adds 13 points. The other defense attributes and whatnot, Lu Ran didn't bother to look at them because they couldn't be used at all. But those 13 points of intelligence provided Lu Ran with a mana cap of 130 points. It also means that more than 20 more skeleton soldiers can be summoned. As a result, Lu Ran's next brush was faster. When you see an elite frostwolf, corpse blast it for seconds and move on to the back. After only 20 minutes, Lu Ran arrived at the Frost Wolf King's area. The Frost Wolf King's snow-white fur was almost metallic in color. Is roaming around the boss area. The size was a circle larger than the elite Frost Wolf. Seemingly sensing an intruder in his territory, the Frost Wolf King paused in his steps. Deadpan stared in Lu Ran's direction. But since Lu Ran hadn't stepped into the boss field yet, he couldn't trigger the fight. The Frost Wolf King was also just on guard. Lu Ran glanced at the Frost Wolf King, raised his eyebrows, and muttered, "What are you worried about?" Then a big wave of the hand. A full complement of hundreds of skeleton soldiers then swarmed up. Collective self-immolation. For the first time in his life, the poor boss Frost Wolf King Wolf was so stifled that he didn't even move his feet a few steps. It was blown up on the spot and died violently in place. Lu Ran also got the hint. Successfully killed the boss Frost Wolf King, gained 100 experience points. At the same time, at the feet of the Frost Wolf King, 2 pieces of equipment, a blue equipment, burst out. A purple outfit. Chapter 6 Rift Copy Deed. Lu Ran's eyes lit up. The first time I played a copy, and it was still on normal difficulty, and I was surprised that I dropped purple rare equipment? He excitedly ran over to pick it up. The blue one was a pair of double armor shoes, which Lu Ran couldn't use, but could be sold. The purple rare equipment, surprisingly, was a staff, which Lu Ran could just use. Frost Wolf Staff. Lu Ran had learned copying strategies at the academy. The Frost Wolf Staff is the best mana weapon Frostwolf Valley can produce. But the burst rate is extremely low. It doesn't necessarily pop up even if you swipe it 100 times, but because of the low level, it's not worth very much. The price at the trading floor was around 8,000 gold coins. This was already an absolute treasure to Lu Ran. Crucially, the Frostwolf Staff boosts the most intelligence as a weapon. It reached 30 points. This not only enhances Lu Ran's spell attack power, indirectly boosts the power of the skeleton soldier's attacks in Corpse Blast. It also provided Lu Ran with a mana cap of 300 points. The gain in snowballing Lu Ran's replica swipes was off the charts. Good stuff, not bad, keep brushing. Lu Ran licked his lips in excitement and chose to leave the copy. The assassin youth who was waiting outside in tedium. Suddenly, he saw Lu Ran's figure appear in the teleportation array and froze violently. Ha! The youth's eyes glazed over and he hastily glanced at the time. It was discovered that only more than 20 minutes had passed since Lu Ran had entered the Frost Wolf Valley. Over 20 minutes for a level 5 necromancer to speed through Frost Wolf Valley? No, it can't be, this guy must have come out halfway through knowing what to do. I'm sorry, the youth said mentally. Because even if it's a normal party of 5, going to brush Frost Wolf Valley, it also takes at least an hour or so. But was thinking. But suddenly, he saw what Lu Ran was wearing, and what he was holding in his hand. Is that the Frostwolf robe and Frostwolf staff? The youth's brain exploded with a buzz. Not to mention Lu Ran's luck in popping out the Frostwolf staff on his first time playing Frostwolf Valley. This already showed that Lu Ran had indeed cleared Frostwolf Valley. The youth looked instantly serious. By now, he was well aware of why Qin Wuyo had asked him to keep an eye on Lu Ran. This guy, to be so contrary. And at this time, Lu Ran has once again chosen to enter the copy, still normal difficulty, speed brush. The youth, on the other hand, opened his communicator and reported to Qin Wuyo at the first opportunity, Lu Ran has come out. A solo 23-minute speed pass through Frostwolf Valley, he was wearing a Frostwolf vestment and popped the Frostwolf staff of Frostwolf Valley, and as for the rest of the haul, not for a while. Outside the city, Qin Wuyo, who was sitting boredly on a rock watching the Qin family's people help him brush the monsters, was. When he saw the message, he froze. Lu Ran's harvest was of no concern to her. She didn't expect that Lu Ran would come out alive. Also, a 23-minute speed pass through Frostwolf Valley. He's a single brush. So, I guessed correctly, 130 spirit power, even if one transmigrates to become a necromancer. And how can you be bumbling around, in comparison, which hidden profession can do this? Qin Wuyao's eyes narrowed slightly. A profession that awakens together. Although Qin Wushuang had just started upgrading, because of the Qin family's help in brushing the monsters, it's level 2 at this point. Large swathes of other novice professionals in the neighborhood were brushing up on their monsters. The highest level, however, was just over 3. But Lu Ran, he was level 5 before lunch. Now it's even a solo Frostwolf Valley in the city. The gap, it's too big. He really is the same unbeatable guy he once was. But she really couldn't figure out how Lu Ran did it. A necromancer is level 5, and has only 2 skills. Summon Undead and Corpse Explosion. And only 2 can be summoned, with 2 corpse explosions and a 10-minute cooldown. There is no other means beyond that. What did Lu Ran rely on to speed brush the hundreds of Frostwolf wolves in Frostwolf Valley? And 3 elite Frostwolves and a boss Frostwolf King? Besides, how does he add blood? Is it possible to speed through Frostwolf Valley without losing any blood? Soloing through Frostwolf Valley without any damage? The more she thought about it, the more outrageous it became. Qin Wuyao's brain buzzed. All thought that Lu Ran, who once had a mental power of 130, had awakened his regular profession and become a clown. But really, the people who belittle and mock him are the real clowns. No one has discovered his abilities yet today, so the Qin clan can just take this opportunity to befriend him. Rather, it was that Wang Yuzhou who abandoned Lu Ran and turned to that denizen, Liang Xiaoyu. It's also funny. On Lu Ran's side, Frostwolf Valley was in and out. Because of increasing proficiency, and after equipping the Frostwolf staff and Frostwolf robe, manhwarecap is raised. The skeleton soldiers have grown even larger. Lu Ran's brushing of the monsters was also getting faster and faster, and along the way, through corpse explosion and summoning skeleton soldiers. It ensures the fastest speed to brush the monsters while still ensuring a sufficient base size of skeleton soldiers. As a result, Lu Ran's time in and out of the copy became shorter and shorter. Close to evening, Lu Ran came out of the Frostwolf Valley for the last time. The assassin youth outside glanced at the time. Mechanically and numbly, he opened his communicator and sent a message to Qin Wuyo. Lu Ran is out. This Frostwolf Valley pass takes 16 minutes. Lu Ran, on the other hand, had successfully upgraded to level 8. The further you upgrade, the more horrible experience you need. Lu Ran walked out of the teleportation array, intending to call it a day. Also open your backpack to check your haul for the day. Just the gold picked up by speeding through Frostwolf Valley and brushing the monsters alone is more than 1,700. 37 pieces of green equipment, 18 pieces of blue equipment, and purple equipment in addition to the Frostwolf staff that Lu Ran used himself. And a purple dagger for assassins. Lu Ran couldn't use it, so naturally he had to sell it. As for the white plate equipment, it's not worth a few cents, and Lu Ran doesn't have enough space in his backpack. Picked up at first, then threw them away. At the same time, Lu Ran's entire body had been bird-dogged and fully blue-suited. Before dinner, Lu Ran went to the trading house. Shelving all the equipment in his backpack in bulk according to the current market, he then went off to find a restaurant. After someone in the trading house purchased it, the gold coins would be transferred directly into Lu Ran's account, which was quite convenient. In the restaurant, Lu Ran ordered a few dishes that he couldn't afford to eat before and waited for them to be served. He opened his backpack again. The equipment was all cleared out, except for one thing. It was a scroll, level 10 rift deed. Through this item, you can open the level 10 rift copy once. The rift copy needs a group to go there. That's the good stuff. There is a small chance of dropping the rift pact when painting a 5-player copy. So Lu Ran was pretty lucky. Usually, the location of the rift copy is near the main city. Reach the designated location via the map on the deed and open the rift to enter. However, it is not possible to enter solo. You need to form a group of up to 5 people, at least 2. The difficulty of the rift copy is comparable to that of a squad copy of the same level, but the experience is very generous. Better gear drops too. Although the price of a level 10 rift contract in the trading house had been speculated to 30,000 gold coins apiece. But Lu Ran didn't plan to sell it. He wasn't short of money right now, but he was short of experience and equipment. If you're lucky and hit the very best equipment, even if it's level 10. Whether you use it for yourself or sell it, it's a good deal. Just missing a teammate, who should I look for? Lu Ran muttered with a frown. If it was before, Lu Ran would have had no hesitation in going to shout at Wan Yujia. But now. As he was thinking about it, suddenly a figure sat on his butt opposite Lu Ran, and grinned at Lu Ran. Said, "What a coincidence, you're eating here too." Lu Ran looked up. The young girl in front of him who was smiling sweetly at him was none other than Qin Wuyao. Chapter 7, Isn't it easy to get on base? Lu Ran rolled his eyes and said, "Looking for me for something?" Qin Wuyao hemmed and hawed. Said, "Not looking for you, happened to run into it." Of course Lu Ran doesn't believe in this nonsense. This is a slum area, a rich girl like Qin Wuyao. Never in a million years would you probably eat at a small restaurant like this. Instead, it was Lu Ran who stared at Qin Wuyao. It suddenly occurred to me, wouldn't it be just right to find Qin Wuyao to team up with? Not the best candidate, but the two are friends at the very least. Lu Ran didn't have many friends during these years at the academy. Although he was in the limelight because of his 130 spiritual power, he rarely came into contact with other people because of his personality. Wan Yujia was a special case. After all, she was Lu Ran's girlfriend, but unfortunately, she was no longer either. As for Qin Wuyao, she was considered the only person Lu Ran still considered a friend. Just in time. Qin Wuyao asked without words, "Any plans for tomorrow?" "I'm at level 5. We can team up for a copy." Lu Ran took over. Placed the rift deed on the table. Said, "If you're interested, let's come and beat this up tomorrow for a 70-30 reward. What do you say?" Qin Wuyao froze, looking at the scroll on the table in surprise before reacting furiously. "Surprised, this is a rift contract? Where did you get it?" Lu Ran shrugged and said, "Luck burst out, but it's very low level, only level 10. If you're willing to fight, we'll get together tomorrow. If not, I'll find another." "I'm willing," Qin Wuyao said decisively. "Then it's a deal, see you tomorrow." Seemingly worried that Lu Ran would back out, he hurriedly ran away after saying that. Early the next morning, Lu Ran reported to the academy. Even though you've graduated, you still need to report to the academy every day for this last month. After all, it's a bunch of fledgling newbies. That the academy is responsible for correcting their path of growth. As well as the issues and details that need to be taken care of, such as painting copies. Meanwhile, it's still a big day. Lu Ran lived in the slum area. The academy was located in the rich area in the center of the city. The distance was not too far. It wasn't too close, but Lu Ran was used to walking and didn't feel any better. Instead, Shi Lai personally drove Qin Wuyao to the entrance of the academy today. I could see people coming and going outside through the car window. Quite a few trainees were wearing equipment whose attribute levels were all average, but whose appearance was extremely bombastic. Flair entered the academy. Shi Lai burst into tears and said, "It's like this every year. After all, it's a newly transferred professional. Feel new to the gear and like to show it off. When we get past this stage, these guys, when they're not playing copies of the both will choose to hide the appearance of their equipment now." "Yao Yao, how much experience do you have at level 5? Shi Lai asked. It didn't stop all afternoon yesterday, and with the group pack lowering the experience penalty. It's already more than 80% of level 5, so if we turn to the copy fight today, we should be able to successfully level 6. Qin Wuyao murmured. Not bad, at this speed, it should be number 1 in this session, right? Qin Lai said. Qin Wuyao's face suddenly stiffened. It's hard to say what number 1 is, but it's certainly not number 1. Qin Wuyao responded. There's a Lu Ran up there. He's in the 8th grade. Xin Lai, however, was unaware of these things and retorted, "Don't you have this much confidence? Moreover, what other family can match this upgrade speed?" Xin Wuyo skimmed her mouth and didn't reply. He opened the car door, and before getting out of the car, he thought of something and added, "By the way, after the morning meeting in a while, I'm meeting a friend to go brush up on my copies, so I won't need to use the people I've arranged at home for a while." After saying that, he closed the door of the room with his backhand, not giving Xin Lai a chance to continue his questioning. But Xin Lai didn't go back. In a month's time, he was going to recruit people on behalf of the Heavenly Tao Alliance. So also curious about the first day's results for this group of cadets. So through the side door to the college administration. On the playground, all the class participants came one after another, and were seated according to the area of their respective classes. On top of the high platform in front of them, the school leaders hadn't come yet. The huge screen behind the high platform was also off at the moment, not lit up. The stage was very lively at this point. Many of the trainees were excitedly exchanging insights from yesterday's first day of upgrades. Some are showing off the coolness of their skills, some are fooling around with the fact that they've popped a blue suit by hitting a wild monster. There are also people who are ganging up and begging for a group. The newcomer rank list is going to be updated starting today. How many levels are you all? What's so great about the first day, top 5, every year? I teamed up with someone to brush the wild monsters yesterday, and I vomited, and I'm only at level 3. I went to bed yesterday afternoon before level 2. That goes without saying, Xin Wuyo is number 1, that's a hidden profession. At that moment, Lu Ran also arrived. Xin Wuyo was in class 5 and Lu Ran was in class 3. Liang Xiaoyu and Wang Yujiao are both from class 3. Seeing Lu Ran arrive, Liang Xiaoyu immediately became interested. As soon as he grabbed Wang Yujiao's wrist and was about to come over to him, Wang Yujiao obviously realized Liang Xiaoyu's intentions and resisted somewhat. But Liang Xiaoyu doesn't care about that. With a rough tug. Then he pulled Wang Yujiao hard to Lu Ran. Then in front of Lu Ran one hand wrapped Wang Yujiao in her arms. It wasn't just to taunt Lu Ran. It's more of a revenge for the 3 years of chasing Wang Yujiao and not being able to get it. He wanted to show this group of people from class 3 that in the end, the one who took down Wang Yujiao was still him, Liang Xiaoyu. The students of class 3 who used to flatter Lu Ran no longer paid attention to Lu Ran at this time. Instead, they saw Lu Ran being taunted by Liang Xiaoyu and laughed uproariously. "Xiao Liang, it's not good for you to treat Lu Ran like this, is it? People Lu Ran and Wang Yujiao have been dating for 3 years without getting on base. Mr. Liang, have you gotten on base yet? But don't say that, how hurtful, people Lu Ran awakened in normal necromancer. It's pretty depressing in itself. What are you afraid of? Lu Ran's mental power is 130, it can hold up, huh?" The mocking voices around him entered his ears, but Lu Ran's heart was unperturbed. If Lu Ran was really an ordinary necromancer, there was no chance that he would really feel frustrated. But now, Lu Ran, who possessed the golden words, looked at these students around him and it's really no different than looking at crap. On the contrary, Liang Xiaoyu enjoyed it very much. Smugly, he said, "Isn't getting on base easy? Just look at Wang Yujiao's walking posture, huh?" Wang Yujiao who was wrapped in his arms. It feels like a toy at this point. The 100 good things Lu Ran had once done for her were simply not visible in Liang Xiaoyu. But she had to grit her teeth, she needed the spot to enter the Heavenly Tao Alliance. And this is a spot that she is convinced she can't get with Lu Ran. Why don't you say anything? Lu Ran, how many levels are you? Say it to make everyone happy. Liang Xiaoyu provocatively asked, "By the way, I forgot to tell you, I'm already at level 4. I'm looking at level 5, and Wang Yujiao is level 4, how about you? Do you have 2 levels? Lu Ran didn't bother with them. A butt in his seat. This is the academy, looking at the early meeting, Liang Xiaoyu can only play the mouthpiece. That's all. Chapter 8, Top of the Newcomer List. In order to be the first to humiliate Lu Ran when the newcomer rank list was announced, Liang Xiaoyu directly chased away the other students around Lu Ran. He sat down next to Lu Ran, and Wang Yujiao sat on the other side of him. The students in the front and back were also getting excited, anticipating Liang Xiaoyu's taunting of Lu Ran. In fact, they had no grievances with Lu Ran. Just because Lu Ran, who they once needed to look up to, fell to the same position as them. They've finally found just the mental balance. At this point, Above, the high platform school leaders and the fall of each class are all seated one after another. In the very center is the school Chungkong Town North. It was worth mentioning that beside the principal, there was Qin Lai sitting. That person seems to be Qin Lai, the archdeacon of the Heavenly Dao Alliance branch in Black Flame City. It's Qin Lai, Qin Wuyao's father. You guys don't know? The people from the Heavenly Dao Alliance are here, so someone is going to be in the limelight today with the announcement of this rank list. It's just the first day, the rankings don't count for anything, everyone's gap isn't widened. Amidst the clamor, Jiang Jinbei cleared his throat, and only after the scene had quieted down did he say, "As in previous years, I'll be leading the morning meeting on the first day of the awakening. All of you should have a preliminary knowledge of each other's professions after awakening them yesterday. But I'll instruct you all here. Whether it's combat or support, or defense, or even life. These are occupations that you will have to live with for the rest of your lives. As you all know, today is the first day that the newcomer list is open. I hope that we are not affected by the standings. After all, none of the differences in the rankings on the first day were significant. It doesn't count for much." After the oceanic speech, Jiang Jinbei nodded to the backstage. The academy has information on all ranked cadets and has the power to extract and consolidate lists. So after getting the go-ahead from the principal, the huge screen behind the high platform lit up. Only 30 positions are shown in total. And for visual effect, the 30 rankings, from bottom to top, emerge in order. 30th place, level 4 archer, Duan Zonghang. In order, it's almost always a 4. With the same 4 levels, rankings are determined by the length of the 4-level experience bar. 22nd place, level 4 berserker, Liang Xiaoyu. Seeing this, Liang Xiaoyu instantly raised his eyebrows. To Lu Ran at his side, he said indifferently, "See what I mean? On the first day of the newcomer rank list, I'll be ranked 22, and after that, the gap between us will get bigger and bigger, and in front of me, you'll always be a piece of trash." Lu Ran was silent. Instead, his heart was a little depressed. He wasn't a high-profile person. But at the moment, it seems like he simply can't keep his head down. This newcomer rank list, he couldn't sway. It's 21, level 4 magic archer, Wang Yujiao. She and Liang Xiaoyu are almost tied in rankings. But Wang Yujiao wasn't satisfied with this. Yesterday's awakening, there were 5 people in the rare occupation to compete for 2 Tendo League spots. That's not a great first day in the rankings. Of course, it was much faster than Wang Yujiao going to practice on her own. It was also much faster than her following Lu Ran to practice. Unfortunately, this was only what Wang Yujiao thought. "See? Zhao Zhao and I are tied for the top spot. What are you going to do to catch us?" "I'm sorry," Liang Xiaoyu continued to Lu Ran. But since the beginning, Lu Ran didn't pay any attention to him. Let him yammer in his ear. The rankings are all the way up to the 4th level. All the way to the 8th place, level 5 water magician, Yuan Ziqin. Level 5 showed up. So that means that on the first day of this class, there are 8 5th grade cadets. Not bad, not bad. Qin Lai nodded in satisfaction. Last year, on the first day of the newcomer rank list, there were like only 6? The school's Jiang Jinbei nodded from the side. Continuing upwards, the remaining 4 rare professions, except for Wang Yujiao, appeared. These 4, whose families are all well off, have each arranged themselves properly. So the upgrades are fast. Wang Yujiao is the only one, following Liang Xiaoyu. Because there were 2 dragons in the team, her and Liang Xiaoyu, who became the 3rd generation too, the efficiency was much worse. Wang Yujiao, who had always had a strong sense of self-esteem, grimaced. One of the same 5 rare professionals, her ranking ran into the mid-20s, and no one said anything about it. But she herself felt her face burning. In his heart, he felt even more resentment towards Liang Xiaoyu. She treats Liang Xiaoyu as a tool for her own growth, and Liang Xiaoyu treats her as a toy. Everyone takes what they need. But last night, Liang Xiaoyu went crazy with his demands. Send a blood. Wang Yujiao today walking posture have become odd, so huge pay, but ranked in the 20s, which makes Wang Yujiao heart very dissatisfied. But didn't dare to show it. In case Liang Xiaoyu stomped her out, her practicing speed would be even slower. 2nd place, level 5 spacewalker, Qin Wuyao. Everyone was confused when they saw this ranking. Only Qin Wuyao herself was frank and confident that she had lost, and the gap between her and Lu Ran. It's just too big. The stage, on the other hand, was in an uproar. Holy, Qin Wuyo ranks second? What the hell, with the Qin family's ability, Qin Wuyo is only second. Who's number one? So arrogant. It's probably from that big family too, but it seems like the ones from the big family have shown up. Qin Lai was also stunned. That's something he didn't expect. Earlier in the car, Qin Wuyo said that she definitely wasn't number one, and Qin Lai even said that she was being presumptuous. Now it seems, does that girl know something? But with such a good ceiling, why didn't you see Qin Wuyo mention it? And one hidden profession, 5 rare professions, all of which have appeared. In other words, this top-ranked one is a regular occupation? It doesn't matter, after all, this first day on the list. The ones that make it up there almost never rise on their own. On the side, the school's Jiang Jinbei was also a bit surprised. Contemplating, he said, this is something I hadn't really thought of, this term is really a crouching tiger and hiding dragon. At this moment, everyone was staring at the list. The first name then slowly emerged. First place, level 8 necromancer, Lu Ran. At this moment, the scene fell into a deathly silence. The whole playground seemed to be frozen as the breeze blew by. After a short silence, the whole playground exploded. Lu Ran? The Lu Ran with a mental power of 130. He did awaken the necromancer, but this. Level 8. Huh? Holy, what the hell, how did it get upgraded? That's too much of a nigga, isn't it? How the hell did that happen? In the history of Blackfire City Academy, has there ever been a newcomer who was rank 8 on the first day of the rookie list? Let's not even talk about level 8, level 6 has appeared only a handful of times, and level 7 hasn't even appeared once. On stage, Qin Lai, Jiang Jinbei, and a cadre of instructors stood up at almost the same time. In unison, they turned to look at the big screen behind them, suspecting they were seeing things. Jiang Jinbei narrowed his eyes slightly and murmured, surprisingly, it's Lu Ran. 8th level. Chapter 9, I'm willing to give you a chance. The entire room, without exception, was no stranger to Lu Ran. As the student with the highest mental power ever at Blackfire Academy, all the tutors had high hopes for Lu Ran. The school, Jiang Jinbei, had even contacted the Heavenly Dao Alliance long ago. As the Archdeacon of the Heavenly Dao Alliance branch in Black Flame City, Qin Lai had also been paying attention to Lu Ran for a long time. Yesterday's Awakening Conference. The same countless people were paying attention to Lu Ran. But as a result, Lu Ran had awakened a necromancer. In an instant, all the attention that had once been there disappeared almost at the same time. But after the lamentation, their sights then rested on Qin Wuyo and the few rare professionists. But I didn't expect it. It's only been a short day, no, less than a day. Lu Ran was surprisingly level 8. This upgrade speed is too much. In previous years, the first day of the newcomer's rank list, basically the highest is level 5, That's pretty much the limit. Unless it's a big family that's desperately seeking first day upgrade speed, and packs the field to drive away other newcomers, occupy large areas of wildlife while pairing it with expensive grouping contracts to lower the experience penalty. And also to work well together the whole time, to maximize the speed of the brush, the 4 belts, It's only possible to get to level 6 on the first day. As for reaching level 7 on the first day, there hadn't even been a few times in history. Not to mention 8th grade. Unheard of. No one knew how Lu Ran did it. As we all know, the further you upgrade, the more exaggerated experience you need. The amount of experience needed to level up from 7 to 8 was more than the sum of all the previous experience. And comparing the experience needed to upgrade to level 5, it was almost 5 times worse. In front of Lu Ran, it was as if each family's 4 generations and 1 upgrade yesterday had become a joke. Beside Lu Ran, Liang Xiaoyuman was dumbfounded, staring at the leaderboards with unblinking eyes. Wang Yujio was even more stunned. Then he looked at Lu Ran, his eyes twinkling. She didn't know how Lu Ran had done it, but what she wanted was that if she had been willing to upgrade with Lu Ran yesterday, there would have been a place for her, Wang Yujiao, in the top 3 of the leaderboard today. Think about it. Wang Yujiao leaned forward and bypassed Liang Xiaoyu to Lu Ran. Lu Ran, congratulations. I didn't expect you to upgrade so fast, I don't know how you. Before he finished speaking, he was directly interrupted by Lu Ran. Lu Ran glanced at Wang Yujiao and said, there's no need to get close, you're right, the 2 of us, not a world away. Wang Yujiao opened her mouth, the last glimmer of hope in her heart dashed. She was still planning to team up with Lu Ran today. Although he didn't know what method Lu Ran used to upgrade, as long as he teamed up with Lu Ran, she then gets to enjoy the experience as well. Unfortunately, Lu Ran's cold eyes looked at Wang Yujiao, even revealing a hint of disgust. And at this point, the most embarrassed person would be Liang Xiaoyu. He stiffened, caught between the two. It was obvious to sense that Wang Yujiao was renewing her desire to show favor to Lu Ran because of his ranking. But alas, it was rejected by Lu Ran. Wang Yujiao, who was so hard to poach and pry away. At this moment, it felt like a piece of trash that Lu Ran had casually discarded. Plus Liang Xiaoyu's previous mockery of Lu Ran. The 4th level of the district, in front of Lu Ran, fooled around for half a day, ranked 22 to taunt Lu Ran. Now that I think about it, in front of Lu Ran, who was already at the 8th level, Liang Xiaoyu's behavior just now. It's a clown. Favoritism. Lu Ran looked at Liang Xiaoyu with interest and said, "Young Master Liang, why don't you say anything? Your ranking is not bad, at least it's on the list. Many students are not even qualified to be on the list, congratulations. It's just a little bit of a gap, so keep up the good work." This didactic tone infuriated Liang Xiaoyu's face. But not a word of rebuttal could be said. The facts are in front of us. Lu Ran at level 8, Liang Xiaoyu at level 4. It's not as simple as twice the difference between them. That's tens of times. On the stage, the crowd returned. Zhang Jinbei said smilingly, "It seems that we've got some real sleepers in this class. Good, commendable." Xin Lai, on the other hand, swept his gaze across the stage like a torch, searching for Lu Ran's figure in the crowd. Because he suddenly remembered Qin Wuyao's strange behavior yesterday. The necromancer was mentioned repeatedly over the course of the meal. This morning, it was even more categorical that there was no way she could get first place. Qin Wuyao must know something. If you don't say it's a veteran, you integrate all the information and get the result almost instantly. But exactly how Lu Ran did it, Xin Lai couldn't think of. Then, as is customary, Zhang Jinbei briefly explained some of the details that needed to be paid attention to when brushing copies and field monsters after the newly awakened profession. Finally, he said, "It's almost time, so if the classes have any more questions, the instructors of the classes can be approached for detailed inquiries. Adjourn." After the meeting broke up, Lu Ran was about to leave the playground. Suddenly Wang Yujiao playfully stopped in front of Lu Ran. She apologized, "Lu Ran, I'm sorry for what happened yesterday." "Something's wrong?" Lu Ran directly interrupted her. "Are you going to upgrade? Let's team up," Wang Yujiao said eagerly. Lu Ran let out a light laugh. He said, "What, young Master Liang isn't with you? I'm just an ordinary necromancer. What kind of team are you forming with me? Besides, didn't you say so, we're not from the same world?" "You?" Wang Yujiao's face was ugly for a while. "You are still angry with me, right?" I was drunk with Liang Xiaoyu last night, not of my own free will, and I can give it to you if you want to, right now. Shall we go to your house? To be honest, at this moment, Lu Ran relaxed instead. Wang Yujiao's current appearance was considered to have completely broken Lu Ran's last trace of reluctance towards her. Such a lousy person, Qin Wuyao is right, it's good to graduate and split up to minimize losses. It doesn't work for me, Lu Ran said indifferently. I know you still like me, and I'm willing to give you the chance for us to get back together and let's team up and upgrade, shall we? Wang Yujiao's tone almost carried a plea. But the words just fell. Lu Ran hadn't had time to reply. Qin Wuyao then flew to Lu Ran's side. Intimately holding Lu Ran's arm, she said, "What are you doing here? Let's team up and go brush up." Immediately, Wang Yujiao's expression stiffened on her face. After Qin Wuyao finished speaking, she glanced at Wang Yujiao again and pretended to be surprised. "Isn't this Wang Yujiao? What, your young Master Liang didn't take you to upgrade?" Wang Yujiao's face became even more ugly. She knew Qin Wuyao's identity, even Liang Xiaoyu didn't dare to go against Qin Wuyao. She'd be even more afraid to. "Xiaoyu went to the restroom and will be right back. I'll go first." After saying that, he left in a cloud of gray. Lu Ran cried and laughed as he looked at Qin Wuyao. In his heart, he was quite grateful. He could see clearly that Qin Wuyao just saw Wang Yujiao come to pester and that's why it behaved that way. Chapter 10, A Certain Piece of Equipment. North of the city, the Liang family. Liang Xiaoyu's father, Liang Tai, belonged to the same Heavenly Dao Alliance as Qin Lai. It was just that Qin Lai was the archdeacon of the Heavenly Dao Alliance branch, but Liang Tai was just an ordinary member of the Heavenly Dao Alliance. As a member of the Heavenly Dao Alliance, he naturally had an honorable status in front of ordinary people, but in front of Qin Lai, it's natural to grovel. Rather, because of Liang Tai's identity and ability, the Liang family was well developed by him. Level 8. Liang Tai held a cup of tea and raised it to his lips for a sip. Noticing that it was getting slightly cold, he frowned again and put it down. The maid at her side understood and immediately remade the tea. That's right, it's level 8, the rookie list won't make a mistake. Liang Xiaoyu gritted his teeth and said. Apparently the humiliation of mocking Lu Ran and getting Ed in return made him unable to get past this hurdle in his heart. Surprisingly, he didn't go to practice leveling in the first place, but instead came here to Liang Tai to complain. At the same time adding to the day's events. Qin Lai has always pushed me down in the Heavenly Dao Alliance branch over the years, and never looked me in the eye. Now that Qin Wuyao is close to Lu Ran, it's not good. Liang Tai said with a frown. Father, do you mean that Qin Wuyao is going to pull in Lu Ran? Liang Xiaoyu asked. No. A mere necromancer, or a newcomer, is not something I take seriously. Qin Lai's only purpose for having Qin Wuyao approach Lu Ran should be a certain piece of equipment on him. Liang Tai analyzed. Some piece of equipment? Liang Xiaoyu was a bit confused, that Lu Ran comes from a slum area, how could he have any good equipment? Liang Tai glanced at Liang Xiaoyu. Explaining, rising to the 8th level in one day, regardless of the method, is impossible, Even if you were to find the 4 most appropriate level and fastest monster brushing career combinations, and utilize the group contract to cut the experience penalty, none of them would be possible, Unless. Liang Tai paused in his speech. Continuing, he said, unless Lu Ran's body has a piece of equipment that can enhance the efficiency of experience acquisition. And that's the only possibility. Therefore, what Liang Tai cared about was not Lu Ran himself, but that piece of equipment on Lu Ran. Because only then. It was only then that it explained why Lu Ran was able to upgrade to level 8 in one day. There is no other possibility. Liang Xiaoyu's heart tightened and he immediately asked again, but he's not even at level 10. Not to mention the fact that equipment that boosts the efficiency of experience acquisition is sky high, the equipment level he doesn't have enough. Liang Tai sneered, unless that piece of equipment is still unranked. Saying that, Liang Xiaoyu couldn't help but gulp as well. In this market today, equipment that enhances the efficiency of experience acquisition is sky high. But the levels are generally high, and Lu Ran, if he can equip that would mean his piece is still classless. Equipment that has no level limit and comes with experience gain efficiency, though I haven't seen it yet. But the value, if it exists, is simply incalculable. Regardless of which power got it, it would be a counterintuitive tool for training newcomers. Father, then we can't sit around and wait for death. If Qin Lai gets that piece of equipment on Lu Ran, whether he contributes it to the Heavenly Dao Alliance or the Qin family for their own use, it will be hard for our Liang family to look up to him. I'm sorry, Liang Xiaoyu said anxiously. That's what I was worried about, but luckily, it's in time. A hint of killing intent flashed under Liang Tai's eyes. Father, what are you going to do? Liang Xiaoyu asked carefully. I'll make the arrangements, kill him, that equipment, it must be in my Liang family's hands. I'm sorry, Liang Tai said with a firm voice. As the head of the Liang family, Liang Tai was much more decisive and ruthless than this waste of a son of his. Good. Kill him. Liang Xiaoyu's eyes lit up. But it wasn't the equipment he was excited about, it was the fact that he could screw Lu Ran. An hour or so later. Outside, the village of Temple King. It's a wasteland of ruins, said to be a village before global data mining, after data mining. Wild monsters were raging and everyone had gathered in a main city like Blackfire City. The main city is generated by the world rules, and the replica halls, teleportation arrays, and so on, are also data generated. And in the wild such old world villages, even towns, are almost all abandoned. In this neighborhood, it's already the area of the level 13 monster Phantom King Butterfly, do we still need to go forward? It'll be dangerous if we go any further. Qin Wuyao's pretty face blanched as she said. All the while keeping a close eye on the surroundings. Some millstone-sized equipment speckled butterfly monsters could be seen wandering around sporadically. The Phantom King Butterfly's active trigger range was 15 meters, and Qin Wuyao kept that in mind. bend and turn along the way to avoid fighting the Phantom King Butterfly. After all, she was only level 5 and Lu Ran was only level 8. It was barely enough for 2 people to fight a single Phantom King Butterfly, and if they were unfortunate enough to attract a few more. I'm afraid I'm going to die here today. She somewhat regretted coming out with Lu Ran so impulsively. For a copy of a rift, and a copy of a rift that isn't necessarily beatable yet. It was too risky to just run here. In comparison, Lu Ran was much more calm. He glanced around, tightened the Frostwolf staff in his hand, and mused, it's right around here. Above the rift deed, the marked location was in this neighborhood, less than 50 meters apart. Once you find the exact location, the option to open a copy of the rift will now appear. But just then, not far from the two of them, 3 figures emerged twisting and turning as if they were ghosts. It was actually 3 assassins who had appeared from stealth. The 2 men snapped to attention. Those 3, on the other hand, looked at Lu Ran and Qin Wuya with smiles on their faces. Originally, when I received the mission, I thought it would be difficult, after all, a novice who had just awakened his profession. It's hard to get a chance to assassinate when you're either out of town brushing up on monsters or going to fight a level 5 copy. I didn't expect that, but you just ran out of town. It's once in 1,000 years. The youth in the lead smiled and said. The 3 men stepped closer. Lu Ran and Qin Wuyao's hearts tightened. What do you mean? Lu Ran asked with a frown. The staff in his hand was slowly raised. The youth looked around and after confirming that there were no other professionals out in the surrounding area, only then did he say, there's no harm in telling you, there's a piece of equipment on you that the Liang family is very interested in, and they're naming you as the person they want to kill. Getting that piece of equipment can only be blamed on your bad luck, and my brothers have been short of money lately, so they took it. After saying that, the 3 of them drew their daggers. Lu Ran was a bit stunned. The Liang family? Isn't that Liang Xiaoyu? He had friction with Liang Xiaoyu, but his crime is not to death, right? Moreover, the reason why the Liang family wanted to kill him didn't seem to have anything to do with Liang Xiaoyu. Instead, it's because of a certain piece of equipment? Lu Ran looked down at the Frost Wolf staff in his hand, although this thing was a purple rare equipment. But with a low rank, it's not very valuable. Liang Xiaoyu's father, Liang Tai, is a high combat professional. And being a member of the Heaven's Path Alliance, he shouldn't be able to look at his Frost Wolf staff, right? Moreover, not to mention the Frost Wolf staff, even if it was better, the Liang family could afford it. Much less looking to assassinate him for a Frost Wolf staff. But Lu Ran's entire body was also blue equipment, except for this Frost Wolf staff. That's even less valuable. Though Lu Ran was puzzled. But facing 3 assassins who at a glance were quite a bit higher in rank than him. The killing intent in Lu Ran's heart also gradually filled up. If you want to kill me, I'll kill you. It's as simple as that. Chapter 11, Seeking Your Own Death. Lu Ran was thinking. Suddenly an assassin approached, but the target was not Lu Ran. The opponent was extremely fast, approaching almost instantly, the dagger in his hand pointing at Qin Wuya. Out of the corner of his mouth, he said, "Little girl, I advise you not to touch the communicator." At this moment, Qin Wuya was raising her wrist and preparing to utilize her communicator to notify the Qin family. But it was stopped by the other side. Touch the communicator one more time and I'll kill you right now. The other party said coldly. The youth leading the group and the other man came forward as well. Qin Wuyao's pretty face furrowed as she said, "Didn't the Liang family tell you my identity before they let you do it? My father is Qin Lai. If you dare to make a move, have you considered the consequences?" Qin Lai's reputation was still resounding. All 3 of them had their expressions changed. The youth at the head of the group stared at Qin Wuyao, then sneered, "So what if she's Qin Lai's daughter? If we kill you here, who'll know we did it? It's good to be globalized. It's all so much easier to destroy the body." Qin Wuyao's heart sank to the bottom as she saw that moving out her father was useless. Although he still didn't know what Lu Ran had relied on to swipe his copy, against 3 high combat assassins. This trip, I'm afraid it's going to be a bad one. Even Qin Wuyao, is going to die here. After saying that, the youth also raised his dagger, intending to kill Lu Ran first. But at that moment, Lu Ran suddenly shouted, "Wait!" The youth moved, stared at Lu Ran, and said, "What tricks are you trying to pull? I'll tell you. Buy us off even if it's not that we're so loyal, but kill you all, and what you've got on you. All of it is ours, the Liang family only needs that piece of equipment on you." Lu Ran shook his head. Although this is a wild place, there could be people passing through. If you guys make a move here, if you're seen, you'll have to eat your words. After all, it doesn't matter if you kill me. But Qin Wuyao is Qin Lai's daughter. The youth sniffed and frowned. But also looked around carefully and said, cut the crap, there's no one else here. Lu Ran continued, I mean, we could go to that White Tiger gully up ahead. It's off the beaten path, absolutely no one will find out if we're killed, and besides, Qin Wuyao and I came here too. It's because of the rift contract I'm holding. The contract marks the location of the White Tiger Gulch. When the time comes, kill both of us. You guys can still make a trip to play a copy of the rift, so why not? Oh. The youth's eyes lit up. At the same time, he also saw the map of the rift contract in Lu Ran's hand. Only, without a group, they couldn't see what was shown on the map. The other two youths couldn't help but laugh out loud. You're quite the uptight kid, and you've even found your own burial place, but alas. Even then we won't let you go. One of them said. But they were indeed heartened by Lu Ran's offer. The White Tiger Gully is secluded and sparsely populated, and kills without leaving a trace. You also get to play a copy of the rift once, which is a real moneymaker. Go, lead the way, or we'll do it now. The youth said threateningly. Good, this is the way to go. Lu Ran nodded in satisfaction. He wanted to get these three dead, but they were assassins and extremely fast. The terrain here is open, and Lu Ran, even if he has no cooldown to summon skeleton soldiers to corpse explosion. There's also a high probability that they won't be able to keep them. But get to the White Tiger Gulch up ahead. They can't get away. Qin Wuyao, who was beside her, was completely dumbfounded. Lu Ran, this fellow, didn't want to find a way to escape. How do you still bring people to the White Tiger Ditch? When you get to the White Tiger Ditch, that's the real dead end. Out of fear, she leaned close to Lu Ran, her hands grasping Lu Ran's arm, her small face white. She's been smart since she was a child, but grew up in a wealthy part of town, and this just yesterday awakened to the profession that. Today it's come to the treacherous wilderness and encountered this certain death. The fear in the young girl's heart was palpable. Lu Ran sensed Qin Wuyao's emotional tension and patted on her slightly cool little hand. Only then did he lift his feet and head for the White Tiger Gulch ahead. Along the way the three were beside each other to the left and right, with one behind them. The Phantom King butterflies that they encountered were all directly killed by the three of them. The three big brothers are so strong with their attacks, even the Phantom King butterfly can take seconds, so they must be of a high level, right? Lu Ran suddenly asked. Nonsense, the three of us, all 18-level assassins, the illusory king butterfly of the district's 13th level. It's natural to be killed in seconds in front of us. One of the youths immediately said with a face full of complacency. 18 levels, Lu Ran murmured in his heart. At the same time there was a great deal of certainty in his mind. The level difference isn't that big to screw up. Instead, Qin Wuyao's heart sank once again when she heard the three's rank. It could be too easy for three level 18 assassins to kill a level 5 and a level 8 novice. The White Tiger Gully is deep, narrow, and twisting, so you can only go back and forth, not climb. Among them roamed level 15-tailed fire tigers, not quite so large. The tail has the signature clump of fire, and the body is yellow and white with predominantly white stripes, which is why the area is known as White Tiger Gulch. Lu Ran walked forward for a while, and the white tiger he encountered on the way was killed by three assassin youths. Interestingly enough, the level 15 white tiger, they could no longer kill in seconds, It needs to come on 2 or 3 times with skill to finish it off. This also gave Lu Ran a clearer idea of the trio's equipment and overall strength. Have you arrived yet? Where is the exact location? The trio impatiently urged. This way, just go in. Lu Ran reached out and pointed to the right fork in the road. The fork in the road was short, only 20 meters or so, and most importantly, it ended in a dead end. It's simply a great place to kill people and get away with it. It's in here? The trio's eyes lit up. Find the location, and you're ready to kill. After killing and scavenging, they'd open the entrance to the rift pack to go in and swipe it, perfect. The three walked into the fork in unison, causing Lu Ran to be quite surprised. I was thinking about how to get them to go in first. They're pretty proactive. Maybe he thought that the White Tiger Gully had refreshed a lot of tailed fire tigers in the back, and Lu Ran and Qin Wuyao couldn't run away, so he was so relieved. In that case, it's a good thing. Without saying a word, Lu Ran raised his staff in his hand. Pang! Two black mists floated out and immediately condensed into two skeletal soldiers. This action startled the three of them for a moment, and Qin Wuyao also froze. "What do you mean, kid, you want to fight us before you die?" One of the youths laughed out loud and looked at the two skeleton soldiers, teasingly saying, not putting them in the least bit. The skeleton soldiers summoned by the level 8 Lu Ran had only half the attributes of Lu Ran's own. They come with seconds. The other two youths also looked at Lu Ran with a good laugh. "That's the idea, but instead of going through the motions with you, I plan to get you killed here," Lu Ran said bluntly. The trio laughed out loud at this statement. Even Qin Wuyao wondered if Lu Ran had been driven mad in despair. "Kid, did you not do well in school? Do you know how big the gap is brought about by the level of rank between professionals? With you, you want to kill the three of us? Ha ha." Ignoring the taunts of the three, Lu Ran led Qin Wuyao back a few steps with one hand. With his other hand, he waved the staff in his hand and thrust it hard into the earth at his feet. Summoned the undead again. Chapter 12. This kid is invincible. Swish, swish, swish. A black aura continued to emerge from the Frostwolf staff, as the constant release of the. At first glance it looks like a thick fog exploding. In front of Lu Ran, a skeleton soldier kept popping up with a bang. Dense clusters of skeletal soldiers clustered forward, closing in on the trio, and it was a sight to behold. At this moment, Qin Wuyao, the three assassin youths, were all dumbfounded. This is a necromancer's primary skill of summoning the undead? How can you summon so many? Damn, does this kid summon undead without a cooldown? Kill him quickly. This kid is level 8, and he has a level 5 skill, Corpse Explosion. One of the youths quickly sensed something was wrong. They don't look down on level 8 necromancers, and that's because normal level 8 necromancers that only 2 skeleton soldiers can be summoned. You can also only corpse bomb twice. But I blind, these 100 or so skeleton soldiers were equivalent to more than 50 level 8 necromancers. More ants bit the elephant, and they were only level 18 after all. Qin Wuyao by Lu Ran's side was dumbfounded when she saw this scene. She also suddenly reacted to what Lu Ran had relied on to get his copy. This army of undead rushed into the level 5 copies and simply pushed all the way through. Boom! Suddenly, the first skeleton soldier to approach the trio exploded in place. The shockwave covered the three, dealing damage while Lu Ran saw their blood bars. Then, the surrounding skeleton soldiers went mad and pounced on the. None of them went for the normal attack with a knife, all of them exploded in place. The trio's blood levels dropped crazily. One of the youth's face changed greatly, and he jumped violently into the air with a rising. Then he charged at Lu Ran, trailing his stump behind him. Assassin's shadow attack, Lu Ran, be careful. Qin Wuyao's face changed drastically. But it was too late to warn, the assassin's shadow attack was the only skill, and almost instantly, the dagger then stabbed Lu Ran's chest. Bingo! The youth looked delighted. However, when he looked up, he realized that Lu Ran's blood bar was not moving at all. Even if you can't fall in seconds, this girl doesn't even drop blood. Triple surge. The youth's teeth clenched as the second attack skill followed. Put. The dagger blitzed over Lu Ran's body in a continuous burst, and the 3 times of damage seemed like a wave. One wave is stronger than the other and the damage increases progressively. But as a result, Lu Ran's blood bar remained motionless. Only he hadn't realized that 4 skeletons in Lu Ran's skeleton army had died violently. 2 skills, 4 damage, and 4 skeletons were killed in seconds through Lu Ran's shift word. But Lu Ran was unharmed. The young man looked dumbfounded. He was an 18th level assassin, 2 skills. Surprisingly, it couldn't kill an 8th level mage in seconds. Lu Ran came face to face with him, showing his teeth. It wasn't that Lu Ran was pretending to be mean to scare people, but Shifted Flowers had avoided harm, though. But the niggling pain was real. Next. Boom! The 20 or so skeleton soldiers that Lu Ran had prepared long ago around him exploded in place in unison. The youth couldn't react in time, his blood bar was directly emptied and he slumped to the ground without moving. Looking up at the remaining 2 youths, one of them had also been killed by a corpse explosion. The other burst back out, dodging a few waves of corpse explosions, but the path was a dead end, and there was no way back. Seeing that there were still 40 to 50 skeleton soldiers left swooping in black, the youth yelled, "Don't kill me. I have money, I'll give you money. I have equipment, too. The equipment is for you too." Lu Ran laughed. Faintly, he said, if I kill you, won't all the stuff be mine? That's what you guys taught me, remember? Lu Ran would never be merciful. Now it's Lu Ran who has the upper hand, and if he doesn't have the gold words. The one begging for mercy now could be him, Lu Ran. But Lu Ran was certain that no matter how much he begged for forgiveness, there was no way these three would let him go. And so, as the youth begged for mercy, the approaching skeletons exploded in corpse after corpse, and with only about 20. The youth was then emptied of his blood bar as well. So far, all three are dead. Lu Ran even had more than 20 skeleton soldiers left to use up. Seeing that he had recovered a little bit of his mana, Lu Ran replenished another 10 or so out. This is, after all, White Tiger Gulch, and there's no room for sloppiness. Qin Wuyao also came back to her senses at this moment, not daring to utter a single breath as she looked at Lu Ran. Especially with the corpse exploding in front of me just now. It's downright scary. Luckily, Lu Ran and Qin Wuyao had teamed up a long time ago, and the corpse explosion would not harm Qin Wuyao. What are you waiting for, Scavenge? We agreed to split it 30-70. Lu Ran urged and shouted. Then close in on the assassin's body he opened the other's backpack. This was Lu Ran's first time killing people and goods, not to mention, it was quite rewarding. This youth in front of him had over 80,000 gold coins in his backpack alone. There's also a level 20 purple rare equipment in the bag, but unfortunately, it's worn by an assassin. The remaining few pieces of blue equipment, which should be the opponent's spare, were better than nothing. Qin Wuyao was stumped in place, and Lu Ran didn't care about him. Selfishly, he scoured the other two. So that's how it is, Qin Wuyao gulped. It was finally a visualization of how Lu Ran had brushed his copy. The army of undead pushed all the way flat, corpse explosion opened the way, which Frost Wolf of level 5 Frost Wolf Valley could carry it. Even the three elites, as well as the final Frost Wolf boss, had to be blown up in place. She also understood why Lu Ran didn't need someone to blood him for his solo copy. Because Odd couldn't even touch him. Moreover, even if they ran into each other, this Lu Ran fellow would be able to remain unharmed. After all, even if an 18-level assassin went down with 2 skills, Lu Ran's blood bar wouldn't even move. Simply unbeatable. It didn't drop blood and brushed monsters quickly. In contrast, Qin Wuyao's hidden profession was simply too poor. The difference between heaven and earth. The search is over. The gold coins total 150,000. Split it 3 ways and 7 ways. Here you go. Well. Lu Ran mentally calculated. I don't want the gold coins, they're yours. Qin Wuyao said immediately. Really don't want? That equipment. Lu Ran will not be false politeness, do not that will not give you. None of it, you sort of saved my life, all of this belongs to you. Qin Wuyao insisted. She wasn't short of money, and she wasn't short of this equipment, and besides, it was all assassin equipment, so she couldn't use it even more. Lu Ran was satisfied, this trip was quite rewarding. In that case, let's go brush up on the Rift copy, experience is definitely something you need. I'm sorry, Lu Ran said with a smile. Then he led the way out the door. While walking, replenish 2 skeleton soldiers through mana recovery. If you encounter a tailed fire tiger, you will be directly corpsed. Qin Wuyao just watched an 8th level necromancer that. Flaunting his arms in White Tiger Gully, he rampaged idly out of the way. How did you? You? Qin Wuyao couldn't help but ask, but the words were halfway through the question. But then he paused. It's hard enough to see such a secret, it would be presumptuous to ask directly. She had been smart enough since childhood to know what to ask and what not to ask. So instead, he said, let's go brush the Rift copy, you can have all the stuff, I just want the experience. Chapter 13 The Ironback Bear. If it was before, Qin Wuyao might have hesitated. This is because the Rift copy is comparable in difficulty to a squad copy of the same level. Lu Ran's 10th level Rift contract in his hand. The natural thing to open would be a Rift copy that was comparable in difficulty to a level 10 copy. Lu Ran was a level 8 necromancer, and although Qin Wuyao was a hidden profession, she was only level 5. Professionals with Rift contracts either choose to sell the contract that. Either choose to hire or find a more advanced pro to sub in. Under normal circumstances, a level 10 copy of Rift. It was impossible to fight a level 8 necromancer and a level 5 spacewalker. But now, Qin Wuyao didn't have the slightest scruple. She knew that Rift contracts were different from squad copies, which could be accessed solo by However, there are rules for rift copies that require a minimum of 2 and a maximum of 5 people to team up to enter. The reason Lu Ran pulled her over was probably because he wanted a tool person. It didn't even occur to me at all to ask this toolman to help with the output. Then, the two quickly returned to the previous area of the Phantom King butterfly, and after another 10 minutes, the pinpointed the exact location of the entrance to the rift replica marked by the rift deed. The markings on the rift compact began to flash up. Lu Ran also saw the option to open a copy of the rift and chose to open it without hesitation. In an instant, the space in front of the two was torn open by a mysterious force. Lu Ran and Qin Wuyo exchanged glances and both stepped into it. After a brief blurring of vision, a wide open field opens up in front of the. Similar to the Phantom King butterfly area it was in before coming in, it was a hillside. It's not a small area, but the monsters inside aren't Phantom King butterflies. Instead, it was a huge, wide-bodied, fat, black bear that was roaming around. The giant bear's black fur glowed cold and ebony in the sunlight, and its back was covered in a metallic sheen. A level 10 iron-backed sang bear. Qin Wuyo immediately recognized it. Lu Ran was no stranger to it. Low-level copy-related material is learned most at the academy. Lu Ran checked the name of the copy and it was indeed a level 10 rift copy, the Pale Bear Slope. Rift copies exist independently of normal copies, with fixed levels and randomized monsters. And there's only one boss, and a multitude of varying numbers of smaller monsters, no elites. The Ironback Pale Bear has a low attack frequency, but it does a lot of damage, and it's got thick defense and blood. We have to be careful. Qin Wuyo instructed. It's fine, open and kill. Lu Ran said indifferently. Then, the staff in his hand was pestled towards the ground. An unending stream of skeleton soldiers began to pop up explosively. It was densely packed and instantly covered a large area in front of them. Because this copy had open terrain and no fixed area, Lu Ran simply spread out the skeleton soldiers. If you run into an ironback pale bear, you explode. The team has successfully killed the ironback bear and gained 180 experience. Holy, the experience is so high. Lu Ran's eyes lit up. It was almost 3 times the experience of a level 5 Frostwolf Valley Frostwolf. But the difficulty is the same. After all, no matter what the monster is. Anyway, it's all a bunch of skeletons going up and slashing to death, and the ones that can't be slashed to death will be corpse explosion to make up for it. Very high indeed. Qin Wuyo was also thrilled. She hadn't been in a copy yet, after all, brushing wild monsters in the field, The experience penalty is coupled with the low experience of the wild monsters themselves, with one only giving 30 experience points. I had planned to go to a level 5 copy today and have someone take it. Now first, he was pulled inside the rift copy by Lu Ran. One monster is 180 experience. Moreover, Lu Ran's monster brushing speed was fast. Even after having a skeleton soldier corpse explosion filler. Lu Ran could also replenish his mana through natural recovery. But the whole time, the two didn't even have to do anything. Just touching up the carcass of the ironback pale bear along the way. The experience of the rift copy is high, not to mention the high burst rate. With just these small monsters alone, Lu Ran picked up a dozen or so blue suits. There is also a purple rare equipment. It's a pity that all the equipment popping out of this rift copy is heavy armor. Lu Ran, a law profession, can't use it, but it can be sold for money. The two walked idly along the way, and when they were about to meet the Bear King, the Qin Wuyo had successfully risen to level 6. She's second on the rookie list herself, and her experience isn't too far off from level 6. This rift copy has such high experience, it's only right to upgrade. For Lu, however, although the experience was also high, it was quite a bit short of what was needed to upgrade to level 9. After collecting all the small monsters, the two of them came to the area of the Bear King. Lu Ran, who had already blown up quite a few Frost Wolf King bosses, was lightly familiar with them, and for insurance purposes. There's also a wave of skeleton soldiers saved up out there. Finally, just a hello. More than 100 skeleton soldiers rushed up in a big way, approaching the Bear King and directly exploding corpses. The wounded Bear King hissed angrily as, raising his claws, he attacked the surrounding skeleton soldiers indiscriminately. But it simply couldn't withstand this wave of corpse explosions. A short period of less than 10 seconds. The Bear King's blood bar was then emptied, and with a mournful howl, he fell to the ground without moving. Pang! 5 pieces of equipment burst out from the Bear King's corpse. 2 blue ones, 2 purple ones, and 1 surprisingly gold. Gold-colored equipment. Lu Ran's eyes lit up. Gold, that's legendary equipment. Even level 10 legendary equipment was worth a lot. He excitedly rushed over and picked up all the equipment. It's a pity that all the heavy armor equipment dropped from this crappy copy is too much for me to use as a loss system. Lu Ran is speechless to the core. If the legendary equipment that popped out was legal, Lu Ran waited until level 10 to wear it. It's kind of a bird in the hand. Now it's all for sale. But the overall math makes this wave worth a lot of money when all the gear is sold. Compared to the price of the Rift Pact itself, it's a bloody good deal. Luck, because even with the high burst rate of Rift copies, the drop rate of legendary equipment isn't much higher. Xin Wuyo said from the side. As for the gold coins, Lu Ran had picked up more than 5,000, which was quite a lot. And at the same time, Liang Ka, Liang Xiaoyu and Liang Tai were sitting together. Both of their faces were very ugly. Dad, those 3 guys' comms are offline, or they could have manually set their offline do not disturb. It doesn't necessarily mean it's dead, Liang Xiaoyu said carefully. The 3 were sent out by me to kill Lu Ran, and nothing came back. Suddenly set offline status en masse? Liang Tai asked rhetorically. Liang Xiaoyu was instantly dumbfounded. Liang Tai's brow furrowed as he mused, but if it's dead, what's the reason? Killing a Lu Ran. It shouldn't be so bad as to be countered, unless someone else has intervened. Could it be the Qin family? And the key thing is Lu Ran dead? Where's the equipment? Father, it won't be those 3 guys who got the unranked equipment on Lu Ran. Got greedy and ran away, right? Liang Xiaoyu reminded as if he thought of something. Liang Tai's face suddenly darkened. It's not that there isn't this possibility, but just as the masters were worrying about it, suddenly, someone came in to report, Lu Ran and Xin Wuyo have returned from outside the city, safe and sound. Chapter 14 State Gifts to Treat. The man was confused. Lu Ran is not dead. But what's up with those 3 guys not being heard from? Communicator offline status is either dead or manually set. Originally, Lu Ran left Blackfire City, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and it turned out that those 3 guys failed? What can we do? If we didn't kill Lu Ran, it won't be easy to find another opportunity in the future. Liang Xiaoyu asked anxiously. He didn't care what equipment Lu Ran had on him. He wants Lu Ran dead. Especially when he thought of the scene yesterday where he was humiliated by Lu Ran instead of being able to insult him. And in front of all the students in Class 3. Even if Wang Yujiao followed him now, he was still a clown in front of Lu Ran. This is not something you should worry about. Instead, if those 3 fail to kill Lu Ran and the news leaks, do you know the consequences? Liang Tai said with a gloomy face. Even though Lu Ran was a pauper, the laws were still very strict in this world today. It's a felony to hire someone to kill another professional and be exposed. Let's put this matter on hold and see where it goes, and, keep in touch with those 3 idiots. I want to know what really happened today. Liang Tai ordered the man to say. Another time. Lu Ran and Xin Wuyo parted ways, and Lu Ran went straight to brush his copy. Surprisingly, Xin Wuyo didn't ask to join Lu Ran. Instead, he returned to the Qin family in a flash. In the living room, Xin Lai was talking face-to-face with a middle-aged man. Seeing Xin Wuyo come in, Xin Lai immediately asked, "Where have you run off to, you nini? Didn't I tell you that after the morning meeting I had a date with a friend to go brush up on my copy?" Xin Wuyo explained, then looked at the middle-aged man and greeted him. "Good day, Uncle Su." Su Jie, a member of the Tian Dao League, but not of the Black Fire City branch. Instead, it came from the Central Heavenly Dao Alliance. "Haven't seen you for a few years, Yao Yao has grown so big." Su Jie responded smilingly. "Old Su, let's continue," Xin Lai urged. Xin Wuyo, on the other hand, sat herself down on the sofa to the side. Bored, I flipped through the guide in my hand, but I couldn't get into it. From time to time, he twisted his head to look at Xin Lai, but he always wanted to speak. Xin Lai and Su Jie then returned to their previous topic. Su Jie sighed and said, "Now there are just 2 problems, the raid for the level 60 group book Black Dragon Mountain Range. And the War of Nations in a month's time." Xin Lai nodded his head and said, "The Black Dragon Mountain Range, as the current highest level team copy of the countries are trying to raid, but it's too difficult and the casualties are too high to rush." Su Jie sniffed. Shaking his head, he said, "There's no hurry, because just yesterday, the Eagle Sauce has successfully rated the normal difficulty of the Black Dragon copy for the first time in the world. When these words came out, Qinlai's face also changed drastically. The national war is in a month's time, and now that Eagle Sauce has successfully raided the Black Dragon mountain range, wouldn't they be able to get the equipment for the Black Dragon copy? By the time the national war rolls around, armed with a bunch of Eagle Sauce and Black Dragon copy gear, the intensity is naturally unmatched by any other country. Alas, it is this that I fear. We, Huaxia, have been unable to enter the top 3 for 3 consecutive years, and if our ranking is lowered again this year, the national war resource rewards will be drastically reduced once again. It's a vicious cycle, and internationally, it's not just one country, Eagle Sauce, that's staring at our China. After hearing this, Qinlai also fell silent. It was only after half a minute that he spoke with a serious face. So you've come to me, what do you need me to do? If the country needs me, I'll immediately head to the imperial capital and join the expedition against the Black Dragon. But Su Jie shook his head. Said, you should understand that in our country, people come first, and Eagle Sauce utilizes a sea of people. I don't know how many professionals were sacrificed to thrash through the Black Dragon mountain range, but we can't be so reckless and fight with human lives. This trip here is just to complain to you. It's been a while, after all. After that, the two of them looked at each other again. Xin Wuyao, who was on the side, was listening in. Almost immediately, she thought of Lu Ran. The Black Dragon mountain range, as the world's highest level large-scale team copy at this stage, was extremely difficult. Even if you are in a hidden profession group, the mortality rate is very high. It is important to realize that a death is a death during a raid copy, and casualties cannot be reversed. Although there are a lot of people in China, the style of doing things is different from that of other countries. That's why there was a delay in taking the Black Dragon mountain range. Eagle Sauce also depleted an unknown number of professionals before it was successfully raided. But after they've raided the Black Dragon mountains once, and have a certain amount of regiment equipment, after that the raids will get less difficult, get more and more gear, and once the snowball is up, a month of enough to arm a large group of high combat professionals. And this group of high fighting professionals in the War of Nations, it's bound to be a confounding blow to other countries. Even the Chinese, who have always been incompatible with Eagle Sauce. It will be the brunt of being used as the first target. The rankings of the national wars are once again lower compared to last year, and the fewer resources rewarded for the national wars, in a vicious circle. That's what's scary. But if Lu Ran can grow up. Not to mention how well he followed up with his other skills. Just the endless summoning of skeleton soldiers to corpse explosion alone was able to form a small army by itself. Of course, this was still Qin Wuyao's conservative estimate of Lu Ran's ability. The impact that Lu Ran would cause if he served his country would be unprecedented. Of course, the premise was that Lu Ran would be able to grow up this month, before the start of the national war. If a person can sway the situation of the national war, or when raiding the Black Dragon mountain range, playing an overwhelming role, or even succeeding in a solo raid, what kind of treatment will he get? Qin Wuyao suddenly asked. Qinlai and Su Jie looked at Qin Wuyao in unison. But immediately after, Su Jie then said, a single person can't sway the situation of the national war. That's not determined by the strength or weakness of a particular profession or personal equipment alone. Qinlai added, yeah, don't think nonsense all day long, even though you're a hidden profession. But in the middle of a large group like the Black Dragon mountain range, it still needs everyone's cooperation to work, and a single person wants to play an overwhelming role at this stage of the game. Never. Qin Wuyao insisted, what if? Su Jie pondered for a few seconds. Said, if such a person really exists. I can't even predict what kind of treatment he'll get, but it's a safe bet that he'll be a talent that China will be willing to raise the country to cultivate. The word treatment can no longer be summarized, and will be treated with a state gift. He can do whatever he wants in China. Qin Wuyao's eyes lit up as she heard the words. At the curious gazes of the two, he got up and said, I'm going to practice. And the other side. Lu Ran was still fighting in the Frost Wolf Valley at this time, only that the Lu Ran, who had a new perception of his strength, chose the Frost Wolf Valley on hard difficulty this time. The experience was doubled. However, the efficiency speed of brushing monsters was not reduced too much. After all, corpse explosion comes to blow up, higher blood, as usual, is killed by corpse explosion in seconds. Lu Ran's rank, climbing upwards. He didn't even eat lunch and stayed until sunset. Lu Ran finally heard the beep he had been waiting for. Level successfully raised to 10. Chapter 15, New Word Unlocked. Level 10. Lu Ran's eyes lit up. He was still satisfied with this upgrade speed. Casually picking up the equipment dropped by the Frost Wolf King boss, he swept his eyes and one of the purple rare equipment was a magic shoe, which could be used, and Lu Ran equipped it straight away. The others were nothing special, so he received them in his backpack. Then, he couldn't wait to open the skill panel. I've learned a little bit about each profession when I was in school. So he knew very well that the skill unlocked at level 10 was Undead Touch. Skill, Undead Touch. Cooling, 2 minutes. Consumption, 10 mana. Effect, summons Undead Touch within 10 meters, binding enemy units for 3 seconds. It is the first control skill of the Necromancer. For legal professions, control skills are especially important. It can provide more output time for law professions to avoid enemy units approaching. The restraints lasted 3 seconds, which is a long way of saying no. But to Lu, however, he immediately thought of the horror of this thing. He's got no cooldown on his skills. He can cast unlimited spells, as long as he has enough mana. Continuous continuation of bound time is constantly stacked within a 10-meter range. In this way, all enemy units have to be beaten in place in front of him. If Lu Ran did not run out of mana, the opponent would only be penalized in place. Good stuff. Lu Ran licked his lips excitedly. Then looked back to the gold word panel. Level 5 unlocks a gold phrase, counting the beginner's celestial borrower, now the third. Word, Hai Na Bai Chuan. Effect, for each enemy unit killed from the date this phrase is unlocked. Increase the casting range of all skills by 1 meter, no upper limit. Oh? Lu Ran was confused, but immediately came back to his senses. Kill a monster and the skill range increases by 1 meter? Lu Ran mused. The summoning range of the skeleton soldiers today is 10 meters, which means that Lu Ran could only summon skeleton soldiers within 10 meters of himself. This sea of words doesn't seem very useful at first glance. It's just a matter of throwing the skeleton soldiers farther away. But realize that the phrase targets all skills. Who doesn't kill a million monsters in their hands when they get to high level? In Lu Ran's case, a million monsters could be a million meters. That's 1,000 kilometers. In the later stages, Lu Ran could summon Skeleton Tyrant, Abyssal Bone Dragon. He could even be hundreds of kilometers away and keep throwing bone dragons at a city. One man, hundreds of kilometers away, easily destroys a city, and no one knows it was him. At the same time, Lu then continues to unlock the Necromancer's attack system skills. That's really taking a man's head from 1,000 miles away. Just for now alone, Lu Ran keeps brushing copies, a few times at random. Skill casting ranges can all be expanded to hundreds of meters. Brush for a day and the skill casting range can reach several kilometers. At this stage it is perfectly possible to cover the entire copy with full skill. Thinking about this, Lu Ran was excited beyond measure, and the more he thought about it, the more excited he became. I was going to hit the road and go to dinner, but I couldn't help but brush up on Frostwolf Valley. Because it was entirely a test of the roll of words, Lu Ran was in no hurry to play a level 10 copy. Want to save it for tomorrow's fight. It's still Frostwolf Valley on hard difficulty. Charge all the way to the final boss, the Frost Wolf King's boss field. Lu Ran an Undead Touch. Immediately, several black tentacles stretched out from underneath the Frost Wolf King's feet and wrapped around the Frost Wolf King's limbs. It also triggers a boss fight that. The Frost Wolf King, who was bound to action, howled at Lu Ran in place, but was unable to break free. Binding time is only 3 seconds. Lu Ran estimated the time to throw one Undead Touch after another. It was just as he thought it would be. The Frost Wolf King punished in place, and the Undead Touch continued to refresh the 3-second shackle time. Played for a full 2 minutes. The poor Frost Wolf King could only howl in place, but could not move at all to attack Lu Ran. This will be much safer to brush the boss in the future. Lu Ran nodded in satisfaction. Then, while continuing the Undead Touch and maneuvering the skeleton soldiers around to corpse explosion, easily took out the Frost Wolf King without any stress. And at the same time, inside the hard difficulty copy of Frostwolf Valley, there were a total of 300 normal Frostwolves in the 3 zones, plus 3 elite Frostwolves and 1 Frost Wolf King boss, for a total of 304 enemy units. Lu Ran's skill casting range, too, was an additional 304 meters. Lu Ran could now casually throw skeleton soldiers up to 300 meters away. It is also possible to shackle a person's movement infinitely from 300 meters away, even if the opponent is a long-range attacking profession. He couldn't touch Lu Ran either, so he could only stand in place and wait for the corpse to explode. It would be much easier if we encountered those 3 assassins again now. Lu Ran mused. After all, Undead Touch itself is still ranged control. It was only a 10-meter range, but it was enough to make those 3 assassins, who were known for their agility, wait for their deaths in place. It's hard to escape. After brushing this trip and verifying the effects of the words and skills, Lu Ran was satisfied. After leaving the copy, I first threw all the equipment I fought out today into the trading house. That's before running off to dinner. It's worth noting that the equipment in the Rift copy that, as well as the equipment that Lu Ran had fought out in the Frost Wolf Valley, it was all sold. Lu Ran himself had a low price tag, so he got out fast too. Together with the money scavenged from the 3 assassins, Lu Ran, nowadays, it's already a full 220,000 gold coins. But who would have thought that just before he awakened his profession yesterday, Lu Ran's pocket was full of only a few hundred gold coins. Poor as a dime. He was also perfectly capable of purchasing low-grade extreme equipment now, but that wasn't worth it, it was purely a waste of money. Upgrades are fast enough for equipment updates and have very limited benefits for Lu Ran. Only at an advanced level could the additional attributes of the very best equipment allow Lu Ran's battle power to take a qualitative leap. After finishing his meal and returning home, Lu Ran couldn't sleep around. Lying on the plank bed that he had long been accustomed to after living in a rented house for 10 years, Lu Ran sighed. The necromancers themselves were normal, ordinary. But the bonuses from the word system are simply horror level. He was only level 10, and counting the initial words, he only had 3 words. But with just these 3 phrases alone, they were enough for Lu Ran to crush any hidden profession in the world. Not to mention that more words will be unlocked later. Was thinking. Dang. There came a knocking sound. Lu Ran glanced at the door, then realized that the knocking was coming from the window. Lu Ran was startled and came to the front, only to realize that it was Qin Wuyao outside the window. Miss Qin, what are you doing in the dark? Lu Ran said breathlessly. Hey, came to play with you. Qin Wuyao heatedly smiled. What can a man and a woman do in the middle of the night? Lu Ran glanced at Qin Wuyao's gradually developing figure and muttered. Which midnight? It's only not long after nightfall. Qin Wuyao skimmed her mouth. Then he took it upon himself to jump in through the window. Looking around, he said, you live here, it's not as big as my toilet. Lu Ran couldn't help but roll his eyes. Crying and laughing, she said, Missy, you ran to find me, you didn't come all the way here just to bury me, did you? Qin Wuyao hurriedly waved her hand and said, how can I just wanted to come and ask you if you want to serve the country. Chapter 16, do you want to serve your country? Serve your country? Lu Ran originally wanted to sit down and talk, but Qin Wuyao didn't mind sitting on his hardboard bed. The bed itself was small, Lu Ran would have to sit over there again to stay close to Qin Wuyao, and in the middle of the night. It would be a little awkward. Solely leaned against the window. Yeah, join the Heavenly Dao Alliance and serve the country. Qin Wuyao added. Lu Ran skimmed his lips and said, joining the Heavenly Dao Alliance is the dream of all professionals, right? When the time comes, no matter if it's to fight a copy or a national war, it's all about serving the country, so I'm naturally willing to do it, but I'm only a normal profession necromancer at the moment. It's not enough to qualify. Qin Wuyao sniffed and rolled her eyes. He said, if you're not qualified, those so-called hidden professions of the Heaven's Path Alliance are even less qualified. Lu Ran didn't deny that Qin Wuyao had seen his ability. He's also just being modest. After all, Lu Ran is not a cutie pie. He's got the skills to go with the words. The impact is enough to crush any profession globally. But he didn't understand Qin Wuyao's purpose for coming here. So he asked, so that's what you came to see me about? Whether or not you can join. It's not up to you or me, is it? Qin Wuyao hemmed and hawed and said, go to my house, my father Qin Lai is the Archdeacon of the Heavenly Dao Alliance branch. Now that Uncle Su Jiesu from the Central Heavenly Dao Alliance is also at my house, all you need to do is to show them your ability, and I'm sure that you'll get the treatment you deserve. It's much more efficient than leveling on your own, and at the same time, you'll be able to obtain resources that countless people can only dream of. Lu Ran stared at Qin Wuyao for a long time. Honestly, it's tempting. Lu Ran had once dreamed of joining the Heavenly Dao Alliance, and now he knew that, with his current ability it was easy to join the Heavenly Dao Alliance. But that was on the premise that Lu Ran had a normal career and normal abilities. Nowadays, Lu Ran relied entirely on the word system, and his abilities were too perverse. Lu Ran understood the truth that a big tree attracted the wind. Therefore, he was not willing to go out of his way to show what he could do. Or rather, until Lu Ran had grown up, he didn't dare to display it hastily. Qin Wuyao seemed to have seen through Lu Ran's thoughts. Said, first of all, with your ability, the Heavenly Dao Alliance will definitely rearrange where you live. You wouldn't have to live here. Lu Ran frowned. Said, I don't think it's that bad here, I grew up here. Lu Ran now has money, of course, also want to change, he will not be no bitter hard to eat. But not resisting the place. Qin Wuyao hurriedly waved her hand and said, I don't mean that, the Liang family wanted to kill you, and they failed this time. They know it too, do you think they will arrange a second time? Your ability to not be afraid, though. But it's never good to be watched for assassination. When these words came out, Lu Ran froze. Indeed, he hadn't thought back on that carefully enough. Liang's reason for killing him was a bit odd, but he probably figured that the so-called mysterious equipment he didn't have at all. Liang Jia seemed to think that Lu Ran's upgrading so fast came from some mysterious unranked equipment. So try to kill him to get your hands on it. If it fails this time, there will likely be a next time. Lu Ran wasn't really invincible, and when he was attacked, a summon is required to trigger the damage transfer of shift. But when there's no summons, a random higher level assassin all of them can kill him in seconds without a sound. Eyes on Lu Ran fell silent. Qin Wuyao struck the iron while it was hot, saying, furthermore, to put it in a larger perspective, the national war will be a month from now. You know that, don't you? Lu Ran nodded. The date of the War of Nations he did know. Qin Wuyao immediately said, nowadays, we, Huaxia, are in an unfavorable situation under the global situation. I also heard Uncle Su talking about it today. After saying that, Lu Ran repeated the conversation between Su Jia and Qin Lai today. Lu Ran frowned as he listened. This international situation, with the exception of large labor unions like the Tendo Union and the full-time union, ordinary professionals are out of reach. But judging from the rankings, it is also known that Wachovia has, over the past few years, underperformed. It's not just a matter of honor. National war ranking is about the material rewards given to countries in the data mine world. This has the most direct impact on national power. The higher you rank, the more resources you have, the stronger your country is, and the better you will perform in the next national war. It's a virtuous cycle. But for a superpower like Huaxia, falling in the rankings is a vicious cycle. Eagle Sauce cleared the current highest level team copy of the Black Dragon Mountain Range yesterday. Even though it's just normal difficulty, the addition of the Black Dragon equipment, it's bound to make Eagle Sauce perform even better during the Battle of Nations. In addition to this, the bullet-ridden Sakura, for featuring the exclusive profession of the Undertaker. The manipulated gods are also strong. We were ranked below Sakura in last year's national war. If we still underperform this year, the future situation of China will be even worse. Hearing this, Lu Ran was instantly pumped. It doesn't matter about the other countries, but the little day Sakura went so far as to step on China's head and on it. Lu Ran couldn't hold it in right then. So you're saying that you want me to participate in this national war? Lu Ran asked. Yeah, when you grow up, your personal impact on the national war will be absolutely horrifying. And it doesn't stop there, you're fully capable of leading the members of the Tendo League to fight the Black Dragon Mountains beyond Hokjam. I don't know, Qin Wuyao said analytically. I didn't realize she was a teenage girl with a lot of worries. Already, Lu Ran's ability to serve his country is so closely linked. No wonder he came to Lu Ran in the middle of the night. Yes. I'll talk to your father and that Uncle Su, and if they're willing to use me, I naturally do not resist serving my country. Lu Ran murmured. That's great. Let's go, pack up and go to my house. Qin Wuyao's pretty face turned red with excitement. This. Lu Ran was a bit stunned. Going now? Qin Wuyao thought for sure, yeah, it's only a few o'clock, you're not going to sleep, are you? What about getting healthy at a young age? Walk, go to my house and let the kitchen cook you something delicious. Lu Ran cannot be argued, in any case, there is nothing to clean up the four walls of the house. Then he followed Qin Wuyao and left the house. The Qin family's mansion was in a wealthy neighborhood, not far from the central square. It was a large area, with a 7-in, 7-out compound, and security guards patrolling the area, clear of berserkers. Qin Wuyao led Lu Ran straight to the lobby parlor. Qin Lai was sipping wine with Su Jie, sighing whenever they talked about the recent situation. As members of the Tian Dao Alliance, people want to serve their country too much. However, the impact of individual combat power on the international situation is minimal, and it is not something that can be solved overnight. The Black Dragon Mountain Range wasn't something you could fight just because you wanted to. In headache. Forget about it, let's drink and drink. Qin Lai cursed and raised his glass. But suddenly, he saw Qin Lai and Lu Ran walk in. Yao Yao, why aren't you resting this late, and who is this student? Qin Lai asked curiously. This was the first time Qin Wuyao brought a classmate home. And it's still a male student. And it's still night. Dad, he's Lu Ran. Qin Wuyao introduced with a big grin. Chapter 17. I think I'm entitled. This was indeed the first time Qin Lai had met Lu Ran. Although for 3 years in school, Lu Ran, because of his mental power of 130, it had long been on the radar of the Heavenly Dao Alliance. However, there was no direct contact and Lu Ran had never been seen. Now that it was nighttime and he was suddenly brought to his home by Qin Wuyao, Qin Lai was a bit surprised. So it's Mr. Lu, sit down first. Qin Lai said smilingly. On the opposite side, Su Jie looked at Lu Ran and then Qin Lai in confusion. He could clearly see the profession mark on Lu Ran's chest, a necromancer only. Qin Lai also introduced himself at this time. Su Jie, remember what I told you 2 years ago? A cadet with a mental strength of up to 130 at our Blackfire City Academy? Su Jie was stunned. Subconsciously, he said, of course I remember, 130 spiritual power, placed in the country, It is also the existence of the phoenix feather, if the awakening occupation, basically. Halfway through his words, Su Jie's tone lurched. Surprised, he looked at Lu Ran and exclaimed, it can't be this student, can it? Qin Lai shrugged, sighed, and said, it is indeed Lu. Having said that, he seemed to feel that there was something wrong with behaving in such a manner. Hurriedly, he said to Lu Ran, don't mind if you don't mind, there's nothing wrong with necromancers. It's just that a whopping 130 mental power ends up awakening necromancers, more or less. Lu Ran was indifferent. And understand their size. But before Lu Ran could say anything, Qin Wuyao jumped the gun and said, I brought Lu Ran to my home. It is for you to meet him, his 130 mental powers, which are not useless, just not manifested professionally. Upon hearing this, Qin Lai and Su Jie were a bit confused and didn't quite understand Qin Wuyao's words. Qin Wuyao, on the other hand, elbowed Lu Ran at her side and said, Lu Ran, you say it. Lu Ran subconsciously said, I want to join the Heavenly Dao Alliance. This. Qin Lai and Su Jie were both in tears. Su Jie said, although I'm not from the Heavenly Dao Alliance branch in Blackfire City. But the rules here are the same as the other cities, they are all selected to join the Heaven's Path Alliance after a month with a comprehensive examination, and you can't join in advance. Qin Lai also said, the Heaven's Path Alliance does have necromancers, but they're all high combat necromancers. Well equipped and outnumbered, at this stage, even when it comes to the comprehensive examination in a month's time. The necromancer also doesn't have much chance to join the Heavenly Dao Alliance, but classmate, don't be discouraged, when you get to the later stage, the level is higher. The words were not finished. Lu Ran then shook his head, I'm not quite like other necromancers. I think I'm qualified to join the Heavenly Dao Alliance, and even if I can't now because of the rules in my way, the test in a month's time. I'm sure I'm bound to get a spot. This confidence, however, caused Qin Lai to furrow his brows. Qin Lai said in a deep voice, you were number 1 in yesterday's newcomer rankings, and your upgrade speed surprised me. But even so, it's still not enough to qualify and it's only been a day. He even thought Lu Ran was arrogant. Lu Ran also understands that conventional thinking that. Before knowing the abilities of Lu Ran's profession skills and terror words, no one would think that Lu Ran was qualified to join the Heaven's Path Alliance. A little faster upgrade on the first day is surprising, but that's about it. There is no way to synthesize his fighting ability. Lu Ran took a deep breath, thought for a few seconds, directly gritted his teeth, raised his wrist and the Frost Wolf staff appeared in his hand. Qin Lai and Su Jie froze, what is this kid going to do? Pang! With a muffled sound, 2 skeleton soldiers were directly summoned by Lu Ran. Xin Lai and Su Jia looked at each other and then at the skeleton soldiers. What's wrong with this? Isn't that the basic skill of a necromancer? But immediately after. Bang bang. In a succession of muffled sounds, in front of Lu Ran, a single skeleton soldier spilled out as if it didn't want money. In the blink of an eye, it was 30 or 40 of them. And the numbers are growing. This scene looked at Xin Lai and Su Jia. People were dumbfounded. What the hell is this situation? This kid's summoning of the undead, can it be used like this? Lu Ran, you are. Xin Lai spoke with a bit of a big tongue. Seeing as the whole office is going to be stuffed. Su Jia also hurriedly shouted, it's okay. Stop. Don't summon. Lu Ran then stopped. And at this moment, inside the office, it was already densely packed with more than 60 skeleton soldiers. The sound of bones rubbing against the tattered armor on their bodies clicked and clicked. Some mess. My skill has no cooldown and can be summoned indefinitely as long as I have enough mana. This ability, for all skills. Summoning, control, strong attack, all skills apply. I was level 8 yesterday and level 10 today. I don't have any experience boosting equipment. And there's no one to take me. I soloed Frostwolf Valley by myself. I soloed normal difficulty yesterday. Hard difficulty for today's solo. Lu Ran said eloquently. Hearing Xin Lai and Su Jia's brains buzzed. This skill is not on cooldown. And still all the skills are not on cooldown. Never heard of it. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes at this point, there was no way they would have believed Lu Ran's words. And, surely what Lu Ran said was completely true. Xin Lai and Su Jia thought of his terror and the role he could play at almost the same time. So, at the later stages, you can even summon the Abyssal Bone Dragon, infinitely? I'm sorry, Su Jia asked. So far, it seems so. Lu Ran nodded. Next. Lu Ran simply didn't hide anything, and directly shared and publicly opened his skill panel. And the word panel below. My skills are actually the same as any other necromancer, with the same attributes and everything. But I've got an extra word panel, unlocked every 5 levels, compared to everyone else. Counting the words at initial level 0, it's now 3 words. Lu Ran said. Xin Lai and Su Jia glanced at the skill panel, which was indeed mediocre. It's the necromancer's base skill panel. But the following words were read in such a way that the two men almost didn't pass out on the spot. Words, Heavenly Master Borrowing. Effect, no cooldown for all skills. Word, Shift. Effect, 100% of the damage suffered by the player will be transferred to the summon. Word, Haina Bai Chuan. Effect, for each enemy unit killed from the date this phrase is unlocked. Casting range of all skills, increased by 1 meter, no upper limit current bonus, 304 meters. 3 words, each one, so anticlimactic. It's really true that all the skills don't have cooldowns. You take damage that can be fully transferred to your summons? But you can summon it infinitely. Wouldn't that be death? This skill casting range can still be increased, 304 meters now. Xin Lai and Su Jia exclaimed in unison. Qin Woyao also reacted to why Lu Ran didn't drop blood under the surprise attack at the moment. As long as the skeleton soldiers existed, Lu Ran was immortal. Wait, I stroked, wait a moment. Wait a moment. Xin Lai trembling hand lifted and trembling. There was so much information crammed into his brain at once that he was a bit overwhelmed. Chapter 18, Extraordinary Emergency Response. Su Jia also slapped his cheeks to clear his head. Even wondered if I was dreaming at this point, or drunk? Half a rate later. Xin Lai looked at Lu Ran again and said, I understand why Yao Yao brought you back. On the side, Su Jia nodded along. Said, you're only level 10, but the words you've unlocked are already so unbelievable. The more words you can unlock in later stages, the more terrifying your battle power will be, as well. Even if there are no words to follow, just with these 3 now. It's also completely enough to crush all hidden professions. Xin Lai added, the 3rd phrase is unlocked at level 10, so it should be something you just unlocked, right? Then played a hard difficulty copy of Frostwolf and boosted to 304 meters, because as I recall, hard difficulty Frostwolf Valley is just 304 monsters in total, counting the elites and bosses. It still had to be Qin Lai, it was instantly clear. Lu Ran nodded. Xinlai continued, so, at a later stage, the range of your skills that it can easily reach hundreds of kilometers. If you can brush up the number of monsters to boost the casting range, you can even cover thousands of kilometers. It was mentioned by Xinlai. Sujia suddenly brightened up and said, the size of the Sakura Bullet Country. Although there are 378,000 square kilometers, the length of the depth, just over 2,000 kilometers, which means that by the time you get to the advanced, you can throw abyssal bone dragons outside the borderline, against anywhere within Sakura territory, and it's endless. Speaking of which, including Xinlai and Xin Wuyao, all three of them had their sweaty hairs explode. One man, with firepower covering the entire cherry blossom. The endless abyssal bone dragons consume a country. Xinlai added at this point, in contrast, our country has so far failed to raid the current stage of the highest level team copy of the Black Dragon Mountain range. It seems that there is no more difficulty. After all, you can cover the entire group with the firepower of one person. But compared to that, the Battle of Nations is when you really come into play. Speaking here, Xinlai glanced at Xin Wuyao, associating it with the question Xin Wuyao had inquired about earlier. Ask him if it is possible for a professional to influence the situation of the national war. Xinlai, at the beginning, thought for sure that it was not possible, it was impossible. But now it seems there are no absolutes. Lu Ran, who manipulates the undead army, can replenish his troops infinitely. And in the presence of a summon, Lu Ran was immortal. As long as you don't die, you can continue to replenish indefinitely and the cycle continues. Being analyzed by them like this, Lu Ran and Xin Wuyao's hearts became even clearer. And that's just for Lu Ran's current 3-word vision. With the subsequent appearance of more powerful words, I can no longer imagine any other country being able to beat us in a national war, no. To be exact, win Lu Ran alone. Su Jia murmured. End of sigh. The two men looked at each other with serious expressions. Xinlai said, good job coming. Yao Yao did a good job. Lu Ran, you'll stay at the Qin family tonight. Don't wander off, who knows all about your abilities so far? Lu Ran said, it's just the three of you. I know that trees attract wind. So it won't be flaunted around, and it's the result of much deliberation on my part that I'm here today, and I'm willing to serve my country. Stand with your country. Well said. Su Jia's face was red with excitement, for now, the less people know about it, the better. If your abilities are exposed, I can envision that other countries will stop at nothing to assassinate you. That night, Lu Ran was taken by Qin Wuyao to arrange a room. Xinlai and Su Jia chatted in the living room. Su Jia then hurriedly got up and said, I need to go back immediately. Inform the Central Heavenly Dao Alliance of this matter before making a decision. He didn't dare delay a moment. After saying that, he hurriedly left the Qin family and went to the imperial capital through the teleportation array. At 3 o'clock CM that night, Wasia suddenly activated the extraordinary emergency response. Shut down the cross-country transfer function at all cross-country transfer points throughout the country. At 3:15, the presidents of the other 3 of the 4 major guilds in China, except for the Heaven's Path Alliance, a message from the Central Heavenly Dao Alliance was received at the same time. Early the next morning, Lu Ran and Xin Wuyao went to the academy's morning meeting first. To be honest, Lu Ran was too lazy to go, and if he did, he would be forced to pretend to be a 10th level. Definitely causing another stir throughout the school. The atmosphere in Class 3 today was also very different from before. There were no more classmates to taunt Lu Ran. Although Lu Ran was only a necromancer, the title of number 1 on the newcomer list slapped everyone in the face. Wouldn't it be clownish behavior to go up and taunt at this point? Lu Ran was still sitting next to Liang Xiaoyu. Although Liang Xiaoyu was humiliated, he still sat beside Lu Ran with a stiff upper lip in order to pry for information. Observe Lu Ran's expression. Realizing that Lu Ran did not mention the matter of being assassinated yesterday, he muttered a little in his heart. Liang Jia didn't even know whether the 3 assassins from yesterday were dead or alive now. And did he take a shot at Lu Ran or not? Failed? Or didn't do it at all? Or maybe a mysterious force intervened before doing it so Lu Ran didn't know? The crowd outside the playground, directly behind the 3rd class, the crowd of 4 youths in civilian clothes, the eyes were intentionally placed on Lu Ran's body while looking around from time to time. Xinlai surprisingly didn't go, but left the Qin family early in the morning and went to the Heavenly Dao Alliance branch. Not much later, the conference room. There were 3 men and 2 women sitting in the left and right rows, and the one sitting in the main seat was the president of the Heavenly Dao Alliance, the. He was also the number 1 ranked Yuqing Sun on the China ranking list, a level 63 hidden profession dragonborn warrior. And those 3 men and 2 women, besides Qin Lai and Su Jia. And a man and 2 women. The male, with a stout figure and coiled muscles, was the president of one of the 4 major guilds, the Battle Flag Protectorate. Level 61 hidden profession Earth Knight, right eye. The red-haired woman, with her enchanting figure and delicate face, was one of the 4 major labor unions. It was also the president of the only women's union, Red Clothes House, the level 62 hidden profession Karma Fire Celestial Master, Yihongi. The last woman was unusually fair-skinned and looked a little shy and coy. On the other hand, it is the president of Mirror Flower Water and Moon, level 61 hidden profession Elf High Priestess, Lu Xinxin. These 4, leading the 4 major guilds in China, can be said to be big shots who call the shots. Now, they were gathered here, in the conference room of the Heavenly Dao Alliance branch in this Blackfire city. Except for Yuqing Sun. The other 3 presidents looked at me and I looked at you. Then the acute Lei Tai asked, summoned all night long, what on earth for? Upon hearing this, Yuqing Sun looked at Qin Lai and asked, where is our Lu Ran Lu student? Yuqing Sun had heard Su Jie's detailed introduction, but he hadn't met anyone yet. Such a rare talent. Yuqing Sun also looked forward to seeing it. Qin Lai said, he went to the morning meeting, I asked Yao Yao to join him and bring him here first after the morning meeting. Upon hearing this, Su Jia, who was at the side, was a bit worried, why are you still relieved that he's going to the morning meeting? We haven't arranged a protection plan yet. Qin Lai waved his hand and said, I've arranged for 4 paladins to secretly protect him, he'll be fine. The other 3 presidents listened in disbelief. What do you mean? Who is Lu Ran? What are you talking about? Chapter 19, The Fist is the Hard Way. Aside from Yuqing Sun, the other 3 presidents were full of doubts. Lei Tai is the most acute, said in a deep voice, Olju, in the end what is the meaning? Quickly say ah. It's killing me. Yihongi, on the other hand, is relatively rational, and is not in a hurry, and has come anyway. She leaned on the chair with a graceful posture and said slowly, because of this Lu Ran? What is he? From what you guys are saying, it sounds like you're still attending the Academy's morning meeting? Newcomers? But what kind of a newcomer is that? It was surprising that it could cause the Heavenly Dao Alliance to initiate such an urgent summons. The 4 major guild presidents are all here. Even the usually shy and little-spoken Lu Xinxin, the. Both couldn't help but say, I know that the National Emergency Plan was urgently upgraded last night, and it's the highest level at the moment, restricting all transnational teleportation points throughout the country, Is it also because of this Lu Ran? Lei Tai took one listen. Brain didn't react, and subconsciously asked, which son is this Lu Ran? If you want to fight or do anything, speak directly, and my protectorate will assemble at once. Yuqing Sun cried and laughed and said, everyone, be at ease, in fact, to be honest, I'm only partially aware of the situation right now, I haven't seen any specific people yet, and the morning meeting will be over soon, so let's all wait a moment. Other side. After the school's opening remarks, as usual, Jiang Jinbei began to reveal the rankings of the newcomers. Same as yesterday, floating in order from bottom to top. It is worth mentioning that Liang Xiaoyu and Wang Yujia moved up to the 5th rank, and the rankings that. Surprisingly, it's down a couple spots compared to yesterday. I guess it's because the assassination of Lu Ran has delayed the progress of brushing monsters. It leads to a lot of slower efficiency. Seeing this, Liang Xiaoyu didn't feel anything. Anyway, his Liang family is so big that he doesn't bother to fight for this newcomer ranking, it's useless to fight for it. He a regular occupation only. But Wang Yujia was getting anxious. When Liang Xiaoyu came to her, the promised efficiency of taking her to upgrade was not this slow. Xiaoyu, we need to hurry up and upgrade. Wang Yujia said worriedly. She still had to compete for the other 2 Heavenly Dao Alliance spots besides Qin Wuya. That's all that matters to her. For this reason, she's not afraid to make a clean break with Lu Ran. Shedding the boy who had been the best thing to her since she was born. In the end, it would be a tragedy if one was unable to join the Heavenly Dao Alliance. Although she has a rare profession and other large guilds want it, compared to the Heaven's Path Alliance. That's one heavenly thing and one hell of a thing. Only what she doesn't know yet is that the 3 spots in the Heavenly Dao Alliance that Qin Wuya booked one because it was a hidden profession. Of the remaining 2, 1 more is now attributed to Lu Ran. With only one last spot left and 5 rare professions up for grabs. She's still at the bottom of the rankings. What's the hurry? It's just the beginning. What's wrong with being a little slow for 3 or 2 days? Liang Xiaoyu was already distracted, and when Wang Yujiao prodded him, he instantly twisted his head and shouted. Wang Yujiao's face was ugly, but she didn't dare to confront Liang Xiaoyu. Lu Ran looked at her in this state now, and was saddened in his heart. From the time he saw through Wang Yujiao, Lu Ran was destined not to have any more feelings for her. Lu Ran wasn't the kind of licking dog without a bottom line. Just looking at the girl he had once pampered and cared for so carefully. Now it's pretty pathetic to be plowed by the dude at night and reprimanded during the day. The newcomer list lasts for a month, and during this month, but anyone who is willing to compete for the rankings. I don't dare to slacken for a moment. You two are at the bottom of the rankings. Even if you follow up, will you be able to catch up? I'm sorry, Lu Ran said conspiratorially from the sidelines. Liang Xiaoyu and Wang Yujiao's faces became even more ugly. But what I didn't expect was this. The first one to retort this time was surprisingly Wang Yujiao. It's probably that poor pride in your heart that's playing tricks on you. Wang Yujiao gritted her teeth. Ranks don't represent everything. After a month, the Heavenly Dao Alliance is going to take a comprehensive consideration, so don't be too happy. Although you've upgraded very quickly, you're ultimately just a necromancer, and there's no way you're qualified to join the Heaven's Path Alliance. I'm not like you, I'm a rare profession. I believe that in a month's time, I'll have a chance to join the Heaven's Path Alliance. Lu Ran glanced at Wang Yujiao in amusement. Don't even bother. So confident, let her be. The rankings were revealed in order upwards, and there were quite a few people in 6th place, and a good efficiency in 3rd place, too. I can't believe it's level 7. And the 2nd place, without a doubt, was still Qin Wuyao, who was also at level 7. Qin Wuyao went to a copy of Lu Ran's Rift and gained tons of experience. Then he teamed up with the Qin family's professional to take her upgrading, and with the teaming contract and all that, the speed was certainly fast. At this moment, everyone was staring at the 1st place position. Yesterday, it was this position where Lu Ran hit the ground running. With the strong position of the 1st place 8th rank, he crushed all the newcomers. The whole playground was buzzing with noise. Coming, the 1st place must still be Lu Ran, right? Nonsense. The 2nd place winner, Miss Qin Wuyaoqin, is still at level 7. Lu Ran's ranking yesterday was already at level 8. How much can I get up today? The difficulty of the subsequent upgrades and the experience required is becoming more and more terrifying. I estimate that Lu Ran should be at level 9. On the first day it all went up to level 8, on the second day I don't think I can beat level 9, it should be level 10. The 1st place gradually emerged from the clamor. 1st place, level 10 necromancer, Lu Ran. At this moment, the whole room was in an uproar, and although many had expected it, seeing it with their own eyes, still feeling a buzz in my brain. Wang Yujiao's body even trembled fiercely. Lu Ran. 10th grade. The day before yesterday she broke up with Lu Ran to his face and threw herself into Liang Xiaoyu's arms, but as a result, she was now at the bottom of the rankings, but instead Lu Ran ascended to the top, and did so by crushing the 2nd place by a huge margin. Surprisingly, it went up 2 more levels compared to yesterday. You should know that the further you upgrade, the more experience you need is geometrically increased. Don't look at Wang Yujiao's level 5 and Lu Ran's level 10, it seems like a double gap, but in reality, I'm afraid there's a 10-fold difference. How in the world? Did he do it? Wang Yujiao's eyes are full of complexity. Wang Yujiao at least has someone arranged by the Liang family to take her. Although it was unlikely that the Liang family would be willing to spend the group contract for her, a tool Liang Xiaoyu used to vent, the upgrade speed was definitely not slow. But even so, it was still pulled apart by 10 times by Lu Ran. At this moment, the way everyone looked at Lu Ran became familiar. Lu Ran, who had been in school for 3 years and had a mental strength of 130, enjoyed this kind of gaze. Only, after he had awakened the necromancer the day before, fallen off the wagon and lost focus. Lu Ran wouldn't care about that. False name appearance like dreams and bubbles, broken at any time, the fist is the hard truth. After the morning meeting, Lu Ran got up, and the surrounding students clattered around him. Even a number of students from other classes followed suit. Wang Yujiao glanced at Liang Xiaoyu, who was beside her with a face full of iron. Hesitant to go over to Lu Ran again to strike up a conversation, try to see if Lu Ran is willing to take her. After all, once Lu Ran was full of her and answered all her requests. Chapter 20. What a big row. But Wang Yujiao didn't have much of a chance to get close and try. Lu Ran was surrounded by his classmates in a dense, watery crowd. Brother Ran, do you remember me? I even invited you to dinner? Lu Ran, I want to give you a monkey. Look at me, Lu Ran, I'll do anything if you take me to upgrade. Lu Ran, make an offer, how much would you be willing to take me with you to upgrade? Facing the clamor of countless students surrounding him, Lu Ran directly waved his hand and lit up his frost wolf staff. Strongly, he pushed his way through the crowd toward the outside. Qin Wuya was waiting just outside the crowd, and when she saw Lu Ran squeezing out, Qin Wuya grinned and, taking Lu Ran's arm, they both left. The world is a cold place and the people are not in the right place. The two celestials who once had the highest ranked mental powers in the school and were jokingly called the Golden Girls. Instead, now there is a sense of being in pairs. Instead, Wang Yujiao, Lu Ran's girlfriend who was envied by countless people, had become Liang Xiaoyu's toy at this time. Instead, it was all her choice. She was the one who personally pushed Lu Ran away, just the day before yesterday, just before Lu Ran hit the ground running. But what she didn't know was that Lu Ran and her gap, this was just beginning. After Lu Ran left, Wang Yujiao's heart suddenly felt empty, not knowing that it was because of the loss of Lu Ran. Or are you sorry you missed your chance because you saw Lu Ran re-emerge? The surrounding students dispersed resentfully, but no one dared to complain about Lu Ran's arrogant attitude. Instead, the compliments keep coming. I told you, how could Lu Ran, whose mental power is as high as 130, have his flame go out because of his occupation? Are necromancers this strong? Isn't this profession a regular profession? More than that, the profession of necromancer is so rare. The diarrhea is for others, I, Rango, am invincible. Hey, that's not what you guys said the day before yesterday. With the compliments of the surrounding students to Lu Ran in her ears. Obviously, Wang Yujiao had accompanied Lu Ran to listen countless times over the past 3 years. But for the first time it felt so harsh that it distracted her even more. Even the students who brushed past her looked at her and Liang Xiaoyu with teasing eyes. Liang Xiaoyu doesn't matter, dude, wind and flowers, it's not a secret. But she, Wang Yujiao, is a toy. Go, practice. Liang Xiaoyu was in a terrible mood, too. Especially listening to the compliments that the people around him were paying to Lu Ran. He's even taken Wang Yujiao now. Yet there was no sense of superiority at all in front of Lu Ran. After saying that, he didn't care what Wang Yujiao's reaction was, and roughly yanked her wrist and left. At the same time, he said, let's go back before practicing, I need to vent my fire. At this time, Lu Ran had already left the school with Qin Wuya and made their way to the Heavenly Dao Alliance. Your father asked the two of us to go to the Heavenly Dao Alliance, he wouldn't really want to take me in directly, would he? But according to the rules, newcomers can't join the guild for a month, right? Lu Ran asked. I'm sure you'll have no problem joining the Heavenly Dao Alliance, the rules were generated after the world was data mined. Of course we can't break the rules of the world. I don't know exactly what we're going to do in the Heavenly Dao Alliance. My father said so we'll find out when we go. I'm sorry, Qin Wuya said, shaking her head. Having said that, another thieving elbow disliked Lu Ran and asked, your little girlfriend? It's an ex-girlfriend. Lu Ran corrected directly. Okay, ex-girlfriend, your ex-girlfriend, with Liang Xiaoyu seems to be in a bad situation. Do you want to give her a hand? Qin Wuya asked with a playful smile. What, do I look like a cutie to you? Or like a 250? I've got nothing to do with her anymore. How she develops in the future is also none of my business. Lu Ran said emphatically. Qin Wuya's eyes flashed with a strange color when she heard this. Ha. Said, that's good, I'm just testing you to see if you're not over your old feelings. Lu Ran glanced at Qin Wuya who was holding his arm. As well as the slightly bulging breasts of Qin Wuyao's petite figure as he looked down from this angle. Flirting, what if the old love is gone? I'm single now. If you have an idea, my brother is willing to give you a chance. Qin Wuyao's hand holding Lu Ran's arm tightened violently. But immediately, he stomped hard on Lu Ran's toes and... Glaring, he said, who wants you to give a chance, Stinky, go. After saying that, she huffed and pulled Lu Ran forward. However, when her back was turned to Lu Ran, her cheeks had reddened to the base of her neck. Lu Ran probably didn't know that for 3 years at the academy, Qin Wuya had actually been paying attention to Lu Ran. It could be because Lu Ran was the only one whose spiritual power exceeded hers, or it could be something else. But as of now, Qin Wuyo liked the current situation. It didn't take long. Inside the conference room, Lu Ran and Qin Wuyo walked in. Immediately, everyone's eyes went to the two. Among them, Yu Qingsong's gaze was the most burning. After all, he knew quite a bit of information that. But haven't seen Lu Ran in person. Xin Lai and Su Jia, on the other hand, were the ones who had initially come into contact with Lu Ran and knew all of it. As for Lei Tai, Yi Honi, and Lu Xinxin, the three presidents, their eyes were filled with curiosity. Su Jia stepped forward at this time and locked the conference room door tightly. At the same time, one hand slowly pressed down. Pang! A golden light exploded beneath Su Jia's feet, instantly spreading out and encompassing the entire conference room. Boundary? Su Jia, what are you doing? Yi Honi froze. The whole thing is so secretive. I still don't know anything. Just don't like to see you grunts. Lei Tai was disgruntled. Lu Xinxin, on the other hand, was relatively quiet and just looked at Lu Ran curiously. Lu Ran and Qin Wuyo, however, were startled by the situation before them. Xin Lai and Su Jia Lu Ran had met before. The other four, Lu Ran also recognized. As the president of the four major guilds in Huaxia, an absolute man of the hour. Yu Qingsong, the president of the Heavenly Dao Alliance. The president of the War Flag Protectorate, Lei Tai. Yi Honi, the president of the Red Clothes Building. The president of Mirror Flower Water Moon, Lu Xinxin. Four of the absolute superstars in China were gathered here. What happened today needs to be kept completely secret, so it's better to be careful. I'm sorry, Su Jia laughed. Then he pulled Lu Ran in front of him while signaling Qin Wuyo to sit down on the side. Qin Wuyo sat down next to Xin Lai with an expression of watching a good show and looked at Lu Ran. First of all, I'd like to introduce to you all, this student, Lu Ran, is a newcomer to the program. I just awakened my profession the day before yesterday, and this time I summoned several presidents to come here to discuss how to bring Lu Ran to upgrade the program with the highest efficiency. As well as the subsequent participation of Lu Ran in the national war, the issue of professional cooperation between various guilds with Lu Ran and scheduling. Su Jia said directly. It's fairly concise. However, the three presidents were confused by what they heard. Wait, why am I confused, a newbie necromancer? First off, nothing against the profession, but a newbie necromancer making such a big deal out of us discussing his upgrade options? What? Who's this kid's dad? What family? Lei Tai, don't eat that. Rai Tai is a little annoyed at this point. Although Yi Honi felt that the Heavenly Dao Alliance could not be so superficial. But it was also impossible to figure out where a newbie necromancer would get such a big row. Lu Xinxin, on the other hand, as always, smiled coyly and did not interrupt. Su Jia glanced at the trio of puzzled people, then at Yu Qingsong, who was full of anticipation and excitement. Without any nonsense, he nodded and said to Lu Ran, release the skill and summon the undead. Chapter 21, Sister has a gift for you. At those words, the four major presidents all looked at Lu Ran. Lu Ran wasn't a cutie either, naturally understood what Su Jia meant. Although by now, Lu Ran was still a bit confused, could it be that the four major presidents were all here because of him? Lu Ran was certain that he was capable of joining the Heavenly Dao Alliance, and that confidence was still there. But having the Heaven's Path Alliance president come in person, along with the other three major guild presidents. This was something Lu Ran hadn't expected. Now is the time to express yourself, to be recognized, to walk with your country, to serve your country. The Frost Wolf staff immediately appeared in Lu Ran's hand. Pang! The summon undead skill was cast and two skeleton soldiers immediately appeared in front of them. And then what? It's just two skeleton soldiers, what? Thought I'd never seen a necromancer's skeleton. Rai Tai grumbled from the sidelines. Obviously in his heart, he still felt that Lu Ran, the necromancer, had a powerful background. But Lei Tai had always despised these rich kids and stuff. But the words weren't even finished. Bang bang! One after another, black smoke kept coming out, condensing, and a skeleton soldier kept appearing in front of the crowd without interruption. But in just a few seconds, dozens of skeletons emerged. The large conference room was also slowly looking a little crowded. It's true. Yu Qingsong got up straight away in excitement, his eyes glowing as he looked at Lu Ran, as if looking at a rare treasure. The other three presidents looked dumbfounded. did I miss any important information? Is this the necromancer's summon undead? Why doesn't it have a cooldown? I seem to understand what you guys are saying, but I don't know how this is possible. The three looked at Lu Ran with different eyes. Su Jie didn't sell himself short and patted Lu Ran's shoulder, saying, "Lu Ran, it's okay. Scatter these skeleton soldiers." Lu Ran did as he was told, and with a single thought, all the skeletal soldiers dissipated in place and disappeared. Only then did Su Jie mysteriously continue, "The effect should have been seen by everyone. I'm sure a few of the presidents have questions. Come on Lu Ran, share your skill panel and word panel, we're all on our own here." "Don't worry." After saying that, he also gave Lu Ran a reassuring look. Lu Ran did understand that, when he was deeply willing to give himself to his country. Just don't hide it anymore. To his country, he can have no reservations. Then, Lu Ran opened the skill panel and word panel sharing and displayed them in front of everyone. The three presidents were still muttering, except for Yuqing Song, and the skill panel they knew that the "What the heck is a word panel?" At this point, two panels are seen unfolding. The crowd's eyes immediately focused. The skill panel above, sparse as they are, is the same as that of. Only 3 skills are unlocked. Summon Undead, Corpse Explosion, and Undead Touch. It's a perfectly normal skill panel for a necromancer with a normal skill description. Isn't this skill normal? There's nothing special about it. But just now so many skeletons. Lei Tai acute, subconsciously said. As he spoke, his eyes swept downward. His voice came to an abrupt halt when he saw the word panel. At this moment, the entire conference room was silent. Including Qin Lai and Su Jie, and Qin Wuya. Though all 3 of them have seen the word panel before. But looking over again, it still felt like a dream. "Lu Ran, the panel is put away." Yi Hongyi suddenly spoke. The previous lethargic state was also instantly converged at this time. The rest of the crowd glanced at each other, all seeing the gravity in each other's eyes. Yuqing Song was very satisfied and could not hide his inner excitement. But still, he forced himself to be calm and said, "Well, Lu Ran, you sit down first, no need to be formal, we are all our own people." Then he looked at the 3 presidents and said, "Do you 3 have anything to say?" Lei Tai was the first to speak up, saying, "I've realized why we blocked the transnational transmission last night. If Lu Ran is exposed, there will be an endless supply of assassins infiltrating from other countries. No cooldown on all skills. We just saw it clearly too, and that's just a word for word." Yi Hongyi nodded deeply. Full of seriousness, he said, "Lu Ran is still at a low level right now. Unlimited summoning of skeleton soldiers isn't much use yet, but it's more than enough for a single copy, so it's no wonder he's level 10 in only 2 days. Even Lu Xinxin, who talks very little." Both couldn't help but open their mouths. There are quite a few summoning classes in undead magic, except for the skeleton soldiers. There are also skeleton tyrants, ancient demon statues, and of course, the most powerful summoning skill of the necromancer, the abyssal bone dragon. I'm sure everyone is well aware of how terrifying it would be if a necromancer could infinitely summon an abyssal bone dragon. National war. Lei Tai instantly reacted and yelled excitedly. The others are also brightening up. Right Eye continued impatiently, "Good man. If you bring Lu Ran into the national battlefield during the national war, and Lu Ran infinitely summons the abyssal bone dragon, the other countries will eat farts. Still want to compete with us for the rankings? Steady, steady, steady with this one." According to the rules limitations after data mining, the national war of each country can field up to 5 million professionals. After all, there is a huge difference in numbers between countries. Without limiting the number of people, China will crush the world. Whereas these 5 million professionals are organized by the individual countries themselves, combining professions at will, and there are no level restrictions. The vast majority of these professionals come from the 4 major guilds. This was the biggest issue that the 4 major guilds were fretting about lately. Everyone was worried about the national war rankings. You mustn't forget Lu Ran's third phrase, that by brushing up on you can boost the casting distance of all skills. In other words, the more monsters you brush, the farther you can throw your skills, casually brushing tens of thousands of monsters. That Lu Ran's skill could be thrown dozens of kilometers away, and if he had brushed hundreds of thousands of monsters, then the skill could be thrown hundreds of kilometers away. "I don't know," Yuqing Song said with a reminder. "That's actually pretty easy to think of." But because everyone was in an excited mood, and had never been exposed to this kind of thing, the So there are some people who have their heads on a swivel. Now that they were reminded by Yu Qingson, everyone immediately thought of it. Yi Hongyi's eyes narrowed slightly as she said, when the time comes, Lu Ran is at the rear of our army. Throw unlimited abyssal bone dragons, skeleton tyrants, and even match them with endless skeleton soldiers exploding all over the place to enemy troops hundreds of kilometers away. Yi Hongyi didn't continue. But those of you who have participated in the War of Nations, especially the 4 presidents who served as commanders-in-chief, can all imagine that image? Hundreds of kilometers away. The enemy army couldn't even see the shadow of Huaxia, and they had to face an overwhelming army of undead. And an endless army of undead. Lu Xinxin then added, and Lu Ran also does not need our protection. Because his second phrase, even more counterintuitively, transfers damage as long as the summon exists, with endless legions of undead before him, I can't think of any way to kill him. The crowd twisted their heads to look at Lu Ran. One's face was odd, this kid, he's going to go against the big sky. At this time, Yi Hongyi suddenly came up to Lu Ran and said smilingly, "Brother. For the first time, my sister gives you a gift. No, this is for you." After saying that, he pulled out a piece of equipment and placed it on the table in front of Lu Ran. That equipment flashed with red light. Lu Ran's heart jumped. Red epic equipment. Chapter 22 The Honor He Deserves. Good man, the crowd in the room was taken aback. Yi Hongyi came up to give away epic equipment. You know, just any epic equipment taken out, it would be a sky-high price. Lei Tai looked at it with wide eyes and mused, a treasure gourd? Summoner's artifact treasure gourd? Yi Hongyi nodded and looked at Lu Ran with a smile. Lu Ran was honestly a bit flattered and scratched his head, that's too expensive, and I'm only level 10, so I probably won't be able to use it. Yi Hongyi immediately shook her head and said, this one is rankless. Lu Ran looked at Yi Hongyi in dismay, a levelless epic equipment, say give it away? Yi Hongyi introduced, this precious gourd, its own attributes are actually average. However, as a law equipment, it can increase your intelligence by 100 points, it can increase your mana, use skills without cooldowns, the mana is more critical, but of course, that's not the most colorful part of this gear. The most colorful part of this gear is that he can store summons, though only one. The reason why it is an artifact for the profession of summoner is because of this. As we all know, summoners can summon powerful favored beasts to aid in battle, similar to the necromancer's skills such as summoning undead, but the summoner's summons are more powerful and can be attacked in combination with the summoner's various skills. The war effort is amazing. The summoner's skill mechanic prevents repeated summoning even when the summoning cooldown skill is up. There is only one way to circumvent it, and that is the treasure gourd. A summoner can store a powerful summon into it ahead of time, then one is summoned by skill, and the one in the treasure gourd is released, and the summoner is able to control 2 favored beasts. Distinguished from the things summoned by necromancers, the summons of summoners were exceptionally powerful. Manipulating 1 versus manipulating 2 has a huge impact on a summoner's combat power, That's why high-level summoners dream of a treasure gourd, and its price, naturally, is strangely high. But the treasure gourd doesn't do much for the necromancer, who can be summoned when his cooldown is up. Putting it in the treasure gourd and putting it out, the result is the same. Only the more powerful the necromancer's summoning skills, the longer the cooldown time, making it difficult to stack. Pi Day Abyssal Bone Dragon, with a cooldown of up to 3 hours, can only be used almost once per copy. Bone dragons can only dry out when they die. But you're different, you have no cooldown on your skills, and at the same time, because of your second phrase, you can transfer damage to your summons, so you put an undead in your treasure gourd ahead of time, even if you're assassinated by a surprise attack on a weekday. It will also deduct the undead's life points at the first opportunity, and while you're at it, you can already endlessly replenish your undead summons, and assassination won't work. It's harder than heaven to kill you again. Yi Hongyi said with an introduction. Even the others were taken aback at this point. This is indeed an issue that Lu Ran needs to pay attention to. Although Lu Ran can transfer damage to summons. But Lu Ran couldn't run around carrying a few skeleton soldiers day and night, just like now. He's still vulnerable to assassination when he doesn't have a summon. The Bo Hulu can provide Lu Ran with a great deal of tolerance. Of course, your skeleton soldiers are too fragile to be effective when you're level 30. After unlocking the ancient wraith, you can put a wraith in there, then trying to raid and assassinate you in seconds will be nearly impossible. I'm sorry, Yi Hongyi instructed. Lu Ran also immediately thought of the benefits of this thing. The ancient wraiths themselves are a kind of flesh-tan type undead summoned by necromancers. Placed inside the treasure gourd in conjunction with the phrase-shifting flowers, no one could kill Lu Ran in seconds. And as soon as Lu Ran reacted and casually summoned an endless stream of flesh-town undead ancient demon statues again, the ghosts can kill him. It does work, Lu Ran, put it on, and put a skeleton soldier in it, by the way. At this stage, we can only release the skeletons first as well. Yu Qingtsong urged. Then thank you, President Yi. Lu Ran said through gritted teeth. It was, indeed, an absolute treasure for him. And, the treasure gourd is an accessory and does not take up any other equipment grids. Occupies only one of the 3 accessory compartments. Call what President Yi, call sister. Yi Hongyi glared and said in a whiny and strange manner. The president of the Red Clothes Building, the dream goddess of countless professionals, the siren-like woman of the... Letting Lu Ran call her sister intimately, Lu Ran was still a little too embarrassed. But unable to argue, he still spoke, thank you, Sister Red. Yi Hongyi was then satisfied. Then, Lu Xinxin also walked to Lu Ran's side. Handing out a kit, he said, speaking of mana. I happen to have an unranked equipment here that suits you as well. It was a ring, a red epic equipment, moon-glazed ring. A rankless hallowed moon-glazed ring. Yi Hongyi was also taken aback. Yes, it has a single attribute, but it boosts intelligence by 300 points. The attack boost to the law profession is huge, and of course, the boost to your mana value is also huge. Lu Xinxin said with a smile. 300 points. Lu Ran almost bit his tongue. The treasure gourd given by Yi Hongyi just now only added 100 points, and this I 1/2 moon-glazed ringy 1/2. I can't believe I'm adding 300 points. Of course, the treasure gourd doesn't work in terms of an intelligence bonus. Lu Ran, brain melon buzzing, reached out to take, busy saying, thank you XAN sister. When he finished, he put the ring on as well. Just these 2 pieces of equipment given by the 2 of them alone had boosted Lu Ran's intelligence by 400 points. He's only level 10. Most notably, this added 4,000 mana points to Lu Ran. Together with Lu Ran's original equipment bonus and the free attribute points given by upgrading, the Lu Ran now had 560 points of intelligence. That's more intelligence than quite a few level 30 mages. This also meant that Lu Ran possessed 5,600 mana points. You can unleash 560 summoned undead and thousands of skeleton soldiers in one breath. Skeleton soldiers' corpse explosion damage, too, was multiplied several times. At this point, Raitai awkwardly came to heal, both hands empty. He said, Lu Ran, it's not that I'm cheap, I'm a heavy armor class, and I don't have any magic equipment that I can give you. This way, brother will take you to massage at night and enjoy. Knock. I didn't expect that the one who made a move would be the seemingly shy Lu Xinxin. A staff appeared in her hand at some point, and she tapped Raitai on the head. And said, according to your head, dying you, Lu Ran is only how old? You don't want to take him into all that mess. Yu Qingtsong watched them fool around for a while. Only then did he say, Lu Ran, Yao Yao, you 2 go to the side parlor first and wait for a while. We'll discuss it again. Wait for the 2 to go out. The crowd's expression immediately became serious. Yu Qingtsong said, Lu Ran's ability cannot be exposed too much, except for everyone here. I can't fully trust even members of the Heavenly Dao Alliance. I don't intend to let more people know about Lu Ran's ability. So, his upgrade program. Yi Hongyi didn't hesitate and was the first to say, I'll personally take him to upgrade. And me. Lei Tai hurriedly shouted after him. Indeed, it's more peaceful for us to personally lead him to upgrade. Lu Xinxin thought deeply. Su Jia and Qin Lai were watching in excitement. Under the heavens, counting all the hidden professions, who else could have such an honor? Chapter 23, Highest Difficulty Open Brush. Yu Qingtsong nodded in satisfaction. Said, once my teacher told me a saying, that if you want to cherish something, the best thing to do is to realize that you could lose it at any time, and the same goes for Lu Ran, even though Lu Ran is a Chinese, as an autonomous individual. He has the right not to serve his country. I believe that if Lu Ran's abilities were exposed, in addition to attracting a large number of assassination assassins, there will also be various countries pulling him in at all costs. Yi Hongyi added. That's right, that's what I mean, and, well, we all know the truth about trees. Lu Ran understands, but he's willing to take the risk of exposing himself to us, so we can't let the boy get cold feet. I'm sorry, Yu King Song said. Having said that, he paused in his tone and said, I'll report it to the top of the Open the highest authority of the equipment treasury to Lu Ran. He can take the equipment he wants to use at will without having to report it, and at the same time, establish a maximum resource level for him. This was a great surprise to the crowd. Open up the national treasury for equipment and access to it at will. Lu Ran doesn't even need to be able to keep trying a certain copy in order to pursue a certain piece of equipment. He can upgrade wholeheartedly. Lu Xinshan nodded. Everyone understands the importance of Lu Ran, not only in our country, even in the history of global professionals, there had never been such a terrifying ability, and a month later, he grew up and whether it's a national war or a large team copy, Lu Ran will lead us to the top of the globe. Xin Lai and Su Jia couldn't interject. Listening to the four major presidents who used to call the shots, now even a little bit of a middle-aged man praising Lu Ran. It is really rare. It was also a relief to both men. At least these guys don't feel justified in standing up for Lu Ran on behalf of the country. Yu Qing Sung said at this time, as the president of the Heavenly Dao Alliance, I have more matters to deal with at the top. Unable to take him himself, he could only labor on the three of you. Besides, the difference in rank between the three of you and him was too great, and it needs to be compensated for by a platinum grouping contract to lower the grouping experience penalty, otherwise it's not efficient enough. Yi Honi immediately said, Platinum contract, my Red Leaf Chamber of Commerce is responsible for the daily supply. Yi Honi was not only the president of the Red Clothes Building, but also outside the data-generated trading house. The president of the Red Leaf Chamber of Commerce, the largest private chamber of commerce in China. It's not too much to say that she's the richest professional in China. Yu Qing Song was full of smiles. Continuing, he said, there's also the issue of Lu Ran's guild, and in a month's time, the Heaven's Path Alliance will launch an invitation to Lu Ran to join the guild, and although professionals can join multiple guilds, historically, the major guilds have expressly forbidden their members to mix both, but for Lu Ran, I wonder if the three of you are willing to accept. Willing. The other three presidents almost spoke in unison. Yu Qing Song was willing to let this slip, and of course they were happy that the Heavenly Dao Alliance would not monopolize Lu Ran. Well then, in a month's time, the Heaven's Path Alliance will take the lead, and the four major guilds will launch their invitations to Lu Ran at the same time. This is what he deserves. Yu Qing Song said with a big grin. But Lei Tai suddenly said from the side, it's normal for the other three guilds to invite Lu Ran. But isn't Red Clothes House a women's guild? In all these years, it's never broken that rule. Saying that, the crowd looked at Yi Honi. Since the Yi family dominated Red Leaf House, it is true that no male professional has ever joined Red Leaf House. It's the biggest rule in the Red Dress House. However, Yi Honi shrugged indifferently and said, rules are dead, but people are alive. Giving up inviting Lu Ran into the club for the sake of the rules, I'm not that stupid. Eventually, the crowd negotiated the results. Members of the five-member squad, Lei Tai, Yi Honi, Lu Xinshin, Lu Ran, and Qin Wuyao. As one of those in the know, Qin Wuyao followed suit. Yu Qing Song was busy with affairs as the president of the Heavenly Dao Alliance while holding a key position at the top. Naturally, he couldn't spare that much time to take Lu Ran. The good thing is, the other three presidents, they're almost a full complement. As an Earth Knight, Lei Tai was a unique existence when placed among the Meat Titan hidden professions. Together with its level, identity, ability, and equipment, it can be said to be the #1 meat tank in China. Yi Honi's Karma Fire Celestial Master was almost considered the top version of the strong attack fire method. Serves as the primary firepower output. Lu Xinshin is simple, the whole close to follow Lu Ran, the Elf High Priestess's terrifying healing skills and skills to protect her teammates would prevent all accidents against Lu Ran. The extra position was Qin Wuyao's. The reason, with the psychic girl accompanying him, Lu Ran wouldn't be too bored when brushing the copies. Qin Wuyao became a chaperone. 3 big Congress presidents with upgrades, and a little beauty to accompany the chat, this treatment, simply unrivaled in the world. Qin Lai was all smiles, cultivating Lu Ran while it would also allow Qin Wuyao to follow suit and level up by leaps and bounds. It was simply blood money. After that, the 4 major presidents, as well as Qin Lai, Su Jia, and Qin Wuyao, all added Lu Ran's communicator. Lu Ran could, at any time, initiate a request for help to the 4 major presidents to get help. The road to upgrading begins. Lu Ran could only enter the level 10 copy, the Death Mine, right now due to level restrictions. To be less shocking, The three presidents also specially put on their cloak and hat to cover their faces, and together with Lu Ran Qin Wuyao, they went to the replica hall. Otherwise, the three presidents followed around and Lu Ran's fame was estimated to be enough to fire up the whole country and even spread abroad in a day. Lu Ran, you'll be the captain to open the copy. Lu Xinxin said as she followed Lu Ran. She seems to have a shy personality, but to be the president of Mirror Moon. How could it be mute? Okay, what difficulty to choose? Lu Ran opened the list of copies and chose Death Mines. Glancing at the difficulty level, he asked. The Abyss, the highest difficulty copy, has more monsters and more experience. Lu Xinxin said without hesitation. Lu Ran secretly said he was careless. What else can be difficult when the three assembly presidents lead a fight against a level 10 copy of the district? While the difficulty of the copy is increased, the monster's blood, defense, attack, and attributes such as speed are geometrically increased. But even if it was abyssal difficulty, in front of the three presidents, it was not the slightest difference. Qin Wuyao obediently followed Lu Ran, waiting beautifully to enter the copy. Then, with a flash of white light, the five of them disappeared into the copy hall's teleportation array. The scene in front of him shifted, and Lu Ran hadn't regained his senses yet. Lu Xinxin's voice then came from the ear. Death Mine Abyss difficulty, there are 4 areas. A total of 480 common kobolds of 5 different types, 3 elite kobolds in the first 3 areas, and 2 kobold brothers in the 4th area. The final boss is a combination boss, for explosive goblins, and a total of 489 monsters. The words just fell. Yi Hongyi walked over to Lu Ran and traded him a sheepskin scroll that glowed with a metallic color. Said, in your capacity as captain, use the contract scroll to lower the experience penalty. Then we'll open up the brush. Chapter 24. This welfare is too much. Lu Ran took a look. His eyes widened and he said, this is a platinum teaming contract? 1 copy at a time with 1? It's such a waste. Within the trading house, the Platinum Grouping Pact is the highest ranked pact that reduces the group experience penalty. It reduces the group experience penalty by 80%. There is also an additional attribute that boosts the probability of duplicate outputs by 20%, whether it's equipment or money. But that's nowhere near enough to make up for the price of the Platinum Grouping Pact. Inside the trading house, 500,000 apiece. It's not even for civilians. 1 copy for a trip costs $500,000. Simply defeated. It is usually used by high combat professionals to brush high-level and difficult copies to enhance the explosion rate to brush the best equipment to use. In order for you to upgrade quickly, this is nothing. Yi Hongyi said. That is fine. Lu Ran was truly flattered and gritted his teeth to use the Platinum Grouping contract. Then, Yi Hongyi's other hand. A fire crystal staff burning with blazing flames and scorching heat appeared in his hand. Even the civilian clothes on his body were replaced at the same time with a display of equipment. Fire-colored vestments, with a staff and long, fiery red hair, and Yi Hongyi's perfect figure. The delicate face was almost like a flaming queen. Undeterred, Lei Tai stomped his feet on the ground. Pang! A set of heavy black armor was on display, along with 2 sides glowing with ebony light. The shield that seemed like a huge door panel was held in both the right and left hands, which made Lei Tai's entire body look as if it was an impenetrable black fortress. Lu Xinxin is much quieter. Facing Lu Ran's curious gaze, a guffawing smile. A set of emerald green translucent gossamer-like vestments appeared on the body, and the staff was less exaggerated. It was a wooden staff like a tree vine, but the eye-catching light of the gem set at the top also indicated that the staff must be worth a lot of money. Where did Lu Ran know that just these 3 sets of equipment displayed by these 3 people almost dominated half of the top 30 of the Chinese equipment list? Lu Ran's blood boiled as he watched, unwilling to show his equipment. But contrast that with the grayish frostwolf robes, the withered tree trunk like frostwolf staff that, as well as other ugly loose ends, that's called shabby. Lu Ran scratched his head awkwardly and said, let's brush up, then. I can actually painted myself with skeleton soldiers and infinite corpse explosion. And there's no experience penalty. Yi Hongyi waved her hand and said, it's too slow for you to brush yourself. Having said that, take a step forward and looking at the densely packed kobolds wandering within the wide tunnel of the death mine. The staff in his hand casually swung forward. Boom! A huge ball of fire tilted and crushed to cover the entire tunnel, leveling all the way to the the rumble rolled forward. Wherever they passed, all the noisy kobolds they touched exploded on the spot, turned into black ash and drifted down. It's a bit boring, so I'll stop waiting here and go ahead. Lei Tai watched as Yi Hongyi pushed all the way across the room, and he watched with eagerness and anxiety. The words just fell. Pang! The whole person jumped out as if it were a cannonball. Knock, knock. Holding up a shield disc and stomping across the ground as if he were a human tank. Rampaging against the kobolds in front of him. Team kills throwing goblin, gaining 320 experience. The team killed the self-exploding goblin and gained 280 experience. The team killed the goblin mage and gained 360 experience. The team killed the self-exploding goblin and gained 280 experience. The experience almost brushed the screen, watching Lu Ran TSK, the speed of the. Sure enough, it was much faster than his skeleton soldier corpse explosion. Especially Yi Hongyi, the large-range karma fire skill was thrown out, instantly clearing a large section of the tunnel. Lei Tai was also having fun within this level 10 abyss difficulty copy. Let's go with them. The gold coins on the road and those broken equipment you see if you need to pick them up. Lu Xinxin looked at Lu Ran and said, "Of course I'm picking it up. Waste is shameful." And so, this copy Lu Ran was completely unable to participate in, just following along the way, pick up the equipment and gold coins. Although these equipments were called regs by Lu Xinxin. But within this abyss difficulty, the worst drops are blue, and there are quite a few purple rare equipment. Occasionally, you can even see golden legendary equipment. This is all money. At the same time, Lu Ran and Qin Wuyao's experience bars continued to soar at a speed visible to the naked eye. Lu Xinxin looked up at Yi Hongyi, who was bombarding the death mine in front of him, as well as Rai Tai, who had scurried off to who knows where. A casual wave of the staff. A green aura spread out in place. Lu Ran and Qin Wuyao immediately felt their movement speed explode by a large margin. Wind Whisper can run faster, Lu Xinxin explained. Just like that, Lu Ran ran all the way through, and some of the equipment he didn't even have time to pick up. The moment he managed to run to the boss field. Just in time to see a large area of karma fire covering the entire boss field area. The 4 explosive goblins inside burked in place before they even had a chance to release their combo skills. Team kills the boss Bakugan goblin, gaining 200 experience. Team kills the boss Bakugan goblin, gaining 200 experience. Team kills the boss Bakugan goblin, gaining 200 experience. Team kills the boss Bakugan goblin, gaining 200 experience. There were 4 final bosses, giving 4 experiences that added up to 8,000 points. And the total time taken, less than 15 minutes. All run time. Pick up the equipment, next trip. Yi Hongyi said casually. For explosive goblins, dropping 3 pieces of purple equipment and 1 piece of gold equipment. Lu Ran couldn't even wait to check the attributes of the equipment, and casually swept all of them up. Then it was immediately reopened as a captain. Over and over again. In between, except for lunch, it kept repeating. Although the process was boring, the 3 presidents thought about the imminent national war. That's not a moment to stop. At 7 o'clock in the evening, Lu Ran was already level 13 and had passed most of his experience bar. Qin Wuyao had risen 4 levels because she needed much less experience to upgrade. It's already 11 steps up. This speed, it's just too much. At this rate, Lu Ran should be able to level up to 15 tomorrow. Lu Xinxin analyzed and said. Looking forward to it, I wonder what words Lu Ran will unlock when he upgrades to level 15 tomorrow? I don't know, Reite said excitedly. But with this stuff, it's anyone's guess. After all, the phrase thing has never been found on any professional's body. But whatever it was, the boost to Lu Ran was absolutely counterintuitive. That's it for today. A few people exited the copy. Lu Ran, you should retire from your rental house in the outer city, the environment is bad, and it's not safe. Live in the Heavenly Dao Alliance. Lu Xinxin said. Staying at my house is fine. Qin Wuyao hurriedly said. But Rai Tai waved his hand mysteriously. He said, the Qin family is inconvenient, and it's not good for the Heavenly Dao Alliance Lu Ran to come in and out, follow me. Said the man, leading the way toward the main street off to the side. Within one of the alleys, Rai Tai paused in his tracks. The crowd craned their heads to see that next to them was a large mansion in the inner city's most central area, with a wide gateway that. Excellent location. Lei Tai patted Lu Ran's shoulder. Said, I'm not being cheap, it's just that I'm a heavy armor class, so I don't have any good equipment to give you. So during the daytime when I was brushing the copy, brother arranged for someone to purchase this mansion in your name, Lu Ran. From now on this will be your home. Huh? Lu Ran's eyes almost glazed over. Looking at the mansion in front of him, which he couldn't even dream of, Lu Ran was dumbfounded. Holy, backing the country, the perks are too much. Right, Lu Ran, I forgot to ask you, after all the copies I swiped today, how big of a casting range have you accumulated with your high Naiwan words? Ihani glanced at Lei Tai as she cried and laughed. Suddenly thinking of Lu Ran's words, he asked casually. Chapter 25 Being in your place, doing your thing. At that, Lu Ran opened the word panel and looked at it. Word, Hai Na Bai Chuan. Effect, for each enemy unit killed from the date this phrase is unlocked. Casting range of all skills, increased by 1 meter, no upper limit current bonus, 19,864 meters. After reading it, Lu Ran was also taken aback. So much for that. It's close to 20,000. Picking up gear all the way behind the big guy today. It's amazing that the big guy swiped close to 20,000 monsters over and over again. 19,000 plus, almost 20,000 meters. Lu Ran opened his mouth. Gulp. Everyone gulped in unison, not so much because they thought there were enough monsters to brush, but because, well, that's 20,000 meters of skill casting range. 20,000 meters, that's 20 kilometers. Meaning that Lu Ran can now throw the skeleton soldiers 20 kilometers away? Lei Tai asked. That's the idea, Lu Ran's current skill casting range is enough to cover all the copies. I'm sorry, Ihani exclaimed. It also means. After Lu Ran entered the copy, he didn't have to move to clear the copy by throwing skeleton soldiers. If any of these families upset Lu Ran is constantly dropping skeleton soldiers outside the city to corpse blast everywhere. That's a real headache, no one can find where he is. Lei Tai said in dismay. Lu Xinshin, on the other hand, said, that's because Lu Ran can only throw skeleton soldiers now, and at a later stage, there are so many things he can throw, like the abyssal bone dragon. This idea was previously envisioned in the conference room of the Tendo Union branch. But now seeing that Lu Ran's skill casting range had increased by 20 kilometers in one day. That kind of scene seems like it's close at hand. Alright, don't stand here, Lu Ran, go in and look at your house. I don't know, Raitai said with a big grin. The crowd then stepped into it. It's a separate compound with small 3-story buildings, landscaped gardens, and birdsong. The bedrooms and guest rooms in the small building were also furnished, though not so lavishly, but it fits Lu Ran's aesthetic. It was many times better than the hardboard bed in Lu Ran's rental house. It's like a heaven and a hell. Thanks to a few brothers and sisters for taking me to upgrade, but this house is also too expensive. I don't know, Lu Ran mused. He'd thought about his ability to join the Tendo Union, but hadn't thought that it would get such an exaggerated treatment. The 3 assembly presidents personally took him to upgrade. A platinum contract book of 500,000 apiece consumed one at a time by swiping it, and it was used casually as if it didn't cost anything. Just the platinum teamwork contract alone is estimated to have cost at least 20 million gold coins today. This mansion, moreover, I don't know how much money Lei Tai spent to take it down. Lu Ran, remember, in a data-driven world, everything is spoken in terms of ability, and you have the ability to. It's worth all these things. If we don't give them, someone else will. In your place, in your job. As long as you can be dedicated to our country, the country will not treat you poorly, it is mutual, talk about who owes who. Yi Hongi said seriously to Lu Ran. But Retai wasn't having any of it. He said sourly, hey, I gave the house away, I should say this. Yi Hongi glanced at him and said, you're a big old man, can you say that? Retai was silent for a few seconds. Scratching his head, he said to Lu Ran, brother won't say all that fancy stuff, but brother is reasonable and. Yi Hongi is right, you're worth all this stuff, and, what's this about? The Tiandao Alliance's side of the benefits for you have yet to be fully implemented, you'll be surprised when the time comes. Settle in. Lu Ran and Qin Wuya were going to the trading house to sell their equipment. Yi Hongi, as the president of the Red Leaf Chamber of Commerce, could actually acquire it directly. But after thinking about it, Yi Hongi still nodded and said, go ahead and. It just so happens that the 3 of us are going back to the Heavenly Dao Alliance branch to discuss it, and after you two rack up your equipment on the trading house, you'll go directly to the 88th private room in the Heavenly Edge building. I made a reservation. Lu Ran had originally planned to finish going to the trading house with Qin Wuyo and then have dinner. I didn't realize that Yi Hongyi had already made arrangements in advance and was eating at the Heaven's Edge building. Okay. Lu Ran nodded. Anyway, he chose to turn his back on the state, so he'll take whatever the state gives him. Otherwise it would seem like he's being pretentious. In Lu Ran's backpack, there were 3 gold legendary equipment and the rest were all purple rare equipment. That was because when painting the copies, Lu Ran picked them up and realized that his backpack was filling up quickly. It's too much of a delay to run out and sell your equipment specifically, so just drop all your rare equipment at once. For that matter, Lu Ran had thrown in quite a few rare equipment with average attributes. The backpack was now full of level 10 equipment, but the attributes were all good, and with the 3 golden legendary equipment, this was worth a lot of money. After the equipment hit the shelves, Lu Ran and Qin Wuyo went to the Heaven's Edge building. The lobby managers all came in after reporting room 88. Boss Yi has explained, the 2 of you follow me. The lobby manager was a middle-aged man that. With a face full of smiles, he brought Lu Ran and Qin Wuyo to the private room. But just go in. A figure in the aisle broke in. Lu Ran, you've made a lot of money in the past 2 days. How dare you come to this place? The one who came in was surprisingly Liang Xiaoyu. Barking up the wrong tree? It's not over, is it? Lu Ran raised his eyebrows and eyes indifferent to Liang Xiaoyu. This one still thinks it's a school day? Are you used to bullying Lu Ran? At that time, Lu Ran didn't have an awakened profession, and there was nothing he could do if he was beaten. But now, Lu Ran had too many ways to suppress Liang Xiaoyu. Liang Xiaoyu has been slapped in the face by Lu Ran 3 times in the past few days. The humiliation in his heart was almost suffocated to the sky. Just passing through the corridor. Seeing that Lu Ran, who had once been bullied and humiliated by him in school, was now qualified to enter such a place, the remaining sense of superiority in his heart was instantly torn to shreds. So, with a hot brain, he ran in to taunt. Just came to remind you that this is not a place where you can afford to spend your money and have a private room? Do you know what the minimum spending limit for private rooms is? Liang Xiaoyu continued to ask with a raised eyebrow. Having been suppressed and insulted by Lu Ran in terms of rank, he could now only get back at it in terms of financial strength. Lu Ran glanced at Liang Xiaoyu, as well as Wang Yujiu beside Liang Xiaoyu. Faintly, he said, I can afford to spend any amount of money, and this is our private room. You can get the hell out. Just kidding, Lu Ran has more than $200,000 in his pocket anyways, and that batch of equipment sold out today. It's at least in the big tens of thousands. You have a pocket full of $300,000 and you can't afford a meal? Can't afford a room? $500,000 of low consumption only, you Liang family can afford it, why can't we? Qin Wuyo suddenly spoke. Ha! Lu Ran almost missed his butt. This private room, the minimum spending is $500,000? $500,000 for a meal? Is this how rich people eat? He can't really afford it. Seeing Qin Wuyo helping out, Liang Xiaoyu's face twisted even more as he dared to taunt Lu Ran. But didn't dare to taunt Qin Wuyo. At that exact moment, the lobby manager came sniffing around, replacing a smile to Lu Ran. Only then did he frown and say to Liang Xiaoyu, this private room is reserved by our valued guests of Tian Yuan House, please leave and don't disturb the 2 of you. Chapter 26 I'll take this one down. A guest of honor? Liang Xiaoyu's heart snapped, subconsciously looking at Qin Wuyo. Could it be that the Qin family had ordered it? If it was the Qin family, Liang Xiaoyu wouldn't dare to make a move. But to my surprise, Qin Wuyo smiled wryly and embraced her hands in front of her chest, lazily said, don't think too much, it's not the Qin family that ordered it, it's Lu Ran's sister that ordered it, and what about your grudge, it has nothing to do with me, either. Don't mind me. Finished with a look of amusement. Favorably, Liang Xiaoyu's brain was not working well and did not appreciate the implications. Instead, he sighed in relief and raised his eyebrows, Lu Ran's sister? Then I'd like to see what kind of god Lu Ran, the sister, is, and just by him, what kind of big shot he can know. Lu Ran looked at Qin Wuyo and burst into tears. He had probably guessed what Qin Wuyo was thinking. It is clear that it is deliberately catching this Liang Xiaoyu want to see the fun. At this time, inside another private room, Liang Tai and a few guests were waiting. Eyes on the dish. But there was a delay in seeing Liang Xiaoyu come over. Liang Tai frowned at the people around him and asked, "Where's Xiaoyu? Why hasn't he come yet?" The subordinate beside him said, "Just now, the young master went to the 88th private room, perhaps he will come over in a while." Ah? Liang Tai froze, surprised. Isn't the 88th private room a special room? It's been a long time since it's been open, so who could have the skills to book the 88th private room? That's a question the men certainly don't know. But Liang Tai immediately realized the seriousness of the problem. Liang Xiaoyu has no problem bullying his classmates and stuff on weekdays, but here. If you messed with a big shot who had the ability to book the 88th private room, you would have to eat your words. So he got up in a panic and said with a smile, "A few of you wait a moment, I'll go out and take a look, I'll be right there." With that, he hurried out. Not long after, Liang Tai came to the 88th private room. At a glance, I saw Liang Xiaoyu and the lobby manager pushing and shoving each other back and forth. The lobby manager was in a cold sweat. He knows who booked this private room, and he can't afford to be messed up. So he gritted his teeth and said, "After all the good words, if the two of you still don't go, just don't blame us, Heaven's Edge House, for being impolite." After that, he was about to call security. But at that moment, Liang Tai walked in and said in a cold voice, "A mere lobby manager. I'd like to see how you're going to be rude to my son." At a time like this, you can still think of protecting your calf, not bad for a father and son. When the lobby manager saw Liang Tai, his face looked a bit ugly and he said in a deep voice, "Mr. Liang. This private room is really booked by a valued guest and should not be disturbed if anything goes wrong, neither you nor I can afford the responsibility." Liang Tai was no cutie pie either. Seeing the lobby manager with this nervous look, the heart also snapped. But on the contrary, Liang Xiaoyu was beside him. "Don't listen to his bull, Dad. This private room wasn't booked by the Qin family either, it was booked by Lu Ran's sister who came out of nowhere, and I still don't believe it. Does he, Lu Ran, a little scumbag from the slums, deserve to eat here?" Looks like Liang Xiaoyu is trying to seize the opportunity. Ironically, he wanted to humiliate Lu Ran in terms of financial strength today. But his father Liang Tai still had sense. After glancing at Lu Ran, as well as Qin Wuyao who was full of gloating, his heart shuddered fiercely. It's not good. No matter who booked this private room, even if it has nothing to do with Lu Ran, none of it is something the Liang family is qualified to stir up here. So he hurriedly pulled Liang Xiaoyu and walked out, while saying, "This is not a place for you to be wild. Let's go. But just turn around." Pang! A wall-like burly body in front of him blocked Liang Tai's way. Damn, where did that stupid big guy come from? Get lost. Liang Xiaoyu was forcibly pulled away by Liang Tai. His heart was indignant, and when he saw that someone was blocking the way, he immediately cursed. When the lobby manager took a look at this situation, his face changed drastically and he stood aside with a smile, trying to say something. The burly man, however, raised his hand to interrupt. Next. Boom! A punch hit Liang Xiaoyu right in the face. Liang Xiaoyu's whole body flew out as if it was a sandbag. Hit the wall hard. 480. There was also a big damage number floating out of his head, and the bloodstain was even bubbling up. A big chunk of it fell off. Liang Tai was instantly enraged. However, associating the identity of the other party may not be ordinary, not daring to risk a seizure. Just gritting his teeth, he said, "Dare to touch my Liang Tai's son, this is the Heaven's Edge building, so it's inconvenient to make a move, but this sum, I, Liang Tai, will mark it down." Really? We booked a private room, and you guys have the nerve to make a scene here. This sum, I, Lei Tai, have also written it down. After saying that, Lei Tai lifted the cape hat on his head. Seeing the face of the person in front of him, Liang Tai's face instantly paled like paper. Lei Tai. His name is Liang Tai, only one surname short of Lei Tai, but the status of the two men that's a world of difference. Moreover, Lei Tai is a man known for his iron blood, rigidity, and as the president of the War Flag Protectorate. It was a lofty mountain that Liang Tai could only look up to. President Lei. Lei. You booked a private room. Liang Tai swallowed. How could I not expect this private room to be booked by Lei Tai? He didn't order it, I did. Behind Lei Tai, a long red dress Yi Hongyi, who had a graceful and enchanting figure, lifted her veil. Liang Tai's brain exploded with a buzz. The president of Red Leaf House, Yi Hongyi. And also the president of the Red Leaf Chamber of Commerce. The presidents of the two major guilds had unexpectedly appeared here. Liang Tai opened his mouth and could no longer speak. Today's trip, Liang Xiaoyu, this waste of a son, is a real kick in the teeth. The bias was not enough, the next second. On the other side, Lu Xinxin also lifted the veil and said bitterly to Lei Tai, so impulsive that. When it really shouldn't. Said to lay low. How can you keep a low profile when you're directly exposing your identity? Liang Tai's head twisted mechanically and. There's only one voice in my head, Mirror Flower Watermoon's president, Lu Xinxin. She's here too. The four major guilds in Huaxia, except for Yu Qingsong, the president of the Heavenly Dao Alliance. The presidents of the other three are all here. Because of what? Because of Lu Ran? I didn't hold back. It's not easy to have dinner with Lu Ran, and these two little pussies are causing trouble here. Simply looking for death. Lei Tai cursed. Even Yi Hongyi had an icy expression. He said faintly, bullying my brother, I've made a note of this one, too. Looking at your guild emblem, you should be from the Heaven's Path Alliance, right? Very well, I'll have a personal chat with you, Qingsong. Liang Tai's body shook viciously. The heart is so bitter. He just thinks that he can't afford to mess with this private room number 88. That's why the first time he came to grab away Liang Xiaoyu. But also, I didn't expect it to be so horrible. Liang Jia has messed with the presidents of three major guilds at once, how can this still live? Liang Xiaoyu didn't even dare to let out a single fart at this time. Three presidents, my son he is still young. Don't know anything. Liang Tai swallowed and couldn't speak well. Don't bother listening, get lost. Yi Hongyi waved her hand. Liang Tai's voice came to an abrupt end, meeting Yi Hongyi's icy gaze. He could only face ugly and obediently shut up, greatly pulling Liang Xiaoyu away. Chapter 27, The Liang family's father and son suffer. The two of them were gone, but Wang Yujiao stayed where she was. She looked at Lu Ran with hopeful eyes and spoke with difficulty, Lu Ran. This is such a coincidence. Yi Hongyi looked at Lu Ran curiously. Asked, brother, do you know this girl? Lu Ran shrugged and said, not familiar. A sentence of not being familiar with it instantly tore the sliver of hope in Wang Yujiao's heart to shreds. She and Lu Ran locked eyes. But the softness that had been in the boy's eyes for 3 years was long gone, in its place was a deep indifference. It wasn't feigned desperation, but the absence of the slightest emotion, as if he were looking at a stranger. Wang Yujiao's heart shuddered fiercely as she awkwardly said, sorry to interrupt. After saying that, he turned around and left the booth as well. With things having come to this, Liang Tai no longer had the heart to continue going to dinner. Pulling Liang Xiaoyu, he directly left the Heaven's Edge building. After waiting for a while, Wang Yujiao came out right behind her. Snap! Liang Xiaoyu directly slapped a big ear and cursed angrily. What do you mean you're not coming out? Waiting for Lu Ran to forgive you? You're thinking of eating. Lu Ran is now qualified to dine with the 3 congressmen, can he look down on a like you? Used broken shoes. Liang Xiaoyu's tone was vicious. Wang Yujiao covered her face dully, her eyes covered with a layer of water mist. This attitude, she was not surprised that. When she decided to abandon Lu Ran and give herself as a tool to Liang Xiaoyu. She'd expected it. Only the result was not what she had expected. She didn't see the slightest hope of gaining qualifications to enter the Heavenly Dao Alliance. Lu Ran also drew a complete line with him. She even wondered if, in the beginning, in spite of everything, she had determined to remain with Lu Ran. Is it possible that the success Lu Ran can achieve, she will also have the opportunity to benefit from it? She certainly knew those 3 big shots who called the shots in China, and looking at the situation, Yi Hongyi actually called Lu Ran's sister and brother? Not only that, Lei Tai of the War Flag Protectorate, Lu Xinxin of the Mirror Flower and Water Moon. Surprisingly, they all knew Lu Ran. Lu Ran was surprisingly qualified to form a dinner party on an equal footing with these 3. When she thought about her own situation today, Wang Yujiao's heart was nothing but bitterness. Lu Ran and her, in just 3 days, were already not from the same world. Finally, he looked at Liang Xiaoyu who was rushing at him with insults in front of him. Wang Yujiao was in a bit of a trance, as a rare profession, even if she developed smoothly, later on, when she leveled up. Life is definitely not bad either. So eager to join the Heavenly Dao Alliance after the initial 1 month, while abandoning Lu Ran. Is it really worth it? She was already regretting it. Unfortunately, in this world, there are no pills for regrets. Liang Tai glanced at Wang Yujio and ignored it, pulling Liang Xiaoyu back. Pack up, Liang Tai said through gritted teeth. What? Dad, you're going out? Liang Xiaoyu asked in confusion. I'm out of your mother. Rubbish dog, you've got nothing to do. I give you good food and drink, and you don't have to worry about upgrading, so you're fooling around. You went to look for trouble with Lu Ran. You're a ing ball. Now that you've messed with the presidents of the 3 major guilds, you still want to stay in Blackfire City and enjoy yourself? Nima. Do you hear me? Fitting? Liang Tai cursed without any manners. It's rare to see Liang Tai get pissed off to this extent. Liang Xiaoyu didn't dare to squeak and honestly packed his things. And at the same time, in the Heavenly Dao Alliance branch of Black Flame City, Xinlai united with a few other deacons, fully loaded and ready to go. The vast army headed towards the Liang family. Qin Wuyo had long ago handed Xinlai the communicator from the 3 assassins who died that day. It was only that Lu Ran's affairs had been most pressing in the past 2 days, and now, new scores and old scores were being settled together. Inside the Heaven's Edge building, Lu Ran was a little staggered as he looked at the table full of sumptuous meals. Let's not talk about how much this private room costs for low consumption. You can tell by the quality of these dishes that they are definitely not cheap. Yi Hongyi had just ended the call with Yu Qingcun on the other end of the communicator. Lu Ran asked at this time, Sister Hong, the meal in this private room, it's not cheap, right, just for a meal. Doesn't it feel like a bit of a waste of money? Yi Hongyi thought for sure, 108 Tianyuan buildings in the country. It's all under the Red Leaf Chamber of Commerce of your sister and me, there's no such thing as waste, eat your food honestly, try this phantom fish. The main course. Eating it also increases the agility attribute by 5 points. Unfortunately, you can only add it once, per person. But it does taste good. Lu Ran was a bit stunned. I had heard that certain dishes here could increase attributes when eaten, and it was surprisingly true. And it's adding 5 attributes at once. That's like an extra level when comparing to other people. When they returned home at night, not only the 3 presidents, but even Qin Wuyao stayed at Lu Ran's house. Anyway, this mansion that Lei Tai sent was big enough, and to ensure efficiency, as well as Lu Ran's safety, solely lived together. And in the Liang family. At this time, a large number of people from the Heavenly Dao Alliance had already arrived. Inside the hall, Liang Tai's face turned pale as he looked at the several deacons of the Heavenly Dao Alliance. Careful, it's so late, you guys are. Aren't you clear about what you've done? Xinlai said indifferently. The corner of Liang Tai's mouth twitched. Thinking to myself, could it be because it interrupted Lu Ran's meal? Or did he bump into those bigwigs at Yi Hongyi and upset them? Liang Tai thought that since he had invoked it, he would hurry up and get out of here, but he didn't expect that. The punishment came so quickly. Bar Tay. Xinlai threw out a few things and threw them in front of Liang Tai. It was 3 blood-stained communicators. The pupils of Lei Tai's eyes suddenly shrunk as he looked at Xinlai incredulously. This belonged to those 3 assassins you hired to assassinate Lu Ran, when the... My daughter Qin Wuya was also present, do you have anything to say? Xinlai asked indifferently. Liang Tai subconsciously shook his head. In defense, misunderstanding, I don't know any assassins at all, what are you talking about? Why would I assassinate Lu Ran? Xinlai frowned, don't you have a brain? The communication records in this communicator are plain as day, the messages sent were also incoming and outgoing messages with you, the world is just better after data, that evidence is still clear enough. Liang Tai's heart trembled. Bitterly looking at Xinlai, he gritted his teeth and said, fine, I'll admit it. But my son has nothing to do with this, and your daughter being with Lu Ran was an accident, you can arrest me, you can't touch my son. At this point in time, Liang Tai could only hope to protect Liang Xiaoyu. However, Xinlai still shook his head and said, in the communicator, there is also a record of your son's communication. He had sent a total of 7 messages to one of the 3 assassins, 5 of which were inquiries as to whether or not the assassination of Lu Ran had been successful. The other 2 were to agree to promise a higher price to get the 3 assassins to do it as soon as possible. With these words, Liang Tai was disheartened by all thoughts. At that particular moment, Xinlai came up to Liang Tai and said to him with his ear, and I can tell you clearly that the real reason to put you to death is not my daughter, but about Lu Ran. Liang Tai was violently stunned, but Xinlai didn't give him a chance to continue pestering him. In a deep voice, he said, "Take the Liang family father and son away." At the same time glancing at the communicator. On it was a message from Yu Qingson, 2 simple words, erase. Chapter 28 New Skills and Words. Early the next morning, Lu Ran and Qin Wuyao partnered up and went to the school for the morning meeting as usual. Although Lu Ran had already felt that there was no need to attend the morning meeting, after all, the newcomer list dominated the first place. There's no suspense. Totally forced to pretend to go. He didn't need novice instruction from the academy either. But there are still school rules to follow. He realized that Liang Xiaoyu wasn't here, and even Wan Yujiao wasn't there. From that day on, no one in Blackfire City has ever seen Wan Yujiao again. No one knows where she went. Unsurprisingly, Lu Ran was level 13 and dominated the top of the list as usual. Qin Wuyao, 11 levels, was in a steady second place. And that kid in third place was only a mere 8th grade. Huge gap. After the morning meeting, Lu Ran thanked a large number of students who came up to climb up the ladder. And Qin Wuyao quickly returned home. The 3 presidents who had been waiting for a long time immediately got up, and the 5 of them entered the copy once again. Again, start the death mines on hard difficulty and start speed scraping. Throughout the day, close to evening, Lu Ran's level finally increased to level 15. The first time I learned the news. The 3 presidents, including Qin Wuyao, all immediately gathered over, each looking at Lu Ran with excitement. Lu Ran certainly knew what they were waiting for. He also opened the skill panel with some anticipation and nervousness. 15 levels of skills have been unlocked. Skill, Underworld Blood Spear. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Consumption, 20 mana. Effect, communicate with the undead dead energy of the underworld to gather a blood spear. Tear through the underworld space and release it after storing up power, dealing 100% of the base spell's attack power, and can be stored for up to 8 seconds. For every second of stored power, the damage is increased by 50%. A few people on the sidelines were impatient and urged. Did you see it? What's it like? The level 15 skill is Blood Spear, right? Yeah, I remember, the necromancer's main means of attack in the early stages, blood spears. That thing seems to store power? It doesn't matter if you store power or not. What's the new unlocked phrase? Lu Ran certainly knew about the necromancer's blood spear. The cooldown is only 30 seconds, and it can be stored for 8 seconds, and when it's full, the deals 400% of base blood spear damage. Very high damage. A turning point in the necromancer's brush experience. A low-level necromancer with a blood spear, and a low-level necromancer without a bloodline. It's more than a star difference. Without the blood spear, you can only manipulate the skeleton soldiers, who either die or explode in a corpse. There is a control skill, but it has a long cooldown and short control. However, after having the blood spear, the necromancer had a single attack, and his bottom line was quite strong. And it's still a stored power skill. Often, the skeleton soldier holds, the undead touch binds, and then the blood spear builds up to full power and releases. Deals instant massive damage. You don't have to just rely on skeleton soldiers when you're grouped with other people. You can store blood spears at the back of the group. That's why no one wants to group up before necromancer level 15. The reason for the immediate elevation of status at level 15. Next, Lu Ran looked at the word panel. Words, crouching in the dark. Effects, stored power skills will cancel the maximum time limit for storing power, and can be stored indefinitely. Holy! Lu Ran couldn't help but burst out when he saw this. Blood Spear is already a great single attack skill by itself. Today's newly unlocked words are simply tailor-made. Remove the time limit for storing power, unlimited storing power. What does that mean? Lu Ran can hold his blood spear in and boost his damage by 50% every second. That's 300% damage a minute. That's 30 times the damage. 10 minutes is 300 times that. Over an hour and 3,000 times the damage. What? No? What's the effect? I'm sorry, right, I said with blearily expectant eyes beside him. Lu Ran simply shared the panel directly and showed them. A few seconds later, several people's faces became unusually odd. Infinite power storage, wouldn't that be an infinite increase in damage? Give Lu Ran plenty of time. Is there anything in this world that he can't get rid of in seconds? Lu Xinchen said in surprise. Worthy of being my brother, sister really didn't misjudge you. Yi Hongyi laughed excitedly. Speaking in excitement, he pulled Lu Ran to his chest and wrapped him in a solid embrace. Lu Ran's head rubbed on the sheer softness again and coughed a few times. Smelling the unique body fragrance of Yi Hongyi between his nostrils, he was a bit apoplectic. It's a pity that Lu Ran's level is too low, otherwise, what a black dragon mountain range. Lu Ran held a blood spear in and directly secured that asshole black dragon. Lei Tai said regretfully. Lu Xinxin is still sensible. Sulking, he asked, blood spear base damage is your spell attack power, Lu Ran. How much is your spell attack now? Lu Ran opened the panel and looked at it, saying, 600. A 50% boost in base damage per second, that's 30 times the base damage in 1 minute. That's 18,000 spell damage, 10 minutes, it's 180,000. 1 hour, it's 1,080,000. Lu Xinxin totaled it up. Lei Tai, who was on the side, gulped at the sound of his voice and said, what, then? I'm just over 600,000 lifespan. He's a hidden profession Earth Knight. The president of the War Flag Protectorate. The absolute SS-ranked King Meat Shield in the Meat Titan profession. Upwards of 600,000 life points. Turns out it couldn't stand up to the blood spear of a level 15 necromancer? What's the point of panicking, aren't you a meat tank? Magic resistance is high. Yi Hongyi teased. High is high, but Lu Ran can store power for more than just 1 hour. This guy can store power for 10 hours. Or even a day. How much damage is a blood spear held for 10 hours? $10 million. Lei Tai was about to cry. He's the #1 meat tank in China. For the first time, I felt the security that came with my profession was instantly gone. That's saying seconds. And if he couldn't stand it, who else could in the whole world? And don't you forget, this kid, in addition to the 2 pieces of equipment you two gave him. Still covered in rags. He was only level 15. At a later stage, after the basic spell attack is high. The power of this blood spear. Lei Tai reminded the crowd. At those words, several people couldn't help but gulp. Instead, Qin Wuyao weakly reminded from the side, Lu Ran's spell casting distance has been brushed for another day today, so it's estimated to be 40 kilometers, right? Does this blood spear apply? At those words, the 3 of them froze, including Lu Ran. Then, all of them widened their eyes. Thousands of miles away, take the head of the enemy general. Lei Tai squeezed out a sentence through his teeth. Blood spear held back for a day, 40 kilometers of casting range, hit wherever you point it. I'm sorry, Yi Hongyi said excitedly. Only Lu Ran. The words popped into my head, what kind of blood spear is this, isn't it Barrett? No. It has so much more range than a Barrett, it's like an intercontinental missile. Lu Xinxin said with a smile, Lu Ran, you have nothing to do but store up your power, be prepared. Lei Tai said approvingly, yes, if anyone dares to assassinate you. You go up there with a well-stored blood spear. Chapter 29, what's the point of having a small life? Lu Ran did as he was told, and the blood spear built up its strength. Stored skills are different from normal skills. Normal skills are released immediately after you choose to release them. When you choose to release a power-up skill, it will first enter the power-up state, It's not actually released until it's selected again or the stash is full. And in Lu Ran's case, there is no such thing as an auto-release when the stored power is full. And the blood spear is invisible until it's released, existing in the underworld space. The only time it is released is when it tears through space and throws it out. Good stuff. Traveling at home, must have. It's a shame old you doesn't follow the brush. I'm really looking forward to old you's expression when he finds out about your new phrase. Lei Tai sighed. I'm rather looking forward to Lu Ran's performance in the team copies and the national battle. Yi Hongyi said. Moreover, successive upgrades also unlock new mysterious one more than one perverted phrase. Thinking about it, a few people who had been planning to get off the morning shift because they were bored with brushing, plan to brush for a little while longer, Don't waste a minute, brush up and go back to dinner. It's still Frostwolf Valley on hard difficulty. Planning to switch to a level 15 copy tomorrow, the Ash Jungle. It's finally time to change copies tomorrow, these 2 days inside this mine have suffocated me. I don't know, Rete said longingly. The Ash Jungle does look good, the paths are wide enough, the map area is concentrated, the speed of brushing copies should be able to be faster. Lu Xinxin immediately said. After a few people had brushed for another 2 hours, and after it had gotten completely dark, that's what left the copy. At this time, although it was evening, there were still quite a few people in the replica hall. Only at this point, most people were clustered on the right side of the replica hall, and the clamor was very loud. Lu Ran's few people were also puzzled and came over. On the right side of the replica hall, there are many panels, large and small. Lu Ran knew that this was a list of various leaderboards, but since he was still new to the game, so did not pay attention. On this, the equipment list, the level list, the guild list, everything. But at this moment, everyone was focusing on the Endless Tower's leaderboard. The Tower of Endlessness is a single-player rushing copy with no equipment drops, but high experience. Each layer can only be cleared once and is difficult. You should have learned it in school, right? Lu Xinxian immediately explained to Lu Ran. It's a habit of hers, whether she's getting into a copy or being exposed to something new. Lu Xinxian will all subconsciously explain new things to Lu Ran first time. Having studied, what is everyone gathering here for? Lu Ran asked. Because of the change in the rankings. Yi Hongyi gazed at the rankings and said with a frown. The Endless Tower leaderboard, with a total of 30 rankings displayed. It will show the name, profession, rank, country you belong to, and the guild you belong to. That's right, the leaderboard for the Tower of Infinity is the global leaderboard. Some of the names and occupations of the people on it are from other countries at first glance. The first place Nanayoi, who was originally the third place coming up, used to be the first place, which was Yu Qing-sung. I'm sorry, Yi Hongyi said by way of introduction. Lu Ran looked up. Sure enough, it was found. At this point, Yu Qing-sung had become second. First place, Nani occupation, Yin Yang master level, 62 country, Sakura. Guild, Ikinai Taisha floor, 61. Second place, Yu Qing-sung profession, Dragonborn warrior level, 63. Country, China Guild, Heaven's Path Alliance level, 59. Little Life came first? Lu Ran suddenly glared. What makes Little Day by? The other countries were just fine, and the Small Life squeezed Yu Qing-sung down, which made Lu Ran instantly harbor a fire. The small days are small, but the featured profession, the Undertaker, is very powerful. And the Endless Tower is very limited. The legal profession is almost difficult to get on the list. After all, there is no suitable and safe output environment. Summoning class professions are more advantageous. Lu Xinxian explained. As a Dragonborn warrior, Yu Qing-sung could cast his Dragonborn bloodline once every time he entered a copy. Dramatically increase all aspects of your attributes while having a giant dragon to aid in battle. He had stabilized the first place position in the Endless Tower for more than half a year. I didn't expect to suddenly be overtaken by this little day. The Undertaker as a specialty occupation in the small days of the. Its manipulated gods are similar to the summoned beasts manipulated by the summoner. The difference is that the gods activated by each Yin and Yang master are different, and this Nanashir, it's the eldest daughter of the small-time Tsuchimikado family, whose style is said to be very powerful. It's just a bit strange that in the past 6 months, Nanayai's ranking didn't have any major changes, but this time, he surpassed Yu Qing-sung in one fell swoop, and also surpassed by 2 levels. Lu Xinxian said with an introduction. This is why the little old days of state wars can outlast the wasps. If you compare the number of people in the country, it's not enough to dig up all the ancestors in that little day. But the national wars limit the number of people, and the small days when large batches of S take the field. Manipulating an assortment of gods is almost like an army of summoners. With this advantage, it has also made the small days very arrogant in the international arena over the years. Can I fight the Tower of Endlessness? Lu Ran suddenly asked. At those words, Yi Hongyi's few people froze. Lei Tai then slapped his head and said excitedly, right. I almost forgot about this. Lu Ran could store up his blood spear. When rushing through the layers, which layer could withstand Lu Ran's blood spear? A small day in the district. Lu Ran can crush him now. But Lu Xinxian immediately denied it. She mused, it's true that there's only one monster on each floor of the Tower of Endlessness. However, each floor has a time limit of 30 minutes, and if you can't finish it within 30 minutes, you'll be forcibly kicked out of the copy. Next. She patted Lu Ran's shoulder and continued, Lu Ran's current spell attack power. Even with half an hour's worth of stored power, it could only do 540,000 damage. Together with the magic resistance of the high-level Endless Tower bosses, it's impossible to kill them in seconds. Unless Lu Ran held back for a few hours and chose to enter the Tower of Endlessness and come back out again for a second, so on and so forth. But that would be so inefficient that you could only rush a few levels a day. But we don't need to be discouraged, quickly boost Lu Ran's spell attack power in a short period of time. Gathering some more equipment for Lu Ran would then impact the Tower of Infinity, and surpassing Nanasan would be a simple matter. Lu Xinxin see everyone a little frustrated, then comforting said. In the meantime, far away from the imperial capital, Yu Song, who had just finished handling his busy affairs, returned to his residence. Immediately, he learned that his endless tower ranking had been surpassed. Surpassing me by 2 layers in one day, 60 layers is a big hurdle, and she even passed them all. I'm sorry, Yu Song frowned. There are no rewards on the leaderboards themselves though. But the global ranking, in itself, is a breath of fresh air for the country. Now that he was stepped on by Little Day, one could imagine the humiliation and unwillingness in Yu Song's heart. He knew the difficulty of the 60-floor mark that. Several attempts even Yu Song could not resist and almost died inside, so he did not dare to take too many risks to try. After all, even in the Tower of Endlessness, death was really death. But immediately, he thought of Lu Ran, and his brows instantly relaxed. A mere endless tower ranking, what's there to fight about? He skimmed his lips and said, on the contrary, in the past 2 days, I wonder how efficient Lu Ran's upgrades were, whether the new words were unlocked, and how effective they were. Still can't help but be curious. Chapter 30 13 Hours of Pent-Up Energy. Wake up the next day. Lu Ran was planning to go to the school for the morning meeting. Instead, they found a lot more people coming and going on the streets of Blackfire City. Many of them were not dressed like they were local. They all came out from the teleportation array in the central plaza. The roof of the building. Yi Hongyi looked at the crowd coming and going on the street outside. His brows furrowed as he mused, why have so many people suddenly come to Blackfire City? There is no lack of some high combat professionals among them, and there are even people from other large guilds besides our 4 major guilds. It can't be that Lu Ran was exposed, right? Lei Tai asked worriedly from the side. I'll have someone look into it. Yi Hongyi murmured. At this time, Lu Xinxin suddenly came up from the stairs. Opening his mouth, he said, there's no need to check, these people coming to Black Flame City have nothing to do with Lu Ran. It's because of the field boss. At those words, Yi Hongyi and Lei Tai turned their heads to look at Lu Xinxin. Yi Hongyi asked, there's a wild boss out near Blackfire City? Seeing Lu Xinxin nodded, Yi Hongyi and Lei Tai immediately relieved. Wild bosses, commonly known as blessed bosses, are the world's randomized time that the randomized location generation. 3 hours prior to generation, teleportation arrays and visions will appear for easy detection. After that, the news would spread and it would attract high combat professionals from every main city in the country to try their luck. Of course, there are quite a few low-level ones who want a wave of riches and will follow in their desperation. Wild boss levels are also randomized, but usually not very low. Attacks won't be high enough to spike the air. But the blood will be horrible. It requires all professionals to surround and calculate the boss tailblade to determine the reward winner. This means that even if you're a newcomer, the last drop of the boss's blood is the one that you knock out of and the reward goes to you. That's opportunity. Wild boss drops are epic at worst. And it must be unranked. Its attributes are also very exaggerated, as long as the equipment dropped by field bosses. The values are often very outrageous. If someone is lucky enough to get the tailblade and get the reward, they are basically instantly rich. Of course, the danger is still great. Every time a field boss appears, a certain number of low-level professionals will unfortunately be killed. Dead is really dead. But the Great Lure still attracts a steady stream of professionals to take their chances. Naturally, these 3 presidents have little interest. They don't lack equipment, they don't lack money. It's also too lazy to get involved, and besides, there are so many people fighting that the odds of getting a tailblade are very slim. It's basically just running along for the whole ride. But just at this moment, Lu Xinxin suddenly opened his mouth, maybe Lu Ran can try. Yi Hongyi and Lei Tai looked at Lu Xinxin. The latter said, Lu Ran's blood spear, it's been held back for a night, its power can be imagined. Just keep an eye on the boss blood level, and when it's almost ready, just throw the bleeding spear, and you'll basically get the tailblade 100% of the time. Instantly, Yi Hongyi and Lei Tai's eyes lit up. Because the rewards of a wild boss are not just about superb equipment. There are also great experience rewards. Lu Xinxing continued, counting the time. Lu Ran's blood spear, It should have been held for more than 12 hours, according to Lu Ran's current spell attack. The blood spear has been stored for 12 hours. Is 12,960,000 damage, even after deducting the damage offset by the field boss's spell defenses. At least 10 million damage. Worthy of being Lu Xinxing, he calculated the damage of Lu Ran's blood spear after storing up his power almost instantly. Hearing that, both Yi Hongyi and Lei Tai were ruthlessly taken aback. Millions of injuries. A blood spear that had been stored up for a night would be able to kill any professional in the current world in seconds. Lu Ran is only level 15. The field boss hasn't appeared yet, there's about 40 minutes left. The level is unknown, the species is unknown, but the amount of blood can't be more than 50 million. So, Lu Ran just needs to wait for the field boss blood level to be swarmed to less than 1/5. Release the blood spear at once and it shall be taken. Regardless of the equipment bonus, just counting that experience bonus alone. It's enough to raise Lu Ran's current level by several levels. And don't forget, Lu Ran's spell casting range is at least 40 kilometers. Other side. When Lu Ran and Qin Wuyo had their morning meeting. Also heard the news about the wild boss appearing outside of Blackfire City. And the exact directions, the coordinates, were made public. Even this group of newcomer classmates were all excited to give it a try. However, it was soon splashed with cold water by the school's Chungchun Bei, who had discovered the phenomenon. There are a large number of people involved in field bosses, and the vast majority of them are 5-person squads. The probability of obtaining a tailblade is naturally high under the high burst of 5 high combat professionals. I know it's tempting for you too, but take a good look at your little attributes. Not to mention the fact that the odds of getting a tailblade are harder than ever. Let's just ask if you guys can carry one of the boss's ranged bursts? With this much power you guys have, you'll die at the touch of a field boss. So, losing your life for the almost impossible to get rewards of a field boss. Weigh yourselves. After all, they were students at the school, and the principal watched as a bunch of ruffians leapt to their feet and... The heart is anxious too. It would be a joke if the hordes of newbies ran out to their deaths without some persuasion. It still had an effect, and many of the students who had gotten together were immediately put off. This was because at the current stage, aside from Lu Ran and Qin Wuyo, most people were still less than level 10. Strong attacking professions also only have 2 attack skills. That pathetic attack, with the cooldown. As well as that amount of blood that will die if the boss rubs some skin on it. It's better not to get involved. After that, the newcomer ranking, without any surprise, Lu Ran was ranked 15 and continued to dominate the first place. Lit. The time up to the present. The students had almost gotten used to Lu Ran, the necromancer, crushing Qin Wuyao's hidden profession as well as several other rare professions. After the morning meeting, Lu Ran returned to the mansion. Yi Hongyi's few people were already waiting. Go, leave the city. Yi Hongyi spoke. What are you doing? Aren't we going to fight level 15 copies today? Lu Ran curiously said. There's no rush, first, we're gonna mess with that field boss. You take the equipment of the wild boss, you can also get a super high experience reward once, can be worth brushing quite a few trips to the copy. I'm sorry, Yi Hongyi explained. To kill a wild boss? Lu Ran mused, it's a bit dangerous, isn't it, the principal just said. That field boss has high attacks, and newcomers will easily be seconded if they go there. Lei Tai immediately glared and said, your kid has a spell casting range of 40 kilometers. Bosses don't want to touch you, what's there to be afraid of? Besides, you didn't release that blood spear, did you? Lu Ran then remembered. Hurriedly checking the skill panel, he then nodded and said, it's not released, it's been stored for 13 hours. That's enough, let's go, the boss should have appeared as well. Lu Xinxing calculated the time and said, but there is no need to be in too much of a hurry, the boss blood is very high, often needing the professionals to siege for about an hour. Chapter 31 It's ready, collect the reward. The teleportation array for the wild boss is to the northeast of Blackfire City. 23 kilometers away from Blackfire City. It's not far to say, but it's not close. But it's impossible to drive there, because the teleportation array is oriented in the middle of a mountain range. It can only be done by walking through the hills. You can still see a lot of people running past one after another on the road. But instead of choosing to join the others, Lu Ran's group took the remote mountain road. Straight to the top of the hill. On the way, Lu Xinxin is the most proficient data in the team. He and Lu Ran introduced in detail the mechanism of the field boss, the reward category, the calculation method, the blood bar, the defense, and so on. Understood, thank you Sister Xinxin. Lu Ran said gratefully. He could sense that the three presidents of the team had gone to great lengths to train him. Even quit the team. Because while many people choose to team up, after all, a team of five high combat professionals that. It's easy for the team to get the tailblade bonus while still having teammates working with each other. But again, experience rewards will be team shared and spread out. If Lu Ran killed it alone, it was a solo experience. Although the field bosses are rich in experience. However, the three presidents preferred to focus all their experience on Lu Ran. To this day, it didn't matter what team copies of the Black Dragon Mountain range or even their own upgrades. Nurturing Lu Ran is the key. A few people stopped in the grove at the top of the hill. Looking from their height. Could see in the distance, a body that stood as tall as 50 or 60 meters. The humanoid beast covered in golden fur roared and kept attacking the surroundings. It looked more like a huge ape with golden fur. But that ape has 8 arms. With the attack, boulders continued to coalesce around them and smash down. Every now and then the orangutan could be seen stomping his feet viciously, or pounding the ground, and even at this distance it still feels like the ground is shaking. At this distance, about 5 or 6 kilometers, your skill range is more than enough, no need to move forward. Wait here. Yi Hongyi narrowed her eyes in judgment. Next. Lu Xinxin, on the other hand, continued, level 58 armed Vudra. The field bosses are upper middle class, with 37 million blood and not much magic defense, so just to be on the safe side. Wait for the blood level to drop below a quarter before you release the blood spear. Lu Ran's blood spear even after deducting the damage from the magic defense reduction. It's also definitely possible to do 10 million or more damage. The blood is reduced to less than a quarter, which is considered to be 10 times better. Lu Ran nodded and narrowed his eyes at the 8 armed Vudra. This was the first time Lu Ran had unleashed his skills from a distance, and it felt strange. But he tried, and could have chosen the 8 armed Vudra as his target. Also, he found a very awkward point. Although his skill range grew infinitely, his field of vision was limited, 5 or 6 kilometers away. Plus the 8 armed Vudra is huge enough to still be able to see and choose targets. But if it's a small target, it's not an option. It also prevents you from releasing skills. Lu Xinxin seemed to see through Lu Ran's doubts and said, "Don't worry about it. You don't have many single target skills, and ranged skills, as well as summoning skills, are not required to select a target. Anyway, when the national war is within the battlefield, all the countries are far away from each other. Relying on your eyesight to select a target at a distance is unlikely." However, Lu Ran's ranged skills can be released by directly selecting the location of the map coordinates. Summoning skills can also be thrown out directly from a distance for an indiscriminate autonomous attack on the surrounding area. Hearing this, Lu Ran was slightly relieved. At this moment, countless professionals were still besieging the 8 armed Vudra. Even if they were 5 or 6 kilometers apart, the sound of the 8 armed Vudra's angry roar could be faintly heard. At the same time, the 8 armed Vudra's blood bar was slowly decreasing at a rate visible to the naked eye. Lu Ran's few people sat comfortably on the hilltop and waited. Qin Wuya was sitting right next to Lu Ran, looking at him excitedly from time to time. And look at that field boss. Yi Hongyi's trio, on the other hand, casually cleaned up the surrounding unattractive wild monsters from time to time. And the scene at the foot of the field boss. It was called a tragedy. Countless squads clustered around, bombarding the boss. Some of these rashers were already dead, and the bodies of the professionals were everywhere on the ground. This has also caused a number of rash people to wake up and exit the combat zone, either by forming a team and try it from a distance and attack carefully. Holy, I didn't realize it was an 8 armed Vudra. It's a little dangerous, I'll pull out. Don't give up your skills, everyone, play faster. Milkmaid seeks a team, equipment's worth equal share, team me. The equipment rewards of a level 50 field boss, absolutely superb. There was a lot of noise. The death toll is getting smaller. Aside from the initial group of frothing youngsters, there was a growing proportion of high combat professionals around. Quite a few of the low-level ones, with no one to team up with, have withdrawn from the fighting distance. Watched the action from a distance. Around the 8 armed Vudra, the ground shook, boulders tumbled, and the scene was very chaotic. Seeing that the boss blood level was getting lower and lower, It's getting close to a quarter. But for some reason, at this time, the speed at which the boss's blood decreased suddenly decreased. It's literally 3 or 4 times slower than before. Hilltop, Lu Xinxin sat next to Lu Ran, Smiling, he said, "You should see this, when the blood is running low at the end, the various professions start hiding their skills. The higher the damage, the higher the burst of skills, all pinch in the hands do not use. Just waiting for that last ounce of blood to fire up and grab the tailblade. And it's not just the big skills, a lot of the buff-enhancing skills of the pros. Save it all up too, save it for the end with a big skill to get maximum burst damage in a short period of time." Lu Xinxin continued. So, this led to the overall output all slowing down when the boss had little blood. The scene was a cockamamie one. Damn, a bunch of big shabbies, output a grass. I'm about to be ground to death by the boss. All you ing chicken thieves, save your skills, grass. What's the point of pretending? You don't stay, you release your skills instead. There's still more than a quarter of blood left, it's early, what's the point of keeping skills now? All full output. But no matter how much bickering there was on the floor, no one was willing to throw in their big skills, and there was no way they were going to explode. I'm afraid that I'll explode into weakness and not be able to capitalize on my last chance. And as the boss blood level gradually approached a quarter, Lu Xinxin from the hilltop patted Lu Ran's shoulder and said, "Prepare for the blood level is down to a quarter, and when I tell you to release the blood spear, you do so." Lu Ran nodded and stood up. Lu Xinxin was right beside him, looking in the direction of the 8-armed Vajra, calculating the values in his head. Finally, when the boss blood level was reduced to less than a quarter, Lu Xinxin said, "It's okay, collect the reward." Lu Ran's heart shook as the frost wolf staff immediately appeared in his hand. The staff then pointed forward. The blood spear, which had been stored up for more than 10 hours, began to be released. Chapter 32. Who can kill me here? This was the first time Lu Ran had used the blood spear skill. I didn't realize that the first time I used it, the other necromancers could only build up their blood spears for a maximum of 8 seconds. Lu Ran had been storing up his strength for more than 10 hours. Jab! As if tearing rags, the space above Lu Ran's head was suddenly ripped open. The inside of the mouth was dark and hard to see. Next, a lance-like object weaved out. But the spearhead is much longer than the head of a lance, flattened and open on both sides. The whole body seems to be poured with blood, scarlet red, but darker in color than the blood spears of ordinary necromancers. Black and red, black and black. On the surface the difference isn't that big. However, Yi Hongyi's few people all subconsciously staggered their bodies to the side. They were well aware of the power of Lu Ran's blood spear, and they had to know that they were not in a group right now, and Lu Ran's skills that hit them were counted as enemy unit damage. Lu Ran could kill any of them in seconds. Lu Ran stared at the blood spear, and in the next second, the blood spear, after a slight lurch, swished. It pierced the sky and was gone in an instant. Same time. Countless professionals were still outputting on the 8-armed Vajra, only the output was obviously much smaller. Someone shouted indignantly. "This is also too slow, do not enlarge the skills, small skills do not shed off. How long is this going to take to fight? A lot of people have died, don't ink me. Less than a quarter of a blood, people, step it up." But just then, pang! The 8-armed Vajra's body that was going berserk suddenly seemed to freeze and freeze still. The scene immediately looked a little weird. But someone soon realized something was wrong. Holy, where's the blood bar? Where's 8-armed Vajra's blood bar? Ha? Dead? That's dead? How did you die? Who killed you? Holy, this nigga, there's still close to a quarter of blood left. $7 million of blood, and that's all that's gone? Is this a bug in the world data? The scene exploded. Because a lot of people see it clearly. The original 8-armed Vajra's slowly declining blood bar, less than a quarter of the way down, was suddenly the instant clearing. Something must have instantly inflicted 7 to 8 million damage on the 8-armed Vajra. It directly killed the 8-armed Vajra in seconds. But now in this world, even the top global bigwigs, the top hidden professions, not to mention one skill, is a full set of skills burst a set of hit out, it is impossible to hit such high damage But whether they believed it or not, the huge body of the 8-armed Vajra was emptied of its blood bar after the unable to support himself any longer, he collapsed to the ground with a thud. Waiting for it, 10 minutes later, the body decomposed and disappeared. Other side. Lu Ran was alerted not more than a few seconds after the blood spear was released. Congratulations on successfully killing the level 50 field boss 8-armed Vajra. Congratulations on gaining 5 million in experience. Congratulations on your equipment reward. Leveling up. Leveling up. Leveling up. The series of prompts made Lu Ran's brain buzz. 5 million experience, holy. Lu Ran was taken aback. This field boss is also too good. It's a direct 3-stage promotion. Because according to Lu Xinxin's original prediction, Lu Ran brushes 1 day today, at most can rise 1.5 level. But now, killing a field boss in seconds and rising 3 levels in place. Lu Ran's level reached 18. It's only been a few days since the awakening. Lu Ran, what is it? Lei Tai asked anxiously. It gives 5 million experience and 3 consecutive levels. And, there's an equipment reward, let's see. Lu Ran immediately opened his backpack. The good thing is, data mining the world in order to avoid the field boss equipment drop and mass field melee to grab equipment or prevent the equipment owner to pick up the equipment. The person who got the tail blade is directly get the equipment reward into the backpack. Also, as a welfare boss as they say, the name of the person who killed it will not be announced. Otherwise, a level 10 necromancer. Instantly knocking out close to a quarter of the 8-armed Vajra's blood, this was simply frightening. 5 million experience, that saves us a lot of time. Lei Tai said excitedly. Yeah, it's a pity that the refreshment of wild bosses is irregular, random time, random place. Random level refreshes, or else brushing a field boss to upgrade is a good way. Lu Xinxin said. I'll send people to each main city to spy and keep an eye out, if any wild bosses appear. We'll teleport over immediately when the time comes, in time. Yi Hongyi mused. Of course, that was if Lu Ran had a well-stored blood spear. It would take at least a couple hours of storing up power to get 10 out of 10. Lu Ran's backpack had been emptied yesterday, and all the extra equipment had been hung up on the trading house. At this moment, there was only one piece of equipment lying quietly in the backpack. Hades Crystal Skull. Part, Helmet. Quality, Titan Epic. Rank, None. Occupation, Necromancer. Intelligence, 250. Stamina, 100. Legal defense, 170. Physical defense, 170. Bonus, increase base damage of undead skills by 5%. Bonus, provides passive yin and yang. Lu Ran can't read too well, so he simply shared the equipment attributes openly to give a few bigwigs a hand. Titan Epic. Lei Tai was the first to exclaim. It seemed to know that Lu Ran didn't understand. Lu Xinxin directly explained, epic equipment is also categorized, ordinary epic is called epic. But with prefixes, the quality also gains a substantial boost, and Titan Epic is one of those categories. I see, Lu Ran really didn't know about all this. Yi Hongyi said immediately afterward, normal epics only have one additional attribute. Titan Epics can have 2, and one of this one still boosts undead skill damage, albeit only by 5%. But put it on your blood spear and it's a geometric boost, nice, perfect fit for your abilities. Then a few people looked at another addition. What is this yin and yang passive? Lei Tai asked curiously. Lu Ran, equipment attached active skills, passive skills, etc., after you wear the equipment. It will all be displayed in your skill panel, so equip it and then open the skill panel to take a look. Lu Xinxin prompted. Lu Ran did as he was told. Immediately, Lu Ran's head was covered by a crystal skull, but it wasn't shocking. The crystal skull was crystal clear, but instead had an eerie beauty. And between the distortions, Lu Ran's face inside could not be seen. It's like there's actually a crystal skull standing in front of it. You can hide the helmet appearance display, otherwise it looks more or less weird. Qin Wuya was the closest and was staring at Lu Ran, when suddenly Lu Ran's head turned into a crystal skull. It startled her. Lu Ran hemmed and hawed and chose to hide. Only then did he open the skill panel. Inside, a skill did appear in the list of passives that were in effect. Passive, yin and yang. Effect, when a professional suffers a fatal attack, he or she will not die immediately. Instead, his life value is locked at 1, and he enters the absolute yin and yang stance, which is immune to all attacks for 10 seconds. Restores 30% life and mana after 10 seconds. Seeing this, Lu Ran raised an eyebrow and thought, matching the summons in the treasure gourd. Who else is going to kill me here? In the meantime, Lu Ran also got another hint. Your equipment, Hades Crystal Skull, has entered the 5th place in the global equipment list. Does it display your profile information? Chapter 33. Lu Ran's brain exploded with a buzz. This equipment, it's even entered the global equipment list? Is it that scary? Eyes are counting down to the prompt query. Lu Ran hurriedly asked, this equipment has entered the global equipment list. What does it mean to ask about displaying personal information? Hide. Lu Xinxin immediately shouted, choose hide first, don't show it. Lu Ran hurriedly did as he was told. He could probably understand that if this thing chose to display, you'll be able to see his personal information on the equipment list. An 18th level necromancer with equipment on the global equipment list is simply looking for death. Lu Xinxin patted his chest and said with hindsight. For other high war bigwigs, the gear list is the place to pretend to be famous. But to Lu, however, that is a proper death wish. This crystal skull, whose attributes aren't particularly good, with its additional 5% undead skill damage. It's not a big deal, it's just because it fits your ability, and it's even on the equipment list, so that means that another additional passive has a huge combined score. What exactly is the effect? Yihani analyzed. Lu Ran immediately shared the passive panel as well. After looking at it for a few seconds, Yihani and the others' eyes instantly lit up. Holy, there's such a thing as passivity? No matter how terrifying the outburst is, it won't be able to kill Lu Ran in seconds, instead, he'll go into a yin and yang stance. It also restores lifesteal when the duration is up. This is simply a life-preserving artifact. 10 seconds is enough time for Lu Ran to get ready to throw infinite summons. This means that no one can kill Lu Ran if he doesn't want to die. Don't forget, Lu Ran still has the treasure gourd from Sister Me. The three of them spoke to each other. This passive, the effect is indeed explosive, no wonder it is on the equipment list. Not only for Lu Ran, but for any high combat professional. The effect is all the equivalent of a second life. Good stuff, huh? This is God blessing my Huaxia, Lu Ran will not die. Huaxia will finally suppress the globe. Lei Tai laughed excitedly. As the president of the Battle Flag Protectorate, Lei Tai's guild also held the duty of guarding the borders. The Protectorate has fought the field more times than I can count. No one knew the cruelty of the world better than Lei Tai. In a data-driven world, where fists are hard and national power is not strong, just wait for it to be annexed by another country. That's why, after global data mining, many small countries were either annexed and disappeared, either merge into another country for a reason. And now, as long as Lu Ran doesn't die. With Lu Ran alone, it was possible for China to suppress the world. Same time. Replica halls in each of the main cities. Already more and more people are noticing the chart changes in the gear list. Suddenly an epic equipment parachuted into the rankings, occupying such a high position as 5th. Its effects, too, have caused a global sensation. Yin and yang, what an awesome effect. Isn't this equivalent to a second life? There's no fear of dying a violent death if you're assassinated. Not bad for a Titan epic, bull. Holy, a divine artifact, an absolute divine artifact. How much would that be worth? Who popped this? Everyone's doubts are unfulfilled. The owner's profile is hidden because of clicking on the ranking details. Hades Crystal Skull. Owner? Rank? Occupation, necromancer. Country, China. Names and ranks are completely hidden, except for professions and country affiliations, which can't be hidden. Only a question mark is displayed. Occupation is actually useless to be able to hide, as the occupation restriction for that equipment is necromancer. This directly caused a riot among the major powers. At one point, the major guilds started posting bounties that even the mercenary union had seen countless equipment commissions appear. There is only one purpose, to buy this equipment. Anything that makes it onto the global gear list isn't crap, but the additional abilities of the other gear are even more powerful. You have to have a life to use it, too. Relatively speaking, the major high war professionals that the various powers or guild bigwigs with supreme status and position cherished their lives even more. After all, resurrection does not exist in this world. And just having the crystal skull of Hades is equivalent to having a second life. No worries at all about being killed in seconds under an outburst. How much is a life worth? Inestimable. However, the commissions, or purchase prices, of the various commission tasks had soared to tens of billions. It's not really a commission, but rather an attempt by various bigwigs to entice the owner of the equipment they've found to buy with each other. After all, the other party's identity was completely hidden and no one could find out. And when Lu Ran and the others arrived at the duplicate hall ready to brush their duplicates, they also saw this scene, as well as a variety of commission tasks all over the place. Its price was still climbing, and Lu Ran was staggered to see it. It's a good thing you've hidden your profile. Otherwise, a level 10 necromancer carrying such a heaven-defying piece of equipment, one can only imagine what awaits him. Let them be, no one can find you when you're hidden anyway, and that crystal skull, just don't show the appearance, just keep hiding the appearance. Lu Xinxing barked at Lu Ran. Lu Ran nodded solemnly. He wouldn't dare expose this thing if it killed him. Lu Ran understood the truth of harboring the wrong person so profoundly for the first time. Alright then, let's keep brushing, and try to get you to level 20 today. Although it's a bit more difficult, let's try to step it up. Yi Hongyi said. Then Claptrap traded Lu Ran a whole bunch of platinum teaming compacts, used to reduce the experience penalty for each copy. Afternoon, Imperial. Yu Qingsong finished dealing with the business at hand and was notified of a meeting by his superiors. He hurried over. It was found that there were a few more yellow hairs in the conference room, not Chinese. On top of that, there were some higher-ups at the top, all of whom were already seated. When Yu Qingsong arrives, it was one of the yellow hairs that condescendingly said to Yu Qingsong, "Are you the president of the Heavenly Dao Alliance, Yu Qingsong?" The Chinese language was not spoken in a standard enough manner, but you could tell it was practiced. Yes. How did you guys come into Chinese territory? Yu Qingsong asked bluntly. All the transnational teleportation points in Huaxia have been shut down. Professionals from other countries in China have also been repatriated out of the country. What do these guys do? We're members of the Storm Guild, we had an appointment a couple days ago. I'm sorry, Yellow Hair said immediately. You still haven't answered my question, how did you get in? Yu Qingsong said coldly. At this point, another senior at his side said, they entered the country by application. Getting temporary access to transnational teleportation coming in, remember the deal we offered after they cleared the Black Dragon mountain range earlier? Yu Qingsong then remembered. The first guild in the world to pass through the Black Dragon Mountains at that time was Storm, commonly known as Storm. It's the number 1 guild in Eagle Jam. Huaxia hoped to acquire a few pieces of Black Dragon Mountain Range's regiment equipment through purchase or trade-in, expecting to play a decisive role in taking down the Black Dragon Mountains after getting a few powerful pieces of equipment. Get more gear. But it was rejected outright by the Storm Guild at the time. I didn't expect the other side to come forward now. Yu Qingsong raised an eyebrow. Playfully, he looked at the several Storm Guild members on the opposite side of the room who were full of arrogance and smugness. Because of the Black Dragon Regiment's original equipment, Huaxia doesn't need it anymore. Chapter 34 The Hawksbane Deal. At this time, the yellow hair leading the group spoke. Introduce myself first, my name is. It doesn't matter what your name is, what are you here for? Yu Qingsong directly interrupted the other party. Yellow hair froze. Frowning, he said, Huaxia had contacted our guild before. Hopefully, our side can offer you the purchase or trade-in of equipment from the Black Dragon Mountains, and we can give you that opportunity now. After saying that, Yellow Hair placed the 3 pieces of equipment on the table with a big grin. But the ridiculous thing was that these 3, all of them, were purple rare equipment, not even legendary equipment. And Yu Qingsong swept his eyes and found that it was 2 wrist guards and a pair of shoes. Of the full bodysuits, the main armor, which provides dual defense and a large number of attack-defense attributes, does not have that. Weapons are also absent, and trinkets are even more non-existent. Just take out 3 dispensable accessories? Favorably, Yellow Hair even said smugly, you guys should have never seen the equipment of the Black Dragon Mountain Range, right? These 3 pieces, we are willing to sell them to you for 500 million gold coins each. What the hell? Not only Yu Qingsong, but several other leaders also had a strange look on their faces. Are these yellowheads out of their minds? It's a Black Dragon Range outfit, but not a major part of it. And it's only purple rare quality. For this thing, it costs 500 million gold coins apiece? Wanna fart eat? Don't. Yu Ching-sung said lazily. It's not here to tease the cutie. Is that it? That yellow hair furrowed his brows and said, what do you mean, we're willing to give you a chance to. You don't value yourselves. That the three pieces are not major parts, and that the probability is that they are loose. Rare equipment that can't even form a set, $500 million apiece? Are you poor and crazy? Yu Ching-sung asked rhetorically. Not even interested in going to check the properties. The price is negotiable, so if it seems a bit steep we can talk about it again. Lower the price a bit. Yellow hair's tone suddenly softened a bit. What kind of character was Yu Ching-sung? He instantly understood. The $500 million was definitely not an offer given by yellow hair's superiors. It's just that yellow hair wanted to make money out of it, so he set his own price, and that's definitely a much more outrageous price than what the yellow hair OP gave. No need to discuss, don't. Yu Ching-sung waved his hand and said lazily. A few of the leaders around him were getting a little anxious. One of them said, Optimus Prime, do you want to think about this for a while? After all, it's equipment from the Black Dragon Mountain range. Even if it's of rare quality, we still need it, and the price will be lowered again if it's suitable. It can be taken. Don't. Yu Ching-sung said decisively, make equipment deals with other countries. It's up to me to make the decisions, and I have my own plans. He certainly knew what a few leaders meant. Because even if it's a rare quality piece of equipment from the Black Dragon Mountains, as the highest level and most difficult team copy at this stage, the attributes must be very powerful even if they are of rare quality. And it's not the leader's money that's being spent, it's the treasury's money. These leaders can just decide to come down with no heartache. But Yu Ching-sung didn't want to be a little cutie being played with by yellow hair. Seeing that Yu Ching-sung's tone was so resolute, the several leaders couldn't say anything. They were not the highest level leaders, and they could not intervene in Yu Ching-sung's decision-making. Of course, they were even less aware that Yu Ching-sung's backbone came from Lu Ran. Yu Ching-sung hadn't thought about whether or not to expose Lu Ran to the top. Because once it was exposed, Yu Ching-sung couldn't intervene with any more decisions from the top. And the yellow hair on the opposite side was a bit dumbfounded. He didn't come over here on this trip to play hard to get, he really came to make a deal. So he hurriedly said, we can lower the price significantly, the price I said before that. Just for reference, how about this, 200 million for one piece, no, 100 million. 3 pieces, 300 million, how about that? Don't. Yu Ching-sung said lazily, biting off more than he could chew. 300 million? $300 million spent on Lu Ran would be blood money. Bam! Yellow hair gritted his teeth and suddenly pulled out another broadsword, which caught Yu Ching-sung's eye. And he immediately realized that this equipment was aimed at him, Yu Ching-sung. Because the broadsword happens to be the equipment he uses. Moreover, this equipment was also a red epic equipment. The smug smile on yellow hair's face instantly surfaced again. Opening his mouth, he said, this is an epic equipment from the Black Dragon Mountain range. President, you will definitely like it. Yu Ching-sung murmured, name a price. Yellow hair, however, waved his hand and said, this piece of equipment, it's worth its weight in gold. Not something you can afford to spend money on. What do you mean? You take it out and light it up for fun? Yu Ching-sung frowned. This morning, Wasia came out with a piece of equipment that honored the equipment list. The crystal skull called Hades. President, you should know about it, right? Yellow hair opened his mouth. Yu Ching-sung sneered. That's the main purpose of this one. And it's not like changing your mind about wanting to sell your Black Dragon equipment when you apply specifically to run over here. Instead, they came for the crystal skull of Hades. I know. Yu Ching-sung nodded. It's good to know. President Yu is very powerful. I'm sure the bearer of that equipment can be found, and if we can get our hands on the crystal skull of Hades, the sword, just give it to Chairman Yu as a gift. Yellow hair said smilingly. Yu Ching-sung looked at yellow hair with indifferent eyes. Yellow hair also added, by the way, I forgot to tell President Yu that this sword it's the Dragon Spine Giant sword that's ranked 4th on the global equipment list, and is a solid favorite over Hades' crystal skull. Attribute President Yu should have seen it in the equipment list, so I won't explain much. At those words, Yu Ching-sung's heart shook. Surprisingly, it was the Dragon Spine Giant sword. That was a lucky drop from the Storm Union's passage through the Black Dragon mountain range, the Black Dragon equipment. And the skills that came with the Dragon Spine Giant Sword could be perfectly adapted to Yu Qingsong's Dragonborn warrior skills. But relatively speaking, Yu Qingsong was also well aware of the value of Hades' Crystal Skull. Life Preserver. Although ranked one place lower than the Dragon Ridge Giant Sword. However, its value in the minds of all high combat professional bigwigs definitely far exceeded the Dragon Spine Giant Sword. Otherwise, Yellow Hair wouldn't have hurriedly applied for entry to change in the first place. They also had their eye on Hades' Crystal Skull. But now the problem came, even if Yu Qingsong wanted to change it, he couldn't find the owner of the equipment. The population of China is so large, how can we find it? The owner of the Crystal Skull of Hades, who is hiding his personal information. Other than knowing that the other party's occupation is a necromancer, there is no other information. Yu Qingsong casually prevaricated. But mid-sentence, he snapped. Necromancer. Did. Though the thought was bizarre, after all, Lu Ran was only in his late teens. Still, he quickly opened his comb. Sent a message to Lu Xinxin, Hades' Crystal Skull, whose is it? Yellow Hair eyed Yu Qingsong halfway through his sentence. Impatiently, he urged, President Yu, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for you. You have until tomorrow evening to find the Crystal Skull of Hades and deliver it to us, or it will be late, and as for tonight, make arrangements for our lodging, and fine cuisine, and we await your good news. Yu Qingsong glanced at Yellow Hair and ignored it. Just staring at the communicator. A few seconds later, Lu Xinxin's message was sent over with 4 simple words, it's Lu Rance. Instantly, Yu Qingsong's eyebrows flew up and he got up with a laugh. Glancing at a couple of yellow hairs, he said aloud, see them off. Chapter 35, Once a Chancellor. Huh? What? Yellow Hair was dumbfounded, staring wide-eyed and pointing at the Dragon Spine Giant Sword in front of him. He said, President Yu, you can see it clearly, the genuine Dragon Spine Giant Sword. Look carefully, it's not rare, take it and roll. Yu Qingsong waved his hand and said. This shouldn't be Yellow Hair a little confused, so good, say don't want it? Yu Qingsong, think it over. If you miss this village, you won't find this store. Moreover, if you don't want the equipment from the Black Dragon mountain range, there are countries that do. You'll all regret it. I'm sorry, Yellow Hair screamed. Regret? My great China, worse than your trash equipment? Yu Qingsong said with a cold smile. Good. 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 I'm waiting to see, when the national war comes. I, Eagle Jam, will be the first to take you, Huaxia, to task. Do as I say. Yellow Hair said angrily. Happy to oblige, and since you said so, go back and send a message to your Congress. On the day of the national war, I, Huaxia, will also be the first to take eagle sauce and say yes. Yu Qingsong did not budge. The two sides went toe-to-toe. Yu Qingsong didn't bother to talk nonsense with the other party and turned around to leave. But at that moment, Yellow Hair couldn't hold his breath and cursed, shameless Chinese pigs. Then wait for. Pang. Before the words were even finished, a broadsword was stuck on the table in front of Yellow Hair. The casual clothes on Yu Qingsong's body exploded, and the black Qilin suit was entwined with a black dragon aura. It was as if the air around them was going to distort. He stood on the conference table and looked down at Yellow Hair. Like a monarch in the world, he spat out a sentence in a cold voice, apologize, or else, die. Gulp. Yellow Hair gulped. Only then did he suddenly remember, don't look at the current Yu Qingsong in a suit, svelte. But once upon a time, Yu Qingsong, before becoming the head of the Heavenly Tao Alliance, was the Grand Commander of the Chinese War Flag Protectorate Army. I don't know how many people from outside the country have been killed. Yellow Hair hurriedly said, yes. Sorry, I just. Impulsive. Yu Qingsong looked at Yellow Hair indifferently, killing intent flickering in his eyes. But now as the head of the Heaven's Path Alliance, representing the face of the #1 guild in China, he ended up swallowing it. In a deep voice, he said, get out. With one word, the Yellow Hairs and several people were like amnesty and ran away. In a data-driven world, these Yellow Hairs applying for entry as envoys can't be moved easily. A few leaders sighed and said to Yu Kangkang, now that the national war is imminent. The Black Dragon mountain range can't be attacked for a long time, our situation, it's not good. I have my own decision. Yu Qingsong said casually. The original intention to inform Lu ran out of the idea, but also because of the performance of these leaders today, the completely demoralized. Unless one bypasses these leaders and gets to the ones at the top, there's no bird. Lu ran will only be used as a tool by these punk leaders. He's going to wait for a month from now, when Lu ran makes a splash and comes up with the means to shock the world. At that time, Lu ran would naturally be able to obtain the status and identity he deserved. Other side. Lu ran's few people brushed until the evening. Lu ran's level, too, had risen to over 80% of level 19. It wasn't far from level 20. After all, the previous field boss had directly allowed Lu ran to gain 5 million experience. The level went straight up to over 18. There's no hope for today. Rest, Lu ran. A moment later, I'll give you some randomly assembled unranked equipment. After exiting the copy, Lu Xinshin suddenly said. Several people looked at Lu Xinshin in confusion. Lu Xinshin said. Didn't you want to try the Endless Tower? I've thought about it, the Tower of Endlessness, although each person can only succeed in swiping once per floor. Gain 1 experience. But for you right now, pre-experience is especially important. The sooner you level up, and then brush the more advanced copies, the more experience you'll gain. Getting you some random unranked gear for tomorrow after the morning meeting at school. You'll just go brush the Endless Tower. I'm sure this wave can gain a lot of experience. Lu ran did have the idea of brushing the Endless Tower. But Yi Hongyi said worriedly, would it be too dangerous for the Tower of Endlessness to enter into battle? You can't leave the copy in the middle of a battle unless you kill the boss to get through it, or stick around for 30 minutes to be automatically kicked out of the copy. This was one of the biggest difficulties in hitting the layers of the Tower of Endlessness. It's not that many people can't punch anymore. Rather, they are afraid to rush. If you get to the next level, you can't fight, you can't kill, and you can't stabilize your own blood. If you don't last 30 minutes, you'll have to wait for death. Even Yu Qingtsong, who had attempted the 60th floor barrier a dozen times, was unable to kill the boss. Fortunately, Yu Qingtsong's skill characteristics, it was still no problem to hold on for 30 minutes without dying. As for the others, they easily did not dare to rush the layers. This is why Sakura's Nanako caused a global sensation by charging several levels in a row to surpass Yu Kengsu. It's not that easy to recover rankings. It takes a desperate attempt. Therefore, Yi Hongyi's worry was not unreasonable. After all, Lu ran's level was still too low, only 19. But Lu Xinshin confidently said, it will be fine. Next. She said to Lu ran, your blood spear has been storing up power since you killed the 8-armed Vajra in the morning, very good, keep storing up power, go back to fight the Tower of Endlessness tomorrow morning after the morning session, don't use the blood spear. Just use your skeleton soldiers for an unending stream of corpse explosions until a certain level of mana can't keep up and you can't kill the boss on that level, then use the blood spear. In that case, it's foolproof. Anyway, just froze and rushed, and when you couldn't rush anymore. The blood spear you've been holding all night is thrown straight out to get the boss, after which you quit. In this way, even if Lu ran only rushes 1 floor a day, surpassing Nanasan will be easy. And without any danger, don't you forget that Lu ran still has the yin and yang of the crystal skull. After listening to Lu Xinshin's analysis, Lei Tai immediately gave a thumbs up. Said, also have to be Xinshin, see is penetrating, you let the old Lei I think about these things, my head hurts. Yi Hongyi was also a bit of an expert, instantly figuring out the key points. It's still true. Lu ran went to brush the Endless Tower without any danger. A simple sentence is, brainless rush, can't rush, throw blood spear to finish. And going to charge once in the morning, throw a blood spear to close it out, then build up the power. Come out and follow us to brush copies for a day, and then rush again at night, throwing blood spears to wrap things up, so you can rush at least 2 tiers a day if you do the math. I don't know, Yi Hongyi said analytically. And right now, it was up to Lu ran to see how many floors he could charge in one breath tomorrow. Gathering equipment for Lu ran was also to boost Lu ran's spell attack power by another big chunk. After all, Lu ran had only a handful of good equipment on him right now. Piecing together some loose ends is crap. To be on the safe side, Yi Hongyi directly brought Lu ran to the Red Leaf Chamber of Commerce. First, we'll go to the Red Leaf Chamber of Commerce and pick up a set of unranked to put it together. Told you that guy applied for the open equipment treasury, how late no movement, otherwise, the treasury is a lot of good things. I'm sorry, Yi Hongyi muttered. Chapter 36, The Newcomer's Well-Deserved Number 1. Yi Hongyi was also willing to give up. Although there was no time to squat good equipment, and Lu Ran was low level right now anyway. The follow-up has to keep changing. And the really good equipment will not be sold in the trading houses and chambers of commerce. So, the average unranked epic is still good enough. Yi Hongyi doesn't care what the price is, as long as it suits Lu Ran. Those with high intelligence spell attack bonuses, take them as they are. With a set of equipment, Lu Ran's spell attack power reached 1007. Compared to the previous 600 spell attack power, it was a bird's nest. Lu Ran, let's not talk about those skills and word effects you have and whatnot. Just this 1700 spell attack power alone, but it's already more than a lot of level 30 and 40 magic professions. Lei Tai said approvingly. Lu Ran certainly knew that. But just as well, he knew how much it had cost, how much Yi Hongyi had spent for him. Thank you, Sister Hong. Lu Ran said from the bottom of his heart. These people, who were really sparing no effort to help Lu Ran, took all the best they could give him. Thank you is not necessary, the Tower of Endlessness fights well, and suppresses the small days. Taking back the top spot that belongs to our Huaxia and fighting for our breath is the best way to thank you. Yi Hongyi patted Lu Ran's shoulder and said. As for Lu Xinxin, she subconsciously calculated Lu Ran's damage today. It's not really hard to calculate. Today's Lu Ran had a spell attack power of 1007. The Blood Spear builds up power infinitely, boosting base damage by 50% per second. 1 minute is 30 times the base damage, that's 51,000 spell damage. 10 minutes. It's 51 million. For 1 hour, it's 3,000,006. That's only an hour's worth of damage. Storing up power for a night, even if it's 10 hours, that's over 30 million damage. It can be said to be second to the sky and second to the air. With the Blood Spear as his last resort, Lu Ran's Endless Tower was not in the slightest danger. I'm also curious as to how many floors you'll be able to reach in one breath tomorrow. It should be possible to gain a lot of experience. Lu Xinxin said. The crowd waited and waited. This also led to the fact that during the morning meeting the next day, Lu Ran was distracted throughout. The Endless Tower was on his mind. As for the ranking, Lu Ran was of course number 1, there was no doubt about it, and Lu Ran did not have the slightest ripple in his heart. Even without the effects of skills and words, such a huge tilt of resources and cultivation of. Even if it's a wooden stake, the level rises. And as the newcomer list rankings continue to be revealed, it could be seen that a number of people had already risen to level 10, with the third of them already at level 11. Then, as has been the case for the past 2 days, the revelation that the second place. Everyone's eyes looked towards Qin Wuyao's class. Qin Wuyao, on the other hand, turned her head to look at Lu Ran. Second place, level 13 spacewalker, Qin Wuyao. Qin Wuyao was already level 13. The guy in third place, a rare profession, is sitting in his seat sighing at the moment. Obviously third place is not low. It was a ranking that many people envied, but how could he not be happy at all? Probably because the gap with the second place Qin Wuyao was too big. Qin Wuyao was level 13, and his level 11 though it only seemed to be a difference of 2 levels. But the difference in experience needed for those 2 levels is no small number. The gap is huge. And, there's the first place winner, Lu Ran, that's the real monster. The playground was noisy. Qin Wuyao's upgrading speed is also fast, it's level 13. What the hell do you guys know? The gossip is that Qin Wuyao was upgraded with Lu Ran. Supposedly there's a big man himself leading them? But we don't know who's leading them yet. Yesterday Lu Ran was level 15, now he should be level 16, right? That's not necessarily true. After level 15, the experience needed to upgrade is terrifying. It's hard to go up a level in a day. But even if Lu Ran isn't 16, I guess it's not too far off. He's still firmly in first place. Wooly, I'm only at level 7, the gap is too big. The clamor. First place is gradually revealed. First place, level 19 Necromancer, Lu Ran. The moment he saw Lu Ran's name appear, the entire playground was silent. Lu Ran was surprisingly level 19. Yesterday it was only level 15. This short day, what did this guy do? The entire playground instantly exploded. This. 19 levels in one day? I'm not blinking, am I? Holy, how the hell did that happen? The second place Qin Wuyao is only level 13, the third place is only level 11, and Lu Ran, the number 1. 19 levels. I have nothing more to say. Lu Ran is still Lu Ran, even if an ordinary necromancer is awakened. Still the same wizard. Even the various tutors as well as the school's Yank Sijinbei looked dumbfounded. Lu Ran's previous upgrade speed was already exaggerated, and to his surprise, it was even more exaggerated now. Upgrade from level 15 to 19 in one day. Crossing 4 levels in a row. The experience required for this is in the millions, approaching tens of millions at least. It was completely unimaginable how Lu Ran had done it. Only Lu Ran himself, at peace with himself, watched as the rankings were announced. The Zhang Jinbei began to exchange pleasantries and say something polite. Mentor's help Lu Ran didn't need. Solely just get up and leave. Xin Wuyo had been watching Lu Ran, and when she realized that Lu Ran had gotten up, she hurriedly followed. Outside the playground, Xin Wuyo said sourly, "No matter how much more, the two of us used to be known as the greatest generation twins. It's only been a few days since I awakened to my profession, and you've fallen so far behind." Lu Ran skimmed his lips. Said, "In the previous spiritual power ranking, I was number 1 and you were number 2, and now in the newcomer ranking, I'm first, you're second, isn't it still the same? And the Jedi double? Why haven't I heard that nickname before? Che, can that be the same? You're at level 19 now. A whole 4 levels of difference. And now that you're going to fight the Tower of Infinity, another huge amount of experience, our gap is going to get bigger and bigger." "I don't know," Xin Wuyo said. "You can fight if you want to," Lu Ran said. "Pull back, I don't want to die yet, except for you, the odd man out. How would anyone dare to fight the Endless Tower at a dozen levels?" Xin Wuyo waved her hand back and forth. Not much longer. The two arrived at the replica hall and assembled with the 3 cape-hatted presidents. "The entrance to the Tower of Endlessness is just over there." Yi Hongyi reached out and pointed. There weren't many people on the teleportation array not far away, in contrast to the crowded state of the replicas over there. Tower of Infinity apparently doesn't get played by many people. Check for blood spears, and mark my words, if you can't beat them, use them to get through. Then exit the copy, don't try to be strong. Lu Xinxin's voice is as soft and nice as before, but the tone was very serious and commanding. Lu Ran didn't dare to be careless. Check the blood spear, it's been storing power for 12 hours. Over 30 million damage was enough to kill any boss in the Endless Tower. Sister Xin, don't worry, I understand. Lu Ran said solemnly. Then under the expectant gazes of several people, Lu Ran took a deep breath and stepped into the teleportation array of the Tower of Endlessness. After choosing to enter, the figure flickered and disappeared into place. Chapter 37. This is now truly invincible. This was Lu Ran's first time entering a copy of the Endless Tower. His position was within the safety zone on the side of a huge platform. In the center of the platform is a Peppy Pig, only larger. Grade 1 Peppy Pig, first floor. Lu Ran could see the level, the name of the monster, but not the blood, attributes, etc. This level 1 is, obviously, the easiest. Lu Ran didn't rush to fight, but twisted his head to look around. Around the entire platform, 8 sky-high stone pillars lined up at the octagonal corners, supporting the dome above. The height was about 50 meters. The platform is then surrounded by walls. You can also see the 8 tower windows. Lu Ran guessed that his current location should be on the first floor of the Tower of Endlessness. Then just hit them upwards in order. It's just that currently Lu Ran hadn't seen any stairs or any other way to get to the second level above. Let's start the fight then, these low-level ones in front of us should be easy. I don't know, Lu Ran mused. Then pulled out his staff. It was worth mentioning that what Lu Ran was holding in his hand now was no longer the Frost Wolf staff. Instead, it was an unranked epic that Yi Hongyi had picked out for him. This one was picked because of the high intelligence of the weapon, There is also a 3% bonus to spell attack power. In the words of Lu Xinxin, any attribute that percentage increases the power of a spell attack. To Lu, however, it is all a godly attribute. It seems dispensable to add that much spell attack power to a normal spellcasting profession. But that 3% of spell attack power added to Lu Ran's blood spear buildup, that boosted damage that. But it's very scary. Pang. In the blink of an eye a dozen skeletons were thrown out, then rushed over to corpse explode at Peppy Pig. Instant seconds, no suspense. Congratulations on passing the first floor of the Tower of Endlessness and gaining 100 experience. 10,000 experience points? I'll go, not bad. Lu Ran mused.
Although the 10,000 points of experience are not worth mentioning in comparison to a copy, it is important to realize that this was only the first level of the Tower of Endlessness.
It's no wonder that each professional can only receive an experience bonus once per level.
Then, within the safety zone at the edge of the platform where Lu Ran had come in,
a staircase hovering upward appeared.
Because the floor is 50 meters high, the spiral staircase looks like a thin twist.
Lu Ran stepped straight up the stairs. The boss on the second floor was already waiting. Level 2 Coyote second level.
Lu Ran directly released the skeleton up to corpse explosion in seconds, intending to speed up the impact on the tiers. Congratulations on passing the second floor of the Tower of Endlessness, you have gained 200 experience.
Lu Ran's eyes narrowed slightly.
Contemplating, he said, in that case, how many floors are cleared, and the experience is tens of thousands?
This experience that sure is bountiful. By the time you get to dozens of levels, one level is hundreds of thousands of experience.
Just like that, Lu Ran went layer after layer. The experience bar climbed by the minute, and the brushing of the monsters was simple, basically all corpse explosions all the way through.
Brush up to the 17th floor. Lu Ran had successfully upgraded to level 20, and right now, it was still very easy.
Because of the undead touch and Lu Ran's current strong mana value.
An almost constant stream of skeleton soldiers thrown out.
The biased boss was infinitely controlled by the undead touch, and was passively beaten in place, unable to fight back.
Lu Ran looked at the 18 floors of stairs that had appeared, and didn't rush up. Instead, he opened his skill list and looked at it. Level 20 skills are unlocked. Skill, Skeleton Storm. Cooling, 2 minutes. Consumption, 50 mana. Effect, gathering skeletons to form a storm. Causes group spell damage lasting 10 seconds to all enemy units within a range of 30 meters. The group attack skill is available. Lu Ran mused. There are so many skills in so many careers, even though you learn them in school. Lu Ran also didn't really care about the skills of normal regular professions, so he couldn't remember them. This was considered another key skill of the necromancer after Blood Spear. Sustained damage type group attack skill. It's something that many squads need when they're painting copies of a skeletal storm that lasts for 10 seconds still does considerable damage to copy monsters. Cooling down for 2 minutes was directly ignored by Lu Ran. On the contrary, the mana consumption was still not low, requiring 50 mana points.
It's not much use, the skeleton soldier's corpse blast itself is a group attack, albeit at a smaller range.
But we summoned a lot. Lu Ran mused.
This skill is a great group attack skill for other necromancers, and in Lu Ran's case,
it wouldn't make much sense.
But right after Lu Ran saw the new phrase that was unlocked next, he immediately changed his mind.
Word, Haikuku. Effect, for each enemy unit killed from the date this phrase is unlocked.
Increase the coverage of all skills by 1 meter, with no upper limit current bonus, 0 meters.
Lu Ran's breath immediately caught. The phrase, similar to Hainot. It also boosts range by killing enemy units.
The difference, however, is that Haina boosts the casting range of the skill. That is, the greater the distance, the farther the skill can be thrown, such as Blood Spear, long-range sniping.
And with Haiku, the increase is in the reach of the skill. That would be scary.
Because whether it's Undead Touch or the just unlocked Skeletal Storm,
skill coverage is all of 30 meters.
But as the number of monsters Lu Ran killed continued to increase, this range would grow. Unfortunately, it's just that the words have just been unlocked and the bonuses haven't started to accrue yet. Nor did it inherit the scope of the Sea of Narcissism. Otherwise, Lu Ran would be able to cover 40 kilometers with a single skeleton storm thrown out right now.
What's the concept of a skeleton storm covering 40 kilometers? That's a lot more than just covering a main city. During a national war, a range of 40 kilometers is enough to cover any country's army. And Lu Ran also has the skill casting range of Haina, throwing skeleton storms from a distance. Covers the enemy army and has no cooldown on the skill, stacking skeletal storm indefinitely. Want to run? I'm sorry, but the Undead Touch has a range of 40 kilometers, too. All professionals of the enemy nation stand in place and be punished. Even if it dispelled the control effect, it was useless. Lu Ran's Undead Touch had no cooldown. It was a pity that Lu Ran was still at a low level and his spell attacks were insufficient otherwise.
Even if he entered the national battlefield now, he could instantly control any country's army, followed by a full-scale strangulation using Skeleton Storm. Unfortunately, it was that Lu Ran's current spell attack power wasn't enough, and the damage was clearly insufficient. And I don't have to care about the attack range of any group ranged skills I unlock in the future. I'm sorry, Lu Ran murmured excitedly. These phrases are, simply, one sicker than the other.
He was only level 20 now.
But already all skills have no cooldown. Infinite increase in casting range for all skills. Infinite increase in coverage for all skills.
This is now truly unbeatable.
Even Lu Ran couldn't imagine that, as he continued to level up and ascended to a high level.
7 or 8 more skills, 7 or 8 more words, what would he become? Phew, keep brushing. Lu Ran calmed down a bit. Glancing at the stairs leading up to the 18th floor, he walked over.
The number of layers of his impact was still rising. Nowadays, when you pass a level, it's 100,000 to 200,000 experience.
Lu Ran's experience bar was climbing.
And at the same time, inside the replica hall. Instead of going to brush up their copies, the 3 assembly presidents and Qin Wuya waited honestly. Although they were assured of Lu Ran's ability, they were always a little guilty.
I wonder how Lu Ran's brushing is going. Yi Hongyi asked in a slightly worried tone.
Don't worry, he's got the blood spear, and so many skeleton soldiers, and the yin and yang realms.
And the treasure gourd, what boss can kill him?
Lei Tai was big-hearted and waved his hand.
In contrast, Lu Xinxin is much more sensible.
Glancing at the wrist communicator, then looking up at the entrance teleportation array to the Tower of Endlessness, Smiling, he said, the communicator is on, Lu Ran will be fine, and he should already be level 20, and he's still continuing to hit the tiers.
I just don't know what Lu Ran's newly unlocked phrase is. Chapter 38, Honoring the Rankings. Several people waited in the replica hall. This wait is a few hours. C is about to eat lunch, did not see Lu Ran out. On the contrary, Lu Ran's communicator was always online. It means that Lu Ran is fine, but he didn't get kicked out of his copy for timeout either. This meant that Lu Ran was still continuing to rush through the layers. This guy, how many floors does he plan to rush in one breath? Lei Tai asked in dismay. But none of the several people knew what Lu Ran's current condition was. It was also unknown how many floors Lu Ran had rushed to. At this time within the Tower of Endlessness, Lu Ran looked at the stairs leading to the next floor in front of him. Contemplating, the next step is the 50th floor mark. I didn't realize that this whole rush of so efficient. And right now, every brush is 400,000 to 500,000 experience. Lu Ran did some simple math, as far as he was concerned. Rushing from the first floor to the present 49, not counting the 50 floors about to go up. Lu Ran had already accumulated a little more than $12 million of experience. This also raised Lu Ran's level to 22. It was important to realize that Lu Ran was only level 19 when he entered the copy. The further back you go, the more experience you need to upgrade is geometrically increased. To be able to ascend 3 levels in a row before lunch was far beyond Lu Ran's expectations. You know, it's only been a few days since the profession was awakened. Quite a few other newbie professionals haven't even touched level 10 yet. The 50th floor in front of you is the big pass. Each of the 10 levels is a large level, and the boss attributes, blood quantities, and other aspects of that level, compared to the previous 9 levels, all of them will gain a huge boost. This was why Yuqing Song had been stuck on the 60th floor for so long. It's also why the small-time Nanova's dash to the 61st floor caused a global sensation. The 60th and 59th floors have a huge difference in difficulty from each other. Taking a deep breath, Lu Ran walked up the stairs. Although the difficulty was gradually increasing and the pressure was slowly coming on, he wasn't nervous at all. The blood spear hasn't been released yet. 50 floors and much larger. The dome is also higher. Lu Ran was all used to it, and raised his eyes, not far from the center of the 50th floor boss was standing there silently. Level 50 Amazing Golden Sacred Lion 50th floor. It was a lion the size of a small mountain. Covered in golden fur, it seemed to linger as if it were aflame. The golden holy light was somewhat dazzling. Lu Ran didn't have too many means, and directly the undead touch rose to the occasion. Avoiding the boss rushing over too fast for him to react in time and turning over in the gutter. Then, an endless stream of skeleton soldiers began to be thrown out.
Siege by siege, corpse explosion by corpse explosion, the blood level of the golden amazing sacred lion continued to drop. As he entered the battle, Lu Ran also saw the blood bar of the golden amazing sacred lion. A full 2 million blood. This was already an exaggeration, so it was no wonder that it was so hard for those high combat professionals to impact the higher levels. Moreover, they didn't have Lu Ran's infinite release of Undead Touch to control the boss. You need to swim, dodge, defend, and so on to maneuver around and find opportunities to attack the boss. But this process was much simpler with Lu Ran. Lu Ran's corpse explosion damages 300% of the base spell's attack power. However, because the golden amazing sacred lion is a sacred creature, the damage reduction is great. Corpse explosion only deals a little over 200 damage. So the math worked out that it would take 1,000 skeleton soldier corpse blasts, which was easy for Lu however. With the amount of mana he had now, he could get 3,000 of them, not to mention 1,000. So, Lu Ran used his hand speed of 18 years of singleness to frantically summon the undead, summon it and throw it over to corpse explosion. In between, you have to replenish the Undead Touch Margin Amazing Sacred Lion from time to time to take a beating in place and not run around. A few short minutes later. Boom! With the last round of corpse explosion, the golden amazing sacred lion's blood bar emptied and it fell to the ground in humiliation. Congratulations on passing the 50th floor of the Tower of Endlessness, you have gained 500 levels of experience. Lu Ran skimmed his lips and mused, it's still quite simple. Next. Lu Ran suddenly got a prompt. Congratulations on reaching number 28 on the Infinity Tower Global Leaderboard. Does it display your profile information? Ha! Lu Ran was taken aback and somewhat unresponsive. This made it into the global rankings? It's in the top 30. Lu Ran, who had learned from his previous experience, directly chose to refuse to display and hide his information. Didn't it start at 30th place? How did this pop right up to 28th place? I don't know, Lu Ran muttered. He had planned to continue, after all, the blood spear was still there. But because it entered the leaderboards, Lu Ran was a bit guilty of muttering. On second thought, I can always come back in again anyway. Go out and ask a couple of the presidents first if this will have any effect if it goes into the rankings. And what Lu Ran didn't know was this. Inside the replica hall at this time. No, rather, it was the countless replica halls around the world that all exploded. I didn't read it wrong, did I? The necromancer has entered the Endless Tower rankings. What's with this necromancer? How did he do it? What gives him the right? Do necromancers have any ability to restore life points? How did you manage not to die and still pass the 50th floor? I remember that the boss of the 50th floor is the golden amazing sacred lion? Isn't that a divine system boss that just happens to restrain necromancers? Damn, I'm a necromancer too, why can't I figure out how to get through the 50th floor? A time of global agitation. In the replica hall of Blackfire City. The three presidents looked at each other. You look at me, I look at you. This is great. No more guessing. Know how many floors Lu Ran has hit. Only. I thought this little guy would be fierce, but I didn't realize that, the first time I went in there. Straight to the global rankings. Yi Hongyi was secretly staggered. I didn't expect it either, it's too fast. Lu Xinxin exclaimed. Rather, this kid still remembers to hide his personal information, not bad, worthy of praise. I don't know, Rai Tai said with satisfaction. Top of the charts. 28th place? Occupation, necromancer rank? Country, China. Affiliated guild? Tiers, 50. All question marks except for occupation, nationality, and tier. Can't see anything. Countless people's admiration came from around them. It's still our Chinese, bull. This is the first time the profession of necromancer has appeared in the Endless Tower rankings, right? Ha ha. Has given us necromancers a long face who still dares to say that we necromancers are ordinary? This big guy, he can't be the owner of Hades' crystal skull, can he? It looks like and hides personal information. Looks like a mysterious bigot who doesn't like to pretend after all. Amidst the countless people's comments, Lu Ran exited the Tower of Endlessness. The three presidents outside in Qin Wuyao immediately came together. But you guys don't know, just now I said excitedly, said Lu Ran. Go out and say it. Yi Hongyi directly interrupted Lu Ran.
A few people came outside to the corner of the square. They all looked at Lu Ran with odd eyes. "You kid, it's really a hit, ah," Yi Hongyi said in tears and laughter. "I didn't expect it either. Your kid had the ranking straight up to 28. That's a global ranking. You're a level 19 necromancer," Yi Hongyi exclaimed. "So what, I'm level 23 now," Lu Ran reminded. Chapter 39, A Global Sensation. What's wrong with level 23? Isn't it an exaggeration to rush to the 50th floor at level 23? Hey, you, wait a moment. You 23 levels? Lei Tai's eyes glazed over. The higher the tier, the higher the reward. Rush from the first floor to the 50th floor. A total of 12,750,000 experience can be gained. It's normal to rise to level 23. Lu Xinxin said from the side. Otherwise it would have to be Lu Xinxin, who is the most sensitive and fast at numerical calculations. It's just that we didn't expect that you would be able to charge up the global endless tower ranking in one breath. I'm sorry, said Yi Hongyi. It's pretty simple. Lu Ran scratched his head and said. This also drew blank stares from the three presidents as well as Qin Wuyao. It doesn't matter, does it? I'm hiding personal information anyway. They'll think it was just a high combat necromancer, nothing more. Lu Ran mused. It's not that simple, and before you climb up to 28. The top 30 are all hidden professions, of which there are only 6 French professions, and they either have high bursts, high control, or have the skill to restore life value. No necromancer has ever rushed up. Lu Xinxin said. Lu Ran twisted his head to see that it was true. Moreover, he found Lei Tai's ranking on it, 11th place. Yi Hongyi's ranking was 8th. Didn't see Lu Xinxin's name. Don't look, I'm a healing profession with very few output skills, although I can guarantee I won't die. But the output damage that the higher-ups need, I'm not enough. Lu Xinxin saw through Lu Ran's mind at a glance. Then he added, but it's okay, you've hidden your personal information anyway. No one can find that necromancer is you. Lu Ran looked at the leaderboard. He was 28th, but 29th and 30th. All had the same 50-floor record as him, too. So curiously asked Lu Xinxin. For the same number of floors, the ranking depends on the length of time it takes to clear the level, and the shorter the time, the higher the ranking. 27th place was 51 floors down, and of all 50 floors, you had the fastest clearance, and how long did it take? Lu Xinxin explained while asking. About 4 minutes or so. Lu Ran estimated. At these words, the three presidents were once again silent. Although Lu Xinxin has already explained. However, Lu Ran might still not be able to accurately comprehend the explosive nature of the necromancer profession climbing the rankings of the Tower of Infinity. At the same time, the news spread around the world. Huaxia, the imperial capital. When Yu Qingxong finished dealing with the matter at hand, someone came to report. Said a necromancer rushed up the endless tower rankings. Yu Qingxong froze and was surprised. Who is it? From our guild? Currently, the strongest few necromancers within the country are basically all from the Heaven's Path Alliance. That's why Yu Qingxong thought this way as a matter of course. But the henchman shook his head, not quite sure. The other party, like the necromancer who had previously obtained the crystal skull of Hades, had hidden his personal information, only his nationality and occupation could be seen, but nothing else was known. It could be the same necromancer. Yu Qingxong was a bit dumbfounded. Lu Ran obtains the crystal skull of Hades, which is nothing. Because it wasn't necessarily Lu Ran himself who obtained it, after those three presidents obtained it. Handing it over to Lu Ran for him to equip it would climb the equipment list just as well. But this Tower of Infinity is different. The Endless Tower is a single-player copy. Lu Ran could only possibly fight on his own. But how many levels is Lu Ran at now? How did he reach the 50th floor? With an uncooled skeleton soldier corpse explosion? Yu Qingxong was a bit confused. After thinking about it, he opened his communicator, intending to ask the three presidents. But then there was a knock on the door. Yu Qingxong stopped for the moment, and after having his men open the door, a tall, skinny man came rushing in. Old Yu. Tell me honestly, that necromancer, who the hell is he? The man's eyes are red. What? You know the news too? Yu Qingxong laughed and said. Nonsense, the Endless Tower ranking . That represents the combined performance of an individual's battle power.
A necromancer can climb up there. I never dared to think about it in my life. The man said excitedly. His name was Wang Mu, the number 1 necromancer in China, level 60.
Yu Qingtsong fell silent. Wang Mu seemed to have sensed something.
Sunkenly, he said, so, you really do know that necromancer, right?
Who the hell is that? I want to worship. Yu Qingtsong sighed.
He said, Old one, we are comrades in arms, and after so many years of friendship, I don't want to hide this from you. But this is a matter, which I have informed thee above, and it is a matter of secrecy, which I cannot tell you.
Confidential. Wang Mu's eyes glared at the other party's identity, which was surprisingly a matter of confidentiality.
But Wang Mu still pressed on and gritted his teeth. A few leaders up there, right?
I'm friends with them too, I'll ask them. But Yu Qingtsong shook his head.
Said, it's no use, the ones at the top are unaware of it, and I informed, at the very top, that This is classified at the highest level, not included in the file, the ones you mentioned, are not authorized to access it.
Lao Wang, listen to me.
Don't ask, you'll find out later, and it won't be long to wait.
Hearing this, Wang Mu instantly broke out in a cold sweat. The ones at the top. Wang Mu didn't dare to continue thinking about it.
And, top secret, not even included in the file to prevent leakage.
Not even the handful of leaders he knew had access.
I see, I was impulsive, and it's a good thing you reminded me of that, or else if I'd have continued poking around.
But it's going to be a mistake. Wang Mu said afterward.
Yu Qingtsong saw that he gave up asking and followed suit with a sigh of relief. Don't lie to me when you say I'll know before long.
Wang Mu added one last sentence.
Other side.
Sakura, Ikinai.
In the conference room, a woman wearing a witch's outfit embellished with large red cherry blossoms sat in the main seat.
She was the current number 1 ranked person in the Tower of Endlessness, Nanashur.
The eldest daughter of the Tsuchimikado family, the number 1 yin and yang master of Sakura, and the president of Ikinai. He is also the divine son of the Sakura Shinto religion. At this time, the top executives of the Ikinai Daisha were seated separately.
What do you guys think about the necromancer being on the 28th place of the Endless Tower? Ikuna asked lightly.
The shrine executives on the left and right glanced at each other, each expressing their own opinion. It's just luck, it's only 50 floors, it's nothing. There's no need to be concerned, maybe it's by virtue of some special equipment that got through to the 50th floor. The other side hides personal data. I suspect it's the same person as the owner of Hades' crystal skull. At that, Nanashur frowned. Chortling, he said, stupid.
That necromancer not only cleared the 50th floor of the Tower of Endlessness,
It also took the shortest amount of time out of all 50 floors, so you guys tell me what kind of luck and what kind of equipment would allow a necromancer to achieve such a feat.
Being scolded by Nanako, the crowd immediately didn't dare to squeak. But no one could figure out what else it could be if it wasn't the equipment. Is it hard to believe that it's the necromancer itself? But a necromancer is a necromancer, what could go wrong? Even Nanashur, who was on fire at the moment, didn't have a clue.
Seeing that the atmosphere in the conference room was depressing, Nanako waved her hand. Never mind, as strange as it is, that necromancer is at his limit if he can get past the 50th floor.
Don't pay any attention to it, just keep an eye on Yu Qingtsong. I called you here today to ask. I've asked you to investigate the reason for the blockade of transnational transmissions throughout China. What are the results? Chapter 40 XIN sister is really good. Hearing Nanako's question, the crowd's faces became even more ugly. Nanako wasn't in a hurry, and her icy eyes swept over the crowd. Finally, someone couldn't hold it in and was the first to say, the entire territory of Huaxia is blocking transnational transmissions. Not even trading anymore.
It's hard to do that when our guys want to dig deeper, but guess what? It might be related to the upcoming national war, or perhaps Huaxia has some secret means to deal with the national war.
Guessing? I've asked you guys to look into this for so long, and your results are guesses?
I don't know, Nanashur asked with a raised eyebrow.
The man's face turned ugly and he didn't dare to squeak. Nanai looked at the crowd with a cold smile and said, a bunch of trash. Huaxia doing such a great job. It must be to keep something secret, and it is not for you to guess?
But as to what it is, no one knows. Nowadays, professionals from other countries want to enter China.
This can only be done by applying for entry.
And even if they were granted temporary teleportation privileges, they were still traveling as special envoys. The whole thing was watched and there was no chance to investigate.
President, should we target something?
Avoid Wasia from rolling over at that time.
Someone cautioned. Do what? Don't even know what people are doing and can't teleport across borders. What do you want to do? What can you do? Nanako asked rhetorically. She was extremely dissatisfied with the efficiency of the group. Bunch of losers. Continue to think of a way. If we really can't teleport there, send someone across the Forbidden Sea. Landing in China, I have to know what the hell is going on in China. Nanako murmured.
At those words, the faces of the crowd changed.
Crossing the Forbidden Sea would eliminate the trouble of teleportation.
After all, Huaxia has no defenses in many areas along the coast.
The Forbidden Sea is the best defense.
It was extremely difficult for human professionals to cross the Forbidden Sea, and the mortality rate was extremely high.
It wasn't uncommon to send a team across the Forbidden Sea and have it all go down. Still, the crowd nodded when they heard it.
Anyway, it's not them going, it's them sending people, and as long as they're paid enough.
There are those who are willing to take the risk. Ignore HWA until the investigation is clear. Focus on Eagle's sauce. That's our biggest rival in Sakura. Nanako said.
Presumably it's also because Hawk Jam cleared the highest level team copy of the Black Dragon Mountains at this stage. Eagle Sauce, who got the Black Dragon Mountain range equipment, was able to coalesce a group of high fighting professionals in a short period of time. That's the biggest threat to Sakura.
As for China, no matter what China is up to, it can't make any waves as of now. So, Nanaoi ignored Wasia.
Moreover, the ranking of the Endless Tower, Yu Song, who had once dominated the top of the list, was also completely crushed by her. In a short period of time, it was impossible for Yu Song to pass the 60th floor.
Same time.
Countries such as Eagle Jam, Harry Bear, and John Bull are also in the thick of things trying to investigate HWA. The difference is that Hawk Jam focuses on what to investigate, other than the Chinese blockade of the national border. In addition to blocking all teleportation points, there was also the information about that necromancer to investigate. Not only did the other party obtain the Crystal Skull of Hades, also made it to the global ranking of the Endless Tower with the profession of necromancer.
Such a person needs to be focused on.
Find out who the other guy is, either in exchange for the Crystal Skull of Hades. Either pull the other side to convert the International to join Hawkjam, or just kill them for good. But for the time being, no one can get into HWA by conventional means. When Yu Song's urgent decision was made, it was still very far-sighted. Otherwise, right now, within the various main cities of China, I guess there are scouts from various countries wandering around who have come to investigate the necromancer. The other side. After eating lunch, the crowd planned to continue brushing their copies. Xin Wuyao, on the other hand, returned to the team that Xin Lai had arranged for him and went to the level 10 copy. Lu Ran subconsciously walked towards the level 20 copy teleportation array. But it was stopped by Lu Xinxin. Lei Tai and Yihani also looked at Lu Xinxin curiously. The latter was looking at the Endless Tower's rankings, staring at the first place Nani. Contemplating, do you guys know why Nanashir doesn't continue to rush the floors? That goes without saying, it must be fear of death, to be able to continuously surpass Olju by 2 levels and sit at number 1. It was already the limit, it was too risky to continue rushing through the layers, and it would be funny if he died. I don't know, Reite said thoughtfully. That's the idea. So, I do have an idea. Force her to keep rushing through the layers, to take risks. If she unfortunately dies in the Tower of Endlessness, that would definitely be a huge blow to Sakura. Lu Xinxin mused. At those words, Yihani and Lei Tai were both confused. Lu Ran didn't understand it either and queried, she's sitting firmly in first place, and she's even surpassed President Yu by 2 levels. It shouldn't continue to rush the tiers, so how do we force her? Lu Xinxin chimed in with a smile. Looking at Lu Ran, he said, use you to force her, and from now on, you go into the Tower of Endlessness every morning before you swipe your copy, throw in a blood spear to rush a floor just to be sure, and then come out with. Go ahead and punch another layer at night. This. Lei Tai was a bit confused and queried, what's the point? It doesn't have anything to do with Nanoha. Lu Ran is only at the 50th floor, the gap is a bit big, it's not as effective as Lu Ran continuing to charge upwards in one breath. But that's when. Yi Hongyi, however, drifted off. Instantaneous pressure doesn't always make Nanisher willing to take risks. But the gradually approaching sense of crisis will torment her, causing her psychological pressure to grow so great that she will eventually be unable to endure it and be forced to rush the floor.
Hearing this, Lei Tai also immediately understood. Even Lu Ran, a rash young man, was startled. Several people looked at Lu Xinxin in unison.
Good guy, 3 presidents at the helm, seemingly shy, smiling all day, Lu Xinxin.
The mind is surprisingly deep. Lu Ran is still the only regular profession in the top 30 of the global rankings of Infinity Tower. Not even a rare profession. Moreover, Lu Ran was the only professional on it who had hidden his profile information. A layer in the morning, a layer in the evening, a gradually approaching layer, a daily thunderstorm of. The horrible psychological pressure of rushing a floor at the point would absolutely drive Nanako crazy. At the same time, this will create a global buzz and put pressure on Nanao again. Wait until Lu Ran closes in on her, or overtakes her. Her psychological stress climbs to the top as well. What if Nanisher takes a chance on the floor but manages to rush through? Lei Tai asked. If you pass, Lu Ran will continue to crush, and if you die, it's a windfall, no matter what. Her first place status, in front of Lu Ran, can't be preserved. Lu Xinxin immediately said. Lei Tai couldn't help but give a thumbs up to Lu Xinxin. Shinin said, Xin sister, before less contact, his brother underestimated you. In the future, if my brother messes with you, you'll have to talk to him and he'll change if he can. The flirtatious tone caused Yi Hongyi's few people to laugh. But it is also enough to show that Lei Tai's impression of Lu Xinxin has changed. Even Yi Hongyi couldn't help but look at Lu Xinxin a couple more times. She's still the same as before, a coy smile. But now that I think about it, how could a shy and introverted girl make it to the Chinese rank list? How is it possible to sit as the president of one of the 4 major guilds, Mirror Flower Watermoon? Alright, let's not waste any more time. Lu Ran, you go and charge the 51st floor, and come out when you're through. Let's go brush level 20 copies. Lu Xinxin said to Lu Ran with a smile. Chapter 41, let me try a new phrase. Using Lu Xinxin's explanation. Lu Ran went in to rush the layers, not necessarily needing the blood spear, but she wanted to make sure that Lu Ran, at each layer, all of them had to crush everyone in the same tier with an absolute advantage and rank first in that tier. That's the way to maximize the pressure on Nanako. Imagine a regular occupation that hides personal information data. A necromancer who had never been on the Tower of Infinity. Suddenly there was a layer in the morning, a layer in the evening, and a thunderstorm. And, no matter which floor it was not a thrilling passage, but an absolute advantageous crushing of the shortest time to pass in the same tier. As the Lu Ran layers gradually approached one can only imagine how geometrically the pressure must have risen on Nanao. I have to say, playing psychology, Lu Xinxin is second to none. Lu Ran entered the 51st floor with gusto. Glancing. Level 51 Sacred Light Tiger 51st floor. Another sacred boss, this 50 plus levels, it's really unfriendly to necromancers. I don't know, Lu Ran muttered. Then 1 foot out of the safety zone. The staff in his hand swung casually. Space was immediately torn apart. The Sacred Light Tiger, who had just sensed the intruder, just looked at Lu Ran. A spear of blood just zoomed infinitely in the eyes. Pang! The Holy Light Tiger, which had a high life value of 2.5 million, was instantly emptied of its blood bar and fell to the ground. Congratulations on passing the 51st floor of the Tower of Endlessness and gaining 5,100 experience. Seeing the stairs leading to the next 52 floors appear, Lu Ran skimmed his lips. Instead of choosing to continue, he followed Lu Xinxin's plan and directly exited the copy. But his ranking on the leaderboard had come to 25. The original 3 had cleared 51 floors, and the 3 big guys, in order of length of time, cleared. It was instantly squeezed. Above Lu Ran, in 24th place, is the 52nd floor. And once again, this has caused the global replica lobby to blow up again. When Lu Ran came out, the hall almost boiled. See that? That necromancer big guy, another level up. Holy, it's already 51 layers. That big guy isn't going to keep rushing the floor, is he? This is the pride of our necromancers. Too arrogant. It turns out that regular professions can climb the endless tower rankings, too. I feel like I can do it again. Cherry blossoms on the other side. Nanako's meeting was just about to end.
Suddenly someone came in and reported that the necromancer had moved up another level.
Nanako frowned and said in a deep voice, "The other side is still rushing the floor, but at this speed, it's already slow, so I guess what's the point of taking such a risk after several attempts? A necromancer is always just a regular profession." And where did she know?
The empty time in between was when Lu ran and the others ran off to eat.
By the way, how's that necromancer pastime? Out of the 51 floors, where does it rank?
I don't know, Nanishar asked as if she thought of something. He's in 25th place, and there's a total of 4 professionals on the leaderboard who've cleared the 51st floor. That necromancer, the first of the 4, and of the other 3, 2 of them are our Sakura's shades.
The henchman said truthfully. Nanako snapped, looking at her men in surprise. That was something she didn't expect, that necromancer, to pass so fast? How the hell did that happen? Couldn't figure it out anyway. Never mind, don't pay any attention, it's only the 51st floor, keep your eyes on Eagle Sauce. Any news on the Black Dragon equipment deal you initiated with them earlier? Nanazan said as he waved his hand. Directly leaving that necromancer behind. It was only the 51st floor, a huge difference from her 61st floor, and it wasn't enough to attract her attention. Haven't replied yet, doesn't seem to have too high of a willingness to deal with us Sakura, though. Our spies in Eagle Sauce have sent word that a high-ranking member of the Storm Guild had taken someone to apply for entry to China. The purpose ends, the process does not. The henchman said truthfully. Got it, keep watching. Nanako frowned. She was going to get her hands on the Black Dragon equipment no matter how much it cost her. But Eagle Jam's Storm Guild was slow to respond to trade requests. But I didn't realize that they had been to Huaxia. It's just that neither the outcome nor the process is known. Dismissed. Nanako, inexplicably a bit distracted, waved her hand and said. The crowd retreated. Waiting to go naked. Nanako suddenly said to the maid following behind her, simply keep an eye on the endless tower rankings. Let's see if that necromancer continues to charge the tier, don't bother, but it's getting more or less creepy. That's not something a normal necromancer can do. Yes. The maid nodded in response. Inside the replica hall, Luran's few people had already entered the level 20 replica. The Land of Flames on the highest difficulty. A level 20 copy of the Land of Flames, where one of the main monsters is an elemental fire spirit. Resistance to flame skills is high, but blood isn't exactly thick. The second monster is a lava giant, they say giant, but they're really just over 3 meters tall. It also has flame resistance and has a high defense and life value. But lava giants are slow, attack infrequently, and are easily kite. Instead, it's not as difficult as an elemental fire spirit. Because when an elemental fire spirit dies, it's a 1.8-second delay to self-destruct. One that deals damage to the surrounding area, similar to your corpse explosion. Elemental fire spirits and lava giants total 500. In addition to this, throughout the Land of Flame, there are 2 large elemental fire spirit elites. 2 large lava giant elites. And finally, there's the boss, the Flame Lord. The Flame Lord can't move. However, the attack range is large, and it requires teamwork to work well together and always keep an eye on the blood level of the players. Lu Xinshin unusual to Lu Ran Science and Technology said. Except, that's how normal level 20 teams come to play. Lu Ran's team, not to mention the fact that there were only 4 of them, didn't need to be so abrasive at all. Then let's fight. Lei Tai leapt to his feet. But Lu Ran suddenly mused, why Don? You let me try? The crowd looked at Lu Ran in confusion. Yi Honi flirted, brother, isn't it too boring to wait to mix experience? Well then, it's better this way. I'll leave a few lava giants for you to blow up with skeleton soldiers. They thought Lu Ran was too bored because he was waiting here to collect experience. Wanted to try it for myself. But Lu Ran brushes by himself, even though endless skeleton soldier corpses explode, and he can get by with a single brush. But the speed would be too slow and too slow. After all, this was the highest abyss difficulty at level 20. But Lu Ran shook his head and said, no, it's just to try out the new phrases and skills, I'll see how it goes. At that, a few people froze. Lei Tai slapped his head and said, I almost forgot that this kid is 23 levels old. Level 20 is unlocking new skills and new phrases. Yi Honi shrugged and said, understandable. I was just so full of Lu Ran climbing up the endless tower global ranking that I almost forgot about business, and I didn't even think about it during dinner.
Lu Xinxin, on the other hand, said with a smile, Necromancer level 20 skill is Skeleton Storm, the group attack skill. As for the word, I don't know what it is. After saying that, the three of them looked at Lu Ran. Lu Xinxin said, then you try, Nua. There are a dozen elemental fire spirits and lava giants just ahead. Lei Tai and Yihani, on the other hand, watched expectantly. Wanted to see what Lu Ran's new word effect was. Chapter 42. Before Lu Ran, all beings are equal. Lu Ran was not rusty because he had tried the Skeleton Storm and the Tower of Endlessness. Moreover, at this time, the range of the Skeleton Storm was not the basic 30 meters, either. Instead, it was attached to 34 meters by the Sea of Words. This is because Lu Ran unlocked the word after he passed the 17th floor. Counting from the time it was unlocked, every boss kill after that increased the range by 1 meter. By the 51st floor, the words added 34 meters to Lu Ran's range. Therefore, Lu Ran's current Skeleton Storm was 64 meters. It's already an exaggerated range. Lu Ran stepped out of the safe zone. With his staff lit up in his hand, he stared at the elemental fire spirits and lava giants not too far away and threw out Skeletal Storm. In an instant, a miserable white skeleton appeared out of nowhere, then was wrapped in a gale that it began to rage like a storm. The skeletons in them, urged on by the gale, seemed like the sharp blades of a meat grinder. The life values of the elemental fire spirit and the lava giant began to drop, but not at a slow pace. Though this is the attribute of the monsters under the abyss on the highest difficulty. But Lu Ran's spell attacks were still quite high. Behind. The three presidents looked at each other with some confusion. This is Skeletal Storm all right, but it seems like something is a little different. The range looks like it's much larger. The range of a Skeleton Storm is 30 meters, and this Skeleton Storm that Lu Ran threw out. At least 60 meters range. So, it's a word effect? The word effect wouldn't be a doubling of skill coverage, would it? Several people speculated. If it really was a doubling of skill coverage, it would be pretty awesome though, but put it on Lu Ran. Seems a little flat? The trio continued to watch. After Lu Ran threw the Skeleton Storm, the elemental fire spirit and lava giant in it were attacked. Immediately, he was pulled into hatred by Lu Ran, and a wave of his brain was about to rush over. Lu Ran didn't panic and casually threw out an undead touch. Instantly, the elemental fire spirits and lava giants within range stopped moving. Immediately afterward, Lu Ran threw out Skeleton Storm again, one after the other, from a calm and unhurried manner. Intersperse Undead Touch in between to control the monsters. He didn't move the skeleton soldiers. For simply wanting to test the effects of Skeletal Storm and Lyric. Even so, the ever-stacking storm of skeletons, densely packed and the monster is barely visible to the naked eye. Only a few flames could be vaguely seen among the bones churning at high speed. The range of the Undead Touch, too, has increased, again exceeding 60 meters. Lu Xinxin mused. At this time, the elemental fire spirits and lava giants among them finally bottomed out in blood. The team killed the elemental fire spirit and gained 880 experience. The team killed the lava giant and gained 1,100 experience. The team killed the elemental fire spirit and gained 880 experience. The team killed the elemental fire spirit and gained 880 experience. The team killed the lava giant and gained 1,100 experience. As the kill prompts continued to appear, the experience was indeed lucrative. But Lu Ran hadn't stopped yet. He moved forward while constantly throwing out Skeletal Storm and Undead Touch. Skill coverage. All of the elemental fire spirits and lava giants could only stand still and be passively beaten. But by this time, the three presidents had realized something was wrong. Lu Ran's Skeleton Storm, the range has increased. The range of the Undead Touch seems to have increased as well. What do you mean? Lu Ran can control the skill coverage? It's the first time I've seen Lu Ran solo brush a copy. This is too heaven-defying. This is not brushing a copy. What's the difference between this and walking down the street? The three continued to watch and speculate. Only Lu Xinxin, who seemed to have figured something out, looked at the raging Skeleton Storm in the distance. Lu Ran, on the other hand, was greatly reassured after seeing that the skill trigger range had indeed increased. And don't bother to keep playing. He raised his head and eyed the distance, and began to throw Skeleton Storms indiscriminately throughout his copy of the Land of Flame. And, of course, the Undead Touch. While the skill coverage hasn't grown up yet, but the skill casting range was tens of kilometers away.
Lu Ran threw it all over the map. As far as the eye could see, it was all a storm of skeletons. The entire land of flames seemed to be flooded with skeletons, and the astral winds howled. All of the monsters in it had no way to escape, and their bloodstains were dropping crazily. The team killed the elemental fire spirit and gained 880 experience. The team killed the lava giant and gained 1100 experience. The team killed the elemental fire spirit and gained 880 experience. As Lu Ran's skeleton storm raged on, more and more elemental fire spirits and lava giants began to die. And the death of a monster increases the range of Lu Ran's skeleton storm. It's a virtuous cycle. Lu Ran's skeleton storms were expanding in range, stacking on top of each other. The blood bars of the elemental fire spirit and the lava giant fell even faster. The faster the bloodstains fell and died, the greater the range of Lu Ran's skills. Previously, Lu Xinxin had said that under the difficulty of the abyss of this flameland, not counting the elites and bosses, there were 500 of just the normal elemental fire spirits and lava giants alone. When Lu Ran had ravaged the normal monsters in the entire flameland, the skill range would be over 500 meters. A mile to reach. Behind them, the three gradually saw the doorway. Lu Xinxin said, "It seems right, remember Lu Ran has a Haina by Chuan phrase? It's the one that increases the range of the skill cast, which means the greater the distance, the farther it's thrown, and the way to increase it is to kill a monster that increase spell casting range by 1 meter. Lei Tai and Yi Hongyi nodded. Looking up, at this time, Lu Ran's skeleton storm had already become 2 to 3 times larger in scope than it was at the very beginning. It's at least 200 meters. So, Lu Ran's new phrase should be the coverage of the skill itself, Currently, it seems like it should also be killing a monster to increase the coverage area by 1 meter. Lu Xinxin mused. Although Lei Tai and Yi Hongyi had already guessed it at this point. But when I heard this, I still couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. This was much more terrifying than the earlier Hainan Baichuan. Haina can throw skills far, far away, to unimaginable distances. But the skills themselves are unchanged. It needs to be stacked indefinitely by having no cooldown to boost the effect. But now, Lu Ran's skill coverage could even increase. That would be scary. Imagine, after the start of the War of Nations, Lu Ran a skeleton storm covering hundreds of kilometers thrown to Eagle Sauce's army. Lu Ran could definitely do it, after all, his skill casting range, reaching hundreds of kilometers is equally easy. Lu Xinxin said. Lei Tai and Yi Hongyi gulped. Yi Hongyi said, more than that, he has no cooldown on his skills. There's more than one skeletal storm thrown out there. It's infinitely stackable. And, Undead Touch can also stack infinitely. Lei Tai was stunned. Holy, I'm getting frustrated. The three of us are at least the presidents of the 3 major guilds. How is it that we are now so deluded in front of a 23-level necromancer? Yi Hongyi cried and laughed. We're not the only ones who are dilated, in front of Lu Ran. The global professional has to be deluded. Lu Xinxin took a deep breath. Said, that's good, there's no suspense, and on the day of the national war, the other countries don't even move, let alone carry out their combat programs. At that time, in front of Lu Ran, the necromancer, the rest of the globe, all beings were equal. Chapter 43 How can other countries live? Finally, Lu Ran cleared all the small monsters. 2 large elemental fire spirits could be seen within the land of flames at this time, as well as 2 large lava giants. They were made comfortable by the undead touch, and the countless skeleton storms kept stacking up, raging madly. The life values of the 4 elites dropped crazily. Not much longer. Team kills elite elemental fire spirit, gaining 2,650 experience. The team killed the elite lava giant and gained 3,100 experience. Team kills elite elemental fire spirit, gaining 2,650 experience. The team killed the elite lava giant and gained 3,100 experience. As the queue refreshes, the 4 elites also hated it. The entire land of flames was empty. Lu Ran looked around suspiciously. How come he didn't see the boss for a long time? What about the Flame Lords? At that moment, the 3 men behind him walked over. Lu Xinxin rubbed Lu Ran's head and softly said, don't look for it. The Flame Lord needs to be triggered, it's useless to put skills here, right eye, you take care of it. At those words, Lei Tai, who had just stepped forward, immediately brandished 2 shields. The legs then flexed slightly. Pang! The ground rock exploded, and Lei Tai popped out,
charging towards the Flame Lord's boss field.
Just under 2 minutes later,
the team killed the boss Flame Lord and gained 8,400 experience.
The boss just died.
Then, Lei Tai came back in a hurry. Excitedly, he shouted, "What, did you see the word effect?" Lu Xinxin and Yi Hongyi shrugged and looked at the shared word panel in front of Lu Ran.
Lei Tai subconsciously asked, "So, the new word effect, it's increasing the skill coverage?"
It was important, and if it was, Lu Ran was directly invincible. Other countries, there is no more living.
And Lu Ran was only 23 levels.
It's hard to imagine unlocking any more hyperbolic phrases after that, with Lu Ran's powerful,
It will be even more appalling. Yes, it's called Sea and Sky. Lu Ran nodded.
Lei Tai also saw the word panel at this time, and the same reaction as Lu Xinxin as well as Yi Hongyi earlier.
Froze.
Although they just watched for a while and had guessed that
But it was still a sigh of relief to actually see the word panel right now.
In this world, something so heaven-defying even existed.
And at that moment, the range of increase displayed behind the words had reached 539 meters.
Exactly the original 34-meter range, plus 500 minions and 4 elites in the Land of Flames.
Number of a boss.
So, take this copy, for example. Is it not understandable that a trip to brush the
Lu Ran's skill coverage just increases by a mile? Lei Tai asked from the side. For now, it seems so. Lu Xinxin nodded. Against the heavens, against the great heavens.
Damn, the national war is still more than 20 days away, so grating.
I don't know, Lei Tai cursed. He was now impatient to take Lu Ran into the battlefield of the national war. Let Lu Ran lead China to crush the world now.
Eh?
That's not what you said earlier, right? When you weren't crying that time was too short to. Not enough preparation at all? Yi Hongyi said mockingly. How can that be the same?
In the past, there was no hope. Plus there's the fact that Hawk Jam cleared the Black Dragon Mountains, got the Black Dragon gear, and started snowballing for more Black Dragon gear. Waitevs.
You weren't worried before? Lei Tai asked rhetorically, glaring. Yi Hongyi shrugged. It's not just the three of them. It's the Tendo Union. It's the guilds. It's the higher-ups. All worried. But now.
Now you're still afraid of a bird. It's just the Black Dragon mountain range. It doesn't matter if you fight it or not. Instead, by the time Lu Ran leveled up, he went in and casually passed, as much as he wanted to, and eagle sauce past the Black Dragon mountain range, which was still on normal difficulty.
Lu Ran will, when the time comes, directly engage the abyss.
Lei Tai said excitedly.
A few people were excitedly thinking freely for a while. Only then did Lu Xinxin say, let's continue to brush it.
While Lu Ran's ability is now considered a tenor, it's also more stable to continue leveling up and unlocking more words. It was brushed until late in the evening.
A few people came out of their copies.
They swiped their copies a lot faster.
Lei Tai and Yi Hongyi didn't need to go east and west either.
Upon entering the copy, the two headed straight for the 4 elites. Lu Ran, on the other hand, utilized Skeleton Storm to infinitely stack and harvest all the small monsters.
Lu Xinxin always followed Lu Ran's side.
From time to time, he would provide Lu Ran with some information about the world after it had been data mined.
At the same time not moving an inch to prevent all accidents. Though within this land of flames, no accidents are likely to occur that. But Lu Xinxin is Lu Ran's last insurance policy. Then, Yi Hongyi and Lei Tai went straight to the final boss to finish off and call it a day. Suffice it to say, the whole process is almost indistinguishable from running a map.
The experience gained is, naturally, quite substantial.
It's exhausting, all afternoon, all running pictures. Lei Tai grumbled, Yi Hongyi, what do you say, go to your Tian Yuan house again and rub a good meal? Yeah, let's consider it a celebration of Lu Ran's new word unlocking.
Yi Hongyi said with a big smile. Before that, Lu Ran, go to the 52nd floor of the Tower of Endlessness and release the blood spear you've been storing up. Lu Xinxin but did not forget the main thing.
Inside Sakura Ikinai Taisha, Nanako was sitting on the wooden floor by the cabin.
A pair of jade feet dangled down into the stream, stirring gently. Behind them stood several people. In addition to the executives of the Ikinai Daisha, there were also several executives of the Shinto religion. But they all treated Nanako with respect.
Nanako, any plans to attempt the 62nd floor of the Tower of Endlessness?
Someone behind her asked.
Nanako's jade feet lurched slightly as she watched the ripples fade away.
Nanako before shaking her head, not going to, after clearing 60 floors and venturing through 61 floors of.
It's already impulsive, it's too dangerous.
Even for me, 61 floors took 23 minutes.
Going to the 62nd floor at this time, is it because you want me to die?
The face of the person who asked the question changed slightly.
Hurrying to say, I didn't mean it that way. It's just a matter of trying to make our Sakura's honor more solid and unsurpassed. Nanako sneered, as of right now, can anyone surpass my tier?
As she said this, Nanako was full of arrogance. In particular, Yu Ching-song, who had dominated the list for a long time, was suppressed by him.
And still suppressed under the great barrier of the 60th floor, Nanako smug, the. It makes sense.
By the way, that necromancer, I've been sending people to keep an eye on him, and so far. There's nothing moving, his tier, it's still 51 tiers. The maid suddenly said at this time. As it should be, withdraw your attention from that necromancer.
We don't need to waste time on such a fluke. Nanako said arrogantly.
But the words just fell. Another maid hurriedly ran over, her face hardened, the necromancer that. He managed to pass the 52nd floor just now at 610. Current ranking, 20th place. Swish.
Nanako's jade feet jolted in the pool, sending up layers of ripples, just as her heart. A fluctuation appeared. Still, she asked, what about the length of the pass?
That maid gritted her teeth and said, of the 52 floors, that necromancer's length of time was the shortest.
Chapter 44, You're the first one who dares to come to my face. Hearing this, Nani's brows immediately furrowed. This necromancer, who wasn't on her mind, had charged another level. Climbed the global rankings of the Tower of Infinity in the morning, and an hour or so later sprinted to the 51st floor of the. Now that another 52 floors have passed in the past afternoon, at this rate, it should be a constant attempt. Nanazan mused. But what she couldn't figure out was what a necromancer was relying on to keep trying to rush through the tiers. How does he keep his blood healthy? Aren't you afraid to die? The opponent, if it's that necromancer on the equipment list who has Hades' crystal skull. Presumably, he used Hades' crystal skull to complete the pass? The maid analyzed and said. Nanako froze slightly. It's still a real possibility. Through the yin and yang passive of Hades' crystal skull. Can be disguised as a resurrection before the life reduction goes to 0. But even then, it's not a full-blooded state after resurrection. Instead, it restores 30% of your life and mana. That's not enough necromancers to rush the tier. Moreover, the cooldown time of yin and yang was a full day. Regardless, the other team worked hard all afternoon to finally punch a floor, and it was a good effort. But that was all, he would be a fool destined to die in the Tower of Endlessness if he still risked continuing to rush. I don't know, Nanashir said casually. It was just that she was puzzled. If that necromancer was really taking a risk and going all out to rush the floor. Why is it that from the time you get on the global leaderboards, out of the few people ranked in each tier, the passes are all the shortest in length? It's kind of spooky. President, should we continue to keep an eye on it? The maid asked. Don't pay any attention to it. If he continues to rush through the layers, the news will be easy to learn, so there's no need to keep a deliberate eye on it. He must have reached the limit of his endless tower layers. Nanao said with a shake of her head. Morning meeting the next day. The rookie rankings are as usual, nothing unexpected. In previous years, the ranking of the newcomer list was very hotly contested, with you going back and forth. No one can guarantee that they are number 1 today and will be number 1 tomorrow. It was down to the morning meeting and all the crazy upgrades going on. But this year, Lu Ran is riding high. Today, it's even a strong hold on the number 1 spot with a rank of 23. Qin Wuyao, who was in second place, on the contrary, wasn't upgrading as fast as before. But because the Qin family arranged for the high combat professionals to be efficient as well. Although you can't afford to use the platinum grouping contract, the experience penalty is reduced quite a bit. Therefore, today's Qin Wuyao was already level 15. On stage, the school's Jiang Jinbei and a group of tutors looked at each other in disbelief, all a bit puzzled. Lu Ran, this guy, the absolute genius whose mental power was as high as 130 in the first place. Finally awakened a necromancer. Many tutors were interested in unfollowing Lu Ran. But today, the daily newcomer rankings are like a dream.
Lu Ran was riding high, and his grade completely and utterly crushed all of his classmates at the same time. How the hell did he do that? Not to mention those instructors, even the school's Yangtze River Jinbei, knew nothing about it.
Level 23, how many days has it taken to awaken the profession?
The first one to reach level 23 last year.
It should have taken most of a month?
Zhang Jinbei asked as he looked at his mentor beside him. Yeah, for the better part of a month, that's basically the fastest pace for a newcomer who's been ranked number 1 in past years. And without exception, all of them are hidden professions and have strong family backgrounds. The tutor beside him said.
How did Lu Ran upgrade?
Zhang Jinbei subconsciously asked.
But then no one could answer him on that question.
After the morning meeting, Lu Ran hurriedly prepared to go to the replica hall.
But while making his way through an alley, someone blocked his way. Lu Yang? Lu Ran raised his eyebrows slightly as he looked at the other party.
This Lu Yang was the third-ranked student on the newcomer list today.
Rare occupation.
But even comparing to Qin Wuyao, there was still a 3-level difference in rank, and he was only at level 12.
And Lu Ran, 23 levels.
It was a full 11 levels higher than him. Moreover, the further one upgrades, the higher the experience needed. This 11-level gap was like a heavenly rift.
Lu Ran, we were classmates, we didn't have much communication before, how about making friends now? Lu Yang asked smilingly. Lu Ran looked at Lu Yang.
Faintly, he said, not much interest. Lu Yang frowned, but immediately stretched again. Said, how did you upgrade?
The question is still very straightforward.
Lu Ran laughed and said, sure enough, this upgrade speed of mine. There must be people who can't help but be curious, but even if they investigate in secret, you're the first one to question me to my face.
You think I'd tell you?
Lu Yang mused, not just curious, let's make friends and upgrade together.
How much do you need? Name your price. An offer? Lu Ran all wanted to laugh a little.
Right now, the platinum grouping contracts that Yi Hani used every day alone to lower Lu Ran's escalation penalties exceeded 10 million.
Lu Ran didn't think Lu Yang could afford the price.
I'm in a hurry and I'm not interested in making friends, bye.
Lu Ran said casually.
Then it moved forward around Lu Yang. But the corner of Lu Yang's mouth rose slightly as he looked at Lu Ran in a good way.
Sure enough, Lu Ran had just bypassed Lu Yang, and in front of the alley, several men walked out of the blocking Lu Ran's path.
Lu Ran looked back, and behind him, at the other end of the alley, a few people also came out and attacked from both sides. Among them, there was also a middle-aged man with an indifferent expression, looking at Lu Ran with the eyes of a superior. Lu Ran recognized the other party, Lu Yang's father, Lu Wenshan, the head of the Lu family. As one of the several notable and powerful families in Blackfire City, the Lu family compared to the original Liang family.
It's no less impressive. Lu Ran had met Lu Wenshan a few times at school.
But this was the first time he realized that the guild seal on Lu Wenshan's chest was actually the war flag protectorate.
I didn't realize it was one of Rai Tai's men.
At this time, Lu Wenshan spoke, I am Lu Yang's father, Lu Wenshan, how about this? I'll give you $5 million to upgrade with my son, and in the meantime, whatever equipment you need, as long as it's not excessive.
I can help you prepare for all of them. What the hell? Lu Ran almost laughed outright. 5 million? Lu Ran is now picking up equipment sporadically and selling it for money to almost make up $1 million.
The platinum teaming indentures used up every day because of him are worth millions.
This measly $5 million and you want to upgrade with Lu Ran? Wanted to fart eat it.
Seeing Lu Ran's odd expression, Lu Wenshan continued to say boldly, 5 million is quite a lot. It should be a huge amount of money to you that you can't even think about, but if it doesn't feel sincere enough, that'll be $10 million, and it comes with equipment.
Lu Ran waved his hand lazily. Said, not interested. Let's forget about that money. As for the equipment,
Lu Ran didn't think that this Lu Wenshan could come up with better unranked equipment than what Yi Hani had picked out at the Red Leaf Chamber of Commerce.
If you don't say yes, you can't leave today.
Lu Wenshan is determined to figure out the reason why Lu Ran upgraded so quickly today. Even the tone of his voice carried a hint of threat.
Bullying is kind of playing into his hands.
The Lu family professionals who were caught in a two-pronged attack also each laughed harshly and lit up their weapons one after another. Intends to scare Lu Ran.
But the next second, knock!
With a loud sound, 4 silhouettes that seemed like golden iron towers crashed to the ground. In 4 directions, east, west, south, north and south, Lu Ran was protected in the center. These 4 men, not particularly stout in stature, but the heavy armor equipment on their bodies made them look as if they were 4 humanoid tanks. Moreover, the 4 of them had the guild insignia of the Heaven's Path Alliance on their chests. Each held a huge warhammer in one hand, and carried a golden holy shield in the other, surrounded in a steel barrel. This stance, looking at Lu Wenshan and the others in a daze. After a brief moment of dumbfoundedness, Lu Wenshan's face changed drastically as he said in shock, "Paladin of the Heavenly Dao Alliance. What is this?" Just as he was about to make things difficult for Lu Ran, 4 paladins from the Heavenly Dao Alliance popped out. Chapter 45, Do you know the consequences? These 4 paladins, all of them were high combat paladins of over 50 levels. Naturally, it was arranged by Qin Lai. As Lu Ran's bodyguard, he secretly followed on weekdays, tasking Lu Ran when he was alone. Prevent accidents and provide protection in times of emergency. If Lu Wenshan's men hadn't shown their weapons and pressed on, they probably won't come out yet. At this moment, Lu Wenshan was completely confused. The Lu family professionals at the front and back were also startled. One of them came back to his senses, facing the paladin of the Heaven's Path Alliance, and hurriedly put away his weapon in fear. Twisting his head, he looked at Lu Wenshan. Asked Lu. The words were not finished. Buzz. It was as if the rhythm had been catalyzed by the sudden movement. A wall of golden holy shields exploded in front of each of the 4 paladins. When it was really like a steel fortress, it protected Lu Ran in the center. Even the war hammers in their hands began to build up their strength, and holy light gradually bloomed. Scared Lu Wenshan's face turned green. Panicked, misunderstanding. Misunderstanding a few big brothers, we just happened to pass by and not here to fight, go. He was a member of the War Flag Protectorate though. But it's just regular members. This was the inner city, not far from the Heaven's Path Alliance branch. If the Heavenly Dao Alliance found out and misunderstood that he, Lu Wenshan, was the one who led the siege against the Heavenly Dao Alliance, that's a big beam. He can't afford to take that responsibility. But what Lu Wenshan couldn't have imagined was that even so, he had made a big mistake. Among the 4 paladins, Lu Ran gulped. This was something he was unaware of. However, looking at the emblem of the Heavenly Dao Alliance guild on the 4 of them, Lu Ran probably understood that. This was the bodyguard that the Tien Dao Alliance had arranged for him. Good lord, for high-ranking paladins. It's full of rows. That, for big brothers, I'm fine, thank you. Lu Ran politely thanked them. The 4 of them watched the Lu family crowd leave. Only then did they all revoke their defense postures and turn their heads to grin at Lu Ran, but did not speak. Then his body was slightly short, and then in a booming explosion, he leapt out in all directions without a figure. When Lu Ran ran to the replica hall, the 3 presidents were already waiting. Lu Ran informed the matter. Lei Tai instantly became furious, blowing his pants off and glaring, "Sure it's someone from my War Flag Protectorate? Lu Wenshan, right? I'll have someone check it out right now. If I find out, I'll skin him." Eyes on Rai Tai opened his communicator and began to make contact. Lu Xinxin burst into tears and laughed, and said to Lu Ran, "Normal, you upgrade so fast. Being stared at is inevitable, but it doesn't matter, you're invincible anyway, so staring is fine." Lu Ran thought to himself, yes, it's invincible anyway. Then he looked at Lei Tai and said, "What about Lu Wenshan?" Yi Hongyi gloated from the sidelines, "Deal with it as you should, and that. There's absolutely no ambiguity, and in this world, the strong are privileged. Indeed, the strong are privileged." Because of Lu Ran's ability, he could have 4 high combat paladins secretly guarding him. You can have the 3 grand presidents personally lead the brush replica. Or you can just use the platinum teaming contract of 500,000 gold coins apiece as if it doesn't cost anything. It was even arranged by Yi Hongyi with a worthwhile unranked epic. Liang's family messed with him, and now he's gone. That's privilege. Lu Xinxin looked at Lu Ran a little flabbergasted, rubbed his head, said, "Don't think nonsense. It's not that complicated, let's go to the Endless Tower first, beat the 53rd floor, and we'll continue to brush our copies." Lu Ran returned to his senses and nodded, walking towards the Tower of Endlessness. Teleporting into the 53rd floor of the Tower of Endlessness, Lu Ran came out 10 seconds later. This also includes the time it takes to teleport out. The whole thing is really just going in and throwing a blood spear at a 53 level monster, and that's it. When the 530,000 experience arrived, Lu Ran returned the blood spear into a storing state.
Finished? Right, I asked. Well, it's done, 53 floors up. Lu Ran nodded.
Yi Hongyi and Lu Xinxin, on the other hand, looked at the Endless Tower global ranking. Sure enough, Lu Ran's ranking had come to 16, a total of 453 tiers of the.
Lu Ran deservedly had the fastest speed through the tiers.
I'm 11th, and even though we're 5 places apart, my 11th place is 55th floor.
So we're just 2 layers short, huh? Lei Tai wanted to cry. Because at this rate it's going to continue. Lu Ran is 54 floors tonight, 55 tomorrow morning.
And among the 55 floors, Lu Ran surely deserved to be the fastest to clear the level as well.
Beyond Red Tai. It's still true, huh? Right, why don't you go in and brush 2 more floors? Lest Lu Ran surpasses you tomorrow. Yi Hongyi joked. Forget it.
I'm a meat shield, I don't do enough damage, those 55 floors have spelled my life.
I've tried several times on the 56th floor, I can't beat the boss and the boss can't beat me. Lei Tai said helplessly. Having said that.
Patting Lu Ran on the shoulder, he said, brother has grown so big that.
The first time I was hit so hard by your kid, the pressure is on, walk away, brush the copies, and then look at the Endless Tower ranking, I'm about to be pissed off.
Yi Hongyi skimmed her mouth.
Schadenfreude, you're under a load of pressure.
The one who's really stressed should be that little daytime nanny, curious to see what her face looks like right now.
Lu Xinxin then softly said, not yet time. This is just the beginning of Nanoha's journey, let's go brush up on our copies. Other side. The Lu family.
Lu Wenshan sat on the sofa in the living room with some apprehension, a little fidgety.
Lu Yang asked from the side, what's going on with Lu Ran then? Why would a paladin from the Heaven's Path Alliance protect him?
At those words, Lu Wenshan glanced at Lu Yang.
Where would he know to go?
I don't know, but what I do know is that to be covertly protected by 4 high-fighting paladins. They are all big shots, and there has never been a newbie necromancer being so protected.
Lu Wenshan mused. And it's still arranged by the Tendo Union. Is it just because Lu Ran upgraded fast?
At this time, another middle-aged man who looked somewhat similar to Lu Wenshan hurriedly ran in.
Seeing Lu Wenshan, he immediately asked, Wenshan, I just heard my family say. You brought Lu Yan to block people? How come the paladin from the Heaven's Path Alliance ran out to get involved, what's going on? Lu Wenshan sniffed and told the truth. The middle-aged man's face suddenly sank, hard to see. Even his voice was a little trembling, You went to block his Lu Ran? Lu Wenshan nodded, eyeing the middle-aged man's ugly face. Casually, he said, nothing. Anyway, there was no fight. It's not like the Heaven's Path Alliance is going to target me just because they fought a few paladins, right? But the middle-aged man sighed. Said, the point isn't the paladin, it's Lu Ran. Do you know who was the last person to mess with Lu Ran? Lu Wenshan asked in confusion, what do you mean, who is it? Liang Tai.
The middle-aged man said, I've gotten some news that Liang Xiaoyu, Liang Tai's son, is.
He snatched Lu Ran's girlfriend, and after that, at the Heaven's Edge building,
that Liang Xiaoyu even made things difficult for Lu Ran, but was pulled away by Liang Tai urgently.
Lu Wenshan froze and subconsciously asked, what happened afterward? The middle-aged man sighed and said, the Liang family has disappeared. Chapter 46. 4 Great Guilds Working Together. Hearing this, Lu Wenshan's body shuddered fiercely.
Gulping, he opened his mouth to say something, but it felt dry.
I was holding the teacup, but I couldn't drink from it because my arm was trembling.
That being said, Wenshan, I'm moving out of Blackfire City, and this matter was never my concern in the first place. Take care of yourself. After saying that, the middle-aged man left in a hurry. But it doesn't matter if he goes, Lu Wenshan has no way to go. The Lu family's industry was located in Black Flame City, and this was the foundation of the Lu family.
To leave is to give up everything in the Lu family.
But the fear in his heart, it was spreading.
The other side. Sakura, Nanako has gotten the message.
The necromancer, at 8:30, moved up another level. Already past the 53rd floor, current ranking, 16th, personal information is still hidden.
I'm sorry, the maid reported. Nanako was a little puzzled.
Subconsciously, he asked, 4 places were raised at once, so, among the 53 layers of the.
He still has the shortest pastime? Seeing the maid nod. Nanako was a little confused. What the hell is wrong with this necromancer? To be able to beat it, I guess, I spaced out yesterday to punch a layer, and now I'm spacing out for the night. To say that the fight was tough and thrilling to get through, but in terms of the length of time it took to get through the same tier, yet it crushes all other hidden professions and is firmly in first place as the most efficient. Even by virtue of Hades' crystal skull, that thing could save your life in a pinch. But not so much as to boost the efficiency of that necromancer's tier rush. It's really strange. Keep staring, Nanako said, a little distracted. Despite the fact that the opponent's ranking was only 16 and the long interval between rushing tiers. But is this rushing a layer from time to time strong or weak? A normal professional rushes through the tiers, reaches the toughest tier in one breath, and then doesn't dare to continue down. Because it's too risky. Tend to get stuck for at least 10 days and half a month before daring to try and. There are even a large number of people who are afraid to rush the floor for months at a time. But this necromancer, what is the operation? When it came down to it, Nathan's mouth said he didn't need to pay attention to such a fluke necromancer. But the heart has begun to take it seriously. And all of this, long ago by Lu Xinshin took the pinch. Huaxia, Black Fire City. Lu Wenshan was fidgety, even Lu Yang was left at home by him today and did not let him go to upgrade. Dad, it's been over an hour, it's fine, I'm going to practice? Lu Yang asked. He's in a hurry. This third place of his, the gap from Qin Wuyo in front of him is too big to surpass, and from Lu Ran, it's even more of an 8-way tie. Now it's just a matter of staying in third place. But this staying at home and not doing a damn thing will sooner or later be surpassed by the newcomers behind. There are so many students in the same class, many of them are well-to-do, and you're catching up with me. But it's intense. Okay, so far it does seem as if there's nothing. Lu Wenshan murmured. But halfway through his words, he suddenly froze and looked at his message alert panel in surprise. It clearly states, "You have been kicked out of the guild by the Battle Flag Protectorate." A simple message, like 5 thunderbolts. Lu's family can grow so fast, Lu Wenshan can make money left and right. Membership in the War Flag Protectorate is a great tool. But now, he was kicked out of the guild by the War Flag Protectorate. Lu Wenshan was a bit confused. Wasn't it the Heavenly Dao Alliance that he had provoked? What's with the War Flag Protectorate? Moreover, even if he had messed with Lu Ran, messed with the Heavenly Dao Alliance. Doesn't the War Flag Protectorate even protect its own guild members? He reached up and touched his chest in surprise. Sure enough, the guild emblem, which represented the glory of the War Flag Protectorate, was gone. Dad, where is your guild emblem? Lu Yang keenly sensed this. I was kicked out of the Battle Flag Protectorate. Lu Wenshan said with an ugly face. Huh? Why? Did you kick the wrong person? Lu Yang asked in surprise. Lu Wenshan froze and sat on the sofa. If it was a normal day and he was suddenly kicked out of the guild, he might think it was a mistake. But right now, at this juncture, he had just provoked Lu Ran and the Heavenly Dao Alliance. It was then removed from the War Flag Protectorate. Is this a coincidence? He hurriedly opened the guild panel. Sure enough, he didn't belong to any guild anymore. Once again, he opened the guild information of the War Flag Protectorate and wanted to apply to join and ask about it. Only to find that the button to request to join is grayed out. At the same time, he also saw the latest announcement on the War Flag Protectorate Guild interface, posted 3 minutes ago. War Flag Protectorate member level 53 Magic Swordsman Lu Wenshan, for violating guild rules. Kicked out of the guild and never hired. Boom! Lu Wenshan's brain exploded. It didn't just kick him out of the guild, it blackballed him. He won't even be eligible to join the War Flag Protectorate in the future. What the hell happened? What's going on here? That Lu Ran. Lu Wenshan brain at this time messy mess, the previous to block Lu Ran arrogance, has long disappeared without a trace. Damn War Flag Protectorate, shame on you, kicking people when you say so. Lu Yang cursed indignantly. But he dared to scold, after all, the newborn calf is not afraid of tigers. Lu Wenshan really didn't dare to curse. Instead, look around carefully. Dad, it's fine, you're a rare profession anyways, and a popular magical swordsman at that. There are plenty of guilds that want you, even if you apply for the Heaven's Path Alliance, there's still a chance that you can pass, after all, it's over 50 levels. There is a place for you to stay if you don't stay here. Lu Yang said comfortingly. Lu Wenshan took a deep breath and nodded his head. It's right to say so, my ability to. Many guilds had thrown in the towel and were treated well. Saying that, he subconsciously clicked on the Heaven's Path Alliance's guild interface. Although he had just provoked the Heaven's Path Alliance, it was always okay to take a look. If one could join the Heavenly Dao Alliance, that status could be much more arrogant than the Warflag Protectorate. But when this was opened, Lu Wenshan was confused. The mark for applying to join is also grayed out and unselectable. At the same time, he also saw the latest announcement from the Heaven's Path Alliance. Level 53 Magic Swordsman Lu Wenshan, never higher. Ha! Lu Wenshan's eyes glared as he was unexpectedly blackballed by the Heavenly Dao Alliance as well. At this time, Lu Wenshan, trembling, clicked on a third red clothes building. However, it immediately came to mind that the Red Clothes House was a women's guild, and had never accepted males. But even so, just as he was about to close the Red Clothes House guild interface, he accidentally realized that the application markers for the Redcoat building are also gray. It's hard not to. Lu Wenshan's face was ugly as he looked up at the guild announcement. Sure enough. Latest announcement. Level 53 Magic Swordsman Lu Wenshan, never higher. The guild itself is a women's guild and doesn't accept males, but it still pulled the plug on him. An announcement was also made. Where's the mirror? Lu Wenshan muttered. Eagerly, he opened Mirror Moon's guild interface. What I saw before me was like a blow to the head. The application markers, again, are grayed out and cannot be selected. The announcement was just as good, as if it had been discussed with the other three guilds. Level 53 Magic Swordsman Lu Wenshan, never higher. Lu Wenshan felt like the sky had collapsed at this moment. The four major guilds are boycotting and pulling together. And they've all sent out announcements. Ask all the big and small guilds in this Chinese territory. Who dares to take him? Lu Wenshan sat disheveledly in his chair. The whole person seemed to have lost his soul. What kind of god is that Lu Ran? Chapter 47 The Power of the State. Lu Yang, who was on the side, learned that the four major guilds had joined forces to remove his father, Lu Wenshan, from the blacklist. Lu Yang was also dumbfounded. Going to block Lu Ran was still his suggestion. Because he was eyeing Lu Ran's upgrade speed, and with the idea of destroying it if he couldn't get it. But he was afraid to go himself. Although he was a rare profession, Lu Ran was level 23, he couldn't beat him. So, informed his father Lu Wenshan. Lu Wenshan, relying on the fact that he is a member of the Warflag Protectorate Army and has a big family, directly led people there. Even threw in the towel and flashed his status as a Warflag Protector. Trying to suppress Lu Ran with his identity was nothing for a junior out of the slums like Lu Ran. But I didn't expect that just a single glance had touched the four paladins arranged by the Heaven's Path Alliance. It didn't get into a fight, but it seemed to break some sort of rule. The four major guilds jointly blackballed him. And in such a short period of time, that is to say, behind Lu Ran's back, at least it stood with four major guilds backing it up. He's not even some ghetto kid whose real identity we can't even imagine. Lu Wenshan gritted his teeth. It was no wonder Lu Ran had upgraded so quickly and so exaggeratedly. The person who could pry the four major guilds to stand up for him could be a child of an ordinary family? The resources that could be obtained from him were also absolutely terrifying. It was ridiculous that he wanted to compel Lu Ran with just $5 million, so it was no wonder that Lu Ran was unmoved. $5 million is nothing. Dad, it's okay, even if we don't join the four guilds, we can still join other guilds. There are quite a few powerful guilds under the four great guilds. Lu Yang said comfortingly. The four major guilds have blackballed me, removed me, and boycotted me together, and this situation. Which guild do you think would dare to want me? Isn't that a clear indication that the four major guilds are against each other? Lu Wenshan twisted his head and asked. Lu Yang was at a loss for words. Alas, I'm only afraid that it also affects you, even if you have a rare profession and upgrade fast enough. The four major guilds won't want you either. Lu Wenshan was filled with bitterness. That doesn't matter, we're a big family, even if we're doing business and not joining a guild. And a lifetime of not worrying about food and clothing, the district Lu Ran wants to pin down us, it's not qualified enough. Lu Yang said proudly. In terms of family history, the Lu family is indeed considered wealthy. And it has its own industry. But as the words came out, Lu Wenshan suddenly remembered.
The Lu family's industries, equipment supply, and so on, all cooperated with the Red Leaf Chamber of Commerce.
And acquiring gear on a regular basis.
It was also all based on his name as a member of the Lu Wunshan War Flag Protectorate.
Today, just as he was thinking about it, a message came over the communicator.
The Red Leaf Chamber of Commerce hereby notifies you that the Lu family's supply chain status with the Red Leaf Chamber of Commerce is cancelled. All cooperation is cancelled, including but not limited to equipment, potions, and all consumables, hereby notified.
One sentence pulled Lu Wunshan to the bottom. Without the identity of the War Flag Protectorate, acquiring the equipment itself is not so simple.
Now that the Red Leaf Chamber of Commerce has cancelled its cooperation, he can only act as a solo professional. That
normal way to trade on the shelf. The Lu family's estate was gone in the blink of an eye. Dad, what's wrong? What's the news?
Lu Yang couldn't help but ask as he watched Lu Wunshan's face harden after reading the communicator message. From the Red Leaf Chamber of Commerce, refusing all cooperation with us now.
We are no longer the Red Leaf Chamber of Commerce's supply chain,
Lu Wunshan said with a wooden expression.
The Red Leaf Chamber of Commerce supply chain is countless.
His Lu family was just one of the little ants, and the Red Leaf Chamber of Commerce didn't matter.
Without the Lu family, there was the next Zhang family, the Wang family to work with, and everyone grabbed them.
But the Lu family lost the Red Leaf Chamber of Commerce as a big tree.
The industry collapsed. Dad, it's fine, let's.
Lu Yang subconsciously comforted.
Snap.
Before the words were finished, Lu Wunshan slapped a big, hard ear. Even Lu Wunshan, who usually spoiled him, couldn't help but scold him at this time. If it wasn't for you,
If we had to go to Lu Ran's trouble, would our Lu family be like this? I would have become like this. Boycotted by the 4 major guilds, I'm a rat for the holidays from now on. Are you okay? I don't have your mom. The industry is collapsing. How do you get out of a handful of hoarded gear? Do you want to sell them at stalls?
As all the people level up, the equipment in our hands will become more and more depreciated.
Still upgrading nymphets. Wait for death. It was a scene of déjà vu. It seemed that Liang Xiaoyu's father, Liang Tai, had taught his son the same thing back then. I have to say, dude is much of a loser. In this short period of time, both of the Black Flame City families had lost, and both had lost to Lu Ran. In the meantime, the matter has also been hotly debated. What did this Lu Wunshan do? How come he was removed from the War Flag Protectorate? The War Flag Protectorate, under the leadership of Big Brother Lei Tai, is just and true. Apparently this little arm call has committed something. TSK. Not only was he kicked out of the guild, he was blackballed and removed from the guild, never to be hired. The 4 major public households are boycotting jointly. I go, how can this Lu Wunshan still mix in China in the future? Laughing my ass off, even the Women's Guild Red Clothes House sent out an announcement, inside the copy at this time. A few of the people who had just finished talking about the Flame Lords gathered together. The 3 presidents glanced at each other, and Yi Hongyi glanced at the message sent by Yu Qing-sung on his communicator. Smiling, he said, Yu Qing-sung also sent out an announcement, it's been so long. It's the first time the 4 major guilds have been so taciturn, surely it can cause quite a stir? Although Lu Ran did not know exactly what had happened, but probably guessed it had something to do with Lu Yang. So he asked, is that the Lu family punished? How was it punished? Lei Tai was straight and said directly, kicked out of the guild, and with the 4 major guilds boycotting it. Never hire. Nice guy. Lu Ran was shocked, playing so big? In the end, the Lu family didn't do anything but block him. But if those 4 paladins didn't show up, the Lu family would definitely have to make a move. Lu Xinxin softly said, what? Think this treatment is excessive? Surprising the 3 presidents, Lu Ran shook his head. He said, if those 4 paladin brothers didn't show up at that time, and I was an ordinary necromancer who couldn't defend myself, I might have died in their hands. This treatment, of course, is not excessive. At the same time, Lu Ran also probably understood why the 4 major guilds were making such a big fuss. In fact, it's fine to silently blacken Lu Wunshan, but to issue an announcement with such fanfare. For one thing, no one could reach out to Lu Ran, not exactly a risk. Secondly, it's actually kind of like the 4 major guilds, or the country, in order to prove their sincerity to Lu Ran. Give him face. Lu Ran chooses to walk with his country, and his country will grant him supremacy and status.
In China, no one could touch him, Lu ran. As Lu Xinxin said, after global datadization, this world of the weak and the strong.
Status and position are matched by strength.
After that, the four of them continued to brush their copies until dinner time.
Seeing that it's almost time.
After brushing the Flame Lord, Lu Xinxin said, "It's ready." Lu Ran went to brush the 54th floor by hand.
One more little shock for Nanako, then off to dinner. Chapter 48, approaching step by step. It was easy for Lu Ran. Lu Ran didn't even bother to see what boss was on level 54.
Once you're in, just throw the blood spear.
Get experience and quit. The three people outside were still looking at the Endless Tower global ranking.
As expected, the moment Lu Ran came out, the rankings also changed.
12 already. Not bad, looking to get into the top 10.
Yi Hongyi said with satisfaction.
Only Lei Tai had an odd expression. Depressed, yeah, this kid's about to go in the top 10. I'm about to get in the top 10, too.
I've been trying for a little over half a year now, and I haven't been able to move on to the next level.
God damn it. Above Lu Ran was Lei Tai in 11th place.
Lei Tai had beaten the 55th floor, but because it took the longest time of the few people on the 55th floor,
that's why it's at the bottom of the rankings. But that's good enough.
It was important to realize that Lei Tai was not a strong attacking profession, but a meat shield. The output isn't that strong, and being able to rampage all the way to tier 55 is pretty much the limit. Unless Lei Tai continued to upgrade to level 65, unlocked new skills, or acquired new equipment. Just like the Black Dragon Team replica outfit, for example, to have any hope of continuing to hit higher tiers.
But upgrading is difficult and very slow. You can't get equipment from the Black Dragon Mountains at this stage either.
And, even if Lei Tai had leveled up and unlocked new skills by then,
came up with the gear too.
Similarly, other professionals are not standing still. Reite is thankful to be able to stabilize his ranking.
Let's go eat.
Lu Xinxin said with satisfaction.
Behind them in the replica hall. The crowds coming and going all stopped in their tracks and looked at the Endless Tower global ranking in unison. Am I right, that necromancer bigot won't stop there? This is already 54 floors, my ass, is this still a necromancer? Rushing 2 levels a day? Thunderstruck? I suspect the big man did it on purpose. Deliberate hair can impact a higher number of levels and leave it unimpacted? Must have kept trying all day long. Now the fluke has climbed another level. If this big guy can still punch a floor tomorrow morning, I'll eat live. I advised him not to continue, there's no chance he'll hang up one of these times. Other side. Sakura's Aiki Naitasha. Nanako was in a very bad mood at the moment. The deal with Eagle Sauce never got a response she was willing to pay up, but Eagle Sauce wasn't willing to sell. After all, at this juncture, equipping other countries with the Black Dragon Mountains, it's still not a bad influence on the War of Nations. The reason why he was willing to seek out Yu Qing-sung for a deal was solely because he coveted Hades' crystal skull. Having no choice but to challenge the Black Dragon Mountain range with his own men, Nanasan. It's still the easiest normal difficulty. But still crippled. On this trip, a team of 50 people died, more than 30 of them. It was a worse loss than the previous attempts. Looking at the remnants of the team in front of him, each of them looked grim. Nanako was going crazy with anxiety. Reorganize the personnel and continue the attempt tomorrow, before the national war. Take the Black Dragon Mountain range no matter what. Naneo said sternly. At those words, the faces of the people were but one by one ugly. That's easy for this to say. Go in there and hide behind the output. Arrange for a couple of nannies to focus on keeping your blood up. The rest of the team is cool to die. It's fine to keep trying, but it's the rest of the team that's going to die. But in Sakura, no one dared to disobey Nanashi's orders, and could only respond. At that particular moment, the maid came over at an inopportune time. That necromancer, just a little after 6 o'clock, rushed the floor again, past the 54th floor. It's rank 12 now. The maid said carefully. The already annoyed Nanako almost stormed off in place when she heard that. It's that necromancer again, it's only 54 floors, so what if I pass? What's there to report when you pass a floor in the morning, a floor in the evening, and a whole day to pass a floor? I don't know, Nanathan cursed angrily. But even as he said that, Nanashir suddenly froze. Suddenly something felt odd. Usually, for other pros, an endless tower stuck is just really stuck. That's not about skill, it's entirely a matter of equipment, leveling, and the numerical value of the skill damage mix. Can't beat it means you can't beat it. That's not something you can squeak through by constantly trying. Once was a fluke. What about twice? What about 3? That necromancer, who's been rushing a floor now and then for the past 2 days, a floor in the morning, a floor in the evening. It's like clocking in and out of work. What do you take the Tower of Infinity for? Can you play like this? The maid was scolded a few times and didn't dare to squeak. Nanako forced down her anger and said in a deep voice, "Tomorrow morning, if that necromancer rushes another level, report back to me on time. Everyone else, prepare gear, consumables. The team's profession matching scheme as well as the grouping will be given to me tonight, and we'll continue to try the Black Dragon Mountain range tomorrow, that's it." With that said, Nanako turned away. Behind them the members of the community were all sighing. This Nanako, it's getting crazier and crazier. Early the next morning. The first time Lu Ran and the 3 presidents assembled and arrived at the replica hall. Just went straight to the Tower of Infinity to report, clocked in, casually collected the 55th floor boss with a blood spear that had been storing up all night. Then come out. Simple as drinking cold water. Lu Ran's spell attack power wasn't very high nowadays, but with the blood spear's stored power, at this stage of the Tower of Endlessness, Lu Ran going in was seconds. There's no suspense. The news, naturally, reached Sakura in the first place. Nanao had straightened out her 50 team members early in the morning to form a large team that headcounts, checking groupings, occupational pairings, and consumable resupply, to name a few. But in the process, Nanao was always distracted, as if there was a thorn stuck in her heart. You can't swallow it, you can't pull it out. Look for the team to be about to get straightened out. Nanako took a deep breath, calmed herself, and discard the thoughts about the necromancer from your mind. That's when he stepped forward, ready to lead the way. But just then, the maid ran over with small, thumping steps. The moment she saw the maid appear, Nanashi's liver fluttered. She's not accustomed to using a communicator until it's an emergency of last resort. General notices are mandated by Nanashir to be communicated to her in person. But nowadays, she is somewhat resistant to such rules. President. The maid blushed a little hard, not even knowing whether to speak. Don't panic, speak slowly, what is it? Nanako forced a small smile on her face and the pretense of calmness asked. That necromancer. Past the 55th floor and now is now in 10th place. The side of the duplicate hall had exploded, and it was estimated that globally, all the professionals were paying attention to that necromancer. I'm sorry, the maid said through clenched teeth. Nanako's expression froze instantly. That bastard, he really did punch another layer. What time did you pass? What about the length of the pass? Nanashir asked lightly. 8:30, same time as yesterday, out of 55 floors if you pass the time. That's 3 people counting him, and he still took the shortest time. The maid said. Chapter 49 Feeling the pressure? Nanako suddenly fell silent. It's only been a few days since she took the top spot in the Tower of Endlessness, suppressing the once exiled Yukong Song. This is Sakura's great honor. But now, everyone's focus gradually shifted to a necromancer. All this attention was supposed to be hers, Nanao. And, in the past 2 days, that necromancer, one after the other, rushed the floor, once in the morning. Once in the evening, even the timing was much the same, as if you were clocking in and out of work on time. Nanako had felt an invisible pressure gradually approaching. The team regroups, rests, and waits for me to return. Nanashir murmured. Then, to the odd looks of the crowd, he went to the replica hall. Normally a high-profile, star-studded woman, she. Today it was surprisingly veiled. This was the first time Nanazan had faced this necromancer squarely. On the leaderboard, the 10th necromancer's name wasn't too high, but it was extraordinarily eye-catching. Top 30 globally and the only regular career. A necromancer that has never appeared on the rankings. It was also the only necromancer who hid his personal information, all question marks. But it's that same mystery that eludes Nanaioi. It was clearly just an ordinary regular profession necromancer who didn't deserve to be noticed by him, but it gave her an inscrutable and immense pressure. Her eyes were dead set on the ranked necromancer, as if her gaze was trying to penetrate the panel,
Seeing the other side of the shore located on the other side of the Forbidden Sea, seeing that necromancer. At this time, inside the replica hall, many small-time professionals were also following the rankings of the Endless Tower. That necromancer again? This is too arrogant. 2 layers a day, 1 in the morning, 1 in the evening, thunder and lightning, that's not rushing a layer. Isn't that every day? Goddess Nanashur just won the top spot a few days ago, she won't be pushed down, will she? Hard to say, there's something weird about this necromancer. Really, if Nanako gets squeezed out, she's probably going to blow a gasket, isn't she? It wasn't even this fast when Nanako started entering the rankings, was it? More than that, not even close. The words reached Nanashi's ears. She grimaced, gritted her teeth in death, turned around silently, and left the replica hall. Back to Ikinai Taisha. Nanako looked at the team that had finished straightening up and said in a deep voice, "Today's group book, cancelled. Everyone disperse." At those words, the crowd was as if they had been pardoned. They were attending with the intention of dying. After all, the mortality rate is too high. Now that it has suddenly been cancelled, it is almost as if they have picked up the pieces. Then, Nanaioi called the top brass to a meeting. In the conference room, Nanashur said, "Has anyone investigated the necromancer?" Upon hearing this, the crowd looked at me and I looked at you, and no one said anything. Of course there's no investigation. How do you investigate? The transnational teleportation was all banned by Long Xia, and you can't go there, and the other party hid their identity. How do you investigate? Besides, wasn't it you, Nanako, who said you wouldn't allow an investigation? Thought a necromancer was unnecessary, now what? Fire up your ass and you want to get up and investigate? Seeing the bewildered faces of the crowd, a pang of anger ran through Nanako's mind as she. But it was true that she had said there was no need to pay attention to the necromancer. So all you can do is grit your teeth and not say a word. At this point, one of the top brass carefully said, "I briefly paid attention to the... It's not really an investigation, it just feels kind of weird." Say. Nanoha looked to the other man. In turn, the other party took out a list and placed it on the table. Opened his mouth, I went to look at the global rankings, and since only the top 30 can be seen, So at a glance, the highest rank in the world at the moment, Oryu King Song, and the 30th at the very bottom of the rankings. The minimum level was 53, but there were no necromancers amongst the top 30. Not to mention necromancers with hidden personal information. It really isn't much of an investigation, it's all in plain sight. Just by watching that necromancer charge all the way up the tier, everyone took it for granted that the other party was high-leveled. But today it seems. It was a necromancer that wasn't even level 53. Nanashur froze, incredulous. The necromancers that have been constantly hitting the Endless Tower's tiers for the past 2 days are all less than level 53? Are you kidding me? It's weird, but it's true, the opponent's level is definitely less than level 53. It's impossible to go wrong. The man said. That odd feeling in Nanako's heart intensified. A necromancer that was less than level 53 stepped up on the Tower of Endlessness. She's clearly at level 62, and the other party is only at level 55, regardless of career strength level. It's still the Tower of Infinity tier, and it looks like there's quite a bit of a gap. Before this, the difficulty of every professional on the rankings was immense for every layer they impacted. From time to time, there were also high combat professionals who suddenly disappeared from the rankings. That's the unfortunate death of risking rushing the floor. But right now, the difference between that necromancer and her at the 7th level was making Nanako feel on fire. Investigate. Immediately send someone across the Forbidden Sea to Long Xia to investigate that necromancer. Also, keep an eye on the Endless Tower rankings, that necromancer if he continues to charge through the tiers. Let me know at the first opportunity. The information on the necromancers that Long Xia has named in the past national war reports. List them all. Nanako is finally getting serious. And the most important thing she needs to focus on is this evening, just after 6 o'clock. Let's see if the necromancer will continue to rush the floor. If the opponent continues to rush the tier and has the shortest time in the same tier ranking, That was the last thing Nanako wanted. After the meeting was adjourned, Nanashur was alone in his chair. Hands drooped on their white jade legs, trembling slightly, not with fear, but with nervousness. A pressure out of thin air kept hitting her heart. Everything, it depends on tonight. The idea of impacting the 63rd layer even popped into her mind, but it was immediately snuffed out.
No, it's too risky.
And all of this is also in Lu Xinxin's plan. On the other side of the copy, Lu Xinxin and Lu Ran stood together and Yi Hongyi and Lei Tai went out to deal with the elites and bosses. Lu Xinxin narrowed her eyes and looked at Lu Ran with a smile. The corners of his mouth turned up slightly.
How much experience is it now? Lu Xinxin asked.
97% of 23, should be up to level 24 by lunch, at this rate.
It's getting slower and slower. Lu Ran said bitterly. Dead kids still don't know enough, this is already very fast.
Lu Xinxin softly said.
Brush up until dinner time. Just after 6 o'clock, several people left their copies on time.
Lu Xinxin said to Lu Ran, go ahead, 56th floor, quick battle.
All right. Lu Ran licked his lips and walked towards the endless tower teleportation array. Same time. Sakura, Ikinai Taisha.
Nanao, as well as a group of top executives from the big company, gathered here, and the atmosphere in the entire conference room was somber.
Depressing.
Sweat was even oozing from Nani's palms, and the soft chair didn't seem to be as comfortable as it should have been.
It was all wet between the groins. Chapter 50, Where the Hell Are the Gods? President, the time is up, that necromancer should not continue, right? Squeaking through a few floors, it's nothing, it's just necromancers after all.
Being able to enter the top 10 of the rankings is already the limit of limits, so in my opinion, there's no need to pay attention to it.
If we continue to rush through the layers again,
I can't imagine what that necromancer is relying on is rushing through the tiers anymore.
Don't you guys forget, that necromancer isn't even level 53. What are you afraid of? The atmosphere livened up a bit when someone opened up. Nanako looked around, but her mood continued to hang in the balance. Obviously just a necromancer. Obviously not even 53 levels. It was clear that the other party had only passed the 55th floor. Obviously, the other party's layers were still 6 layers short of her Nanashi's 61 layers. But Nanako always felt the other's step. Furthermore, even if the other party passes the 56th floor, so what? There are still 57 floors behind them. 58 floors, he can keep going through? A necromancer is just a necromancer. Someone said. What if the other guy can keep passing? Nanashir asked. At those words, the crowd snapped. The man who spoke earlier hurriedly accompanied him with a smile and said, that doesn't matter. The Tower of Endlessness looks at the individual combat power, soon to be the national war, even if that necromancer individual combat power is strong, the national war. It will also be drowned in corpses by us, no need to worry. That's not a good ass kissing. Nanako's face fell, and he said, you mean, in terms of personal combat power, I'm not as good as him? The man's face paled. Rushing to his feet, he said with a trembling voice, forgive me, President. I don't mean that, besides, isn't the other party continuing to punch the layer backward yet? In my opinion, 55 floors is his limit, to continue charging through the floors, he's looking for death. The words just fell. The maid then pushed the door open. Instantly, everyone's eyes gathered on the maid's body. That maid didn't realize there were so many people in the conference room, and that the atmosphere was so depressing. Carefully, he looked over at Nani. Nanashir, on the other hand, took a deep breath, forced a smile, and said, it's okay, straight up, how's it going? Only then did the maid grit her teeth, I've been keeping an eye on the Endless Tower's global rankings. That necromancer passed the 56th floor just now, at 612, and still has the shortest time to pass, among the rankings of the same floor. Ranked 7th on the overall list. At those words, Nanao's expression instantly stiffened. She stared at the maid and suddenly asked, last night, what time did he cross the 55th floor? The maid immediately said, 10 minutes past 6. Only by 2 minutes. Nanako's breath caught. She'd said more than once earlier that the other side had so much time in between each layer that it's in the constant risk of trying to punch up the tier, but now it seems like it's possible that it's not. The timing is so precise that it's really like going over to the first floor at the right time. No, not punch, but over. It was as easy as eating, took the shortest amount of time, and was passed in one sitting without any delay. Nanasan thought back to her own less than 53 levels ago, when she tried to get on the global rankings of the Tower of Infinity. That's dreaming.
In that case, at least at this stage, even if that necromancer didn't continue to charge the tier.
It's also already finished over her Nanoha. Got it, keep watching. Nanako simply threw out a sentence. The people in the conference room looked at each other in disbelief.
I had a mind to say something, but I didn't dare to talk too much after all. The facts were before me, and if I talk too much,
If he touches Nanako's brow, he's going to be in for a rude awakening. And Nanako looked up at the crowd. The executives of the Ikinai Daisha, who usually flaunt their power in Sakura, are all dragons and phoenixes in front of people. Now when you run into problems, you can't count on any of them. Can't even kiss ass. Get out of here, all of you. Nanako said in a deep voice.
Immediately, everyone rushed to their feet, scrambling out of the room and
fear of running slow was Nanako grabbed as a punching bag.
Not long afterward, Nani was the only one left in the conference room, and even the maids of honor had gone out. It was getting dark and the light in the conference room was fading. Nanison sat motionless in his main seat. The silence was such that she could even hear her own heartbeat.
A necromancer is just a necromancer in the end. How did he do it? Nanathan took a deep breath and exhaled slowly out.
This feeling of stepping closer and completely stealing all of her attention was very bad. The joy of finally suppressing Yu Ching-song a few days ago seemed to have been washed away. Today, Nanayo is facing an unknown look, unknown rank, and
not even knowing the gender of the less than 53rd level necromancer. Surprisingly, a hint of trepidation bubbled up inside.
She shook her head and gritted her teeth. I don't believe he can keep rushing the tier that.
60 floors is a big hurdle. Yu Ching-song couldn't get past it for so long. What gives him the right? Even me.
He also made that huge sacrifice to pass the 60th floor in the first place. There's no way he could have done it.
It's impossible.
But that, more than anything else, was her self-congratulatory remark. On the other hand, Lu Ran's few people were full of wine and food and returned to Lu Ran's mansion. The three presidents were suddenly notified and summoned to the Heaven's Path Alliance branch.
What the hell? Suddenly the three of us? Something big?
Lei Tai muttered in confusion.
Won't we know if we go and take a look? Yi Hongyi said casually.
Lu Xinshin, on the other hand, looked at Lu Ran.
He said, Lu Ran, you follow me? Huh? Lu Ran froze, surprised. Didn't call me, did you? I'm not comfortable with you being home alone.
Lu Xinshin shook his head and said.
Had no choice but to go along. Tian Dao League branch. Lu Ran's four went to the conference room and suddenly ran into Yu Ching-song around the corner.
I'm the one who called you all here.
Yu Ching-song's expression was somewhat serious.
Suddenly, he saw Lu Ran following, and immediately stretched out again. Smilingly, he greeted, Lu Ran is also here. That's just right, we haven't seen each other for a few days.
I'll get to know you and have a meeting together.
After saying that, he led the way.
In the conference room. Yu Ching-song asked, so the crystal skull of Hades is, indeed, in your possession? Lu Ran nodded.
Where did you get it from?
The copies you can fight at this stage can't pop something this good, right?
I'm sorry, Yu Kung-song asked suspiciously. Wild Boss, a level 58 armed Vajra appeared outside of Blackfire City a few days ago. I'm sorry, Lu Ran said truthfully.
So it is. But doesn't a field boss count as a tail blade? Are you so lucky? Did you get the tail blade? Yu Ching-song asked in surprise. It's not luck, it's the word, Olju, if you're curious. Just let Lu Ran show you directly. Why is this still beating around the bush?
Lei Tai muttered from the side.
Causing Yi Hongyi and Lu Xinshin both couldn't help but laugh. It was only then that Yu Ching-song said, quite curious indeed, newly unlocked words? Lu Ran nodded, yes, 2 new unlocks. Huh? Yu Ching-song's eyes glared, 2? Didn't you unlock one at level 5? Wait. How many levels are you?
Lu Ran said, 24 levels.
Chapter 51, giving Yu Ching-song a little shock. Yu Ching-song's entire body snapped to attention.
When he first met Lu Ran was only at level 10, and it had only been a few days since he had seen him.
Just 24 levels. A new phrase was unlocked at level 10, and another at level 20. That's too fast.
Yu Ching-song looked at Yi Hongyi and the others in surprise and said, the three of you are really working hard.
This speed, it's so fast, but even with the platinum grouping contract, it's not that fast, is it? What did you do?
Yi Hongyi said, wild boss Lu Ran killed it once and gave 5 million experience.
There's also the Endless Tower global ranking, you should know about that as well.
Words.
Yu Song immediately nodded his head, yes, there's also the Endless Tower ranking, that necromancer. Is it really Lu Ran? As good as fake. Yi Hongyi proudly took Lu Ran by the shoulders and pulled him into his arms.
The two sisters, Yi Hongyi and Lu Xinxin, had different personalities and behaved differently. Yi Hongyi was big and bold, while Lu Xinxin was a bit more coy. But Yi Hongyi's bold movements often messed up Lu Ran's small belly, evil fire rubbing upwards.
Wait. I'll stroke it. Yu Song raised his hand.
Upgrading so fast, the Endless Tower rankings have flown up to 7th in the world.
Also took out the field boss, and there are new words unlocked, or 2. A little too much information. One by one, let's start with the field boss. How did you get the tail blade?
I'm sorry, Yu Song asked, organizing his words. The effect of the words.
Lu Ran said directly.
Then directly light up the words for Yu Song to see for himself, otherwise it would be too troublesome to talk about it.
The sea is wide open. This thing expands as skill coverage? This can be expanded too, huh? There was a word entry that expanded the skill casting distance before, wasn't there?
Yu Song looked at the word panel and the eyes were huge. Can hardly believe my eyes.
Word, Haikuku. Effect, for each enemy unit killed from the date this phrase is unlocked.
Attack range of all skills, increased by 1 meter, no upper limit current bonus, 21,355 meters. The range behind this, especially looking at Yu Song's brain buzzed.
The skill covers more than 20,000 meters. That's 20 kilometers.
Yes, skill coverage.
Lu Ran nodded.
We've tested it, and now Lu Ran's skeletal storm, Undead Touch,
can completely cover any copy, except for bosses and monsters that have special mechanics that need to be triggered.
Everything else can be attacked indiscriminately, and, with Undead Touch paired with a no cooldown word, you can go full sideboard, full control, and
an infinitely stacked skeletal storm to inflict multiple layers of damage.
Lu Xinxin knew the point at which Yu Song was shocked and
straight to the data.
Yu Song's breathing became a bit rapid, and his chest rose and fell violently. When he looked at Lu Ran again, his eyes were colorful.
The newly unlocked words are so horrible.
When I first met Lu Ran threw skills infinitely.
And the infinite increase in casting distance is already scary.
Today, even skill coverage can be increased.
This was an exponential enhancement to Lu Ran.
In just a few days' absence, the skeleton storm was able to cover 20 kilometers. So, when it comes time for the War of Nations, Lu Ran's skeleton storm,
it can cover any country's army?
Yu Song asked as if he were mumbling. That's the idea, but I think that as long as we give Lu Ran plenty of time to grow,
even if it covers the entire national war battlefield, it seems that the conundrum isn't too big. Yi Hongyi added from the side. Gulp. Yu Song gulped.
Subconsciously, he said, and there's an equally large range of undead touches constantly controlling
this. How does this make other countries respond? Responding, my ass. In these years, China's position in the international situation has been delicate.
Several countries have jumped in front of us, and now that Lu Ran has appeared, they shouldn't think about responding, they should just wait for death.
I don't know, right? I said with a curse. Yu Song continued to ask, what about that field boss? How did you get the tail blade? Yi Hongyi reminded, isn't there another word for that? Oh, versus. Almost forgetting that Yu Song's entire attention was completely drawn to the Haikokuji words.
Almost forgot that Lu Ran's newly unlocked has 2 phrases.
So the sight went back to looking. Words, crouching in the dark.
Effects, stored power skills will cancel the maximum time limit for storing power, and can be stored indefinitely. This entry is much shorter and has no numerical description.
Yu Song hadn't reacted in the moment. Muttering under his breath, he said, stored power skill removes the stored power time limit, stored power skill? The necromancer's power-up skill is the blood spear, which has a maximum power-up of 8 seconds, right? Blood spear has unlimited power? Ha! Speaking later, Yu Song's eyes widened.
As the president of the Heavenly Dao Alliance, Yu Song immediately knew the key point. The blood spear is infinitely staged and the damage keeps stacking with no upper limit.
in order for Yu Kang-son to understand more intuitively. Lu Xinshin said.
Nowadays, Lu Ran's spell attack power, after the last time I put together equipment for him, is 1007.
Blood Spear builds up its power, boosting base damage by 50% per second.
1 minute is 30 times the base damage, that's 51,000 in spell damage, 10 minutes.
It's 511,000. For 1 hour, it's $3,600,000. Storing up power for a night, even if it's for 10 hours, that's over 30 million damage.
These data, very clear, Yu Qing-song also heard. But every word in every sentence was like a giant hammer that buzzed his brain.
10 hours of buildup, 30 million or more damage. I see, that 8-armed Vidra, I remember it was over 3 million life points? Just seconds? Yu Qing-song asked.
If he hadn't been facing Lu Ran, he would have even felt that his question was a bit ridiculous.
What kind of international joke is this?
At that time, Lu Ran's spell attack power wasn't as high as it is now, but storing up power for 10 hours. There were also tens of millions of damage, so that day was when the 8-armed Vidra's life value was reduced to less than 0.25%.
Lu ran through the blood spear.
Lu Xinshin recalled.
Same reasoning. Yu Qing-song looked at the several people in consternation and said, I am really
convinced that this is in front of Lu Ran. Who can grab the rewards of a wild boss?
Then, Yu Qing-song remembered the endless tower rankings.
He, who had originally found it unbelievable and couldn't figure it out, now came back to his senses. Nodding his head, he said, it seems that the Tower of Endlessness has climbed this way as well. A level 24 necromancer has climbed to 56 floors. I'm only on the 59th floor.
However, I can understand why Lu Ran didn't charge higher levels in one breath, waiting for the blood spear to build up its strength, right? But I didn't expect it.
Lu Xinshin shook his head and said, you should not underestimate Lu Ran's no cooldown phrase, even if you don't use the blood spear, utilizing infinite summoning and corpse explosion with undead touch infinite control, it's not too difficult to get through the game. It's just that blood spear is a little bit safer, plus, I'm trying to force Nanako to keep trying for higher tiers by rushing the tiers the way Lu Ran did. It's best if she can die, and if she can't, she'll be suppressed by Lu Ran, and it's just a bargain before the national war. Yu Qing-song was naturally not a cutie if he could become the president of the Heavenly Tao Alliance.
Instantly understood Lu Xinshin's intention.
He cried and laughed and said, it's still you want to beg for color.
That Nanako is going to spit blood in a hurry. Chapter 52 The Provocation of Eagle Sauce in the Deadly Arena.
Quake was talking about the world government agents who were secretly watching them, and even if they had the strength of Colonel,
it remains unbeatable in front of him. Don't thank me, thank this partner of yours if you want. Zelnias looked to the septuagenarian signet and spoke slowly.
Zhao Kong had been angry with Su Yinshua's attitude, and still cared a lot about Zhao Yun, his own sister. It was a huge city, with more than 500,000 soldiers and civilians adding up to too large a number. Constantly people rushed out of the city and turned back, and the ground's backstabbing and treading white armies made the land outside the city turn into death. The suspects not only managed to steal up to $1.8 million in jewelry from Star and Moon Jewelers, and with 2 mall security guards already under control, they ended up shooting them in order to kill them. The 3 swords of the beginning, the universe, and the chaos rushed forward as a recluse, and only to see that with every flash of the sword blade, a void human race member directly fell on the spot. This is a hunting war, it's the upside-down world, and the only way to stay on top of it. It is only then that you can face any danger. Like strengthening the body, boosting the bloodline, etc., although it doesn't change the power of the. Yet it was enough to add to Chu Fengnian's strength. There's only one possibility that could make HWA make such a move. That is that Ice Ghost Island has something they want in the end. For someone like her who grew up in the post-apocalyptic world, trust is a very scary and dangerous thing. After the Great War, some of the descendants of the angelic race stayed in the secret realm of the Emperor's Star, They also became greedy for the treasures of Emperor Regulus. Also for Li Bai is Yu Ji. Yu Ji can be said to be the most unafraid of Li Bai inside the shooter. A second skill can perfectly unlock Li Bai's big move. Just as they had run dozens of meters away, there was a sudden, violent explosion behind them that. Then the whole building shook with a roar. Although narrated only as an aside, but coupled with the living murals, it gives one the feeling as if one is witnessing a sweeping scroll. It's an epic of the original inhabitants fighting against the invaders of the outer universe.
Interracial beings have to fight against each other in order to survive. It's not easy for their group to let go and take a rest, but this person is disturbing people's dreams in the early morning. Do you think it's easy for us? After 5 skeleton soldiers, at the back of the group, another skeleton archer appeared. Only to see that pure white skeleton, when it saw Bai walking at the front, it directly drew its longbow, ready to aim and shoot. Freeze loses another blood, this time even shorter than the last, losing his head in the opening 35 seconds of the game. Freeze also managed to break the league record for earliest head loss. Yanagi Shinichi laughed heartily, patted the traitorous interpreter's bladder, and said, "Yours. Conscience is greatly good, the work of our friends in the great Japanese Empire." Said. He went to one of the firing holes of the gun emplacement and looked around with his binoculars. It was only at this point that Mi Chen reacted to Ying Zheng's dissatisfaction with Baigong's. "It's too much money and food for Morning Glory to take." "That sounds great, but Grand Wizard Hyde, can you guarantee certainty of success? In case it fails, will there be any repercussions?" Yao Ruwashi was also cautious upon hearing this. It's quite possible that, at the time North remembers, before he lost consciousness, there was a flash of white light that. Then one loses consciousness and doesn't know anything. Even though when Billy did not know anything about calligraphy and painting, looking at the entourage of that Easterner, one could still guess from their delighted gazes that the goods were valuable. As soon as Jiamu opened his mouth, he calmed down a lot of people. Jiamu's shouting song was the same song that Garu chose, but Jiamu shouted a completely different feeling from Garu's shouting. But it's a bit wrong to say that everyone knows at least Blue Jingle still looks like a dusha bag. Not the least bit nervous, he sat down next to Waru. It's clear there's no fault. It's clear the other guy caused everything. But why do they have to take all the blame? Coach Zhang's face was a bit ugly, full of the thought that as long as he opened his mouth, it must have been a handful of things, who knew that it would actually turn out like this. Just now the two people do not recognize themselves just now knowing who he has actually made that choice, much to the embarrassment of the confident coach. Ever since last night, Usagi had rarely taken the initiative to talk to him. It was a far cry from the enthusiastic care of the past, and Wang Yao had always thought that he had upset her somewhere, and now that he thought about it, it seems he was overthinking it. "Retard, did you find anything?" Shidushin asked. He still had a lot of honey on him, Every step left a footprint on the ground, and he regretted it very much, It would have been better to cross the bridge in a bee-proof suit just now. After the 2 treasures in the interior were taken out, and some of the gold was converted into capital, one still has about $30 million in savings on hand, all of which Phillips Financial helps one with. Blood, broken swords, countless stacked corpses in the setting sun. Converging into a painting of unspeakable hell, there is no sadder scene in war. Then I realized that the liking at the beginning was indeed nothing else, and that the longer we spent together at the back of the room, the more you want to get to the end, all the things you didn't care about earlier become obstacles. Maybe it's the elitist aristocratic look. The Pearl City government, in an effort to bring in foreign investment. It was only then that he took the initiative to pull the strings to get 4 banks to syndicate a loan to him, I think. Yang Tianshu then returned to his seat with his head bowed in contemplation when he suddenly saw Jiang Yingshu and, "I can't believe I forgot about her. It will only seem more justified, later, when she is removed from her son's side. Without upsetting my son. If this is not investigated, it's not fair to the other students. The Deputy Director of the Department of Higher Education can't control everything, can he?" Chapter 53. We can't take this loss. Swish. The eyes of the 4 major presidents instantly focused on Lu Ran. "No way." Lu Xinshin was the first to say, "It's too risky, not knowing the other party's occupation, levels, skills, it's too risky to rush in this situation." Yi Honi and Lei Gang also shook their heads. Yu Qingsong said, "Lu Ran, you can't be impulsive, I know you're strong." But the other party acted in this way, apparently for revenge, necessarily authorized by Congress, and extremely. Now is not the time to go public. Gula had a lot of concerns in his heart, too. After all, they were all still students now, and for the time being, they had to focus on their studies as well. Li Muji looked at him, her gaze calm. Shui Yang touched her eyes and it was like being jerked around and having all the strength removed from his body. That punch just now must have been more than 70 pounds of iron, but of course, punching and grasping are inherently different. In addition, the party was also an outburst of potential under the crisis, not representative of the usual state. Just wanted to say hi. After all, we're kind of heroes together. We all have our eyes on that diamond. Zhou Qiao smiled too. When the two sides met on the grounds of Hogwarts. Seeing Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall and the others who were walking towards them, Hermione and Harry could not hold back the sadness in their hearts and cried bitterly. He appeared to be picking up on Mr. He's words, but there was nothing comforting about them. When Chang Sang played with the crickets, it was the same as usual, which made people think that she was not cured of her madness at all. It's just not in their nature to treat patients well. Instead, they're thinking differently about how to get as much money out of consumers as possible. Chen Yong was unimpressed and asked Sita Wang Yun to make himself at home. Wang Yun left the back of the house, and Chen Yong had moved. He went straight over the wall and over the ridge, and came within the parlor, and found a place of concealment, and prepared to eavesdrop on Lubu's chat with Wang Situ. Su Chang was cleaning the courtyard, and Su Airdog had moved back from the Jinbei Marquis residence. It's feeding the 4 tigers at the moment. People think that manufacturing climate, although it costs a little more. But scientific management has led to better quality and higher yields. And it saves on labor, giving you a competitive advantage over even yourself in the future. Jing Yun. Li Xiuyuan frowned slightly when he heard this, his voice a little displeased that. He felt that Guan Jingyun seemed to have gone a bit too far, and it was obvious that his tone was heavily targeted. Even if they were to be removed from office. Then it's time to go talk about such things in the office, not in front of all the upperclassmen. Who says it isn't? My old man found me a lot of miracle doctors, and, as a result, no money was spared. The disease has not seen any improvement at all. Wang Xian let out a bitter laugh. It's nothing. Chengzhen put her hand into her bosom and took out a cell phone and, pushing one of the buttons on it, put it aside. Then she bit her lip and asked a question. And so it was, the sky, cracked and dark, a sight that. It's like an apocalyptic scene from the Catacombs of God. Even the original poor selling Aston Martin, after completing electrification. Sales have also increased substantially. Also, the attributes of the dropped equipment are only slightly better than those dropped from the novice scene. Captain Gad sighed, and a couple of battles that Linfred went through. It seems like item drops are similar to what we have here. The principle by which the 1,000-year-old mosquito beasts are produced is the same as that of the otherworldly monsters, and if, with this herb, does it also achieve salvation? Just at the same time, the grey-blue sword unstuck to the halberd, leaving a dazzling residual shadow in mid-air. Don't mention it. Chartreuse and I have been thinking of going west, searching for the soul of the skin. As a result, the spirit of skin didn't run into it, but ran into orange righteousness instead. Zhuge Liang said about orange righteousness. The look on his face was one of hatred. Li Tai went up and pulled Shui Rini to shush him, and the two big men preened for half a day. Finally, he said goodbye with tears in his eyes, promising to give Shui Rini a satisfactory answer. Oh. Nankorii nodded in understanding, lifting his foot to go in, and. But once again, he was interrupted by Wu Shangyang. The Xian iron sword in his hand transformed into a black phantom that enveloped towards Xia Zhang. Even if it was a fight of attrition, he was confident that he would be able to exhaust Xia Zhang to death. Ran Yun obviously panicked, a state secret like a secret post, if it was true that. And how could he say it in front of a commoner like him? He would have made up a reason to fool him long ago. Siafrost converted his long knife, and between the flashes of light, the dominating and incomparable knife power cut through the void. It turned into a shocking black tiger and collided with the demonic halberd. At this time, Yuan Xinxin and the others who were cowering behind the rooftop were all agitated. Although it's a very sad thing to be sent a good guy card, how come they can't stop the smile on their lips? 100,000 ghosts, now with orders, each whimpering and flying out of their respective soul chains, In an instant, black and white ghost gas rise up in the air, whistling and whistling of the various colors of the soul chain long and short, unpredictable rushed to and came. What should we do? Do we really have to go to the Paragon Casino to gamble? Looking at the only 100 oceans left in his backpack, she was in a struggle. Then after the divine calculator roared, Noisy put the fire to the Lin family crowd, all kneeling. What the hell is this? Longzhen's arm sprinted out and... In an instant, he resisted the two sharp claws of the giant eagle, but his entire body was smashed backward by the enormous force of the... Bang slammed into the top of Chen Gui's space barrier. Xiao Jingdi looked at Zhao Jingyi with some surprise, he didn't care if these died or not.
Just Zhao Jingyi dealt with the people who knew, and submitted the confession. Even the letter before the death of the autumn did not leave, is intended to rest in peace.
No more justice?
Long Wantao. This guy pulled Lu Chuan after dinner, took the initiative to suggest that Lu Chuan go out for a stroll, to which the Lu Chuan smiled without saying anything, and the money for this meal was given by Long Wantao. Yamakio swam to the west coast of Pai Island and quickly rallied the surviving soldiers, then hide between the dense jungles of Pai Island. After Yamakio counted the survivors on the Pai Island side, there were only 100 or so people. There should be 100 or so on the Lulin Island side as well. A whole battalion of 500 Special Forces soldiers lost half of them just like that.
Chapter 54. Whatever it takes. 57 floors of the Tower of Endlessness.
The dome is higher and larger here, and the size of the monsters seems to have increased geometrically. The windows of the surrounding towers look out.
Clouds could be seen gathering around in blackness as thunderclouds rolled in. Lu Ran raised his eyes. The one standing there in the distance was the 57th floor's floor guard boss. 57th level sacred fire brute. It's still a sacred monster. I know, it won't happen next time. Zhongqi could tell that Mo Yichen's attitude was strong.
And Muan only felt that Jiang Yao was incomparably pitiful at this time. Her husband was having an affair. Instead, she never knew who the other person was from start to finish, and brought this whiny mindset to her nearest and dearest, leading to family discord. I don't know why, but I've always felt that there's a kind of magic in He Zheng Yang's body. When I was struggling helplessly in the darkness, as soon as he appeared,
it's like a tranquilizer. My heart will become especially calm. It's like a piece of pure land in a bustling world that allows one to let go of the greed in one's heart and have peace of mind.
A few of the gangsters were a little excited, and Wolfsbane had a deep look on his face and didn't react much. Then Lao Ji boasted and said a lot of nonsense words to encourage everyone.
Yes?
Her black and white eyes, looking straight at me, were clear and... But I don't know why, but I always feel that Lin Yu's sense of simplicity and cleanliness is all superficial. No eating too much, don't forget, you've only been in the hospital once for diarrhea.
I instructed her.
Lu Wanting did not react at first, and when her reasoning cleared up a bit, she looked back at Bei Wuyo's appearance.
He was so angry that he couldn't speak.
Blood was spilled, countless limbs and arms, stirred with blood spilled over the peoples. For figures appeared in the sky above, they shone like gods of war, and the beasts were dumbfounded by the sudden blow. I kicked him in the crotch and his eyes glazed over in pain. I shot him in the crotch of his pants and there was blood.
Bah, what an actor.
Yu Ming cursed fiercely at the hypocritical Yu Yang on the TV.
What can we do? Will he come to kill us?
Lu Ton was a bit flustered and... He had thought that Captain Wu would be the straw that saves the day, but never dreamed that he was the ghost. At the sight of Tiringol's appearance, a buzz of mingled voices rang out in the square.
Well then, you can keep it a secret. Alfonso weighed his options, and finally made up his mind that his pirate career was about to begin with these 3 battleships. Shang Guanlin's reason for defying the Yiyun continent wasn't completely unreasonable.
I'm afraid that the literacy rate of the residents here is less than 1/10 of the continent of Elan. I walked over to the wall and took out a wooden sculpture from a colorful wooden cabinet on the wall and... For years ago I was very rusty at my craft and could only carve simple finished pieces.
Why are you always silent?
Lan Shuyan suddenly opened her eyes and said curiously. The head of the General Logistics Department naturally heard clearly the contempt in Mikoyan's words, having been caught, with his future uncertain.
But eating and sleeping without a care in the world, who else could be so romanticized but a second generation with a heart bigger than the sky?
Seeing that no one moved, Yi Pamju naturally moved first, letting Hairpin persuade her not to listen. The veil was gathered and she crossed to the stage. Yu Ming was on the sidelines, watching Quan Kai go back and forth, investigating for half a day with a single board. It made him feel that Quan Kai was close to Wei Renwu in terms of ability, and what made him feel that Quan Kai was even better was that
he is much more humane than Wei Renwu.
In May this year, the Central Organization Department in the country's 19 provinces, autonomous regions and municipalities recommended 32 cadres at the level of the local hall in the National Exchange, which is so far, the country involves the provinces and the largest number of cadres at the level of the local hall of the inter-provincial exchanges.
The Brahmin god armor is on you, I can feel it.
Lin Feng glared at Xiaoi Ran at this time, exuding disgust.
Jinping City Public Security Bureau. Liang Chen had just finished the second arraignment of Wang Jing.
Despite Jiang Rong was face-to-face confrontation, as well as recording evidence to prove, but Wang Jing still clenched his teeth, according to not confess. However, on the day Xiang Ru decided to cultivate, Yukagong, who had been away for more than half a month, returned. Returning with him were several other imposing cultivation experts. The third planet in our solar system has re-emerged as a living planet. And today is also the day of the return of mankind. It's like the starry realms of the heavens, so high up in the sky that mortals look up and always feel the stars twinkling and beautiful, overflowing with spirituality and mystery, and among the secular world, there are even countless poems and songs about the stars and the moon that have been passed down. However, the astral realm of the heavens was actually frighteningly quiet. The dragon leaned against the kitchen doorway, watching Howie skillfully fry the eggs and grill the meat. He had a moment of inexplicable delusion when the hard body that didn't look at all like it could have a problem with the kitchen faced him with a large platter. The people who were there. All of them are not the people who have been climbing up and down all their lives but still stand at the peak of China. These words of hidden wit in their ears is like opening another door. The doorbell rang as the entire living room fell silent. This is Li Yan. This 16-year-old boy fascinates Liu Yan, the jewel of the Liu family, to the point of obsession. She felt that his body was full of enigmas that his peers did not have. Zhang Yo just chatted with Yellow Hair for a while. He learned that this dream departure fruit could modify all the memories of the recent period of time, and things created out of nothing would appear in their minds as if they had really happened. Because Xia Zixuan and Bai Yunhao were also very curious as to what rank the legendary underworld king was. All the rumors over the years have been so esoteric that they don't even know if what's being said there is true. Run Inger threw the innkeeper 1,000 taels of silver, and also asked the innkeeper to change a room for herself. Second uncle, you've been caught in an illusion, we had a hard time getting you to wake up. I calmed him down and kept him calm. If that was the case, this elder Zheng Tianyuan most likely knew her mother in this body. The carriage came all the way to the back door of the Rue Wang mansion, and from the outside, the Wang mansion was calm. It didn't look like someone had passed away at all. Pei Shiner couldn't help but then her heart sank. While behind her, a pair of burning eyes gazed at her back until late in the night. Only then did he slowly fall asleep. Texas is close to the capital city, not too far away, and it is not troublesome to prepare things. It just takes a bit of effort to get everything right. Oh no, it's a trap. I was so worried about Susie. Again, the mindset was set to think that taking out 2 of Shinganshin's men would be okay, not realizing that he was still working on Susie. Chapter 55, that's it? That's it? Of course, that was just his thought process, or so to speak, as he listened to the girls. His mind, subconsciously, was moving closer to her, utilizing all sorts of reasons. You know, there's a world of difference between the situation 3 days ago and the situation now. It was so exciting that Qin who had personally experienced it all, couldn't believe it, it was too shocking. With that, Qin Lang released Ling Yan with a movement of his divine mind, and the reason why he dared to release Ling Yan. That was because Qin Lang could be certain that this heavenly evil would not pose a threat to her. The god of fate. That's easy to understand, but I'm curious what you're looking for Elder Tianji for. When she heard the name God of Fate, Fairy 10,000 Flowers was first shocked, then she nodded in relief. After all, the God of Fate is omniscient and all-knowing. There is nothing that can be hidden from him at all. Salt is really an indispensable necessity for herders to cup. And the story about the saltines is full of heartache and tears. Tian Yu had already seen what kind of people were coming into the city by this time. And Don Sun Zan thought that the ones entering the city were all Lu Dai's usual prefectural soldiers. Dale was going to say something before asking Yi to open the storage bag. Who knew that this one would monkey around without waiting for it to speak? Now that we have Zhao Xing's instructions. Zhang Yan and Jiamu immediately started naming the territories they had already captured. In the wake of the Red Rebels press conference, media outlets around the world began reprinting the story that Kaka extended his contract with the Red Rebels for 5 years, which is tantamount to completely cutting out the last vestiges of the giants who coveted Kaka. Kaka will end up with the Red Rebels for good. Already feeling the extreme lack of air in the interior of the elevator, the Lin Mengjia was already starting to have some trouble breathing. But it's just his personality that if he can't find it then he won't find it. However, Zhang Yang had always suppressed his cultivation before, and right now, even the successive breakthroughs were no big deal to him. Moreover, the aura in his current dantian had long since turned into purple aura, and there would be no instability in his foundation. Lu Shufei smiled faintly. Yugi, bring the wine, the brothers and Hall Master Qin will celebrate with each other. The crowd roared. Monkey utilizes the split first, smashing Huamulan, who reacts with a 2-skill counter control that 1 skill section after opening wide. Yes, really, it's been a long time. For Skip it's been decades. It was ostensibly years for the Dondi family, but for the family that missed Sitch, the days were like years. That's been missing for a long, long time, I'm afraid. The lunch crowd had a good time, and the barriers between them were pretty much bridged. That's why Duani called Wang Yuntian as Yuntian to show his affection. Shui Fei was a bit embarrassed now, slightly raising her eyes and secretly glancing at Yi Tian. Just in time to see Yi Tian's bad smile, she became even more shy. Li Bai shifted out and slightly stunned Guan Yu with his first skill, and Monkey took advantage of the situation. The two of them got Guan Yu down to bloodshed in a moment, and Guan Yu turned on his big move and ran away with unmatched speed. Xin Shijie and the master sat silently at a table, a beggar's disciple handed over tea. Xin Shijie took the silent drink. Xing Xiaoshi Tai's eyes do not leave her for a moment, see Xin Shijie uncomfortable. I didn't do anything, why should I admit fault? Xiao Shiwei. If you are bent on believing that I did this, then show me the evidence. If there's no proof, then it's proof that you've deliberately wronged me. Xiao Shilua raised her eyes and glared at Xiao Shiwei, her voice sharp and fierce. Qi County. The king of Zhao looked at Yu Qin, somewhat dumbfounded, and I hope he informs himself about this place. He spat out a mouthful of blood, which was black and had a very foul odor, and it was stronger than the smell in the gutter, and his face instantly became extremely ugly. It was not a sign of the body's response to the poisoned. It was his own reaction to the poisoning. When the hand edict was sent out, King Zhao walked around the map again, rubbing his hands together excitedly, and this was, after all, his first battle as a great king, and the confidence he had felt before faded and turned back into apprehension. Earth incense is just made from regular sawdust, and the smoke is very choking when it's lit. The advantage is that it is suitable for any rituals, and because the material is taken freely, there is basically no reaction with the deceased's production. I inserted the incense in the censer and then bowed 3 times to the idol. It was only after this that I dared to take the spirit level in my hands. I haven't forgotten that I'm Xiaoyu's slave, and I still have to clean up last night's mess. He opened the door, threw me down on the bed, and climbed up himself to lie next to me and, tucking in the covers, one hand rested on mine. Humans are now in a position to fight back, and it won't be long before they can get out of the city and take back control of the earth and become master of it again. Good opportunity, take advantage of it and go. Ling Feng's eyes lit up, then rushed towards the gap that had just opened. Ow! That chosen tiger showed a look of fear and let out a low roar that express your fear. Until the sound of footsteps came to his ears, and for a moment an old man with thinning gray hair, appeared at the immortal emperor's side. Xu Bingmeng was like a cold flower of ice, she seldom showed a smile. But when she smiled, she was especially beautiful, like the most beautiful ice flower blooming, as if the whole world was crystal shining. It wasn't until after everyone had left that Carmen was scratching her head in the room. For a few moments, as if something had just occurred to him, he yelled out the window. 874 looking suspiciously at Wave Chi, Since a while ago she had noticed that Wave Chi seemed to have slipped back into his self-absorbed thinking mode and had started saying inexplicable things. The 2 fingers were still half a foot away from the cliffs, Qinyan casually thought, and his blood chi shot out. I saw a brilliant golden light, which penetrated into the stone noiselessly, and cut down the front end of the craggy stone like a sharp blade slicing tofu. Plopped down into a pool of water. Chapter 56. The new words are a bit anticlimactic. The second cabinet at the door. Xiao Xiaofeng took out a bottle of red wine from the bar and, without even looking at me, said, with a swoosh, Paul, who had just taken half a step out the front door. Just like a bowed shrimp, he was kicked into the hall of the Scar Gang's headquarters again, and in a few moments, Paul's mouth sprayed blood wildly, screaming and screaming on the ground. Until the best embroiderer in the 9 heavens was recruited into Jing Chen's mansion. It was only when I saw the 3-inch-long embroidery silver needles sticking sheepishly into Changning's brand new fan that it dawned on me. The prince's face color paled slightly, recalling the situation in the dream, and at that moment, without further hesitation, follow the crowd and look up. As it gradually went deeper, the smell of blood at the tip of his nose became thicker and thicker. Silky. It filled the air. He said, his fingers slowly stroked the back of Rongcho's hand. Her hand was glossy and delicate, like a flawless piece of porcelain. She hung her head slightly, her eyes looking at his fingers, hiding the hint of delight in her eyes. Happiness goes without saying, but they are still faced with the serious issue of. Shishi said he might have to search for the Mu family himself, but at the moment it was just a vision, before settling down with his mother in Xiang. If it were not for the fact that the palace was almost empty like this hunting trip, he would not have left for a long time and left them in the imperial city. I looked at him with such seriousness that I couldn't find the slightest trace of pretense. This god sovereign has wasted so much effort to trap him in the boundary with the sixth brother, so as to prevent the desperate love pill from devouring his memories, but now it's just a basket of water and nothing to show for it. Surprisingly, he still forgot all about it, and felt the sky and earth go black, and all of a sudden he was paralyzed beside him. "Who dares?" Lightly shouted angrily, looking at Tai concubine Luo's stance of picking a fight. It was even more irritated. Obviously, she has already spared concubine Luo. She doesn't want to provoke her. But she's still trying to cause trouble. She deserves to die. In the depths of her emotions, Xiang couldn't help but choke. "If you say you don't want me anymore, I'll leave right now. I won't pester you." Having said that, she clutched Shishi's hand tightly. What he really cares about is that once the encircled British 2nd Armoured Division, as well as other units, had been wiped out in formation, the German units that had surrounded these British forces were not liberated. And under the threat of the undead plague, whether proud elves or conceited dwarves, all of Lordaeron was forced to unite and form the Lordaeron Alliance to defend against the natural disaster. 3 days later, a shocking news quickly spread all over the world that one of the four emperors, the Kaido, the strongest creature under Tangming, was challenged to a one-day and one-night battle. Undivided, the warring islands were completely reduced to rubble. With the rout of the Black Dragon, it wasn't just frustration that assailed the hearts of the people that. There was also the sense of crisis of a coming disaster and the fear that they were in danger if the demonic dragon rushed down low to ravage Nandu. The Golden Lion nodded slightly, even when the Flying Sky Pirates were in their heyday. He was also the only one who could defeat Kaido, and no one else, even if there were more, could hurt him at all. Su Shangqing was a bit puzzled as to who was getting engaged, and Ji Huafeng was actually here. Su Shangqing was about to go over to say hello, when the hotel staff happened to move over a large shelf at this time. Remove the red cloth on top, and inside is a picture of the couple. Su Shangqing had just stepped into the classroom when she felt that many students in the class were staring at her. In those gazes, there was envy, jealousy, admiration, and also confusion as to why Su Shangqing was still in first place after missing half a month of school. "The Germans are less than 10 kilometers away. We're going to be cut off here soon." The Soviet generals looked glumly at the replenishing troops that kept entering Moscow in front of them. Opening his mouth, he said to the commissar beside him, "Tang Quan, now as long as the cultivation is carried out, that 36 styles is almost just too high to stop." According to the Gongfu, unless he could completely unite his Yuan Shin Yuan Ling with his physical body. Otherwise he usually needed to rely on that to calm his blood. What are the chances of a single Lionel Kingdom, 5 demons, trying to fight with Spirit Mountain and Heavenly Court, winning? It's the solution that you know with your ass is doomed to failure. Just for a moment. There were 60 to 70 commanders present who were killed by 2 groups of black annihilation ants because the buzzing sound of the black annihilation ants made them confused. Even the spatial rings of those commanders were put away by the black annihilation ants. This sudden situation made Descendant Phoenix instantly discard the idea of recognizing her stepmother, and curiously followed along on tiptoe. I was guessing wildly, but I didn't realize that Greenleaf had finished drawing the dragon's head, but had no intention of stopping. She got up and dipped her fingertips in some more water and proceeded to paint. The Jade Emperor also made a bloody effort this time, sending 200,000 soldiers to surround the entire Jade Thunder Mountain. Prepare to unite with the Spirit Mountain and exterminate the demons that are rebelling in this western Nuga continent in one fell swoop. His intention was not to owe Imobai any more favors. Therefore, before very firmly refused Imobai's help, but now it is this result, really helpless. Not long after, Niu Jing photographed the Cheongsam, and by the way, the dress as well. Give yourself a treat anyhow. Some of that good people even ran to the neighborhood of Yang's house to poke around, because Yang's house is rather remote, so that nearby streets pressed no forbidden army. Good thing Folded wondered, so what happened? Seemingly ordinary 3 dishes, but each one of them is delicate. The peanut rice is Liaodong Red Cliff peanuts. The pig's ear is Shandong Black Pig, and the chicken is Tsinchi Sanhuang chicken, which is made by the famous chef of Quanjude, and has a marvelous taste. Sun Jia woke up and then went to Eiffel clothing store to walk around and got the reward of the business book. Sun Jia was refreshed. You know, in the past, when there were guests in the house, even though there were gifts in each room. But the best ones are definitely for the first few children, and the second best ones are for them. He is still injured, if against those ordinary disciples have their own way to survive. Can even use its cultivation essence to help him recover. If it is against Qin Mu, a few should also be able to fight, but if it is the Beast Clan, he is afraid that it is difficult to fight for the war. Maybe the injuries that have not been easily recovered will be a few points heavier. Chapter 57, Fighting for Our Country. It was also at this time that Li Zhanghe's cell phone rang, a text message that. Text messages from home entered his cell phone. The Cohen family was able to get the news of the ship's ticket, and other powerful people, naturally, knew about it. Ling Feng's mouth flared with surprise upon hearing this. Immediately, he waved his hand. Straight away, he ingested this spirit-devouring ant into the ring space, and then he unfolded his body and flew in the direction of his left hand. A monk of the 8 wastes who could have traveled the 4 seas, free among the clouds and waters, now can only be so quietly lying under a few feet of soil. Merits and demerits of the right and wrong. How many people know? 10 years later, how many people will remember? Qinger naturally knew Li Zhanghe no better. She knew what factors Li Zhanghe was weighing in his mind. That's when the organizers finally had a response. A man, presumably a commentator, began to explain it to the audience, claiming that it was an exhibition match before a regular match to help warm up the players. I don't know how long it took, I don't know how deep I went down, but then, out of nowhere, the purple aura stopped. Zhang Tiansan's expression was grave with a hint of excitement. The compass in his hand was already hot to the touch, but it had also temporarily lost its utilization at this point in time. It was put into a space ring and sealed away. The body in his hand, which had lost its vigor due to a broken neck, fell to the ground with a loud thud. It was at this time that the crowd snapped back to their senses, raising their weapons in their hands and attacking Izimiing. We'll help you give them their meals, so go look for them. Gong and I took the rice spoon in Tainyo's hand. Although the exams were still completely over, Mak Xingha hadn't been expelled from the Magic High School intranet yet. Mu Xingha was puzzled. And among the logistics soldiers accompanying the army, there are many original chefs from all over the world. The flavor of the meals they carefully cook naturally needs no more. Just as Mu Xingha was gawking at the wisdom brain, a thick paste odor suddenly came from the air. Mu Xingha raised his head. Shifang Tian had never missed the earth-filled ground so much, and he lay down on his back end. Hugs. Jiang Yao nodded her head obediently, and when the people walked away, she left in a puff of smoke. Ghosts waiting for you. Waiting to carry your lunchbox again? Jiang Yao continued to clip the dishes, not bothering to talk to him. He was so angry that he grabbed Jiang Yao's chopsticks and flung them away. The chopsticks in Jiang Yao's hand were then thrown aside. Helicopters are not uncommon in the mountain towns, but they are not always visible. Especially for the general public. Now that he has come this way, a part of his enemies are now present, but those who once sheltered him. And it was never seen. The 36 blue star swords he had with him instantly transformed into a large blue sword flower. This sword flower all over the body, sword tip outward, as forest, cold aura, the black dragon's claws violently struck down, and the blue light collided with the place of. There was a startling clang. Alright then, you guys go back. The older man in the lead waved his hand, full of concern. Although Yang Nan's language is faint, but the killing gas is infinite, the demons behind him heard the heart of the austere. At that moment, they responded in unison. The morning light falls on her perfect face, cannot say intoxicating. She is closing her eyes, long eyelashes like brushes slightly trembling open, the eyes of a moment of beautiful eyes like stars, like deep look. I was uncomfortable, as if all their secrets cannot be hidden as well. A couple of fat crows, freshly satiated, flew twice around a large tree that had been withered and landed on the withered branches of the tuning, and with a sharp peck with remnants of blood, combed his feathers carelessly, hiccuping from time to time. It seemed to mock the land. Now the triads, with regard to the entry of the new Hongmen into Australia. Even many of Huatai Group's development plans in Australia were sabotaged by them. In such a situation, it was impossible for Hua Feng to allow them to exist anymore. What exactly is the Gate of Nirvana? Is there really a great creation? Xing Fei was a bit confused in his heart, but it was difficult to figure out the key. Of course teachers aren't all that good, and that young Master Lu's other teachers have been prejudiced. After all, the age is there. Yang Nan's forearms pressed to the ground violently sunk, endless white light like a blazing fire will explode. The rigorous and overbearing obliterating force, such as countless giant pillars hosting the force of 10,000 pounds wildly bombarded, Li Ku were to prohibit Yang Nan's Yang Huang Qi and the 4 artifacts of the Force. The huge hideous monster appeared in front of Xing Fei in an instant, and to Xing Fei's shock, this huge monster was actually spitting out human words, and what surprised Xing Fei even more was that the hideous monster's mouth carried a kind of superior's pressure when it spoke, pressing Xing Fei a little hard to catch his breath. The strange symbols on Lin Xian's forehead glowed, bright and piercing, seeming to evolve in all things. There was the cold silence at the beginning of the universe, and there was also the most glorious period when 10,000 races were standing in front of each other, all of which were mind-boggling. The news will have to find someone else to publish it. There are journalists involved in the meeting. But in Yenshin number 1, all of them died, and now not even a single remaining limb could be found. Only a crisp pop was heard, and Shen Yulo collapsed in front of the Taoist temple with a miserable cry. Bai Xiaolian looked back at Shen Yulo and saw that one of Shen Yulo's legs was bloody, knowing that this lover of hers was considered ruined. How terrifying a war emperor powerhouses can be seen from Tahoe City, where the entire purple family that. There were only 3 war emperors, and in the entire Tahoe City, there were only 5 second-tier forces. I remember, but can you please take us to senior sister Luo first? Bai Yuyan faintly said. All the hopes that have been in my heart all these years, after the farce of this wedding. Let Hemot Sangyun completely despair. What are you looking at? Did you see the entrails and want haggis soup again? What's the situation on your side? The captain shouted at me from a distance. With a horizontal slash, Demiria jumped backward and regained the distance between him and Lu Li. A purple shimmer had begun to converge overhead. While the Yuan brothers were deliberating on great matters, Lu Xia, too, with a single imperial decree, was. Let those who surrender in good faith come to Luoyang, the imperial capital of the Han dynasty, for an audience. The meaning of this edict is that since they are surrendering in good faith, they must show their sincerity. Those who do not come to the imperial capital of the Great Han will suffer the consequences. Chapter 58, Surely there's something there. At this moment, inside the main city's replica hall on a global scale, countless professionals smelled the wind and entered, that was anxious to head in to see the fun. And the people who came out of the replica hall after painting their replicas. Also taken aback by the sheer number of people in front of them. Some couldn't even make it out if they wanted to, plus more were willing to stay and watch the action. There are more and more people. Yuqing Song's several people started out here, in front of the panel, the 4 of them looked up to see. Is that so? Yuzi's gaze flickered once again, and after hearing Queen Zhao's words, her heart settled instead. Swallow started arranging for the studio staff to contact the actors. And sent people to Magic City to communicate with the local film and television base to arrange venues, including contact with the media to arrange some early promotional activities, and so on and so forth. Master, how did these dragonized monsters suddenly die? Bijia was lying on Bar's left shoulder and doubt in his eyes. Below, the 2 of them, Aoyin and Yanggu, immediately changed in shape. The same transformed into 2 huge beasts hundreds of meters long. One with a lion's body and 1 horn, the other with a goat's body and a human face, pounced towards the withered phantom clan in mid-air. It was only after that swordsman had retreated that the servant girls came to the courtyard one after another. Yuzi glanced towards the door of the mansion, and secretly thought, without realizing it, the maidservants and swordsmen in this compound have all attached themselves to me. Do you want to be rich and famous with my power? Lon Lon was sipping her drink and swaying to the music of the. After a few drinks, the eyes started to wander. So Jojo briefly mentioned charcoal. On the ground there is also the charcoal used to draw the outline on the board. Take a piece of charcoal on the ground to write and draw, there will not be anything wrong, right? Fortunately for Yu Kai, he wasn't the kind of person who had a brain fart and didn't say anything he shouldn't have. But the results so far have been worth the surprise. For this reason Yi Qianhu gave the White Queen a batch of heart-shaped herb fruits once again at that time, allowing her to continue with the cultivation. Violet Emperor, don't. Can we talk about things properly? Why do you want to hurt the peace? Peace makes money. I'm sorry, Fatty Zhang said with a smile. Each of Chihuahua's slashes accurately cut right above the original hole in the ground. The force of the blade was just enough to break the dirt above it to reveal the hole in the ground. Liang Chen glared at Nangong Qingyun without any good humor, and immediately changed the subject. By the way, who else is in your Nangong family now? Speaking of this, Liang Chen inexplicably remembered the eccentric old man who had just come by. He didn't have anything to do during this time, so he followed Lin Jie to brush up on the news, but he didn't think that Brush up on such a big story with a bold, capitalized headline that stood out. Liang Chen only felt a numbness in his scalp, only feeling as if he was wrong from the beginning to the end.
The person who should be explaining is rather more like himself. Because then he and Tanning will look like brothers to outsiders. Isn't it normal for brothers and sisters to be friends? This poor guy, to this day, doesn't even know that he was just a pawn in the hands of the Black Dragon Society, and he still naively thought that he would have a day of reckoning. About Flame, he didn't want to get involved in anything right now, but for someone to deal with Flame. He was inwardly happy as he realized that Flame's strength was just too strong for even an archdemon advanced to contend with. Although he hadn't hunted any fierce beasts, this large pile of prey still made Tongning very satisfied. He can't wait to grill. Suddenly, a telegraphic voice resounded over the city wall, and Xiao Ming heard it and a glimmer of hope came into his eyes and he turned toward the city. Red walls, blue tiles, brilliant golden light, the whole palace is rich and magnificent beyond compare. You can feel the solemn and magnificent atmosphere even from a distance. It's not at all the same as imagining a border town where the military is on fire. Tang Yi simply drank 2 cups, then pushed that he was tired from the journey and returned directly to the handsome mansion. Pouring the bait a second time drew the hesitant ones in as well 90% of the time thus. That's what Tang Hai's eyes told him. After the party had run about 30 or 50 miles, one by one, fine beads of sweat had already appeared on their foreheads, sweating profusely. Some of those who were already injured were even paler than ever. The originally bandaged wounds were all vaguely chipped, with hints of crimson blood spilling out. The horses' hoofs clattered, the footsteps came nearer and nearer, and in a few moments a group of Imperial guards then appeared on both sides of the street, each wearing steel helmets and iron armor and holding sharp blades. Towards the side of the Lu Mansion's main entrance, they surrounded. Don't make up your minds, you guys, don't see a sect as powerful as the Sky Ghost sect. All gone up in smoke? It's not good to eat alone, so now it's the way to sulk like this. Huang Didao. Moreover, Yi Xing had now reached the golden body extreme realm with the 9 turns of the flesh grand completion, increasing his strength by 1 more point. The rising 9 heavens were even more helpless against Yi Xing. In addition, next to it, 3 strands of cold air swept in and however, it was the Grand Palace Master Tan Taiyu, the Old Palace Master Shang Guanyu, and the other 3 Cold Moon Palace Water Saints who quickly rushed over. Tang Hai promotes the primitive way of eating, which has been a favorite of celebrities over the years. When you think about whether meat-eating animals are fat or thin, and whether vegetarian animals are fat or thin, you can actually see why. This time, suddenly invited them to make a movie, it is not inevitable to have to consider more. Stars also all have to cherish their feathers and make bad movies out of them and get a bad reputation, which will put them in a tough situation in the future. So amazing. It's amazing that a tribe with no position of power can be treated like this. Dong Yuanshu murmured playfully, guessing that this Bai Tongyu is from the White Clan. It seems that he must go to the White Clan to walk around before he can do so. Dong Qinghu has long asked from Pei Zhongjuan and Pei Zhonglin's side of the cause of the matter through the results. At this moment, looking at Pei Zhongxin behind Pei Zhongren and Pei Zhonghe, it was eyes not eyes, nose not nose, how to look at it is not good. It turns out that Pei Zhonghe still overestimated Pei Zhongren. During the day, he also swore that he would not go out on the wedding day, but at night he even began to think of those warm and soft jewels in the greenhouse. Although strength can make the North Sea Gentoo turtle show submission, but it doesn't make the other person really hit the ground running and not have any hard feelings towards them. It was a long night anyway, so he'd use several ways of eating to make sure he was satisfied. And the outhouses in this world, when it's hot, have a strong smell, not to mention flies. But the good thing is that here in this yard of hers they don't live there very often, so it's a little better. Xingyu turned his head to look at Wu Ma Tu, who stood several feet away, his figure ethereal and it's like a cloud of smoke. Chapter 59, all at my command. The words just fell. Ping. Rand deliberately showed the appearance of the equipment. It was a lawful black dragon outfit, with black dragon scale armor covering the vestments. With a black dragon head staff and a black dragon skull helmet on top of his head, the fury is overwhelming. Kinda bluffing, I must say. It seemed that Yu Qingsong's guess was right. This guy, indeed, had a full set of black dragon equipment. A high combat professional of the same level, equipped with a full set of black dragon equipment. Black. Isn't this a direct descendant of the Mixed Immortal sect? If it were not for the seat knowing that the Mixed Immortal sect only has 1/3 Tribulation Heavenly Monarch, Lang Rume, I would definitely have thought that he was originally a disciple of the Mixed Immortal sect.
I'm sorry, Lu Rue exclaimed to the fountainhead. The snowflakes that had been fluttering in the air suddenly froze the moment his shirt shattered.
A single movement was fixed in the air. Xining pushed my hand away and questioned, "You feel the pain, don't you?" "What is this pain? Can it be compared to the pain of my mother's ashes?"
Xining was like a furious trapped beast with bloodshot eyes. How could he have known that after Jiang Chen took the meal xiao red fruit, he made an instant breakthrough, smoothly entering the 9th level of the spirit realm and climbing all the way up to the peak of the 9th level of the spirit realm in one go, and it could even be argued that there was no problem in obtaining the title of Spirit King. Arnab made a large vat of medicinal broth and let the boy soak in it.
Help him restore his body's functions first.
Various nutrients were added to the medicinal soup. The boy soaked in the medicinal vat first. I was soaking and drinking that tonic, and I felt sick and wanted to stop him, but Arnab forbade it.
Dinner at Chinese cuisine restaurant. This is the end of today's Gold Coast tour. Cloudfall's experience of both cities is that the Gold Coast is a vacation mecca.
There are beautiful beaches, first-class resort hotels. Animal lovers can visit Australia's largest wildlife park and cuddle koalas. Late that night, 3 men clad in black cloaks suddenly arrived at the Whitewater Fox camp. The public identity of the 3 men was that they were Hudong merchants in the leather goods business, but in reality they were envoys of Lu Qingling, an envoy of the Hudong festival minister.
The leader's surname is Chu, and his name is Chu Duji.
He is one of the top strategists under Lu Qingling. Sui Feng had been silent for more than 10 years, having degenerated from an 8th level 1-star Magneto to an ordinary 8th level. Subsequently, he was promoted to the 9th level in one go, and became one of the few big names in the Bashir, so it can be said that Sui Feng's epiphany. In Nangdong's opinion, it was probably the one that had some unclear relationship with Yun Lu. It was neither this fancy tuneful accent, nor some sad sentence that. From the beginning of the story, which was told as if it were a flat narrative, to the halfway point, which was like a cry from the heart. As if singing also sang the heart of the strange and great man with the world's great aspirations in front of him.
Strong dragons don't suppress snakes. Since I'm on Earth's turf, let's just go by the human way of doing things. That way you won't jeopardize the original impermanence of karma and retribution. The more we get to the end, the harder it gets. Papers are handed out in piles, done, but the teacher doesn't talk about them. It's late May now, and the teachers are barely coming to class. Lai Yaotian's mission departed when he said it would, and that afternoon, Li Yaotian then left Sumo's hospital room. He didn't go back to the Lai family compound either, he just made a call to his family and something about going on a mission yourself. Fang Shuming also felt that his thoughts were getting more and more disorganized. In fact, in his heart, he had always felt that this matter was Mu Haotian's doing. Even if Mu Haotian denied it now. But he didn't know why he still felt that this matter must have nothing to do with Mu Haotian. Fan Anyuan bought all kinds of sour milk, enough for her to drink for a long time. Put down the milk. Fan Anyuan left. Zhao Lin only hurriedly Fang Shuyi said goodbye and left with Fan Anyuan. As for how the audience under the stage interpreted it, it no longer had any effect on Yi Duan. After all, there's nothing wrong with the song being interpreted as a love song. Okay kids, line up, don't crowd together. Willow Mist played up her big sister prowess at this point and commanded. If he hadn't been busy accompanying Yi Zitong around at that time, Lang Juanhao would not give Mei Lily the opportunity to leave. But thinking about this, Lang Juanhao never cared. After all, to Blue Old Master that ruthless means. How is it possible to let Mei Lily on this to escape in a foreign country to live the rest of her life in peace? Fang Shumi, I didn't dare, delaying him so much. If it was because she went back to Zhao Bin's future, she's really going to live with the guilt for the rest of her life. And this creation has been going on for half a month, during which time, Han Xia has come back twice, But when he saw his brother busy with business, he didn't bother him. Dad and Mom only called on Han Xiu during dinner, too. The rest of the time it was left to Han Xiu to lock himself in the house. Apparently Ao Yu didn't hesitate at all to expose the words of that big yin-yang master, making him blush a little. It's true that this is all their territory, but it's the only place where people can survive. Ao Yu said in his sore spot, how can he not be angry? Just as Wang Kai and Cheng Cheng were joking around and enjoying the cozy atmosphere, the voice call rang at an inopportune time. Even with the inherited equipment, you're still just a dusk-ranked mage. Do you really think you're a gundog? It was a formal dinner, but the synagogue was filled with laughter. It's like there's a party going on. Rodero, too, remembered this, and immediately lost his zeal for serving the started fidgeting. Chen Kuping smiled slightly and seemed to have looked away. Come to think of it, this might not necessarily be a bad thing. Life is so long that there will always be one or two major events that will influence the movement of the next few decades. Hello Madonna, you have a ring to it. Donnie Lee smiled and it puts the interviewing actors in a much more relaxed mood. Haha, he won't, and I'll return the favor. You know, I'm the one who beat up Mickey Ward. With an air of arrogance, Annie gave a Mr. Bodybuilder pose that made people laugh. Seeing that it was about time, Naruto put down the bento box and unhooked the 3 bells clasped around his waist. Sure enough, the water blended together, and the poison was easily absorbed by the avatar. It just seems like there's not enough volume from the feeling that comes back from the avatar. Chapter 60, Come one, kill one. Is it easy for him to raise this one sister, and to raise her in such a beautiful and bright way? They didn't delve into that, however, at this time. Because they were stunned by what happened next, after that sword chop through, that golden beast was actually directly chopped in half. Of course, those are all hypotheticals now, and what's happening is that the Rockets have offered a great deal of. The Phantom Panther organization was also prepared to eat the ore, so they had Old 10 and Old 11 go to Laos together to deal with Rocket personally. The sight of Morning Breeze, dressed in a white lab coat, and a client lying on a physical therapy bed. There was a lot of chatter in the live room. Shaking his head, Kai Chengren stated that there was nothing he could do and turned his head to look at Chen Feng. Morningside also shrugged his shoulders, indicating that he could not do anything about it for the time being, and in the face of the current situation. It's definitely impossible to have a good talk, so we can only wait until they're tired of cursing, until they have no strength left to shout. This side will step in and talk to them again. But Yellow Hair thought wrong. The next moment Ali backhanded a slap in the face. Crisp hit him in the face. But then again, is there any invention that is created overnight without failure? Chui Lai cursed angrily, these dogs, they don't think about practicing properly. Learning all the sideways and wreaking havoc on your senior sister. He said and whisked his sleeves away. The filthy words reached Yun Shuiyao's ears, and she clenched her teeth in anger. The full peaks also go up and down. Hearing Tang Yi's words, the Grand Prince's mouth opened wide, his face filled with an unbelievable expression. There's another line underneath, carved deep, that says if the monster underneath forces its way out, the infant in the icy coffin will be released automatically. When Zhou Wei, Jin Gang, and Xiaoqiu, and even Zhu Yao, were all friends of Xiang Yu. Whether they died or were harmed, what they drew was Xiang Yu's monstrous wrath. Now Xiang Yu's instantaneous limit is 3 steps to 4 meters, with this stage of the gap between the. There are still 2 meters to go, and those 2 meters require 2 steps. Shangwan Xiu Luo glanced at Fatty Dragon, can't open it, can't satisfy your curiosity. Downstairs for dinner. With that, as soon as he hooked the mysterious long box, he walked out. As expected, the ghostly light that turned into a pillar was as thick as a pillar. The penetration came with a destructive aura, and Song Ming's spiritual power contracted violently, firmly holding his position. Song Ming didn't notice Li Mingru's sexy red lips biting the wineglass in the slightest. The expression on his face changed for a moment. As he walked, Zhang Yi realized that it was just as he thought. Took him straight to the South Precinct. If he traveled to the Song Dynasty capital, then this look would probably make Zhang Yi rich overnight. Became one of the richest men of his time. Some military generals have teased that they should have known that removing the satellite would bring the Federation so together. Might as well get the satellites back sooner, so that there will probably be less cursing of the military, as many thought fondly. When the few demonic cultivators here saw Zhu Qi coming this way, how could they dare to stay? Only a few silhouettes appeared out of nowhere and had actually appeared in front of them, blocking a few people. Until today, when Ao Kuan saw the white dragon's breath and the green dragon's sigh appear in front of him at first glance. In addition, there was also the beastskin long sword on Li Chuji that was greatly associated with the demon emperor's sword, so even though he was experienced and calm, his mind couldn't help but blank out. Just then, Elder Fish and Zhao Yishan arrived at Nei Shan Lu. The noisy Nishan building quieted down in an instant, and many people pushed away the chickens and ducks on their bodies and fled outward with their heads smothered. She didn't have half the aura of a cultivator all over her body, but her face was a cold color. The blood-colored cloak behind him gave off an inexplicable sense of oppression. Lord God Emperor, as I told you, those cultivators who don't have Yuan Jing will also go to the blood-clothes henna for a long time.
Su Dashan asked for a lot of details and confirmed that there was no mistake before he took the money to buy the 7-star vine and turned to leave. Boss. There's no more big waterfish on the bank now, the heavy mountain, and I have searched 110-meter radius twice. Rod said as he slowly walked over carrying a dagger that still smelled of blood. People don't really know who's standing behind Elise. I only thought that the broomstick girl was so desperate that she made such a stupid move. But at this moment, Shen Erlang died. It was only then that Shen Tongpu suddenly realized. Shen surely had a firm and impenetrable control over the entire Chen family. The connections in all aspects of the relationship were beyond Shen Tongpu's imagination. Some of the Falling Cloud City players, seeing the hastily traveling Stab Alliance Guild players. One by one, they were already looking puzzled and couldn't stop talking about it. I only saw Wei Ruozhang, who was dressed in men's clothes, although what she said to Lu Fan. But a pair of eyes looked at the feathered wolf, eyes from time to time float out of the heart of the evil thoughts, look at the heart of Lu Fan hair. Only Feather Wolf himself didn't seem to notice in the slightest. Towards the end, Tong Lei's face turned even redder, and her words revealed a murderous aura. It was as if she would immediately pounce and fight for her life if the other party didn't agree. It's just that, after that flame burns out, it's actually as if it's been doused with a dish of cold water on a fire that steeply extinguished. Yen Dong didn't know if Night Bastard didn't understand Wu Qilin, or if he wanted to help him. At that time, there was also a remark about whether or not he should arrange for a line of people to help, and Wu Qilin's answer was naturally that there was no need. Chapter 61. Then you should try it. The most effective of these is the blood sacrifice that use one's own blood and chi to form a spell formation to melt one's will into the item to be sacrificed. General Chao Ren has come to report that Zhang Liao's army is showing signs of difficulty in crossing the border. It is better to annihilate the main force of Chang'an under the command of Zhang Liao first. Shang Yu said. Mu Sanxian thanked him politely, and was guided by Mr. Lun to go to the back with Anren. Hua Si Yuan, on the other hand, went out of the royal residence to look for the great general. Except for a slight snoring sound, this fat man did not move at all, and Shi Jingtian hopelessly crouched down and poked his finger twice on his stomach. It was really, really fat, and the whole finger seemed to sink into the flesh. Luo Shoujuan had just placed the Patriarch's token into the keyhole of the second stone door, and hadn't even bothered to twist the key yet. The stone door, however, moved on its own. Another person shouted, "Disciples of the Immortal Edge Dao have met the new sect leader." All at the behest of the new master. Jade Void and Ju Silence both seem to have discussed the general, in this moment actually pursed their lips together, not saying anything. Facing Mu Wanrong's questioning, not a word was said. There's nothing wrong with it. As long as it is ground into a powder and taken, it can make the dead alive and flesh white. Gu Changfeng nodded affirmatively. Canon gray red hair, this is not what I found. Lin Dong was so shouted by Xiao Yan, woke up. Her face was also a little red, and to hide her embarrassment, subconsciously, he also shouted out the new nickname he had acquired for Xiao Yan since ancient times, redheads have more cannon fodder, and gunny apricots are lucky. The knocking on the door continued unceasingly, while Qin Hun, with a tangled face, hesitated for a moment, and then gritted his teeth and reaching out, he opened the door. On the contrary, it was Gu Wei, who took the initiative to extend his hand when Zhang Ruofeng walked down and a high five with Zhang Ruofeng. Leaving tonight, right? The restaurant had reached its liveliest point of the day, the Misaki Nagano asked with concern as she poured food into Shin Nagano's bowl. I scanned the space where Xian Yan was guarding and it was only 3 meters square. Both Chu Flux and Liang Mi collapsed on the bed aside, motionless, not knowing if they were injured or not. Is the Zoji altar set up yet? Zhang Qi then asked, looking toward Xin Bai, who was slightly dusty. Lin Wood took it, thanked him, and went to one side of the table and sat down and began to fill it out. What's wrong with young master? The people seem to be afraid of us. Uncle Jiang Ren drew his sword to protect in front of Zhang Qi. As the highest official guard here, he was duty-bound to butt up the responsibility. The faint musty smell of the room lingered on the tip of his nose, and the dark night sky, a severe bolt of lightning fell in the air, rolling thunder from far and near, gradually reaching the top of the head, and the dark canopy gradually pressed close to the and a deafening thunderclap pales in comparison to a deep coma. One of them was holding a somewhat uniquely shaped wand. Much like the lightning that slipped through the skies of the above-ground world, but of course, being a member of the underground world, he might not have known the resemblance for the rest of his life. That's it? Methinks was a little surprised, but couldn't point to a loophole in the statement that
Just pure amazement at the other guy's dog, luck, or maybe he was too far behind. The landscape looks like a corner of what used to be heavy mercury, not to say it's special, and the silver moon laurel forest looks like deja vu. Mother-er. What are you talking about? You're the one who's been filming things. How else could we have gotten beat up by Sonoko?
Morong-chon leaned down to look at her again. I told you not to push me onto others. I said no leaving me without a reason.
Even if I've done something wrong, you can't just leave without saying anything. Morong-chon wrapped his arms around Tianjiao so that she had to look him straight in the eyes.
I'm well aware of that, and have done my research before coming here.
The richest man smiled at Sina and receiving the spiritual tea of enlightenment that was brought up.
Then backing up some distance, an extremely complex color flashed in the dragon's eyes,
scrutinized Lu Xiaoling. Yes. If only the princess had said so. Even the stars in the sky, the great king is sure to pick them for the princess. Qingtao moved the chair to Katchek. Do not understand what things are missing. It would make Tianjiao so preoccupied that she changed her expression in a hurry. After saying that, Dahai laid down on the bed and stretched out. I realized there was only one bed here. Dahai, this guy really finds surprisingly preemptive. A bed I also want to squeeze with him, anyway, are wearing clothes. When I was living in school, I didn't have to squeeze into a bed with my roommate, but I was on my own, so I didn't have to be so particular. Sure enough, Morong Chang's body could not be warmed, even if he were surrounded in the fire of a large cowhide tent. His body was also still cold as iron. But it was good that the frost on his brow melted away, and from time to time, Ria Yom helped him wipe the melted frost that ran down his hair. If the crowd knew that Xiao Yun had already completely offended the evil prison a long time ago, I guess a lot of people's eyes will be popping out of their heads. Only to see fire shooting from the amazing charge bow, a shadow of an arrow whistling out. At one time, the entire Jedi prison killing formation was filled with arrow shadows, densely packed like the transit of locusts, and it was impossible to tell exactly how many arrows there were. These arrows overlapped to form a burst of silver-gray clouds, completely enveloping the three Blue Koan clansmen. Once this top 5 ranked martial king was allowed to react, even Fan Pingon. It wasn't easy to kill him in a short time. When Jin Jihuang saw this, the corner of his mouth hooked into a cold smile, killing this mortal. It is really too no pressure. This punch goes down, he is 100% sure that Yang Hao will definitely die. She will become, a cold, only cultivating, without the slightest emotion, a walking corpse. Li Yuan was shocked, while Zhang Yao also looked at Fan Pingon incredulously. It's actually the bloody-handed monk within the stone city, who turned out not to be dead, but had taken in the Shiman family, so to speak. Was the guardian spirit beast of the Shiman family really defeated? Those cultivators were like amnesty, all of them ran away in a puff of smoke, only the black-faced cultivator remained. Remained where they were and did not go. Chapter 62. Killing you is just the process, not the goal. Baron seemed to freeze in the moment, stiffening in place. Looking at the endless stream of ancient demonic statues appearing around Lu Ran, Baron only felt his scalp go numb. Never seen it. The regular profession of necromancer is not new to anyone. Ancient demon statue was just that, just a summoning skill for a necromancer at level 25. But what the hell is this in front of us, endless ancient demon statues? Doesn't this guy have a cooldown for summoning ancient golems? Even though Lu Ran was only level 25 and the ancient demon statue only had 100,000 blood. Nothing to a high combat professional like Baron. But this dense mass of ancient demonic statues that almost completely obscured the line of sight was too much. Seeing that time is getting shorter and shorter. The countdown to the safe zone has begun. Baron sneered, ancient demon statue is just that, high blood, high defense, but slow. With its slow attack frequency and low attack power, this thing can't touch me, even with all these ancient demonic statues. It still can't touch me, and besides, what if it does? You expect these things to kill me? Through the crowd, Baron looked at Lu Ran with a sardonic smile. Lu Ran looked at Baron with eyes like an idiot, skimmed his mouth, and said, a mere cannon fodder. Don't bother talking to you. After saying that, he continued to summon the ancient demon statue to himself. Nowadays, with this number, the ancient demon statue is already 50 or 60 heads. Thanks to the words, even if Lu Ran didn't care, all of the damage Baron had inflicted on Lu Ran needed to be taken by the ancient demon statue as well. Moreover, Lu Ran could keep summoning supplements in the process. Baron, there is not the slightest chance of winning. Baron eyed Lu Ran's calm demeanor and his face turned a bit ugly.
He looked around at the ancient demon statues, suddenly reacting to the fact that these ancient demonic statues couldn't pose much of a threat to him. Again, it's not like it's a threat to Rand. Rand's death was not due to these ancient demonic statues. This level 25 necromancer on the opposite side had other means. A pang went through Baron at the thought. It's the human fear of the unknown that tends to take over the brains thinking the most. Baron couldn't think of anything else. See the countdown coming to an end. His body arched violently and a whimpering sound as if of a wild animal escaped his lips. Next. Just watch Baron's body begin to swell. Surprisingly, gray hairs began to grow on his skin, and his head twisted and transformed to look like a wolf's head. Hideous, vicious. I'll go, it can really turn into a werewolf. Lu Ran said in surprise as his eyes lit up. But that look, instead of fear, was the general novelty of seeing a new toy. I just don't know if has any gain on that whatever, and if it does, bro. This profession of yours, strong. Lu Ran glanced at Baron's crotch and teased. Next. The countdown ends and the safe zone disappears. In that instant, Baron's entire body disappeared from its place as if on a spring. The violent outburst of speed even exploded the stone slabs that were originally under his feet. Baron has it all figured out. Avoid all the ancient demon statues, and as fast as possible, kill Lu Ran. He would never allow any surprises. After all, Neil had already analyzed the fact that Rand had died because of gullibility. He can't make the same mistake. But just dodged out for a moment. Pang! Baron's entire body jerked in motion. His feet were directly shackled by the tentacles sticking out of the ground, and because of inertia, his body lunged forward and one prostrate and he was on the ground. The powerful inertia sent Baron's entire body sprawling to the ground, face down kind of thing. Almost didn't fall out of Baron's. His brain buzzed as he hurriedly climbed to his feet and looked at the tentacles at his feet. Frowning, he said, very good, and knows how to control the. But a necromancer's undead touch can only be controlled for 3 seconds, so wait for your death. Saying that, Baron built up his momentum and stared at Lu Ran dead in the face. Instead, Lu Ran neither manipulated the ancient demon statue to attack Baron, nor did he attack Baron, Instead, he walked slowly towards Baron. Stood still 7 or 8 meters from Baron. Baron saw that his 3 seconds were up and was ready to rush out, but realized that the tentacles under his feet, the source is endless. The 3 seconds passed to ing long time ago. But he couldn't get out of it. Baron looked up in surprise, just in time to see the staff in Lu Ran's hand light up every now and then. You're undead touch, and it's not on cooldown. Baron was taken aback and almost bit my tongue. This is too much of a bully. A mage versus an assassin, the mage itself is extremely vulnerable and easily meleeed by the assassin. And while the assassin is close, the mage is in a very dangerous position. But today, this necromancer on the opposite side, throwing undead touch infinitely, he, the assassin, was unable to move the entire time. How can this be a fight? Lu Ran laughed and still did not use the blood spear, which was his last card to wrap up the game. Against Baron, there's no rush. Lu Ran laughed and the staff in his hand began to wave. Pang! 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 One after another, skeleton soldiers began to appear. The barons were dumbfounded. Lu Ran's summoned skeleton soldier, too, had no cooldown. What the hell is wrong with this necromancer? He had probably guessed how Rand had died. No, not just Rand. Anyone who comes in, dies. Unlimited release of undead touch, ranged control, can't avoid, can only be controlled. Any professional who fights against Lu Ran, from the moment they start the match. He had already lost his power of action and could only stay in place and wait for death. Even with the Dispel skill, it's useless. The Dispel skill had a cooldown, but Lu Ran's undead touch did not. Baron instantly thought of the consequences. In today's Eagle Sauce, no one could kill this Lu Ran. Likewise, this Lu Ran will be the biggest scourge of Hawkjam in the future. At the moment, it seemed like all of Lu Ran's skills were not on cooldown. He was only level 25 now, and he could summon skeleton soldiers and ancient demon statues, but after leveling up, he can then summon the skeleton tyrant and the abyssal bone dragon. War of Nations. As a high combat professional, Baron instantly thought of Lu Ran's influence on the national war. An endless legion of abyssal bone dragons, what a fart.
Baron's body trembled viciously, wanting to quit the deathmatch without a second thought to report that don't let anyone else in, and at the same time, do whatever it takes to sneak into Longxia and kill Lu Ran. But alas, no one knew what was going on inside the arena of death. Ran wasn't even abused because he was gullible. Likewise, he, Baron, is on his own, same downfall. At this point, Baron realized that the skeleton soldiers that Lu Ran had summoned were beginning to form a long line of. In turn, they came toward him. Baron froze, then immediately reacted to the fact that the bastard's corpse explosion probably hadn't cooled down either. If you want to kill, what are you doing? Baron hissed. What's the rush? Killing you is just the process, killing more Eagle Sauce high combat professionals is the goal. If we kill you quickly and the bro behind us is too scared to come in, I'll lose out, won't I? Let's take our time. Lu Ran grinned. Next. Pang. The first skeleton soldier exploded in front of Baron's face. This was followed by a second and a third, in a gradual progression, and Baron's life value, beginning to decline with the naked eye. Chapter 63, Is this all the hawk sauce? The process is extremely painful. Lu Ran's spell attack power was naturally inferior to that of a high combat spell system profession. So corpse explosion doesn't do very much damage. Baron's lifesteal wasn't dropping very fast either. But the pain is real. And, being an assassin, not being killed in combat. Instead, they were forced to stay put and wait for death. As he watched his life value gradually drop, Baron's eyes were bloodshot and his mental strength was almost about to collapse. Lu Ran, on the other hand, was in no hurry and summoned the skeleton soldiers as if they were playing. A group of ancient demon statues around them watched in boredom. Every now and then another undead touch is thrown in to make sure Baron stays where he is and doesn't move. The dashing and cozy look was making Baron more and more cranky, but there was simply nothing he could do about it. He hissed. The body once again rose in size, and the eyes turned completely blood red. Bloodthirsty frenzy? It's of no use. Werewolf bloodlust frenzy. It's the one that needs to attack the target in order to recover the life value. Lu Ran glanced at it and said lazily. And the skeleton soldiers that rushed to him corpse exploding didn't even give him a chance to attack. At this very moment, various replica lobbies around the globe were also watching the scene. The four presidents were naturally in no hurry. This Lu Ran kid, I guess he's playing again. Although the bloodthirsty werewolf's speed is fast, it is not qualified to move in front of Lu Ran. Wouldn't it be nice to have a quick fight? This kid. Only Lu Xinxin smiled and said, Lu Ran has his own intentions, His blood spear shouldn't have been used yet, and a quick fight would be too much of a showstopper, and hawk sauce, if no one else dared to get on that wouldn't have the effect that Lu Ran wanted. Same time. Sakura. Nanako is also watching the matchup. It's 6 minutes in sight. But no one on either side had died yet, and Nanashi's brows furrowed. This wave, that necromancer shouldn't survive, right? Bloodthirsty werewolves naturally restrain law professions. Legal professions lack control, bloodthirsty werewolves can still restore life points by attacking, necromancers summon things that. Instead, it has become a bloodthirsty werewolf's blood booster, and that necromancer doesn't have any chance of winning. The maid at his side analyzed and said. But Nanako thinks otherwise. She mused, if it's really a normal bloodthirsty werewolf versus necromancer duel. That necromancer should have died a long time ago. But not only no. It also lasted 6 minutes, and no one knew what was going on inside the deathmatch arena. And just then, Lu Ran, who was in the deathmatch, saw that it was almost time. At this point, Baron still had close to 2/3 of his life value. The damage dealt by the skeleton soldier corpse explosion was still too low, and the bloodthirsty werewolf's body was substantially strengthened that. It also nerfed the damage. Queuing up one by one and attacking not often enough. But right now, it's about time. Lu Ran stretched. Glancing at Baron, he said, almost time for the next one. After saying that, all the skeleton soldiers that were lining up instantly became cranky and chaotic. A swarm of people rushed up. In the blink of an eye it flooded Baron's figure. With a crackling and popping sound as if it were a firecracker, Baron's life value quickly emptied. At the same time, Baron's name, on the deathmatch room panel, turned gray. At this moment, a gale of wind has once again risen around the globe. Level 58 bloodthirsty werewolf, against a less than 53 level necromancer, 1v1, failed. The necromancer wins.
This completely subverted the practice of the law profession and assassin profession of fighting solo within a restricted field range. The 4 presidents nodded in satisfaction as they saw this. Yu Ching-sung said excitedly, "This kid did a good job. I can't wait to see what the Eagle Jam Congress gang looks like now, and I wonder what they plan to do next?" Lu Xinshin said, "What intends to be a self-defeating, regardless of the. It will be directly suppressed by Long Xia, and continuing to let people in will only lead them deeper and deeper."
And in Sakura's Nanoha.
When he saw the scene, his heart also trembled fiercely. There was a time when she had completely despised the necromancer. But the other party's performance one after another simply blew her mind. What does the other guy have to do with it? She couldn't figure it out anyway. Because it's customary to be able to drastically change the characteristics of a profession and drastically increase its abilities. Only the absolute best armed with good equipment can do that. But the global equipment list. The only other crystal skull in Hades was that of the necromancer. And that Hades' crystal skull is incapable of changing a necromancer's combat form. Although there was a small increase in the necromancer's spell attack power, that small increase was far from enough to affect the necromancer's qualitative change.
Can't figure it out, can't figure it out. At this point, the name of the room was once again changed by Lu Ran. That's it? There's no one left at Eagle Sauce? A simple sentence, extremely provocative. Open deathmatch room. Anyone can come in, kill one of you, provoke you Eagle Sauce no one. That's the level you came in at? That would confuse anyone. Inside the Eagle Jam conference room, the presidents of the various conferences, as well as several leaders, instantly turned red with anger. Fark! Kill him, send someone to kill him at once. A leader roared. But the leaders themselves are afraid to go on. The bloodthirsty werewolf went in there all dead, and the necro summoner is dead, so what's the point of this? Even Neil was silent. If Rand was killed by his opponent drilling the controls because he was gullible, what about Baron? Bloodthirsty werewolf, completely restraining the legal professions, it doesn't make sense. Damn it, what's to be done with a complete lack of knowledge of what's going on inside the deathmatch arena? The other leader was reasonable enough to ask, frowning. Letting it go is definitely not an option. It is most humiliating when the provocateur is hit back and beaten so much that he dares not squeak or respond. At that moment, suddenly someone reported that someone had responded to the battle. On the room panel, it showed a regular profession, thief, level 56 thief. Figures on the global rankings list, though leaning back. But to be on the global rank list with a regular career is something. Its identity belongs to the third largest guild in Eagle Jam, not sacred. But the president in the conference room was unaware of this. It's true that Alex is one of my men, probably of his own accord, but... That reminds me, the thief's restraints on French professions are no worse than the hidden profession bloodthirsty werewolf. I don't know, said the president of Nutty Sacred. Others have brightened up. Even Neil nodded, almost forgot about the regular professions. Thief's stealth is very tricky. Necromancers happen to be professions without detection skills, innate restraint. Paired with the burst combos of a high combat assassin, the necromancer simply cannot resist. I should have thought of that. It's ridiculous to say that a necromancer in the district. Let's all drill down to the fact that regular professions should be killed with regular professions. The leader who had previously clamored to kill the necromancer immediately said with satisfaction. Likewise, the global professionals who followed the scene. All instantly thought of that too. Never in a million years would I have thought that Eagle Sauce arranged for a thief. This necromancer is confused, exposing his profession. Isn't this an open card to fight? The opponent just needs to pick the restraining profession and always kill him. It won't take several times, this time will be enough. I am the thief, and I would like to ask that. A necromancer taking a fart to detect to break my invisibility? It's good enough to kill 2 of them, just quit, you have to keep provoking them. Gutter. Long Xia is also infuriated, after all, more than 30 professionals have died. Chapter 64, Playing Like This? Thief? Lu Ran was a bit surprised when he saw someone come in and glanced at the other party's profile. It's amazing that regular careers are running in. But immediately, Lu Ran reacted. Suddenly, he said, I see, it's to use the thief's stealth skill to surprise attack. A set of outbursts to take me away. The thief on the opposite side was similarly confused at this point.
He did have that thought, but raising his eyes, and standing across the room, it was a level 25 necromancer? He even wondered if he was in the wrong room. A level 25 necromancer? Alex raised an eyebrow and grimaced. Aha! Lu Ran nodded casually. Seeing as the countdown has begun. Alex frowned, though I don't get it. What the hell did you use to kill those two losers in front of you? But I won't make the same mistake. Within 30 seconds of the start of the battle, I will kill you. Oh. Lu Ran lazily agreed. The casual attitude that didn't matter made Alex grit his teeth hard. Straight away, he drew out an emerald green dagger. Obviously still hardened. Lu Ran glanced at the other party and directly pulled out his staff and started summoning. The best thing you can do with a team's assassin line of stealth skills is to stand and let you hit them. These things that are summoned are the ones that are responsible for absorbing the damage. With the shifting words in place, Lu Ran couldn't possibly die. And the first thing he chose to summon was the ancient demon statue. The ancient demon statue flesh tan type summon that. Summoned in large numbers, Alex's outbursts, no matter what they were to no avail. The moment. Alex also seemed to understand what was going on, his eyes going huge. You can summon the ancient demon statue infinitely. He shouted in surprise. Lu Ran didn't even bother to pay attention to him and continued his own summoning. Humph, there's no use. No matter how many of these ancient demon statues there are, they can't see me. The necromancer also doesn't have any skills that can detect the breaking of the cloaking state, and when you die, these stupid things will disappear along with you. Alex said with a sardonic smile. Although he was very shocked by Lu Ran's ability, that was all. It couldn't do anything to him. Lu Ran glanced at Alex. Amusingly, he said, you don't think that I killed those two losers in front of me by relying on these ancient demonic statues, do you? At that, Alex snapped to attention. Immediately responded. Yeah. Even if there were more ancient magical statues, there's no way Rand and Baron wouldn't be able to handle it. Although the ancient devil statue had a high life value and high defense, its movement speed and attack frequency were low. It's the meat tan type of summoner. They're just fine ignoring it completely. What was really to be killed was still just a level 25 necromancer. But Lazy and Baron didn't make it and got countered instead. Alex's heart pumped hard at the thought of it, and like Baron earlier, it was guessed that the necromancer must have other tricks up his sleeve. At that exact moment, the 3-minute preparation time ended and the safe zone boundary disappeared. When Alex looked up, Lu Ran had summoned almost hundreds of ancient demon statues in this moment of effort. Densely crowded around Lu Ran. Block me? Alex couldn't hesitate in time, he simply cloaked and disappeared. Lu Ran looked around amidst the group of ancient demon statues, then waited patiently for they. It even felt a little boring. A few seconds later. Pust. Lu Ran was attacked, and Alex was out of concealment due to an active attack. It emerged behind Lu Ran in a phantasmagorical manner. The dagger stabbed straight into the posterior, from the bottom up, the whole way in. Lu Ran let out a miserable howl and jumped 3 feet in place. Lu Ran's face turned green, and he wondered if it was the poison effect caused by the poison dagger. He scurried to the side, clenching his legs and covering them with one hand, the corners of his mouth twitching. Fine, play like this, right? The fire in Lu Ran's heart at this time rubbed upwards. You said you can just use your backstabbing skill properly, is it necessary to go so overboard? Alex was confused too. He's got a backstab that comes with buff bonuses like fierce poison, barb, strong attack, and strike. Surprisingly, he didn't second this level 25 necromancer. And surprisingly, this necromancer didn't lose any blood. The blood bar didn't move, not a single drop of blood was lost. Invincible. The Alex people were dumbfounded. Unlimited summoning of the ancient demon statue, which he felt was just that, not much impact, but no blood loss from being attacked. What kind of monster is this nympho? He wanted to continue charging up less than that, but immediately realized that his feet were bound by the undead touch of the unable to move. But he wasn't in a hurry, he just stared at Lu Ran, intending to wait for the undead touch's binding effect to end, and immediately, he rushed up to give another set, although he couldn't understand why the ancient demon statues around him didn't take this opportunity to set fire on him. But after a few seconds, Alex realized that the undead touch at his feet was still there. He still couldn't move. What do you mean? Why can't I move? Alex was shocked.
Move Nima, it's time for me to take revenge. Lu Ran cursed.
Then the palms of his hands were raised, and he kept summoning skeleton soldiers, in groups of 2, which kept popping up. In between, an occasional undead touch was added to make sure Alex couldn't move. Then, a large number of skeleton soldiers rushed up. But this time, instead of a corpse exploding, a swarm of people grabbed Alex's arm and
shackle him in place. Alex was a little confused as to what Lu Ran was trying to do.
But wait till he sees some of those skeleton soldiers. In an odd pose, he lifted the rusty short sword in his hand in a forward pestle motion, tilting it slightly upward, and hunching over as he moved over behind his buttocks.
Alex blushed instantly. He realized something was wrong.
Beginning to struggle frantically, the dagger in his hand continued to harvest the surrounding skeleton soldiers.
But the number of these skeleton soldiers was just too many and too much.
It was hard to free his hands, and within a few kills, he was immediately grabbed by a few more skeleton soldiers by the arm. Behind him, the skeleton soldier stepped forward in a thievish manner. The short sword in his hand was rusted and corroded with age, and the blade, though not much more. But because the corrosion had turned irregular and jagged, close to a foot in length, it made one's liver flutter just to look at it.
Kill me now. Alex roared, writhing in agony. But Lu Ran was unresponsive.
Please kill me, I know it's wrong, I
pussed.
Alex's screams came to a screeching halt, and his mouth fell open and the voice in his throat, however, could not be shouted as if he had been strangled by the neck. Then the real torture began.
Pussed.
One part of the skeleton soldier controls Alex, the other excitedly attacks from behind. It wasn't a high attack, but the damage numbers floating out were all yellow, which was the color of the damage dealt by weakness attacks.
8 whole minutes. That's 8 whole minutes.
Alex was gutted at this point, tears sliding silently down his cheeks, and the moment that he just wanted to die and regretted not using his backstab normally on Lu Ran. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been such a painful death.
Chapter 65. I'm going to hit 5. 8 minutes later, the corpse explosion wrapped up. Alex is probably by far
the most miserable way to die in the world for a professional. You can't blame Lu Ran for this, it's just a case of using the other side to do the same thing.
Same time. When Alex's name turned gray as well, the world was once again abuzz. The thief, dead. No? A thief, can't an outbreak kill a necromancer? Holy, I'd love to go in there and see what that necromancer is up to. Then you go in and take a look. Forget it, with this stance, whoever enters will die. This scene took everyone by surprise. What's even more unexpected is that the battle lasted 8 minutes before the thief died. 8 minutes. The thief's concealment skill can even be used 3 times. 3 chances to kill a necromancer? And it was a necromancer that wasn't leveled enough for 53 and was far lower than a thief's level. Instead, it was Long Xia. The nation rejoices. The earlier worries were gone. See? The assassin is a natural restraint on law professions, and is still higher leveled than the big necromancer guy. This can't even be killed. Ha ha. For the first time, I feel that my profession as a necromancer is too anticlimactic, ha. I'm convinced, for real. So now Eagle Sauce has nothing to say? That's it? That's it? Fighting for the country without revealing the information, deep down. It's not too much to ask for this kind of big shot to enter the Heavenly Dao Alliance, right? I wonder if it's a member of the Heavenly Dao Alliance. For a while, there were countless speculations. The craze for the regular profession of necromancer has risen globally. As for the 4 presidents, just watching with peace of mind because they know it's only just begun. But even the 4 of them would never have guessed how this thief from Hawkjam died. Sakura, Nanisher watched as the thief's name turned gray. Mentally, he sighed and his fists clenched together violently. This necromancer's performance was getting beyond her expectations. And just then, the panels in the room change again and another person enters. Level 54, thief. Or a thief. And still on the rank list, but not as high as Alex. Alex just died. Why is there another one in here? President, what does this Eagle Sauce think? The maid at his side said with an odd expression on her face. It may not have been Hawkmaster's arrangement. Nanoha mused, it's just that Alex's death. The shock to the profession of thievery was enormous,
and with the other thieves feeling that Alex's death might just be an accident, they couldn't think of how a necromancer could restrain them, so they thought it would be okay for me to go on me. So, immediately, someone else took over and went in to answer the call.
In contrast, Hawk Jam, a group of professionals, is more likely to be motivated to be good. So it was as if it was a wheelbarrow fight. Lu Ran started to get busy.
The assassin, hold time, 7 minutes, and his name turned gray, dead.
After that, the unending stream of assassin-type professions first began a wheel battle.
And, most of them have stealth skills, of varying levels and professions.
There are even a number of hidden professions. But without exception, they are all dead.
Instead, the time Lu Ran used was getting shorter and shorter, and the last assassin was the 28th to go in. With a level of only 47, it was a wonder that he dared to challenge Lu Ran.
Lu Ran did as he was told.
Then, other professions seemed to look away and began to join in, lining up to get in.
Even the meat tank class hidden professions went in.
Plus a group of professionals with recovery abilities went in as well. At 4 p.m., the Eagle Jam death toll was 35.
At 5 p.m., the Eagle Jam death toll was 47. At 5:30 p.m., the Eagle Jam death toll was 55. This far exceeded Long Xia's previous death toll. Moreover, many of those who died were on the global denizenship list. This has led to the fact that the original Eagle Sauce was on the global rank list of professional. Almost weeded out clean. There were only a few guild leaders left, guarding the rank list. At this point it had also been 10 minutes since anyone had dared to go in and answer the call. It's really a situation where whoever enters will die. Global professionals are looking numb. No matter what profession, no matter how many levels, if you go in, you will all die. At this point in Eagle Jam, there is a nationwide cloud of sadness. No one expected things to end up the way they are now. The number of deaths in Eagle Jam greatly exceeds the number of deaths in Long Xia. And at the moment, there is not the slightest hope in sight that it can be won. Eagle Sauce was completely and utterly beaten down, or to be clear, by a necromancer, by Long Xia. Thoroughly suppressed. Long Xia, the professionals in the various main cities were in a state of joy. Damn, no practicing today, drinking tonight, anyone got a date? Any single necromancer little brother? I'm a priest, I can give you a blood boost. The Necromancer Professional Guild is partying tonight. Anyone want to go along for the ride? Nice job. Who the hell is this big guy? I want to worship him. This is my idol. The 4 major presidents were also filled with relief. I didn't think that Lu Ran, who was brought back by Qin Lai's daughter, Yao Yao, that day. It will do us such a great favor. Yu Qingtsong exclaimed. Yes, if it wasn't for Lu Ran, this wave of provocation would have left Long Xia powerless. Although we all know that Eagle Sauce is the effect achieved by virtue of the Black Dragon equipment, but the performance, still dragons some are vulnerable, which before the national war on the morale of our troops, the impact of the... It's very scary. Lu Xinxin mused. It's still my brother. Tonight is my treat, Sky Edge House, to celebrate my brother. I'm sorry, Yi Hongyi said excitedly. He. This kid has the vigor, to my liking. Lei Tai also excitedly heatedly laughed. The atmosphere of the entire Long Xia, compared to the previous time when they were provoked, was a world of difference. It's like New Year's Eve. But Yu Qingtsong was curious at the same time. It looks like it's almost time for the... I wonder when Lu Ran plans to come out. Lei Tai, on the other hand, glared, what's the hurry? 55 are dead. But none of the ones that Eagle Sauce is known for have made an appearance yet, and Lu Ran is waiting for the big fish. Sakura's Nanoha's expression had gone a little numb. She twisted her head in the direction of the Endless Tower leaderboard. Contemplating, he said, would such a fellow be stuck at the 59th floor, or the 60th floor mark? And if this necromancer really has the ability to pass through the 59th and 60th floors, how should she, Nanako, react? Even though he got the Hachimoku umbrella, it was still too risky to continue rushing the floor. Turning back to the death match in front of him again. Nanashur gritted her teeth. She had a slight urge to go in and find out what was going on. But by now, she'd completely given up on that plan. When it comes down to it, she wouldn't dare. Facing an unknown necromancer who hadn't even been seen before and whose level was less than 53. She's really scared. She's afraid to go in. And just then, the room in the death chamber suddenly changed again. It's not like someone else went in there.
Rather, Lu Ran, who was the owner of the room, modified the room properties.
Modified individual deathmatch to squad deathmatch. 5 on each side, left and right. 5 spare columns for the eagle sauce side. Long Shafang, but still the necromancer himself, even as he barred the remaining 4 teammates, the locked. It was a moment of global shock. Because the meaning was already clear, this necromancer, to 1v5. Chapter 66 challenges the entire eagle sauce. He's just crazy. The people looked dumbfounded at Naneo of Hawk Jam. As a necromancer of less than 53 levels, holding on for so long. Killed so many Eagle Jam pros. It has been remarkable, almost miraculous. Though no one knew what was really going on in the death chamber. But it was also evident that the necromancer was more powerful than anyone could have imagined. But even so. 1v5? At this moment, all the replica halls around the world all exploded. He's taking on the whole eagle sauce by himself? And locking the positions of 4 teammates on his side, single-handedly, too arrogant. Pretending is struck by lightning. He'll die this time, I promise. A magic profession with no recovery ability challenging a complete team with a full complement and configuration? And it's still a team of 5 big guys that Hawk Jam is about to pick out. The world is so crazy I wonder if I'm still awake. Even Yu Song and the other 4 presidents' faces changed drastically at this moment. Too nonsense. The always shy and calm and gentle Lu Xinxin, the. Surprisingly, the first one was a little angry. What's this? Kid thinking, how did he make this decision? Lei Tai's face is also a little hard to see. A single person challenging a full team is no longer a matter of individual strength or weakness. The combat power that a team of 5 fully configured people can erupt is far more than 5 single people. Yi Hongyi gritted her teeth. Yu Qingsong's face was a little pale. Nervously gulping, he looked at Lu Xinxin for help. Lu Xinxin then said, 5 people configuration, there are meat tank, output, control, as well as healing, the. This wave, Lu Ran is in a dangerous position. And Eagle Sauce, who had died so many professionals, was going to be on this wave, and it was definitely 5 high fighting professionals. Moreover, cooperating with each other, plus a healing profession, what about Lu Ran? Even the originally jubilant Longxia's various copy halls were instantly silent at this time. Are we still celebrating? What's the point of celebrating? Grass thought it was a big shot, but it turned out to be a rash. This is too floaty, continue to fight single-handedly to the death, Hawk Sauce must not be able to do anything, a solid win. I'm really convinced that a good hand is played badly. This is great, if this kid is subdued, Eagle Sauce will have gotten a little bit of revenge. Ugh, it's ironic that the information is not even known, and it's just dead, with no news at all. There are a lot of people singing the praises, but it can't be helped. We are all professionals and know each other well about each profession. Most importantly, the regular profession of necromancer, everyone understands. But this necromancer, on the other hand, is going to challenge the entire Eagle Sauce. The modification of the deathmatch into a squad challenge was like a silent prod to Hawk Jam that the nationwide feel free to pick 5 of your big boys and team up to fight me. It's so arrogant. Never seen anyone so arrogant. Same time. Eagle Sauce, the various presidents and congressional leaders also had their brains buzzing when they learned the news. Then, someone shouted excitedly, what a great opportunity! The other side is overwhelmed by the victory and the situation that was originally unresolved, isn't it better to deal with it now? As long as we kill the necromancer, this wave. We, Eagle Sauce, will lose a lot of face as well, but enough to get out in one piece. Instead, that necromancer becomes a clown and will attract all the talk. But can it really kill that necromancer? Someone subconsciously asked. You're ing senile. 5 high fighting professions, paired with a healing profession that can't kill a 53 level necromancer? Do you have any idea what you're talking about? Neil roared. The pressure on Neil at this point was also immense. So many professionals had died, many of them from his Storm Guild. Moreover, all of these members went in with more or less Black Dragon equipment. Without exception, all of them are dead. The batch of Black Dragon equipment that had been saved with great difficulty was directly missing a large portion. Combined with the loss of personnel, Neil was in a hurry. Now that he saw his chance, Neil certainly didn't want to hear a bad tune. And normal human thinking, this couldn't possibly be any more of an accident.
If 5 high fighting professionals, 5 full strength, with healing professions, which can't even kill each other, then this wave of friction lost face instead of becoming a small problem. Long Xia having a counterintuitive necromancer was the big problem.
Seeing Neil get angry, other presidents, even including leaders, began to chime in.
Yeah, with a high combat healing profession, the remaining 4 can have no worries.
Necromancers are not capable of cutting through the back row of healing professions.
The healing professions can rest on their laurels and focus on ensuring everyone's life value. Instead, that necromancer has no ability to recover, and even if he has any means to defend himself.
Grind and grind. Yeah, even Hades' crystal skull couldn't save him. At this point,
it's time for us to get out there and to decide on the playing staff as soon as possible, said Neil. Prevent that necromancer from suddenly changing his mind and re-switching the deathmatch to a single deathmatch. After saying that, Neil looked to several other presidents. Eyes especially at the presidents of the first few guilds. That is, a few more seconds on the guys who are on the global rank list today.
The meaning is clear enough. Good opportunity to strike and suppress, no hiding. Good. I'll do it.
One of the bearded men rose with a flourish. A few of the rest of the group rose to their feet.
Count me in too.
It's been a long time since I've been that out of the limelight, so count me in.
Storm's black dragon gear to match us a little.
I'll heal. I'd like to see what that necromancer does with us. Arrogant to such an extent, he deserves to die. Look at the several presidents in front of you.
Neil nodded.
Said, okay, then it's decided, Mia as healer and Bet as meat tank. Miles, Casey, Keen, you 3 serve as the output, and open up the first set of fire on the other side of the field. It's best if you can get seconds, but if you can't, Mia stabilizes everyone's lifesteal, Bet attracts hate in Shanghai.
Regular combat is sufficient in this battle, there is no reason or possibility of losing.
But everyone froze at Neil's words. Then there was a flurry of looks at Neil.
I thought to myself, you were screaming so hard just now, but you're not going to get on? Neil, aren't you going to get involved? Or the rash one, who asked outright. Not involved.
Neil said outright, I'm number 1 on the Hawk Jam rank list as the.
Also being the president of the first guild and participating in this 5-on-1 duel nowadays, what is this?
Yu Sung didn't even show any indication in the face of our provocation. If I stand out, it will in turn look like we don't have enough substance.
That's a good reason.
After all, it's not a glamorous thing, 5 against 1. It's just a way to maximize the chance of saving a little face for Eagle Jam. That's if Neil, Eagle Jam's number 1 guild leader and still number 1 on Eagle Jam's rank list, is attending.
That's more or less too embarrassing.
Bert, who was the meat tanker of the 5, urged and shouted, okay, that's it, let's go.
Chapter 67 The Battle of the Century.
And since the beginning, Lu Ran had never modified the rules of the death arena again. He sat cross-legged in his safe zone. Looked at the death chamber that had been cleared of data and restored to become empty.
Instead, the mind was thinking.
Lu Ran was not impulsive, but had his own ideas. Given the opportunity, they will surely cherish it. The odds are, it'll be 5 high fighting professionals in a well-defined configuration.
Healing professions must kill, blood spears can't be saved, open and kill.
After the healing profession dies, the remaining 4, I can control infinitely. Surely there are assassin-based professions among them, stealthily attacking me, as well as ancient demonic statues to take the damage. When the stealth breaks, I can continue to control it. Corpse explosion can't be saved, said fire and kill in turn, while stacking skeletal storm indefinitely, this battle
can't lose. Lu Ran's idea quickly took shape in his mind, his thoughts clear.
Even the long and used skeletal storm was going to be thrown out indefinitely to stack damage. By the way, another thing to watch out for is the long-range professions among those 4, which need to be killed first,
Otherwise, even if you are controlled, you can still continue to output. Lu Ran added murmuring. In the meantime, outside in all the replica halls,
the professionals who were staring at the deathmatch panel suddenly realized that Eagle Sauce was on the man.
And it's a team of 5, straight in. Name, Mia level, 61 occupation, Holy Light Shaman Guild, Yingling Temple. Country, Eagle Sauce. Name, Bet level, 60 occupation, Swamp Druid Guild, Fox Kingdom. Country, Eagle Sauce. Name, Keen level, 62 occupation, Ecclesiastical Crusader Guild, Dark Order. Country, Eagle Sauce. Name, Miles level, 60 profession, Demon Hunter Guild, Nutty Sacred. Country, Eagle Sauce. Name, Cassie level, 61 profession, Fighting Master Guild, Free New World. Country, Eagle Sauce. The moment the profiles of the 5-man team appeared, the world was abuzz. These guilds look kind of familiar, huh? Nonsense, the top 6 on the Eagle Jam guild list, with the exception of the Storm Guild in first place. The other 5 guilds are here. Did you guys not see the names? These 5, they're the presidents of those 5 guilds. Holy, what kind of lineup is this? It's too scary. Good lord, I wasn't really expecting this from Hawkjam. That necromancer kind of kicked the bucket. And these 5 people, all of them, were on the global rank list. The lower ranked ones that were originally on the rank list were all killed by Lu Ran. Today there are only 6 people on the global rankings list for Eagle Jam, the presidents of the 6 major unions. Now, with the exception of Storm Guild President Neil, who hadn't come, the other 5, all of them, were here. And occupations are well configured. Holy Light Shaman is a healing hidden profession with control skills of its own. Forest Druid is likewise a hidden profession, and has the strength of a meat tank after transforming, crushes most meat tanks. The remaining 3 are violent and strong attack system hidden professions. Ecclesiastical Crusader, Close Burst. Demon Hunters, Sneak Attacks and Assassinations. Master of Fighting, Control Stack. The strategy is already obvious. Because I don't know what's going on with the necromancers in the necropolis. So, the 5 of them, Hawk Jam, are the regular perfect configuration. Healing professions to keep you all alive, druids to take the damage, and the other 3. Face-to-face opener, not even a long-range attacking profession. Apparently following the usual routine of melee combat restraining legal professions as per custom. Maximize team strengths. Rather coincidentally, 5 of the first 6 guild presidents of Hawkjam, except for Neil. It just so happens to make up this lineup. In the various replica halls of Long Xia, the Long Xia professionals were all silent. The whispers are much less. Looking at the panel of opponents in front of him, and the 3-minute countdown to readiness that had begun. Anyone who's anyone knows that there's no way back. Deathmatch can't be withdrawn. That necromancer must die. The celebration that had been planned went up in smoke, and a depressing atmosphere filled everyone's hearts and permeated all the Dragon Summer replica halls. Yu Song and the others were naturally no strangers to the several presidents on this face gang. Old acquaintance. Hawkjam will be taken seriously, I knew that, of course, but I didn't realize that. Would arrange for 5 guys like that to come out? Lei Tai frowned. It seems that Lu Ran has really frightened them, or else they wouldn't have been so. It's just strange, why didn't Neil come out? Yi Hanyi muttered suspiciously. Maybe it's because I wasn't involved. Neil's a guy, good face. Although the ranking on the global rank list was suppressed by me, it was always unconvincing and impossible to admit to being lower. Yu Qingtsang analyzed and said. But Lu Xinxin didn't say anything. The 3 men said a few words. Yu Qingtsang looked toward Lu Xinxin, said, Xinxin, what do you think? At this time, Lu Xinxin, at the time of seeing the 5 people's profiles appear on the occupation panel, Instead, the entire group relaxed. The serious, grave expression on his face had disappeared. Back to being shy and quiet. Smilingly, he said, no need to worry, Lu Ran won. The confidence in his speech caused Yu Qingtsang and the others to freeze. But for a long time and Lu Xinxin contacted them. To Lu Xin's analyzing ability is absolutely convinced, at once each eye bright, the heart is greatly determined. Other side. Sakura's Nanako also saw this place. Shaking his head, he said, insanity can only result in death, and this lineup that. Even if I go in there, I have to die. Or anyone, globally, who goes in single-handedly, dies. No solution. 5 of the biggest names on the global rankings list. All 5 are presidents of large Eagle Jam unions. 5 hidden professions. 5 full configuration teams. There are still healing professions in. Going solo against each other, taking headshots? Even if Nanako thought the necromancer was too weird and mysterious. But neither do I think he's entitled to live. But just then, the maid at her side subconsciously asked carefully, and what if the necromancer wins? Words.
Nanako subconsciously shook her head, but immediately was flabbergasted. Contemplating, he said, if that necromancer wins, Eagle Jam's loss, it's huge. Neil would be the only one left on the global rank list, and that. It would also show why Long Xiao blocked the transnational teleportation for no reason. It's for that necromancer. And at this point in the deathmatch arena, when the 5 came in, Lu Ran was the first to look at the 5's profile panels. Then muttered in consternation, not bad luck, for melee fighters in addition to the healing professions? It's really my turn to win. One of the gorgeous blonde women with an explosive figure was Mia, the Holy Light Shaman. Lu Ran glanced at her and secretly nodded, the blood spear would go to this one. For the other 4, Undead Touch has full field control. Demon hunters can stealth sneak up on you, but it doesn't matter. Only Lu Ran unconsciously stood up straight, tensed his ass and the posture of standing there became a bit odd. There's no way around it. The demon hunter's weapon, it's a ING scimitar. And the 5 people on the opposite side, the moment they saw Lu Ran's profile. The reaction was pretty much the same as the ones who gave away their heads before. People were dumbfounded. Chapter 68, Fastest Speed, Kill Him. 25 level Necromancer. No wonder you have to hide your profile. It seems that the guys who have come in ahead have been more or less gullible. This isn't the kind of counter-kill that can be accomplished by the gullible, so watch out. Ignore the rest, and don't treat him like a normal level 25 Necromancer. After the opening, as fast as you can, just kill. These presidents, their minds are still clear. After the opening, it's a straight-up kill. They must not allow any surprises. Although the other party was only a level 25 Necromancer. This was put before them in ordinary days. It's just a skill that kills a whole bunch of little Karamis on a whim. But in just one afternoon, having killed over 50 professionals in Eagle Jam. Among them were also high combat professionals on the global rank list. Even, many of them were wearing Black Dragon equipment. This could be killed, instead, after this level 25 Necromancer had experienced a wheel fight. Once you don't die, you have the audacity to open up a squad duel and even disable your own teammates. Luck? No way. There must be something in this necromancer's hands. Lu Ran, on the other hand, glanced at a few people. Smilingly, he said, not bad, the few who have come here, they are all Eagle Sauce stormtroopers. Still, the presidents of the major guilds really look up to me. Lu Ran was very satisfied. No one dares to come in anymore before the open squad showdown. The last wave will end with the heads of all 5 guild presidents. Suppressing Hawk Jam while giving Hawk Jam heavy damage. This wave, too, is a perfect ending. Of course, the premise is not to gutter, overturned, Lu Ran can be dead. Think about it. Lu Ran directly pulled out his staff without the slightest bit of nonsense with his opponent. Quickly start summoning the ancient demon statue. Immediately after. Inside the security zone, bang bang. An ancient demonic statue of enormous size began to emerge, one after the other. The 5 presidents on the opposite side of the room had their hearts shaken when they saw this. So that's how it is, to have such a means. It seems that this guy is carrying some kind of equipment that can cancel the cooldown of summoning an ancient demon statue. It's a shame that equipment that completely removes the cooldown time of skills that. We won't get it if we kill him. A mere ancient demon statue is nothing, it's nothing, so everyone ignore it and just kill. But these ancient demon statues aren't enough to kill those high combat professionals in front of us, are they? That is to say, on this kid, there are other means, don't be gullible. As of right now, all they could see was Lu Ran constantly summoning the ancient demon statues. The other stuff isn't visible yet. Granted, they repeatedly emphasized not to take it lightly. But it seems like it's not much of a challenge to kill Lu Ran, huh? Although Lu Ran could summon the ancient devil statue infinitely, the thing was bulky and had a high life value. Attacks are low frequency and low attack, just ignore them. Wouldn't it be better to just go kill the necromancer in the back? A necromancer who was only level 25 could have a few skills. All of them were listed, and it was also completely impossible to see what skills this necromancer had that could counter the enemy. Instead, in their eyes, wasn't this just a level 25 necromancer that could be killed in seconds with their hands? Can't figure it out, can't really figure it out, just kill it anyway, no fighting, Mia. After the opening, taking care to keep our life values up. Prevent the opponent from having an unexpected means of being able to deal massive bursts of damage. One of them said. The rest of them nodded. Mia pulled out her staff as well. As a shaman, his heals happen to be mostly large teammate heals, and Mia is confident that it was impossible for a teammate to die with her. Now it was up to the necromancer on the other side to do something else.
She didn't know that Lu Ran was in the gap where he kept summoning the ancient demonic statue.
The eyes stared at her from time to time.
This Mia, first kill. The blood spear is for her. And at this point,
the ancient demon statues in front of Lu Ran were already in the hundreds.
This was also the first time Lu Ran had summoned such a large-scale ancient demon statue in a deathmatch arena.
And the numbers are growing. Facing the 5 presidents, Lu Ran had to be careful as well. By the time the preparation time was almost over, in front of Lu Ran, there were already more than 200 ancient demon statues. Each ancient demon statue has 100,000 life points and high defense. Together, it could defend Lu Ran against more than 20 million damage.
And unless the opposite top 5 presidents can just do 20+ million damage in a single burst, resolve all the ancient demonic statues. Otherwise, Lu Ran would be able to replenish it in an endless stream, raw. Nowadays, Lu Ran's mana value was still enough to support him for a long time. At that point, the countdown was 10 seconds.
Mia, buff, one of them shouted.
Mia was ready a long time ago.
The staff began to explode with various colors of light, and a strange totem pole kept appearing from all around.
Each totem pole has a special buff effect.
Increase the movement speed, attack, defense, and other attributes of your team members.
At the last second, Mia put a shield on herself.
A level 61 healing profession facing a level 25 necromancer. Surprisingly, he volunteered to put a shield on himself.
This was considered the greatest respect for Lu Ran. The next second, the countdown ends, the safe zone boundary disappears, the dueling battles in the arena of death have officially begun. Do it! One of them shouted.
The 4 had long been poised to charge over and kill at the first opportunity.
But the next second,
swish! The touch of undeath spreads throughout the death chamber, and everyone is penalized in place.
Undead touch? Damn, why is it so wide-ranging? Control from that end to this end? That's not the right coverage. Don't panic, it's only 3 seconds, get your skills ready. Mia, watch our life levels, it's on.
The 4 men were poised.
Mia was also ready to heal the 4 at any time. But just then, whoosh!
Behind the group of ancient demon statues, a scarlet and blood-colored spear pierced out and shot electrically. The necromancer's blood spear, it's only storing power for 8 seconds, don't pay attention to it and focus on killing.
Someone recognized it and shouted to the group. But the next second, pang!
Blood spear stabbed Mia. How powerful was a blood spear that had been stored for close to 24 hours, a whole day? That's close to 80 million injuries.
It's a shame it's a single attack, otherwise, not to mention Mia, the 5 people that it all has to evaporate in an instant.
Mia, on the other hand, didn't pay any attention to the blood vein the moment she saw it stabbing her. Because in her opinion, this blood spear was afraid that it wouldn't even be able to break her protective shield.
But the next second, swish! Mia's blood bar instantly disappeared. Mia's consciousness also began to lax at this moment.
Her eyes widened and she opened her mouth to cry out something, but she could no longer do so.
Pang! Mia's sexy body just collapsed to the ground, unmoving. At this very moment, in various replica lobbies around the globe, everyone was staring at the scene with nervous excitement. But what did they see? The ready time was over in the opening moment. Less than 3 seconds later, Mia was dead.
Mia, the president of the Temple of the Spirit and a level 61 hidden profession Holy Light Shaman, exploded to death.
Chapter 69. No kidding, the opposite side is invincible.
The healing profession of the Eagle Sauce 5, dead.
I'll be damned, it's only just begun. Is the necromancer such a big outburst? He's not even at level 53, he can't summon a bone dragon yet, right? What did he rely on to kill him? Even summoning a bone dragon isn't that explosive.
If a bone dragon can instantly kill a high combat professional of the same level, how can a necromancer still be a regular profession?
Good kill, clear target, clear battle plan. This battle, there is hope.
There's a hairy hope. There are still 4 high fighters left, 3 strong attack system hidden professions in there. For a while, the various replica halls were filled with clamor.
Speculation about the battle is shifting in all sorts of ways. But overall, there are still a lot of those who don't see the necromancer in a good light. Even with the necromancer opening the game by killing the opposing healing profession in seconds. Still a lot of people don't think highly of necromancers. After all, the gap seemed too big. Lu Ran should have used the blood spear, right idea, kill the healing professions first, the other 4. It will be good to clean up. Lu Xinxin said with certainty. The other 3 presidents nodded in succession. As for Sakura's Nanoha, after seeing Mia killed in seconds, she couldn't help but blush. As a yin-yang master, she can manipulate powerful gods, though. But she is also very vulnerable herself. That necromancer could kill Mia in seconds, he could do the same to her. But for the rest, there's a meat tank, 3 strong attacking faculties. Even without a healing profession to keep their lifesteal up. Likewise, the necromancer didn't have a healing profession to renew his life. President, this necromancer, he's not really going to win, is he? The maid at his side asked carefully. Can't win, Burst has been thrown to healing, facing 3 strong attacking high fighters next. An onslaught of meat tanks, he can only defend himself to the max, but you'd think that in this world right now, can any law professions survive the siege of these 4? Nanazan asked. Not to mention the counter kill. Throwing bursts to the healing professions, direct spikes, interrupting the opposing team's continuity of the ideas are good, but 1v5 is not to talk about play in the end, or that necromancer is a bit floating. Too much arrogance can only end in death, but unfortunately it was before he died that he didn't get to know why he was so powerful. I'm sorry, Nanashir said with a regretful expression and shook her head. Consider yourself analyzed accurately. But I don't know that at this time in the copy, the one who panicked was not Lu Ran. Instead, it's the 4 presidents of Hawkjam who are still alive. They see it clearly. In the opening moments, a blood spear that kills Mia in seconds. Mia just died, under the attack of a bloody spear that none of them had ever looked at. Instant death. It's still the same old cry of not to be taken lightly, but the results. Blood spear's damage, why is it so high? Someone exclaimed. Everyone together, kill him quickly, don't wait for his second blood spear. I'm sorry, the other man shouted in horror. They thought it was Lu Ran's 8-second stored blood spear that killed Mia in seconds. So much for that. If the second blood spear was thrown out, wouldn't it still be able to kill others in seconds? It's only 8 seconds. But after shouting they realized something was wrong. I can't move. After Mia died immediately after the opening undead touch bound them, they froze in shock for a moment, which was 3 seconds too early. But it still won't move. Several people hurriedly looked at their feet. Sure enough, the control effects of undead touch were still stacking up. New tentacles kept popping up, shackling them in place with deadly force. He doesn't have his undead touch on cooldown either. Someone exclaimed. They also seemed to instantly understand why so many of their earlier defeats had occurred. So that's it, infinite control, plus blood spear's damage, no one can get close to him. The ones that came in earlier ended up being deliberately controlled for a few minutes and then killed. But what about those assassin-type professions that can be stealthy? How was the invisibility broken by him? And how did he not die under a set of bursts from an assassin-type profession? He's only level 25. A few people were talking, but their looks were more than a little cross. It's not good to be controlled like this all the time. At that moment, someone suddenly shouted, I had intended to keep it as a backhand, but in that case, I'll kill him. The one who shouted was level 61 Cassie, a fighting master. Next. Pang. Waves of golden aura erupted from Cassie's entire body, shattering the undead touch away. Immediately afterward, he charged towards Lu Ran. Along the way, new undead touches were being thrown out, constantly. But neither can keep Cassie in control. There's no need to try, I'm control-free in my burst state. Cassie roared. Rushing to Lu Ran. Burst of air free of control? How long can you be control-free? Lu Ran asked casually. 10 seconds, enough to kill you. Cassie said with a sardonic smile. Lu Ran was right in front of him, and victory was close at hand. 10 seconds of no control, all guns blazing, all skills surrendered, one set of bursts. Greeting a level 25 necromancer? Must kill. Next.
Both fists slammed hard towards Lu Ran's head. Pang! The fighting master uses steel gloves. The two punches went down, and Lu Ran's brain buzzed. But the life steal doesn't drop. Inside the 200 or so ancient devil statues, two quietly lay down, taking damage. Cassie froze and looked at Lu Ran in front of her in surprise. Especially with that rippling blood bar, people were dumbfounded. It's hard to get close enough to attack, and it doesn't matter if the seconds don't go away. But there's still a fight to be had if you don't lose blood. It's okay, go ahead, only 6 or 7 seconds left, I'll wait for you. I'm sorry, Lu Ran said as he rubbed his smashed and raw brain. And then didn't care about Cassie. Looking up at the remaining 3. While maintaining the control effect of Undead Touch from time to time, skeleton soldiers began to summon out. Densely packed skeleton soldiers began to emerge in a tidal wave. Cassie was the closest and saw it most truly, and was astonished. There's no cooldown for summoning the undead either. Plus no cooldown on Undead Touch, and Summon Ancient Wraith. This guy wouldn't have all his skills on cooldown, would he? He didn't have time to think about it much. Fired up, double-fisted and double-kicked while there were still a few seconds of no control time left. Blasted furiously at Lu Ran. The foot was almost shoved into Lu Ran's mouth. Lu Ran fell eastward, but still focused on summoning the skeleton soldiers. Maintains the control effects of Undead Touch. Eyes are almost there. With a thought, the skeleton soldier rushed towards the opposite controlled trio. Corpse explosion. In the meantime, Lu Ran's staff placed on the ground paused. Inside the entire arena of the deathmatch, large and small fragments of skeletons began to be generated, and under the astral winds. Crazy rages on. Skeletal storm. Cassie glanced up in the opening of her attack and the moment he did, his heart tightened. If this skeleton storm also has no cooldown, it can be stacked infinitely. The more you put in, the more damage you do. Instead, he looked at Lu Ran in front of him, who had been attacked by him for a long time, but was not losing any blood. People are stupid. In the meantime, it was time for the burst of air, and Cassie's nimble body was instantly shackled in place, unable to move. Time for no control? Lu Ran noticed that his head wasn't being dinged and banged around anymore. Twisted his head and glanced at it. After finding out that Cassie had been regained control, moving to the side, out of range of Cassie's melee attack. Cassie, for her part, looked with helpless eyes at the 3 teammates who were being ravaged by the necroblasts and the ever-stacking storm of skeletons. A deep sigh. This one, it's a sure loss. No kidding, the opposite side is invincible. Chapter 70, He is the Immortal. At this point, Fighting Master Cassie was the closest. Lu ran in order to prevent him from coming over and punching and kicking him again when the time to burst his chi was up in a while. Decisively detach a portion of the skeleton soldiers to go up to corpse explosion. In Lu Ran's case, skeleton soldiers were no longer used as a means of consumption. After all, the skeleton soldiers' normal attacks do so little damage that they can just corpse bomb it anyway if they can source it. Totally used as a bomb. Poor Cassie was shackled in place, with an empty skill set but no way to utilize it. Couldn't even touch Lu Ran. Mia opens up dead, and there's no one left to blood him. And so, the second dead president appeared right after Mia. After Cassie's name turned gray. The professionals from all over the globe who were nervously watching the battle in the various replica halls all burst into a clamor. Cassie's dead too. Cassie, the president of Free New World, is dead. Aren't fighting masters allowed to explode their chi? Ignoring any control and rushing straight to the necromancer with all guns blazing, this can't even kill that necromancer? Is this still a necromancer? How did it survive? Even if you survived, you killed Cassie back. Mia was the first to die, Cassie was the second. Damn, I wish I could go in there and see what's going on. Cassie's death took everyone by surprise. A strong attacking high combatant who can burst into the air immune to any control, which for any law profession. It's all a nightmare. There was nothing a legal profession could do to stop their opponent from approaching them. But even so, a necromancer of less than 53 levels was not killed by Cassie. Instead, it backfires. What are the other 3 fighters doing? Mia is dead though. But 4 against 1, there are also 3 strong attack system high combat. This cannot kill the necromancer. And got 1 back by the necromancer. At this very moment, all the professionals around the globe were wondering what was going on inside that deathmatch arena. The feeling of only being able to see the outcome of the battle and not being able to see the process of the battle was too torturous. The most crucial thing was that the battle process was also too weird, completely breaking everyone's perception of necromancers. Sakura's Nanoha was originally certain that all of this necromancer's bursts were thrown at Mia. After killing Mia, there's no way to defend yourself from death. But right now, I can't believe Cassie's dead too. Nanoha's brow furrowed. Her heart was aflutter. From the very beginning of the necromancer she had absolutely no interest in following. To the point where they realized that there was something on the other side and gradually began to take it seriously. All this time, Nanashi's heart, surprisingly, had begun to fear. The more you can't see what's going on in the battlefield of death, the more this fear of the unknown becomes apparent. She couldn't help her breath catching. And at this point in the deathmatch arena, Lu Ran became more relaxed. The remaining three were shackled in place. Lu Ran unhurriedly maneuvered all the summoned skeleton soldiers up to corpse explosion, all the while constantly replenishing the undead touch, interspersed with skeletal storm constantly stacking damage. The life values of the three were decreasing at a rate visible to the naked eye. The remaining three presidents were completely frantic at this point. This won't work, we're bound to die. Cassie's dead, do something. Damn, all of this necromancer's skills aren't on cooldown. The range isn't quite right, whether it's the undead touch or the skeleton storm, it's too big. The earlier blood spear attack had the range to poke Mia right after the opening, too. This attack distance is not normal. Never mind that, Miles, do it. Of the three, Miles blushed a little when he heard the shouting. He's the only professional out of the three who can be invisible anymore. But it's no use. Now that the entire deathmatch arena is completely covered by a storm of skeletons. Even if he utilized his dispel skill to break free and instantly become invisible, he would still be immediately knocked out from underneath his invisibility by skeleton storm and reshackled. But sitting on the sidelines is not an option. Miles gritted his teeth. A blood-colored fog suddenly erupted from his body, which then twisted, rose and it turned into a demonic form that was over 2 meters tall. The moment the demon form explodes is control-free. The moment the undead touch fails, Miles immediately launches into stealth. Then utilizing the explosive speed of his demon form, he rushed out as if he was an arrow off the string. But it turned out to be what he thought it would be. Just stealthily rushed out not more than a few meters. The indiscriminate ranged damage dealt by Skeletal Storm then directly broke his stealth. The undead touch that covered the entire field then took control once again without discrimination. Poor Miles, the high burst in demon form had no chance at all to work. All that could be done was to hiss and yell angrily from the spot. Lu Ran glanced at him and ignored it. Concentrating on maneuvering the skeleton soldiers to continue the corpse explosion, targeting the Dark Order's president, Keen. Papal Crusade. The long sword in his hand, which seemed to be like a cross, was sharp and it belongs to the absolute T1 level of existence among the strong attacking professions. But the body itself is a bit more fragile and has little protection. So, in the face of endless corpse explosions, Keen was soon emptied of his bloodstain with a desperate roar and fell to the ground dead. In the replica hall, the deathmatch scene helped on. Keen's name, too, turned gray. The Papal Crusaders, too, are dead. Keenan's outburst should be the highest of the five, right? I wonder how much damage was done to that necromancer. A Keen, a fighting master, and they didn't even manage to kill the necromancer. Instead, they were counter-killed. Holy, what the hell? Is that really a necromancer? Is the panel display wrong? Top 5 presidents, just 2 left. A demon hunter, a swamp druid, a meat tank even. We'll just have to rely on that demon hunter. Seeing that there were 2 left, the expressions of Yuqingsong's few people completely relaxed. Lu Xinqian analyzed correctly, Lu Ran this battle, must win. There's only 2 left. There's a Maya Tan in there. It was impossible to kill Lu Ran, who possessed the shift word, with just the burst output of a demon hunter alone. This kid, he's also considered to have become famous in one battle. Lei Tai exclaimed. The remaining 2, there shouldn't be any problems, right? Yi Honi asked. No. Statistically speaking, unless Lu Ran actively begs for death without releasing his skills, the Eagle Sauce Party doesn't have any chance or possibility to kill him. Lu Xinqian said with certainty. There was only Yu Ching-song, who sighed slightly. The face was earned back by Lu Ran, and this matchup saw Hawkgem get thoroughly beaten down. But those professionals who died in Long Xia because of the provocation were really dead.
And at the same time, Eagle Sauce.
Inside the conference room, the atmosphere was unmistakable, and Neil, who had always been immensely self-important.
It was all silent at this point. Even feel a little grateful. Glad he hadn't joined the party to crusade against the necromancer. Otherwise, the odds are that he will end up dead as well.
And the news, which likewise reached Congress. For the first time in the history of the Eagle Jam Congress, all the leaders were summoned to an emergency meeting.
Chapter 71, This person must not be retained. It was a meeting to which Neil was among the invitees. The atmosphere in the huge conference room inside the Eagle Palace was as it should be. When Neil came in, all the leaders looked at Neil. Behind Neil, the other guild presidents who were qualified to participate all dared not squeak. They are the bottom on weekdays. Didn't even climb the rank list, not much to say. But I didn't expect it. Now they became some of the highest ranking presidents under Neil. Wait until Neil and the others are seated. The supreme leader murmured, now, how does it end? This whole thing was authorized by Congress, but Neil was the mastermind behind it. Responsible for planning the entire event. Yu Ching-song guessed correctly. Neil is the one who was unsuccessful in sending someone to negotiate to try to trade for Hades' crystal skull. Holding a grudge. So a deathmatch provocation was planned. This was something that, in his opinion, Long Xia had no way of dealing with. After all, Eagle Sauce had by far the highest grade, highest attribute Black Dragon equipment in the world. Long Xia could only be forced to be humiliated unilaterally. He'd also like to take a good swipe at it. But I didn't expect things to come to this in the blink of an eye. In fact, if one stops there after killing so many professionals in Long Xia on the first day, it's kind of complete. Neil mused. The others fell silent. But the mistake is that they continue to provoke and be insatiable. After taking absolute advantage, desperately trying to squeeze the value out of the advantage. This is the same principle that has always been the windfall of Eagle Sauce. Results. The people's mysterious necromancer was annoyed and intervened to forcefully suppress it. Not only did he kill more of Eagle Jam's pros in just one afternoon, Instead, even the top 5 presidents went in today, and 3 of them died. There's still Bet and Miles alive today, and even if we win now, we won't be able to take any advantage of it. 3 congressmen's lives for one less than 53. A necromancer that didn't even make it to the global rank list, this is a disgrace, an absolute disgrace. One of the leaders roared. The faces of the others, however, became even more ugly. Because that's still just the ideal. What if these last 2 presidents also die? That's the real shame. The crowd realized this, and the atmosphere. It is possible to mitigate the time spent under control while in the brute bear state. But, unfortunately, it's of no use to Lu Ran here. Even the toughness control reduction brought by high levels was useless, and the reduction brought by skills was naturally null and void. Besides, even if it works, even if it's only 0.1 seconds of control. Undead touch on no cooldown from Lu Ran also continues indefinitely. Instead, after the giant barrization, Betty's life value increased by 180%. Nearly twice as much. Unfortunately, it still doesn't work. As the number 1 meat tank in Eagle Jam. Now launching skills but not to carry damage to buy time and output environment for teammates, but instead just to live longer, more or less desperate. And even more desperate was Miles. Lu Ran's target now was him. Don't kill me, I can give you the Black Dragon equipment. Long Xia has blocked the cross-country teleportation. You can come to Eagle Jam and I'll give you Black Dragon gear. And money. I'll give you as much as you want. I can still spy for you, Long Xia, the national war is coming, Long Xia needs me. Miles shouted in panic. Feeling the successive corpse explosions of the skeletal soldiers around him. The intense pain and decreasing life value stimulated his sensitive nerves. Lu Ran rolled his eyes. Said, damn, you're insulting my intelligence when you're dying, aren't you? And nifty to go to Eagle Jam. If he really went, Lu Ran would have to die even if he was uncooled and was surrounded by hundreds or thousands of high warriors. Speaking. Skeleton soldier summoning and corpse explosion are faster. As for the Black Dragon equipment, Lu Ran didn't care about it and couldn't equip it even if he got it now. When Lu Ran leveled up, he could just go in and brush the Black Dragon Mountain range. Wouldn't that be a snap? As for the War of Nations, Long Xia didn't need any external help right now. Lu Ran alone was enough. Miles was going to say something else to beg for mercy, and only had to hold out until the half-hour mark. The deathmatch room ends and he lives. His thoughts were the same as Lu Ran's guess. If they do survive, they will definitely expose Lu Ran's abilities in their entirety, and then raise the country to kill Lu Ran at all costs. Such a necromancer was too anticlimactic. With him, Long Xia, the country, will violently suppress the globe. So it's his turn to die. After Miles' death, things were basically a done deal. All professionals worldwide saw Meyer's name turn gray. Now all that's left is the last bet. Kill the milkmaid, then the output, and finally a meat tank with little output left. Thoughts are clear. Clear thinking is clear. Who the hell can do that? The president of the 5 major guilds of Eagle Sauce, just like that, it's gone. Alas, Long Xia has won. In the copy, Lu Ran killed the last bet instead with more ease. At this point, it had been 13 minutes since the deathmatch began. Lu Ran walked not far from Beat and saw that Beat's giant beer-ice state had reached its time. Dismissed. At this moment, Betty's face turned green as she looked at the gradually approaching Lu Ran. It was the first time that he, a level 60 swamp druid, the president of the Fox Kingdom, had Eagle Jam's first meat tank, facing a level 25 necromancer. All that was left in his mind was fear. Looking at Lu Ran was like looking at a devil. At this time, the giant barrization state was also lifted, and he was equipped with a high defense in addition to a somewhat higher blood. There was no means by which one could survive in front of Lu Ran. Opening his mouth, Bet seemed to want to say something. But he was interrupted by Lu Ran raising his hand. Lu Ran grinned and bared his teeth, saying, "The last one, taking you to finish. This is a sin of your own making, and the consequences, you will have to bear." After saying that, the endless skeleton soldiers began to focus on corpse explosions. Even for a high-fighting big meat tank, in a roughened savage like Lu Ran, it can only die under the indiscriminate bombardment without reason. Finally, Betty's name, too, turned gray. The deathmatch scene board at this point looks very bizarre. A necromancer over here whose profile is all hidden has the name highlight. Across the street, the 5 Eagle Sauce windbags, the 5 guild presidents, their names all turned gray, the collective deaths. This huge gap, who would believe it if they didn't see it with their own eyes? There was a dead silence in the various replica halls around the globe as everyone watched the scene. A few seconds later, the room cleared and the names of the 5 presidents disappeared. It also means that the last of their data in this world, which perished, there's no trace left behind. At the same time, the name of the room was also changed by Lu Ran. This is it? Full of crap. Last 10 minutes, no one comes, I'm going to dinner. Sakura's Nanoha, seeing this, the whole person seemed to be emptied. Looking dismally at the necromancer's question-marked profile for a few seconds, then mechanically, he turned his head and looked at the Endless Tower global ranking. That necromancer, in 3rd place. In terms of rankings, she still had an absolute advantage. After all, she had beaten the 60 floor mark. That was something that even Yu Qing-song had never been able to break through. Nanoha murmured, Hawk Jam provoked Ryusha and was violently suppressed by him to such an extent. That Endless Tower, could it be that he also came to target me because I suppressed Yu Qing-song? Will he continue? What should she do if her opponent continued, or even surpassed her? Other side. Eagle Sauce Congress, the message came through accurately. The 5 presidents, all dead. With a shaky hand, Neil picked up the glass of water and took a sip, swallowing, before taking a deep breath and said, "This person must not be kept." Chapter 72 Ghosts at the Southern Border. What? You're going to meet this necromancer yourself? The leader asked musingly. After all, Lu Ran had also given 10 minutes. It's not too late to get in. On the contrary, no one but Neil dared to go in there now. Lu Ran's room was empty. Even with the squad still open for a deathmatch, still no one dared to go in. Nonsense. Who dares to go in there? The 5 best presidents of Eagle Jam, each with a full complement of teams. Plus a holy light shaman's Mia, all but wiped out. Is there any other team in the entire Hawk Jam that's this awesome to pick?
No, there's no point in me going in there. This situation today, it's a done deal, the deaths of the 5 presidents of. It was a huge blow to Eagle Jam's reputation, and I wouldn't be able to salvage much of Eagle Jam's face even if I killed the necromancer. I'm sorry, Neil said immediately, shaking his head. But really, everyone in the room knew. Neil is afraid. That team of 5. Meat tank, output, milkmaid. Full complement. This could all be connected by a necromancer on the other side. Neil counts for nothing. Even if Neil faced those 5 presidents, the end could only be death. It wasn't even a fight of the same magnitude, and it was normal for Neil to be scared. So what do you mean, how do we get rid of the necromancer? Now that Longxia has blocked all transnational transmissions, we can't enter Longxia even if we want to send assassins. A leader murmured. On the contrary, the crowd agreed with Neil's idea that this necromancer must not be kept. The full set of Black Dragon's high combat professionals were killed in quick succession by that necromancer wearing a candy cane. If this national war started, a large number of high combat professionals would die in the hands of that necromancer. It may seem like Eagle Sauce has the advantage of the Black Dragon's equipment, but in front of this necromancer, it's also been greatly weakened. This is a scene Congress definitely does not want to see. Eagle Sauce has the advantage of having to stabilize. This session of the War of Nations, Eagle Jam must suppress the globe. And this necromancer is the only variable of note. Transnational teleportation is not possible, but it is possible to enter through the border, and with successful infiltration, our people will be able to hide, investigate each other's identities, and wait for an opportunity. Neil mused. But even if we find out the other side, how can this be killed? Someone asked. This real war can't even kill that necromancer, looking for someone to assassinate. Can you kill him? Do you have a brain? If you can't kill 1, if you can't kill 5, then go for 10, 100. Could he really be invincible? Neil stared at the person who had asked the question in annoyance and angrily shouted. Neil's identity was there after all, and the person who asked immediately dared not squeak. Neil grunted. Continuing, there's still time before the national war, so I suggest deploying immediately and cross the border from the weak point and enter Longxia to investigate and assassinate that necromancer. The crowd looked at me and I looked at you. In the end, it was a few of the big leaders who looked at each other. One of them nodded. We must try, that necromancer is indeed a variable. But to say that the weak point of the Longxia border is where? Neil squinted his eyes slightly and said, Dragon Summer's southern border, 100,000 mountains. 100,000 mountains, where the terrain is treacherous, high-level monsters are all over the place, and, for the most part, the monsters that. It's all dark monsters, and very few people want to go there to brush up. At the same time, it was also the most porous place in terms of defense along the Longxia border. Though again, it was just as treacherous there for a Hawk Jam professional. But they're fully prepared. Basically, you can successfully infiltrate a large number of assassins into Longxia with minimal losses. The other side. Lu Ran waited for 10 minutes and when no one entered the room, he dismissed himself. It was only then that the deathmatch panel finally became as blank as it had been before. Lu Ran and Yu Qing and a few others went to the Heaven's Edge building as a celebration for Lu Ran. At the dinner table, talk about what happened in the deathmatch arena. Lu Ran spoke eloquently. The first one is actually a necromancer? That's pretty chicken, singles. Necrotic Summoner paired up with the weakening skill is indeed very difficult to deal with, and can suppress and kill the opponent at the fastest speed. Lu Xinxin analyzed and said. It's just that necromancer didn't realize that Lu Ran could control all of his summons. Rather a joke, huh? Lei Tai said with a loud laugh. Lu Ran, tell me in detail, how is it controlled, is it difficult? Yi Hongyi asked excitedly. This was the first time I knew someone who could control someone else's summons indiscriminately. It was too heaven-defying. It's not hard. A single look can be controlled. Lu Ran detailed the situation at that time. So simple. After hearing this, the several presidents were a bit stunned. There will be no darkness in this world that can move you. It also ignores levels. And it's easy to maneuver, even with all the darkness monsters. A single glance can all be controlled directly as well. Yu Qing said with a sigh. There aren't many darkness monsters in the wild, are there? Rather, they're all over the place in some specific copies. I don't know, Lu Ran said thoughtfully. There's definitely not a lot of normal wilderness, but by the way you put it, I can actually think of a place that Lei Tai should be familiar with that place. Yu Qing-song said. Words. Lei Tai blinked his eyes and instantly stared. Southern border, huh? Holy. But don't mention that hellhole, it's incredibly hard for my protectorate to deploy troops, that hellhole, no living person wants to go there. Hearing Lei Tai speak with such resistance, Lu Ran couldn't help but ask, there are many darkness monsters in the southern border? What do you mean a lot? That's quite a lot. 100,000 mountains in the southern border, as far as the eye can see. It was layer after layer of left, and even if it was dense, the grade was huge ing high. Plus some disgusting poisonous insects all over the place, that damn place, it's just a ghostly place. Lei Tai was still complaining. Having said that, the conversation turned, and Lei Tai continued, but you're different, regardless of those poisonous insects. Or the evil spirit monsters, poison monsters, and so on, all of them are the objects of your manipulation, and when you go to the Southland, with a single look, you'll be able to control them. 100,000 mountains, that's really whatever you want. A few people made small talk and ate and drank. Sister Shinshin, then tomorrow morning, before we go to brush the copy, I continue to impact the Endless Tower? Lu Ran looked at Lu Shinshin and asked. Yes, the blood spear should have already stored its power, right? Lu Shinshin nodded and asked. After killing Mia, it's storing up power on it. Lu Ran said with certainty. It was a sleepless night for many. Eagle Sauce is tightening up and starting to prepare for high combat professionals and forming an assassination team. Prepare to travel as far as the Long Xia border. Inside the Ikinai Grand Shrine of Sakura. Nanako surprisingly didn't have a meeting and instead locked herself in her room. Curled up on a tatami mat. White legs curled up on her chest, arms wrapped around her knees, and in the darkness, the 8-sided umbrella was placed right in front of the jade feet. That necromancer and Eagle Sauce thing is over. The necromancer represented Long Xia and violently suppressed Eagle Sauce. But her invisible battle with the necromancer wasn't over yet. Tomorrow morning, he'll probably continue to rush through the tears, Nanashir murmured. And the eyes grew firm. She who has Sakura's most powerful style, and more than one style at that, have an absolute advantage in the Tower of Infinity. She must not lose. Chapter 73 Nanao's Choice. Early the next morning, Nanaya then arrived at the replica hall and deadpanned the global rankings of the Tower of Endlessness, froze out. She had prepared her own full set of peak equipment, equipped with a Hachimoku umbrella. The state was also maintained to the best, but there was no rush to enter the Endless Tower. Instead, they stopped and waited. The other side. After Lu Ran finished his morning meeting, he came to the replica hall and had wanted to go directly to the Tower of Endlessness. But it was suddenly stopped by Lei Tai. Not yet. Lei Tai shouted. Several other presidents looked at Lei Tai in confusion. I've just gotten word that a teleportation array for a wild boss has appeared on Kunpeng Island. And it's only just been discovered. Lei Tai said excitedly. A wild boss means a lot of experience. This has to be in Lu Ran's hands. A couple of the other guys are all brightening up. Even Yu Qing-song, who had nothing to follow the hilarity in recent days, was excited. The last time the field boss was collected by Lu Ran, Yu Qing-song did not see it. Today there is a chance. Sister Shinshin, my blood spear left to fight the field boss? Lu Ran looked at Lu Shinshin and asked. Yes. There's no hurry at the Endless Tower. Anyway, there's only a gap of 3 floors from Nani's 61st floor, there's no rush. Lu Shinshin said smilingly. She was also happy to have news of a wild boss. This must be left for Lu Ran to eat. And a blood spear is the surest means of doing so. And, earlier, we had a speculation regarding your acquisition of the crystal skull of Hades. That is, if you do more damage with your tailblade, the higher the bonus you get, although it's hard to get confirmation that There is also no definitive data to support this, but if the speculation is correct, this time you might even be able to obtain a top-ranked extreme equipment as well. Lu Shinshin mused. After making up their minds, the few people went directly through the teleportation array and went to Kunpeng Island's main city, Lubo City. And according to the information that Lei Tai got, the teleportation array of the field boss. It's just a dozen miles to the northeast outside of Lubo City. Kunpeng Island was a place Lu Ran had never been before. Located northeast of Long Xia. The climate here was significantly colder and more thorough than Black Dragon City.
But although it's called Kuanping Island, it's actually connected to the mainland by a road, dependent on the mainland, and not really an island.
This was also the first time Lu Ran had seen the ocean.
The novelty and excitement overflowed. "Nice place," Lu Ran exclaimed,
looking out over the jagged sea of waves, an endless vista of. It was a scene that he had never had the chance to see in all his years in Blackfire City. "But don't just think it's pretty, the Forbidden Sea is very dangerous," Lu Xinshin said tenderly to Lu Ran on the side.
It wasn't called the Forbidden Sea before global data mining.
The reason for the name change.
It's because after the global digitization of
the water creatures in the sea have mutated into various classes of sea monsters. Among them, there were also some special bosses of the Siren class that were so huge that they were beyond normal size. Plus, it was difficult for human professionals to fight in water, except for some special hidden professions related to water.
This also leads to a huge mortality rate for professionals who go down to the sea. Ships sailing in it will also be greeted by all kinds of sea monsters in turn and shipwrecked. So after global data mining, except for shallow sea areas where there is still occupier activity, going to sea, an activity that has largely been eradicated, is where the name Forbidden Sea comes from. Lu Xinshin introduced said.
So it is. Lu Ran nodded and looked at the deep waters beneath the jagged beauty of the waves. Staring closely always gives you a palpitating feeling. In the middle of the deep sea, any damn thing can pop up. Thinking of this, Lu Ran couldn't help but shiver, and his yearning for the sea dissipated quite a bit. "Come on, let's go to that hill in front of us and wait for the boss." Judging by the distance and direction, the field of view was sufficient to see the location of the field boss. Lu Xinshin looked at the map in his hand and looked around, said. Lu Xinshin, who had never been here before, just looked at the map, comparing it to the surrounding mountainous terrain, and, as well as the coordinates of the wild boss, an excellent and good location was judged in an instant. And at this moment, the other side of Kuanping Island, two mottled and ragged ships were approaching silently. At a great distance from the shore, the dozen or so professionals on board then jumped into the sea. One of the professionals pinched a spirit talisman in the seawater and violently offered it. Pang! A mermaid wearing a red dress, black hair, black pupils, and the appearance of a young girl then appeared in front of her. The god, the carp spirit. After the carp spirit appeared, the other professionals came together and the carp spirit, on the other hand, wrapped up in a large mass of water current, and even a few people darted through the water, dodging the monsters in the coastal area and heading towards the shore. They were the group of Yin and Yang masters that Nanako had sent out a few days ago to infiltrate Long Xia to investigate the necromancer. Only 60 of their team set out, and now there were only a dozen left. In just a few short days, although the speed of crossing the Forbidden Sea was fast, the mortality rate was just as high. We're almost ashore, so let the president know we've arrived first. Once we're in the border, cross-country communication will be disabled. One of them gestured to the crowd as if he thought of something. That's when everyone stopped. Open the communicator in salt water and transmit messages. On the other side of the room, Nanaya had been stationed in front of the global ranking of the Endless Tower for a long time. By now it was past 8:30 and 10 minutes past the hour. But the global ranking of the Tower of Infinity hasn't changed a bit, that necromancer, It does not appear to have rushed the layers. Nanako was relieved but a little afflicted. If that necromancer really doesn't have what it takes to keep charging through the tiers. And how did he do the feat he accomplished inside the deathmatch arena? Able to take on all 5 Eagle Jam presidents by himself and wipe out all 5 of them. Shouldn't be able to beat 59 floors, right? If he doesn't fight, I'll fight. I must lay claim to my absolute superiority in the Endless Tower. I don't know, Nanashir said through clenched teeth. She even had a bit of a gambling element to her. No longer cared about the War of Nations, and now, in her eyes, this first place, which represented the highest global honor of the Endless Tower, had to be held. She's gone through so much trouble to overtake Yu Qing-song. Never willing to be easily surpassed in such a dramatic way. Moreover, the opponent's level was less than 53. Think about it. Nanazin took a deep breath and walked towards the teleportation array of the Endless Tower. But just then, she received a message on her communicator. As much as Nanashir disliked receiving messages over the calm. Only liked it when someone reported to her personally, but to this day, it didn't seem to matter. Looked down at the message.
The speed is okay, but the casualties are too high. The rest of you, proceed with caution. Spying on necromancers is the first goal, do not cause more trouble, and when you have news, leave the border to restrict transnational communication areas at the first opportunity. Report to me. Nanako replied. Then without any further hesitation, he stepped into the endless tower teleportation formation. Select layer 62 and enter. Chapter 74, isn't this just delivered to your door? The hills are bare and no one passes by. Between the jagged rocks, the four presidents and Lu Ran sat opposite each other, chatting and farting leisurely with the sea breeze. From the national war, there are not many days left, inexplicably some expectations are. I'm sorry, Yu King Sung said cozily. The worries that were once there have long since dissipated. Especially when Eagle Jam manages to clear the Black Dragon Mountains on normal difficulty. He had almost decided that Long Xia was going to be suppressed by Eagle Jam during the War of Nations. After all, there was a long-standing grudge between the two powers. Eagle Sauce would definitely target Long Xia now that he had gained an advantage by monopolizing the Black Dragon equipment. But Long Xia, at that time, was clueless. Forcing the Black Dragon Mountain range to continue to impact the high combat professionals was just too great. A large number of high combat professionals died, but they still couldn't clear the Black Dragon Mountain range. That was the most embarrassing situation. Until Lu Ran showed up. Counting the hours, by the time the national war opens. Lu Ran's skill coverage and casting distance, basically a few hundred kilometers, is no problem. Lu Xinshin nodded affirmatively. Hundreds of kilometers of undead touch. Hundreds of kilometers of skeleton storms. The blood spear that takes the head of the enemy general from hundreds of kilometers away, TSK. Really worry about other countries. Lei Tai said excitedly from the side. There's absolutely no chance of Ryusha losing And, it seems like there's no need for any of the other professionals in Long Xia to get involved, just watch the show. Unnecessary casualties were also avoided. Lu Ran alone was able to dominate the national war and the world. It's just a pity that when the time comes, it will be impossible to remain hidden, and Lu Ran will inevitably be exposed. I'm sorry, Yi Hongyi said with slight concern. There will be no need to hide when the time comes, the national war is just the beginning of Lu Ran's global suppression. Lu Xinshin said with a smile. And as the main character, Lu Ran. Looking at a couple of presidents talking eloquently. Their help to Lu Ran was not insignificant, and during this recent period of time, except for the fact that Yu King Song had something he had to take care of. The other three presidents, day and night, good equipment, expensive consumables, that's don't pay to bash. To Lu Ran was a request. Lu Ran looked at it all in his heart. To be honest, Lu Ran was not considered a cynic, and the level of patriotism was only at a popular level. Had even thought that corruption at the top was still alive and well in Long Xia after global data mining. But after contacting a few presidents, Lu Ran's perception changed. In the data world of the weak and the strong, a nation is a whole. Lu Ran can be so capable, with the country as the backing, and walk with the country, it is also considered an opportunity. It's just a shame that there was never much of a chance to test whether Lu Ran's skeleton throne word could control Sakura's god, and if it could, Lu Ran would have something to play with during the national war. Lu Xinshin mused. It can't be helped, now that the transnational teleportation is blocked, coupled with Lu Ran's performance in the arena of death. It must never be opened, to try. We can only wait for the national war. Yu Qingtsong said helplessly. The crowd felt sorry for them, but there was no other way. The field boss is coming out soon, Lu Ran, don't be in a hurry to throw the blood spear, I'll take a look first. Lu Xinshin said to Lu Ran. She needed to judge how much blood Lu Ran's blood spear could knock out of the field boss. It would be a tragedy if the boss came out and threw a blood spear and didn't kill it. Understood. Lu Ran nodded. Other side. Sakura's dozen or so people came ashore, but they didn't dare to go any further, and they made more than eye contact with each other. No more Sakura language or you'll be recognized at the first opportunity. Unlike other countries, in Ryusha, a cherry blossom bird speaker came out of nowhere. It's sure to raise the hackles of a sizable group of people. They were here to secretly investigate the necromancer, so they couldn't be exposed early. It didn't take long to get ashore. They looked at the teleportation array of the wild boss on the mountainside and were a bit stunned. A wild boss has unexpectedly appeared here, let's wait here and not go over. One of them looked around and lowered his voice.
Because of the appearance of field bosses. Too many professionals teleporting in from other main cities. There's a lot of people and a lot of risk of exposure. So they need to wait. As for participating in wild boss hunting, don't even think about it. If they go over there and fight, the iconic spells and god manipulation of the yin-yang masters that. It's almost like blowing up your own truck. With so many people fighting the field boss itself, the chances of getting the tailblade are slim. Revealing himself again, if Nanako knew about it, he would be in for a rude awakening. Besides, they are now inside Longxia territory, unable to use transnational communications, and calling out to the world. Calling the shots, dying here without anyone knowing. Tough luck, too many professionals have come to this Kuanpeng Island, we can only circumvent it for now. But it doesn't matter, when the wild boss dies, they'll leave quickly. One of them said. But that's when. Hilltop. Between the jagged rocks, Lu Xinxin's eyes swept over. That group of people by the coast, did you see them? Lu Xinxin suddenly spoke. The crowd raised their eyes. Because the distance was too far to see truly, only a dozen people could be seen gathered there. Fighting wild bosses too? Lu Ran asked casually. It doesn't seem like it, the field bosses are almost out, and their positions are clearly visible. But not even the slightest interest in participating, I saw them just now, and instead of going to fight the field boss. Neither did he leave, much less brush the monsters, more like. Lu Xinxin mused. More like avoiding encounters with other professionals. It was Rai Tai who spoke up this time. Perhaps because of his status, Lei Tai was very sensitive to such odd behavior. At this point, several people froze. Lei Tai mused, this place is close to the Forbidden Sea, and the Protectorate hasn't set up a defense line here. Is there any chance that it's a professional from another country who sneaked in through the Endless Sea? Hear this. Yi Hongyi raised her eyes and said, the closest thing across the street is Sakura, the. Do you mean that? Sakura's professionals have infiltrated in? Lu Xinxin said, if it really is a cherry blossom professional, counting the time, the. They should have set out 2 or 3 days ago. At that time, Lu Ran was pressuring Nanayoi on the Endless Tower global ranking. With Nami's status and position in Sakura, it would be possible to send someone out to sea. After all, transnational transmissions have been blocked. If Sakura wants to sneak into Dragon Summer, she can only cross the Forbidden Sea. Speaking of this, the expressions of the several presidents instantly became serious. On the contrary, Lu Xinxin's beautiful eyes were slightly bright as she said, after killing the field boss in a while. Just go ahead and test it out, if it really is a yin-yang master, won't Lu Ran's chance to test it come? Upon hearing this, the crowd brightened up. Yeah. It just so happened that he was suffering from not having a yin-yang master to serve as a companion for Lu Ran to test the control ability of the skeleton throne phrase. Doesn't this just come to you? The testing process Lu Ran will be exposed, the news won't get out, right? Yi Hongyi worried. This is Longxia territory, and transnational communications have been blocked, so they can't get the message out. If it's really a bunch of little days, then wait for death. Lei Tai said angrily. As president of the Battle Flag Protectorate. The little day a group of people sneaked in right in front of him, literally turning on the big one in his face. Chapter 75 Wild Boss Sea Patrol Nightfork. The words just fell. Boom! The teleportation array halfway up the mountainside violently erupted into a pillar of heavenly light that shot up into the sky. Thunderclouds rolled overhead and kept building up, and long dragons of lightning wreaked havoc through the thunderclouds. The entire Kuanpeng Island was blown by strong winds and flying sands. At this moment, everyone on the entire Kuanpeng Island was looking dumbfounded. Even the 4 knowledgeable presidents were shocked. Such a big battle, how many level field boss must this be? Lei Tai exclaimed. It's definitely more than level 50. Lu Xinxin mused. The higher the level, the better the equipment. Lu Ran, it's your turn to earn this wave. Yi Hongyi, on the other hand, was incomparably excited. No matter how many levels you are, Lu Ran can get the tailblade. A lot of people are going to die this time. Yu Qingsong's brows thickened slightly as he sighed. But field boss casualties are inevitable. If you want to take a shot at turning a bike into a motorcycle, you have to take the risk. Unfortunately, in front of Lu Ran, that group took the risk of. Without the slightest possibility of receiving a reward. Lu Ran was also shocked by the scene before him. The thunderclouds kept on squeezing, their color gradually reddening, and when red is blood, the
it was blasted by a bucket-thick thunderbolt. It was as if the ancient god of thunder had struck straight into the earth. Above the teleportation array, a towering and lofty figure violently appeared. It's actually a bird that's hundreds of meters tall and has blue-brown skin all over its body. Giants with scales covering their bodies. The giant appeared with a steel fork in his hand, huge waves rolling under his feet, and a pair of fangs exposed. The hissing was loud and clear. Level 60 Field Boss, Sea Patrol Night Fork. Lu Xinxin recognized at the first moment that. Couldn't help but exclaim. The faces of several other presidents were also a bit ugly. Even Lu Ran remembered. When I was in the academy, I learned about the story of the Night Ranger who patrols the sea. 8 years ago. Also along the coast, on White Wave Island, a level 60 field boss, the Sea Patrol Night Fork, appeared. But at the time, the overall full-time world was far from leveled. Countless professionals who were on the scene guarding the wild boss were killed in a row. Not to mention killing the Sea Patrol Night Fish, there were huge deaths and injuries in that battle. In the end, the Sea Patrol Night Stalker existed for more than 6 hours without dying, and was teleported away from the. No one gets the benefit of the doubt. The statistics at the time, the blood level of the Sea Patrol Night Stalker was 45 million. Lu Ran. How long have you been storing power? Lu Xinxin immediately asked. 15 hours. Lu Ran glanced at the skill panel's storing time and replied. You now have a spell attack power of 3,060,000 stored damage per hour. 15 hours is 45.9 million damage, which just happens to be more than the life value of the Sea Patrol Night Stalker, the. However, given the cut in damage from the Cruising Night Stalker's spell defense, you should at least wait for the Cruising Night Stalker's blood level to drop below 90% before striking. Lu Xinxin mused. And just to be on the safe side. It was better for Lu Ran to wait until the Cruising Night Fork's life value was reduced to below 80% before striking. Then it's a must-kill. Yuqing Song, who was on the side, was participating in the scene of Lu Ran ing a wild boss for the first time. Listen to the brain buzz. A level 25 necromancer. Facing the level 60 field boss, the Sea Patrol Night Fork, which once stirred up the whole country and caused huge casualties. It is possible to spike the Sea Patrol Night Stalker, which still has 80% of its life value, with a single skill. It's too anticlimactic. In the meantime, at the feet of the Sea Patrol Night Fork, there was instant chaos. My chow, it's the Sea Rangers, run! Run my ass, times are different now, you can fight now. A level 60 field boss, how lucrative that reward must be. Let's all go together, whether or not we can get a wave of fat depends on our respective chances. I'm not going to fight anyway, staying alive is important, so fight yourselves. Quite a few people have left the area of the wild boss, it seems that the. Still can't forget the fear of being dominated by the Cruising Night Stalker 8 years ago. On the contrary, the rest of the gang of professionals, various skills, and bursts that were greeted by turns. No one is skimping on skills in the slightest. After all, it's only just begun. What about 40 million blood? There was no need to keep skills now, which led to the life value of the Sea Patrol Night Stalker dropping very quickly. Lu Xinxin glanced at the direction of the coast, the dozen people still stayed there, did not move, facing the appearance of the Sea Patrol Nightjar without making a move or leaving. Shoreline. A dozen little days are really watching the show. I didn't expect it to be the Sea Patrol Night Fork. If this had appeared in our little day, President Nanashir would have led a personal crusade. Don't mention it, with Nanako around, the tailblade is going to be left to her, so let's forget about it. Unlike others in Longxia, to each his own, alas. Let's see, this can also roughly judge the overall level of Longxia's professionals. Speaking. The life value of the Sea Patrol Night Stalker kept decreasing. It was quickly reduced to 90%. As expected after the past 8 years, this speed is still fast, Lu Ran get ready. Lu Xinxin said to Lu Ran. Lu Ran nodded, having long been ready to unleash the blood spear at any time. Yuqing Song, on the other hand, focused on the situation at the scene and realized that the casualties weren't as big as he thought they would be. Also, with the appearance of the Sea Patrol Night Fork, many low-level professionals had long since run away in fear. The ones who can stay, besides being highly skilled, have good leveling equipment themselves. The casualties weren't that great. Yuqing Song was slightly relieved and said, Lu Ran, the boss blood level has been reduced to 80%. Do it at once, or there will be additional casualties.
As the president of the Heavenly Tao Alliance, Yu Qingtsong had not lost the bloodthirsty nature of the year when he was the chancellor of the Protectorate Army.
Just a little more compassionate and emotional. Understood. Lu Ran nodded his head with a serious face and did not say much.
Another moment passed.
As he watched the Sea Patrol Nightstalker's life value approach 80%, Lu Ran pulled out his staff. Boss foot. Countless professionals chickened out and swam against each other with ease. Silky smooth, that's fighting.
It's been a long time since I've had such a good fight, nurse, watch my blood and keep it up.
This is a bit slow, only a little bit down? This is already fast, this is a level 60 field boss. As he spoke, the life value of the Sea Patrol Nightstalker was reduced to 80%.
Seemingly triggering some sort of mechanism, the Sea Patrol Night Fork violently raised its steel fork up and hissed. The giant waves under his feet began to roll wildly.
It seemed to have tugged at the sea not far away to start huge waves as well. The Nightstalker goes berserk. Lu Ran, take a shot. Break him.
Lu Xinchen immediately shouted.
The professionals at the feet of the boss were forced back by the giant wave, temporarily avoiding it.
When they looked up, they all turned pale.
It's over, Nightcrawler went berserk. Holy, didn't you go berserk at 60% life 8 years ago? Why so early this time? Randomly triggered, bad luck wipe. It's going to be a bitter fight next, brothers, watch your defenses and avoid damage. All nannies back off, keep a safe distance and watch our blood levels.
The crowd's respective teams deployed in an organized manner.
But just then,
a blood spear pierced through the sky, shooting electrically, aiming directly at the center of the Night Fork's brow.
Chapter 76 Tailor-made extreme equipment. Next. The professionals who were chickening out and planning to avoid Nightcrawler's frenzy suddenly realized that something was wrong. Why isn't this Sea Ranger moving? Where's the bloodstain? Where's the Sea Patrol Nightstalker's bloodstain? Someone shouted. The crowd looked up. Only then did he realize that the blood bar of the Sea Patrol Nightstalker was gone. The Sea Patrol Night Fork also became immobilized in an instant.
Immediately afterward, the body, which was as huge as a small mountain, collapsed.
The night watchman of the patrol is dead?
Holy, this scene is déjà vu all over again.
Last time, the 8-armed Vajra outside Blackfire City was like this. That time it was better, this time it's too much, there's still so much blood left in the Sea Patrol Night Fish. Was this killed? Or did something go wrong? Tens of millions of damage instantly? What an international joke. For a while, the scene was a mess.
The dozen or so Sakura professionals who were watching the show from the coast were also confused.
Is this how this Dragon Summer professionals fight field bosses? That's the Sea Patrol Night Fork, a level 60 field boss, how come it's gone straight away? Longxia Crouching Tiger Hidden Dragon.
Damn, we've all been tricked, Longxia is deliberately hiding his strength.
And on the hill.
The eyes of the several presidents flicked to Lu Ran. Lu Ran, on the other hand, paid attention to the message alerts.
Sure enough.
Congratulations on successfully killing the level 60 field boss, the Sea Patrol Night Fork.
Congratulations on gaining 2 million experience. Congratulations on your equipment reward. Leveling up. To be honest, Lu Ran was a bit confused. Surprisingly, it's been upgraded. The experience he needed to upgrade now was already exaggerated. Unexpectedly, the experience given by this level 60 field boss was as high as 2 million. That's a lot of replicas to swipe. You know, the last time the 8-armed Vajra, a level 50 field boss it only gave 5 million in experience. That's too much to give for a level 60. It's simply a geometric increase. I can't believe I've gone up a level. Brother, quickly let sisters see how the equipment is? Yihoni asked anxiously from the side. It was then that Lu Ran remembered about the equipment.
Especially since Lu Xinxin had said earlier that they guessed that the more blood the tail blade knocked out, the better the equipment would be. This time, Lu Ran had knocked out 80% of the boss's life value in one go.
Plus Ben is a level 60 boss, the equipment itself has to be better. Thinking about this, Lu Ran also got excited. Opened the backpack and looked a little familiar. This shape, isn't it the same steel fork held in the hand of the Night Fork that patrols the sea? Holy, it's a more valuable weapon, but this steel fork. The odds are that it's a melee weapon.
Lu Ran shouted in depression.
A steel fork? Quick, check the properties, that can't be a melee weapon. Because when a wild boss drops equipment, it won't drop equipment of other professions that can't be equipped. Lu Xinshin said. Think about it. It's so hard, the chances of getting a tailblade are so small, and if it's a random drop across all professions, that's not as attractive. So, this thing is actually a magic weapon? Lu Ran tapped on the attribute panel with an excited heart and displayed it with direct squad sharing. Varnish's Trident of the Fixed Sea. Part, Weapon. Quality, Titan Epic. Level, Unlimited. Occupation, Unlimited. Intelligence, 1150. Stamina, 500. Legal defense, 570. Physical defense, 570. Bonus, increase water skill base damage by 10%. Bonus, provides the passive, do as you please. I didn't realize that another unranked Titan Epic was this water skill damage that. It doesn't do much for me, 10% damage is kinda optimistic, it's a shame. Lu Ran said regretfully. However, when he finished speaking, he saw several presidents around him looking at him with bated breath. What attributes of the equipment? Yi Hongyi asked again. Isn't it shared? Can't you guys see it? Lu Ran looked at the contributed panel in front of him in confusion. Duong. Just as the words left his mouth, he was knocked hard on the head by Yi Hongyi. Brat, share your head, in order for you to enjoy the field boss experience all to yourself. We are not teamed up with you, who did you share it with? Yi Hongyi said as she stared with beautiful eyes. Oh. Forgot about this. Lu Ran scratched his head awkwardly. That's before teaming up with a few people and then sharing the equipment panel again. At this look, several people also frowned slightly. Not great this stuff. Even though it's occupation-less and has a high intelligence bonus, this water skill damage boost. It's just not a valid attribute for Lu Ran. This is a level 60 field boss, and this is it? It's still a Titan Epic with a prefix, and that's subpar. Instead, there's a passive, I wonder how effective it is. Speaking. Several people looked to the passive effects attached to the equipment. Passive, as you like it. Effect, the wearer can adjust the coverage and shape of his/her skills at will. The presentation was very brief. It doesn't sound like it would help. Now in this world, no matter what the hidden profession is, skill coverage is no more than a few dozen meters at most, no more than 100 meters. That's all the range there is. What's there to adjust? And it can only be adjusted down to a smaller size, which can be very cockamamie. But put it on Lu Ran's body, it was a different story. Lu Ran had originally struggled with the fact that his skill range boost was too large, and he didn't even dare to release it in the wild. Otherwise a few skills go down, tens of kilometers and hundreds of kilometers of coverage, the professionals who couldn't be seen in the nooks and crannies had to be indiscriminately affected. Even couples hidden in the grove hard at work might be stuffed with a storm of skeletons. It's a good time to think what you want. While it's a passive effect that doesn't increase its own damage. However, it allowed Lu Ran to control the coverage of his skills as he wished. If you want to go big, just throw it, full coverage for hundreds of kilometers. Think small, a thought, and a few meters range of skeleton storms thrown out similarly. At this time, the several presidents were also looking a bit odd. It's not a good thing, but it's useful for Lu Ran. More than useful, it's tailor-made. Lu Ran, now you can release your skills as you please. The intelligence bonus is over 1,000, it's considered to be an extremely high quality, and it has a considerable increase in Lu Ran's spell attack power. Just equip it, or you can use other equipment to make up the damage later, when you're higher leveled. But this passive is the only one left in the world. Lu Ran was also excited. It's an outfit that he's happy with. So he carried the trident directly in his hand, replacing the original staff. Immediately after, Lu Ran then received a new alert. Your equipment Vanquish Sea Trident has entered the 13th place in the global equipment ranking. Does it display your profile information? Nonsense, of course it's hidden. On the contrary, although this piece of equipment is very helpful to Lu Ran, and is practically tailor-made, but put it on other professions and it's not much of a bird. At best, it's an excellent staff. The passive is the equivalent of nothing, so the combined score is quite a bit lower than Hades' Crystal Skull. Even so, it made it to 13th on the global equipment list, which is a windfall. Chapter 77 can be, well, rehearsed. But this also presents a problem. Just a few minutes later, the various replica lobbies just started to boil over. The buzz certainly isn't about an extra dozen on the global gear list. Rather, the trident of the Sea Patrol Night Fork, holy, it's that necromancer big guy who took it. I can kind of see why that big guy was able to tyrannize hawk sauce. The tens of millions of blood of the Sea Patrol Night Forks vaporized instantly. Who the hell can top that? Tens of millions of damage in a split second? Are you kidding? It's really that big necromancer. Biggie was on Kunlun Island then too? Also in the surrounding crowd? Damn, I wasn't paying attention. Wiped the floor with the big man and couldn't get an autograph, woohoo. Can't help it, it's too conspicuous. The entire global equipment list. There are only two pieces of equipment that hide the owner's information. One is the crystal skull of Hades. The other is a sea-setting trident. Although Lu Ran had hidden his personal data, his occupation was still shown. Necromancer. And, back in the day, there wasn't much of a connection between Hades' crystal skull and the 8-armed Vidra. No one associates with it. But now. This trident, isn't it the same thing that the Sea Ranger is holding? The attributes seem to be average, I'm mentally balanced again. Increased damage from water skills doesn't do much for that necromancer big guy, does it? The passive is to change the skill coverage and shape? That's too odd and useless. Intelligence bonus is so high my ass, it's also considered extremely good. Nonsense, how can it be on the global equipment list if it's not extremely valuable? And on Kunlun Island. Many of the professionals have already left. On the coast, the dozen or so small-time yinzers were ready to move on, to, deeper inland, go search for the necromancer. But just then, several figures blocked in front of them. 4 of them wore black cloaks, concealing their features, and the one in the center was a young man that, wearing vestments and holding a trident. Is it the trident that looks familiar? They couldn't use the cross-country communicator, and they didn't go to the replica halls that. Naturally, he didn't know about the change in the equipment list. So although he felt that the trident looked familiar, he didn't connect it with the Sea Patrol Night Fork just now. After all, equipment like the trident was not uncommon in some water-based replicas. But they were only just about to make their move when they were suddenly stopped in their tracks, more or less as thieves. One of them stepped forward with a grin. Said, "Gentlemen, what's the matter? My friend and I are out here brushing up on the wildlife." "It didn't bother you, did it?" Words. Yi Hongi snorted out a laugh. Waving his hand, he said, No, I can't hold out, the accent is too damn odd, It's pretty fluent, but it's so lame. Especially since Yi Hongi had a preconceived notion that the other party was an infiltrator from the small days. It's so obvious when you hear it again. And those dozen people were obviously stunned after seeing Yi Hongi's appearance. The woman's appearance, surprisingly, also felt familiar. But it doesn't come to mind for a moment. Alright, then, I guess that's right, it's sort of an oversight on my part, it seems. In the future, we'll have to start putting up defenses on the edge of this forbidden sea as well. Lei Tai sighed and said. Also lifted his cloak and hat. This time, the dozen or so people instantly recognized it. Lei Tai. One of them shouted in horror. They were smuggled in, and of course they were afraid of the War Flag Protectorate, which was responsible for guarding the borders of Longxia. The ring's great name and that rugged visage are also etched in stone. They didn't expect to meet Lei Tai here. This is simply. It's not like we're running into a gun, it's like we're running into the muzzle of a cannon. There was only one man, Lei Tai, and the members of the Protectorate were not here, so we killed him. Don't give him a chance to use the calm. One of them shouted. With so many people, it wasn't impossible to kill Lei Tai. But when that came out, Lei Tai was so angry he was going to smoke. He cursed, "Damn, I'm so vegetable in your minds, just you little Yakuza. To get me killed?" At this point, Yi Hongi, who was on the side, also said, "Alas, is my fame small? Recognizing you. How come you didn't recognize me?" This caused Yi Hongi's heart to become somewhat unbalanced. The dozen or so people sniffed and looked at Yi Hongi, thinking, this woman, she's also famous? No wonder it looks familiar. Suddenly, one of them cried out in horror, "I remember, Yi Hongi of the Dragon Summer Nymphets." Just
is the president of the Red Clothes House, the Grand Master of the Red Leaf Chamber of Commerce. The moment these words came out, the faces of a dozen people instantly changed drastically. The four major presidents of Longxia, there are two of them here. What kind of sins have they created? It was not easy to cross the Forbidden Sea with 9 deaths and land on the shore, but as a result, just ran into Lei Tai and Yi Hongyi. At this point, Lu Xinchen also lifted the cape hat. Smilingly, he said to Yi Hongyi, Sister Hongyi's name is naturally not small, it's just that Lei Tai is the president of the War Flag Protectorate, so they're paying a bit more attention. But her words had just fallen. Immediately another person shouted, Lu Xinchen, president of Mirror Flower Water Moon. Yi Hongyi's face, which had just been somewhat comforted, suddenly fell. These people can also instantly recognize the shy and not like publicity Lu Xinchen. Okay, stop playing and get down to business. Yu Kang-song also cried and laughed as he lifted his hooded hat. Yu Ching-song. This time, there were obviously many people who recognized Yu Ching-song. Voices were trembling. The moment. The dozen or so were broken inside. If they were given a choice, they'd rather not have been in Longxia, not have participated in this smuggling. It's best to stay away from Nanako. But now, it's too late to say anything. The four major guilds of Dragon Summer. Yu Ching-song, the president of the Heavenly Dao Alliance. The president of the War Flag Protectorate, Lei Tai. The president of Mirror Flower Water Moon, Lu Xinchen. Yi Hongyi, the president of the Red Clothes Building. The four presidents, gathered here. They've only just come ashore. I didn't do anything. But with transnational transmissions closed, their culpability for smuggling is the nail in the coffin. In the data-driven world, sneaking across another country's border is a capital offense. They even tried to kill Lei Tai. If it was just one Lei Tai alone, there was a glimmer of hope. Now that the four presidents are right in front of us, what's the point of resisting? And Yu Kang-song. Then he patted Lu Ran's shoulder and said, Don't worry about the test, we'll keep an eye around. The purpose was, of course, to prevent other professionals from discovering Lu Ran's ability, to keep Lu Ran from being exposed. Still more important. Having said that, each of the four presidents put on their cloaked hats, stepped back in all four directions, spread out and no one else is allowed to come near. A dozen or so undertakers look at me, I look at you. Finally, he looked at the mage carrying the trident in front of him, somewhat confused. What is this? Lu Ran, on the other hand, licked his lips and pestled his trident towards the ground. Laughing, he said, Little days of style gods are released, Grandpa comes to meet you. Having said that, the first thing to do was to summon the ancient devil statue to avoid the gutter. But there was no rush to attack. He hadn't forgotten the main objective, testing the skeleton throne word that whether or not you can control the dark gods of the Undertaker. Chapter 78 The God of Forms is out of control. The four presidents are spread out though, but still communicating with each other via comms. Lu Ran only summoned one ancient demon statue, it's too risky, isn't it? Yu Ching-song was most worried. Asked over the squad comms. I've looked at it, these dozen or so people, the highest level is 51, and the lowest level is 43. It's nothing, Lu Ran still has the Yin and Yang realms and the ancient demon statue in the treasure gourd, so he doesn't have to worry. Lu Xinchen said. As he spoke, Lu Xinchen's eyes emitted a faint glowing green light. This was the unique detection talent skill of the elf clan. Under her detection skill, the levels of those dozen or so people were at a glance. And on the spot. The dozen or so people watched the four presidents go away, presenting an encircling circle around the. Yet the only one left is a mage. Some confusion. At this point, one of the yin-yang masters suddenly spoke, a level 26 necromancer? What's this all about? It seems that this Undertaker also has a detection type skill. Unlike other professions, the Undertaker, while a specific profession that. However, the skills are worlds apart from each other depending on the god they control. Same yin and yang, one might be a melee meat tank, the other might be a lawful long range, it could also be a surprise assassin, it varies. A level 26 necromancer? What do you mean? Those four presidents have a grudge against this necromancer? Lend us a hand to kill him? Someone wondered. Don't care, just kill them, and while those four are scattered, we'll break out with all our might. Someone else shouted.
It seems to be in their eyes.
The level 26 necromancer in front of him could be dealt with casually. What they were really thinking about was how to break out, and they didn't put Lu Ran in their eyes at all. Not so much contemptuous or deliberate, but a 26th level necromancer that. Indeed, it is not worth their attention. Right now, it's still important to break out alive. Although the secret infiltration had failed, his own life was still important. Having said that, one of them raised his hand violently and a talisman paper was thrown out towards Lu Ran. Lu Ran furrowed his brows, in order not to turn over in the gutter. Still casually summoned a few ancient demonic statues out to act as meat shields. The talisman paper turned into black smoke and exploded, blowing up Lu Ran's dusty face. An ancient demon statue fell to the ground. But the dozen or so came back to their senses at this point. Looking at the extra 7 or 8 ancient demon statues in front of him, he was a bit confused.
This is a necromancer's ancient magic statue? How did so many of these pop up in one stream? How did this kid do it? Wait, how come my attack has no effect? This kid doesn't drop blood. It's a bit odd, let's all make a move together and kill him. Realized something was wrong. They couldn't think too much and intended to directly suppress it. A level 26 necromancer was just a level 26 necromancer, even if it was weird, what could it be? Speaking. Each of the dozen or so people started throwing skills at Lu Ran. My ass, aren't you a yin-yang master? Where's the style god? Lu Ran was somewhat speechless. No way. Continuing to throw the ancient wraiths, and incidentally the skeleton troopers started to throw them as well, the dense mass began to gather in front of the body. There's no way around it, sometimes they won't take you seriously at all if you don't push them. And with those skills thrown at Lu Ran, one can only imagine that. The damage was all shared by the ancient demonic statues and skeleton soldiers around them. Lu Ran was unharmed. Rather, it was the talismanic paper attacks that left Lu Ran somewhat speechless. Lu Ran smeared off the ashes of the talisman paper in his mouth after it had been burned by magic power. Cursing, he said, what a damn bad luck, having a style god and not using it, throwing nasty charms. Having said that, there was no further hesitation. A group of skeleton soldiers then rushed towards a group of undertakers. Each of them blanched as they watched the stance. One of the outermost guys couldn't help himself and yelled. Pine. A pot-bellied, short and fat style god appeared in front of him. The Shikigami was covered in crimson skin, with a long tongue hanging out. There was also a somewhat funny-looking hat on his head. Red Tongue, a genus of demons, is good at controlling thunder and lightning. Lu Xinshin immediately transmitted his voice to Lu Ran in the communicator. Demons, that would be the darkness department, correct? Lu Ran muttered. Then the thought moved. The group of skeleton soldiers that were preparing to go up to corpse explosion immediately stopped. Lu Ran then looked at the Red Tongue, and sure enough, a golden tip appeared above Red Tongue's head, controllable. Lu Ran's eyes lit up. And immediately after that, the dozen or so people looked at the densely packed skeleton soldiers in front of them, as well as the ancient demon statue that. It was a head-scratcher. What the hell, why are there so many summons? There's something odd about this necromancer. Doesn't he have a cooldown on his skills? Can it be summoned like this? Beware of the skeleton soldier's corpse explosion. Although the opponent's level is low, there are too many skeleton soldiers. Don't hide everyone, join forces to suppress this brat and break out. With a yell from one of them. Immediately after, countless style gods began to emerge densely. A dozen or so shiners have one in hand. Unlike the summoner profession, the summoner skill art is exactly the same, the difference lies in the way each is accustomed to fighting and the compliant summons that complement each other. The gods summoned by the yin-yang masters are so strange that it's called a variety of things. There are ones with butterfly wings. There were heads that were pointed as if they were a broomstick. And translucent. There were those with lanterns, those with shovels, and those with a paper umbrella over their heads. Lantern Ghost, Heavenly Evil Ghost Green, Little Monk with a Lantern, Tomb Raider Kid. Tang Paper Umbrella Demon. In addition to a carp inside the fine quality slightly better, the other is a low-level gods, and all the demon genus Lu Ran can control? Lu Xinshin merely swept a glance and asked Lu Ran through the squad communication at the first time. The other three presidents couldn't help but look at Lu Xinshin in surprise. Although they know that Lu Xinshin seems to have a shy, introverted character,
but the mind is very meticulous, especially good with data. But I didn't realize that even the small-time gods, some of the raw, trashy gods, Lu Xinxin surprisingly all know like the back of his hand. Lu Ran raised his eyes. Discover that all the gods have a golden tip above their heads, controllable. The corners of his mouth smiled slightly. Said, yes. In the meantime, those dozen or so people summoned their style gods and attacked Lu Ran at the first opportunity. Most of them directly manipulated the style gods and lunged towards Lu Ran. Ranged gods are then prepared to throw skills. But in the next second, Lu Ran's eyes swept over and his thoughts moved. All the gods instantly gave up their attacks, and one by one, they stood still and didn't move. My style god is out of control. Damn it! Can't communicate anymore. My skills are failing too. It's weird, it's weird. Weirder still to come. A dozen gods suddenly turned in unison and fiercely, they looked towards the group of S that were supposed to be their masters. With this gaze, each of the group of Yin Yang masters' hairs exploded in sweat as they looked at them. Chapter 79, The Natural Enemy of a Small Life. Something's wrong, retreat, retreat by water. Someone yelled out. Run straight for the forbidden sea behind you. It can't be helped that the four presidents are surrounded inland, and if the style gods are there, they can still combine their efforts to break out. Now, the only way to return is to return by water and escape for the time being. Ha! That's not a fight? It's also too easy to give up. I can't blame them, the four major presidents of Dragon Summer were around. Now there was another necromancer so bizarre that he could control their style gods. Their already nervous and fearful hearts had long since been thinned out at this point. Scared, he turned around and had to run. Lu Ran was planning to throw Undead Touch to leave them behind. Suddenly, the short red-skirted, human maiden-like carp spirit reached out her small hand and waved it. The seashore instantly raised a huge wave that slapped towards the group of Yin Yang masters head-on. Block their retreat route. Boss, it's your carp spirit, what are you doing? Someone noticed the scene and a cry of horror. The owner of the carp, naturally, is the leader of the group. It's a small man with some octogenarian beard. He looked back and saw that the carp spirit, which he had been able to manipulate at will in the past, had gone mad and a huge wave was created to block their retreat route. At the same time, a strange blister began to appear in front of the carp spirit, Slowly, they drifted toward them. The eight-bearded man tried to take control again, but the control commands continued to drop like a stone. The bottom line is this. They derive their skills from the gods, as well as combos with the gods, and after the gods are unable to control their skills were also failing by a wide margin. Only some of the simplest novice-level attacks remain. I didn't do it. I can't control the carp spirit anymore, so everyone run for their lives and spread out. That eight-bearded man was in a hurry and had no other choice, shouting. But it's too late. Behind them, a group of gods all pounced at this point, brazen and unruly, It's almost like splitting your head, throwing whatever skills you have out there, and not fighting for your life. After all, the order Lu Ran had given after controlling them was to kill this group of Yin Yang masters. They also just carry out orders to the max, simple, straightforward. The beach was a hoot, with a dozen gods on fire. Looking at Lu Ran, Heatsked asked in the squad communicator, Sister XIN, how come this group of Yin and Yang masters don't fight back? Heartbroken about their style gods? But this style god is going to kill them all. Lu Xinxin responded, small days which understand what feelings, the reason why they do not fight back. It's because the skills are all gone, and a lot of the skills in the Yin Yang master, which require manipulating the gods to activate as well as some of the combo skills with the gods. Now that the gods are controlled, a good portion of their skills are nullified, and those that can be left behind, there are only a few simple attack skills left. In other words, you can't resist even if you want to. I didn't expect that Lu Ran could really control the style gods, it's really heaven-defying. I'm sorry, Yi Hongyi mused. The little life is going to be a disaster, under the whole country, the gods that Lu Ran can control. At least 90% more, right? The Yin and Yang master who was once hailed as a powerful specialty profession, but it's made a small life of complacency now. But after this, a small life doesn't even count as a hair in front of Lu Ran. Lei Tai said with a loud laugh. Almost done, to prevent attracting attention, Lu Ran, clear the scene. Yu Qingsong's face was filled with smiles and While being happy, he did not forget to take care of protecting Lu Ran's secret.
Today's Lu Ran was close to invincible though. But it's not time for real exposure.
Words.
Lu Ran nodded.
The skeleton soldiers rushed up en masse, and began indiscriminately corpse exploding at the dozen or so undertakers. At the same time, skeletal storm threw out. This was purely to test the effectiveness of the fixed sea trident. Anyway, the opposite side is also a forbidden sea, even if the effect of the fixed sea trident doesn't work. It didn't matter that the skeleton storm spread out only in the direction of the forbidden sea. And as it turned out, this sea-defining trident was indeed customized for Lu Ran.
Again, no fuss, just a thought through and through.
Throwing out a storm of skeletons would cover a dozen people with small precision. Seeing this, Lu Ran was completely relieved. Corpse explosion combined with a small storm of skeletons stacking on top of each other.
Take in all of those dozen or so shades. But now comes the question.
Although the dozen or so yin yang masters died, their gods stayed in place and did not disappear. In the melee just now, 4 gods died and 12 remained. At this moment, they were standing in front of Lu Ran in a well-behaved manner, looking at him and waiting for his orders.
Lu Ran was a bit stunned, opened the skill panel and looked around. This control can't be undone? And how come these style gods didn't die?
Yi Hongyi came to the front and asked in surprise.
I've fought the Undertaker. When the Undertaker dies, the gods are supposed to disappear, huh?
I don't know, right? I asked, also puzzled.
The problem is that by the time the Undertaker dies, the style is no longer theirs. Look at it this way.
Lu Ran's control skill would not be a short-term manipulation, but a direct plunder of the god's ownership and complete control.
Lu Xinxin analyzed and said. Lu Ran listened in awe. Thinking of something, he said, what about Ran before that?
It's the same necromancer who was the first one to be killed in the deathmatch arena, and when he died, those summons I was controlling disappeared. Lu Xinxin, on the other hand, asked, is it that he disappeared immediately after his death, or is it that the death chamber settles, the
data annihilation disappeared when it cleared the room? Being said so by Lu Xinxin. Lu Ran drifted off. Said, I remember.
When Ran died, those necromantic summoners that killed him,
it didn't disappear immediately, so it was swept along with the room when it was cleaned?
However, Lu Xinxin shook his head.
Explained, not necessarily, a necromancer's summon, unlike a summoner's.
Summoners are capable of summoning and disarming summons, but necromancers, summoning things that, depending on the type of the ones that have their own duration, so even if you take ownership, they'll still be gone by the time they reach their duration. Then, Lu Xinxin looked at these style gods in front of him. Continuing, but unlike these gods, which are the permanent product of binding the yin and yang masters. When not in use during the day, the style will be deposited into the style space, similar to the effect of a treasure gourd.
Lu Ran did listen. But now the question is, what to do with these gods? If you like it, you can stay and play with it, if not, kill it.
I don't know, Yu King Song said with a reminder. Lu Ran sniffed and raised his eyes to sweep the circle. And yet, this one, it's really ugly.
However, when Lu Ran's eyes finally settled on the carp spirit, he couldn't help but light up.
The young girl like carp spirit, though with a fish tail that. The upper body, however, was playful and normal for a human girl. Big watery eyes, black hair, black pupils, long straight black hair falling behind her.
Dropping down behind his ass. This one can stay.
This carp spirit
is of better quality and can be kept, but this fish tail. Will it attract too much attention?
Lu Ran twisted his head and asked.
Chapter 80 Nanao's competitive spirit.
He had just finished speaking, but he was facing the playful smiles at the corners of the 4 presidents' mouths, and he was suddenly embarrassed and stubbed his toe on the ground.
Hurriedly, he said, what's that? This carp spirit is indeed of quite high quality, isn't it?
What Sister Xinxin just said, the other gods are more trashy, so there's no need to keep them.
Yi Hongyi patted Lu Ran's shoulder.
Riley, no need to explain, brother, you're always going to grow up. What about some of your pet peeves? And justifiably so, but the mermaid, it does seem like it wouldn't be a good idea to carry it around, it's too much of an eyesore.
The words just fell.
The carp spirit seemed to be reading a few people. Her face was a little anxious, she wouldn't speak, just her levitating body slowly sinking. The fishtail actually slowly transformed into a pair of jade feet stepping on the soft sandy beach.
When you look at it like that, the style god, it looks exactly like a human girl. Lu Ran stared at the surplus jade feet, gulped, and praised, food grade. Several other presidents raised their eyebrows. Laughing, he said, the carp spirit still has this ability? That's not a problem. Keep the carp spirit. Kill the rest. Dispose of the rest of the trash gods. Lu Xinshin looked at the carp spirit that stood beside Lu Ran in a well-behaved manner. Said, this carp fine quality is not bad. Not only does the bubble shield protect you from a lot of damage, but you can also use it to trap enemy units, which is a kind of insurance. Speaking of which, Lu Xinshin thought of something like, and then continued, but these small day things, It's okay for you to play casually, I'm looking forward to you controlling Nanoha's god now, that's for you. Definitely a huge help. Words. Lu Ran was surprised, xin sister, you know what Nanasheng style god is? At this time, Yi Hongyi, who was on the side, suddenly opened her mouth with an odd expression, this isn't much of a secret. I fought Nanashur, and at the time, she still only had one style god, an S-rank fox demon, Tamamochi. And since it was a demon, Lu Ran could control it without discrimination. Luckily, it's not a god, and is one of Nanashi's most opportune gods. If it's directly controlled by you, Nanai Shang is afraid that she'll vomit blood in anger. Yu Qingsong couldn't even help but interject. Instead, Lu Ran was puzzled. Asked, the most handy one? Does Nanako have other gods? Can a Shinigami control more than one god? Lu Xinshin explained, the profession of Yin and Yang master, unlike other professions, when you awaken your profession, you have a talent level. The higher the talent level, the more powerful the contracted god will be. The more gods that can be contracted at the same time, but usually, most Yin and Yang masters, can only control one god. And Nanoha, whose talent is high in Sakura's class. Almost the highest talent. She can control at least 3 of them. And, these 3 will be one more powerful than the other. Lu Xinshin added. These are things Lu Ran doesn't know. After all, while at the academy, the information about the professions that were being studied daily. It does not include the profession of Undertaker. So now it's just a matter of praying that all of Nanashi's gods are of the demon line and not the god line. I don't know, Lu Ran said analytically. That's the idea, but don't worry, there aren't that many gods in the Shinmei line. Even Sakura's legendary Yagyu Orochi is of the demonic lineage. Lu Xinshin said. After that, several people returned to Blackfire City. Intend to keep painting copies. Yu Qingsong, on the other hand, removed all the communicators from those dead Yin Yang masters. Take it back and study it. And just as Lu Ran and the others returned to the replica hall. Only to realize that there was something not quite right about the atmosphere. Everyone was staring at the Endless Tower Global Leaderboard panel. Lu Ran's few people subconsciously looked up. Surprised to find that Nanayo's ranking, still number 1, but the number of layers cleared that. And yet it has turned into 62 floors. Nanako was actually trying to raid the 62nd floor of the Tower of Infinity just now? It seems that the effect has been felt, and that what happened in the death chamber exacerbated Nanayo's good-naturedness. Lu Xinshin said with a smile at the corner of her mouth. It's not just about being competitive, but the fact that Nanashur started to take Lu Ran seriously 2 days ago. I'm sorry, Yu Qingsong said from the sidelines. Several people subconsciously looked at Yu Qingsong. The latter, in turn, explained, I briefly rummaged through the communicators of those Yin Yang masters just now. One of the communicators had been in direct line contact with Nainthon, and it was certain that it was Nainthon's order for their group to sneak across the Forbidden Sea. The purpose is to investigate necromancer-related material information. At this point, the noise in the replica hall was unrelenting. This little daytime has climbed another level? Crazy, right? It's 62 floors. Chairman Yu of the Heaven's Path Alliance is only on the 59th floor, and he hasn't even beaten the 60th floor for months. 60 floors is a big hurdle, it's not that easy. This Nanako, there's something there, but what is she doing taking such a risk when she's already number 1? Needless to say, look at the 3rd necromancer bigot who hid his profile, don't you get it? Fire up the ass, huh? And on the other side. Sakura's replica hall, however, was a festive place. Absolute dominance. President Nanako was firmly in first place, suppressing the world. So what if Eagle Sauce has Black Dragon gear? Isn't it still impossible to get an advantage in the Endless Tower? Even Yu Qingsong was suppressed, and not just once. This is 3 layers beyond Yu Prime Son.
And it's still the beginning of suppression at the 60th layer mark.
I wonder if that necromancer will continue to fight. He's all third. Go on, my ass, that necromancer is at the end of his tether, otherwise he would have fought long ago. What's the holdup here? Is it that you don't want to? That necromancer excelled in the necropolis, but in the Tower of Infinity, not so much. Especially after reaching the 60th floor. Yeah, the blood and attack of the Tower of Infinity boss. It can be much more terrifying than those professionals at Hawk Jam. While the gang was clamoring. The crowd. Nanako wore a veil and squeezed out. There's already a maid waiting outside. Seeing Nanazen come out, a few maids immediately came up to her. But at that moment, Nanashi's expression was very weak. She looked back at the global ranking of the Endless Tower and saw that her tier had refreshed by one more tier. A vicious sigh of relief. Looking further down, the necromancer hadn't continued charging the tier until now, so maybe, It's not going to continue, is it? This pass took 26 minutes, close to the limit, and I've damaged 2 pieces of my equipment. It needs to be repaired, help me prepare the materials. Nanako said as she instructed the maid. Then, although weak, he left the replica hall with a face full of triumph. She had accomplished her goal for the day, and seeing that the necromancer tier hadn't changed. It's kind of satisfying. But she had just returned to Ikinai Daisha. Just immediately got the bad news. The people we sent to cross the Forbidden Sea are all dead. I'm sorry, said the henchman in charge of the report, with an ugly face. Chapter 81, It's not good. Listen to the report from his men. Nanashir wasn't panicking, she was tired at the moment and frowned. I know a lot of people died, but it was worth it when a dozen or so managed to land and infiltrate Those who died, just prepare condolences. But the faces of the men were worse than tears. Carefully, he said, no, it's not, the dozen or so that survived are also dead. Nanako froze. Subconsciously, he said, dead too? What do you mean? It sent me a message through the communicator half an hour ago, and after that it entered Longxia territory, dead? Are you kidding me? The henchman hurriedly said, no, I wouldn't dare, it's just that just now, in the guild list, all of their names have turned gray, or perhaps. Is their collective choice of calms to go invisible? No way. In order to keep tabs on their movements, even if they can't communicate across borders. Nanoha doesn't allow them to be invisible either. Moreover, they were in the Dragon Summer territory, communicator stealth or not, that didn't have the slightest effect. Thinking of this, Nanazen hurriedly opened his communicator, and at this look, Nanazen was also dumbfounded. In the communicator, the name of the henchman who had even messaged her half an hour ago had indeed turned gray. Are they really all dead? It's only been half an hour, just landed in Longxia through the Forbidden Sea, and you're dead? Is the Dragon Summer's protectorate this tight along the coastline of the Forbidden Sea as well? But the facts are in front of us. Mostly. Are really dead end. Never mind, get your condolences ready too. Nanako said irritably. It's been a rough time for everything lately. The only thing to be thankful for is that she's moved up one more level in the Tower of Infinity, and the distance between him and Yu King Song was pulled back 3 levels. And that necromancer and her, 4 levels away. Other side. In the replica hall. Lu Xinshin said, we continue to brush copies, Lu Ran upgrade is important, after the evening brush, Lu Ran, You continue to rush through the layers, as per usual. On the contrary, Yu Qingsong is no longer involved. He investigated those communicators. See if there's any important news in there. In the meantime, there are a lot of other things to take care of. So the team was left with 3 more presidents with Lu Ran. It's no longer the Land of Flames to brush up on either. Instead, he chose the level 25 Forever Frost Forest. Suddenly switching from the dry heat of the Land of Flames to this place of extreme cold. The huge temperature difference is still a little disconcerting. On the contrary, the route of the copy of the Eternal Frost Forest is not complicated, and the area is open, although the monsters are scattered, But Lu Ran's skills could cover it all. Lei Tai and Yi Hongyi directly skimmed over all the small monsters to get to the elites. Lu Ran then infinitely stacked Skeleton Storm to brush the small monsters, and when the small monsters were almost brushed, with the elites dead as well, you can trigger the final boss through the mechanic, and then kill the level in seconds. The fit was pretty seamless.
But unlike the Land of Flames, Lu Ran wasn't so bored in the process. The carp spirit stood playfully by Lu Ran's side. Lu Ran also didn't let her go out to fight the monsters, as her little bit of damage didn't have any substantial effect. Instead, there's the possibility of being killed by a monster if no one cares about her. Lu Ran finished releasing a few skeleton storms and saw that the small monsters were almost cleared. He shivered and turned his head to look at Lu Xinxin. Asked, Xin sister, cold or not? Lu Xinxin casually said, the temperature of the eternal frost forest is a little bit lower, get used to it, just fine. If you're cold and tight, you can go out and move around, or else, you can build a bonfire here. The words just fell. The carp spirit at his side suddenly raised his small hand. With a wave at Lu Ran, a huge bubble shield was thrown out, enveloping Lu Ran in it. Lu Ran then realized that this bubble shield could not only withstand a lot of damage. Surprisingly, it also has the effect of isolating the cold environment. The biting cold immediately didn't affect him. Lu Xinxin looked amused and said, set one for me too. But the carp spirit was unmoved. As if he did not hear Lu Xinxin's words. Lu Ran reacted by nodding to the carp spirit, no need to speak, the thought conveyed that. Only then did the carp spirit turn around and throw out a bubble shield for Lu Xinxin as well. Lu Xinxin cried a little. Said, and I don't know if this carp spirit is in front of the original little day of the. There is no such thing as being so well behaved and obedient, but it is you, the skeleton throneward, who has completely seized the right of belonging and control, and is really overbearing. The whole day, except for lunch. They were all in their copies, upgrading like crazy. They came out at 6 p.m., when it was time for dinner. You could tell that everyone was tired. Even when the three presidents had practiced before, they had never swiped copies so frantically. The point is, these copies they all kill in seconds all the way through, and the little monsters Lu Ran can clean up. It's almost mechanical to harvest the elites and take out the bosses. It's boring as hell to keep repeating this process. Hang in there a little longer, when Lu Ran reaches level 30, he won't need to brush these regular copies. Lu Xinxin see everyone look tired, comforting said. Right. I almost forgot about that, level 30, and you get to paint your first team copy. Our squad enters the team copy, the experience is awfully high, and the efficiency is many times faster than this regular copy. I don't know, Rete said excitedly. Lu Ran here has been brushing for a day now, and has only risen to level 27. 3 levels short, at least 3 days. Which is not that fast. Yi Hongyi waved her hand and said, it's still important to eat first, let's go, Tian Yuan Lu, my treat. Lu Ran, don't forget your endless tower, fight it by hand and we'll go eat. Lu Xinxin reminded. Never forgetting the main event. Lu Ran nodded and directly headed towards the endless tower teleportation array. Then choose to enter, and the moment you see the boss, throw the bleeding spear to kill it in seconds. Experience in hand, exit the copy of the endless tower. The set is smooth and silky. When he came out, Lu Ran looked up at the endless tower's global ranking. Second place now. Lu Ran swiped level 59. Originally located in second place was Yu Song, also at level 59. But Lu Ran's clearance length was clearly unrivaled in the world, so naturally, he surpassed Yu Song. A solid second. Just 3 floors away from Nanaioi, 1 floor apart tomorrow morning and evening. You'll be able to suppress her the morning after. Lu Ran murmured. And in the meantime, there were naturally people in the replica hall who noticed this scene. The undead big guy is painting the endless tower again, it's already in second place. With this shout, the entire replica hall, or rather, the globe, everyone began to pay attention to the scene. The necromancer bigwigs, who had been dormant for a day, were finally at it again. And, not only did he pass the 59th floor, it also surpassed the once top-ranked Yu Song by an absolute margin and came in second place. Same time. The news, too, quickly reached Ikinai Daisha. It was late afternoon, and Nanako was still in a good mood, sipping tea and resting. Suddenly, he saw the maid running over in a hurry, looking anxious, and his heart thumped. Not good. Chapter 82, that's not even human. The necromancer, has he moved? Nanazan asked directly. The maid had just arrived in front of her and didn't even have time to open her mouth. It's good that Nanako has learned to snatch the answer. The maid nodded through gritted teeth. He passed the 59th floor? Nanako continued to ask. Although there was already a rough guess in my mind, it was still unbelievable.
Yes, just now.
The maid said with a nod.
Where does he rank now? Nanako asked musingly. At this point in time, it doesn't seem to be a surprise anymore. Second.
The maid said truthfully.
He's even faster than Yuching-song, murmured Nanai Shang as he took a deep breath. But the truth is, that's a lot more than just fast. Lu Ran is going in for a straight second. Total time spent, I'm guessing it's just 3 seconds to hold up. I know, go down. Nanako said with a nod.
The maid sighed inwardly as she looked at Nanashi's calm demeanor. She had served Nanashir for so long, of course she knew Nanashi's bone-deep defiance and never say die.
When Yuching-song reigned supreme at the top of the Endless Tower global ranking list, Nanazan spent months frantically trying to make breakthroughs. In the end, he suppressed Yuching-song and became number 1.
This time, however, she could feel a deep sense of powerlessness from Nanoha. It was a feeling of powerlessness in the face of a mighty mountain but not knowing how to climb it to trample it underfoot.
Nanako wasn't as calm as she appeared to be. The maid turned to go. Nanako suddenly added, and my equipment repair materials, how are they prepared?
It's almost done, the restoration will be completed tonight. The maid said truthfully. Good, finish fixing it as soon as possible.
Nanashir nodded.
Turning her back, she stared at the stream before her, fuming, a pair of jade feet stirring slowly in the stream. Inside, it's like a churned-up stream with rapids.
That night, after dinner, Lu Ran was bored at home and came out to sneak around the streets. Several presidents did not follow. Nowadays, Lu Ran, even when facing the major top-high wars around the globe, he was able to do so with ease, and moreover,
there are paladins in the shadows to protect you, no need to worry.
Lu Ran's house was in the inner city, the rich neighborhood.
Until now, Lu Ran had felt a little uncomfortable, having grown up in the slums and crawling. Now all of a sudden he had everything, leaving him a little overwhelmed.
People come and go on the street.
There were high combat professionals strutting past.
Various stalls with life occupations were hot on the roadside.
There are also cockamamie careers that have lost their purpose in life, mucking about and drinking on the side of the road. There were children who were not yet of age and had not awakened to their profession frolicking by.
Life is all over the streets.
Followed by the carp spirit. She followed Lu Ran obediently, her eyes looking around with excited curiosity.
Presumably this is a different place than Sakura's main town.
It's also possible that the original little life left her in the style space when they didn't use her.
Doesn't bring out the skids. Lu Ran? A shout of surprise and excitement suddenly came from the front. Lu Ran looked up and realized that it was Qin Wuyao.
I haven't seen you for the past 2 days, and you were in a hurry to leave after the morning meeting, so what?
Avoiding me? Qin Wuyao walked up to Lu Ran and said with a beaming mouth pretending to gamble. How can I, it's just an emergency. Lu Ran said casually.
I'm kidding, of course I know, you've been in the limelight in the Death Arena and the Endless Tower. I'm sorry, Qin Wuyao sighed. After saying that, his eyes looked towards the carp spirit beside Lu Ran. The carp spirit was also looking at Qin Wuyao. For eyes on each other. There was a slight wariness and curiosity in the carp's eyes. The carp spirit was wary of facing all the professionals except Lu Ran. Instead, when Qin Wuyao looked at the carp spirit, a hint of hostility flashed under her eyes as well. I didn't make a spectacle of myself, after all, no one knew it was me.
Lu Ran said casually.
Qin Wuyao, however, ignored Lu Ran's reply.
Instead, he looked at the carp spirit and asked, I haven't seen this girl before, your new friend? Girls?
Lu Ran froze and twisted his head to look at the carp spirit, before he shook his head in tears and laughter. Said, not a friend.
Not a friend? What else could it be? Qin Wuyao seemed a bit nervous. She is. Lu Ran didn't really know how to explain it for a while. Just then. Suddenly, someone approached Qin Wuyao and said something with an ear by Qin Wuyao's side. Qin Wuyao froze, then said to Lu Ran, I still have some things to do, so I'll leave first. I'll play with you someday. After that, he hurried off again. The two had only been meeting for a few minutes. After leaving,
Qin Wuyao's mind was still filled with the playful appearance of the carp spirit just now, and she had to say that as a style god, that little moldable look was too much of an advantage over a human girl.
Why don't you communicate or contact me? Qin Wuyao said with a frown. Contacted, but you didn't reply. The henchman said awkwardly.
Qin Wuyao glanced at her communicator, and only then did she see the unread message. At that moment, he waved his hand and said, "Forget it, go back and talk about it." After saying that, he suddenly thought of something and said, "The girl who was following Lu Ran just now. Help me find out her information, occupation, rank, where she's from, and why she suddenly appeared by Lu Ran's side."
Good. The henchman nodded instantly. Would have thought the investigation would take a while. However, he didn't expect that Qin Wuyao hadn't long returned home before his feet.
The message from the henchman came over, "Miss, I've checked with my detection skills, and that girl.
Not a professional." Huh?
Qin Wuyao froze, looking at the girl's age, although she was a bit younger, but she didn't expect that.
Not enough to awaken a career?
Suddenly, he thought of the girl's well-behaved appearance as she followed Lu Ran.
Qin Wuyao became furious. An old cow eating young grass, this. Qin Wuyao said through gritted teeth. But I didn't expect it. Another message from the henchman came immediately afterward. To be exact, those weren't even people, but style gods, demonic style gods unique to Sakura.
Carp spirit, the quality, but in the surrounding area, the presence of the yin-yang master who manipulated her was not detected. Seeing this message, Qin Wuyao was a bit dumbfounded.
A god? That was indeed a Sakura shade summon. How did it follow Lu Ran? Besides, she did know that Lu Ran was extremely hateful towards Sakura.
It's natural to hate the Undertaker as well.
While not trying to understand why Lu Ran would be with a yin-yang master's god.
And that style god looked as if it depended on Lu Ran. But at the end of the day, that's just a summon, not a person.
Qin Wuyao let out a fierce sigh of relief.
At this time, Qin Lai also walked in. It was evident that Qin Lai's face was a bit ugly.
Didn't I say that I won't let you just go out these days? Qin Lai chided. Qin Wuyao wanted to speak. Contemplating, he said, "Why don't we seek help from the Heavenly Tao Alliance?"
How do you say that you are also the Archdeacon of the Black Fire City branch of the Heavenly Tao Alliance? It is always. But the words were not finished. He was then interrupted by Qin Lai. It's inconvenient to seek help from the Heavenly Tao Alliance for Qin family matters. The Heavenly Tao Alliance also has no reason to intervene. It's better for us to solve it ourselves. In these few days, for insurance reasons, you should not go out.
A few days' difference in experience can't hurt. Chapter 83: The 100,000 Mountains of the Southern Borderlands. Early the next morning, Lu Ran's few people came to the replica hall. "Lu Ran, you go fight the Tower of Endlessness, then we'll continue brushing," Yi Hongyi said. Lu Ran did as he was told. Rayday stretched and yawned, saying, "Whoa.
I've been puking in the sun lately from swiping copies, so bored with this process."
Yi Hongyi glanced at him.
Said, "You don't participate can also anyway Xinxin protect Lu Ran. It's more than enough for me to take care of the elites and bosses by myself, and besides, I'm much faster than you."
Hear this. Lei Tai immediately glared. Said, "That's not good, boring is boring, it's better than Lu Ran being monopolized by the two of you." At this point, Lu Xinxin suddenly said, "In fact, if it's too boring to think of a different way, Before Lu Ran brushes the team copies, I do have a new idea that might be a bit faster than the regular copies we're brushing now." At those words, Lei Tai immediately became excited. Hurriedly, he asked, "What's the solution?" "I can see that he's really brushing his vomit, and could have done it any other way, even if it was another copy. Something else to brush up on can be a bit refreshing." Lu Xinxin said, "Originally, Lu Ran's skill range was large enough that if in the wild, it can cover a very huge piece of field area and kill all the monsters in it. The experience of brushing monsters in a large area is naturally high. However, it is also because the skill coverage area is simply too large, and it is easy to accidentally injure professionals within the range. But not anymore. Now that Lu Ran had obtained the sea-fixing trident, he could freely control the range covered by the skill. Even the shape." "You mean, take Lu Ran to the wilderness to brush?" Lei Tai asked. "Rather a novel way to brush up on monsters and, well, less boring." "It makes sense. The wild monsters are of different levels, and Lu Ran is perfectly capable of over-leveling them as well. Higher experience, this can't be done in a copy." Yi Hongyi also brightened up after hearing this. After all, the level of the duplicate exceeds the level of the professional, and the professional is unable to enter. There is no possibility of overstepping the bounds of a copy. but not in the wild. Even if it was a level 60 wild monster, Lu Ran brushed it. But, although the mainstream today is to brush copies of upgrades. But the wilderness is equally populated by hordes of professions who like to wild brush, and it's hard to find a particularly suitable place with no professions to brush, right? How desolate would it have to be? I don't know, Rai Tai said questioningly. There are quite a few low-grade areas, just outside the city. But those monsters gave too little experience for Lu, however. Slightly higher leveled, especially in the 30-40, 40-50 range, a large number of professionals were out in the field brushing up on monsters. Hot damn! Trying to find large areas of no man's land, not to mention dozens of miles in extent, or kilometers. It's probably not even that easy. Lu Xinxin guffawed. Said, there are still quite a few places like that in Longxia, Kunlun in the northwest, There are very few professionals willing to go to even the 100,000 mountains in the southern border. It was true, when Rade thought about it. Kunlun is located in the northwest, near the Valley of Death, where the monsters are of high level and in a harsh environment. It's indeed a no man's land. The southern border is even more terrifying, with poisonous insects, poisonous monsters, evil spirits, and ferocious beasts all over the place. Some of the poisonous insects caused a constant blood loss buff that couldn't even be dispelled, and even my protectorate didn't manage to set up a defense there. I don't know, Rate said with a nod. But the southern border, those poisonous insects, and the swamp area, the jungle area, the monsters that. Most of them were darkness-oriented, and to Lu, however, it was heaven. And there were even fewer professionals than in Kunlun. The level distribution of the monsters is also uneven, with different levels of experience. Lu Ran can collect them all in a large area, and this speed that. It's definitely faster than us brushing a level 25 copy right now, right? Lu Xinxin said. Her sensitivity to data was naturally not comparable to Yihani and Lei Tai. But even so, Lei Tai and Yihani weren't cuties either, almost instantly figured out the key. Dozens of kilometers of no man's land, Lu Ran's skeleton storm cleared indiscriminately. It wouldn't be just a few hundred monsters, it would be thousands. Tens of thousands. Also, the wilds will constantly refresh, and you don't have to repaint them over and over again like in a copy. Good idea. Just go to the southern border. Lei Tai immediately clapped and shouted. No need to be bored of brushing the current regular copies, and it allows Lu Ran to gain a lot of experience. Combined with Lu Ran's skeleton throne words, eliminating the menace, it's an absolute paradise. At this point, Lu Ran had slowly emerged from the Tower of Endlessness. The three presidents looked up at the Endless Tower's global ranking panel. Sure enough, Lu Ran's tier had become 60. There were quite a few people who were also paying attention to this scene. After all, the news that the necromancers had started to continue hitting the Endless Tower's layers yesterday afternoon had already spread. At the usual time, a lot of people are staring. Ha ha! I guessed it right, the big necromancer is swiping again. The 60th floor mark, just like that? Yuqing Song, who suppressed the Heavenly Dao Alliance in the same tier yesterday, has even surpassed the 60th tier mark today. Strong. This necromancer is too terrifying. Is this still a regular profession? Anyone can't compare. Alas, I'm only 26 ING floors. Having passed the 60 floor mark, is it still difficult to pass the 61st and 62nd after that? Nanako, let's just ask you if you're afraid? Ha ha. Why did you use it for a while today? Lu Xinxin asked. Played around with skills because they say 60 floors is the big one, and I'm trying blood and skill damage. It didn't play for long though, 20 seconds tops, and I wrapped it up with the blood spear. Lu Ran said. There are no other professionals in the same tier anyway. And even if there were, right now on a global scale, it was also unlikely that any other professional would be able to pass through the 60th floor in less than 20 seconds. What about the test results? Lu Xinxin was more concerned about the data. There's nothing wrong with it, and by my estimation, without the blood spear and with other skills. It takes about 10 minutes to get past the 60th floor, in which the corpse explosion has the highest percentage of damage instead, followed by the skeletal storm. The ancient wraith was used by me as a meat shield, but it didn't really do much because the boss couldn't move at all, and I prepared the ancient demon statue to prevent the remote bosses from attacking me. Lu Ran said. It's clear enough. Skeleton soldiers are summoned 2 at a time, uninterrupted corpse explosions, naturally high damage percentage.
Skeletal Storm itself is a large group skill, and even with the ability to stack indefinitely, it's normal for the damage to not be as high as Corpse Explosion. Lu Xinxin explained. Then it sunk in for a few seconds. To Lu Ran, he said, 60 floors today, and 61 at night. Tomorrow morning it's 62 floors beyond Nanisher, so let's see what Nanisher does then. Lu Ran's eyes brightened slightly. He's looking forward to it just as much. And, really, this was the first global top honor that Lu Ran was about to receive. The honor of being ranked number 1 in the world. Then let's continue brushing copies? We should be able to get to level 28 today, even if we can't. It's not too far off. Lu Ran said with gusto. Instead, he didn't get tired of brushing. Lu Xinxin, however, shook her head and said, I won't brush the copy today, I'll take you to a good place to upgrade. Lu Ran froze, puzzled, where? There are other upgrade mechas? Lu Xinxin guffawed and said, Southern Border, 100,000 mountains. Chapter 84 Miao Village in the Southern Territory. This trip out, with Carp Spirit many inconveniences, simply stay at home. A few minutes later. Lu Ran and the others then arrived at Nine Specters City. Jodyue City was located within the 100,000 Great Mountains, although it was a large main city. But when Lu Ran and the others came out of the teleportation array, the entire city center square was empty. Full of dead branches and leaves, the air damp, the ground covered with moss, There are even some saplings growing around. As far as the eye could see, it was desolate. Even the replica hall not far away was empty, without a single professional. The entire main city was empty, and not a single ghost shadow could be seen in the streets and alleys. Around the main city, staggering peaks can be seen cascading down. The unique humidity within the entire 100,000 mountains floated in the air, making the entire sky dim. Such a big main city and not a single person? Lu Ran was a bit surprised. The environment of the 100,000 Great Mountains is treacherous. Novices can't get out here, and they can't live if they do. The High Wars went to other main cities, living a much more nourishing life than here, and over time, this place was abandoned. It's also considered one of the few abandoned main cities in Longxia. Lu Xinxin explained. So, there are no living people living here in the southern border? Lu Ran was a bit surprised. How can it be so dangerous that it's no man's land? It was no wonder that Lu Xinxin said that this place was the most suitable for Lu Ran to brush monsters on a large scale. Not really, Hmong villages have been living here for generations, but instead of adapting to the living environment of the main city, they formed gatherings in the wilderness and formed walled villages in the form of tower fortresses. Lu Xinxin said. At this point. On the side, Yi Hongyi opened the map to recognize the direction and said, follow me. I've contacted Wei Yingying beforehand, so I'll go to the Miao village first. Wei Yingying? It's an unfamiliar name. Lu Ran didn't think much about it, but Lu Xinxin by his side took the initiative to explain, the professional awakening here, the locality is very strong, the people themselves are few, and after other professions appeared in the walled city, they basically left the 100,000 mountains. Instead, there were several special professions that ended up staying, and one of the most famous of them is the specialty profession of the southern border, the compassionist. The profession of compassionist was not considered a regular profession, nor was it a rare or hidden profession. It's a special being. Their skill attacks are different from any other profession. There's no clear definitive formula, but it's kind of similar to the yin and yang. Depending on which god they each control, the positioning of each is different. And the positioning of a compassionist looks at the compasses they cultivate and manipulate. The professionals of the entire southern border are managed by the contemporary grass ghost woman, who is herself a compass master. Born in a Miao village, but more powerful, the grass ghost woman of this generation is Wei Yingying, who is the leader of the Miao village. Lu Xinxin continued to introduce said. And they want to move around the southern border. It would be best to inform Wei Yingying, and in the meantime, find out if there were any companions practicing in the outside world. At this point, Lu Xinxin again looked to Yi Hongyi, said, your red sister then came from the Miao village, only that left at a very young age because of the awakening profession, and rarely came back for so many years. She and Wei Yingying knew each other. Several people left the main city. The official road outside the city has also long been overgrown and barely distinguishable. There were some low-level monsters that lived outside the city roaming around everywhere. What with spiders, snakes and other venomous things all over the place. And Most of the monsters here are relatively small in size, and some of the vipers are even less than the size of a palm.
Hide in the bushes and wait for your chance. Lu Ran looked staggered.
And that's just the area of low-level monsters outside of the main city. The deeper you go inside, the more. There are more poisons at higher levels. It's no wonder no sane professional wants to live here. Swiping a copy is fine, but you can't stay out of town for the rest of your life.
And out of the city, just the environment, it's just mind-numbing.
It didn't matter before global data mining, the environment was even considered mountainous and beautiful.
But after global data mining, the entire southern border is in crisis. Lu Ran looked back at the main city behind him.
I still don't quite understand. The main cities have shields to eliminate the infestation of wild monsters. Since the Meowwalled city is willing to live in the southern borderlands, why don't they stay within the main city and instead go out into the wilderness, where they could be infested by wild monsters at any time?
It seems a bit of a stretch to say you're not used to it.
The Meow village has a long history of cultural traditions, and not only does the entire village have a compounder, several of the special professions I told you about earlier live here, among them, the corpse-catching sect and the Lady of the Fallen Flower Cave, together with the Compass Masters. It is also known as the Three Evils of Western Hunan, and is also the three occupations with the largest number of people in the Meow village, among which, the group of parasites is the largest. Next is the corpse catcher, and lastly is the Fallen Flower Cave woman.
Lu Xinxin continued to introduce and said.
And because of the differences in their respective factions, although they all came from the Meow village. But they also do not harmonize with each other, but rather cause some friction. The growth of a compassionist requires a combination of wild poisons to upgrade skills and the strength of one's own innate compass. The zombie catchers are all gathered in areas with heavy yin qi. As for the women of the Falling Flower Cave, they have always been mysterious, and only the Grass Ghost Woman knows where they are going.
That's probably why they don't live in the main city. Lu Xinxin said.
Even the data-savvy Lu Xinxin at this time is also not so sure about the relevant information here. After all, Lu Xinxin also rarely come here.
The whole thing.
Instead, Lei Tai was careful, stopping 3 steps at a time and looking around carefully.
Lei Tai, what are you doing with such a heavy sense of stealing? Yi Honi noticed his odd appearance and couldn't help but flirt. Venomous bugs. This is disgusting. Holy. Lei Tai cursed. Didn't realize. Lei Tai, who looked as strong as an ox and ferocious and iron-blooded, would be afraid of bugs?
That wears heavy armor as if humanoid tank but is afraid to shrink. The sense of stealing extremely heavy forward the odd appearance, caused Yi Honi and Lu Xinxin can't help but laugh out loud.
And Lu ran.
Instead, he turned his head to look around. First, an undead touch was thrown out, but of course, it was small. The coverage was such that all the venomous insects hidden within the bushes and trunk grasses were disturbed,
triggered out. Because it's not stealth. It's just hiding in the bushes and not being able to see it.
So undead touch can be triggered.
After triggering it, the surroundings were densely filled with bloodstains everywhere as far as the eye could see. And on top of each bloodstain, almost without exception, all 3 words floated: controllable. Sure enough. Lu Ran's eyes swept over. Large swaths of poisonous insects were controlled and retreated towards the surroundings as if they were a tidal wave. Yi Hongyi's few people looked on in wonder. Sure enough, the south border, which is so menacing to others, is to you, kid. It's heaven.
Lei Tai shouted excitedly. Seeing that the poisonous insects around them had all retreated. Lei Tai was the first to take it easy, otherwise, being wary of being attacked by poisonous insects everywhere, the feeling of that was hard as hell. It's like there's a viper staring in the darkness, just waiting for you to give you a bite when you're not looking. It is the human fear of the unknown that torments the mind the most.
Chapter 85, Who the hell is this kid?
I had thought that there existed here at least some mountains, forests, tigers and leopards or something which could not be controlled by me.
Now it seems like there isn't? Moreover, all of these poisonous insects, surprisingly, are all darkness-type monsters. All of them can be controlled. Lu Ran also couldn't help but say. Because according to common sense, there should be a lot of mountain beasts in deep forests, right? It can't be that it was eaten clean by the poisonous insects here. There is, but not in this area. This is still near the main city, you forget? By the time you get to the outskirts, higher-level monsters gradually appear, and it's not limited to things like poisonous insects. But as long as it's a darkness-based monster, you are equally controllable. Yi Hongyi said. Lu Xinxin, on the other hand, reminded, just go ahead.
By the way, practice controlling monsters in a large area.
Half an hour later.
A stream suddenly appeared in the deep mountains and dense forests, and beside the stream, a fortress was situated.
This is Qinghe village, let's go in. Yi Hongyi said. Lu Ran looked around curiously.
This village built in the wild, without the protection of the main city.
But there didn't seem to be any wildlife around to infest the area either? How?
Villagers dressed in purple can be seen all around the village. Men and women, seeing Lu Ran and the others come in, all looked over curiously.
Sister Hong is back, long time no see. I haven't seen Redcoat for a few days. How did you have time to come back when the national war is approaching? Has the compounder been notified? I'll lead the way. It's kinda warm. Many of them knew Yi Hongyi.
Yi Hongyi left the Miao village in the beginning and seldom came back, but I didn't expect that it was still well liked here. The compassionate woman they are talking about is the grass ghost woman, Wei Yingying. It sounded as if they were not young, but in reality, none of them were as old as Yi Hongyi. Yi Hongyi led several people into a tower in the center of the fortress.
The wooden tower creaked and squeaked as he stepped over it. Push the door in.
There was a bright-eyed girl in a long purple dress sitting right next to the bed. Hearing the commotion, he turned his head and saw that it was Yi Hongyi and the others.
Then she said, Sister Hong is here, why? Why are you so free these days? Yi Hongyi glanced at Wei Yingying. Said, I won't introduce Lei Tai and Xin to you, this is my brother, Lu Ran.
Brother? Wei Yingying froze, looked at Lu Ran, found that it was a low-level professional, but did not stop paying attention to it. Instead, he became more curious.
Yi Hongyi doesn't have any real brother, so it's a god brother?
But with Yi Hongyi's attitude towards men, it shouldn't be. Otherwise, Yi Hongyi wouldn't have formed guilds that were all women's guilds. But Yi Hongyi didn't say, so she didn't bother to ask. After just looking at Lu Ran for a couple more moments, he continued to ask, so, coming over at this time.
What exactly is it about? Nor did he greet a few people and sit down. The words also seemed to be tit for tat, fittingly between this Wei Yingying and Yi Hongyi. Doesn't seem to be that close?
On the contrary, Yi Hongyi was self-acquainted.
To Lu Ran and the others, he said, you guys sit down first.
After saying that, she then took it upon herself to come to Wei Yingying's front and sit down opposite of Wei Yingying. And casually brought over the teapot in front of Wei Yingying and poured a cup for himself. Mai Zitang tasted a mouthful, before shaking his head and saying, it's not a good tea,
I'll bring you some good ones later. Wei Yingying rolled her eyes.
Said, you said you'd bring it to me when you came here 3 years ago, and 3 years have passed and you haven't brought it. Instead, that's all there is to it in these mountains, just don't drink if you're not used to it, no one's forcing you.
Yi Hongyi skimmed her mouth. He said, the authority of the Barrier Mist Valley is in your hands, isn't it? Hear this. Wei Yingying looked at Yi Hongyi and said, it's in my place, why?
Yi Hongyi directly reached out and pointed at Lu Ran, saying, my brother wants to upgrade, so a few of us will take him and. The Southland is a large area, and I've been thinking about it, but the Valley of the Barrier Mist is still more appropriate, with lots of monsters, dense, and not many outsiders.
And the monsters aren't low level. Saying that, Wei Yingying was even more confused.
Once again, he placed his eyes on Lu Ran's body. The surprise and amazement in his eyes could not be concealed. Although she and Yi Hongyi loved to fight, she was also well aware of Yi Hongyi's identity.
Yi Hongyi, Lei Tai, Lu Xinxin.
These three people, respectively, were the Red Clothes Building, the War Flag Protectorate, and the president of Mirror Flower Water Moon.
The 4 major presidents of Longxia, this comes to 3. And it was less than 20 days before the national war. At this juncture, the 3rd Assembly President brought a newcomer to the southern border? To bring this new guy upgraded? What the hell is going on here?
In today's situation, the 3 Assembly Presidents don't go to prepare for the Black Dragon Mountain Ranges raid.
Nor to prepare for the staffing of the War of Nations. Instead, you have the leisure to bring a newcomer upgraded? This newcomer, very unusual nah. But there are only 2 possibilities. Either this Lu Ran has a great identity. Had gotten to the point where all 3 Assembly Presidents couldn't resist coming to personally bring him upgrades. The second possibility is that this Lu Ran himself is not ordinary.
Unusual enough to require someone to take him to the next level, but also must be kept secret.
Lei Tai and Lu Xin she is not clear.
But she knew Yihongi, no matter what the other party's status was, even if it was the supreme leader's own son. Yihongi would never condescend to take him for an upgrade either. Besides, there were plenty of candidates for high combat professionals to bring upgrades, and there was no need to arrange for 3 assembly presidents. Then there's only one possibility. This Lu Ran, himself, is not ordinary. She looked up at Yihongi in contemplation and asked, "The authority of the Barrier Mist Valley is with me, It's fine if you want to take him for an upgrade, but how about doing me a favor on your rare trip back? Help me out. The Valley of the Barrier Mist will be open to you to brush up however you like." Yihongi subconsciously waved her hand and said, "No time." Wei Yingying raised her eyebrows and said, "It's simple. I'm one Titan Python's poison sac short of my natal compulsion, you just... The Hall of 10,000 Snakes? Yes, we'll help you get it." Yihongi directly interrupted Wei Yingying's words. It made Wei Yingying a bit confused. Just now you said you didn't have time, and now you're agreeing without even finishing your sentence? Are you sure? The Hall of 10,000 Serpents isn't that easy to fight. The Titan Python is in the depths of the... I had brought people there, but after several attempts, I couldn't even enter the inner hall of the Hall of 10,000 Serpents, which was very dangerous. I'm sorry, Wei Yingying mused. If I can say it, I can do it. We're on our way. When we get back, Barrier Mist Valley will be open to us. Yihongi directly got up and said. Actually, Yihongi wasn't just there to help Wei Yingying get the Titan Python's poison sac. Even more so because the monsters within the Hall of 10,000 Serpents were also a huge amount of experience. That's why it was agreed without hesitation. After saying that, in Wei Yingying's odd look, he took Lu Ran and several others to quickly leave Qinghe village. After they leave, a hint of lavender light under Wei Yingying's eyes slowly dissipated, staring in their departing direction for a few seconds. Then froze and murmured, "Necromancer." Other side. Yihongi traveled lightly and led a few people quickly through the dense forest. On the way, Yihongi said excitedly, 10,000 Serpents Hall is my childhood shadow. That's a forbidden place in the Miao village. Over the years, everyone's leveled up and started trying the Hall of 10,000 Snakes. I almost forgot about this. Now it's the perfect opportunity to brush through this Hall of 10,000 Snakes at speed. Maybe it'll make Lu Ran go up a level directly. It's a windfall. Chapter 86, Can you still brush monsters like this? Sister Hong, the Hall of 10,000 Snakes is a copy? Lu Ran asked curiously. No, it's the relic area. Yihongi shook her head and said. Legacy region. Lu Ran was a bit confused, hadn't heard of the term? Lu Xinqin seemed to have seen through Lu Ran's doubts at a glance. Explaining, the ones you've studied at the academy are just the tip of the iceberg of the data mined world of. The purpose is to get you guys into the pros quickly and really count the. I know that big brother should not be busy yet, thought about it. Still called up Wei Daming. Went back to the hospital room and packed away all but the flowers. These words seemed to have a deep meaning, causing He Yunlong to glance up at Lu Shisheng. However, he only saw that Lu Shisheng's eyes were as wise as they could be. And at this point, the hallowed assassin is no longer a mere zombie leader. It was acting more according to Zhu Yushan's wishes, and according to Zhu Yushan's playstyle, which was to control the sanctuary assassin to give Chino a blow every now and then. And then without making too many melee entanglements, hit and run, and then do the same. I didn't say anything, sniffled, and looked askance at her rubbing her feet quite heartlessly, Yen meowing. Weigh yourself, do you want us both to be wiped out, or do you want to give yourself room to maneuver? She victimized me. I'll have to bring her down, too. With a loud roar, the Volkswagen broke through the guardrail of the. Toward that high cliff fell. Gu Jiu also witnessed a change in her demeanor, to which she was also sort of used to. She kept her head down and sipped the drink in front of her, saying nothing. I wanted to reply, but my voice was a bit muffled, and I weakly looked at him. What'd you do? He was really bad, rattling around knowing that I was more than I could handle. I heard him speak to Hua Jidu. I really can't manage it, really. Jidu. I can't do anything about it. Lily's a little more normal with me. The rest of them are all cold-faced. They say they miss you all the time. Poor thing. Is your place still off limits? Can you get her over here? Listening to her for a long time, I turned around and she was looking at me out of the corner of her eye. Tears were all over his face. That old Taoist Huang didn't care at all, and in front of all the people, his face didn't change color and his heart didn't jump. Legs do not bend, the head is not low, the bored straight body, all the body is full of a death like home, the steel of the spirit. Yuxinlin mocked himself hard in his heart, then obediently shut his mouth and
never complained a word again. Probably worn out by the disease, he only felt now that there's no need to take some things so seriously. Letting go, in fact, is forgiving yourself. Because now this barracks, indeed, is inside the Great Liao's Heaven's Gate formation. In the end it's a bit inconvenient, the insecurity factor is in there. With Zhang Lufeng's thoughts, even if the entire Zhang family was gone, as long as Zhang Lingshui was still around, there would definitely be a chance to avenge the Zhang family, but now that even Zhang Lingshui had become like this, where was the hope for the Zhang family? No magical beast, keep it away from us. Zhang Duran and Hua Qingmai were also in love and adultery. There wasn't much heart to fight monsters at all, and they couldn't deal with a level 35 polar bear. Let's have dinner together tonight then, and let these kids get to know each other. Li Shui proposed. Jean Nanfeng narrowed his eyes slightly as he surveyed Nanyu, trying to see the reluctance on her face, even for a fraction of a second, but it didn't work, and Nanyu's face was filled with a sincere smile that it's not even half satisfying.
But Hua Jitian allowed Chen Duo to take revenge later. Only today, for the time being, he repaired his soldiers. It is expected that Chandra can agree and will not back out. Li Shenzi also laughed. More people think he can really for people clean white, hanging temple hair quite beard. Surplus of public fabrics, Ranfu tends in the house. It's just that it's too late for her to think deeply about this whole thing. The news of the regent's upcoming wedding had already spread throughout the city-state.
Chapter 87, I'm afraid it's alien writing. In the process, Lu Ren couldn't fully control the balance between the controlled and uncontrolled monsters. But it doesn't matter. When Lu Ren realized that the efficiency of brushing monsters was reduced, and that the enslaved snake monsters were out of power, all it took was a look to gather a large group of snake monsters into the mix again. Let's go in, Lu Ran said to the three presidents. They quickly followed, moving forward right behind Lu Ran. After all, they don't have a group. Jonathan and Lita, who had been on guard since their return, saw Shadow Hatchet find out where the other. All agitated. Zhang Chunming and Sun Tingwen felt a surge of gratitude in their hearts. It could be seen that Qin Mengxin truly regarded them as Xiaoye's good friends. She saw that there was actually a toaster oven and some molds in the kitchen, as well as a milk cooler, a couple of seasonal fruits, More than that, he could not help but be happy, secretly sighing that Lu Man is really a winner in life, and he can still live such a luxurious and cozy life in ancient times. It's over, with such heavy injuries, it's definitely hopeless. Brother Lone, how did you injure him like this? Luo Chong opened his mouth and everyone had to shake. 10,000 top-grade Yuan spirit stones was the price they expected from the Zhou Heavenly Chamber of Commerce, and to their surprise, I can't believe it's 2,000 more. What kind of scientist is this? What kind of talk is this? Is that how you ask a question? Closer. Closer. The guards who were ready to shoot blinked and realized that the other side turned out to be a military license plate car. But the license plate number was hard to read. The leader of Chao Wei's army was Xiahou Dun, who entered the city of Luoyang in high spirits, and was greeted with a. But it was an ambush that had been set up long ago. This was too strange. The true martial tower, which no spirit body genius at the 6th level of the spirit sea realm could pass through. At this time it was unbelievable that it was easily cleared by a group of outer palace trainees. Gu Ming quietly rolled her eyes and. If Bai Fangfang knew that she slept with that starlight sapphire in her arms every night, she wouldn't envy this girl to death. He entered the gate of the mountain and had thought of a car coming to take him up. After all, it's a bit of a walk up from the bottom of the hill for several kilometers. Surprisingly, it turned out to be the same as at the train station. No one was available. Su Dong cursed angrily at the and then walked up the hill by himself. Fan Zhongxi and Chen Jihao looked at each other and laughed bitterly. The emperor has already been displeased. They could only go back to their respective government offices to supervise their subordinates. Su Xian nodded knowingly and was about to retreat. However, he heard someone outside call out, "Is the third girl in the house?" It turned out to be Wanning's maid, Smoke Cloud. Ren Yaoqi and Ren Yaohua stayed in the east wing of Fangji courtyard for some more time. They didn't say anything to bother Rin Shimen after that, so Rin Shimen didn't kick them out. Xiao Yun kowtowed with a red face before she retreated, and was about to return to her room.
When she saw Cho Ju on the porch looking at herself with a surprised face, she raised her head and walked past her with a grunt. Now that Renlan had managed to stop targeting her, if she said what was on her mind.
There's no need to doubt that Renlan will be angry.
I'm only afraid that it's unavoidable, the demon Mirage sighed softly. I didn't expect that this second level of space would actually have so many immortal king level experts.
There's something going on today. Mr. Yang, how's the creation of this theme song of ours coming along?
I'm sorry, Su Shan said with a smile. Zhang Peiqi heard Song Ke's urgency and gave a general overview of the current situation. As for what was going on out there, she really didn't know because she hadn't been able to get out to see what was going on.
Sui didn't go back to Qingting Entertainment, but after saying goodbye to the crowd, he getting on the car back to Qingting Ancient Town, while the one driving was Mei Huifan, who had simply eaten something after arriving. With this realization, Qin Zhang was not prepared to rank among the harvested humane supreme treasures. Qin Zhang once again picked out 3 pieces and prepared to integrate them into the territory and transform them into special buildings. With Hai Niao's words, we can't all get our groove on again. One by one, they bring out their prettiest and most handsome side of the photoshoot, and some even bring out their magazine shooting energy at a 45-degree angle. Chapter 88, The 3 Presidents Are Not That Capable. It's so quiet.
The Hall of 10,000 Serpents can be found up ahead.
Someone beside me asked. Wei Yingying doubts out. Wei Yingying frowned slightly. Looking around, he said, how come all the original monsters in this neighborhood have disappeared, too? It's sporadic all the way around too, like it's just been refreshed.
This statement was made.
Several people around him were looking at each other. That means that the 3 presidents have traveled all the way and cleared all the monsters along the way? Someone said. It doesn't make sense.
Wei Yingying shook her head and said, the monsters in this neighborhood are generally not of a high level. The monsters around the Hall of 10,000 Serpents were a bit denser, but they weren't much of a threat to the 3 of them, so there was no need to waste time clearing them.
And not much experience.
But the words are true. There really wasn't much weirdness around, either. In front of us is the Hall of 10,000 Snakes, just go and ask.
Wei Yingying said.
He said, and quickened his pace. Led a few people through the bushes and dense forest ahead. Not long afterward, the eyes opened up, and the large empty grounds of the 10,000 Serpents Hall area appeared. But what was presented to everyone was like a scene of an apocalyptic natural disaster that had struck. The area of the outer hall of the Hall of 10,000 Serpents. There were bodies of snake monsters all over the place, all kinds of snake monsters laying densely on the ground,
thick and thin, none of them are still alive. Some of these bodies have already begun to be disintegrated by the data.
But the massive snake monsters remained motionless in their dead state. The smell of blood in the air mixed with the humid air in the middle of the dense forest, as if it were a sticky mist of blood,
makes you sick all over. Wei Yingying, several people looked dumbfounded.
They were unable to attack for a long time and were slow to pass through the outer hall. Although there weren't many high-level monsters in the outer hall, the number was simply too huge. And the inner hall is even more dangerous, even the first few times Wei Yingying brought people over.
He didn't dare to use all of his methods in the outer hall. But today. How long has it been? Yi Hongyi and the others had just arrived on the front foot. Wei Yingying followed with her people curiously on the back foot. How did this happen?
The outer temple area is clear at a glance, all the snake monsters, all dead.
Holy, how long has this been going on? Has it been 20 minutes? Not even 15 minutes, right? Wei Yingying looked up towards the blackened entrance of the inner hall.
Sunkenly, he said, that's what they did, they've finished clearing out the outer halls and have gone to the inner halls.
Originally thought that Yi Hongyi's direct promise was unwilling to want to let soften and bow down. It's a real talent. But even the 3 presidents weren't so exaggerated, were they?
Whether it was Yi Hongyi's Karma Fire Heavenly Master, or the Earth Knights of Rai Tai,
or maybe it's the Elf High Priestess of Lu Xin. None of it is possible to do. And other than that, they had the only extra person left in their group. That would be the necromancer, Lu Ran.
Combine this with the necromancer deathmatch incident that's been making a lot of noise lately.
As well as Yu Qingsan's sudden decision to shut down the transnational teleportation. Can it be that Lu Ran is that mysterious necromancer? But he's only level 20 or so.
Looking up, the corpses of the snake monsters littered around them were still being gradually removed by the data.
The direction of the inner sanctum. Through that blackened stone door. The sound of rustling snake monsters hissing could be vaguely heard from inside. They should be in the inner sanctum by now. What a terrible fighting force. It wouldn't really be possible to get the Titan Python's poison sac, would it? Someone asked, should we go in and see how the big guy fights? But Wei Yingying shook her head. He said, there's nothing to see, the inner sanctum is extremely dangerous, they can fight, but we can't. There's no preparation for today either, just the few of you, and you don't even have a healing compulsion, so are you sure a few of us won't die violently if we go in there? Words. A few people's faces immediately looked a little embarrassed, as if that were still true. The inner sanctum they haven't been in yet, and the outer sanctum every time a big set comes over to try and. It's all gray. Now it's just the few of them, and they're not prepared for any fight, so they just recklessly burrowed into the inner sanctum. I'm afraid I'm not looking for death. Wait here, hopefully they'll come out alive. Wei Yingying said. Anyway, the outer temple area won't refresh until the Titan Python is killed. Instead, it's very safe, so we'll just wait here. In the inner sanctum. Barely able to see the snake monster around him. The skeleton storm stacked infinitely and ravaged the entire field. To avoid accidents, the undead touch was also constantly thrown out. Occasionally, the nearby snake monsters were directly controlled by Lu Ran. Let them join in the killing of the other snake monsters around them. Clears monsters very fast. Experience naturally goes up. It's just a shame that the inner sanctum area is quite a bit smaller, even though the monsters have more experience. However, the number has declined significantly. 20 minutes later. Level has been successfully raised to 28. Upgraded. Lu Ran's eyes lit up. Not bad, quite a bit faster than I expected, killed all these remaining monsters. It's not enough to go up to level 29, but it's still a lot more experience. Yi Hongyi said with satisfaction. Lu Xinxin and Lei Tai were also happy. When Lu Ran upgraded to level 30, he could start entering team copies. That would be a lot faster. Moreover, Lu Ran was able to unlock new skills and phrases when he reached level 30. As per past experience, every phrase is counterintuitively basic. This new phrase that was about to appear would also absolutely cause Lu Ran's combat power to take a qualitative leap. A few minutes later. The inner sanctum is completely cleared. The enslaved snake monsters also killed each other to death. Had a bit of an accident though, didn't control the balance and ended up with an extra controlled one. However, it was also casually destroyed by Yi Hongyi. Lu Ran couldn't do damage to the monsters under his control, but as long as they weren't grouped up, Yi Hongyi could then treat it as an enemy unit and get it killed. After cleaning up, where is the Titan Python? Lu Ran asked as he looked around. The inner sanctum was small in scope to begin with. At this point the monsters are all cleared out at a glance. But there was no Titan Python in sight. Only a statue of a woman with a human head and a snake's body was seen on the altar in the center of the inner sanctum. Haven't killed a titanic python, haven't even been in the inner sanctum. So I don't know, but it should require a mechanism to trigger it. Yi Hongyi murmured. Then walked to the front of the altar. Looking at the statue in front of him, he continued, this is the serpent god that was sacrificed before datadization. Lu Ran stared at the statue. Surprised, I would have expected a Titan Python to be hideous and terrifying. I didn't realize it was pretty. Knock. Just after the words were said, Yi Hongyi gave Lu Ran a hard knock on his head. Crying and laughing, he said, pretty your head, the Miao village sacrifices to the snake god is not a titanic python. This statue is Nu Allah, and the Titan Python is a data-generated boss that didn't exist in the original sacrifice. The words just fell. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The entire inner sanctum began to tremble as if it were an earthquake. Chapter 89 Harvesting Pets. Coming. The pupils of Yi Hongyi's eyes suddenly shrunk. That triggered it? So sudden. Lu Ran was startled. Team up. Lu Xinxin said calmly. Can't see the monster yet. But when the Titan Python appeared, Lu Ran was about to go on a killing spree. Without a group, Lu Ran's skills were indiscriminate attacks. In the meantime, the staff in Lu Xinxin's hand was violently pestled towards the ground, her hands clenched. Then, with a solemn face, her mouth softly chanted notes that Lu Ran couldn't understand, warm and pleasant to the ear.
like the echo of an empty valley and the clear spring of a mountain stream.
Moment.
A pillar of light shot up into the sky, penetrating the vaulted ceiling of the inner sanctum to the heavens. Immediately afterward, a huge phantom of the Queen of the Elves appeared above Lu Xinxin's head. The wings stirred slightly, spilling a large amount of light and enveloping several people. Within 10 meters of his feet, a complicated pattern of spell formations formed, slowly rotating underneath his feet. This was the first time Lu Ran had seen Lu Xinxin use such explosive skills and was startled. But that skill set is really big.
Outside the inner sanctum, Wei Yingying's few people were a bit bored of waiting. They must have entered the inner sanctum just before we got here. It's been 20 minutes. It's only been 20 minutes, what's the rush? The inner sanctum isn't that easy to fight. It's so boring to wait, I wish I could go inside. Go on then, it's not like anyone's stopping you. Forget it, it's my little life that counts. A few people were bored in chatting and farting. Wei Yingying, on the other hand, stared in the direction of the inner hall. Suddenly, the pillar of light exploded through the dome and shot up into the sky. Wei Yingying was startled and hurriedly looked up. Then mused, holy and Arya of the Elven High Priestess. They're going to start killing Titan Pythons? And in fact, if not considering that the Titan Python popped up somewhat suddenly, Lu Xinxin wouldn't be so. Lu Ran has summons to absorb damage. But Lu Xinxin, Yihani, Lei Tai, the three of them don't have that kind of means. In the face of such a sudden trigger boss, the high fighting bigwigs. Instead, it's not as survivable as Lu Ran. Lu Ran summoned the ancient devil statues and spread them out to throw them. Lu Xinxin said to Lu Ran while maintaining the holy and Arya. Lu Ran did as he was told. This would not only help Lu Ran absorb damage by utilizing the ancient demon statue. It also used the ancient demon statue to attract the hatred and attention of the Titan Python, distracting their team from the danger. And just as Lu Ran scattered 30 to 40 ancient demon statues around him, the vibrations in the inner sanctum also suddenly stopped. Behind the statue of Mother Nuwa, 2 bucket-sized lanterns rose abruptly, glowing with red light. But it wasn't a lantern, it was an eye. Titan Python's eyes. Then, the Titan Python's entire body twisted and burrowed out from behind the statue. The snake letters in his mouth kept spitting out, and his icy eyes glowed red as he stared at Lu Ran and the others. It doesn't seem so sudden? Right Eye sighed in relief. Then, with both hands, he slammed his shield together. Take a step forward and slam your hands down. Boom! With a loud bang, the shield embedded itself in the ground as if it were a door panel. A huge energy shield formed in front of his body, protecting the 3 behind him. Lu Xinxin was also slightly relieved. He said, it's good that it's not so sudden, it's making me quite nervous. Lu Ran, do it. Lu Ran looked up. The Titan Python's head is still topped with controllable options. This can be controlled? Just as he was thinking about it, the Titan Python had already begun to attack, and the huge snake's mouth opened up and the purple viscous liquid inside gradually coalesced as if boiling. Lu Ran was startled. Almost without hesitation, a thought went over and directly controlled the Titan Python. The Titan Python's attack also stopped immediately. The original ferocious aura was also reduced by most, and the body became soft and quiet. Behaving herself, she looked at Lu Ran and waited for orders. Lu Ran breathed a sigh of relief. Glanced at the 3 around him, shrugged, and said, there's no way to. This Titan Python is too big, the inner hall range is this big, even if I use my undead touch to control it infinitely, it's still useless. The Titan Python can still attack us. Lu Ran was not afraid, and could infinitely summon the ancient demon statue to carry the damage anyway. However, Yi Hongyi's few people were in a bit of danger. Although it was unknown whether the Titan Python's attack was strong or weak, there was no need to take the risk. What about the poison sac? Yi Hongyi asked as she froze. Though Lu Ran's fears were well-founded. But what about the poison sac of the Titan Python promised to Wei Yingying? Just take it off, right? It won't resist anyway, we just need the poison sacs, or just kill it with your hands. Lu Ran said. He didn't have much affection for Titan Python. Hurriedly controlled. Since it's more or less useful to control it, and if you kill it, you'll get a wave of experience. Let's take the poison sac first. According to common sense, the poison sacs of poisonous snakes are all below the eye sockets. Lu Xinxin said. Then subconsciously looked at Lei Tai.
The latter's sweaty hairs exploded all over his body as he glanced at the Titan Python and said, "Hey, don't look at me. I can't do this." Although Lei Tai was a big man, he had a real innate fear of things like snakes. At this point, Yi Hongyi, who was on the side, spoke, "It's better for me to do it." After saying that, he looked at Lu Ran, and Lu Ran's mind soul, looking at the Titan Python, a thought was sent down. Then the Titan Python prostrated itself in its entirety, rested its head on the ground, and opened its great mouth and not a single movement. It's still true, strictly following Lu Ran's instructions. Yi Hongyi fished out a dagger from her backpack. This was a weapon of the assassin's lineage. Yi Hongyi could not trigger the equipment attributes when he held it in his hand, but can be used as a cutting tool. Then she moved up to the Titan Python's mouth, though knowing full well that this thing was under Lu Ran's absolute control. But it was a weird feeling to watch such a ghastly snake head open its bloody mouth and have half of one's body poking in to cut out the poison sac. The whole process is not that difficult. Although Yi Hongyi's legal profession could not inherit the dagger's attributes, but the cut is still fast. A few minutes later, Yi Hongyi burrowed out of the snake's head, grasping a fist-sized, teardrop-shaped sac in her hand. She took a few deep breaths to calm the eerie feeling she'd just gotten from the snake's mouth and the face only slightly returned to normal. Then share the properties of the sac in your hand. It's still true. Titan Python's poison sac. It belongs to the materials category. It's done. What about this Titan Python? Yi Hongyi looked at the large mouth that had closed end. The Titan Python that was cut with a poison sac and didn't react much. Too big to carry out easily, otherwise it's still a pretty useful attack pet, and it's a shame there's no more poison sacs. Lu Ran said with a shrug. The viper's venom sacs are regenerative. It doesn't matter. It's just that they're not easy to take out of the house. It is indeed too eye-catching. Lu Xinshin also said regretfully. But I didn't expect it. It seemed to have sensed Lu Ran's thoughts. The Titan Python's huge body unexpectedly began to shrink while swimming towards Lu Ran. In no time at all, he climbed up Lu Ran's wrist, shrunk into a circle, and bit his own tail, solidified into something like a black bracelet. Lu Ran's jaw dropped as he watched. You can still play like this? Then in this future fight, wouldn't you be able to throw out a Titan Python with your hand? Chapter 90. Others can't do it, Lu Ran can. Lu Ran brought the bracelet closer. The bracelet formed by the Titanic Python was exquisite, black and glowing with ebony light, as if it were an obsidian bracelet. The head of the snake bit the tail and the whole thing solidified. However, Lu Ran was able to feel the powerful aura of life on the bracelet. With just a thought from him, the Titan Python could directly evolve its body and manipulate it at will. The other three presidents came to heel, looking enviously at Lu Ran's Titanic giant. Listen, even if you're dragging a corpse, drag it to the city gates for me. Falling Leaf saw that numerous soldiers had fallen to the ground. His heart was enraged. Originally there were 100 or so Yasukuni soldiers, now less than half of them were left, still both seriously injured. Mr. Zhang thought for a moment and said, "Stop work for a day tomorrow and say it's a safety inspection. I'll go hire another high-ranking person." After saying that, he hung up the phone. Night Feibai felt that this was fine, as long as Shadow lay quietly by his side. He could even be hurt longer. His footsteps lurched, and he turned around to see Night Feibai holding the child in his arms, coaxing him somewhat helplessly. The Empress instantly understood. No wonder she saw that sister's son wasn't there just now. Feeling that he had sent someone to bring in help, the Emperor was quite surprised at the scene in front of him, and Yuan Jingying fell to his knees and the Empress, on the other hand, stood by and did not listen, and Sister Qin dragged the princess's personal sister. Where is she going? Yes, it must be Golden Pearl. She remembers that Golden Pearl once went to her to ask him to go with Tuoba Su. It proves that Golden Pearl and Topaz are connected. I heard that the executioner was the once brilliant Dr. Li. The area around the guillotine was filled with people who had come to see what was going on, pointing and cursing and sighing superfluously. The men were dressed, much like hers, though slightly differently, But ultimately, there is something divine about it, and at first glance, it's a lineage of practice. She had always been known as the two golden flowers of the Merchant Alliance alongside Lai Ruyu, but in the face of an absolute powerhouse. They were nothing more than red-powdered skeletons, and why would they hang on to them when they could have as many beauties as they wanted without them? But it's the situation that makes it obvious to anyone with a discerning eye that I'm afraid it's going to be hard for Bandito to move his opponent away without damage.
It's not really that you've changed, it's that you've been stimulated in some way by the reveal yourself in your truest form.
Maybe your heart thinks it's unnecessary to cover up, maybe it's unwilling to cover up, maybe it's not worth covering up, in a word you don't want to be covering up.
Zhuang Murong said.
Although Wang Ji was looking at the magazine, he was keeping an eye on the doorway, and when he saw the three of them coming in,
hurriedly and smilingly, he welcomed out and said, "Several people have come, why don't we see Professor Yang?"
Wang Ji said and also probed to look outside. In less than 10 minutes, Ling Yu had already arrived at the Moonclear residence, and she didn't enter through the front door.
Instead, he carried Mo Wuchen on his back and flew in directly from the roof.
Wang Peng, I did the wrong thing with the recording, but it's over, after all.
I hope you can forget about this. Zhong Hongxian stood in Wang Peng's doorway and,
looking at the smile hanging on the face of Wang Peng, who was a head shorter than himself, who was blocking the door, his mouth spoke lightly, but he couldn't help but shiver in his heart. Unlike before, this time, Julzi surprisingly also put up some of her money to take a stake in the company. The final distribution of shares became 51% for Wang Ming, 10% for Lizzie Zhu, and 30% for Sky King Lu. The three signed their respective names to the contract in the presence of their lawyers.
Mother, that was close.
Zhong Feng patted his heart. There was a sudden feeling of having gone through the gates of a ghost. Wang Ji thought for a moment that it was also true that Ace was still a little too young, after all.
And it was a time of great promise in the army, and it did seem a little affecting to have a child at this time, and he envied though.
But for sanity's sake it's still in favor of abortion.
Moeller's apathy is understandable.
As soon as a man has a direction and a purpose in life, the
always pay amazing efforts.
Throughout the ages, examples of beggars becoming great men abound, and the ragged man has the potential to become a king.
Chapter 91. This kid really isn't simple.
Like I said, don't worry about it, but everyone you have here, evacuate.
I'm sorry, said Yi Hongyi. The knot that runs the array to block the entrance is in the tower.
And the tower is at the mouth of the valley. The professionals on duty there, so to speak, had a clear view of the valley.
That's not good.
Lu Rant's hands were seen by them, and a random panty-waist mouth could be directly stabbed out.
No.
The boundaries need to be maintained by someone. Her arm was broken and blood was flowing. It was cut off hard just as she blocked that sword chi. Only one of the undead creatures did not make a move, looking at the announced solo that. There was a hint of intolerance in the undead creature's eyes. But alas, the undead creature did not choose to make a move to stop it.
This was more than a little disappointing to Solo. Hiding from the rain? What are you doing robbing me of my energy?
Her tone, without a hint of change in.
Still cold. Leaving the Azure Peninsula, this was considered to be out of the city limits of Haiyang City.
The national highway wasn't as congested as expected, and the drivers who had turned into zombies basically didn't stay on the road, but wandered around. He took out a jade talisman in his hand, which was given to him by Guan Xingxian when he left. At first, Guan Xingxian told him that when this jade talisman was in trouble in Qingshu Palace, he would pinch it to pieces and someone would come to help dissolve it. Choi Young-shui breathed a sigh of relief that his life, or rather his lifeblood, had finally been saved. Because the water-dirty Thunder Zephyr had collected much of the power that was on the side of Spirit Royal in Qin Mu Zhao. One could only see the two giants summoned by the star compass and would shuttle crushing the thunder in front of them and coming back towards the water-dirty Thunder Zephyr. It only took half a day for the remaining robbery sites to be destroyed by Lu Yi and the others.
At this time, Lu Yi also received a reward from the system. Yes, I can show you out then if you want to. I'm sorry, Lu Yi said. Ding.
One night drift killed Fantasy Rincewind with a Desert Eagle Sky God piercing shot for a double kill. Lin Shi's face violently reddened, like a ripe apple, making people want to take a bite of it.
Incredibly cute.
After about 15 moves against each other, and Faye suddenly stared, and a card instantly burned. It turned into a fire dragon and attached itself to his axe. He had already killed a total of 27 ghosts, and in the realm of cultivation,
a significant improvement is evident. I'll let you off the hook tonight if you go get me 2 autographed pictures of hot guys. After the two of them finished eating and walked to the same place where they saw Yoon Hee before, the fat girl suddenly said to Tae-yun in indignation. These 2 rats chased and fled, and were lost in an instant. Ling Feng wasn't afraid of them getting lost. There was a mental connection between the 2 rats and him,
and as long as they were within 1,000 miles of each other, they could clearly sense each other's presence.
Hello, my name is Harry. The elf boy timidly greeted Shuken and Eve. It's not for the reason that I'm not performing well, it's that I'm breaking company rules.
I'm sorry, Yoonhyun said helplessly. The fragrance of the dan was getting stronger and stronger, and the chirping sound coming from inside the cauldron was getting louder and louder. The entire body of the tripod began to shake violently, and a majestic mighty aura like the sea spread out in all directions. And what Zhao Chen wanted to exchange was haste great essence stones. Since he was now at level 79%, he would be able to level up to level 80, if he just held on a little longer. You'll be able to equip a level 80 set by then. She looked up, and there was no moonlight, no starlight, only an endless, howling wind that.
Like a night on Sunrise Peak. Nido pulled out a recovery elixir and lit up the paragon wear defense gear on his body. Needing the sound of 1,000 armies feels like billions of beings sprouting and thriving and then withering away in the sound of the. Even with the mother algae liquid bubbles and defense gear blocking it, the super violent sound of the energy shockwave still shook Mida to the point of nausea in his chest. This strike by the two men was not at their peak level, though. But a combined strike was enough to kill an ordinary Xianzhao realm on the 9th grade. Chapter 92, This Guy is Invincible. Eyes began to generate white fragments of skeletons in the air. Wei Yingying is no stranger to this. Skeletal storm of the necromancer. But Wei Yingying raised her eyes. It's just too wrong. As far as the eye could see, there were pieces of skeleton as far as the eye could see. A storm of skeletons formed, instantly covering all monsters in range. But that's not all, the storm of skeletons grew denser and denser, almost obscuring the view of the. Yi Feng lay collapsed on the ground, and before he closed his eyes, he looked towards Imperial Concubine Xiao. In his eyes, it is hard to hide all the apologies and remorse. Perhaps he also felt that the behavior of that year is sorry for Imperial Concubine Xiao, right? Why else would you say thank you and I'm sorry in the same sentence? Yet it was during this time that one day, suddenly, the history teacher walked to Yunyao with a serious face and told her to go to the office. Why would his blood be able to cure diseases and poisons like Butterfly Valley's long-lost Shenong soup? The other people who did not follow White Feather's command had a moment's hesitation at this point, Yet it was this momentary hesitation that led to the extreme consequences they would suffer. Prior to this, Lin Lords hadn't dealt with Sui. He naturally didn't know that Sui had a bad reputation in this circle in Yanbei City, and he was even more irritated by Sui's rebuttal at this time. To be honest, people could only recognize a few of them, if not Muxing. Expect more delays. The first round of elimination eliminated more than 600 people, which means that more than 300 people are still left at the moment. And those 300 or so will have a second round of tryouts, and when that second round is over, there will be another 200 or so to be eliminated. One might scoff at the latter, thinking it doesn't really lend itself to much thinking, or perhaps that. I'm not good enough at this yet, but at least experience is the right word. The Green Sable hadn't reacted to the fact that White Feather was going to make a move on him at this point, yet at the moment White Feather made his move, the East Sparrow struck out as well. Neither one of those guys has a great header, though. Or maybe it was the fact that the tangle with each other didn't manage to blast a good ball, and Alessi's header went over the crossbar. Then, with a word, she glanced at Kimishin and inquired with her eyes, "What is this man doing?" Mrs. Wu thought that this would make Mrs. Gao back off. However, she did not expect Mrs. Gao to say something even more shocking. Zhou Nan went out the door of Lan's house, but he suddenly felt that Lan's house was surrounded by silence, and from the outside looking at it was like a dead house, foursquare, circling a cell-like expanse of what would have been an antique wooden house. There were also 2 lanterns hanging in front of the door, and a plaque with the word Lunfu written on one side. It's been raining steadily for the past few days, and it hasn't been a very cold winter. In the blink of an eye the cold swept in and the cold took me by surprise. That is to say, you are indeed dead, but because of the use of the forbidden art of. Let your soul remain in the present world and finally be. Said here, Hong Fu turned her head to look at Ling Fanyu. That's right, Liang Yi gave him a forceful slap on the face when she heard his words. The hit made Black's body stagger 2 steps from the slap. It's that thing again. Blue Zephyr has obviously felt the terrifying aspects of this kind of spatial rift, and they have suffered a lot before. Su Evening then asked if her husband was at home. She had something very important to discuss with him. In particular, today's Ruan Xingjin seemed to be extraordinarily gentle. Normally, young master treats himself. It was completely just very bland.
Like she only dared to think of him as a young master, as her own.
Yarua raised an eyebrow. Also, she didn't have much affection with her grandfather in the first place. They were able to talk because Mo Jiangye was there. He gave her the bracelet because of Mo Jiangye, and he treated her well because of Mo Jiangye. Chapter 93, The way you look at your sister is a bit horny. Rarely encountered a monster burrowing in the dirt, neglected. Although Lu Ran is fine. But it is indeed negligence to have such an accident. She had just told Lu Ran that there was no need to summon the ancient demon statue here. Still, Lu Xinxin proposed Lu Ran to keep this habit in mind. Otherwise, Lu Ran might have been beaten out of both the Yin and Yang realms by now. After all, the ancient devil statue in Lu Ran's precious gourd. Not enough to counteract the damage dealt by the Quetzalcoatl's burst attack. After sending Asako to the car, Zhang Xiaofei turned on the safety device on the car. It's a rudimentary defense barrier that can effectively ward off laser rays. Alright, go back to the headquarters. I don't know, Zhang Xiaofei said. Only to see blood seeping from the corners of the old hunter's mouth, his eyes glazed over, and his chest had been penetrated by an arrow. In an instant, the entire tourist attraction was quiet. Everyone's ears were still reverberating with the domineering words just now. Who exactly was the one who had just shaken back the two old guys, Kido Black Lotus and Kuroda Jun, with a single sword? Comparing his height to the stake, Jiang Yu realized that he had actually grown a bit taller. And as the silver light dispersed, Zhang Zhang's original life elemental baby also appeared. The same purple light flashed and drilled into Zhang Chang's heavenly aura. But she doesn't regret it. At least the kids are by her side, and she can see them all. Won't let anyone bully her. Lord Lu, did you know we were coming and were waiting here? A chamberlain has come from the palace. Not far from the carriage to the Lu family gate, the chamberlain lifted the curtains and saw Lu Ming resting there and jumping. Countless illusory body of the evil soul hovering in the pool of water above. This time, they do not have a chaotic scurrying around, and no long teeth and claws of the random howling, all neatly arranged, layer by layer in a circle. But Master is not that kind of person at all. Master has always been the one who looks out for others. How could it be possible to intentionally harm a fairy under one's seat? This was completely impossible. After saying that, he turned around and walked away in style. Nor did he care about Su Yuxing's meaningful laughter from behind. Suddenly, she remembered that last night, and Jiang seemed to say that there was something going on today and that they had to bring her along. I remember that brother was nice to the original owner, but the original owner's big sister was nice to the original owner too. Doesn't it still suck to move here as a result? Luing also saw the spectacle, and grinned a silent laugh, while at the same time the hand loosened and the huge hammer that had just blasted down dissolved into stars. The Battle of Kings officially begins 3 days from now, and at that time, Lord Fire Heavenly King will personally preside over it. This is the King token for participating in the Battle of Kings, so make sure to keep it in your collection. Without this King token, there is no way to participate in the Battle of Kings. Butler Mu expansively took out a few brilliantly shining, thick and ancient tokens to explain. 3 groups of 3 armed police went the other way to the center of the park. They're going to check out the second group. Roar, the repeated warnings were retorted back by Junling Tian. Firefly Wraith was literally bursting with rage. The following morning, the sunlight outside was blinding, reflecting only a few sparse rays of light in the cell. Yesterday, Xin Zhang asked the head of the wine for a thin shirt, and with a bundle of grass underneath, he lay down on the ground. He slept until noon. Suddenly, bang! 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 The 3 sounds of a wooden stick banging itself on the head. There are priorities. When my Ming dynasty has calmed down the civil strife, recuperated and regained its vitality, my lord will certainly do his best to convince His Majesty to send troops to Japan to solve the Japanese problem. I also ask your lord to be quiet and patient for a little while longer. Don't do anything rash, lest you spoil it. Xiangnang Township is located in the southwestern part of Honli County, only a few dozen miles away from Myanmar. Crossing the Doklam River and traveling another 200 or 300 miles into the armed military zone of northern Burma. It was a former drug manufacturing and trafficking base. Fu Anan was ruthlessly exasperated to the point that the pang in her heart of it instantly turned into a violent rage. Chapter 94. This wave is going to shock the world. Time passes by. Nanako looked at the motionless endless tower global ranking. While his heart was relieved, he was still worried that the necromancer would suddenly attack and make a wave. After all, The necropolis had a bit of suppression, and although he didn't know the exact strength of the necromancer. But the irony is not bad.
The maid at her side looked carefully at Nanashur.
He said, "President, do you want to keep watching? It's been quite a while. And have you ever heard of what hell is? Hell is the French being cops. The English are the cooks, the Germans talk about love, and the Italians come and organize everything." I said.
Ding Ruoshue was still reluctant, but just as his words started, Ding Joshi interrupted him. Since Zhao Evening Night left, she was left alone in the palace, and it had been as long as a year since she had been favored alone.
The harem, however, no one dared to say anything more. Who let Li Yuan Hao favor her? This Mo Ziqing is really a crown prince, doesn't he even piggyback on other people's feelings?
Looking at the shocking redness of the blood on her body, the stains made him unable to look away.
Are those underlings? He looked at the closed door of the room and sighed inwardly. Let's talk over there, ma'am. Wilmy waved the bouncers away. Everyone was surprised. Hardly. Did something else happen last night that the crowd doesn't know about? It's annoying.
That's all, he added, even though Lin Xiaoxi's back was turned to him. She couldn't see his expression, but she could feel the disgust in his tone, and a blur came over her eyes. The few times she tried to speak, she couldn't because she was choked up and she didn't want him to see it. That reluctant smile seemed so gentle, so comfortable to Morina Huan.
That dazzling, that charming.
A light smile crossed the corners of Mo Lingwan's mouth. There was also a different kind of tenderness hidden in the depths of his eyes. His heart tightened. Lu Zerwa turned his head and ran straight back without even thinking about it.
And then got the waiter to come and open the door. I know that's not the main thing you were talking about when you asked me out today, so go ahead.
Xiaoyu didn't state his position right away. He felt that there must be something else that Li Xiaoqin was looking for him today. And Semi was wearing a dance dress embroidered with cherry blossoms. The long skirt and wide-cut sleeves were beautifully embroidered with a blooming cherry blossom. It looks like it should be a ball gown for today's dance. Hanging up the phone, Li Xiaolu reset the cell phone back to the table, and didn't take it seriously. This time, there were enough copies of the audio album to go around, just in case it might be a big seller, and 2,000 copies were invested in advance, with the intention of adding more. But seeing how well the new tracks are doing, it's not like they're going back to the record stores. And at this time on the south bank of the Yellow River, Chaoran-led generals are grasping to reinforce the city defense of Xingyang and Chang'ao. Chao Chang also retreated from his fief, Zhangmo, in time to help. Sun Quan had no time to consider what confidence in that remote place of the 4 counties of Jiangnan would be loyal to Lu Qi at this time, only sensitively noting where they had previously attacked for many years. What about Jiangxia County? He has not been able to receive information that Jiangxia is empty for the time being. Gu Yueying looked at the sea of fire in front of her and instantly remembered her master. It was also the previous sect master of Immortal Zun Town. She clearly remembered that back then, her own master, just because she had broken a little bit of the rules of the On their own, they endured a mountain of fire, Gu Yueying at that time, similar to the current Zhang Xiaobeimer, a cardamom girl.
Nerd, sis, let's go back.
Looking at Lin Yu's silly face, Ouyang Yu was a little amused and, taking Ouyang Qing's hand, he left. Other than the sounds of Xie Changfeng rolling on the ground and wailing and cursing, all other sounds were gone. However, Ming Xian was too bold to just let these 3 corpses lie here.
It reeks of blood. Aren't you afraid of attracting other magical beasts?
Wang Qingwei listened to Nakamura Ichiro's moderating tone, and realized that the other party was also a big official on one side. He himself couldn't go deeper in this matter, so he casually waved his hand, while looking at Ichiro Nakamura with bright eyes.
Chapter 95, Brothers and Sisters. The night was spent at the cottage. Yi Hongyi is right. The meals in the Southland. It was different from all the meals Lu Ran had eaten in Blackfire City. And because it was personally arranged by Wei Ying, the chefs were all of a high grade. Even one meal added 2 points of intelligence, 1 point of stamina, and 3 points of agility to Lu Ran. At the same time, Lu Ran got a bunch of food buffs, too. Although these food buffs only last a few hours. The evil spirit that had just blocked Zi Yun Yuan's shot appeared in front of him. It blocked the punch again with its great strength, while at the same time, behind the purple cloud edge, dozens of evil ghosts appeared, their teeth and claws. Baring his teeth, he lunged towards the purple cloud edge. That's quite a thick skin, and I'm sure it took it well. Atlantis appeared in front of the scaly dragon in an instant. He didn't rely on his aura to hurry up just now.
he relied on the power of his physical body to fight from the beginning to the end of the battle. He was well aware of what kind of consequences it would be to expose his full strength, so he wouldn't do such a foolish thing. When I finished speaking, she got up before I could make my next move. Sitting on the end of the bed, just unbuckled my pants. Dreamsha stretched her back, the bathroom, and stripped off the dusty clothes she was wearing. If Mother Mu hadn't sent her servants to keep an eye on her, it was expected that she would still obediently follow the etiquette and go up the mountain. Mui-chen is not going to get himself into this kind of inconsequential strife. It's certainly much better to have someone to step up to the plate than to do it yourself. It's been a day and a night, and the Devil's Gold hasn't moved a bit, for the Devil's Gold too. As long as it was something in cultivation, no matter how painful it was, he could endure it. But it was just a day and a night without moving. In his previous cultivation, Demon Gold had attempted to meditate for a month within a pile of poisonous insects. Brother Lun, don't tell me, it's quite refreshing right now, it's like a fire has been lit in my stomach. The burning is unbearable. Huang Fei had a bitter look on his face. Cheng Pingping naturally took my elbow, and I guess if this scene was seen by my sister-in-law, she's going to blow up. The mountain bomb was hiding in the bushes against the broadleaf, and watching the scene over here, chanting an Ami Tofu. Geez, no, Reddit said, as if suddenly remembering something else. Picking up his own cell phone and flipping through it. No wonder. I've been feeling like there's something left undone for the past 2 days. The tampon that was in the bag is still lying there quietly. Shizhao watched as the officers and soldiers who went before and after him jumped into the water, because he did not know how to use water. All you can do is sit on the sidelines and do nothing. In the past, she was not free to come and go to any palace in the Great Vietnam, but now she can't even take a look at it. She couldn't help but smile to herself. Jiang Ruoxi this time leaving aside important matters to come early to patrol Phoenix City, not only because he knew that Ming Sting was almost burned to death in the Zhou mansion, but also because he knew of another matter. In the midst of this darkness, a light appeared and Itsuki and Lunera arrived from the Alola region. Gu Hao, Lao Gu, Master Gu, please answer when you hear me. Fang Shanmu picked up his walkie-talkie to call Gu Hao. Patted him on the shoulder, implying that the old man was gone, and that this Li family was his. Just keep it firmly in your hands. Can't just sit back and wait until the joint network has completed its investigation and gathered all the evidence. Take the money and go away. It is for this reason that Joey knows that his days are numbered and he is eager to cash in. She pursed her lips slightly as she watched the blood trickle down the teenager's neck, dripping onto her collarbone, as if a flower had bloomed. Emofan said with a smile, then under the store owner's cannibalistic gaze of fury, started pointing out the people in the room to pick their babies. The prodigal son Shin Jerry wiped his dirty, ugly face, and being a demon of the heart, seeing that words couldn't shake the will of Chin Hurry's original body, he planned to come in hard. Everything is still unknown. Do you think the people there will make their news known so easily? Wasn't the appearance of the dragon star in the vault of heaven, and the appearance of your Yin dragon star foretold long ago? There is nothing prophetic about their appearance for the time being. There was no fluctuation of emotion from Imperial Master Feng as he said to the gaze-filled Yan Longxing. Chapter 96, The First Person of Long Xia. And this moment. Professionals around the world, almost all of them were paying attention to the ranking panel of the Endless Tower. Although he couldn't see the scene of that necromancer big brother impacting the 62nd floor. You can only see the change in rankings. You can only see the change in the number of layers. But this has attracted global professionals as usual. Sure. It also includes Nani, who is still number 1 today. She looked a little tired at the moment. Go go go, hurry up and don't bull here. Luo Zhang heard someone kissing his ass. The tone of his voice seemed upset, but his face clearly showed a smile. P.S. The days of the one shift are coming to an end, so bear with me, please. The age of the explosive shift is coming. And looking at him today, it's clear that he's deliberately looking for a fight, and he's slapping himself up. It is very likely to hit him not to be hit instead. At that moment, he woke up and withdrew his hand, twisting his head to sprint away. I don't know if that's a good sign. But I realized that my life was tilting towards the life side as well. When Sun Xiaoqing was by my side, I was always thinking about success, about being untouchable, But after all the right and wrong, I realized I was slacking off a bit, slacking off on my career. I followed the method Zhao Tozi handed me, and after a while, I then felt as if my body had become lighter and slowly floated in the air. I looked down, and there was another one of me sitting on the bed. Eyes tightly closed and expressionless. He, it's really quite fun. Wang Jilong said as he pulled out his dagger again. A blood stream erupted from Situ Liang's abdomen, accompanied by another miserable scream. May I ask Lu Xiang, in the past, you have developed well enough in R. Why did you come to China to redevelop as a newcomer? Another reporter asked. I could hear a little tremor in her vocal cords, despite the fact that she was suppressing the. Like she just cried. I swallowed a handful of saliva, not because Sun Xiaoqing's cheeks were scarlet. Rather, it was because I suddenly thought of Wang Yingli's mission. If Xiao Wanyu's husband is this man, then if I go and get Xiao Wanyu into bed? Will this man be lit up when he finds out? His Majesty looked at me. With that, I hooked my fingers into the collar of my turtleneck. A purplish-red strangulation mark was revealed to the public. Now it's just a big win in life, a beautiful wife and a beautiful woman in her arms. The sky also dropped a precious lump of meat, that the third grandmother knew the truth, happy face folds are spread quite flat. Before Michelle could react, she was pulled vigorously, and she turned her head to see that. It was Lance's anxious face. As the sound of her calling his name came out, the sound of what sounded like a fight and dropping something came out of the cell phone. Then the phone was hung up. Zhang Mengsheng is calling is turned off. It's two different sensations. Even if it's just a glance. Just by virtue of the contact between him and Lingchen over so many days, he was able to confirm. The freshly stitched spirit mountain barrier opens and closes on its own, admitting the suspended floating top of the figure, surrounded by everything that. Rustling, shaking, the air within the aura of autonomy, since the weaving and winding up, biting gale like whistling, endless surplus winding. Radical, a black robe or colorful red like the sun. Such a fact instantly plunged Xue Chen Xiao's entire heart into a quagmire filled with dead air. At the same time it felt impossible to crawl out. At the same time the aura of gloom, full of negative emotions, slowly permeated from his body. It made the atmosphere of the entire Fenghuan Palace heavy. Yunheo turned her head to see them like this and was really shocked by this action of Gu Shiqing. The idea was brought up by the two of them, but it was Fields who actually operated from behind. Morongwei was stunned, seeing that it was getting late. She wondered if it was time to go and pay her respects to the emperor. A frenzied specter can only occupy one life form at a time, so a single frenzied specter isn't scary, it's the speed at which it reproduces that's scary. Chapter 97, Level 30. It was destined to be an extraordinary day. Long Xiao's mysterious necromancer big brother, suppressing Nanasan, topping the #1 spot, and the global buzz. Sure. Most of the other countries are just watching. Only Sakura, itself a bullet point, is now well on its way to taking a global top 1. As a result, he had not yet warmed up his hoo-hoo, and was ruthlessly slapped in the face by Long Xia. It was not yet Yu King Song who favored him to put him back over the top. He was resurrected and later died. The Fifth Blade Emperor nodded slightly, he was aware of this matter. It was also rumored in the immortal world that it was done by several immortal kings. We turned to look, and a florid old man hunched over wearing an old, whitewashed uniform, and leading a camel behind him, on which hung 2 large sacks. One side of the bag contained some grass, while the other contained something that looked like grain or something. After all, this auction is coming to all peer companies, and this one auction is coming down. You can actually get a lot of information about your peers through auctions as well. Even if it was just a shrine, then the strength of its guards would definitely not be weak. According to their current strength, it was likely that they would be killed in seconds, which meant that they would have to be prepared to wait for death once they were discovered. To be honest, if we really fought, we'd be no match for them, for sure. But I knew for sure we couldn't fight, and I never had any intention of trying to fight them now. Due to the fact that Luo Hao's 3 people were all injured in their fight with Saint Envoy Xuanna. As the giant ship sailed towards the desolate forest monument, several people entered a state of cultivation. Then let's go to the other people who know me in Mafu City. Should also more or less understand my situation in the capital side. I guess this period of time, there will be one after another a lot of people to call me. I stood outside, listening to Zhang Xian's ranting, and while feeling pity for Zhang Xian. Zhang Xian's words also confirmed what I had just thought in my mind. Like he wanted to do something, he purposely didn't give me a chance to get in the car, and he drove off with it. A few more new trainees were called to get in the car. The winds of early fall always carry a bit of parting sorrow, but there's still Shen Linfeng around. I wouldn't be afraid. The Yuan Shi tree didn't dry up and die, as China's ZF said it would. And instead of being resurrected, as everyone expected, he was half dead.
The enemy has invaded?
Feng Hao was startled. Hurriedly, he removed the sensor suit and helmet on his body with 7 hands and feet, then first crouched on the ground to listen carefully to the surrounding movements. And the crops are getting better, mainly because the varieties have been optimized. The seeds are getting stronger every year, the corn cobs are setting bigger, the kernels are fuller, even the varieties of sweet potatoes have become more numerous, with a corresponding greater variety of fertilizers and better breeds of livestock.
The days are really kind of running out.
Carrying a password box in his hand, he himself and Boss Mang walked shoulder to shoulder and still looked like that.
If he didn't even have the code box in his hand, wouldn't he look like a follower walking beside Boss Meng? I really don't know about this. Fang Xiaofeng only knew that LV Yingna was being suppressed by officials.
I didn't realize Lui Yingna was so rigid. Only to hear a bam, Qin Yukai flew more than 2 meters away, before he snapped and fell to the ground. A stream of blood flowed right down Qin Yotsai's forehead.
In fact, even if Qin Tang doesn't go for active speculation, the media will surely dig up the connection as well. Although the treasure hunter mouse is not Chen Yufan summoned, though as the master of the
treasure hunter mouse naturally knows about Chen Yufan. Under such an attack, Chen Yin, by virtue of his super high blood defense, with his undead physique and half which demonized abilities, Jazz didn't care much about any of these ordinary reincarnator attacks. But the holy hands were not as capable as the two of them. Chapter 98 Weakened version of Lu Ran? Lu Ran immediately stopped. Previously, Lu Xinxin had said that the sole purpose of upgrading here, it was to quickly raise Lu Ran to level 30. And now the purpose has been served. But the 3 presidents stood by, somewhat bored while
it was not realized that Lu Ran was already level 30.
Since they were going to let Lu Ran have the experience all to himself, they didn't need to participate anyway, and after entering the group.
Instead, it would take away Lu Ran's experience. Have a close look at Lu Ran.
Fortunately, they eventually escaped, but unfortunately for the other 2 teammates, this included Ironhead's own brother, who was dragged away alive by the dark creatures that came after him, by the legs, right in front of them. A man in a black overcoat followed by an old man that. Slowly, he walked out of the airport. Just as John was about to leave, there was a commotion outside, and by the sounds of
John knew who it was.
You. Kim Sung-woo, who was almost so angry that his teeth were itching for. As soon as he thought about the horrifying strength displayed by the other party, he hardened his throat and swallowed the depressed anger in his heart. He fiercely inhaled a deep breath and coldly hummed.
Twisting her fingers back and forth repeatedly, Luofrost wanted to say something.
But I was worried that the other party would misunderstand or even reject it. I'd been in a state of anxiety for a long time. Her palm, which had been blistered and worn through layers of tender skin for days, grew wet and tingled.
After Zhao Taizhu finished speaking, he glanced indifferently at Ally, and it was obvious that Ally's intention to. It still didn't escape Zhao Taizhu's eyes. Niang Quan cried out young Shimian's name for a while,
pouncing forward to cling to the hooves of Rong Shimian's mount. Seeing this amazing scene, as if there were a thorn in the ass, Song Mingxian twisted his body unnaturally, and in the end, he directly stood up and returned to Lu Qingxuan's side. I'm like a bait, thrown out by the old man, then the 3 chiefs are the sharpest hooks. The more I walk the more uneasy in my heart, although he followed me, but the general public cannot be detected. A line of 7 boars, one of which I slaughtered. That meant there were 6 boars left that must be fighting off the 3 leopards at the moment. Summerlin and Xia Yonghai and the others also froze for a moment and looked at each other. Spinning around, they all smiled and nodded. The man in black glanced at Yishio Jingqi, and with a flash of his figure, he flew into motion. Landing on a branch above Yishio Jingqi's head, he adjusted his breath and looked around, no longer paying attention to Yishio Jingqi. To be able to split into 1,000 with a single thought, and still be able to manipulate 1,000 divine thoughts at the same time with such precision and accuracy. This can already manage all sorts of difficult xiandans. A vice president said in shock, considering that Zhang Kuan was less than 20 years old. He had been too surprised to speak. The old folks are happy to see Jiang Lan become a professional chess player.
But almost everyone wondered how they convinced the teachers and the principal.
Famous remnant snow transformed into a residual shadow, and the blade of ice spirit was incomparably sharp, capable of cutting through everything in general. Gently scratching across the body surface of a dark king-class monster. Then there was a bottomless crack gradually spreading out on his huge body that had already been frozen, and finally turned into white fragments that all disappeared into thin air, with nothing left.
Sister Ring, are you really going to the appointment?
Linda massaged the stiff body of Chi Changying, who was lying on the big bed. Although it didn't have the immersive visual impact that Ji Qing had.
But Wei Qing also saw from a distance that scene of people falling over, rushing up to the sky, and then landing peacefully and neatly on the ground. There is indeed an unrivaled infectious energy. Gu Yanning's thin lips slightly hooked. Yuera was right, this boy.
This maturity beyond his years alone, and a ruthlessness similar to his, was truly worth saving. Therefore, when they saw that even young Master Best and Master Daniel of the world's famous big plutocrat family had traveled thousands of miles to help Xiao Yao, they were all a bit incredulous.
Chapter 99, New Skills and Words.
This statement was made. Yi Hongyi and Lei Tai, and even Lu Ran, all immediately realized the seriousness of the problem.
Yeah. Lu Ran's skill range was now enough to cover more than 100 kilometers. Though the corrosion buff is something that can only be applied to teammates, i.e. friendly units. But just team up and enjoy the buffs.
Especially in the case of a national war, the whole country is divided into formations in the form of groups of armies. Aetafang sneered, and took the initiative to rush over, the dagger blade in his hand flashing with silver light. It was as if it was a hungry beast that seemed to devour the flesh and blood of its enemies. Before the words were out of his mouth, several Templars and Shield Guardians leaned in and mixed in with it was a cursed night. But there was no time for him to think about it, as the Green-Toed Master, under successive defeats. Solely, he catalyzed the power of the sword formation to its strongest. Yang Guang's efforts to implement many initiatives to weaken the family lineage, and was therefore subject to the clampdown of the family lineage. There's no way around it, either. With this in mind, cold desert reflecting winds swept around the room, and each member of the group saw his gaze and all immediately lowered their heads, not daring to look directly at them. Now look at each other, really hate to get each other killed. But now was not the time to sulk, he wanted to know what was going on.
Wei Yuanzhao pondered for a moment with a cloudy expression.
Then he stood up and went to gather those he was going to take with him to break out. Odysseus and Ling Zun quickly ran to Lu Qi, who was lying motionless on the ground.
Has fainted.
It was then that engagements began to change, and the moonlight was not on. All that could be heard was the sound of blowing wind shells on the west gate. The shout suddenly rose, the torches on the gates were in a blaze of confusion, the gates were opened wide, and the drawbridge was let down.
Cao Cao scrambled to shoot his horse into the city first.
Unchanged, and the others disembarked at Surprise Harbor, changed into camouflage, and rolled up to the Adventurers Guild in Surprise Harbor.
Liang Yi and her sister-in-law split the money, put the rest in their pockets, and happily went to cook.
Yi Xinwan's words had just been uttered, and she regretted that tone of voice that.
It seemed as if she was complaining that Su Luo didn't give her money to spend. And Han Mengyi chose pediatrics, which is more specialized in pediatrics.
What comes naturally is going to the pediatrician to help.
Seeing him so offhand, Ji Jingxian was a bit angry, glared at him, turned around and walked away, and
thinking about it was the single most wrong thing she'd ever done in her life. The distance she could move was too short now, and she was even more afraid to dare to expend too much of her powers.
Because there's a baby in the belly.
The songli in his mouth, Shi Qi seems to have heard of it before, it should be the same as Chao Wan, also writing romance.
Friend, offline, glowing light whispers to you, no.
Ah Ji, this is my freshly minted master, vertical and horizontal 7 Xiao.
Lingyan said this guy is not bad, do you want to meet him too?
Yi Xinwan squatted on the ground, cold sweat broke out on her forehead from the pain, and blood ran down her knee,
dropping to the ground. After gaining enough energy, the soul tree and the star lamp began to feed back into the energy transformation again, constantly releasing gurgling soul energy that dispersed into the heavens and earth. The 9 divine dragon guards also became full of life. As a dragon race and a great dragon king, the heavenly flame holy dragon possessed absolute arrogance. However, when facing the 9 devil saint, it was also ashamed of itself. There was fire in the ice and ice in the fire, and the original reddish-red flame had turned greenish-blue at this time. Xiao Wuxie, surrounded by white blazing flames wrapped around him, while a layer of cold ice was wrapped around Jinyu Chiba. It firmly blocked out the Xiao Wuxie flame. One of the 4 pugilistic bodyguards, an unusually tall and lanky bodyguard, took a step across the straight in front of Guan Miaotong and Bing Xia. Ka.
The surrounding ice fog quickly converged and came, and an ice layer instantly formed under his feet, which grew thicker and thicker, and
Its originally athletic body had actually become incomparably heavy. A day later, Yun Fan arrived at the periphery of the inner valley's entrance and looked from afar. The mouth of the valley was in the shape of a gourd mouth, and two tall peaks could be vaguely seen on both sides, with the power of formations hidden above them. Only one entrance was left at the mouth of the valley. Chapter 100. Hit as many layers as you want. Inside the Sakura replica hall, Nanako passed the 63rd floor, but didn't leave. She gazed at the endless tower global ranking panel in fascination, frozen. It was an honor destined for her. The first place she had defended to the death to get it back, she would never allow anyone to take it away from her. It's just a necromancer, less than 53 levels. Even if you can be my equal, so what? You'll still be mine after all. As soon as he picked up the phone, Gong Wang's voice, full of vigor, rang out. The figures of Nan Qin Li's several people also appeared in the light screen. Cousins came up to give Qin Yang a cover, and after covering the Qin Yang passed the ball to Cousins, who then took the ball and impacted the basket. Such a place, such people. Perhaps the greatest crime of all is to be kind-hearted. Irresponsibility to yourself. Wu plays well at the rim, but shoots like crap, especially from the free throws and 1-of-1. It's simply intolerable. After Cousins catches the ball, the probable event will be that he will not impact the basket. Instead, it's a straight-up jumper out of the high post. And I don't know what the point of having all these pets in the house is, really. Obviously the size of each one is bigger than JoJo, but when it comes to something, they love to hide behind JoJo. I don't know what the hell is hiding. With only a handful of men behind them, the army obviously wouldn't follow them into the city. And naturally, Estes would not release her powerful aura in the face of the people of Mordor. That's why they were still willing to accept the two of them, even if they looked suspicious as hell. Just to avoid the possible passing of innocent strangers. No matter how many times I watch it, the transformation is still chilling. It's not because Chicken Man is so intimidating, it's just that it's such an odd conversion that the contrast is downright stark. Then, the Heavenly Dragon Emperor took out a copper mirror with his hand and placed it in the air. This round copper mirror that, with a diameter of 10 feet, it floated above the heads of the three men, and a cylindrical light shot out from the face of it enveloped the trio. Since there's no blood relationship, it's only natural that there's that possibility. Chi Qingru changed because of Ouyang Haitian, which was reasonable. Suddenly, the sword python split in the air and transformed into 4 black swords, 3 of which were entangled with the Killing Immortal's 3 swords. The other, however, came straight towards the back of Falling Sun's heart. On one side there is the threat to life. On the other side there's the reward of something good. It doesn't really take much to say that. The 3 celestial immortals all knew what was going on, before and after, choosing that one, then the former was definitely better. But at this point, Yang Lin no longer had the chance to react. The sandbeast had already rushed to Yang Lin's face, and with a flick of its slender tail behind it, it stabbed straight at Yang Lin's face with a swish sound. Night Hire couldn't help but tighten her eyebrows as she recovered from her frozen state of. Her mood became depressed and heavy. She could see the damage the Demon Lord had done to someone in A. Once again, she had put him in danger, and this time, even she had trouble getting out of it herself. Suuxin sneered, was this to put a high hat on his head? The hope of the universe? Waiting for the Great War to come, these proponents are in and behind the wait and see, so that Suyu into the mainstay of the stream, and then die without retreating? 9527 sees and hears and understands, and by nature it likes a quiet and uneventful life. That's why it didn't want to get into any troublesome things, which is why it told Ironhide all about One-Size injection of the virus, letting Ironhide know that save it from a less than stellar future. If any of them were to face this kind of attack, they would definitely be seriously injured, not like Yang Lin is now. Why don't you remember, the more talented he is, the better he is. The old lady likes him, and releases him. Your own stress disappears. The origin of the so-called Imperial Association Army is that the Japanese copied the late Ming Dynasty's Guijin Shun Army and made it this way. With these words, Posey slowly turned and faced the direction of the Temple of Poseidon, a moment that. She looked as if she had aged a few moments, and paused for a moment, before she took a step up the steps of Mount Neptune, without leaping that. It was that one step upwards. The Poseidon's 7 holy pillars guardian Doluwas followed closely behind. Chapter 101, Suppression of the Global List 1. Okay. Lu Ran answered. One last look at the global rankings for Endless Tower. This wave, take it. Take it by a landslide. Let the other countries can't surpass it for 3 years. In the next second, Lu Ran's figure disappeared into the Endless Tower's teleportation array. After the reappearance, Lu Ran met the Dark Elf race that was somewhat similar to the Storm Naga of the previous tier. The Dark Elves, to be exact. I saw that its fur was snow white, frosty, and supple, and a fine icy blue pattern is hidden beneath the thick fuzz. Very well. Since that's the case, I'll behead you and bring your corpse back to the Nine Spectres' Saint King. I'm sorry, said the black-horned and armored Hell's underworld general. Tonight, Lucifer, in his usual rhythm of action, came down from the top of the Cardinal's Tower. When he comes to Red Moon's room, he pulls out Yulei, who is going crazy, and tells him to go and do his nightly guard duty. She knelt and cried for a long time, saying something, brokenly. But in the end called him also followed the difficult, he looked at her eyes red, pale, only again and again heartache and helpless, After a long hesitation Fong took hold of her shoulders and helped her up. Zhao Ziqin didn't like to cause trouble, but he definitely wasn't afraid of it. What's more, he was in the midst of extreme depression in recent days because of the love compulsion, when he encountered a youth who came looking for trouble. Certainly not with a pleasant face to him. The whole lunge set up in the psychic tower was the original 9th level of the cell. Instead, it was now 30 meters above the ground in mid-air. Last night she got a little sleepy after watching a TV show for a while, so she went to bed first and I don't know if Shinhanshi came back last night. She looked at the seat beside her, it was empty. She raised her hand and touched it, it was cold. I don't know if he didn't come back last night or if he's already up and gone to the office. Song Song and the old man's feelings were so deep, sad for a day or 2 days, even if it had been a week and she still looked preoccupied. The uneasy feeling was growing inside him that there was always the feeling that her perverse reaction would bring out something he didn't want to see. In the camp of the Great Desolate World, a young man in white robes was riding a white crane, suspended in the air. A large hand grabbed towards the void to intercept this nebulous skybreaker. The heavenly devil crown prince didn't pay too much attention to Yin Tianqi. Perhaps he simply did not expect the Xin realm griffin to also dare to sneak attack him, and was actually hit. The dragon bone feather was even harder than the innate gung gene, and actually landed a gaping hole. On this side of the audience, everyone is breathing hard and not blinking. Especially the people on Sunan's side, each of their faces were pale, their hands and feet were cold, and they didn't dare to move a muscle. When Zhou Jin was about to cross the Divine King Tribulation to sweep all 4 of Ling Hu Yuan's Divine Monarch henchmen into it. Ling Hu Yuan again already knew, in the beginning Ling Hu Yuan was still very disdainful of Zhou Jin's behavior like this. After all 4 of his men were Divine Monarchs, and Zhou Jin was only crossing the Divine King Tribulation, not the Divine Emperor Tribulation. Chen Shu spoke. Nominally Jun Xinglan was Li Su's concubine aunt, and in terms of years of age, she was also 7 years older than Li Su, plus Li Su's birth mother, Empress Gu, abhorred her hobbies. So after Jun Chenglan confessed to Qing Beauty that he was in love with King Duan, everyone found it unbelievable. After transforming all this special energy in the body into his own energy, Zhou Jin realized that his soul power had actually increased by a trace. Knowing how pure Zhou Jin's soul power was, being able to increase by a trace. That is to say that the soul power contained in this special energy is very considerable. In the cauldron, a bubble burst, and with it, the figure of a bloody bull rose up from the sky, powerful and extraordinary. Hissing towards the firmament, a barren and furious aura came from above his strong body, which did not dissipate after many years. Overwhelming. Dongfang Yu subconsciously touched her face, and upon seeing the greasy dirt on her hands, screamed again. Chapter 102 Strong Suppression. 12 minutes later. Endless Tower Global Rankings. The Necromancer is still number 1 as well, but the panel still refreshes once. This was because the number of pass levels for the Necromancer had become 65. And at this point in time, Nanako, still with a record of 63 floors, it's being painstakingly attempted inside the 64th floor. That's already a 2-tiered difference. This has also caught the attention of all professionals globally. In the entire Heavenly Saint Academy, I'm afraid that only this underworld Saint Master would dare to treat the Dean with this attitude. Although the assassin's manpower is large, Xiao Chui may not have fewer people on hand, so at the most, they will wait until dawn. And they're completely safe. Have you seen enough? From the time you came in until now, you actually didn't blink an eye. A teasing voice pulled me back to my senses. He's a disciple of Exodus, not a ghost or an immortal, yet he has an aura different from ordinary people. The faceless man will definitely like it. Yang Hao explained.
When Xiao Ruo looked up again, her face was no longer streaked with tears, but the hidden tears under her eyes that. It still made Chang Lanqing's heart sink.
It's okay, we just need to do our best. Even if it won't work.
I guarantee that this credit from the professor will not be in vain.
Zhang Kara was indirectly giving him a promise, promising to definitely give him favors now.
And it wasn't until then that he realized that Uni was dead.
It's become a sun-dried herb. What happened?
After a moment of silence inside the room, Courtiside suddenly opened his mouth to ask. Hearing Lei Liang agree, Tang Song was also relieved.
If he didn't agree, Tang Song would only have a headache. Let go. I yelled at him in no uncertain terms, sweeping behind me out of the corner of my eye and. The mood is just extremely bad.
Seeing that he spoke with sincerity, Ning Jiu'er knew that he was sincere in wanting to be with himself. Only then did he joyfully say, Brother Shangguan, as long as I can follow you around, I'm satisfied, I believe in you, don't talk nonsense again. She leaned her head over and pressed it tightly against Shangguan Yun's chest.
Xin Zhu and Zhang Liu, you had a nice dinner. Oda-sama also knows about their bumpy and legendary past. I don't have any money.
Hidden tears were welling up in her eyes.
It looks pathetic.
How could Xiao Jian be polite, as he grabbed Shangguan Yun and angrily shouted, You devil!
How dare you find Iron Sword Villa, are you tired of living?
The four brothers, Xiao Plin, Xiao Di, Xiao Yu, and Xiao Mo, also went out the door.
Several people surrounded Shangguan Yun.
Ba Shanshi did not let the enemy to slow down a breath, both feet stomped and jumped up high. The person grabbed at Zhang Tiandu again in midair. The Heavenly Dragon Monastery Master directly fell to his knees, his eyes were devoid of spirit, and he directly fell to the ground. There was almost nothing but broken flesh and white bones on his body. Li Zhichen's face changed, his body rushed upwards and stabbed his sword into the void.
I feel like we're marching into a hole now, and we can only move forward passively. There was no way to avoid it. The loud noise up ahead should be the collision or crushing of two large objects that. It's a good thing that the gravity of the black hole is so great that the gravity generated by the two major objects is not enough to suck in the ship. Su Xiaojia said. Professor, everything's fine on the inside, but it's all red on the outside. It seems to have fallen into a sea of red. We're also contacting Su Jiawei, but there's no response. Lin Shanshan said. Mo Zishan stood back up, straightened his school uniform, and finally glanced at her again with a heavy gaze. I'll take the one with the eyes that shoot light, he almost killed me if it wasn't for the flying shield. And it almost destroyed my beloved flying shield. Very Cold looked at the expressionless boss with hatred. Su Sheng's maniacal laughter echoed throughout the world and gradually diminished, seemingly moving away from here. Moria suddenly pointed behind Shur with a look of amusement, and as soon as she turned her head back. It was then that Delia was found to be white and limp, as if she would collapse at any moment. INF. Chapter 103, World's Number 1. At this moment, Nanako was in a state of stupor. That necromancer was over half an hour past the 3rd floor. Now it's past the 66th floor. She had originally wanted to try the 65th floor, but right now, she suddenly lost her heart. The difference is really too great. Her opponent passing 3 layers in a row in a short period of time was a different concept from passing 64 layers at her limit. And Nanako's 4 pieces of equipment are damaged. Shin Zhaozhao was a little anxious, but forced by Muichen's force only obediently sat in his seat. When you turn around and go back, there's no one anywhere. She had no heart and was mentally exhausted, the stress of the past few days had been too much. In less than 30 breaths of time, the aura of heaven and earth within the entire abandoned heaven mystery territory all surged madly towards Fong Wang. The huge mountain beneath him trembled, and a chunk of rock crumbled down, and the earth shook likewise. A crack in the ground even appeared at the foot of the mountain. It's just that another player has tried to kill him 3 times, and the mole keeps stirring up trouble. He still couldn't resist hitting back. Just as he came down the steps, he suddenly saw a figure standing on the surface of the lake. It was the demonic man, a black coat fluttering with the lake wind, his long hair likewise, and even though it was broad daylight, it also looks creepy and scary. Gu Yifan couldn't help but roll his eyes at a few people. Then get ready to scroll down to read about Su Qinghe. Shenwei He also has a certain understanding of Jian Liang'ang, knowing that he is not someone who will take pity on his opponents. That's why when Yellow Hair called and asked him if he had a spot, Wait for someone to come before pretending that someone has taken the seat.
The two of them ate and drank until nightfall, living slowly and without haste. It was very relaxing. Shin Yen gripped the key firmly against Shin Boyan's gaze. Even if the King of Heaven comes today, this key won't be handed over. I struggled, a whimper escaping my lips, and in a short time there was a sound of footsteps that
coming toward us from a distance.
Even if she managed to escape when the underworld night palace massacred the valley,
it would have been blown to smithereens a few days ago, too.
A military general like him who has fought thieves and bandits and gone to war, whose family is in the middle of the road. Those who also feel the emperor's favor are the best to use, or at least loyal.
But I'm also the one who spends time with him every day now.
She made it a point to say the words toward the end of the day. I was tense in my mind, but I couldn't struggle, I could only stare and, eyes wide open, I watched as he used the dagger, on my wrist, to make a cut. Looking again in the direction of the bed in the southeast corner, the bedspread had been hooked up, and no figure was seen inside.
In contrast to the bland tone of the electronic.
Guo Chuyi, who wanted to see Mou make a fool of himself, was the one who covered her mouth with both hands, her face full of unbelief. These beliefs come from the player's sporadic upgrades along the way, as well as the contributions of those 3 players who had shared the Vermilion Bird experience after arriving at the village of Crystal Seals. This fat man kept going back and forth among the stragglers, and seemed to be saying something that.
But most of the stragglers shook their heads helplessly. As soon as he saw Wei Qingsu, Zhu Magpie excitedly greeted him. For some reason.
Seeing this fawning look on her face, a touch of strangeness welled up in the bottom of Wei Changsu's heart. Sergeant Hayes had the best of intentions in inducing Captain Duranba to think in the direction of a one-man raid. There will then be a chance to free the hostages. Shin Xinyu was very satisfied with this place, with the people here, and couldn't pick a single fault at all.
Look around to see if there's a place to rest nearby. Suiza did not look away. Stare at the road ahead. Tiger Pingtao practiced all day in the narcotics brigade. He could now accurately tell the difference between most common substances, making further judgments about objects he grasped and touched through his sense of touch. All right.
Jinhua clamped a large mouthful of noodles and stuffed it into his mouth.
Without a moment's effort, finish the noodles. INF. Chapter 104, If Only Lu Ran Was Here. The forest of 10,000 corpses was once the territory of the corpse-catching sect. It's a mass grave. It's not very big. However, after global data mining, as the global area multiplies, the area here has also been expanded. Countless walkers roamed among them, and large numbers of them slept beneath the earth. Even for corpse catchers, very few of them want to come here. They keep their corpses on the fringes. Careful. Yi Hongyi opened her mouth. At present. Although Su Meilin was asking Zhang Yang, she remained flat on her back, and Zhang Yang hesitated for a while. Still, he went up to the bed and started massaging Su Meilin. Until now, this time of solitude. It was only then that he seemed to have reverted back to the time when he had been the country doctor in the village of Luhua. The Northern Wing royal family guards brought by Beitanghe and Beitanghe surrounded the disciples in the entire compound. Before Sugishi finished her latter words, Knight Yuyo had already guessed what Sugishi wanted to say. From the symptoms, it shouldn't be. Sister-in-law, give me your hand and I'll take a closer pulse. Zhang Yang sensed that the problem was somewhat serious and decided to secretly use his divine power to check and see. Big Mom. How can you talk like that? Wu Yuhan was very angry. Big Mom doesn't give her any face at all. In fact, by themselves, they were able to resist these chills. After all, these ancient chills that does not care about the realm of cultivation of the high and low, to everyone's feelings, are the same. The Japanese spy Kokoho, with himself in deep trouble and running around. And not forgetting to spy on intelligence. What kind of spirit is that? I'm going to the county town tomorrow to collect grain. Shin Mingtang had a piece of his mind cleared. Focused on the one thing, the flooding. The Holy Mother of the Golden Pond, who had unlocked the taboo and gained mana from a new source, did not strike out at Yin dance. Instead, tears flowed out. Yin Dai froze, not expecting the Holy Mother of the Golden Pond to drip tears. This was completely inconsistent with the image of the cold and unfeeling Golden Pond Madonna in Yin Dance's mind. The Buddha said, if I don't go to hell, who will go to hell? Empty is color, and color is empty. What's that? Oh, no matter, oh Yang, I'll go with you, damn it. I don't believe that dude can't conquer such an extreme challenge.
Seven Kill took 2 steps forward, puffed out his chest, and rushed Ouyang Jia at his side. But King Qing killed 9 top executives of the Elixir Company. This is already a mortal sin. It was also rumored in the War Department during that time. Why not Su Xian? Lan Shan's love for Su Xian was far greater than Lu Yinmeng's. There is no word for the heart to be unknown. That senior, your magic power is high, so you shouldn't be bothered with me, right? I'm sorry, Yen Dan said, smiling at the man. After Ouyang Jia showed up, he directly approached the white-robed priest Da. This guy was extremely reluctant to be partnered with Optimus Prime, and after seeing that 7 Kill was resisting Dolph, he rushed up without the slightest hesitation. I, King Chidong, swear to the heavens that if the Red Cauldron is a plot of mine, I shall not be allowed to die. My whole family shall not die. In the years that followed, the wetlands would begin an era of true chaos. One after the other, there will be a lot of Jedi deaths. Grandpa, I was going to the next village to play, and this big brother was giving me a ride back. I'm sorry, Chia said, hugging her grandfather's leg. With the killer Heavenly Sea Magic Sound Quartet in hand, one might not have to worry so much about the... But Xiao Yunxian always felt that things were not that simple. There was a dead silence in the Norlander Square, but the murderous aura emanating from it was getting more and more intense. The ones that Raymond had brought were all men of 100 battles and had participated in more than one-dimensional war. Facing these natives of the lower realms, they simply don't need to yell to boost morale and intimidate their opponents. After reporting the box number, the manager led her to the door of a high-class and luxurious VIP box. In fact, the existence of ice-cold water was only discovered after the people from the inviting Moon Palace had explored it many times. Before the invitation to the Moon Palace, even if someone came in, they wouldn't be able to go deeper, or if they did, they wouldn't be able to leave because of their cultivation. Chapter 105. I really want to fly. The thought just popped up. When he looked up, he saw a woman dragging a young man flying in from outside the forest of 10,000 corpses. Both had light wings on their backs. The guy didn't recognize it, but the woman, she was Lu Xinxin. It's really Mirror Flower Water Moon's Lu Xinxin. The 3 assembly presidents are all here. Why? Yellow Hair is all confused. Could it be that they had sensed their movements to secretly infiltrate Long Xia? But it's not right. As if. That magical Oriental fairy magic? Catherine, am I really dreaming? I'm sorry, Edward exclaimed with an open hand. I don't know what Sishan and Pan Shi have set up on Yingshan. The battle on the mountain had just yielded results when Xia and the Miao barbarian army had already begun to withdraw, not even taking the chain mist bottles with them. When that Taoist nun saw Xian Yuan in this state, she could not help but feel compassion. When she saw her right hand stretched out, seems to help Xin Yuan wait Pong head. Only a dragon's roar could be heard shaking the 9 heavens, and a silver dragon rushed out from the gun, knocking Fielder backwards to hundreds of meters away. The pursuers were approaching, and he ran furiously, hating at this time that his legs were too few and too short for him. Couldn't shake off the pursuit of the 6 clans. Boom! With a soft thud, the tip of Wind and Thunder Unity drilled through the first purple shield. A hole is left behind without the shield breaking. Finding his seat and sitting down, he closed his eyes and prepared to sleep after a night of drinking. The elder Lord Taishang said, scrambling to go untie Tianlong and the others. The Golden Horn and Silver Horn immortal boys knew they had stirred up a big mess and rushed over to help as well. There is, and it's big. The former suggests that he was predicting that something was going to happen that. And then responded the latter is an indication that he predicted something was going to happen. But it can only go on as he predicted, it can't be changed. Zixin explained. After Deshan fell ill, his attendants rushed to get him medical help. Perhaps it was because of the water and the soil. It was also possible that Deshan had suffered a great loss of energy when he got rid of the evil dragon, and after a period of time, Deshan's condition did not get any better. The old monk lowered his head, seemingly asleep, and only slowly raised his head after hearing the abbot exit. His face was hidden in the dim light. Special forces are not conventional forces. They often perform difficult tasks such as going behind enemy lines to conduct decapitation operations to disrupt enemy communications, and the chances of fighting the enemy at close range are much higher than with conventional forces. Come into the parlor. Luoli saw at a glance a bearded man sitting on the sofa with his legs crossed, obviously in a long-awaited manner. All of the Lu family went to town to sell vegetables, except for the small amount taken by Lu Mu and Lu Meyer not counting. There were about the same number of pills, and the most successful sellers were Lu Ping and his group. At noon, Sophie Marceau had just finished an interview with a fashion weekly was ringing on her cell phone. Lu Zihao, right? Li Xiaoting finally shifted his gaze to the icy to the core Lu Zihao. Good. Inwardly Lin Wan couldn't wait for him to send her upstairs. Can't wait to be with him every day. Moreover, he demanded that the supplier must be able to deliver the production line within a week. For this he paid in full for the production line, totaling $1.78 million. Some people looked grave, judging by the talent that Peter Su Ling had displayed. It would definitely be a huge threat to their fight for the throne. When Sun Yen heard Sun Feifei's unkind tone, he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow even though he didn't say anything. After all, one is the offering of Marquis Lu Yun of the Fruit Liege of Xiangzhou, and the other is the offering of Lu Jin of the Qiwan Heavenly King. The difference in power is vast, and the distance is even greater. Even with Yuan Jin's ability, he didn't expect Ling Tiandi to suddenly strike, and the moment he did so, it was a killing move. When he reacted, 2 lightning bolts had already landed on him. The Violet Thunder Monarch raised his voice to the sky. Leaning down, he wrote 9 words on the stone slab. The Violet Thunder Monarch realized the way of fire here. Regardless of what these monks end up accomplishing, none of them were what those ordinary cultivators could hope for. Chapter 106, Do the monsters here still recognize people? Instantly, the group panicked. Don't go down, everyone hold steady. The yellow hair leading the group shouted. The others were constantly pushed outward by the wall of earth flowing through the wall. Anxiously, he looked around for a place to land and a place to hide. But it was nowhere to be found. The hill is so big, it's like a pillar stuck in the middle of a forest of 10,000 corpses. Where can I hide? Don't panic, stay steady, don't jump yourself, Earth Knight's Earthflow Walvan. Exempt from your surname, Tian. Tian Yi said, faintly. Zhenghu polite words. Tian Yi is too lazy to say too much detail. Yi Tian planned to stay here temporarily for one night and leave the place tomorrow. Go to those places to the south of the Spirit Dragon clan that originally belonged to the Divine Dragon clan, and move the clansmen here back. The Earth Dragon clan had already returned those places to them privately. The purpose of his visit was also to bring this matter to completion. Mo was happy to see Tano let go of the only yogurt he had on hand. Unscrew the lid and sip enjoyably. That's why at this time he needed to seize the time to enhance his strength, otherwise he hadn't gone back to Earth that. Maybe it's hard to say if it's already dead somewhere on this living planet. Standing a few dozen centimeters taller than the werewolf next to him, his physique appeared to be even stronger. Other than that, all the sharp claws and teeth were gone, and there were only nails less than 2 or 3 centimeters in front of the fingers. With only a short set of sharp teeth peeking out of his lips and much thinner fur, he looked more like a human than an alpha wolf. Xiao Lao tasted a mouthful. Indeed, it was almost the best porridge he had ever eaten in his life. But who knows? I'm only 60 years old myself, and I'll have plenty of time for good food later. Everyone in this tent is silent. Only the wood crackled among the campfires on either side. Isn't it afraid of burning itself? After seeing this scene, Song Jing shouted again, not at all having the demeanor of an inner chamber disciple of the heart-stirring stage. Instead, he looked like a country bumpkin who had never seen a trial before. River's brain began to analyze everything that had happened from the time the two walked into the hospital room until now. This was an easy task for River. That sword-making teenager gave Mu Wu a hateful look, and then looked at the broken sword in his hand. Shaking his head in frustration, he let out a dark sigh and left the place. Only those who are overly self-seeking, who are inwardly accustomed to placing themselves at the center of the world, It's what makes me particularly fond of the new indifferent. You're still smart if you see it, you can't see how good I am, that's you spilling the beans. The great tonic pill is nothing, I still have a few of better color in my hand. However, it was also taken by chance, it's really rare. Yi Bufei said. On one side, Yi Yun was looking at the contract carefully, meticulously, not intending to let go of a single loophole. She watched attentively, scarcely disturbed in her attraction by the contents of this side of the conversation. Within the Hu family, all Dingyi can do to support Hu Wei is to support Hu Wei in Xindai Electric. Although Dingyi had a lot of cooperation with Cinda Real Estate through Hongda, he had no say within Cinda Real Estate. Xian Shue's words made Lin Junyi's heart startled, and he hurriedly followed Xian Shue's front to look. But there was nothing in front of him, and Lin Junyi was wondering when suddenly a man's voice came from inside. These spells kept spreading and invading the surroundings as well.
It also feeds back a lot of information and power to the evil coming. Feeling an uncontrollable torrent inside me, but I couldn't show any sign of it with my mouth. Let Cho Yunshu slightly bite his lips, but the voice is always a stream of repressed charm, slightly shaking. What do you mean? I don't have a heart? I'll let you talk nonsense again. Miao Yunwan refused to comply. Jumped over and tried to twist his ear. Saying that, Dingy couldn't help but sigh. This is the year of the running of the horses, and without the horses, How many steps can that take and how big is the circle? Chapter 107, is this still a human being? Lu Ran wandered around like an emperor. The walkers that could be seen were all instantly controlled by Lu Ran's skeleton throne word. Next, Lu Ran maneuvered the walkers and first set fire to the Eagle Sauce's professionals, killing them one by one. Same time. Eagle Sauce. Congress. In the large conference room, Neil is communicating with the Congress about the recent onslaught of Nenizen and the necromancers on the Tower of Infinity. I didn't realize. Zhou Ping went to the faculty office to sue you, saying that you hooked up with outsiders and bullied your classmates? Ms. Zhang said. Although she was in absolute disbelief that Zhou Ping was full of injuries, after all, it was not false that her mother came running to the school and the high and mighty arrogantly wanted to find Tanyu Akatsuki to argue and to meet Tanyu Akatsuki's parents. Despicable. Cursing as he was cut by Suja's electric knife, the rat hastily reversed his body and dodged the electric knife. As the rat steadied himself, he realized that a layer of cold sweat had broken out on his forehead. When Wu Gang heard her words, he frowned slightly, his dark pupils resembling the stars in the sky. Clear and bright. The person you're going to work with isn't me anyway. Ma Xingyao smiled and looked at Tanyu Akatsuki. Just then, a board meeting was to be held in the company, and for this meeting, Li Haonan had to attend. But Wei Yan's divine sense carefully searched the interior of this great hall for a while. However, he did not find any half-trace of that Xianbone old ancestor, which could not help but make his heart palpitate a little. Lu Hao's clothes were all made by Bulma using special materials and technology. Even if you enter the sea inside will not affect the activities but very close and comfortable, because of LJ Hao also do not need to take off their clothes directly from the jet inside to jump down on the line. You take it, I don't like antiques, I like fresh stuff that. I'll probably like antiques when I'm older, but for now, I'm still into all kinds of new stuff. I'm sorry, Tanya laughed. Above the backstage, the old man who brought Lu Fei Yang to the He was talking to that unlucky old Lu constantly, and it was obvious that it was basically all about Lu Fian. The building seemed momentarily quiet again, when the men had left through the windows of the All was silent, and Shi Yulong seemed to hear his heart pounding. Lon, it's not as bad as Mom's, you know. Mom loves me so there's an element of heartache in there. Aren't all moms like that? I'm okay. Actually, as long as there are no contractions or pain after the anesthetic, everything is okay. After organizing the pieces, Yeluchi left, leaving Feng Hua sitting alone at the table, And I don't know what to think anymore. Finish actually stretched out his hands to her, that look was completely like picking up a lost child. Feng Hua saw it in her eyes and inexplicable heartache. Yelizi, sorry, think your good intentions I have to fail this time, she passed, Either way, she didn't want to follow it back. Although Liang Zhonglin has started to learn how to draw, but, occasionally, his hand itches. Still takes a few landscape shots, except that there are no longer any people in his photos. It seems serious, how did you get it? Inquiring, as if offhandedly. Wilmy whispered as he looked her in the eye. Steward Wilmy wiped the sweat from his forehead, and even at night he, too, was kept in the best state of decorum, and could not be faulted for his attire, his hair, or his demeanor. But at this point, he was still sweating a week back sweat. Flying Snow Rouge had only experienced a battle with the Ghost King before, and there was a loss and depletion of her internal elements. It's just the right time to drink this 100 flowers brewing honey wine to replenish your chi and nourish your energy. The long green dragon looks like a real ancient divine dragon, and wherever it passes, the astral wind that Mei Ruoshua had wielded then shattered apart inch by inch, instantly transforming into countless pieces of powder. Feng Hua commanded happily, and those present responded by rushing to get busy and for a while the house turned lively. Chapter 108. How can a holy weapon be so easy to get? Wei Yingying believed. On Lu Ran, there were still secrets she didn't know. Still, she didn't ask.
By now, she had fully understood Lu Ran's significance to Long Xia. That's why Yi Hongyi, Lei Tai, Lu Xinxin. The reason why the three assembly presidents took Lu Ran to upgrade together.
And
now, it seems that the time Yu Kang Sung shut down the cross-country transmission.
Just in time for new students to awaken as professionals. These. Can I choose not to eat? Hey, you're not really going to feed me these, are you? Resentful, but unable to match Cedric's strength attributes as a fishman, much. It could only be pulled hard by Cedric. Reggie, you're my idol, you were so awesome back there.
Meng Su, who came all the way from the backcourt, was the first to sprint to Reggie Miller's side after he finished his dunk and a high-five celebration with Reggie Miller while complimenting Reggie Miller on that dunk he just made.
Should I go out and fight, or should I just be honest and lethargic?
This made the head of Li Chunfeng, who had some difficulty in choosing, grow a little big. Mu Wantong spoke softly, recalling the images of her previous time with Beichen. She felt incredibly cozy, and if he could choose again, he would still make the same decision. But what he didn't expect was that once this order was given, the summoned beast immediately lost control of itself. Turning into a black shadow, it directly rushed at Wu Hao's chest, and the sharp black claws that it directly swung towards Wu Hao's neck. Zhou Yuan injected that poor guy with the red RNA stop command. Then he broke the link with Hope. On the way, Yun felt that the name Yang Shichi he seemed to have seen somewhere like that. But I can't remember where I've seen it, and I've forgotten whether I've seen it in this world or in a previous one. Being a mother-in-law and being afraid of this and that.
I think you're worse than a fishman?
I don't know, Linda sneered at Gareth. The ministers of the court did not speak, and there was a scarce peace in the great hall, to which Beichen was in no hurry. Sitting on a side seat, sipping the tea in his hand, he just calmly looked at King Zhao. However, seeing Cheng Feng showing another look of panic, he even lowered his head and also raised his right hand to cover the spot on his temple. As I hesitated, the knocking had suddenly stopped. I hurriedly looked out the cat's eye again and realized that the person had disappeared. We then literally heard a rumble of thunder, and shifted position to move everything directly inside, next to the coffin. In the next second, Leng Qiufeng reached a meter in front of him and a knife slashed at his neck, and Su Ping hurriedly released flames that coalesced on his arm, directly blocking the knife. After a few minutes of Su Bai briefly describing the matter, Morong Qiaoning and Yu Rinqing, the one with a happy face, the other with a black face.
But the stage is silent.
This was because just now, Chen Knight had directly blasted a huge crater in the center of the ring with his alone. The corners of Yu Rinqing's mouth rose slightly. It was enjoyable to close her eyes and listen to this yet another song that belonged to her. I fished out a paper towel from my body and raised my hand while wiping the sweat for Father Wang, while looking closely into his eyes. At first, he thought it was because he was stronger than Uchiha Spot himself, but now he thought that perhaps it was simply just because the divine tree was also judged to be a part of his body, so his Dao-seeking jade could move at will within the area covered by the divine tree. The thoughts in Song Hao's head were tumbling fiercely, but there wasn't the slightest clue, father. He was only 5 years old when his father's accident happened, and he didn't know a thing about it because of what happened. Even after more than 10 years had passed, Song Hao could no longer remember his father's appearance.
All that remains in memory is a magnificent figure. INF. Chapter 109 Naughty Ki Orochi. Lu Ran of Long Xia was merrily brushing monsters and upgrading. Sakura's Nanoha, however, did not return to Aikinai Daisha after leaving the replica hall. Instead, they came to Shintoism. Being the divine son of the Shinto religion means more than just that Nanako was Sakura's #1 yin-yang master. It also shows that she has some special privileges. In the conference room, the top brass of the Shinto religion are here. Son of God, do you think that if you reverse the bond, your Jusko's idea was good, but he had a bit of trouble when he actually got the results. The reason is that there are just too many unqualified people, and if we let them all leave the public security front, it's still a question of whether the public security bureaus down there can function properly then. General, are you really going to see our brethren die?
After one person spoke out, it will then immediately resonate with others. And today, which happens to be the first day that the Yamamoto Kawasaki army came to Qingyang City. Looking at the side of the hall of Qingyang City's vice-mayor also came to pick up his own, Yamamoto Chuanjun's face naturally showed a disgusting arrogant look.
Speak up, I didn't hear you.
And for my orders you only need to answer yes or no,
the instructor said.
She has always been stubborn by nature, and it is extremely difficult to change what she has decided.
For that matter, Sima Yu and the Grand Elder both knew it in their hearts. Seeing Sito Minkong's anger, Yongchuan Kaori smiled and said, "Master Li, don't be angry.
It's not like that girl knew us just now, so why care so much about what she said?" Nagawa Kaori said, then picked up the teapot and, pouring a cup of tea, he served it to Sito Minkong. Unbeknownst to him, this look of Dianwei's almost made all the people around him laugh their asses off. Only in the way of Dianwei's identity, other than that Zhao Yu and Gui Jia, the rest of the generals, all of them were forcibly holding back their laughter.
Some of them. More than that, he almost suffocated a stomachache trying to hold back his laughter.
This time, the Tongtian demon sect and the Black Lotus demon sect likewise had people come. They're just using it as a place of trial and error. That star-tailed giant tortoise was escaping on one side, looking behind him to see if anyone was coming after him. That long neck, just sticking out of the turtle shell, looked towards the back. This was definitely a delightful thing for the Star Holy Land, and Yi Xian ordered that
the entire Star Holy Land celebrated for a month long.
As soon as the words left his mouth, Luo Gang pulled out his own fine steel axe from behind him, and with all his strength, swinging round, he threw himself at the ghost-faced man. The few teachers around us got a little flustered and rushed to pinch the caller's call. This guess was not a wild one on his part. Their purpose had been stated last time that it is important to monitor and stop Morning Breeze from upsetting the balance of the market in time so that he does not jeopardize the population. At the same moment, Lu Yanxue truly realized the true meaning of the word happiness. Not just limited to myself, but to my friends and family and thousands of people. Even if he was the escort who showed up at the charity dinner, it wouldn't be so bad as to scare Huangfu Haotian away, would it? But he had other ways, and since the mysterious energies within himself were able to refresh the warming the meridians, then it will also surely solve this immediate situation.
What do you think I should be up to?
Chekhov poured himself a glass of wine with an inscrutable look.
Song Xingui's expression was anything but, gesturing as if to tell Chen Feng that
I'll do my best to take your side myself.
How bumpy the road has been over the years, how many tears have been mixed with the suffering. Only he knows. Song Xingqian was counting the time to arrive at the Rui Wangfu. After all, it is a royal family, and there is a certain regularity in their work and rest. Song Xingqian wasn't worried that the masters of the Rui Wangfu would stay in bed because they were sleepy.
The two of them had been together pretty much all the time, except for sleeping, since Night Ranger came back.
Now Night Ranger was suddenly out of the picture, and when she was sick. INF. Chapter 110 Opening an Abyssal Team Copy.
When Lu Xinxin recovered his sight,
she had arrived on top of a huge teleportation array square. This is the Elfin Forest. The trees are much taller than normal forest trees.
Looking up, directly behind the scattered buildings, it's the thousands of meters tall Tree of Life that symbolizes the core of the elven race's origin.
The Tree of Life emitted a faint glow, and its huge crown covered the sky. Sturdy branch.
When Xu Xiao came out, I'm relieved. You keep this money. I'm sorry, Zheng Dong said, pointing to the large bag of cash. Zhou Qi interrogated in the tea garden for a day, but no one actually saw the suspicious person. But two fellows were responsible for cleaning this area, and separately, and neither one ever saw a rat turd. And none of the fellows ever saw a mouse. Then he listed what kind of qualification physique should choose what kind of gong method to be able to open the most doors. A golden scale is not a thing in a pool, you can't keep it. Lin Yan said, when Lin Chan did the same. After reaching a certain level of cultivation, they went out to explore the world. The first friend Jiu Fang He made when he went out was Tang Hu, and Tang Hu befriended him. 9 Square Meditation had taken a liking to him since then. What's that? Just find some time later and take you to their clan to find out. Where? They don't have a black mist shrouded over them. Berserk Lion spoke. Channing, my sister and I will continue to press forward with the goods. You hurry to the Qi family to discuss with them. If they have already circulated the goods, Xian Ji will have a hard time. Zhang Hao was also very decisive in his actions and made a decision on the spot. Sitting on the single sofa, Ji Zuiting was calm and relaxed. It was as if he hadn't heard what Lin Monrong had just said at all. When Feng Wuwei reacted and wanted to pinch the pure body technique to get rid of his odor, Zhong Nanshan's voice resounded in the ears of the two. Oh, it doesn't matter if we're discovered after we've been eradicated. But now words. Ha ha. Lin Xian really did us a huge favor," Lei Jin said excitedly. Nye Tian's voice heatedly spread to every corner of the Lokozun immortal mansion. Those hidden immortal realm great powers all heard clearly, even Luozun also heard every word in his ears, his eyes flickered with an icy cold aura. Luckily, the only instantaneous tyrant bear can't instantly move over long distances. And the manhwa fruit, which can move long distances, but leaves in a way that is too slow and insufficient. This is a matter for you to stay out of, because I'm not at all sure that This is the green power of the entire Ludong province. The slightest mistake and you'll be pulverized, so you don't have to do anything, just watch. I'm sorry, Jiang Zhenlong replied. If they were in Yi Qiu's shoes, facing such a sharp attack, I'm afraid I've been tired of it for a long time. Demon Emperor Jun said slowly, those radiant eyes that. It seems to have broken through all the falsehoods. If that's not the case, then how do you explain that look on Huang Qing's face after he died? I don't know, Huang Jun said in disbelief. The Jade Void Palace disciple hurriedly introduced himself in a respectful voice, his eyes surreptitiously sizing up Yi Qiu and the others. And this side of the pirates shines the brightest, and commands the most respect and fear. It is a beard like a half moon, and anyone who is 6, 2, 3 understands what such a pirate group means and what it stands for. Even if Aisha is fine, she won't listen to me even after I've told her so many times. She's always thought of He Yu Ming as the god in her heart, but what's with these two newcomers? Why do they think he's God too? He even killed God in the Godslayer world, okay? However, as Nye Tian's heart was shocked, how could Luo Hua not be shocked, having just come down from a fight? Luo Hua was almost certain that Nye Tian was just a youth at the 7th level of the Heavenly Elephant, yet, in one collision, And yet, he fought himself to this point. As I dislodged his arm, his other hand was already coming at me, I grabbed him by the neck and lowered Song Ji straight to the ground. Chapter 11, this mission is a bit complicated. What Lu Xinxin didn't expect was. It was surprising that the elves' high-powered patriarchal prophet didn't live at the top of the Tree of Life. Instead, it's in an obscure corner. The thick trunk of the God of Life tree was like a large road. Where the branches split, a small cabin sits. There are some flowers and plants by the cabin, so it's a nice secluded spot. After the guards brought Lu Xinxin, they left on their own. It is already 3 days. Wang Zhang went to inquire about Zhou Jingji has not returned. Zhou Jingji woke up. Zhang and Pun laughed at this. Zhou Qingyuan glanced at Zhou Qingqi with a quiet smile on her face. But looking at Zhou Qingqi's eyes was very additive. She waited for a concubine-born sister. No, it's only when the sword goes off the edge that it's taken by surprise. Zhao Fei laughed, and Ling Nan skimmed her lips. Obviously doesn't look good for him. The core technique of the AO family, called the 9 changes of extreme fire, was very different from the clan method of the Feng family. It was not taken off from the ancient divine beasts, but was pioneered by the great powers of the human race. Until he reached the door, Zhao Fei was about to open the door but his cell phone rang. He took it out and realized it was an unfamiliar phone number. Thinking it was a sales call, Zhao Fei took the key to open the door while pressing off, but only after entering the door. The phone then rang again, still the same number. Yi Shijuan's eyes were filled with worry. Even Yi Gang and the 4 great supreme elders were startled by this situation of his and came here. The green dragon also disappeared in place, burrowed into the ground, and somehow managed to dig up a green lotus plant. Open your mouth and bite down. Zhao Fei's face went green. On the other hand, Hu Chao Tian, who had just completed his training mission, had a gloating look on his face. Wang Dingyuan finished getting up, turned his head and started wiping his tears. This feeling of being completely trusted by the is never to be found in the junta organization. The sword she was like a sea, constantly chopping from top to bottom, wearing down the frontal bone of Jean would sigh and breaking it by inches. There was a layer of bone shavings falling down from the heights. It was about 10,000 miles away from 10 Square City from the Xiandi Island. For Lingfeng, his speed of transforming into a 9-headed dragon to dive at the bottom of the sea would probably arrive in less than half an hour. In other words, he still had half an hour to work on it. Sneaking into the island to steal the treasure. As the Iron Blood 10 eagles trembled in shock before them, a dull voice rang out and Yi Jinfei kicked the table in front of him. Li Zhanghe emptied all the bullets in his magazine and shot directly at Fielder's head. Bai Feiyu became furious, and his wings under his ribs opened wide. A huge aura penetrated straight through towards Ling Feng, who had transformed into a purple flame berserker lion. However, at this moment, Salomon's voice rang out. He understands. Did Jean had left her various affairs in Transylvania and Wallachia to come here with herself because she was worried about her state? The enemy only felt a dark shadow moving around the factory, and with each shot one man fell to the ground. However, they had no choice but to shoot on sight, and as a result, more of their companions were killed by mistake than those killed by Yi Zemin. The ghosts that have been refined by the ghost cultivators through their unique cultivation method door. Including the later slowly advanced ghosts, according to the strength of the division, can be divided into Evil Ghosts class, the Lee Ghosts class, the Night Fork class, the Rakshasa class, Ghost King Order and Fury God Order. One of the four python-like fingers of the God of Thorns shook slightly and then saw the thorn tree wall probed out of the huge thorn vine suddenly violently shaking up, python body ruthlessly towards the Wang Peng Yu spell strangled down. Look at the momentum. It was actually even more terrifying than the two Xuanhasa tree roots from earlier. Regardless of what other people do, the big men in front of them at this time are as if they have been pardoned. No longer having the slightest hesitation, as soon as he lifted up the fainting Yi Jinpeng, he turned around and directly left. No, no. He's here to help us. Let him do his job, or we'll all die. That stewardess anxiously urged from the side, but those passengers had already swamped Yi Ziming.
Chapter 112. What do you want to do with the carp spirit? Sakura Shintoism.
Inside the empty space of the style god,
Nanako dropped to both knees and tilted her head reverently.
On her forehead, an odd scarlet mark loomed. Only by reversing the bond are you eligible to enter the style space. At this moment, Nanayo's beautiful eyes were dark as night, deep and mysterious. But it's not as introspective or deep as it used to be. On the contrary, it was full of greed and madness, and seemed to harbor in its glance. After walking for nearly 10 minutes or so, I heard a burst of cheering in the distance, and the atmosphere was very enthusiastic.
Senior Brother E, you've worked hard this time.
A white-clothed teenager within the VIP guest room immediately said with concern.
What a shame, how could I forget? Just before falling asleep. Didn't she also think it was nice to be held by Chi Hao and sleep?
The equity transfer agreement, UUNG, has long been prepared, only 2 signatures are required.
It will complete the handover.
There was no more time to think about it. Madlon had caught up with the Shen Lang hurriedly turned back to use the sword in his hand to fend off the attack of maniacal Lan.
Yes.
Shen Hate and Pang Yang led the order and immediately went forward to set up, even though they were terrified that but also know that the rich and powerful, after all, are all knife-edge mercenaries, not so easy to give up. After exiting the gate, Chen Lin looked at the household that he had entered the pass last night. Figuring that Dong Yu had already left, he didn't linger and pressed the elevator to go.
Boom! An explosion rang out, and all the people were shocked by the
Mu Ziyun froze and looked in the direction of the explosion, and found that there appeared a deep black pit, smoldering and smelling bad.
There were some dazed disciples standing around the pit. No. No. The 3 dutifully followed Kanako.
One could only pray that Kanako didn't have the habit of looking around when she walked.
It's so unexpected.
I didn't expect Gui Xiangling's heavenly destiny to be the vermilion bird among the 4 auxiliary ministers. No wonder it's so powerful, can devise schemes that take their own breath away. Ruan Duanyu realized that there was something strange about Su Xian today. She kept staring at her and although usually this tablemate of hers would stare at her like this, it was not as strange as today.
By the time the 3 came out, one was relaxed, one was expressionless, and one was crying.
He has long had a hunch that these 2 brothers, Zhang Jiao Zhang Bao, want to finish them off.
I'm afraid it's not a simple matter.
Xiao Kyung and Son Yun felt that this was inappropriate, but it was appropriate to put it on Yuchun.
It's not that she doesn't understand, she just doesn't want to.
Bai Ziqiu looked at Wang Wu's letter, and although there were only a few words, the eagerness was clearly evident.
Yuan Shao's army was not to be outdone, and one by one, mages appeared and began to manipulate the terrain and launch attacks.
Yi Tian's eyes were gloomy, and he did not feel relaxed and careless because the handbone quenching was completed. The amount of energy to be consumed by so many ice cones was astronomical, and Yi Tian would likewise need to consume endless amounts of energy if he wanted to resist. No, I will take him to my father now and make him my guard. The princess has thin lips and a face that is naturally baby-faced, with a good-natured and quirky streak. All 9 candles emit light of different colors, and burn extremely slowly.
There wasn't even wax oil falling off.
Hearing Ling'an's words, although he felt extremely thick-skinned and shameless, Li Mingda turned his worries into joy. Belonging to the same artifice field, the Night Dwarf clan vaguely sensed the purpose of these long metal chains. Hundreds of constructed shield guards, horrific armor pouring out of the woods of dead souls, trying to stop the. However, they were desperately intercepted by the 4 familiars who were also caught up in the frenzy, and the god of heaven did not appear for some reason. Void Spirit Heavy Strike LV1 converts all damage dealt into Void Spirit attribute damage. Deals 10% damage to maximum life value. He Fingnian suddenly diverted Lin Wanyin's attention, perhaps to the carousel issue that threatened to throw it in the trash tomorrow. Time is creeping through our fingers, and in January of this year, Lu Zixuan found that the boys quietly visit the space dynamic. The two briefly greeted, a few sentences, hurriedly ended. Chapter 113, The Prophet's Face. Early the next morning. Although Lu Ran was in Black Flame City, the academy chartered that Lu Ran still didn't have to attend the morning meeting. After all, the morning meeting of the college, itself existing in the nature of it's to provide help to the trainees for the 1-month novice period after the transfer. The mentors are there to answer and partially assist with all the problems that the students encounter. But for Lu, however, with the 3 assembly presidents behind him, he didn't need the academy's help at all. With regard to the question raised by your grandfather, to which I have already given an answer, his ideas. I won't agree. Rong Snap refused. Besides, in this battle, Captain Tang's performance had convinced all the warriors. But if you don't leave her behind, and you're the only one who's good enough for her, do you want her to watch Hua Qingqing take a wife with her own eyes? Wouldn't that be too cruel? The disc-like full moon was close at hand, as if it were within reach of the stars one by one look very clear, even the shape of the star angle can be distinguished. Everything looks so real, and yet it is so real that it is very fake, and this extremely contradictory feeling is really suffocating and depressing. Nana, we're all going to support you, and we're all going to be godmothers when your baby is born. I don't know, Gu said with a smile. Waving her hand, she said indifferently, well, there's nothing more to be done. I know what I should ask and what I should know, you can go now. I heard that you are going back to the Durasteel country. I'm here to wish you a safe journey. Missing halfway. Ice Dance's body moved, and Gu Chaoshi was delighted, thinking she was going to wake up. Gleefully went up but saw her face pale, forehead sweating profusely, her body cold and hot as if suffering great torment. Is the digression you speak of worried about that letter or about me? Li Longfei sneered when he saw Manhwa treating herself like this, and hated to brush his sleeve and turn away. For a while the atmosphere in the main hall was a bit strange, and Steward Li, who was being pressed to the ground, revealed a glimmer of hope. Li Dan is back, and he knows that although Li Dan is a strict military ruler, he treats his subordinates very generously. Otherwise, he wouldn't have dared to collude with the Fong family behind Liandan's back, and he thought Liandan would spare him this time. What's so strange about it? Things tend to change in unexpected ways. Heads of state are still in jail overnight, let alone you and me? Meng Yang said calmly with a slight smile. In the kung fu of reenacting with Chan Chunin. Xia Qingyan's take on the scene was getting more and more accurate, making him almost want to exclaim perfection. But where can you stand to eat fish every day, so you only keep some for yourself, All the other fish and meat, all of them were distributed to the villagers. This thing, it's actually a handful of jades in gold and jade. And it was almost identical in shape to the one the duo had bought. No problem, the 4 Mukan said in unison. They didn't have any opinions on Yifeng's allocation. The idea spread instantly through the council chambers, and I heard the Chai Wan and Humint heard it, and naturally, Chai Jijun, one of the parties involved, also heard it. After hearing Zhuang Yi's words, Zhao Shuiya's face remained expressionless. He just took a half step back and resumed the appearance of a spectator. Not good, they burned their bloodline power. The barbarian king's face changed. Immediately, he also burned his bloodline power. Zhuang Yi was adjusting his mind, trying his best to restrain the agitated emotions within him. Constantly suggesting to himself that he's here to brush up on his mission, he's here to brush up on his mission. What am I wrapped up in? I hemmed and hawed, not really caring, and it was hard to come across a famous blacksmith, so of course I couldn't miss it. Am I really going to lose the Sword of Destiny today? Seeing that there was only the last 20% of progress left in unbinding, Yifeng wasn't attacking the ascetic monk, only that his face was very ugly and he seemed to have given up. INF. Chapter 114. The Elf Queen is really hot. Queen Tina the Elf has mobilized her entire army. The battlefield, the Sunset Plains, was located north of the Elven Forest. The Tree of Life is still visible from here. Lu Ran followed the army all the way and was surprised at the size of this copy of the elves' territory. It's too big. Not bad for a separate copy of a realm that can hold a race.
In the meantime,
the mission also triggered
Lu Ran, who is an elf envoy.
The great master's heart has long been melted by the fourth ant, and he has been coaxed well by the strong and affectionate. Because the smell was so disgusting, the stuff in the sewers that made her look at the just couldn't help but feel a flutter in his heart.
He's seen it all before for these things, too.
Reporters basically brainstorm when they don't get a clear message anyway, and these are nothing more than routine operations. It wasn't that horrible, and Linny felt that it was still acceptable. He knew that if Mizuki wasn't gotten rid of, the will of Bandito would surely be shaken. It will definitely affect the implementation of the plan. Fortunately, as a precautionary measure, the unexpected has already been taken into account. Secretly, he took out what he had prepared. Sulu put on the mask again, all in T North, still in the most prosperous and central Zhengzhou East Road.
That must be the song. Su Yang took a deep breath and mobilized his star power all over his body.
He was no longer prepared to talk half-nonsense with the old man. Yun Lifei was seriously injured and needed immediate treatment, and since the old man relied on
the only thing Su Yang could do was to kill it and then heal Yun Lifei's injuries. Just as Su Yang was thinking about it, Shang Fei's transmission finally entered the middle of his mind, and in the next moment,
the parlor flashed with a golden light, and Su Yang disappeared without a trace.
Fudo waved his hand and said, "No, let's see what he wants to do first. The enemy is in the open.
We're in the dark, so it's more convenient to investigate, lest we go belly up and we don't even know it,"
said.
A few more words were given to the girls about not spooking them. Xia Zhang's kisses were like the first melting snow in spring. With a slight coolness and warmth drawn from the sun, it trickled through every inch of Lin Yuan's body. At dusk, when the wind, which had been blowing all day, had only slightly ceased, it took the sand and dust that filled the air to stop running wild.
What?
Sure, Zhongyu was overjoyed at his words. It was unthinkable that Tang Chen would be so sensible and such a righteous character.
He was deeply moved by it.
He shouted, and several body protection spells on his body erupted with blinding light, forming a defense.
And it seemed as if the rain washed the body away, over and over, layer by layer,
taking her into worlds she had never experienced before.
This should be the Reincarnation University administration, responsible for that supreme being in the shadows of their background. At the same time, it's responsible for the students, right?
Even when Zhuang's business went bankrupt later on, she maintained this condescending attitude that, instead of accepting his help, she took her sister abroad.
People don't eat you, that's because they find it disgusting.
Zhou Qian blinked his eyes and
sneering in response. When Uncle Ghost and the girl helped San Yang close to me,
it was only then that I saw clearly that San Yang had fainted and had wounds all over her body. He looked at the not-so-tall mountain range that separated the western mountain ancient domain from the western wasteland.
Slightly hesitant, but chose to go over the top.
Not long after, by air bosses came in with the return slip and respectfully handed it to Ajio. The colors, styles, and fabrics were clearly recorded on it, making Zhou nod in disbelief. Lu Jiasen thought that Gu Chenfeng had guessed correctly, but after hearing Gu Chenfeng say that, it seemed to sweeten her heart even more.
But Gu Chenyi just opened his mouth.
The cell phone Gu Chenxue kept in her bag on the coffee table in the living room rang. As soon as Zhang Wei heard that the other party had chosen the roughest item, he deliberately tightened his smile. Glancing twice at the more ornately dressed youth in the ranks of the Tataga's warriors, he was a bit thinner and weaker than any of his peers present.
INF. Chapter 115, This Queen I Really Like.
The space that was torn apart grew larger and larger.
Stopped when it got big enough.
Then, amidst the darkness of the spatial rift, a large number of armies slowly made their appearance.
First up was the Dark Elf Cavalry.
It was a creature covered in purple markings that resembled a lion as well as a tiger. Long fangs and a large circle of tentacles around his head stood back as if they were steel needles. The shadow-maned lion, a mount of the Dark Elves, is extremely explosive, specializes in jumping, stealthy, as well as some of the darkness magic attacks, very difficult to deal with. Behind her, Lu Xinxin said to Lu Ran with an introduction. Lu Ran looked at the shadow-maned lion, then at the white floating unicorn that the nature elf was riding.
It's literally two species.
Unicorns are docile, saintly, and not very strong fighters. The shadow-maned lion, however, was another brutal darkness-based beast. It also seems to have something to do with the overall racial character of nature elves as well as dark elves.
In the meantime,
Lu Ran was also paying attention to these dark elves. It's worth noting that, like the nature spirits, they're handsome men and beautiful women. Although the skin was lavender, there was a wildness contained within it. The face is likewise very delicate. And, with the feathers on their backs, it also became a wing covered with black feathers due to degradation. But it looked like, instead, Lu Ran felt that the black wings were a bit more dazzling. After that, the rest of the Dark Elf armies made their debut, on a grand scale. It made Tina's face look very hard. The Dark Elves had grown more than she had expected in so many years. But during this process, Lu Ran was slow to see the Dark Elf Queen. Instead, all the Dark Elves, with hints of controllability floating around their heads, were. It made Lu Ran sigh fiercely in relief. Seeing this thing proved that Lu Ran had the initiative. Finally, the Dark Elf army was all assembled. Finally. A Dark Elf with a hot body, instantly recognizable even across thousands of troops, out of the cracks. And a grand finale, Lu Ran muttered. Fix your eyes on it. Couldn't help but nod darkly. This Dark Elf Queen, he likes it. Not to be outdone by Tina's hot body, lavender skin, and no protective armor, Instead, it's a tight, revealing French outfit. The weapons used were also different from Tina's bow and arrow. Instead, it was a staff with a blue-violet gemstone set at the top. The delicate face is beautiful and carries a touch of evil because of its color and race. This is the Dark Elf Queen's silhouette, can you control it? Lu Xinshin said to Lu Ran. Can. Lu Ran nodded affirmatively and he could see the hint of controllability above the Dark Elf Queen's head. Next. Lu Ran asked, then I do it now? Taking control of the Dark Elf Queen. And that's the end of this fight, isn't it? But Lu Xinshin changed his mind. She shook her head and said, there's no rush, if you want to maximize the benefits, wait. Maximizing benefits. Lu Ran was already familiar with Lu Xinshin's style. Looking up, the overall number of dark elves even exceeded that of nature elves. Plus the nature elves themselves believe in peace and are not good at fighting, if they really want to kill each other. The nature elf is in an almost certain loss situation. Even Tina's face was incredibly ugly at this point. Tina declared war on Silhouette in order to get back the magic stone and perpetuate the elven race. But the current situation seems that the magic stone can't be obtained, and the nature elves may not be able to extinguish their tribe. And when the dark elves take control of the Tree of Life, the ambitions that were once forced down by the nature elves are probably going to be resurrected. Understood. Tina, the queen of the elves, should have recognized the situation as well, and not been in a hurry to make a move. It's a close call, and I should be able to maximize my elf queen points by doing it again before the fight starts, right? I don't know, Lu Ran asked. It's worthy of you, you still see things clearly. Lu Xinshin praised. The more clearly Tina saw the situation, the more desperate she became, and in this situation Lu Ran was able to save the day again. Tina is still ungrateful? Thinking of this, Lu Ran was in no hurry. Just watch the play first. After all these years, without your permission, there is no possibility of the dark elves setting foot on this land again. Silhouette greedily breathed in the air of this place and said obsessively. Although fallen to become a dark elf, but their roots remain here. The Tree of Life is still here. I want the magic stone. Tina said faintly. Understand, the magic stone is of no use to me in my hands, and the Tree of Life without the magic stone, it will also wither away gradually. Silhouette said with a nod. Tina gritted her teeth, looking at Silhouette and the dark elf army behind Silhouette. The face was a little hard to see. Things were going a little beyond her expectations. This is a situation that can't be beaten. Silhouette, of course, saw the situation clearly and spoke, but today, the nature elves will lose. When I control the Tree of Life and the magic stone, I will lead the elves to greatness once again. Instead of stooping to the level of you, should have just gone to war. But at this point Tina was a little hesitant. How do you start a fight you can't beat? Direct food delivery? And still sending dishes under each other and burying nature elves. It made it very difficult for her. But there was nothing she could do about it. In the meantime, The other human professionals not far from Lu Ran's side had green faces. Holy, how do I fight this?
Holy, if I'd known it was going to be this big, I wouldn't have ing come. Isn't this getting us killed? Ugh, it's over, this mission shouldn't be taken, I don't even know what the reward is.
What's the point of having a generous reward? It's only real if you have the life to take it.
Human professionals are desperate too.
On the contrary, the Dark Elf army, but each one of them was very powerful, and they were already very ambitious.
Not afraid of any fight. It was a no-holds-barred fight. At this point, Silhouette suddenly spoke, we belong to the same lineage. Though we were driven out of the elven lands by you in the first place, I don't want to kill you all, so you take your people and leave, and let us have this place. This battle today can be avoided. Don't you dare. Tina cried out, trembling, no way. There's no way this place is going to be given over to you. Well, that's not what she set out to do. The Covenant Dark Elves are not there to give away their turf. And
if you really want to leave this place and lose the nourishment of the divine tree of life, they, the nature spirits, will eventually transform and fall.
Then let's fight. Silhouette didn't want to talk nonsense.
The staff in his hand was slowly raised.
If it doesn't make sense, then fight.
It was so hard to have a chance to enter this place, and Silhouette would never give it up so easily. Both armies were at swords drawn, and the atmosphere gradually solidified and suppressed.
It's time. Lu Xinshin reminded. Next.
Lu Ran suddenly took a flying leap and ran forward a bit to the side of Elf Queen Tina. With both sides at cross swords, suddenly someone makes such a bold move. It instantly attracted the attention of everyone on both sides of the engagement.
Chapter 116, I will kill them one by one, leaving no one behind. What are you doing? Tina looked Lu Ran up and down.
After realizing that he was still the only human, his already irritated heart grew even more festering.
The situation at hand. Tina couldn't fix it, couldn't take the clan away, couldn't fight it, couldn't get on top of it, couldn't do anything about it.
At this particular time, this human race even came out to cause trouble. If it wasn't for the fact that he was an envoy of the elves, he would have been killed with an arrow.
In the meantime, the team of human professionals also looked dumbfounded. Holy, who is this kid, so arrogant? Didn't you hear just now? He is Lu Xinshin's younger brother and an elven envoy. I'll be damned, the evil profession of necromancer. Isn't it the most hated by the elves? Special envoys are special envoys, what's the point of jumping out at this time? We're just along for the ride. Don't be bad if this kid drags the human race to the front as cannon fodder. I don't want to die yet. Murmurs. Lu Ran grinned at Tina. Said the queen, to discuss a matter? The elf queen furrowed her brows and asked in incomprehension, what do you mean? The great war is approaching. What are you doing? Lu Ran glanced in the direction of the dark elf. Said, this battle, it was inevitable, but the situation at hand, Do you think the nature elves can fight? I don't need you to remind me that nature elves don't fear any battles either. Tina said forcefully. Even the anger in Lu Ran's heart grew even more intense because of his disdain for the nature elves. It's commendable to be unafraid to fight, but an entire community of nature elves buried here. What was the point of fighting when, in the end, you ended up giving up your clan lands to the dark elves? I don't know, Lu Ran asked rhetorically. Tina's face instantly hardened. Although she could also see the situation, but by Lu Ran saying it so bluntly, she still couldn't take it. Lu Ran then struck while the iron was hot and said, they are at peace with each other, even if the divine tree of life is going to wither away. It's also not something that will happen in a few years or decades, but burying the entire nature elf race because of your declaration of war, your sin, it's a big one. Tina's body shook hard. Gritting his teeth, he said, what the hell are you trying to say? There's nothing I can do about it now. Lu Ran laughed to himself. Nonsense, if you have a way, how can I play? And so, Lu Ran said, this matter, I can solve it, but if I do, I need the queen to grant me one condition. Tina sneered. He said, no way, the elves will never engage in illicit affairs with humans, and as a superior elf, much less with you. Ha? Lu Ran's eyes glazed over. Damn it, heaven and earth. We're not trying to do anything to Tina, the queen of the elves. Lu Ran hurriedly explained, the queen has misunderstood, my condition is not this. What's that? Tina asked. After you win?
I'll make sure I get what I need, and it won't matter to the nature elves.
I don't know, Lu Ran said. He knew that if he asked for the elf wing now, Tina would never agree to it. So keep it for now and give Tina a shot. Then get to work. Tina looked up in the direction of the dark elf.
Taking a deep breath, he said, "Okay, I promise you, as long as you can solve this crisis. Reach my goal, get the magic stone, and I'll give you what you want, but in advance. Something that concerns the continuation of the nature elves, I will not give you."
Lu Ran was relieved.
With a hefty smile, he said, "Yes, then I'm next, I'll take care of it."
Tina nodded. Suspicious eyes looked at Lu Ran.
She could tell at a glance that this human necromancer was only level 30 or 40. It's weird to have two Titan epics on you though at this level. But with these two Titan epics, it's simply not enough to handle the situation. Or, strictly speaking, it wasn't even a situation that could be influenced by a single combatant.
She'd like to see it. What the hell to do with this human necromancer? To put it bluntly.
From the bottom of her heart, Tina didn't think the human necromancer was capable of handling the situation at hand. It was just a matter of seeing that he swore by it and agreed to it on a dead horse.
With permission.
Lu Ran turned his head to look at the dark elf army.
Nothing should happen though.
But it was still in the habit of following what Lu Xinshin had instructed him to do. The sea-setting trident in his hand was raised.
Brush.
A dozen ancient demon statues were thrown out by him. Feeling that it was a bit insufficient, Lu Ran added a dozen more. In total, more than 30 of them clustered around Lu Ran. The Tina who watched it was dumbfounded. The evil necromancer is one of the professions disliked by nature elves who believe in peace. And this scene, likewise, caught the attention of everyone present, including the elves. Even in the group of human professionals, they were all looking dumbfounded.
What has this kid done? That's a necromancer's ancient magic statue? Holy, why are there so many of them?
Worthy of being Lu Xinshin's younger brother, too strong.
Tough my ass, using this bit of ancient magic statue to defeat the dark elves? Thinking of farts to eat. The necromancer. He wouldn't be the mysterious big guy from the deathmatch in the Tower of Endlessness, would he? A level 30-something necromancer is a piece of. Hey wait. In his hand is a sea-setting trident? For a while, there was a lot of talk directed at Lu Ran.
Lu Xinshin mused, after going out, "I don't want Lu Ran's news to leak, and if it does,
I have all your information. I'm not going to take the time to find out who leaked it. I will kill them one by one, leaving no one behind. It's better to kill the wrong person than to let them go."
The usually shy and gentle Lu Xinshin. At this time, the speech was full of killing intent. As the president of Mirror Flower and Water Moon, Lu Xinshin, who is also inextricably linked to the country, is.
When all is said and done, she has that in her.
The crowd gulped and gulped, one accompanied by a smiling-faced chicken pecking and nodding his head.
Sure.
Lu Xinshin is actually not that cruel, she also just scared the gang.
But the results should be good.
In fact, at this stage of Lu Ran's life, it didn't matter even if he was exposed. But it's better not to be exposed when you can before a national war.
As for Lu Ran, already started their own operation.
After the ancient demon statue was thrown out, he looked directly at the dark elf queen, Silhouette. A single glance swept by, and the controllable on top of Silhouette's head instantly changed to controlled. Immediately, Silhouette's eyes changed as she looked at Lu Ran.
No longer the scrutiny and curiosity of before, but absolute fervor and loyalty. Next,
Lu Ran swept from left to right, gradually sweeping across, in large swaths, simultaneously manipulating thoughts over and over again. The eyes of the large swathes of dark elves along with the shadow-maned lions under their seats changed. And the quest hints on Lu Ran's side were constantly refreshing. Subjugate 10 dark elves to unlock D rank rewards. Subdue 100 dark elves to unlock C rank rewards. Subjugate 100 dark elves to unlock B class rewards. Subdue 100 dark elves to unlock A rank rewards.
Behind. Tina, the elf queen, still doesn't know what's going on.
Just puzzled that this necromancer was standing there in a mortar and not moving either, but the atmosphere on the dark elf side of the. Yet something subtle she couldn't see seemed to have changed.
Chapter 117 The Dark Elves Submit to Me. As Lu Ran's eyes swept over, large swaths of dark elves were controlled by Lu Ran.
They were meant to have no masters.
Lu Ran's got the control in his hands. They then became Lu Ran's most loyal henchmen. Lu Ran was taking control of the entire Dark Elf army. At this point, Lu Ran has unlocked the A rank rewards. The speed has also slowed down significantly. But it wasn't because Lu Ran's control was slowing down.
Rather, the number of dark elves required to be subdued for higher rewards is too great.
Not much longer. Subdue 100 dark elves to unlock S rank rewards. S rank now, 100,000 people are S rank. It can't be that 1 million people are SS rank, can it? What about the SS class? 10 million people? Lu Ran was a bit stunned.
If the SS level maximum reward really does require subduing 10 million dark elves,
there aren't enough dark elves here either. Then isn't it bold that Tina the Elf Queen set up this reward? But in the process of thinking, Lu Ran still did not forget to continue to control, and the speed is getting faster and faster. The control is becoming more and more skillful. Soon, Lu Ran's question was then answered. Subdue 300 dark elves to unlock SS rank rewards. Oh? Lu Ran was a bit surprised, but could understand. After all, since the mission could be set out, there was at least a possibility of completion. The Elf Queen is going to want to set an impossible number of difficulties. I guess the world rules don't allow that to happen either. At this point, Tina was even more puzzled. This necromancer stands up and says he can fix it, but does nothing? Just standing around, wide-eyed with the Dark Elf's camp. What kind of solution is that?
On the contrary, on the side of the Dark Elves, the atmosphere was very odd, and they didn't seem to be in a hurry.
All eyes were on the necromancer. A few more minutes passed. Subdue 500 Dark Elves to unlock SS rank rewards. Top rewards to hand. It's worth noting that the higher up you go, the boost is rather less dramatic. The S rank rewards to SS rank rewards is a boost of $200,000. But the SS tier rewards were boosted to SS tier rewards, and as usual, it was still a $200,000 boost. But in all sincerity, not to mention this highest reward, even if it's an S-class reward, even if it's an A-class reward, there's no way this is something a normal professional can get their hands on either. It's going to take 10,000 people just for the A+ reward alone. In a normal fight, an ordinary professional would have to kill 10,000 Dark Elves by himself. That would be an international joke. Not to mention the S-class, the number of which was directly raised to 100,000. 100,000. Standing around and letting you kill, you may not even finish it. Tina the Elf Queen is supposed to be maximizing the difficulty of the quests while the rules make sense. To put it bluntly, there's still a distrust of human-turned-elven professionals. Even if they need their outside help, the difficulty of setting up the task is given so much. This somewhat displeased Lu Ran, who already knew the quantities needed for all the level rewards. And at this point, after receiving the SS-rated reward, there are no new tips to follow. There weren't many Dark Elves left that weren't controlled. Lu Ran's eyes swept over at last, taking it all in. The exact number, probably, is less than 600,000, just over 500,000. But even so, their numbers are far more numerous than the Nature Elf community by quite a bit. Sure. The Dark Elf Queen's silhouette was the first to be taken down by Lu Ran. At that moment, it was looking at Lu Ran with eyes that exuded a fervent and pious gaze. Behind, Tina couldn't help herself. Frowning, I said, "Are you wasting your time? Or just standing out to amuse me? Although you are an envoy of the Nature Elves, now that the enemy is at hand, have you ever thought of the consequences of teasing me like this?" Consequences? Lu Ran turned his head and glanced at Tina. Opening his mouth, he said, "If I say I can fix it, if I say it, I can do it, and you're in a hurry?" Not far. Lu Xinshin took a look at the. Knowing that Lu Ran should have already taken control of the entire Dark Elf community, he was relieved. The professionals on the sidelines, however, looked at each other in disbelief. What the hell is this little brother doing? Didn't he say he could fix it? It can't really be standing out to tease the queen, can it? I don't think so, but I wouldn't believe it if I said it could be solved. Too low a level, in front of an army of hundreds of thousands of Dark Elves. Personal warfare really doesn't have much of an impact. Murmurs. Lu Ran swept one last glance over the entire Dark Elf community to make sure he hadn't missed anything.
It was only then that he took another step forward with his staff. In a loud voice, he said, "Submit to me." The sound was not loud, but it was deep, long, and came out in a great rush. Behind her, Tina nearly forked over. What kind of tactic is that? Since the prophet bestowed this necromancer envoy status, it shouldn't appear to be nothing to fool around with. But what's up with that stance? It's almost as if he's out of his mind. A 30-odd level necromancer facing the entire Dark Elf army horde in front of a great enemy. Come on, submit to me? Wanted to fart, eat it. The entire natural elf community behind the queen also looked embarrassed. You looked at me and I looked at you. It even felt humiliating to have such a reinforcement on his side. Lu Xinxin certainly knew why Lu Ran was so confident. Doing this maneuver was just Lu Ran being playful and wanting to pretend in front of Queen Tina of the Elves. The whole big scene was just a big scene, nothing to be ashamed of, and it would also give the Elf Queen a big boost in her impression of Lu Ran. However, the other professionals next to them were all embarrassed and wanted to find a crack in the ground. It's a shame. It's a shame. But they do not dare to say anything, Lu Xinxin in defense of the person, they really do not dare to mock. But no one expected it. Just then, the Dark Elf Queen, Silhouette, stepped forward and placed one hand on her chest. Made a strange gesture. At the same time, he bowed deeply in Lu Ran's direction. And with it, the entire Dark Elf community. In unison, they made the same ceremonial gesture at Lu Ran, a big 90-degree bow. Even the cavalrymen, who had gotten off the shadow-maned lions, bowed with the highest courtesy. Of course, it also included those shadow-maned lions, which were prostrate on the ground, not daring to move. It's a blink of an eye. The entire Dark Elf community, an army of 500,000, collectively submitted. Tina's body exploded in sweat and looked violently at Lu Ran's back. What exactly is this necromancer? Surprisingly, he was qualified to command the entire Dark Elf community. To know. The Dark Elves and the Nature Elves are of the same lineage, even if they were banished. They also maintain the same elvish condescension and superiority of their own bloodline. There's no way it's going to be submissive to the human race. Tina looked around, her mind still reeling from the possibility of subjugating the Dark Elf to the... not this necromancer, but something else. It's just too hard to believe, after all. But next, Lu Ran waved at Silhouette and said, "Silhouette, come over here and talk." Hear this. The Dark Elf Queen straightened up and nodded respectfully. A step was taken, and the huge feathered wings behind him vibrated slightly, and almost instantly it then dragged a residual shadow to Lu Ran. Chapter 118 SS Class Quest Reward. This great sense of oppression was felt even by Lu Ran. And, while Lu Ran was controlling the Dark Elf Queen, he also saw the Dark Elf Queen's attributes. LV 100 Dark Queen. 100 level Dark Queen. This is in a climate where global professionals are still hard at work rating level 60 team copies at this stage. It's simply unbeatable. Also, at this stage, no other country but Eagle Jam can beat the Black Dragon range. Can't even beat normal difficulty. Gulp. Lu Ran gulped. This wave, blood money. Even if they couldn't get the SS rank reward set by Queen Tina of the Elves. Even if you can't get the elf wings. Just this level 100 Dark Elf Queen Silhouette alone was already a profit. In the meantime, the Nature Elf clan, as it were, is on the brink. Tina even instantly raised the bow and arrow she was holding and aimed it at Siluro. Silhouette was ready to go, her staff raised in her hand. Brush. A dark purple shield wrapped around Lu Ran's body as if it were an eggshell. Only then did she set one on herself as well. Tina saw this scene clearly and was even more shocked in her heart. Silhouette, Queen of the Dark Elves, in the face of danger. Surprisingly, the first reaction was not to protect herself, but to protect this necromancer. Lu Ran, on the other hand, was shocked. Flustered, he said, what for? Queen, didn't you ask me to solve the problem? Don't look at me as a necromancer, an evil profession in your minds, but I personally don't like killing, and I love peace. I'd like to settle this peacefully, not by you dying and the Nature Elves and the Dark Elves being of the same line. It's just branching out because of different philosophies, and I don't want to see you fighting amongst yourselves. This wave of remarks, listening to Lu Xinxin almost laughed out loud. As a professional, how else can you upgrade without killing? Of course she knew that Lu Ran was saying this to throw her weight around and attach herself to Queen Tina of the Elves.
The effect is remarkable. The way Tina looked at Lu Ran was instantly different.
The concept of an evil necromancer seemed to fade quite a bit in his mind as well.
So, what do you want to do about it? Tina asked musingly. Simple.
Lu Ran twisted his head directly to Silhouette, reached out and... At the same time, he said, "Give me the magic stone."
Ha! Tina froze, so blunt? The Dark Elves have guarded the magic stone for so many years, and won't even return it. You're simply going to ask for it?
Although she could see that Silhouette and Lu Ran had an extraordinary relationship.
But not to this extent, right? But I didn't expect it.
Hearing Lu Ran's words, Silhouette directly flipped her wrist and a jade-like hexagonal crystal was brought out. It was put into Lu Ran's hand. The magic stone arrives.
Tina was dumbfounded.
Lu Ran, on the other hand, reached out and handed the magic stone to Tina, saying, "Here's something for you two."
Is the problem solved? That is. You. Tina stammered. Never been so speechless in my life.
Originally, today's situation, Tina has ridden the tiger, even despair.
But I didn't expect it. Lu Ran's appearance was so easily resolved. Moreover, the Dark Elf Queen, surprisingly, was so loyal to this human race. She was totally surprised.
Taking a few deep breaths to quell the shock and amazement in his heart, at the same time there's a kind of joy in the aftermath. Plus the fact that there was no war or casualties between the Nature Elves and the Dark Elves.
This is simply the perfect ending. Thank you, human. Tina said sincerely to Lu Ran.
The hint of distrust towards the human race between the words seemed to have disappeared without a trace.
Just call me Lu Ran. Lu Ran said awkwardly. Even though Tina was an elf, it was actually pretty much the same as a human.
It was still more or less too strange to be called human by Tina.
Okay Lu Ran, thank you, this situation is the best way to handle it.
I'm sorry, Tina said with a nod.
But from the beginning, Silhouette never said anything.
Just standing playfully by Lu Ran's side, she looked warily in the direction of the Nature Elf clan.
She doesn't care about anything anymore. All he could think about was Lu Ran.
This is the absolute authority that comes with the undifferentiated control of the skeleton throne word.
Next. Tina looked toward the Dark Elf army and asked, then. What about those Dark Elves? This. Lu Ran was also a bit confused. Twisting his head to look at Silhouette, he asked, "Silhouette, what was your plan before? What is the claim of bringing your people here?" Silhouette said truthfully, "Take the Forest of Elves and cling to the Tree of Life. Scrub away the dark attributes of the Dark Elven race and rejoin the shelter of the Goddess of Nature, and return to the Elven bloodline, the most primitive of all natural Elven bloodlines." Even Tina listened in awe. Unsatisfied with their dark bloodline, the Dark Elves want to use the Tree of Life to cleanse. Rejoin the Nature Elves. Bring the magic stone for this purpose. That's why Silhouette had kindly persuaded Tina to take her Nature Elves out of here earlier. Non-essential, even if Silhouette wasn't controlled by Lu Ran. She was also instinctively reluctant to fight the Nature Elves against themselves. After all, they belong to the same lineage. It's also simple, the light of the Tree of Life covers the whole of the Forest of Elves, it's a huge area. Wouldn't it be better for the Dark Elves to stay here from now on, since the magic stones and the Tree of Life have already been put together, anyway? The Divine Tree of Life's ability should have gained a strengthening before that. Lu Ran analyzed. This. Tina looked to Saluro and mused, "I don't have a problem with it, I'm in the same lineage, after all. But Dark Elves are warlike and don't share our philosophy." The words were not finished. Lu Ran then waved his hand and said, "The Dark Elves are under my command, and from now on, the Dark Elves won't be marching around anymore." Tina looked at Lu Ran in shock. Look again at Silhouette. Silhouette nodded, "At your command, the Dark Elves will hunker down and survive in silence, the prosperity." An entire Dark Elf concept was overturned by one sentence from Lu Ran. Tina was even more impressed with Lu Ran, being a human being. The ability to make an entire Dark Elf submit to him and obey any command or will. It's a miracle. In that case, good. From this day forward, the Dark Elves shall take up residence in the Sunset Plains. It is also close enough to the Tree of Life that when your bloodline returns, we will still be the great Nature Elves. I'm sorry, Tina said with a heartfelt desire.
In her days as Queen of the Fairies, able to take the Dark Elves back to fairy.
It's simply a meritocracy.
Lu Ran then rubbed his hands together. Smilingly, he asked, "That, the quest reward?"
Tina smiled sweetly and said, "The mission is complete, and the settlement of the rewards is based on the degree of completion.
The will of the world automatically hands out rewards."
Having said that,
Tina reached out, and the magic stone slowly floated up, paused, then swept out and, turning into a bolt of lightning, he returned to the canopy of the divine tree of life. The originally silent magic stone, in the moment it touched the divine tree of life, it then blossomed with a greenish-green splendor that shot up into the sky. The light of the divine tree of life also suddenly burst out.
In the meantime, Lu Ran also got a hint of what to expect.
Congratulations on completing the quest, Glory of the Nature Elves, based on your rating.
Receive SS rated rewards. Chapter 119. Is this an ability that humans can possess? Congratulations, you've received a SS level reward, 5 million experience. Congratulations, you have received the SS class reward, Elven Sacred Artifact Elven Wings. Level has been successfully raised to 35. Level has been successfully raised to 36. Level has been successfully raised to 37. Congratulations, you've successfully unlocked a new phrase, Sleeve the Soul. The series of prompts made Lu Ran's mind boggle. Wait, I'll stroke it, stroke it. Lu Ran gasped. I didn't realize that this SS ranked reward would be given directly to the Elven Wings.
This even exceeded Lu Xinxin's previous expectations. Also, there's $50 million of experience.
$50 million.
Directly raising Lu Ran's level by 3 levels, not only did he unlock a new skill, and new words were unlocked.
This big wave of rewards belongs to the unexpected. Lu Ran hurriedly opened his backpack. Sure enough, there was already a piece of equipment lying in the backpack. Look at the icon, it's a white feathered wing symbol that. But Tina's elf queen's wings are not quite like that. Lu Ran tapped it and looked at the attributes. Elven Sacred Artifact Elven Wings. Part, Cloak. Quality, Swire Epic. Rank, None. Occupation, None. Intelligence, 100. Stamina, 100. Legal defense, 100. Physical defense, 100. Bonus, gain the ability to fly. Bonus, acquired active skill Grand Rally. Swire Epic. Lu Ran was taken aback. What kind of grade of equipment was this? Moreover, all 4-dimensional attributes were raised by 1,000 points. It's just blowing up.
And, along with gaining the ability to fly, he also gained an active skill, Grand Rally.
What skill is that?
Curious, Lu Ran tapped on the skill panel to check it out. Sure enough, in addition to the newly unlocked career system skills, there was an additional active skill.
Skill, Grand Rally.
Effect, the special ability of the original elf to grant elven wings. You can tear through space at any location and summon the entire elven race to help in the battle.
Holy! Lu Ran couldn't help but burst out. This incidental skill, it's also too nifty. Hundreds of thousands of nature elf armies, one big rally, summoned directly to any location.
This was even more terrifying than Lu Ran summoning an accumulation of skeleton soldiers.
At this point, Tina and Saluro before her, as well as Lu Xinxin and others, Instead, he watched curiously as Lu Ran yelled at him. Lu Ran? How's it going? Lu Xinxin asked curiously. Make a fortune. Lu Ran just simply spat out 3 words. Not in detail.
Because there is no way to tell. He had wanted to check out the new skills and words. But Tina had invited Lu Ran to rest. On the Dark Elf side, it was only after receiving Lu Ran's permission that Silhouette went to work on her preparations. Placement of Dark Elves in the Sunset Plains.
The Elven Wings are the SS rank rewards you set up? Lu Ran asked in surprise. Yeah, didn't think anyone could pull it off originally. Tina mused. Lu Ran looked at Tina awkwardly.
Said, so, you hadn't intended to give the holy weapon away.
Words.
Tina blushed profusely and scrambled to explain, no, since I set out to.
Naturally, you're willing to give it up.
Besides, you've given so much and done so much for the elves.
There is nothing wrong with the elf wing being given to you for safekeeping and use. Lu Ran was relieved.
I'm afraid that this Tina isn't really willing to give it, and will secretly bury Lu Ran behind her back at that time. Then in that case, I can gear up.
Lu Ran said. As soon as you equip it, the equipment can recognize the owner. Trying to get me to give it back again, not so much. Just feel free. Tina said with a smile. The title has also changed from you to you. Only then was Lu Ran satisfied and equipped the elven wings. Moment.
Behind Lu Ran's back, a pair of huge white feathered wings stretched out, 5 meters long on the left and right, respectively.
Big exaggeration.
But unlike the translucent feathers of a nature elf, instead it's a sort of celestial master like biplane, It radiates a holy white light.
Lu Ran was taken aback.
Beside Lu Xinshin and other elf professionals were also startled.
What cool big wings. What's this? Equipment, is the SS rank reward that much of a stretch? Holy, this is too awesome. Not bad for an undead bigot, I want it too. Lu Xinshin also brightened up. And Lu Ran.
Then a prompt was received at the same time.
Your equipment Elven Sacred Artifact Elven Wings has entered the first place in the global equipment ranking. Does it display your profile information? Nonsense, of course it's hidden.
But Lu Ran didn't expect this thing, but it directly suppressed all the equipment and topped the list.
Same time.
All the nature elves in front of them, the moment they saw the elf wings appear. One after another, they knelt on the spot and made the most sublime elvish salute to Lu Ran. Even Tina, the queen of the elves, was no exception. Lu Ran was all startled by the huge array of people and hurriedly told them to excuse themselves.
Next. Lu Ran asked curiously, this elven wing, how come it's in this shape? It feels different from the elven wings? Tina explained, the elven wings are from the time of the Swift Ages.
A holy relic left behind after the fall of the original Elf King, a symbol of the elfin race, the nature elves of later generations, the upper elves, including myself, Neither is worthy to grow the feathers of an elf king.
So it is.
It's no wonder that Lu Xinshin said earlier that it was hard to obtain.
This is a good thing that people's nature elf clan has in their possession. And no wonder you can start a big rally.
It is the stuff of the Elf King and holds the will of the original Elf King.
Sure. The appearance of this piece of equipment also completely detonated the world.
For a time, countless people went crazy in the main city copy halls around the globe.
It's a foreign holy weapon. Surprisingly, it is available to human professionals.
Moreover, the person who obtained it was the necromancer bigwig who had been making a lot of noise lately.
Worthy of being my idol, oh. So awesome.
To be able to fight through the 70 floors of the Tower of Endlessness and suppress the globe with the profession of a necromancer.
Surely not an ordinary person. An elven holy weapon? This is also obtainable by human professionals? Holy, no wonder it's ranked number 1, did you guys see the attributes? Holy, elven wings can fly? It can fly. Being able to fly doesn't count for, look at the big rally down there. After a short period of ranking shock, everyone's attention was focused on the flight ability and the Great Gathering's active skill. Flying is okay. It's a long-awaited human experience, after all.
I can't say enough about both the experience and the convenience.
But the big rally. Is this an ability that a human professional can have? One big rally, the entire elven race aiding in the battle, and seemingly no cooldown? This Nima. Who else could kill this necromancer? With a wave of his hand, he tore through space, and the entire elven race smashed their faces, and wherever he passed, not an inch of grass grew.
Chapter 120, if this person doesn't come out, Long Xia will crush the world.
Eagle Sauce. Congress. The familiar conference room was reconvened.
This time, an unprecedented number of leaders came.
All the major guilds are coming in as well. Following the deaths of the last 5 guild presidents, Eagle Gem has lost 5 of its top players. A portion of the Black Dragon equipment was also lost, and dozens of high-fighting professionals, their vitality was greatly injured.
Now, it's hard to accumulate a new batch of Black Dragon equipment.
Intended to use this batch of Black Dragon equipment to kill in a big way during the national war to get back. Results. Then the holy weapon appeared. Swift Epic, this is an equipment grade that has never been seen before, what do you guys think?
The Congressional Grand Leader asked in a low voice. Elven holy weapons, naturally of extremely high grade, I didn't expect that
It's amazing that a human professional can obtain such a thing. What exactly did he do? How did he get it? Someone questioned. Sure. No one can answer that question.
Neil, as president of the first guild.
The face was very ugly at this time. Gnashing his teeth, he said, flight ability aside, as a necromancer with a long-range profession, the flying up to fight, melee professions could only wait for death on the ground. Of course, this is his personal ability. What we need to watch out for is the great gathering skill bestowed upon him by the wings of the elves. Everyone certainly noticed the big rally skill. But no one is the first to say it. Now that Neil had said it, the scene instantly fell into an awkward silence. The atmosphere was horribly oppressive. It appears that the skill is not on cooldown at this time. A leader said. It doesn't matter anymore if it's cooled down for even a year. He all has the ability to summon an entire army of elves at once, and don't you forget, the Battle of Nations is about to begin. Neil reminded. The faces of the leaders were suddenly as ugly as if they had eaten. For national wars, the number of people fighting in each country is fixed. Originally, a necromancer with perverse personal combat power was already a headache. But according to their original understanding, in a national war, as long as one plans an assassination, a sneak attack, with a wave of fire, it might not be impossible to kill the necromancer. But now, with a single thought, that necromancer could summon the entire elven race to help in the battle. This is simply buggy. No, we can't let him disrupt the national war pattern. Neil said in a deep voice. So? What do you have in mind? All the men we sent to infiltrate Longxia are dead. But not even a bit of news was sent back, presumably not even see the face of that necromancer, was killed by the Protectorate army town. Didn't you say that the Protectorate's protective deployment on the southern border was almost non-existent? The leader asked in the fall. Neil frowned. He said, no one would want something like this to happen. Besides, within this wave of dead people, But there are quite a few people from my Storm Guild. Stop it. The great leader chided out, this is not the time to pursue responsibility for I want to know, do you have any good ways to stop that necromancer from participating in the national war? As long as he participates. No need to think about it, Longxia is number one. When Longxia takes control of the globe, think about what will happen to us. With the feud between Eagle Jam and Longxia over the years. The consequences are predictable. But no one on the scene said anything. How else can this be stopped? A bull who can summon hundreds of thousands of elven armies at a whim, stop at my ass. We can't just sit around and wait, we still need to find a way to assassinate. Neil said through gritted teeth. Assassination? It's already failed once, what else do you want to do? The great leader asked with a raised eyebrow. If you fail the first time, can't you do it a second time? Neil asked rhetorically. The big leader almost laughed out loud. That's easy for you to say. So many people died in the first wave of the assassination. You're not the one who died, are you? And so? The big leader spoke up, well, since you've got that in mind, I'll make it happen, Neil. You'll pick the second batch of assassins, and, this time, don't enter Longxia from the southern border. Investigate the weak points of the border in detail. You'll lead the team and infiltrate Longxia. This time, only success is allowed, no failure. This statement was made. Neil was dumbfounded. He's scared, too. A necromancer on the other side, with a personal combat strength that's off the charts, and the ability to summon an army of elves at his whim. Hundreds of thousands of elf armies. How am I going to kill it? Don't you forget, he can summon the entire elven race. And the elf queen of the elf clan is a level 100 boss. Neil subconsciously shouted. That's a level 100 boss. At this stage, the first echelon of global professionals is only at the beginning of the 60th level. Against a level 100 big boss, it was simply looking for death. The great leader sniffed. Smilingly, he said, yeah, and you know the other side can summon an elf queen. So may I ask, were you just teasing me about the second wave of assassinations? Or do you think that if you don't participate in the second wave of assassinations, you won't be the one to die anyway? Not bad for a big leader. In 3 words, the finger was instantly pointed at Neil. For a moment, the eyes of everyone present looking at Neil became odd. As the president of Storm, the number 1 guild in Eagle Jam. The death chamber is spared from death by not participating in it. The first wave of assassinations are spared by not participating. This second wave, or don't you want to participate? If you don't want to participate, forget it. Everyone is understandably afraid of death. But they're yelling about organizing a second assassination. They're just standing around. So you're not the one who died? Neil's face was hard as he was cornered. Offhandedly, he explained, I didn't say I wouldn't participate. The great leader nodded, very well, as the president of Storm, you should have that vigor. I'm sure everyone will support you as well. Neil opened his mouth. There was a bitter pang in his heart, and he knew that there was no hiding. So he could only grit his teeth and say, okay, second wave, I'll pick the people, I'll lead. Although he can summon the Elf Queen, it will take time. Concentrate on assassination, he'll die before he can summon it. Hearing this, the great leader was very satisfied. Nodding, he said, good, then I'll give you this chance to get ready as soon as possible, and... I don't want to hear of another defeat, Neil, you have to kill him at all costs and never allow him to go to the national war. Yes. Neil stood up with gusto. But the heart was trembling. Dismissed. Unwilling to say anything more, the big leader simply got up and walked away. Neil watched as the people in the conference room left in bits and pieces. I should have known better than to push more. That's good, forcing the issue. But it's not too much of a wimp to be the first Eagle Jam. He exhaled slowly, the determination in his eyes gradually solidifying. This wave must kill the necromancer. At this point in time, the Forest of Elves. Lu Ran was invited by the Queen of the Elves. Enjoyed a meal of elvish cuisine that a human professional would hardly have the chance to enjoy. After tea. This is what gives you the opportunity to open the skill panel and the word panel. Check out his new skills and words. And this look. Lu Ran knew that the time that belonged to him had completely arrived. Chapter 121, The Real Undead Emperor. Skill, Legion Guardian. Cooling, 10 minutes. Consumption, 80 mana. Effect, summons 10 enhanced skeletons to aid in battle. Skeleton attributes are 70% of the player's current attributes. This is a signature skill of the Necromancer. Though the cooldown is 10 minutes long like a normal summon skeleton soldier. But it was possible to summon 10 skeleton soldiers at once. And the shouting outside the window was so loud that it was slightly distracting for Koss to hear. Now that he is not yet in control of Madagascar and does not have enough real power in his hands, and at this time there is already such a thing as popular disobedience. A major nuisance indeed, to the detriment of the whole program. Unlike when he left just now, there were a lot fewer people who came out to greet Xiao Ran when he returned this time. But the weight of the personnel is heavier by an unknown amount. The guard who had charged forward hesitated and, still according to the soldier's instinct to obey the orders of his superiors after a slight pause, continued to charge forward. The guards of the imperial capital were good, so good that they were quite beaten at this time of the day. Now that it's nighttime and Legend of Calendar's game time, Wang Mor happens to have nothing to do. Finally getting a chance to get offline, he stopped by to rebuy a case of nutrient solution, after taking a spin outside the house. Come back and change the nutrient solution and continue the game. And Shui Yun had just passed through the mountain gate and entered within Sword Mountain. The clan token in the storage bag immediately reacted. Shui Yun tapped the storage bag to hold it in his hand under his expression, and after his divine sense entered it to check it out. There was a great rush of joy. When Luo Tian he saw the scene, he knew clearly in his heart that this was the limit of the people who had entered. In such a situation, it is not possible to be entering people. If you can use powers, don't say it's just a Gilgamesh's doppelganger. It was the main body of Gilgamesh, who was a spirit, that Noah had the confidence to dry out. As the competition progressed, some of the Jiedan inner sect disciples were unable to hold back. Finally, they either made use of powerful secret arts and aptitudes, or offered up some powerful magic treasures. This also made Shui Yun and those in charge of adjudication even more nervous. One appeared and disappeared in just a moment, and then the night remained thick as if nothing had ever appeared. Dao Respect was set free, and his aura had already startled the surrounding floating mountains and mangroves. Thick clouds in the Azure Sheep Palace orientation bucket is the sky market. Many palace doors has long been seen from afar, countless people pouring out of the porch, out of the courtyard, Looking towards the top of the floating mountain of Qingyang Palace from afar, one could vaguely feel the extremely heart-pounding aura. It was hard not to be disappointed, but that was actually to be expected. If space was so easy to poke a hole in.
Letting the sound of the light from outside come in, then with her going in and out so many times, there's no telling how many things will follow and get mixed in outside.
In the long run, wouldn't the aura in the space be diluted and neutralized as well?
He had drawn up considerably taller, and his robes covered the form of the.
Even the unique youthfulness and slenderness of a teenager can be revealed. Anyway, Young is either doing something bad or figuring out how to do something bad. Even if that cylinder mirror did work and happened to let her hear or see what Zhang was doing. And she won't feel guilty about listening to people's walls. Lang Yu hugged him tightly and felt an overwhelming sense of gratitude in her heart. She was glad that she had come here and she was also glad to have made it here for the night, and she was even more glad that she had met Yayan here. If it hadn't been for this string of fortunate events, she may have just missed out on meeting him. Maybe she'd just missed him in this life. I thought of coming first to ask your opinion, sister, and if she did not agree with it, I'll just go back and continue planning for Jingbo Lin to give birth, and if my sister has no opinion, I'll go back and beg the emperor. Noble consort said. After the soldier of the Golden Phoenix Kingdom led the way into this room. Seeing that the soldier general of that Yen country was also in the room, he also rushed to pay homage to the guarding general of the city in front of this Golden Phoenix country and that Yen country's soldier general. Chapter 122 The Power of New Words. So it's Legionnaire Guardian. I remember. This skill is the subject of much ridicule.
Indeed, 10 skeleton soldiers being called a legion is indeed criticized by many.
But it can't be helped. It can't be true that necromancers can summon 1,000 armies, right?
Then the other professions are out of the question. It's not Legion Guardian you're looking at, it's the newly unlocked phrase up your sleeve. With the sleeve, the Legion of Honor Guards. When he heard that the Purple Family's people wanted to examine the injuries, Shen Hulu was scared out of his wits and broke out into a cold sweat. He couldn't help but look at the sacrificial Sky City Lord, but that sacrificial Sky City Lord was wearing a smile on his face and wasn't in the least bit concerned.
My parents died too. He couldn't really say what year they died, yet. It's not right to say last year, just can't say died a couple hundred years later.
Only Xie Yuling, as always, had absolute confidence in Qin Yilong. She believed that her husband, her own man, could definitely defeat Sa Yu's Shindongyue. And thus bring peace to the world.
Let's go. Let's go. If I had known, I would have never met you in the first place. It's good to be gone.
From now on, there is nothing to worry about. Blue Rue do not want to live too deep, do not want to live too sad. Concubine, she turned the tables and cut to the chase, pure Chinji, regarding the matter of Tsueju yesterday.
Do you have your own opinion?
After speaking, Concubine, she looked fixedly at Yin Shui, gazing at the change of color on her face. After thinking about it, Chen Daji hung up another phone call to Mr. Lang of Jin Shang Real Estate and told him that the sooner the completion date of the Chen Village Villa is brought forward, the better.
If it's a boss coming in for a spike of damage, is it a reflex to spike back as well?
The Heavenly Martial King Phantom had a direct connection to the Heavenly Martial King himself, and he was as wise as a. At a glance, he could see that the Golden Thunder Sea could not kill Su Fan. The original guardian god of China, Dragon Group Xian Lao, is under siege by the world's psychics. Then it caught the attention of the world. At that moment, Rue Lan's cell phone, which was in her bag, rang. But the faint ringing sound was drowned out by Ling Ji's angry shouts, and Lan Rue didn't hear it. She'd lived in LA for more than 20 years, and everywhere was familiar streets, the familiar people, the familiar smells, and the hush of her family as soon as she got home to leave that.
She was unwilling to give up.
Xia Lin's eyes rolled and raised his eyebrows at Yi Xiao sitting on the sofa, as if he had insight into everything.
After double-checking to make sure nothing was missing, he was satisfied and opened WeChat to find Dr. Lu.
Send all the photos over, and in order for Dr. Lu to look closely, send all the original pictures.
Traffic and all that. Long ago, I stopped caring.
I'm fine, Lu Bai smiled reluctantly, but it was just too much of a stretch to. And the hand keeps pressing on the stomach.
Look, there's a door.
The man looked at Luo Qingxin with a few playful smiles and made a gesture of invitation. His warm breath hitting her face, his low, magical voice, haunting, and Zhou instantly felt all hot and weak, then hurriedly covered his face. Then, ringing silver and other money, to be discussed after the war, must not be taken from the people. The traces are not feasible for thieves and robbers, and anyone who commits the offense will be chopped off without any repercussions.
Zhu Yuyan stared at Zhang Mining with murderous anger. The
Zhu Yuhang understood that some parts of the Ming army were no different from the Tartars at this time. Hey! How come I can't get in? Obviously this door is just open and I can still see inside. Why can't I get in? Gu Nan muttered to himself in confusion. But, again, there is a balance in this world, and no matter what there are gains and losses, no matter how high or how ordinary one's background is. Don't forget it, want it, give me a look. After Zhang Tian kissed Lun Yuro's cheeks, he returned to the sofa. As Wu Shang, who was number 1 on the last battle list. The first one walked towards the hitting target screen of the instant power tester, adjusted his breathing, clenched his right fist, leaned back and roared out. Angrily smashing into the target screen right in the center, a series of movements that were unusually smooth, without a hint of dragging. Chapter 123. How big is Lu Ran's face? What? Lu Ran was a bit confused. He just came to say hello. How did he get into saving lives? And save the Qin family? What happened to the Qin family? Where's Yo-Yo? Injured? Lu Ran subconsciously asked. But as soon as this question was asked, Lu Ran realized that he had made a common-sense mistake. After global digitization, there is no such thing as an old injury that has not healed, even if it is a serious fracture. As soon as the lifesteal is restored, the injuries will be recovered. Friendship, these two words, are the closest distance and the farthest distance. When I want to be close to you, I'm your friend, and when I want to leave you, we're just friends. I want it in my hands tomorrow, preferably by noon tomorrow. Yi Feng said and reported an address. Jingdan glanced at Chui Bai, who apologized a little. It seemed that Chui Bai was right that the sheriff was truly having trouble saying something, but was forced by her own 2 words not to say it. What am I going to take responsibility for? I said, softly. Although I haven't been in the Yatar continent for much time, I've more or less heard about the rules of All Saints Town. Xian Gui said, we don't want to get married. I didn't finish a sentence when I saw Zhao Mission's eyebrows raised, looking like he was about to get angry, and I was so scared that I swallowed all the words behind me. Boom! The shockwave from the explosion of the spirit rising technique forced all the Dharma gods and Dharma saints out of the air and onto the ground. Yifeng immediately drew himself up next to an airship that was playing nice and undamaged when he got the chance, and he stretched out his right hand and a purple flame appeared on its palm. It's nothing much, really, but just taking good old yellow wine and soaking roses is just that. Gu Guifei smiled faintly, adding a little bit of the scent of roses to the wine. This is still something she came up with last year when she saw Consort Xian taking rose-smoked tea leaves and had an occasional whim. Then it's good for us to spar. For a one-on-one fight, except for the drunken green ox. Who would be able to outsmart her? Bai Yusang smiled faintly and looked at the fixed half-moon lotus. You mean you want me to dig for treasure in the jail? Xinjin was so surprised that her expression had gone numb. Not bad. Not bad. In the face of Yifeng's insanely rising aura, the Yang Jian murmured with a confused look on his face, and he didn't even see him running his immortal spiritual power to resist. This showed that his divine power cultivation was far from being comparable to Yifeng's. Instead of answering Sobi's question immediately, Tiger closed his eyes slightly and then it seemed to be feeling something. This snow appreciation Xian was packed out after Jinghe joined the government, especially for snow appreciation, half of it is open Xian. Sitting here, you can enjoy a panoramic view of the garden. As expected, after lunch General Sun entered the capital to meet the Holy Spirit, accompanied by He Zison and He Zidai. After about half an hour of discussion between the 4 people, please get the consent of Emperor Rinzhou, He Ping brought in more than 10 witnesses one after another from the outside. Sent quietly into the Qianqing Palace. If it is true that ghosts do not exist in this world, then, with all that has happened lately. And how is it to be explained? Holy! Lin Feng's heart trembled. Could it be that Huli already something he mixed into the heaven and earth and people and health and beauty massage hall, the real purpose? She even threatened herself with this. When the fusion was complete, Luo Yu raised his hand and ejected the space energy star towards Chris Dog. And grab the Colding umbrella and get ready to defend yourself against its explosion. There's nothing wrong with me, there's really nothing wrong with me. Xian Yu looked at Yi Yu and said. Closing his eyes in slight contemplation for a moment, he seemed as if he had made some kind of decision. The person in charge of the Kalika magic shop has requested that our mercenary group travel to the Mystic Forest to investigate a matter. Tiger opened the door and stated the matter directly. Chu Kai stepped into the door of the courtyard, and saw Su Zhaoquan sitting at the top of the table, looking like he was waiting for himself to salute. The mind is rather displeased. We even formed a mercenary group back then. What was the name of the mercenary group, I think? By the way, the Ghost Hand Mercenary Corps, it's still a C-ranked mercenary corps. Wu Dongxiong also said with a nostalgic face. Chapter 124 The Four Great Guilds Assemble. A few minutes later. A female swordsman who was teaming up to brush the monsters within the copy. Suddenly he raised his hand and looked at the communicator. President's notice, Red Clothes House Cabinet professionals, assemble at Blackfire City. Moment. The pupils of the woman's eyes suddenly shrunk. Immediately speaking, he said, this is the end of the day, you guys keep brushing. The rest of the team craned their heads to look at the woman, quitting halfway through brushing their copies of the. And it's a power loss. Ji Yanning came back to her senses, then broke free from Rong Che's arms and looked towards Bei Gongchen. Keeping his head down for a moment, he didn't know what to say. The last contestant to appear was none other than Zhu Hongjia, who, because of his good looks and superb skating skills. He also has a high popularity in Japan, so the cheers are most likely for him. Lin Xiu, who had a head full of black lines, had never seen such a shameless person, closed his eyes and contemplated. Who on earth would have the energy to mobilize SWAT like that? Sure, I had just practiced 3 low in an attempted manner, and nonetheless, none of it worked. Instead, it also stimulated the pain sensation, causing the effects of that closed shot to diminish. Pangolins are not very aggressive, but they have the ability to burrow through mountains in super speed. Once you make up your mind to escape, it will be hard to find it again, no matter how strong you are. Along the way, the cautious crowd, one after another, discovered formations, even blood formations appeared. I'm sure it's not far ahead to the place. The more she thought about it, the more atmosphere she felt. Jeannie Lai blasted her foot on the gas pedal. The needle on the tachometer kept drifting higher. It's not even possible for her, Liang Yu, let alone a perennial bottom feeder. Just wait for the joke this afternoon. Wang Yanjun slowly closed his eyes, and between his brows, he actually had a relaxed and happy demeanor. In him, life and death are no longer harmful. Humph. Good guts, if not for that, how could I force you to come back? Anger crossed the deacon's eyes. However, in the face of Gu Zhang, who had extraordinary potential, he did not dare to go too far, and only said in a vibrant manner. He had his own insistence in his heart, and no longer under the blessing of the old man's. Made a name for himself on the battlefield, which is why, in his position, he actually led an army that. Almost a year of fighting overseas. The old man. I have long said earlier the guild to me to clean out all these waste. This voice was. Suddenly hearing this somewhat familiar voice, at once everyone in the hall turned their heads to look. Wither away with the canopy boom. Chakra's words fell like a hammer. Yet every scar makes most people more resilient. Life is not easy. People should join hands and cherish each other, but such a state in life is really not understood and supported by the public. Well, you guys go ahead and get cleaned up and I'll wake Noelle up. I'm sorry, Katrina said with a nod, not really having a problem with that. There were no words, just the word war that said it all, and then a time. Again, 10 years later, the rest in no information. Although some of them are at the heavenly immortal realm. But can it really be compared to those old celestial immortals and golden immortals? It can be said that these people, who would otherwise have had to beg for food on the streets, are. All of them were grateful to Shiman Qin, and some of them even felt guilty in their hearts and wanted the city lord's mansion to take in more before they could do so. Hearing this, Ling Tian's heart was immediately upset. What does this mean? In your eyes, am I a playboy? But I'm not happy about it. Seeing as the old man was doing it for Zhou Yao's good, Ling Tian naturally couldn't possibly countenance it. In fact, it couldn't do any harm to Lin Tian. It was only to remind Lin Tian if he could use his heart when conversing with her. Caveat emptor, so many years and still do not remember, still want to be locked up for 1 or 2 decades. Think about it yourself, if you can open the cold ice lock that day, the cold ice kung fu will be considered a great accomplishment. Dokurakami took the butler away, and leaving my son to shoot water indiscriminately. Chapter 125 You kill. When you were captured from Black Flame City, your Qin family seemed to be planning to leave Black Flame City? Chao Yuan had nothing to do and turned his head to look at Qin Wuyo and asked. Qin Wuyo glanced at Chao Yuan, not intending to pay any attention. Chao Yuan didn't mind either. Smiling, he said, as the Archdeacon of the Heavenly Tao Alliance's branch in Black Flame City, Xin Lai is the. But not to use the relationship of the Heavenly Tao Alliance to solve the problem is also considered a man, but to run away can not quite work after the global data mining. Bo Yinha knew there was little hope when she saw this. She sighed and was about to get up and exit when the Gen Z's voice then rang out. Scram! Long Sifeng roared in annoyance, then with a gas, she simply walked away and, leaving Lao Jiu alone, he could only look at the figure of the car and sigh in vain. Don't move a single thing in here with me, and if you do, I'll blow your heads off first. Nan Bing said as he rushed to look away. Gather your men again and block the gate of Sunset Valley for me. The rest hand it over to us. Lin Fan's eyes were slightly cold as he looked towards only Beauty Tsangshan and spoke out. Well, I understand what you mean. Just in time to get our main force out to sea. Let all the empires not be able to find out our strength, and we can also open up the sea resources with one mind. Yu Xingxiang said. The Pang brothers' faces all changed. This person spoke arrogantly and was really rude. The two men were furious and looked at the sound at the same time. Having received such a lesson, the monster seemed to know that the young man in front of it was not something it could fight against. Only then did all four hooves flex and kneel in the air and wail. The red big subconsciously power staring will be wrong place existing left the right pressure. To the old man, that is. Hulin 4 worlds head thing color su situation under, chopping me have knowledge that and, of the road gas Hulin let 3 most people like to Lin 3, sound namely miserable. The moon was in the middle of the sky, and he had already sat in the courtyard and drank half a pot of tea, and he still hadn't returned. Tianchen didn't expect this to be the case, and for a moment he was a bit fretful that he had come here to look for the Blood Emperor. To decipher the secrets of discord, not to destroy the bloods. The magic consumed by the rare black ice at this moment, almost enough to clear out Lunge's own magic save. Lunge sitting on the floor of the wall could be said to be powerless to fight back, and he didn't dare to fight back because he was afraid that his magic would bottom out and he would collapse at this juncture. Dance of the Nightingale grunted, but ignored him. These days her words in the group were getting fewer and fewer, only to meet the sweet smile of the rich girl to please her and answer a few sentences. It seems to have been very impatient with the long half a month or so of boring game life at 3 o'clock in one line. With a flick of his mind, he offered up a strain of overflowing bloodgrass and quickly took it, the spell in his hand remaining unchanged. Once again, the soul-body technique was activated. Annihilation was beaten to that state. She should have rested for a few days to recuperate. But instead of letting her nurse her wounds, Nangong Yan didn't let her rub the medicine. He hated her for practicing herself so much. He was angry. Angry that she didn't resist Lin Mayan's brutality at all. There was more than a hint of seriousness in the usually jovial parlor. Zhang Wei put away the dangling look on the surface as he explained the next plan to the people present. Harley told him to build a portal to his own abode. Brain Demon Wonk will teleport some necromantic minions over there. 3 big men sat in the hall and talked for a long time. In the end, Zhang Ruochuan couldn't take it anymore, so she fell asleep on the table. Xing Yang and Xing Yi shook their heads and, after instructing the people on the side to give Zhang Ruochuan a room for him to go to sleep, the two of them arranged for the vigil. Grace. That's what I thought too. Meng Yuqian giggled a little before. The maids then came with the breakfast. Sister Chang and Sister Feng were familiar with serving the 3 of them. Meng Yuqian instructed to not say anything after glancing at them. However, this is said to be compared to the 3,000 points for ice and snow. Even with the ancient ape and the native 5 beasts, it was much worse. Chapter 126, There's no shield I can't break. When Wang Yujiao saw the scene, her heart trembled fiercely. Although Lu Ran did not react to her in any way, it was this indifference that, as if they were strangers who never knew each other. She gritted her teeth. Looking toward Qin Wuyao, he said, if he came to save you, he must die as well. Hearing Wang Yujiao disparage Lu Ran in such a way, Qin Wuyao, although she herself was in danger. But the heart was a bit unconvinced for no reason. Subconsciously, he directly retorted, Lu Ran. But well, even though I've never been in love, that doesn't stop me from thinking about love. If you don't mind me, a layman, commenting on the matter, I can say a few words about what I think. It's not herself. Hua Junya splashed water on the mirror and instantly the image of the man in the mirror blurred. Zhao Xin had always felt that if he spoke up about the idea of having Fan Zhongyan reinstated as prime minister, the first person to oppose it would have been Chen Zhizhong.
But now Chen Zhizhong is recommending Fan Zhongyan. Can Zhaozhen not be surprised? The great powers' overlords are now busy moving as much matter as they can into the country's nuclear war shelters.
Hiding inside might have a 1 in a million chance of avoiding this extinction crisis, which was better than doing nothing at all.
Everyone was busy searching for the last chance to stay alive.
Where to spend precious time on something like territorial expansion? To think that I had just exuded that kind of demeanor to a strange man. He blushed and burned so much that he couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground, saying that it was too shameful. Inside a large office in the Alliance building sat a very condescending man. His eagle eyes were fixed on the list of those who were closed for enrollment that was displayed on the computer, and when he saw the line for the country of Huaxia, he narrowed his eyes tightly. According to the rumors of the Snow Demon clan, 1,000 miles underground in the far north is the abyss of ice. No human or demon could survive there. Even the strongest of the Snow Demon clan born here were by no means exceptions to the rule. It was a forbidden area for all life, and also the far north, the fundamental source of all icy cold power.
In the near future, Ouyang Chun will personally form a joint investigation team with the Lishan Castle's main office.
Investigate the status of this operation. As for marquises, dukes, and even princes and such great men, they had private rooms on the second floor where they could look down on the whole place, a privilege that only belonged to the higher-ups. Building a gaming company within China instead of in Kiris, like Starfield Technologies. Shixian valued the large number of customers in the country, the supermarket consumption ability to ensure the game's ability to absorb money. But times have changed so radically that plants and animals are. The mutated giant bears strengthened their physiques, then, under the venom of these arrow-poisoned woods, which were also mutated.
How many rounds can they last?
That's when I saw the souls around Demon Trang's arms were pulsing slightly. This was after the injury that the soul was repairing itself. He must have sensed my sadness, and that's why he unleashed an instantaneous transfer to my side, and the turbulence of time and space hurt him.
Gufan would not want to run away at this time, because running away for the current Gufan, the price was a bit big, and it could even be said that it would be a losing deal. Something like that, Gufan would not do. There's like spring blending into a snowy valley, or like stones crushing through an empty wilderness. With a resilient will to live, it spreads slowly but surely throughout the body through the cracks of alternating heat and cold. In the absence of any hope, in the likelihood of never seeing me again, he chose to live that way. Mei Xiu brought Fan Shui to the outside of the Demon King's palace, and immediately a cloud of black chi converged in front of her. Finally a pair of glowing eyes opened in the blackness.
Only the grayish glow dispersed, and that leader of the 12 mastiffs of the ice plains was like an insect imprisoned in amber, and actually did not move at all.
Chapter 127, The Pressure from the Queen of the Elves.
In this instant, the smile on Chao Yuan's face froze.
Guild residence shield value, 500. But right in front of Chao Yuan,
the shield value was rapidly decreasing, and the numbers were changing so fast that Chao Yuan could not see it clearly.
It was barely less than a second. Guild residence shield value, 0500. Shield value cleared. The blue-robed youth frowned slightly as he looked at the three of Chen Xianyang, surprisingly able to tame a demonic beast as a mount.
Moreover, looking at this demonic beast, it seems that it is not weak. The other party's origin should not be simple.
The fire of the Yuan Shen. Frownly how slightly. The original body doesn't really have much of a memory about that.
The matter is not yet finalized, but as long as he can meet with Su Xing, this matter is already halfway done. Yu Chusha's eyes were red at this time, and the blood on her face had already solidified into dark brown spots of blood. Mixed with the dirt, it was no longer possible to see the original white skin. Only on the hillside to the left, a rich son dressed in purple brocade robes was looking at Li Xianlan and the others with a disdainful expression on his face.
Sometimes typing and chatting is such a benefit, and if you think about it for a second,
there was plenty of time for sophistry. They've been out for 4 or 5 kilometers, and they've killed nearly 100 wolves.
And yet, they didn't get anything good. Sima Xin in the center control room was already operating the machine, and the door of the closed room was opened. Mengi picked up the glasses that Sima Xin had asked him to get before he came down, put them on and walked in with his feet up. And in the corridors of the boys' dormitories, a number of people had poked their heads out of. They all looked to Yi Ji's side. In those days, Li So-yun had been lamenting why her old father was so shrewd and not confused at all. Scrap could block Xiahou Chen's thrilling blow, only shattering his mask and suffering a small injury to his arm?
Xing Tianyu thought about it, but it was acceptable, for the sake of his mind magic.
200 ancient coins too is still a good take.
Tell Amy and Sobeys all about it, and not a word about Alice. But Suna had experienced the vast majority of it, and the impact on him was predictable, so he took this opportunity to sort out the problem properly. And he also had something to ask Lenny alone, something Tag had once explained. After a round of shooting, the three immediately threw away the hunting crossbows in their hands, and side by side, the spears in their hands were all pointed at the Sphinx.
There's no pause, no decline after the big move.
The lightning flashed again in a way that was beyond one's inertia and common sense, the same regular rhythm, the current wrapped around the arm and the bitterness of the. A ring of circles formed in the vibrations of the chirping noise. After thinking about it, Star Refine spoke pertinently, that said. But before she could finish her sentence, the man had already tugged her forward first. He suddenly floated up into the air, slowly drifting tens of meters into the air,
parallel to the Inferno King's line of sight. In such a scene, in the presence of hundreds of schoolchildren,
she simply had no way with teaching this trash a good lesson, and could only swallow this mouthful of bad anger raw.
Hearing Sunu speak, Hans and his two companions frowned unnaturally, and
it seemed to take what Sunu said with a grain of salt. Dropping his limp body, Xing Lian turned around and looked at Songli, who had fallen to the ground after being hit by an arrow. Su Luoli glared at her. Su Luoli said, "Sadie, you talk nonsense again.
I'll rip your hair out."
Zimino smiled wryly. Ryan had lifted the black cloth covering the top of the glass case and from the other side the glass case held a shallow layer of water. "It's natural, or else it's the most beautiful woman in Yen who can marry me."
"When it's really cheap." Gu Nianqing threw a wink and said.
Yungu made a blessed salute not far away, with a good dose of discipline, but with eyes that were not subdued. Looking closely there was also a slight sense of scrutiny, clearly not treating Song Yishao as the master.
Chapter 128 Who Dares to Touch My Brother? Chao Yuan's anger at this moment could be imagined. It was so hard to capture Qin Wuyo and use it to blackmail Qin Lai.
The person was in the middle of the guild quarters of the four-square-walled city, and behind him were so many guild members of the four-square-walled city.
Qin Lai came alone with a minion.
This is a crushing inning. Available results.
It's only been a single glance, and Chao Yuan hasn't even reacted yet.
The necromancer, whom he viewed as a minion, had a stored power.
The greatest strength of the Sima clan is their ability to hide and endure.
Sima Qing told himself that this humiliation was nothing, he would get it back sooner or later.
For a moment, Van Simeon was frozen, until a moment of reflection that he couldn't even believe what he was seeing in front of him.
Of course the emperor remembered that, and it wasn't exactly a harem secret anymore. Many people know that Princess Lin has such a skill, but it is much harder to learn to copy it. People sometimes want to control their own mouth is the most difficult, often tolerate 3 or 2, cannot help but long days. Su Fan narrowed his eyes and hummed, and at that moment, under the astonished gazes of the crowd, then he walked straight towards the other side.
As far as the eye could see, it was the same as always, a stretch of cliffs close to the ocean. It's where the Sea Spirit Sex clan is located. In other times, Yang Fan would have answered like this long ago, however, at this time he remembered what Lin Feng had said to him and held his tongue. Ning Xiaosheng took the gold in his hand and waited, his face suddenly looked bad. Shen Nianyi thought that he was too little, said with him, "This 1 to 2, the gold is most pleasing to eunuch Mo's favorite, and now the market price to calculate. Such a piece is also worth 20 kanji." He pressed the sheriff to ask if she could say that she wanted him to repay her in the future. The abbot smiled and shook his head. The sheriff didn't even ask him what his name was, she just saw him working hard and did this good deed, she definitely didn't want anything in return, she only left a sentence that if you get a merit in the future, you must be a good official for the country and the people. At this moment, Dongfang Yuping really realized that in those Asian ghost movies he watched back then, how powerful and deep was the feeling of fear that the long-haired ghosts brought to him. At this moment, the onlookers all made way so that Ba could see Lin Feng. Most of them were people who watched and did things like this, and it was not surprising that they did such things. Chen Yuan, who was passionately in love at the time, did not notice the panic in his eyes. Since then they have been seeing each other even more openly as cousins. "It's okay, I'll arrange for a helicopter to take you back." When Zhang Jiayu said that, he asked Chen Yuan to contact He Yuehua to inquire about their location, and called himself to have his bodyguard pick them up and take them to the VIP lounge. Tang Shuxiao was a bit unnatural, she was just teasing Gu Beihuai at that time.
It wasn't like he was really going to pay anything, but the fact that he was acting so anxious made Tang Chusha a little suspicious.
Second brother, don't look at me like that, who told you to just come in like you've lost your mind?
Tang Chusha stifled a laugh to remind him. Gao Jun walked to the stage and gently waved his hand at Jia Shang, the young secretary of the Taila department.
Ordered to start playing music.
Hearing that they could fight many martial arts powerhouses and there were rewards to be had, the two of them were instantly motivated. Tang Chusha chanted day after day that his sister-in-law's stomach hadn't moved yet.
Just wait for someone unexpected.
Erdo, remember to be obedient, Joe. Li Yunhan closed in on Xiaoling's ear.
With a few more instructions, he turned and left. Chen Xuan secretly nodded his head and thought for a moment, trying to type Crimson Cloud Flint into the search bar before confirming.
Upon hearing that there was money to be received, Guohua immediately came to her senses and, without saying a word,
reaching straight for that silver.
Nowadays, the survival of the sect is based on doing business and teaching secret techniques and martial arts to the disciples of the sect.
Survival is not much different from the average sect anymore.
In mid-air, there was only Cold Wind Knight quietly carrying his hands on his back.
Faintly, he watched what was happening below. Chapter 129. I'm going to stay away from this plague.
For Square Cottage from its establishment to the present, there has never been such a huge row. On the left is the Red Dress House, with its warbling young ladies.
Absolutely elite professionals. On the right is its opposite, the rough and tough Battle Flag Protectorate. The seated cracked-hoofed bull gasped between snorts, but managed to keep the ranks arrayed. Although it was quiet, the aura of irony and solemnity had already come over him. In contrast, instead of red,
formations can be stacked, and the power exerted by stacking multiple formations on top of each other, multiplied several times over, terrifying and deeply frightening to fall into. For the young man's words to put boy, Shinshisha cannot help but cross a glance at him, only said you good color.
Putting down the colorful guts is getting bigger and bigger.
In her words, but in the end, for Zhang Jianyun's words just now, easy. Only slightly flirting did not hurt, and did not see much fire. Secretly, they looked at each other with vigilance, after which, with a natural expression, they turned to loot showers several people and a few moments closer.
Actually, the pimp is not the only one.
Even the four fighters behind her were beginning to sweat profusely between their foreheads and palms, which they tried to cover as best they could.
Duh!
Lord, Fox Chi Mei tried hard to make herself able to act a little less timid. Still, her constantly knotted tongue made her reveal herself.
Hearing Yan Yang's vicious and savage evil reasoning, Zhang Zhuyun couldn't help but turn around and look at her.
But see, Yan Yang's face is already showing some flushing, clenched teeth, eyebrows between the Zhangli, eyes have jumped the road to try the excitement of the state. At that moment, his own heart tied actually also with the ups and downs, a cavity of hot blood is also phase outside the roll, filling the chest a few want to tear open. With a grab in the air, the jade slip in the seven-pointed star formation suddenly flew into Sumu's hand, looking at the piece of jade slip. Sumu's eyes flickered, hiding within the lapel of his coat, his figure lurched, and his person had already disappeared in the same place,
running towards the traces of blood and battles left along the way. Dare I ask what's going on with Big Brother? Why are you holding my husband, your second brother, by the neck with your sword? Su Ruoyo asked again. As soon as the words fell, Sumu Mati on several people, sucked in a mouthful of cold air. Raising his palm and slamming it on the water, the man was suddenly as if he was suspended, out of the water, stagnant in the air. The flying swords that illuminated the entire dark cave appeared underneath all of their feet. Zhang Yunze is in the middle of his intense preparation under Tim's guidance. It was his first time playing in a major regular league and some nervousness was inevitable. The whirlwind that plane whipped up when it landed. It was felt by the villagers gathered at a distance. It was inevitable that that boat would bump and bruise when things went south, even with insurance. But it can be a real headache for a while. Now that it's 36 degrees outside, and such a bunch of people are standing around. Temperature all squeezed into one piece. Mountain City is a city known in China as a city built on a mountain, easy to defend and hard to attack is its characteristic. In the minds of the general public it was thought that battles between mountains and forests were more suited to creatures as physically agile as the bugs. Even if he knew that the words spoken by his elder brother and sister-in-law were not meant to be, he didn't bother to pay attention to them. The cleaner is clearer and the turbid is turbid, and he's got his heart set on Clearwater Lake, and he can't believe that no one knows about it. Is Clearwater Lake actually in debt? However, Xiaoyao wanted to go further on the path to immortality,
and decided to enroll in the divine patterns here.
So it did not leave.
The Nürburgring has been buzzing for the past 2 days because it's hosting a rock festival.
However, it was half a day before the end of the rock and roll machine, and most of the people had come to the Nürburgring by car, so the train stopped at the Nürburgring. Only a handful of people stepped onto the train as well. When Wang Kai saw this, he already had a plan in his mind, but there were more questions. After thinking about it, taking the hidden pheasant, he swiftly returned the same way.
When Wang Kai returned to the campsite, he threw the pheasant on the ground, gasping for breath and sitting on his butt on the floor. It was a good rush just now in order to get back earlier to report.
Chapter 130, and a windfall? In an instant, the 4 major presidents looked at Chao Yuan in unison.
Although Chao Yuan was looking down from a top-down perspective. But it felt like he was the one being rubbed under the feet of the 4 great Buddhas.
Plop. Without hesitation, Chao Yuan directly knelt on the ground, shouting, "Misunderstanding, it's all a misunderstanding, I already know it's wrong."
Fairly routine way of begging for forgiveness.
But really, the 4 presidents did not intend to take on the 4 square-walled city.
Just when Tal Nebula was about to walk to the door, suddenly it felt like there was something in front of her blocking her already unclear vision. I closed my eyes in despair. There were tears sliding down the corners of my eyes, falling into my mouth, salty and bitter.
I don't think either of them would allow it even if she went to eavesdrop.
Just by looking at their gloomy expressions, she knew that both of them were now wearing "do not approach" signs, and she couldn't afford to mess with them. Jude remembers the first time we met. He was a very young man. With a robust body and handsome eyebrows, he is not considered very handsome, but he is still an attractive person. After it was done, Ling Qi, as the new shareholder of Moe's, asked Yuan to accompany him to visit Moe's for a while. It was not too much to ask for at all under normal circumstances, but Yuan was really too tired and just wanted to rest, closing her eyes and pretending she didn't hear. When he and I were the only ones left in the room to face each other, I threw myself into his arms and cried straight into silence. The scene from earlier kept playing intensely in my mind like a replayed movie. My whole body was shaking, and he was holding me tightly but a little heavy. The door finally closed, but the bouncer who stayed here kept staring at Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao spread his hands and reclosed himself inside the house, as if to show by his actions that what's going on out there has nothing to do with him at all.
Hearing such a domineering roar from Ying Sun,
at that moment Zhu Hozhao and Li Ling, who were tearing and fighting in the room, both subconsciously stopped their hands. He thought to himself, and also looked back at Chiyuki Mina, only to see that she had already finished eating and
just sitting there quietly and waiting. Li Ruhai also didn't want to discuss the topic about Chiyuki Mina with Raimu Yuki. The guy's mouth was too big.
Amber Tanichi wanted to say something, but didn't, just muttered. No one heard what he said. Teen Zhang fired a few more bursts into the giant snake's mouth, and this time, it paid off. Fishy cold liquid, it was not known whether it was snake blood or saliva, spewed out of the giant snake's mouth, getting the crowd's head and face full of it.
She'd love to be in the good graces of Horio Ehara and Sadamiko.
That way, even if Chiyuki Mina comes in the future, she'll still have a place by Li Ruhai's side. Even if Li Ruhai had promised her to be together in the future, wouldn't it be better to have multiple layers of insurance? Her happiness had been hard-won and
she was going to hold on and never let go. Katsuya Aso's death was very sudden.
He chose to take advantage of the chaos. That can get profit. Naturally someone will be damaged. He is still very serious about his safety.
Have you ever grown a brain? Can such an aura be a new army?
Which new soldiers have such a majestic aura? This general knows that they were originally tough soldiers, definitely not new troops. Great King Honghai shook his head and it was useless to speculate. He simply didn't understand what Aojian, or the North Sea, was really trying to do.
I implore your highness to enter the imperial throne.
The people in the hall followed behind the old prime minister and bowed down. So at this time, it's absolutely reasonable for Zhu Hozhao to light up his sword. And from the perspective of the old Zhu family, this behavior of Zhu Hozhao is not only reasonable, but also legal. Ayu wasn't surprised. If he couldn't even block this blade, he didn't deserve to fight with himself. Using only a spinning body chop, his body shortened and swung his sword at Wui's legs. As night fell, and the Japanese search ran into the most realistic trouble, it was that they simply couldn't tell whether the people 5 meters away were friend or foe, even though they were all carrying torches.
Chapter 131, The Forge of the Dwarf King.
At these words, the crowd looked at Silhouette in unison.
You recognize this? Lei Tai asked in surprise. But Silhouette just glanced at Rai Tai and ignored it.
Lei Tai looked at Lu Ran awkwardly.
It was only then that Lu Ran took over and said, "Silhouette, you recognize this?"
Rather, this mark looks like. Not so much like a furnace, but more like a fortress of sorts.
Hearing Lu Ran's question, Silhouette before answering.
With a soft click of his hand, his palm was already firmly gripped on that trapped dragon sword. With a slight force, he held the sword firmly in his hand. When Sumuchio returned to the house, Fang Gai was sitting on the bed and fuming.
Shoji and Purple Ripple were cleaning up the messed up house.
The people sitting at the conference table, some of them looking down and wondering what they're thinking, Some are looking at each other in disbelief, while the main people in charge of the power plants who have given each other a hard time in the negotiations are somewhat of a thief. There was an unusually regretful silence. The dean made a detailed note of the requirements that the housekeeper had said, and then began to arrange the examination items for Gu Yu. Accompanied by this terrifying roar and hiss, the battle, from the very beginning, entered a white-hot level. Since it is the foundation of the entire building, it is important that not only are the materials well chosen, but that the roots are accurately sized. 39 were ready, but when the 40th was cut and sawn, it was found to have a serious chafing hole in the center and could not be used.
There's no margin for such a large piece of wood, so what can we do? Guyu, what are you pretending to be stupid for? Shu Nanshan looked at Guyu sarcastically and he opened the computer with an arm outstretched, typed something in with his hands and feet, and then pointed it out to Guyu. Ling Chang realized that ever since he met Mu Chu, it seemed that there were many more things in the world that even he, Ling Chang, could not do. Next, he had to deal with a challenge from the Thousand Curtain House, Wang Sangun's cousin Lin Jinkai. After establishing a connection, Lin Weiwei learned some information about this sword. This sword is called the Spirit Feather Sword. Far short, both in rank and in office, and therefore heard him commanding.
Acting immediately, the lieutenant exclaimed, "We're taking over here, call your chancellor."
Carter Scott is not something I'm going to tell anyone else, even. And I'm not going to pay him any attention.
Granite's body shook slightly, and this young princess of the...
Is the city so deep already?
Baixing didn't answer, but as soon as one of these calls hung up, a second one would follow. Early the next morning, before dawn, Equation began to prepare for the
pack up the makeshift camp and put away what needs to be put away.
It's Rab is an island whale, and Kolo figured Equation wasn't a bad guy.
It was decided to tell Rab's story to the Equation gang.
Suddenly a rumbling vibration came from outside the passage. Even the entire hall trembled slightly. However, even with this, Fang Yi still felt a stabbing pain in his chest and it was just touched by Zhou Quan's claws. Shifting shapes, legend has it that when a person's mood reaches a certain level on the then they could achieve the ability to casually change the scene they were in through their mind. They didn't expect that Yi Chen could possess such a high realm at such a young age. Wario didn't bother to look at the cavalryman's condition, he was sure the cavalryman would take care of it on his own,
because he was a scout amongst the Liangzhou cavalry. Scouts are always only the most elite of cavalrymen, the ones that aren't elite, the ones that aren't powerful enough to. Often they died early. The ones that remain, naturally, are the elite, or the same kind of old scouts. Xianqi Wuyo calculus holding a melon seed was getting high, hearing the words, he looked towards the guests, and Shi Jingtian also looked. The shopkeeper and the money collector at the counter also looked at the customer. The deputy leader of the Thunder God Mercenary Corps in the field looked at Xiao Feng, who was fighting and killing in all directions in the field. A look of indescribable shock filled his eyes. Affected by this spot was continually broken into, and although the sergeant's intrepid low gears, it also just slowed him down a bit. Chapter 132, No One Can Kill Me. Same time. Sakura. Inside the dimly lit room of the Shinto religion, Nanashir was sitting on the couch, sacrificing the day's resources to the Orochi. Next, the Shinto religion, as well as a few of the top brass from the Ikinai Daisha, walked in from outside. The room itself was spacious, lavishly decorated, but the curtains on several of the windows were drawn tightly by Nanashir. From the time Nanoha reverse bonded to Yagyu Orochi, she seemed to. It was only now that immortal Baguio realized that the other party not only wanted the sacred mountain spiritual vein. Still wanting to exterminate his Black Shone Baguio sect, looking at his own disciples dead and wounded, immortal Baguio suddenly laughed, Having lived too many years, she had never seen any scene. Nanling Du couldn't help but show a look of lost soul. It turned out that all of this was calculated by the demonic chi being,
and from the very beginning they had been led by the nose by the demonic chi being. The experiences that the predecessors of the East Extreme Immortal Mountain had arrived at with their lives were all illusions put out by the demonic essence. No need, Dokuroba, don't have to rely on a sharp blade for defense yet, take care. Dokuroba didn't appreciate it and waved his hand, leaving first. By this time, Lin Botchin had already run to my side, and as soon as I pounced on the ground. On the verge of pouncing, my hand had almost touched her. When the sensation of vibration eased a little, he immediately stabilized his figure and leaped forward. Far away from the area where the acid flowed, looking at the acid that kept rolling in, Tang Lichuan only had one way to go, toward the front.
Second uncle, you want to frame the Yin family for being unkind?
If it wasn't for the three of you who sacrificed your lives to save us on this journey,
I'm afraid we won't be able to return at all.
Yanling let out a chirpy cry, looking at her second uncle angrily. The cloud brocade mansion master floated high in the sky, only to see countless brocade ribbons appearing all around her. As if a sharp sword, it attacked towards the snow ape beast, which stormed out, and if it didn't happen to break through to the martial king level, that would be a problem, so the two would have to stop the snow ape beast. Venerable Thousand Arms' heart jumped when he saw Tang Lichuan's belly bulge in an unusual way. Before he could finish his words of warning, a silver-white ray of light shot out from Tang Lichuan's mouth.
Some bones could still be seen on the roadside, those were dead slaves. In Shao village, those captives who had no skill would become slaves. These slaves would have fared a little better if they had been bought by some kind master. If they were in Shao village or in the hands of Shao Mo, their fate would be tragic. The man walks in the painting, the man in the painting crosses his head. Wearing white fur, Shangguan Xiaoyu didn't know how long he had been looking at the slanting sun until the corners of his eyes soured and a crystalline teardrop fell before he gave up. Thinking of this, a rare trace of compassion appeared in Lin Ziyun's eyes. Favoredly, he stroked Zijuan's hair. Everyone else's, crocodile, is a section of E's skill approaching, while the red rage skill stuns afterward. The continuity of the pummeling hit, once again building up his rage to 50 points, Then a red rage Q hits while others are still stunned, followed by a second E skill dash away. Belagar carried too much for his clan, but it was his clan's mission to. He knew he had to carry it. The shame of cutting off his beard? Of course it is. It's a shame worse than death for a dwarf. But Belagar knew he couldn't die, or there would be no one to avenge the clan's great loss. On top of the summoner skills, upper middle or choosing something called Ignite. Anyway, there was no need to bother about the death of the bottom lane, it was enough to secure one advantage on the line. Holy! Master Bull couldn't even pull his pants up in time to. Panicked, he operated his flying skateboard to escape from the waterfall, and the arrow of water, which was extremely thrilling, brushed past him a few meters away. It was only until it exceeded the height of hundreds of meters above Nyosu that it dissipated into a sky full of water. Chapter 133 Deadly Sand Sea. Nanai was notified that her application for entry had been approved. The first departure to Long Xia. And at the Four Square Cottage. Chao Yuan had already reactivated the resident shield. But this was the first time that even with the presence of the resident shield, he still felt unsafe. The resident shield that had once made him feel incredibly at ease was now as if it were an eggshell, the feeling of being shattered at any moment. This, of course, comes from Lu Ran. Wang Mazi obviously also heard the contents of the voice, but he said without blushing. It wasn't long before the children came to the school as well, and when they saw Su Yun's, they all say hello to Uncle Su. Jade says she has a few dozen days left on her time limit, and it's up to her fate whether she makes it or not. Jolie narrowed his eyes and stared at Lian Hongyi's face that was pretending to be positive. It's fine. I can fix it all. Many high cities, though able to withstand their onslaught for the time being, are greatly depleted, and if they are not supported, it will surely break the city. Immediately after that, there was a flash of light in front of Yi Chuan's body. An anciently shaped long-distance teleportation array instantly appeared. Also taking into account the great technological prowess of the alien pioneers, he certainly wouldn't risk devouring the other side. But Yi Chen was different, he was now Chen Xiaodong's master. In the spirit of prying into the specifics of one's disciple's situation in order to facilitate follow-up treatment. This was the second vision he had borne after the Qi and blood visions, exclusively belonging to the divine body. But it varies from person to person. These words of Loki's didn't stir up too many waves in her heart. She had passed through too many storms and used to being alone. On this day, Li Kaiying leaned her sturdy body against the executive chair and
Her manicured eyebrows were like horizontal silkworms lying over her dangling eyes, and she had a small but fleshy nose, a blessed look. Her tan skin was dressed in a saucy red blouse. She looked a little haggard. The Golden Age robot named Moss in front of us.
It's the degree of genetic similarity that determines whether or not a person is human.
He went to the scene of the disappearance, and the Viceroy just vanished into thin air.
Only one hovercar remains. Hearing this, Mokir fell silent, because what by Xinu said was not wrong.
Moreover, his own father had once been seriously injured and had only 10 years of life left.
No matter what secrets he had, Feng Lin could easily take him out of the equation. This is the absolute bottom line.
The meeting was held in the main hall of the county courthouse, and there were nearly 40 participants. Most of them had never met each other before, and now that they were called to attend the meeting together, they looked at each other with some excitement. Then whispered and mingled about the topic of today's meeting. Since people had said so, Bai Sinu didn't push back any further. Collect the rest into the storage ring on his hand.
Yes, except for the strongest of the Saint Realm. All others can be called mole crickets.
Even those high and mighty supreme beings would not be an exception. The sword flipped and slashed in his hand, and an incomparably sharp sword she shot out in all directions. The
intimidating power shocks the viewer.
That day, Bino put on a pair of earrings, then went and bought a bunch of white chrysanthemums and went to the cemetery. Zhang Yanzu smiled at Lei Tingting, but Lei Tingting glared at him, not because of anything else. She could see that Zhang Yanzu had this idea just now, probably because he didn't say it out loud considering that it was her money, so she was complaining that he was being outgoing with herself. Before Uncle Missy changed his mind, Lin Ji Snap devoured the food and finished it in no time. Although the ancient god realm has been without a true god for more than 10,000 years.
But there are still quite a few powerhouses in the Saint Realm, otherwise,
I'm afraid that the ancient god realm, one of the three realms, has long since fallen into the territory of the demon realm or the devil realm. The 6 of them formed a garrison as naturally as those 6 of the king of the 13 had. It was the hardest part of Wei Demon City, so in their area, the demons that came up were basically killed by them as well. And the lower part of the wall, where they were, was where the most heads were.
Chapter 134, I won't stop until I kill the necromancer.
The sandworms, which were a nightmare to all professionals, were swept under Lu Ran's carpet sweeps.
Instead, it was easy as pie. Engaged originally somewhat nervous Lu Xinshin 3 people, all completely relaxed.
As if not venturing into a forbidden region beyond their rank. Instead, it's a general stroll through your own back garden.
Easy, cozy.
Sure enough, it's a level 70 monster. This would be too dangerous if we came in the normal way.
I don't know, Reite exclaimed.
When Shui's serious look was especially attractive. Even Song Ishi, who was used to his appearance, couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed by his deadpan stare. And then after the fuss, she called Tian Yuan to bring Lu Tianqi here. Let them see how Lu Xianxian was disgraced out there, but at this level right now, it wasn't much use at all.
Let me eat before I fight, I don't have the strength.
Seeing the river god's palm coming at him.
I'm heartbroken.
The mahjong hall was quiet again, and Cloud Fire Dance glanced down at the deep gully in front of her chest.
Some doubt. It's no fun to drink tea, Uncle Qin, you lead the way. Lu Tianlin coldly looked at Nico Ming.
Headed outside. The rest of us have passed 2 hurdles, but to get off the island. I'm afraid I'll have to go through 5 hurdles like Guan Yunchang. Mao Huining's brow gradually frowned, and the meal stopped cooking as she pulled out her cell phone and called Mao Shi.
Picked up her bag and headed out the door.
Fixing his eyes, he could see that the means of the golden lotus of merit that Hong Jun had exerted was blocked out and devil gas rushes to the sky, the floodplain trembles and vibrates, and the cold breath spreads in all directions at this moment. Song Yishi's face was scalding hot, eating the fruit one bite at a time, never mentioning feeding him again. This sleep only woke up feeling soothed all over, and by the time they got up and cleaned up and poured out the
It was not until after 10 o'clock that they went to the medical room to change the medicine.
On the way, I met Xiang Haichuan and the others, and realized that in addition to the 14 of them, the rest of those who did not pass the island test had to continue training every day. Among them were many of the great heroes who preceded the establishment of the great Chinese Empire. The strength was even far inferior to that of an ordinary person nowadays, and in such a situation, Zhang Baoyu wanted the divine spirit system to be promoted in the Dahua world. The difficulty is palpable. After so many years of accumulation, they lizardmen had a lot of good stuff in their hands. Take, for example, the set of metal chainmail armor that Kazvita was wearing, and the chili trident in his hand. The originally strong lizardman patriarch wore such a suit, and indeed looked very heroic. Also, I took Lin Zijin away. That was because I was in the heat of the moment and hit him a little hard. Afraid that his life is in danger, I brought him back specially to rescue him. Doctors save lives. It's not too much to ask his family for a little medical money, is it? Her temperament was constantly transforming, and her strength was incomparably strong, and it was as if she was all heavenly in her thousands of changes. Just a moment Wang Quan Taoist fell back, a pair of hands were beaten into white bones, pain and a cold sweat rain sprinkled on the ground. Yu Suqiu was a little worried that Zhao Nanshan would fall into self-blame and not be able to extricate himself. Many officers commanding an operation for the first time have psychological problems as a result of casualties among their subordinates. And is this ramen in front of me? Manga Knight couldn't help but smile as she looked at the steaming bowl of snow white in front of her. Fang Zong directly passed through the pitch-black poisonous blood. The poisonous blood was vaporized in mid-air by the fire of the true sun, and the occasional leakage was rolled up by the blood-red cloak of the silver-robed big red robe, and when it unfolded, it was followed by being burned into nothingness. This was the third time Yang Zining had heard someone mention the forces behind Fang Jufo. He was curious to know what kind of force was behind Fang Jufo. Although Yang Jinxia will definitely protect him, but to put his own safety and security on someone else's, that is quite foolish. The only way to become strong is to become strong yourself. Fang Zong had in his hands that could kill the old sword demon, no matter how terrible the price offered. That also comes with a price tag that it's possible to put together. Chapter 135, Nanashi's Three Great Style Gods. The other people from the Heaven's Path Alliance and full-time alliance around them were also dumbfounded. What's this Nanako doing suddenly breaking out, but not fighting? This Nanoha, she's really restless. Come to Longxia, say nothing, but don't leave? What the hell does she want? To get out of town? How dare you violate international entry rules, we can kill her all we want. Yu Kung Song looked at Nanio's departing party. If Li Jianqing's previous scolding was a clear scolding, then now Xia Sun's paragraph can be much more profound. There is not a single word of abuse in the whole sentence, but there is a hidden sense of shame everywhere. Especially the last sentence. That is even more explicitly said. Li Jianqing did not listen to Park Lingyun's advice, arbitrary to raise troops to logging, only to end up in today's situation. Baka. The Terra Regiment captain really hated this Chinese unit. They took advantage of it's not so cheap to hit and try to run away. The soil was moistened, then there was a 4-square wooden mold, under which dry soil was sprinkled and put on the wooden molds, and it's time to put on the clay. Once you've put the clay in, you use a 4-square stone hammer that repeatedly hammer on these clays until they are hammered into a billet shape. As soon as Zhao Gongming stepped out of the ring, someone immediately challenged him. It seemed to want to take advantage of the fact that the East Emperor Tai had just responded to a challenge and had consumed quite a lot, so he was not allowed to rest for a moment. Shameless behavior of taking advantage of the fire. Leads to a sigh of relief from the viewing platform. Li Youngjun, who was thinking like that, didn't notice the passage of time. The paper in front of him was densely filled with words, with either lines or circles drawn between them. As the night drew low, Li Youngjun crouched down to burn the paper again, what he was going to do at each step now firmly etched in his mind, and he began to make phone calls. Holding the myriad tree, Junti fought with Gui Yin for several more days. In the end, Jodi was defeated. He was brushed down by Junti with the myriad tree and fell into the whirlpool lake. With the loss of his strength in battle, Guiding was defeated. When Yang Dong and Jamie arrived at the entrance of the banquet hall, inside, a dozen members of the Knights Battalion were cleaning up the battlefield. I don't know where Dale got a magnolia in full bloom and stuck it on his breast pocket. The accompaniment had not yet begun, and Dale, with his head slightly turned sideways, seemed to be lightly sniffing the flowers, and his clear singing voice seemed to come from the clouds. And it all happened in the midst of a tentative confrontation between the two. The real battle has yet to begin. Duanka somewhat perfunctorily ordered 2 at random. However, one of them is really very good looking. Si Zhangliang laughed, sighing that Duan is a master who knows the way. Duan Ku, on the other hand, just smiled faintly and didn't comment. Straight to the old man, angry, a mouthful of Lingxiao blood clogged in the chest to come down, unbearable to death. Seeing Su Lizi's old mother hen protecting her pups, Su Qinghui slightly sobered up. Did he just seem too impulsive? Li Cheng's fingers brushed against the ball, which hung in the dead center of the goal.
It eventually grazed the outside edge of the goalpost and went over the line.
It was her first time, but he knew how to lead, and it all happened naturally.
It didn't even hurt as much as I thought it would. Borrowed? Who is the owner?
You can tell me, I'll beg her.
I'm sorry, Donnie asked immediately, hot on his heels.
Remembering the old days when he threw off his prince's ascendancy and became immortal, and then by chance and coincidence. The great Grandmaster Hongjun was honored with his love, and he became a Taoist child in front of his seat, and thus met the 6 worlds of the Great Father, and became acquainted with Yu Xiang, and accomplished a beautiful marriage. After Helena's reminder, Morimitsu instantly thought he could call Bruce and let him help himself to counter-acquisition. Bai Qi didn't stay idle, and took the time to observe the terrain of the neighborhood, and keeping a rough idea of where people might be hidden in mind, this waited for Tyson's return. Let me hear the sincerity of the Sea Nation side well, then we can discuss the specific terms.
Duan Ku and Swinging Boat have already had an exchange, and have a rough idea of Swinging Boat's habits and abilities.
So when they just met, Duan Ku took the initiative in his own hands.
Chapter 136 Can't find me to give her a message. In the meantime,
Yu Qing-song, however, was not idle. He wasn't taking any chances in charging forward. After all, he hadn't come into contact with Nanoha's third style god in his memory. If the third god is a melee burst. Yu Qing-song insisted on rushing up, but it was a stick-face delivery. Anyway, with so many people surrounding Nanoha, it was entirely possible to take her down without casualties.
And so, Yu Prime landed midway through the round.
The broadsword in his hand plunged into the ground. Suddenly, with a loud noise, T-shirt Tian fell to the ground and several bullet heads glittering with golden luster slid down his abdomen, his shoulders, and actually did not penetrate his body.
That's the only number of forges in a day. That's kind of bad.
That's probably just enough to equip some of the captains of the Rogue's army with enchanted weapons during the Great War, I'm afraid.
Dekakane frowned, showing some concern in his demeanor. Now that the entire Tooth County has known and the arrival of Wei's army. Naturally, they also knew that Wei was about to go to war against Qin. And the Qin family even got the news that this Wei Xiang will also go to that frontline battlefield. It is said to be in the sights of a nobleman.
Hao Tian turned back again, and behind him was already blocked from view by a heavy blood mist. Skeleton Mountain, and the people on Skull Mountain had been obscured by the blood mist.
Fellow Taoist, I'm afraid your blood jade spider won't be able to support it if we keep fighting.
At this point, the old farmer exclaimed. One figure floats like a fairy, and one figure
is spinning forward.
It's indescribably awkward to watch. Some are lucky and get some resources, while others kill their way into the land of ferocious beasts.
Some were eliminated from the entertainment industry. Most importantly, there's definite information that
it's amazing that all 4 of the Golden Girls in the acting department junior year were having an affair with him. Therefore, Adrian, controlling those Golden World forces. There were enough races left for the demonic races, and considering how many of the demons were made up of cannon fodder for wars like the sinking demons. However, after hesitating for a long time, the vigilance it held in its heart for Suze, whose origin was unknown and whose strength was strong. As well as being wary of the many demon kings gawking at it not far away, it nevertheless suppressed the dense killing intent in its heart. Because Matthew had gotten noticeably quieter.
And Hermione wasn't too keen on interacting too much with Neville.
But this riot, which is completely brainless and produces nothing of value.
Completely unlike the style of the Order of the Phoenix. If they really only have this ability, what is the basis for secretly fighting Grindelwald for more than 50 years? Though not willing to admit it.
But there was really no way he could climb this first somewhat tall telescoping ladder under his own power. So, for this unknown among the known, his fearful horror was heavier than Byran's. He doesn't need anyone else to swoon over her. All he cares about is that she accepts him for who he is. He'd rather live behind a mask in order for her to recognize himself in a new light, just hoping she'd give him a chance to recognize himself in a new light. Even by this time, he'd gotten used to people next to him treating him like he was nothing. It couldn't be helped, who called him untalented and weak in character. He knew this fact that. So it doesn't really matter. Father slowly his body reacted, his hands could move. Ji Yang felt that taking his hand in his own, his fingers moved gently twice.
Fong Luotan's heart ached as she gritted her teeth and pulled out the money.
Because the monthly living expenses called in from the North Hades base can really count. With his superior medical skills. Shijuan was able to quickly regain her status and throw herself into the fight, hence her score.
I, for one, do. Maureen said solemnly to me as she got out of my arms.
This time I want to listen to the voice of my heart and pursue my own happiness. Even if I will fall into an endless abyss, I will not regret it.
Chapter 137 The Kingdom of the Dwarves. Blackrock City, the main city of the Hill Dwarves today.
I don't know, said Silhouette, pointing to a city on the hillside in front of her.
Lu Ran let his eyes go.
The city is medieval in style, but not old overall.
Vaguely you can see dwarves coming in and out of the city gates.
But there was no sign of humans.
After all, this was still a forbidden area, and Lu Ran and his group were the first human race to set foot here.
But Lu Ran felt a little suspicious.
Slightly open-mouthed and round-eyed,
With a stiff expression, he twisted his head to look at Adaya, who was gripping her shirt with both hands and pulling it downward with all her might, revealing half of her rolled, snow-white globes, with a flirtatious gesture out of the corner of her eye.
We're talking business now, don't mess up. Heelin Yao glared at Long Xiaoyan and
her mind was active. Long Xiaoyan did not allow her to smile at others, and generally she did not listen to Long Xiaoyan. But today she would be an adult and listen for once. She would never smile at Long Xiaoyan today.
What kind of strange things will Nagato encounter here?
Or what could be the adventures that would make him stronger? But to say that things were done by them leaves a lot of room for doubt. She came to Qinghua Fong on a whim and didn't tell anyone.
They might not have expected her to come here.
To be able to plan everything and make that sequence of events seamless in that short period of time again seems unlikely. This has been said to the hearts of all the great powers, although Luo is still very difficult to deal with right now. But if Luo Shuji becomes a saint, they won't even have a chance to survive in the floodplains, so they naturally won't agree to it. Egret and Flying Gull had wanted to help persuade Shouwan to spare floating water this time, After all, when the two of them were punished last time, floating water had always helped them plead for mercy, but at this time, after hearing Shouwan put words into serious words, hesitating for a moment.
Looking at each other in the end he didn't say anything. What dance?
Yi Chan was filled with curiosity, and with a hint of skepticism,
Everyone else except Jin Young looked like this.
It's hopeless, can't think of anything serious in his head, Sui lazily ignored him. In passing, he picked up a glass of plain water and handed it to him.
For his teammate's proposal, Wang Yu shook his head and refused, in his words. It was just 5 ordinary kings, not even close.
Yu Poison couldn't figure out what Guizhou was going to do, and anyway, he was going to be killed in 3 days.
Yu Poison wasn't afraid of any tricks he might play on himself.
At those words Suyu immediately raised her own fist and looked at it. Only a hint of black color was seen on his fist in addition to the blood.
This is for you guys. Li Fei handed over the yogurt in his hand and just passed by the supermarket and bought it. In this day and age of 9 out of 10 dudes. Xia Fangyuan felt that this issue should really be pondered over.
At this point, Manchu Favor's eyes are poisonous, whether it's the selection or training of the spy guards.
He's all extra attentive.
They looked down in all directions.
Such a messy scene. No one noticed that a large living person had actually disappeared into thin air.
If Lingyan couldn't find out what was going on when the time came,
wouldn't Mrs. Shin be able to take the opportunity to completely trample the second house under her feet? I'll go. Isn't that bull? If I can summon a fairy, then why ask you?
A random stealth spell could have stolen Snow Vanilla. She used to come close to Xiaohua for her own purposes, but Xiaohua pushed her out step by step.
Therefore, she is very despised Xiaohua, but now
she understands who is the person who is really good for her.
Does that? Please, you two want to pay the bill?
The cashier, who had been counted for a long time, finally couldn't help but speak up. Chivalry is the duty of those who practice martial arts in our generation.
The girl doesn't have to take it to heart. Tian Gao said gently. With the successful experience of sacrificing the Shura blood blade,
Yiling then turned his attention to a few medium and top-grade 4th-rank flying swords gifted by his master, Elder Lu, as well as a few other items such as magic treasures and vestments, all of which were of similar grades, with no extreme grades present.
Chapter 138, You don't want it for free?
What is this, a quest guide NPC? Asked Lu Ran curiously.
Probably. Lu Xinshan wasn't sure. Dwarf girl in front of you. Although carrying a sledgehammer, the sledgehammer was obviously of poor quality and rusty.
Its size was exaggerated, almost exceeding the dwarf girl's own body. The clothes she was wearing were also coarse rag clothes, without even basic armor. Be short of. Ergo, blushing, looked at the girls and, seeing that they were all staring at him with unblinking eyes, Ergo was completely shy. Kinda strong jet flames that shot out of the fire dinosaur's mouth. It blasted straight at the mythical frog flower with decent power, except that the levels were still too different. 360. For paces, empty around, only fallen bodies, There were no living enemies. A random breath was thick with the smell of blood. The wise one was extremely surprised that the master mother was so compassionate toward the Jinling family. This is probably because she doesn't know this bloody history. Eyes on another one of her slaps, with only a few steps between them. Tanaya didn't even have a chance to dodge. Although the flame wasn't as powerful as the Xian fire, it was certain that Surprisingly, this fire is coming out from inside the Earth's heart source lotus seed, then this fire must be the Earth's heart source lotus flame, only this Xinhua has not yet taken shape. It didn't reach the kind of power that burns out heaven and earth. Naturally, this memory is more or less false, but mostly true. And even after Ling Zhao's changes to cover up some things, there was not much left out of Ling Zhao's experiences over the past 10,000 years. I took Mumei Qing to my bedroom after watching it, and Mom didn't say anything. After all, people come to my house as guests. Nine Dragons East has done no less dirty work than Pak Pakwak. He just hasn't done it to Steelhopper or Fat Dog. In fact, it could be argued that he's smart and insightful. After a short rest in the canyon, Strange Spirit ordered a march toward the mountains. Last night she had sent Duck Duck to find a hiding place. This mountain has quite a lot of valleys, many natural valleys and caves connected to each other, enough to hide hundreds of thousands of people. The schedules of the two competitions are not absolutely overlapping. In fact, it's not an impossible situation to have all of the two games involved. But between each other, there's a concern that most of the dance teams are still intentionally staggered. It has been said that it is the reacher who comes first, and there is certainly something to be said for such a statement. But in the final analysis, and there's talk of honoring the elderly. The time was not long, but the several products Yongfan provided to Fanyu Cosmetics Company. It's already done with pre-promotion and initial marketing investment. Gilgamesh, however, was pushed off his feet and stumbled forward a few steps before stopping. Turning to look back at where he had just stood, he shouted angrily, "Miscellaneous repairs." He was the oldest king of heroes, I can't afford to be so insulted. As a cursed gun capable of inflicting incurable damage. The yellow rose that must be destroyed has the effect of hindering the recovery of the opponent it stabs, and is truly like a deadly viper. Yuawa's mouth said that she wanted Chumubai and Ziki's marriage to be delayed a little longer. But after a few days they called them into the palace to discuss, before the year, for the two people to give marriage. For this reason, I stayed up all night for several days in a row. With reference to the look of my wedding dress and the addition of the ancient style elements that are popular nowadays in Dali, I have designed a brand new wedding dress pattern that combines the ancient and the modern. When the crowd on the stage heard the words, they looked in response to the sound, but they saw Ming Fei, who was dressed in white, standing at the edge of the martial arts ceiling platform. The face showed a look of pain. It was only at this moment that everyone was shocked to realize that It turns out that Ming Fei, the acting head of the Divine Dragon Gang, and Ming Tongtian, the imperial master of the Great Qin dynasty, are actually biological fathers and sons. Although, the Empress Dowager doesn't treat herself well, but as the queen of a country. This due filial piety should still be fulfilled, and should not be neglected. Chapter 139, The Third Possibility. At the same time, Baron also saw Lu Rant's few people. It couldn't be helped, even though Lu Rant's few people were at the back of the crowd. But the general height of the dwarves doesn't cover it at all. It's too conspicuous. Human? Baron was a little surprised, and the big horned disc sheep he was sitting down on stopped and, looking at Lu Rant's men, streams of blazing fire erupted from his nostrils. As the companion mount of the dwarf race, the great horned disc sheep was not simply used for transportation. Fellow. This is a custom handed down from the time of Duke Mu of Qin in the Qin dynasty. This is also the root of the old Qin people who dared to carry Wei Wupon's heart with their humble weapons back then. Seeing that he had the advantage, From Han tried to charge at Lin Feng. But after all, he had just let himself have a move when the match first started, so now that he thought about it, he would let him have a move as well. From the cold suspended in midair, the ice spirit sword in her hand was restored at this time. She lowered her head to look at Lin Feng. A man of 30 is a flower, you know? Yan Anqing stroked his handsome hairstyle and,
raising an eyebrow at Ling Yuzhen.
Seeing that she kept her head down, Li Yan straightened up and turned in Yuren's body upside down. Seeing her suddenly dim look, he understood what she was thinking in his heart. Not only did he not look as worried as she did. Instead, a hint of mischief and snickering flickered in her beautiful eyes. Tired of playing, Yuki Meng returned to her senses Only then did I realize that I seemed to be in a strange place. It was only when Snow Meow arrived in his arms that Wolf Bao felt its demonic energy spreading up towards his body.
With a warm current, like the rising sun gliding over the heart.
Shu Tian has always been very obedient to her old mother, and she will do whatever her old mother tells her to do. The new fall-winter collection will be back in a couple of months, and she's put her blood on the line. Be sure to show the refreshed work. Ning Yuanlan reached out and took his hand and slapped it toward his face, and he turned his head toward her, looking. The hand lightly touched the smooth skin of her face, and the distinctive scent belonging to her mixed with the smell of the shower gel reached the tip of her nose. Ling Nemo violently pulled her into his arms, bent his head to seize her red lips and nibbled on them wantonly. The barren grass, the withered trees, the depression of A. And today's cold palace is extraordinarily lively. Not only the emperor and the empress appeared here, even the always salute Buddha, ignoring the world affairs of the empress dowager have moved honors to the remote cold palace. No matter how Guijia struggled and shouted, the mountain bandits were indifferent and just gave him a bath and changed his clothes. The Yellow Turban's defeat has been realized, and the atmosphere in the Han camp is much better than before. Only the atmosphere in the wounded soldiers' camp remains somber. Even though Lu Wu didn't know this, he mustn't be easily injured by the wind demon. The red Inferno Blade's blade made a great deal of noise, a move of fire dance wild sand unfolded, and it was rolling several wind demons in it, the blade twisted and the wind demons shattered as much as they could and disappeared in an instant.
Does Shiyu recognize?
Fuyu seemed to sense her stiffness and nervousness and 2 light strokes on her back.
Tanshin finally comprehended his meaning.
I cannot help but laugh bitterly in my heart. I suggest going to the countryside to kill pigs. It's because Joe Puppy is looking all over town for the murderer who beat him up, and it's best for us, the 2 real culprits, to get out early and stay out late every day to avoid the storm.
Oh, Bailey Yushin doesn't need to, having harmed Aunt Zhao so badly, to the point of desperation.
Finally, he threw himself into the river.
Lu Wu suddenly thought of a point and asked, what if it's me?
What he means is that if he's the one who triggers the 5 elements of the fire, wouldn't Yuan Min's plan fall through? I nodded after listening to old Ma's words, and now it seemed that this would have to be the case for now. Today, Erika Naginata has purposely put off all her arrangements. Just to come to the scene to see Chanchen's jokes. Having been exasperated by Wu Dao from the dormitory just now, Dongfang Yuqing didn't have time to change her clothes back. He was still wearing the same white coat that he had worn earlier when he had given Wu Dao a physical examination.
Shu Yan froze. Why did this sentence sound so awkward? A good business simulation game. What's the point of being so deep? The production team, you're giving yourselves too much to do, right? Chapter 140, this is the right trip. Words. A hint of trepidation actually appeared on Silhouette's face. With Silhouette Dark Elf Queen's character, it was impossible for such emotions to arise. She twisted her head to look at Lu Ran. Presumably, she felt alarmed that because of her identity, she was affecting Lu Ran's ability to complete his mission. And so, before Lu Ran could reply, Silhouette stood up. In a deep voice, I said, although I am the queen of the Dark Elves, when I came to the Oriental House with Dongfang Yuchen not long ago.
Dongfang Yuqing then talked to her grandfather Dongfang Xiongfing for a while, but Tang Chen was present to hear the 2 people's conversation clearly. Even Cells, who had a marvelous eye, in the blazing sun of the. It was also just a slight perception. If he hadn't known that Zitai had used a magic formation, Cers would have definitely thought it was an illusion. It seems like we're really going to have to study this swordsman for a while. After all, not only does he have an extremely deep understanding of human society, but he also possesses a powerful force. If he really wants to cause trouble, it will be hard for us to stop him. There's a hint of caution in Kagetsu Kyohei's tone. However, elixirs are not popular in the world of ordinary cultivators, and only among the 7 great powers and other super powerful forces could one qualify to have one. He didn't linger, but quickly left the fighting altar along with Lian Ling and the 2 of them. He disappeared into the bustling sea of people in Tianqi City. As for the dying and suspiciously, he was resold by Lian Ling to the fighting altar, It was exchanged for 50 taels of blood spirit stones. Butler Wang packed up everything and was ready to rest, but he heard someone knocking on the door. This made Butler Wang very resentful. It was not easy to be able to rest, but he was actually disturbed. He opened the door in annoyance. But I saw in front of me was a great inner governor or something like that, to put it badly, a eunuch. In the middle of the deep crypt, a silhouette looked at the information in his hand, and a hint of surprise appeared on his face. But what amazed Sane was that, whether it was Cyrus in front of him or the dwarf over there, all were indifferent and unaffected by the capture of the earthbound dragon. The previous Dao boat wasn't perfect enough, this time Tangfeng strived for perfection, and a few months later, the Tangfeng's biggest battleship is just beautiful. Talking Plums did notice an enhanced alignment and awareness of the broken deficit deficiency after observation. The Moonlight Frisbee brought over was released into the air by Blue Garvey, It became a communication agent for the crowd and a means of transportation to travel to distant places. Lin Tian sat up nicely, his divine sense penetrating, thinking of the scene just now. He was much more low-key now, not caring about randomly messing with these people, but when his divine sense touched that Buddha statue, he came to a god space. Suing did not care, every family is different, who has their own story. She didn't think to ask about other people's family stories. But Ling Xian had done it. What kind of strong enlightenment was this? And how incredible is it? What an arrogant person. Ling Xian lost his smile and shook his head before slowly tightening his smile. Uttered a sentence that was bland in its openness. Both husband and wife have an amazing level of mental strength, and with the memories of their youth, so fully integrated into the music, it also brought the crowd to the city that sits in the sky, There are lots of fruits, clear lakes, green meadows, and a world of fairies. With the Flying Thunder God technique, the future enters the Iwakunin village like nobody's business. After wandering around for a while, the 4-tailed and 5-tailed human pillars were successively discovered by the future. By Sure and by Ling, by Ying, and the others shook their heads. During the day, didn't the White Lion send White Shadow away? There was no more news. It seems that the White Lion has been killed, and this has nothing to do with the White Shadow. On the Golden Beach, Ling Xian stood there proudly with his left hand on the exorcism sword and his right hand on the war god halberd. It was like a supreme god of war, looking out of the corner of the eye and proudly looking down on the red dust. Chapter 141 sourced from Titan Creation. Hearing the Dwarf King say that, Lu Ran instantly understood. Over the plot yet this is. No wonder the quest is about the eternal flame. And then when you think about what Han said earlier, the dwarves lost the eternal flame. This dwarf furnace went straight out of commission. Not only Annie, but the Dwarf King shouldn't be able to forge equipment nowadays. Along with that, the entire dwarf race is unable to forge equipment. And this mission of course, it wasn't all red in the stands. Mixed in were a number of fans wearing yellow number 10 jerseys, mostly Asian. After saying that, Samuel Wan got up and followed Mother Song to the standing cabinet. Mother Song fixed her mind full of solemn face, then to go forward to open the standing cabinet. So Elmo made an immediate decision. Vivian, do you trust me? Elmo tightened his grip on Vivian's shoulders, then looked Vivian in the eyes. A few right angles down Mopa Canyon Road and he was home. It was Saturday, It was nearly noon by the time he got home, and as his car pulled into the front lawn of the house, Kosker came back from outside. He had a bat in his hand, a baseball cap on his head, and a dirty jersey. Some factories, as she put it. It should be a reference to the joint slaughterhouse he'd asked her to prepare to build. Because other than that, he didn't hand over any factory projects. Eurostep doesn't just give a demonic feeling, it's also a visual treat. The Rockets' Maestro Harden is also left-handed and can't make a splash with all the shots he's scored. Zanmus can cause a stir with one left-handed shot, so let's just say it's the same person with a different life. Sure enough, Zanmus even shook hands or high-fived a few Laker fans next to him. A final fist bump to the fans in the stands to say goodbye. Ji Yuchen glanced at the crowd indifferently, his feet stepping lightly and shrinking away from the crowd. From start to finish, there was not a single mention of the Emperor. When Ginobili makes the Eurostep, you may want to sit back and enjoy the sultry stance and sultry layups, definitely one of life's great pleasures. Can directly enhance a cultivator's true chi, this Thousand Suns brew, even if it is not rare. It can also be said to be a rare thing, this kind of wine that helps in cultivation. It is estimated that not much will exist in the Chi family. Coupled with the fact that the Chi family itself was a large family, the amount of usage needed would not be small. Therefore they all rushed out to see the scene again make them feel a little stunned. One day, China will return to its former glory, with its giant ships sailing to the nations of the world.
Let the nations see the majesty of my huaxia. If you don't want to be in the hospital, then let's go home, your leg. Let's hire someone to look at it again, and mom will find you the best team of professionals to take care of your leg, okay? Lin Xiuxue fought with Gu Ziwen.
On this day, Zheng Kui came to Mangdang Mountain, bringing with him a large number of advanced equipments used to dig for spirit stones.
Because Chi Lei feels like losing money. Take something.
It's also a way to make up for the expenses you've posted out for Ironbridge. Once the green on and the white on came into contact with each other, they quickly disintegrated like ice and snow melting.
It was as if all of the yuan power inside the spell formation had been swallowed cleanly by the white aura and was gone.
Housekeeper Zhou looked at Zhang Yu, and for a moment he really didn't understand what was wrong with him today. Actually kept misleading Joey by saying the most one-sided facts, the important things, even though they were all the facts.
Not a word about it. It was only at this time that Xia Yuan suddenly recalled that when he had left the town of flowing water. Feel free to leave some tasks for each other. Wang Yang personally appointed them, no one dared to say no, not even the repellers, looking at Wang Yang with innocent faces. What's going on here? What did I do wrong? Alas, the Danbo Kingdom Hatano brothers are a real headache.
Hashiba Hideyoshi sighed with the same great headache.
The crowd didn't realize that what Wang Yang had asked before turned out to be just an opening to use reasoning that. Teach them a lesson with facts. Chapter 142, The Undead Plague.
The Dwarf King led the way, surrounded by a number of dwarven guards.
Lu ran, several people followed behind. Come to the entrance of the canyon. Lu Ran looked to his left and right, and although the crags were winding and twisting, this height, however, was exaggerated. It's as if it's a rift in the sky. At the end of the canyon is the entrance to the crypt. And the only passage is this sandy sea of stone forest in front of us. This also explained Lu Ran's earlier question. Before Lu Ran. Dad, I know.
Jiang Shui nodded and didn't continue with the topic, Instead, he took the two of them shopping. Like Lu Hele, he thought that Ling Yi was going to go head to head and beat them up so badly that they wouldn't even recognize their parents. It came to this. Whoever helps you prepare breakfast, I'll just go and confide in him. Honey said loudly. The old man walked straight towards where the original formation was located. The formation was constructed on top of the road leading to the place behind. Such a formation can also be used as a defense formation to prevent someone from invading the. So there's no problem at all if it's built over here. Why would that wolf be interested in her? Is it because she beat up his man Kudo earlier? Su Qianxian felt that in order to defend her love, it was still necessary for her to make some adjustments. Why don't I call my dad and find someone? My dad still knows a few friends at the public security department in the provincial capital. See if you can help. Xian was slightly silent for a moment, and dryly opened her mouth to say. After taking care of the killers, Jiang Shui's face looked a little better. Then lifted his steps towards those people. Arriving at the heels of those people, Jiang Shui went up to one of them and added a kick, before taking out the phone to call the police. The next moment, a heavy kick to her neck, through the gauntlet, Zhang Mingxue was viciously shaken, and her brain was dizzy for a while, then, staggering a few steps, she fell to the ground. They went to the food market first and turned around before finding a vegetable seedling seller. Good thing. The man had quite a few vegetable seedlings on hand. A few people bought some vegetable seedlings and went to find a place that sold vegetable seeds and bought some more. I didn't realize I was rooting for a star so shallow and ignorant. Is it really okay that the money I spent on his concert tickets actually looks like this? Heaven and earth buns. Naturally, what Kaohsiung told Taiyin was a secret of great importance. But by the looks of Taiyin and those who were dining just now, Flourishing City hasn't been quiet for a moment yet. Makes sense, if my master knew I was stealing wine and drinking it, he'd give me a slap on the wrist at most. If he knows that I started a fight with someone who doesn't know Kung Fu, that's not good. He'll punish me for facing the wall at the Sikong Cliff. Brother Tun, let's go. Ling Hu Chong put away the wine jug and said to Dongfang Buffet. Then let's hope that the kitty will be safe and bring back news soon. I'm sorry, said Taiyin, a little lost in thought. Indeed, the ups and downs of earlier had made her for a moment think that she would be able to set off immediately to find Bianca back. Inside the conference room in the base, the commanders of all the countries were sitting, and among them, the
Zigzishiguro Akio is also included. Sorry, I don't like to play this kind of brain-burning game. Gon Tian threw out both hands. Sort of gives the answer. He then walked around the racks again, driving the lights all the way, and he undoubtedly shone the most in the arena. Not to mention, Xiang Qiubai himself was a teacher of the Yuqing sect, and Ji Shang, as Xiang Qiubai's wise assistant. It was also considered half of the Jade Clearance sect's ghosts. Hao Chang didn't realize that White Fang had such a layer of identity, but if that were true, White Fang would be out of a group, plus there's no telling when Nagasun Zhang would wake up. Maybe White will never be able to return to a group again. Shut up, asshole. Seeing the other party so calm, without a trace of fear flowing out of him. With a hideous growl, Wang Tao loosened one hand towards and directly greeted Fengling's face. Chapter 143 New Skills and New Phrases. Lu Ran made his way forward. The Dwarf King had been here many times though, and had been to the entrance of the crypt. But compared to Lu Ran's trip, it was a heaven and a hell. A few people walked idly without stopping for a moment. Wherever they passed, all the titanic stone statues, overwhelmed by the undead hordes, exploded and the refreshing speed was completely unable to catch up with Lu Ran's monster brushing speed. Refresh one and it will be instantly slashed to death. This was Chu Tianga's self-confidence, and he was not blindly confident, for he was powerful in his. It's a presence that the average person can't imagine. At this moment, because he had practiced the 5 birds bionic fist, Luo Chen broke out in a hot sweat, and the pores around his body opened up. It's best for absorption. It's a room. It's not as dramatic as the factory before it, but it's big. It should be another landing spot, but the people are acquaintances. But unlike the secret vortex, as the rift eventually became circular, the crack also seemed to have produced a mutation, and at a glance, it was no longer a pitch-black color, but a magnificent image. At this time, 2 dog legs guided a very dignified middle-aged-looking man in. Guess this is the legendary chief executive. How the do I know you messed with this? Vomit, vomit. Li Jiaowei was speechless and he also sort of followed Lu Yu's teachings, and when he studied this thing he especially screamed off his left and right, and tossed it independently inside his own barracks. He had also gotten 2 layers of spells himself. I know you're strong, but that's in bed. I'm the only one you're up against. There are so many of them now, and they're so fierce. What will I do if you get broken? I don't want to accompany them. It's disgusting to think about. Not far away, Kong Rong, Xiaomao and Yuan Jiwei were all looking at the changes in the field with full tension. If you slow down the action, what happens at the same time is that Qin Painting grabs and crushes Wu Fier's blouse. Fan Ping slapped his palm hard on Wu Fier's back, and Wu Fier wiped a knife through Yifeng Meng's neck, then sprayed out a mouthful of blood. The 3 of them surrounded Chu Tianga at this point in time, and they knew it anyway. Wanting to escape safely, then Chu Tianga was a nuisance. The last quest is a career quest, because as you can see from the video bought by the Legion of Judgment, the career quest is one of the easiest. Yen Tao gave the ball to Chen Zihua, who passed it to Zhang Shujie. Zhang Shujie was surrounded by many defenders and didn't have a good chance to break into the penalty area for a while. He knocked the ball back to Chen Zihua again. Chen Zihua then passed to Li Mu at the other end. The wagon pulling the supplies moved forward slowly, and Tai Yingnan let out a hot breath that, warming his palms a bit, he fell into a contemplative mood. Empty City and Mo Woon just couldn't look at it anymore, and with a kind of triumphant self-congratulation that the 2 of them dragged Wang away left and right, saving the confused guy from interrupting his boss's good deed. According to the records, before the 5 powers were established, a lot of ninjas look around for psychic beasts. If a strong person of the same level opened a large formation to trap and lock him, he would have nothing but brute force to. I'm afraid there are few ways to break out of them by coincidence. We'll see about that in time. For now, you're coming back with me. I don't know, Charu said with a slight smile. Originally, the Qi army was stationed outside the city, but now they've gone straight into the city of Tsiufu. The state of Lu was practically half existing and half perished. That's right, is it hard to believe that there's some secret in there that can't be seen? The other male doctor who was traveling with him looked at Luo Habin with hatred and said with a hint of malice. Bai Hongying also came over at this time. She fried a lot of twists in the afternoon and saved them for the children to eat. In the middle of the Min River. There seems to be no change, but Li Fucheng and Li Qi, who are in Chang'an, suddenly feel empty in their hearts. They're reporting to the Sumire on the recent developments in the various branches. Only to see the face of their family's cordial master getting greener and greener,
and just now one of the higher-ups was directly stripped of his power and told to go home to recuperate.
Chapter 144, No Country Can Kill You. Word, blue is better than blue.
Effect, increase the attributes of all summoned objects by 10 times.
It's a short phrase and seems to look that way. However, it was important to realize that there weren't just one or two that Lu Ran could summon.
This tenfold increase in attributes boosted the attributes of an army of 200,000 undead.
Tenfold enhancement. What concept was this? Lu Ran knew very well. This is really an undead natural disaster. Lu Ran muttered. After all, the concept of the human race is based on the theory of the three talents. Conceptualizing the human race is equal to heaven and earth, yet the world includes the three talents of heaven, earth, and man, and is even more above them. So Yi Xiao was no longer a human. Fa Jing thought that this was very good, and immediately asked Gu Liang to select the men and horses. He also asked Liu Bei to send another 500 soldiers. At these words, the mentally fit old man smiled faintly and then took out a white hand towel and wiped the sweat from his head.
Hey, Terry.
A while back Roy took out a car thief in Inwood.
He shot the bastard in the eyebrow with a .357 Macklin pistol from over 30 meters away, said Charlie Bauman, getting a little excited. You're looking forward to something you've never seen before, something you thought was a sure thing.
There's always a last-minute mistake. Zhao Hao looked at the black giant rushing towards him, and a brilliant light flashed in his eyes.
His Vajra Dharma body had yet to be properly executed, and as for the combat power of this Dharma body, he had absolutely no concrete idea. Now that Zhao Hao saw the black giant that was more than 10 feet tall, it was just the right time to use it as a companion. Of course, when the fortifications were being built before, more or less, the people also heard the conversation of the 8th Route Army soldiers. Only, having been set upon by death, they were not to be spared. No matter what kind of deployment they make, it will be futile. For the next nearly 1,000 years, Li Qiyat and Pil Crazy stepped all over their homeland. Climb the perilous peaks of 10,000 feet, fight the sirens of the deep, and face off against the mighty of the desert.
It's working a bit, Goofy frowned, it's just progressing too slowly. At this rate, it's estimated that it will take several years before these stone pillars can be destroyed. Really letting Goofy wait here for several years. He'll go crazy.
Suki, who stabilized the deep inhalation, coldly grunted, his face grimly surfaced, and rushed up here. With the finger had come out a silver glow and stabbed at the light screen again.
After only a moment's hesitation, he made up his mind to. Rushing to quickly retreat the moment Gong Gong Yue came speeding in.
It's a pity about this divine power.
Ghost Shadow looked at the 10-second countdown on the soul-cleansing bottle and can't help but feel a little pity.
This essence was added before, and I didn't have time to use it when I caught Meng Sun Linglong in the middle of the road.
The lower road was blocked under the tower and was not used.
Now there was a chance to use it, but the opposite side's Panfong actually didn't come over.
Hei's wife would like to persuade her again.
As someone who has been there before, she understands the unbearable hunger on the day of the wedding, but the rules left by the old ancestors cannot be broken. Xiaowei early couldn't wait to look towards the clothes, only to see that on the smooth and delicate breasts, gradually, it began to undulate in an arc, but the vast majority of that undulating area changed to a dark color. Lu Qingfeng couldn't help but survey him, and seeing his eyes staring directly at himself in a mesmerized and worshipful manner. The confused look made him chuckle a little.
In fact, Yang Tianbu's temper was like his father's. He was on principle, It's always a one-track mind. He's figured out where the cause of the disease is. And he's talked to Juhumu about it. The doctors and experts at Taiji Mountain Villa all agreed with Zhang Taichu's results. Now that Su Qingqing had brought Baby Gu over, after hearing that Baby Gu would be entering Su's management,
the conference room erupted in conversation. He was quite sure that the man was hiding in one of those trees, but the strange thing was that he just couldn't see a little bit of the figure, much less feel the strength of the person's spiritual aura.
Chapter 145. This man is not to be messed with.
Listen to the words of Lu Xinxin. Several people.
The Dwarf King looked at Lu Ran with skeptical eyes. Concerned, you may not realize the damage done by the dwarven organs, it's very high, I don't know what your defenses are. But don't try it. It really will kill you. Even me.
I don't think there's a good way to get through it at the moment either. I know you human professionals have a lot of healing professions, means of defense, and wait until you're at a higher level. Maybe grouping large teams could be attempted, but at this stage,
Sakura was completely flustered, but she was just about to open her mouth when Lu Wei's unblinking eyes made her incredibly bashful. In fact, I used to dislike such places myself, but now I can't help it. Or do everything yourself. Even though it was her decision to get married, it was he who was now panicking. The numerous calls after the wedding to see her were refused. You. The veins on Second Master Lu's forehead rippled, and the blood instantly filled to his brain. It made his face go red. Ange glanced down at the dress on her body, then at Shang Xiao. Suddenly she was grateful for his thoughtfulness and attentiveness in keeping her from making this fool of herself. However, the mutation came out of nowhere, and on the other side, a column of water suddenly struck hit the vine that took it, and not only did it put out the fire on the vine, but the vine was even greener, and there is more life than before. It was too shocking just now. Zhou Shiyao didn't even notice that. There was an unlit cake on the floor, which would be lifted and placed on the table, and he lit the candles one by one. Hey, stop. Morong Chengli, who arrived in the room, saw Long Yuer sweeping the floor and hurriedly stopped too. Qin Xingyu looked at him, thinking that probably the owner refused because he didn't want the children of ordinary families to be denied this breakfast. After saying that, he backhanded the shark tooth backstab towards Tian Ming. While in the air, Tian Ming. There was no way to dodge it, and he could only watch as the shark's teeth stabbed at him. Do you have sufficient evidence? If you don't, release him to me. I'm sorry, the man on the other end of the line growled. My God, who did this? The crowd's eyes widened and he couldn't believe what was happening in front of him. His side had set up such a tight ambush in the villa, and all of them were run away by these people. Who on earth could have taken out so many ninjas in such a short time? Crisp sound rang out. Ouyang Shang felt a pain in his head, and his cheeks swelled up high and it was slapped with 5 bloody marks. I think I have enough control over my magic to learn it now, too. Why? You're worried that my strength will greatly exceed yours after I learn 3rd level magic? Don't worry about it, there's a very big gap between your current strength and mine anyway. Xu Yun is still as mouthy as ever. Judging from the fluctuation of magic power, the person who released this magic has only level 1 magic control. Not sure if they have any stronger ones. Xu Yun analyzed. Such a statement would be tantamount to saying that he wanted to assassinate Ares. And the assassination has been successful, right? 3 short words contain all of Alsace's emotions, and Gianna looked at Alsace and she really couldn't accept Alsace's request. The apartment they were in was, fortunately, in a new development on the near outskirts of town. Many of the buildings over here are still under construction or vacant, and the lack of crowds means there aren't too many walkers. If it's in the city center, you can't even get out the front door except to hide. In this case, either take the opportunity to get on the field and abuse Xiaomu severely, and go back to he's afraid he'll have to sleep badly for weeks. And those couple ghosts, who kept changing their postures and trying to make all kinds of soulful noises. Even less can be done to it. The purpose having been accomplished, there was no need to delay any longer, and after cleaning up the mess, then he left with Linley. Yang Feng only felt inwardly that he was only Shinbagyo's subordinate. It was unlikely that there would be anything more to the story between himself and Shinbagyo. However, he didn't want to see that the ravishing fortune came once again and couldn't be stopped. Chapter 146, It's All About Chance. It's even conceivable. Lu Ran single-handedly carried the organ tunnel. Enter the dwarven crypt unharmed, then summon an army of undead in the crypt, and wherever they pass, not an inch of grass. He suddenly understood why Tina, the nature elf queen, was so sure of Lu Ran. Even the level 100 dark elf queen silhouette was willing to follow Lu Ran around. Such a terrifying ability. I'm afraid it's the first of the human race. The internal circuit boards of real computers are soldered without any such solder balls. Around the perimeter of the pins, there is only a minimal ring of solder, as if it were a thin film plated to the pins, but the soldering is very solid and you can tell at a glance if there is any false soldering. She used the excuse of something came up at the moment to force Qianla's inquiries to pass. Then take leave of each other. At this time, Luo Rongan, who had followed Commander Huang together, was coming from the back of the jeep. Took down the wreath and placed it in front of the grave, in the early morning breeze, with the paper flowers on it. It's wobbling in and out. Her mind, filled with excitement, in this day and age, there was no such thing as a video chat that. The distance is so great that it takes a long time to send even a letter with a picture inside, so that Wang Xiaoyu never saw Guoqing again after she went to the United States. That, Moncler, do you know Wang Xiaoqian's home address? Let's go to his house and look for it. Qin Genoa said curtly while pulling out cigarettes from his pocket. Unfortunately, it wasn't to be. Not until the afternoon. The terrifying dragon's roar coming from outside the pontoon boat just shattered his wishful thinking to smithereens. Because the pig demon's corpse is so huge. Chen Fan still dragged it for 3 days before dragging it back to the mountain forest in the west. Chen Fan swept over the crowd on the deck with an expressionless face. As soon as his divine sense was displayed and withdrawn, he saw Chen Shui, who was lying in the medical room with her head wrapped in bandages. The ghost-faced man frowned and stared at the deposit slip. There was indeed no mistake that it was a deposit slip from the Sunrise Money Bank. Kazuha Toyama, Hattori Heiji's childhood friend who has always been secretly in love with Hattori Heiji. All at once, he noticed Hattori Heiji's abnormality. He needed a little time to come to terms with the mammoth news that pounds of news that could destroy the first half of his life. A moment ago, she was jealous that Lang Lili had such a handsome agent. Still speculating about Lang Lili and Feng Ye's true relationship. While on the other side, the vermilion bird kept asking for specifics. Since there were no points more worthy of Xin Yu's attention, he excused himself and left first. But to be honest, even if Zhao Jia Orange's mother confronted Xian with an attitude of superiority over him, deep down, Xanadu also understood that this was a normal situation, or at least belonged to the normal nature of human beings. That's what zero chipping can only be called. And yet one of the reasons the Tezuka field can be called a field. The blood dragon side of the soul tiles continuously shattered, so how come there was no discovery, no alarm, and no support? He unraveled Andrew's apparent desire to support his hometown's economy. Trying to bring a pharmaceutical plant, trying to get a pharmaceutical plant to the city of Icon. Although the names may have been renamed. But in the case that the looks and the family history and so on were all the same as what he knew, Chen Anxia had already determined the world he was in this time. Bai Hosheng didn't open his mouth to reply when he heard this, he just nodded his head and sort of answers that question. Yoo-hoo, still talking tough. Lu San, smash his fingers, one by one, for me. I'd like to see if this son of a can still bark like this in a while. Zhang Ying grinned widely and revealing a mouthful of eerie white teeth sardonic smile. She's an incense ambassador now, and there's a fixed quota in the incense house when it comes to what she can wear. Although the style are very old, but at least it is a gold hairpin and silver jewelry. Within moments, the man had swum back. He rolled to shore, looked back and but when he saw that the black whirlwind did not pay any attention to him, but was tossing around in the water not knowing what he was doing, he was sort of relieved. Chapter 147, Numb, Really Numb. Lu Ran came to the torch. Looking at the small fire in front of him, there was a profound suspicion that this was not the eternal flame. But it's also definitely not the normal lighting fixture here. This hall was empty, save for the statues of dwarves to the right and left of the. It was just this torch that stood out the most. And where the torch was located was right in the middle at the end of the hall. Absolute C-suite. Just to be on the safe side, Lu Ran also. Last general is here. When Li Jin and Yuqi Baochuang heard Li Yunfei's words, they were instantly delighted. Knowing that he would be able to lead troops in the future, he couldn't help but stand out with his head erect and chest high, as if he were a sturdy bamboo. Dream Inquirer stayed overseas to heal his wounds, and a group of overseas cultivators dived within the sea of clouds. And at this time, nearly 20 figures in the rolling hills rushed out one after another, going in two directions to the Green Peak Mountain and the ice plains. There are stretch marks, only lighter in color. There was a light pigmentation on her eyelids and cheeks, so light that it was barely noticeable. Ha! Everyone rest assured. There's nothing wrong with the King of Qin, but girl, can you let the old immortal take your pulse? After observing for a long time, the Medicine King probably deduced Li Yunfei's condition. Still, it was important to finalize whether it was or wasn't, and now the Medicine King was 80% sure. In fact, Gong Xiaoxue really felt that if Xia Fangyuan was afraid he wouldn't have pulled Xia Fangyuan hard to go. Senior needn't be polite, you and I are trading with each other, there's a back and forth, what's the word thank you for? Fengli this heart can still think of which Xian Icine Prana, worried about this Dan Guzi to block their words, immediately is the first to say. This grief arrow, which was equivalent to a high-level storm cloud god realm person, was incomparably powerful. It was a bit difficult for Cloud to kill it without turning on the heart of creation energy conversion.
I really don't know if I should curse my heart for being so pretentious.
How can you be a good person when you are clearly as stiff as iron? Ding!
A sound of metal clinking rang out, and the longsword in the opponent's hand, Surprisingly, he had caught Schwerengue's this blade, and that was even with Schwerengue swinging it at full strength. And the hardest thing to make sense of is that the Japanese staff would ignore the extremely important gathering and organization of intelligence and logistical supplies, and for almost most of the battle, There were cases in which Japanese soldiers died of starvation and disease, and there were even cases in which more Japanese soldiers died of starvation than died in battle.
What answered Lu Tu was a roar to kill.
Immediately after that, a golden light rose up to the sky. It was 100 feet tall, like a sword plunging straight into the sky. In the next moment, the mountain peak shattered. At this moment, the banks of the stream are covered with maple leaves as red as fire, and thick layers of fluffy as a scarlet cushion. Shin Kongping originally wanted to follow his sister back to Kyoto, at least he could take care of it. But Shin Jiaojiao how not willing, if the big brother followed her, how can still be free to take care of Joey? I don't know about that, after all, I don't know much about what's going on between you guys. However, Zhang Sanfeng is a person who acts in a very strange manner, and even we have difficulty getting along with him.
Heaven's Fury said seriously. Who are you?
Han Yi heard Shin's words in his head.
Couldn't help but fade away as well.
Of course. But don't worry, there's no way the vast ocean Borer clan will stay in this place, and at that time, I will naturally take them away, and you will become the true king here.
Han Yi said slowly. I am willing to hear about it.
It couldn't be helped, since the leader liked the tone of the Shin. You could only cooperate at ease and satisfy the leader's vanity needs.
After this battle, I will also stay away from the Jianghu.
I don't know when I'll be able to see this chatterbox again. Chen Kuhong slightly misses and also feels that he is guilty of actually missing the annoying chatterbox.
Chapter 148 Forge of the Dwarf King.
Good thing this time, with Lu Xinxin's acceleration skills and downhill, Lu Rant's speed flew.
It's almost like pulling an egg and running.
Get to the end of the organ tunnel as fast as you can.
Lu Rant's eyes swept. Sure enough, in the corner of the root of the wall, a fist-sized button was found.
Holy, such a big pile. Why didn't I realize it before? Lu Ran muttered.
Press the button casually.
Instead of helping the big boss get off the hook, we should wait until after he's in jail. She changed her identity along the way, and it wasn't long to wait anyway, less than a month. Everyone else looked relieved. For 2 months they'd been at their wits' end. I didn't expect Mo Yen to snatch the sixth son back from the ghost gate in 2 days, and now his breath is very stable, and his wounds inside and outside are much better. They just hadn't woken up yet, and with Mo Yan's words, they were even more relieved. As men do, getting involved with as many people as possible. Let their chi drain toward her. The corpse, seeing Luffy, followed Luffy's example of holding his belly and pointing his finger at Luffy, laughing straight up. It was noon. Mo Yen had solved a 209-star river lion and was lying down by the river to rest. There was also a snow-white rope in his hand, and the very same river lion was tied to the other end of that rope. The manager ended up ordering a table full of food, being so polite to someone who wasn't with the company anymore. Jian Yu was a bit confused as to what the hell he was singing about. Ling Yuqi stood on her tiptoes and directly blocked his lips. She liked his taste. She's going to take advantage of these 3 days to eat her fill.
You don't want to say that this berserk blood rhinoceros was killed by Yunfan, do you? Meng Hai couldn't help but snicker and a look of mockery.
I knew you were disrespectful for old age.
Shu Yang immediately executed the Wandao Xian sword and broke the attack with a sword.
The sword walked like a serpent. The sword chi penetrated horizontally and horizontally, forming a sword net, blocking the 3 chi awnings. But it was also forced back by that strong impact. Jin Shu was right in her prediction that the first time she opened her eyes, he sensed that a strong sense of bondage was gradually trapping the soul, and that some kind of great power was penetrating deep into it to carve down layers of shackles and imprints that did not belong to him. The complicated symbols accompanied by the silver lines entwined the entire soul as if it were a chrysalis, in the middle of nowhere. The director of instruction, who had arrived late, didn't know what was going on. It was thought that the students had discovered the arrival of Zhao's guests and in a moment of excitement had rounded up the people. But Liebling here left a mind to bring those babies with him. In fact, there was a hint of a fluke within him. But something about Yandu kept him from fulfilling Iago's hire. And he gave up his original status as a mercenary and became a marauder, and has been plundering the entire universe for a living ever since. I turned my head sharply to see that there was no one behind me, but rather a puddle of blood that. My heart instantly fluttered a little and I felt my scalp start to tingle. She cursed him in her heart for eating so late. He'll be fat and high in the future. Not the high of high wealth, but the high of lipids, blood pressure, and blood sugar. Sure. The Tai immortal seed of the Demon King realm did not have any effect on demon zones or those above demon zones, and this was one of the limitations. Until he was assassinated by a commercial spy from another country after successfully developing the smart brain system. Accidental death. But he knows his situation. Maybe the Northwest is the best place for him to be. One of the big reasons why he chose this place was because of his realm and his right hand. In an orb like an amethyst. It was as if space had been torn apart, revealing pupils like the pupils of a beast. Tao Guixian sniffed and then withdrew the folding fan in his hand. He also threw the precious sword that was nailed to the ground not far away in front of Chen Biao, then raised his head and left. Chapter 149, A Dwarf Forge, You'll Be Satisfied. Monolithic Castle. King Baron the dwarf stood in front of the dwarven furnace and looked at the dead dwarven furnace. Looking back at Lu Ran and the others waiting behind him. Then turning back, he took a deep breath and carefully took out the eternal flame. When Lu Ran had first included it in his backpack, he had taken it in directly. At that moment, he watched the dwarf king hold it in his palm. It's like a candle flame that could go out at any moment. The youth frowned, looking impatient with Bai Chi's repeated disobedience. He was about to do some bullying, but before he could say anything, he was stopped by another young man tapping him on the shoulder. There was also a sharp sideways step back, as if wary of the youth who had tapped him on the shoulder. Rin Niai fakes a little pushback. And then with a look of overwhelming hospitality I was compelled to say yes. Toys? Just kidding. Gu Knight raised his head just as a bird of prey swept by. She raised her hand as if at random, took aim, and fired the crossbow in her hand. The bird snapped out of the air. When the two Whitechapel brothers passed by their lair. Just in time to see them flying out of their nests and moving around. Imagine how many devices with additional attributes of raw stone in the whole city. These things are literally the rations of the beasts, including the humans themselves, who are their delicacies. You can imagine how tempting the city is to the Fae. Young girls present and those who are planning to look for a match for a young girl in their family. Minds are alive. Ji Yu knew Yulingan's concern, it was really that there were too many unfavorable memories from this trip. Ra was as tough-minded as Yulinghan, but there were also times when he felt fear. It is said that serious men are the most handsome. Yulinghan revealed this side not to mention Ji Yu. The crowd outside the arena is getting a ton of seconds. Although he wanted to help his sister, he really didn't have much talent when it came to medicinal herbs. I think a lot of herbs look alike. I've helped a few times out of the goodness of my heart, but I keep getting them mixed up, and my sister has forbidden me to touch herbs again. The older brother, Ai Yurin, who has a disability in both legs, had to shoulder the burden at this time, and the older brother, Ai Yurin, had to shoulder the burden at this time. Taking care of all the affairs of the house. A poem by Li Bai. The bright moon comes out of the heavenly mountains, between the vast clouds and the sea. It is the heavenly mountain near the city of Wu that is being talked about. The starling ticked away, only less than a few seconds later, the star spirit butted in again. Of course, it's the high-level demons who are behind this, urging the beast tide and agitating the demons. Forming a huge catastrophe invaded and attacked all parts of the human race, thus killing and destroying the living souls. This player is a seedy streamer, and after arriving in the human kingdom, just boarded a beast. This fellow Taoist, are you really an heir of the Taiji Hall? Someone just couldn't contain their curiosity and asked. Cough. Cough. Fell to the ground. Mu Yun Cheng, another mouthful of blood sprayed out, let out a moan of pain. The other players who had teamed up with Hakuho were all rather puzzled by what he was doing at this point. However, to the onlookers, Qin Ming's words were clearly a step down for the Star Lord. Qin Ming has been a man for 2 lives, and he naturally understands these people who know the world very well. Bai Wei got into Kyoto Experimental Middle School with excellent grades, the same school as Qi Shuyo. Except for Ji Yanma, who transferred to a city for school, the remaining 4 are still in Kyoto. Lin Nuan scraped Nianer's nose and then felt that it was not enough. He couldn't help but touch his brother's smooth, white face again. The makeup artist was discussing the shades of makeup with them, and after applying the
The brides also leave the makeup artist with wedding candies that symbolize sweetness. Nian looked at the long red dress of the artifact spirit, and the blood-red hair of the eyes like rubies. This would probably scare a lot of people if it appeared like this. Lin Nuan Nuan nodded, she rather felt a little embarrassed. Always thinking that she was smart and... In fact, sometimes the mind's eye is really overused. Lin Nuan Nuan often fell into a funk lately. Chapter 150, A New Sacred Weapon. Snap. Lu Ran took the sea-defining trident in his hands. You can even feel the warmth on it. He couldn't wait to open the attribute panel to check it out. But haven't had a chance to look at it yet. Just got an alert. Your equipment Dwarven Sacred Weapon Barnum Sea Setting Trident has entered the second place in the global equipment rankings. Is your profile information displayed? Oh. Lu Ran's eyes lit up. The call was from the apartment owner. She told the apartment owner that she and Sishan were lovers. So you can't register with ID. But he can be given triple the room rate for when someone comes to the door. Make a quiet phone call to let her know. And find a way to help her stall. I told Wei Lianshu to stay home and drove to the hospital. In front of the hospital, just as I was about to call him, he had appeared next to my car. Muichi looked at him helplessly and eyes were a little dulled by these icy words of his. It was the first time that Master Mu borrowed money from an outsider, and as soon as he was confronted by Gao Taizhu, he felt a bit humiliated. In the bottom of his heart, he was afraid to back out of the game. Hearing this, Qianfu Gue sighed, seeing that Imo Shanggu refused to leave, he could not say anything. Had to leave. It's okay, it's just an engagement, not a marriage yet. Shuijingxua didn't know how she should go about comforting Qin Shan, what kind of a character Su Fei was. She had inquired about some of them during this period of time. If Qin Shan really married Su Fei, then she was really jumping into the fire pit. Qin Hai was clearly not satisfied, and protested inside. Qin Yu's embraced the pitifully looking at Lin Xingmo, he clearly intended to let Lin Xingmo hug himself. Taizhu, it's not that old Uncle Mu doesn't want to borrow, it's just that your interest rate is really too high. It exceeded my heart's expectations. Eat some together? Lin Xingmu served out some of the medicinal meal. Packed inside a white porcelain bowl and pushed it in front of Qinyu, his eyes full of smiles. Lin Xingmu felt that maybe she, herself, really try to make a fresh start with the man in front of you. No, it was Shuijingxue who told me. Lin Xingmo whispered. Obviously, for misunderstanding Qin, you felt some hard feelings. The master honors the servant, and the servant represents the master's face, and now that Kakai has been reached for a pig's head, this would mean that someone else was slapping him, Di Qiuxing Xiaowei, in the face. As the Lord of Phoenix, the Phoenix City's young city master, one of the four emperors, Emofengmai and Emoliani, had both been to the Phoenix Hall before, and of course they knew that this Phoenix Hall wasn't that easy to open. It's impossible to get out if no one opens it from the outside. Yokohama also experienced an unprecedented boom in education, with Chinese merchants investing in a Cosmos Academy for the Chinese. The school was filled with Chinese students. Alas, it's been so many years, when will the old master when will he be able to return? Despite having been, she had never revealed to others the thoughts in her heart. In fact, every day she woke up, and as soon as she opened her eyes, then one would look anxiously around for the figure of the long-absent husband. This time the phone rang. Looked at the number is Lu Chengfeng. After Chen Fei connected, Lu Chengfeng told Chen Fei the time and place. He said that he had made an appointment with the person in charge of the Kongshan group, and that he would be at Chen Fei's hotel at night. Forget it, it's a waste of time to ask, just keep looking, there's no way, who made this main city so big? But I don't know when I'll have to find it if I keep searching like this, so why don't I try checking it out with my divine sense? So I closed my eyes and used my mind to control my divine sense. Spread out the divine sense, began to carry out a carpet check. In fact, the following day it was Dracula's who left without saying goodbye. He didn't tell anyone that. Commanded Leonard to leave quietly. I'm looking for Uncle He to ask for clarification. The more Wu Yulin thought about it, the more unlikely that. Turning around, he was about to go out and go downstairs with He Yehua. Chapter 151. All I want is experience. Got the finished forged weapon. Honestly, Lu Ran was actually not particularly satisfied. I was expecting it to be very bombastic. After all, the Elven Wings, which was a holy weapon, not only allowed Lu Ran to have the ability to fly. Also, it is possible to summon the Nature Elf clan to aid in battle. Contrast. The fixed sea trident has a higher 4-dimensional attribute, though.
The 20% increase in damage provided by all skills on its own is also a stretch, and the... Before his words fell, Dongling Iwu's figure moved next to him, and several Ison stabbed out and... Actually will be the silver on at once frame away a few feet. And Dongling Chen Yu also did not idle. With a wave of the hand, they were surrounded by crackling as sound. Spiritual light of various colors flashed, and a spiritual flower flashed in the surroundings. Cui Wen couldn't stop the panic in her heart, and when she suddenly saw Cui Yun come in, a few complaints arose in her heart. A lot of people have some issues with 100% pure fruit juice. Because looking at the box clearly says 100% pure fruit juice, but the ingredients are written on the concentrated fruit juice and water. The Gingling King finally softened after gazing at Adela for a long time. After inviting out the 10 elders to come out, Adela was invited to enter the secret room to talk to each other.
You're not? Shenlu also froze. He turned around and seriously looked the co-lieutenant up and down. The smile on his face slowly faded. Obviously, this Lu is also often mixed in a variety of secret realm of people. Know that this time can never move, this time to participate in the battle of the return to the realm of the absolute few, if this time on the stand up, and so on the back of the people came, the two how to die don't know. Seeing Miao Ji's body alone but also well planted in the jade basin, Melanie was relieved and hurriedly put one hand on Miao Ji's branch, wanting to put her into the ring space. People can always see the success of the successful people when the glory, and how many know that they were once down and out? Defeating the blood-colored giant sword, the figure seemed to fade a bit, more dimly, with a somewhat tired face. Back in the lance, everything, as if it had never happened. Supreme ruling power. Humph, who do you think you are? Tencho shrugged it off with a slap on the wrist. Keep going. What do you use to rule over other creatures? Especially those male humanoids. Not to mention not seeing a single one accompanying them. A stroke, life and death, the only 6 remaining snipers, all planted from the tree, And where Xiamu fought, a circle of trees around him was cut off. Although his body was like an iron tower, Qin Tianju's hands were extremely agile, and when Yan Wuji reacted, can only reach out to resist. The kick was extremely heavy and fierce, and although both hands caught the kick, the person flew out and... Annoyed beyond belief, he was just about to glare when he saw the light machine gun pointed right at him. Looking at all the things Shang Che had done, Lin Feng laughed, and without saying a word, he directly approached Ji Chenghua as the leader of the dragon team. After his hangover, Linguini woke up the next day with a splitting headache, but he wasn't a regular person that run the 7-star sword skill brain back to clear and bright. Pain also went away. The sight of the Lu Lingmeng thoughtful offer fragrant tea into the throat kindly moisturized the heart and soothed the whole body. With his head hanging low, this blood-robed figure was silent for a while before he spoke softly and said. There was a slight flicker of struggle in his eyes. But immediately after Bai Shu's words, Xiao Yuro was disheartened and lost her light. Crouched on the bridge and cried into tears. In fact, even without Gui's help, with Wang Jian's skill, you can also follow the elevator slides on the walls and slowly climb down. And with Zhao Tong's command missing, the others were all on their own. For a while, he was unable to break through the 3 men's defense. The high Tian rank martial arts skill was issued, and in this place where unlimited use of internal chi was possible, Xiamu's palm that it had reached the full force he could use. After reading the reply message provided by the game, Li Ho grabbed the $400 on the coffee table and then he went out of the hotel room. He went to a convenience store next to the hotel, then bought a can of coffee with the change in his pocket. It is possible to use RMB in Macau, it is just very uneconomical. Chapter 152 Skeleton Soldiers Thrown as Cannonballs. After getting the elven wings, Lu Ran had tried flying, but it was the first time he flew this high. Look down. Instead of feeling afraid of heights, Lu Ran felt soothed. The elven wings behind him were also not difficult to maneuver, as if they were Lu Ran's own arms. It can be manipulated at will. Ground. Countless dwarves were looking at Lu Ran in the sky. Is that the human necromancer? We'll go pick up Mom together, and certain people will stay here and do their homework if they can't finish it. Fong Jikong glanced at Fong Rishu. She squeezed this Lin Jicho's hand. Lin Jicho was the root of the clan. Throwing away this unworldly door can't let this Lin Jicho die. Instead of being with someone like Aijin Lin, who says one thing and does another. Not how Zhao Zikai this simple and simple people together, at least with Zhao Zikai words, do not have to so many hooks. Gu Jili's heart was as hot and painful as if a knife had cut through it. How could he not be heartbroken?
Gao Hongfei looked at Ji Yuping's mouth, as if he wanted him to turn on the speakerphone.
This embarrassed him even more.
So saying, Emperor Changde immediately remembered that 3 years ago, Zhang Kungfang impeached the secretary of the Taishan Temple. Has been the history of the secretary. In the Huayang inspector once dried up the spoils of silver and salt, coarse silver more than 300,000 too. Because of the huge amount, it used to leave a deep impression on Emperor Changde at that time.
Why don't you buy half a chicken and cook some chicken soup for chicken noodle soup?
Lu Mingxing cleared the table and asked.
Since Boss Jade said it's delicious, then I'm sure there will be a lot of bosses picking it up later.
I'm sorry, Shen said with a smile. Zhao Zikai knew AI Zhenlin from the old days. He had already had a few encounters with AI Zhenlin, and still had a bad impression from each one. And when I saw Bai Suzhen in real life today, I was really amazed by her worldly beauty. She had done this, so Natalie had to spare her life for the time being. Otherwise, the rumor that she treated her subordinates harshly will definitely spread again tomorrow. Lu Ming's grip on the knife tightened, cold sweat rolling down his forehead, when suddenly, a black shadow slashed down and Lu Ming jumped out of the hole like a cheetah and swung his sword to kill the black shadow. The black shadow was Sure Kai, and a dozen experts attacked like ghosts. This uneasiness, which lasted until the end of the birthday party, not only did she not settle down, Instead, he became more curious. Lin Xiaowan blushed and hurriedly raised her hand to rub the corner of her mouth, but it was clearly dry there.
Nothing.
She was bewildered, but Wei Nightwind seemed happy, full of triumphant treachery.
What was that feeling like? Trance, disorientation, swooning.
It always felt like her entire head had been pickled in a pickle jar by Yu Hong, muddled until she lost all ability to think. No matter how furiously Anin called out to her,
she couldn't even concentrate.
I'm the one who should be saying I'm sorry for getting you into trouble in the first place.
Being able to see that you're okay before you die really makes me happy.
Wonder looked at Qiming's very warm face and forced to smile that softly. Truth be told, she doesn't accept Yang Jia painting now, she just thinks he's a good guy.
Can try.
In the back of her mind, the shadow of Lu Shi still lingers, and she still misses those times missing the clean and gentle boy who had amazed her all her years. I also don't know who took a breath, and the voice clearly reached Han Xiu's ears.
The man's thin lips pursed into a line, his eyes dark and deep.
Yes, this metallic colossus, which seemed to be a pin in the sea, was illuminated by the bright stones of reflecting a silver-colored light. But none of this was the center of attention of the room. The real focus was, in the middle of the cylindrical metal behemoth, What was that blue, hovering, but without the slightest light coming through? As the dean of the Cultivation Academy was chanting, a soft voice, slowly coming from the distance. Finally the door opened and a figure in black entered here.
Chapter 153. Nanako gives herself away. Northwest Sandy Sea.
The fringe of where Lu ran and the others once were.
Nanako was so winded that the cloak she wore was covered in gravel.
It was the first time she had felt the torment of the wind and sand since she had come to Longxia in her childhood days.
The cape had lifted. Nanashir looked off into the distance at the seemingly calm area of the Sandy Sea. Opened the map to confirm.
Sunkenly, he said, this is where they should have gone in. Iron Man cursed and had no choice but to run away at that moment. But before he could fly far, the missile caught up with him, and with the violent fire Iron Man planted himself down.
Hanen's face changed slightly after sensing such a strong aura. The figure immediately flew toward the back. This land came by accident. It's like pie in the sky.
I didn't think much of it at the time, I didn't want to feel sorry for Dad, and I took it in confusion.
I said.
I took another look at where the tall black guy was at that moment, more than 10 meters away from us. And the melon was 7 or 8 meters. And the tall black man is 200 meters from the finish line. My heart pounded as I looked at his words, and I went to the bathroom to wash up and seeing in the mirror a face white and pink, with eyes all smiles, he touched his face involuntarily, and the skin was smooth and bouncy.
Bow your head and don't look away.
But with the Yang family army behind them, Hua Jing and the guards, a group of martial artists, all of them determined to. Because the court had already established a 350,000 strong Yang family army. Chang Xian sat across from me with a graceful demeanor, savoring the food with extreme care, and
occasionally looks up and makes a small talk or two.
About cooperation, he doesn't mention it and I'm not at liberty to go on and on about it while he's hosting the. It was simply said and then dropped. In Ling Zhao's opinion, Dukeo was undoubtedly challenging his bottom line by saying this.
Make him apologize to Kyle? What the hell kind of logic is that? Isn't this the face of cowardice? This kind of attack, which obviously doesn't work in such a wide battlefield, But stalling for some time was more than enough. Dark Lokia had obviously suffered a loss earlier, so he was wary of Ling Xiao, Even more so, he didn't dare to go head-to-head with Ling Xiao. Basically when we were done, which was when she was sleeping on top of me. I can't even believe that what just happened is really true. Mrs.
Yen Butler on the side heard that. He used to follow and serve in Kyoto, and for the first time in his life, he heard someone dare to talk to old Mrs. Mu like that Mrs. S temper. But if she catches up with an old queen, their wife won't be able to do anything good in the future. 5 turns enlightenment pill, grade 5 pill, efficacy, it's enlightenment, it gives one an epiphany. Cultivators at different levels have different lengths of time to have an epiphany after taking it, and the effects vary. To say that this He Miao and Lu Pan's personality is really similar to a few points, and even say words are like this. Lin Jiejie sometimes envied this dashing spontaneity of theirs, but her personality and upbringing prevented her from being irrational. Fu Shijin laughed back in anger and didn't say anything. His pair of dark eyes looked at Lin Jiejie in a clear and cold way. The thin, curved lips hooked out in mocking disdain. Lin Jiejie, what are you talking about? Why do you seem to be quite deep? I can't even understand some of it. He Miao asked, looking up as she ate her food. He fell headfirst onto it and wrapped his arms directly around my waist to hold me in his arms, looking exhausted. When it looked like he was about to return to the Dong mansion, Han Jinhan happened to run into an acquaintance. This acquaintance is no other than General Nubizi, who brought the last arrest to the tea house. Mu Jijun teasingly surveyed her. The fear on her face had completely pleasured him. The more upset she was, the more excited and energized he became. Lu Wu whispered in her ear before her body was picked up by him. Head pressed into his arms. Lippy asked his team to take advantage of the opportunity to step up their attack. But France's midfield defense was tough. The combination of Vieira and Makelele was airtight, and there wasn't much Italy could do for a while. Chapter 154, New Skills and New Phrases Unlocked Again. Northwest Kunlun? If I remember correctly, the northwestern region of Longxia is still a forbidden region, right? I'm sorry, the leader mused. Indeed, the Kunlun zone is a forbidden area, and the Death Valley is the only passageway in the Kunlun region, and although the monsters are also of a high level, at least it's not a forbidden area. Now that Chairman Neil and the others have infiltrated Longxia and are fine so far, Chairman Neil's ability is still unquestionable. Someone said. The leader then nodded in satisfaction. As long as it's not the kind of person who's on the verge of death, whose blood and yang are failing. Generally there is no fear of ghosts. Coco, I really hadn't thought about how I was supposed to go about this whole thing before. But you're my friend, and I think I should talk to you about this. Yan Fei made up her mind. After coming to the store and looking around, even with his insights, nor could he help but have a flash of amazement in his eyes. Just as Landon and Ivina went back to rest. That group of 200 people had reached an entry point, and after some hesitation, they finally stopped. The present Liu Bei is not yet the future lord who will only use his tears as a weapon. He couldn't look too weak when he was holding a double-stranded sword. Even Li Suman, who has always been arrogant, had to bow down to Wang Taika under such suppression. This was something Wang Taika hadn't thought about. Tile brought the food from his fork into his mouth with the elegance expected of an aristocrat. Slowly chewing and swallowing fully before speaking. When this was said, Gu Hanshi didn't feel embarrassed. Instead, when Liang felt her heart and liver tingle again. This time, however, Lilith had taken the initiative to appear in front of Vivian, dragging a corpse. When the people heard Sima Yi's words, they all said, "The world says that Lord Sima and Lord Prime are at odds. It seems to be something out of nothing." And thinking that previously Sima Yi had repeatedly advised Yu Qing not to go to war, he even thought that Sima Yi was a loyal person and an excellent friend. The ghost girl didn't wait for Lu Jingxue to react before launching a surprise attack. Demon girl. See how I'll teach you a lesson. After saying that a handful of carbon was smeared up towards her whitest leg, Lu Jingxue launched a counterattack without showing any weakness. Just by a single leap, he flew up in the air, and the 10,000 Ren Dragon Abyss sword was swung forward violently. Then he flew out a green-colored pike and flew towards the 24 Ice Spirit Divine Needles. After swinging out the pike, he turned around a few more times in the air and turned around sharply. Wang Xianlong shook his head to signal that he was fine, coughed lightly twice, and walked slowly toward Grandpa Lu's hospital bed. Tingjia, I have a bit of a story with this Kai Yi, followed by. Chen Ning told the matter of inviting Kai Yi to join the new army in Shandong in the first place. After picking up Shi Yan, the four of them helped him heal his wounds, and while doing so, that skeletal old man suddenly changed his gesture. Seeing him do so, another old man with hair that was a bit yellow in the white hurriedly made a move to stop him. However, at this time, Yunfeng was as if he was possessed by a magic pattern book. Even its divine soul had the feeling that it was about to go out of its body. At this time, not only Shaolin, but also the people at the bottom were baffled. What's going on? How come it's gone all of a sudden? Lu Atomi picked up her cell phone and sent a message to Lu Lingshan, the plan has been successful. Fei Liangyan completely collapsed. Lu Atomi looked at the message on her cell phone had been sent and smiled coldly. There was no going back on his own for good. Suddenly, there was a sharp pain in her neck, and Xia Chao took a bite out of her neck end. Sharp teeth pierced the skin and kept sucking her blood. They completely ignored our attacks. Concentrating all defense shield energy on the wing thrusters is quite a headache. Valentine said sharply. Su Chen didn't know about Zhao Dayan's grudge against his sister and Ren Yuan's brother-in-law, and smiled faintly at Zhao Dayan. Then sit down. Let's go today. Knowing where Shi Qingxuan's anger came from, the teenager let out a bitter smile and, embarrassed, he rubbed his nose. Strongly pressing down the shock in her heart, Shimen Juni instantly disappeared into the rain. Although this Riang garrison was not elite in his eyes, he would never be willing to try to be hunted down by a large army. Chapter 155, Manipulation Even After Death. Skill, Resurrection of the Dead. Cooling, 60 minutes. Consumption, 100 mana. Effect, resuscitate all non-professional non-boss units within 30 meters that have been dead for no more than 5 minutes for 1 minute. This skill, of course, Lu Ran had already known about it. And this skill is still famous and is the iconic skill of necromancers entering a new phase. The dead come back to life. As soon as these words came out, everyone felt that she didn't know where to start with these words and looked at Lu Kaiqing suspiciously, waiting for her to explain. Li Lishuan didn't train on the training ground, but stayed on the sidelines with his computer. And Mo Yen is replacing Li Lishuan's position on the field and the players to play training games. In this way, Mo Yen itself is young well. On the contrary, Mo Yen is like a student. Li Lishuan is like the team coach. Lu Shui said, "Follow me." With that she took out an ice cube and Ray immediately understood and cooperated by pouring high-voltage electricity into the ice. This is not to see that she is more familiar in Jiangnan and want to ask her something. Morong Shiyu explained, in fact he suspected that Ling Painting also came to Jiangnan with a purpose. And that purpose is exactly the same as his, it's all about that fake emperor's sidekick. They both had the notion in their heads that they were in no position to interrupt when their master was speaking, what right has their name to be heard by the master? I'm not sure, but lately Jiannan's troops have been mobilized more frequently, and the supplies from all over it's also being shipped to Jiannan in a steady stream. The rest is unknown. Yi Xian said so. During this period of time, he was also reflecting on if it's always been this way, then what's he doing in Jiannan? Lang Shanshui directly left the front hall, and Lang Qingfeng said to Lang Painting, get some rest. Don't think too much. Then he followed Lang Shanshui's footsteps and left. Lin Joy then called his 404 brothers. Have them arrive early tomorrow to help. In Hong Rui's memory, the feng shui of the heavenly court is not the most outstanding place of feng shui in the world. Instead, it's flawed and imperfect in every way. At first she purposely didn't heal his injuries to get out of anger, and she fought with him a lot, and deliberately pissed off at him. Nonsense? Yao Jin raised his eyebrows, his expression was very contemptuous, not putting Feng Rui in his eyes. Mirang was startled and hurriedly supported her, reaching out and naturally resting his hand on his wrist. But see her pulse is sinking, but seems to have nothing. But clearly is the image of serious injury. No. I didn't buy the house back until I found out later that you sold it. I'm sorry, he said, shaking his head. Saying that, Lu Qingyi pulled Mo Langyu to the inner bedroom. From a hidden compartment in the wall, he took out the same long box, opened it and took out a long sword from it. The snow on the ground melts a little, freezes again, and that's because the butterfly's tears are falling one by one. Back in the bedroom, after Shueishan and I had showered, neither of us were sleepy. Then he turned off the light and lay down on the bed to talk. What to do, she should have expected Tianming to be like this, after Tianming's madness like that.
How can there be nothing at all?
It must have been hard for him, but he kept pushing through until the end. In a short time various skewers of meat were delivered 6 times, before some of those who had come first, and
both the owners and the guests seem to think it's only natural.
Abandoning the use of brute force, he takes a serious moment to recall taking a fingerhook and hammering the electronic locking control window to pieces. Peeling back a few threads and cross-joining them, a spark flashed, the door cracked open in a line, and resumed motionless,
All the lights followed. Oh, I'll listen to you. Liang Shuechen's thin lips hooked up in an evil arc. With a deep frown on his face, he rubbed the hair on my forehead with one hand before starting the car and heading for the road home. The concierge had been receiving too many years of gifts lately, and had only asked which family had sent them, and left them without going into detail. It was only later that I looked closely and realized that it was not a yearly gift, but a congratulatory gift for the lady's birthday. Chapter 156, The First Encounter with Nanako.
After the 3 had read it, honestly, there wasn't much of a ripple in their hearts anymore.
Because any miracle that happened to Lu Ran seemed to be so rare. They're getting used to it. But the shock, always, remains.
Right eye bristled breathlessly.
Said, it's so hard to have a skill that's a bit of a chicken to the current stage of Lu Ran, but as a result, the words made up for it instantly and transformed it perfectly.
Without waiting for her to speak, the man in front of her had raised his hand and removed the mask, revealing the demonic handsome face that charmed the world. Gu Qing was waiting for Gu Beixing to fall asleep before she came out of the inn. The night was already deep outside and there were few pedestrians. Only a few restaurants at the end of the street were still lit up.
After all, in the eyes of many,
he is also half of Dumbledore's full-fledged successor, even if the relationship with Hogwarts was a little tense because of the Umbridge incident.
But as long as you can successfully plant the nail in the school, it's considered a success.
When Chen Yuscape saw this, she beamed unhappily. Why is this person like this?
Does that mean he really likes that man-child?
The relationship between the sons of the royal family was most delicate, especially the brothers around Shin Nanchang. Most of them were afraid of Shin Nanchang, so even if they had some dealings, they only superficially attended the palace banquet together.
It's also concubined as bad luck.
If Kong she had lost her child, at least she'll be at her mercy for a few days. Not far outside the woods, Gu Qingwan leaned behind a tree and watched the scene, her face expressionless.
Fingers snapped hard on the bark. What really shocked Brandon Dwayne was that a minute went by and his player was still weaving around in the sky, and hadn't gotten out of Elena's lock as cleanly as he'd hoped. Start trying to fight back. You all actually carry the scent of medicine on your bodies. It can't be, all of you are disciples of the Lu family, right?
Hu Ling opened her eyes, wings showing at the corners of her slightly raised eyes. Before long, the 3 of them arrived backstage at the hall, one after the other.
There are still some people here cleaning up the mess.
Jia Zhang once secretly wiped with a corncob and was discovered and severely criticized by the members of the community. So, the mission to find out what happened to Shirley. It then fell to Bourbon, the organization's top-notch figure in intelligence-gathering ability, observation, and insight. Immediately after Cage said this, he proceeded to destroy all the deeds. A soul-deep wail emanated from the compact, but Belle was no different. Figuring out the principles of alchemy, and learning that I still have my mental powers on my side.
Xia Ingyue had more of a bottom. But they can't talk with impunity when they have a mutual friend.
Only sent 2 crying emojis meaning not to bring him along.
This guy is going to put up a fight. Adam sensed the anomaly and
the 6 ice wall drawings that had been prepared were laid out on top of the floor. The time she spent together made her forget that Lan Yu was never a good person, he was a businessman who strategized.
It is the good hand of, and it is that wolf in sheepskin.
At this time, realist Xuanji was filled with the feelings of guarding his senior brother and nephew. There was no time to care about anything else. He shot out to stop Xie Bingyue, but Xie Bingyue had already set her sights on Feng Yanji, who was flying in this direction. With no intention of circling around with him, he leaped straight towards Feng Yandi's side. He's managed to get a little bit ahead of himself and develop some industry. And yet there's always someone who wants to mess up, and that's a problem that should never be tolerated. Amuro Turo brings his apron to help, completely unaware that he's just gone, and then Ji sneaks up on the teacher. Originally, Zhang Yu was still eating lines with Chen Wuyin on the lower road. However, realizing that the other party might have entered the wild area, Chen Wuyin and Zhang Yu immediately turned back without even taking a look at the defensive tower. Just withdraw directly towards the second tower.
Long Xiaotian must know about his master's affairs, therefore.
Yi Feng felt that if he had the strength to fight Long Xiaotian, he would be able to know everything.
Chapter 157, Don't Panic, Beauty. The sand is a little light this time of year.
Nana-san was at the edge of the forbidden area, facing the sandy sea area.
Suddenly,
she looked up with a furrowed brow. Not far away, a young man who looked hangdog and not too old walked slowly over.
Four eyes met for a moment. A glint flashed in Ninashi's eyes. Then frowned and murmured, the necromancer. But only 47.
Jane was sensed a moist and gloomy air behind her, and the movement of rubbing her eyes paused. And again, as if nothing had happened, he pretended to go on, while his afterglow fell on the shadow of the window ledge, cast down by the dim moonlight, in the midst of the carriage.
I have a question and some conditions that I would like you to answer directly with exact information.
I don't know, Tim asked seriously as well. As the beam missed him by a hair's breadth. Mistakenly believing this to be a misstep on the part of his foe, Kalenzi made no move to block the. Instead, he accelerated toward the pyramid-shaped satellite that had been infested with shadow creatures. The teenager who called himself Michelle, a beautiful boy with chestnut hair and blue pupils, the age appeared to be only 15 or 16, dressed in a white and gold ceremonial robe, with a hood on his head and a solid gold cross on his back. Only after hearing the words of these Shui family members did Chen Xianfu let out a slight sigh of relief. The only thing she relied on now was Ling Hao, plus she herself was grateful for Ling Hao's outburst, so she naturally didn't want Ling Hao to suffer any failure. As soon as the words fell, blood awnings flew from Ghost Demon Z's body as he took a step towards Yi Tian. The large hand swept viciously towards Yi Tian. In the past 2 months, the most talked about character in the Immortal sect is the wife of the head of the Feng clan of Hangzhou, who has disappeared for 12 years and has only recently reappeared. In the eyes of the apostles, it was a machine 300 meters high and lead-gray mechs of overwhelming size. Most of Yang Tingfang's attention was on that long iron rod, so she could see it more clearly.
Awesome! The Shushan sect is really as powerful as I thought. Takiko Nagishi watched it right after Ayumi and couldn't help but get excited.
After a few moments had passed, slightly calming some of the agitation in his body, the
Lan Xingyan, however, was still selling the ghostly yelling and screaming in his ear.
Bai Zhan looked at the pretty face that disturbed his mind, his big innocent eyes blinking and watery and glistening, her pink lips are full and tantalizing. Feng Qingqing didn't even know about the invitation. She was stopped by the doorman and the doorman asked her to show her invitation.
Tang.
White River's voice had just come out when he saw Tang was suddenly drop Tiger's hand.
The side ear was pressed against Tiger's chest. Aren't all females delicate and weak, waiting for them orcs to protect them? Why does Tango have that murderous aura? What the hell is Tango? Almost all of the orcs present couldn't help but have this doubt bubbling up in their hearts. She went closer to the heat source just by instinct, even hugging Chu Ruize's waist, close to his chest, and pillowed his arm nonchalantly. Up so early to make breakfast? Don't you get a little more rest? Townstar didn't look up and just glanced up at the clear porridge at the table. I casually glanced around the dorm room, the standard 4-person bed with a bed and a table. Zhang Xinyue's position is on the right-hand side by the window. But she's just crossed over today and she's met a demon. It made her feel that what she had learned had not been in vain. Li Sisi sighed, however, did not respond for a long time, and Lin Yu turned his head to look at the found Liz sitting on her side with her hands on her knees, resting her head sideways on her knees. The man frowned for a moment, then walked up and kicked the guard directly in front of him. Good. Then I won't be polite to Captain Neo. There might really be times in the future when we need to trouble Captain Neo. Li Yanla said nonchalantly. Roar. A roar like that of a wild beast came out from Xia Wuji's mouth. Both feet hit the ground hard, and he sprinted toward the door again. Chapter 158, This Nima is invincible. It had never occurred to Nanasen that, without the other side employing an army of elves, without putting any skills on the premise. It was amazing how she could feel panicked. And that's with her having the Orochi as a helper. Big talk, today, I will kill you. Nanayoi gritted her teeth and said. Seeing that Lu Ran really didn't use his elven wings, she was filled with joy. Although he was inwardly alarmed, he was also excited by Lu Ran's arrogance.
Suddenly, there was a pain in the head that Wang Xinlong busy loosened the ring around the waist of Lu Xiaoling's hand straight up, just to see Lu Xiaoling again reached out and clutched the hair on his head forcefully a pull. A few more hairs were ripped off stiffly, which directly hurt Wang Xianlong to bare his teeth for a while. Frowning, Chen Yi's eyes suddenly glazed over, his pupils shrinking violently, and a terrifying thought appeared in his mind. And as soon as this idea appeared, it suddenly got out of hand and invaded Chen Yi's mind like a wildfire.
Good lord, didn't you say you wanted to lose weight?
Fei Liangyan snatched the chips from Shi Yi's hand and held them in his hand, watching Shi look at himself with a confused expression. It was only after half a pillar of incense that Chen Yi nodded, and then walked towards the site of the auction.
Chen, I can't believe that your country is in such a state.
It looks like the end of your Qing government is near, George said.
The lovemaking and the stalking, I guess they must have stayed up all night.
I'm so excited, said Lin Ping excitedly. Therefore, the best time to take this corpsine fruit is when the fruit has just been congealed. It should never take more than an incense stick to burn, because the longer it takes, the more the fruit itself will be lost. Although Dong Chang and Bai Tang had always wished for Chen Yi's death, they now shared a common thought that
if you want to die, you'll die after you've won. Pang Shua snorted coldly, unflinchingly sarcastic, going out is fake.
Cowering in the mansion is the real thing, isn't it? Saying this, he pushed the butler away and lifted his steps towards the mansion.
At this moment, in the Heavenly Phoenix auction house, in the middle of a secret room. Brush.
However, Lu Pengfei was seen appearing in front of a coffin. However, just at that moment, a shelling sound startled him so much that he sprang up from his bed.
No way. This can't be done. More natives must be brought on board.
Li Jiang muttered darkly as he mulled it over, and finally sent for Zhang Shihe. After informing him of the circumstances of the matter in detail, he waited for his answer. But this hairstyle of hers is two very different styles from the original.
Ask yourself if Lin Ziyun still likes her current hairstyle a bit more.
However, how to use him or arrange him is one thing that Li Jiang needs to carefully consider. He's a smart guy, but I'm afraid there's something wrong with having him suddenly join the RD.
Gentlemen, then let's talk while we fight.
Tilio cuts off the discussion between Bovar and Sangra about the situation.
But how could such a smart kid suffer from that kind of problem?
A term that instantly flashed in the back of Iguana's mind, kids with that kind of problem, they don't grow tall. It could be said that Lin Hao's identity was too amazing, but after Lin Hao let that Wu Wan general up. Immediately, Wu Wan ordered to prepare a horse for Lin Hao and left the place.
Are you just going to put up with it? No frowned and.
She had never been a character to be messed with, but whenever she was wronged, she would definitely retaliate at the first opportunity. Chang Yu's cultivation level was far higher than Yang Xian's, but at this time he was motionless. Hanging his head slightly, he made a show of listening. The Falling Clouds sect all took out the 100 Spirit pill, the Danyu sect also took out the God Condensing pill, while the Sword sect took a box of ointment. The latter even found out that Mr. Shin and Jiang Lingxi are acquainted with each other, and the relationship is quite good, as far as the eye can see. This was simply another stab into Su Qingmei's heart that had been continuously frustrated. Everyone tries to make her happy every day, but she just can't be happy. Although she was far away from Su Ling, she could hear or see Su Ling's name every day and couldn't hide from it. Chapter 159, A Little Shock for Nanao. Do it, kill him. Nanako yelled. The original calmness had long disappeared without a trace, and at this moment, Nanako lost her composure. Lu Ran's calm, invincible demeanor caused goosebumps to rise all over her body. Not even Orochi's attacks are effective? Orochi was clearly very upset by Nanako's yelling. But right now, it also felt that the necromancer from Long Xia in front of it was a bit weird. Gu's father had already begun to calculate which property in his name was furthest away from them. It's better to throw this son of a over today, out of sight, out of mind. Can't you see he's lost all his gray hair in the past 3 years? For him not to have to start a life of soaking goji berries in a thermos early, it was better for this son to be dispatched early. But it doesn't seem to work if you don't give it. Then again, it can't be helped by the fact that the plant Chasho is also a normal need. His favorite person was being bullied by the population. Ning Rongrong, who was sitting next to Jiang Chen, was not happy. Immediately, he stood up and retorted. Just then, the craft screen flashed, and a red stream of data appeared that converging into the Red Queen's likeness. In the next instant, Shen Yang howled miserably, his eyes exploded, and blood flowed out of his mouth. And then he couldn't see anything. Looking at the three words Jiang Zufu on the door plaque, Ainan cheered and saw two more rows of fierce and. Hastily, he sank his voice. Either the legs go down and the back and arms are still up, or in short, they go up and down. The body is not coordinated at all. You're far away, so there's no doubt about the roll appearing in his system. The opponent gained a great deal of strength from the ranked village work. Then through this place, he did. Wushuang City and the world society had always been in a hostile relationship, but what made the Sword Saint wonder was that the Xiongba's strength had clearly exceeded him by a lot. He Shuyang looked at the departing Chu Yan, frowned, and looked at the cell phone number left on his cell phone. A resource like her naturally couldn't be allowed to show up in other sects. It had to be firmly in his Star Palace City's hands for that to happen. Because he was not in a very good mood, Shui Rui's lunch was made to be relatively coping a bit. Shui Zhonggui understood his mood, so he didn't say much, that husband who came over to replace Shui Rui, because he hadn't eaten Shui Rui's cooking. It was just assumed that he was playing normally, so naturally he could say even less. Prosperous streets are naturally crowded, innate and unusual in general, From time to time, one could see one. Some of them were imposing, iron-armored guards, others were rich lords in fancy clothes, Some more are traveling merchants who come and go. As for what you know, that's what the people in Hades tell you. Anyway, when they get to Hades, people think that the child in the belly of the money junkie hasn't been unloaded yet, and that's killing. When the people saw that Money Mystic's life expectancy was less than that, they released Money Mystic. And Money Mystic also begged with others for some secret recipes to survive. Brother Zhao San, either you demobilize and come back to my place, or you can watch a scene for me or something. Yang Shizhuo looked at Zhao Yang seriously. Who did this? Ma Yong was also furious when he heard that. He and Yang Shizhuo have always had a good relationship. Zhao Su really didn't know what to say, but he was quite happy in his heart. Because Bai Jia has now gotten back with him, then he won't come back to Ink in the future. At the same time that the white ape stopped, Zhang Ning immediately felt that sensation of energy exploding and rushing through his body once again. I'm afraid it's all been an unknown number of years ago, so it's hard for you to remember. I'm sorry, Jiang Xiaoxue laughed. There wasn't much conversation between the two, and in 3 or 2 minutes the ring had been enveloped in a transparent, light blue shroud of light. When the second dog heard this, it was as if he had been granted some sort of amnesty. Immediately, he nodded his head and had to support Master Tiger and stumble outside to escape. Fang Zhang fell to the ground, his chest was in severe pain, this punch was more than 2,000 pounds of force, It caused his chest to sink in, and his mouth was spitting out blood. Chapter 160, Body and Soul belong to Lu Ran. Instantly, Nanako tensed. After all, she'd always thought she looked pretty good and had a good body, and it's Sakura, It's the dream goddess of countless little lives. She knew absolutely nothing about Lu Ran. What if Lu Ran used this minute to do something to her? It's hard to understand, at this point, this situation. It's amazing that Nanako still has these messed up thoughts. Presumably this is a woman. Hey, Mr. Wang, have you gone off the deep end lately with your debt collection? Are you sure you're calling for me? Li Chengfei had a puzzled look on his face. Back home. Stripped naked and jumped into a situilan, adjusted the water temperature of the vat. After Pei Guang politely greeted him, he avoided Ha Jingyu's gaze and came over to Feng Chang's ear and whispered. Just now, Ai Chi Jin had flatly refused AIZ's unreasonable request, so why did he open his own mouth? His attitude then changed drastically, and he took out the 3 cones of incense and gave them to AIZ. How did that happen? Those miscellaneous disciples who were watching the contest in ring number 9. There were already people pointing their fingers at Xiong Tianhui, and even words such as coward had already drifted over from afar. It's been more than 10 days since the wedding, and everything that needed to be done was done last night. But this was still the first time Situilan had called herself husband, about which the always expectant Xue Tian remembered very clearly. Everyone knows that this cave is the gateway between the immortal and mortal realms. One step across and you can enter the legendary flooded immortal realm. The moment the wooden box was opened, those elders on the high platform hadn't had anything that. After all, he's a longtime veteran. The stone sword's blade was blunt, but it was sharper than an unusual divine weapon, In one fell swoop, it cleaved down the arm of the spirit locust demon venerable, but strangely enough, no blood dripped down. 3. Abolishing the original military system, establishing the House of Representatives and abolishing the Governor-General system. Former Governor Belina was the first Counselor General of the Council of War, responsible for the coordination of all local military affairs in the north, and all officers were appointed and dismissed by the Council of War. Local officers may not appoint or remove subordinate officers without authorization. The surrounding area was bright, with flowers blooming and clouds winding around, but it was even more beautiful than Mount Wuji. Shido looked around in surprise. There was no one else but her. Hu Chongyun, the leader of the Ming sect, was arrested and imprisoned half a month ago. But did not wait to torture him. On the end of the end is dead in prison. Some of the Ming Church on the surface of the forces of the point by the Jinui and the East Chamber to join forces to a net of exhaustion. I believe that for a long time Ming sect can no longer make big waves. Ice Age is a big deal. And it's especially dominating to have live streaming from local TV stations and networks. I had to kneel down and feel a little ashamed at the same time. Thinking of seeing Chu Tianli's seductive face tonight, and the imposing demeanor with which he raised his hands and feet. Siljani got a little apoplectic. It's been 10,000 years since a cultivator ascended to immortality on the Zhangjian Great Road. A transitional cultivator would only have a lifespan of 500 years, and after surviving all the heavenly tribulations and becoming a river cultivator, he would only have a lifespan of 10,000 years. A few days ago Mrs. Sito got the news that Uncle Ho even kept an elite team of bodyguards for Situ Xian. Lu Shi's face darkened into a pot, but he could only walk into the competition venue. I Ching looked at him and a silent apology in his mind. She forced herself to calm down, not to act impulsively. There were just too many high ranks in the spirit world. She could only barely sense that the one who attacked her was in the realm of harmonization. She couldn't even sense exactly how, in any case, whether it was a man or a beast. None of which she could solve alone. Auntie Lan, I'm counting on you for the baby. After saying that, she turned around and walked out of Jin Jingxiao's nursery. Even if Yu Meijia starts to refuse, then if Lin Kefeng plays the emotion card, will Yu Meijia turn against you when you ask her with emotional bondage? Chapter 161, Letting You Serve in Bed. Nanako was not expecting to see these three here. Like Yukajikyo, Nanasan was no stranger to them, though with a bit more exposure to Yukajikyo, However, these three were also absolute stormtroopers in Longxia. At this point, the three walked over to Lu Ran and stood with him. Brother, you're pretty quick with this. Yi Hongyi said with a snicker. Brother? Nanako froze. Lu Ran is Yi. We are not enemies, no need to test each other, so if you have any doubts just say so. Li Jia laughed and shook his head. I definitely didn't mean to blindside you. Roger shook his hands about and busy denying it. It was later rumored that Jabbar thought Dwight Howard was too muscular for his own good. There is simply no way to develop a finesse offensive skill set. This diagnosis is the same as Hakim Olajuwon's. They had only one thought in their minds right now: the person in front of them was just too scary. There was no action at all, just a glare, and the people around them died. How could they possibly be defeated by such a person? Between the gullies of the mountains and the ravines, from time to time, a series of blisters and grotesque whirlpools of dozens of meters high coral trees in the searchlight, colorful, tall iron tree as jasper, showing translucent, as if carved. In the original story, Shen Luyan followed Su Shiji, Shang Xiushuan followed Song Shidao, and Shan Wanjing followed Shang Ming. The Dong Shu Nai even followed Li Yuan. Are they all true love? But since they can do something so audacious, they must have the courage to do this. Chucky Brown made a big move, and Anderson and Baines mentioned the arc as a blocker. Taylor accelerated dribbling to get rid of the ball, rushed to the right side of the 45-degree emergency stop three-point shot. The whole set of actions is very hasty, also not enough to connect the crown. Zhongling sure all felt the fishy wind pouncing on the back of his head, and his heart flinched, thinking that he was afraid of dying here. Something that couldn't even be hurt by a gun. He didn't expect the flying dagger to hurt the monster. The compound-eyed raven was stunned as the image of General Bayou swinging his sword was reflected within dozens of red eyes. Back to your majesty, the major county guards have given orders to all 326 counties of the Ling Tian ancient dynasty. The white mourning sash will be worn by all people at tomorrow's festival, including merchants from other countries who come to our country to trade. Standing behind Zhuge Liang, the chief sheriff of Ling Tian ancient dynasty, Fire End replied. Just now, in the Hell Store, Xian Sangyi took a look at a prop that he cared more about: the memory ball. A figure popped violently out of the assassins. Changing his body shape, he swiftly lunged towards Xueming's foothold. Without thinking, Xueming raised his hand and fired a shot. That person was obviously an expert, picking his feet and Instead, he kicked the assassin, who was still on the ground holding his thighs and wailing, up in front of him.
It doesn't matter who I am, how about coming back to the general's residence with me? I'll give you a prosperous future.
I'm sorry, the white man laughed.
Divine Wind Hall Master.
Seeing the person who had come, Lok Wushue as well as Lok ran, they rose up in a million pieces of panic. As soon as his eyes opened, it was to see the divine gate that stood proudly in front of him holding a light and shadow divine sword.
What?
Fable froze. He had always thought that the ones who were in a dangerous situation right now were him and Thousand River Moon. Now that he didn't know about the Ring of Stars, he naturally wasn't clear about the priorities in False Year's mind.
Don't worry.
Tien looked around and found a stone to hold in her hand. I'll watch it for you.
The crowd couldn't help but gulp even as they sniffed at so many aromas that tickled their taste buds. Hunger was in the air.
Zhuangjian also smiled bashfully at this. Although that Zen spirit was strong, it was not like it had never appeared before.
The Spirit Emperor is still not charged. Want to rely on the name as to scare him off? How can it be so easy?
Che, haphazardly change are so powerful, but also use seriously change is not better. Gui Nianfei's heart was happy. She had been pondering this song for some days, and today she finally got what she wanted, so.
After grabbing Gui Nianfei's hand, he actually forgot to let go. Chapter 162, The more you know, the more terrifying it becomes. By the way, Lu Ran, I heard Xin say that you can summon a female demon? Yu Qingsong asked.
But the words just fell. Yu Qingsong immediately and instinctively looked at Nani.
After all, Nanako is an outsider. Lu Ran seemed to have seen through Yu Qingsong's worries. Waved his hand and said, don't pay any attention to her, she's under my complete control now, It won't give anything away.
The words just fell. Lu Xinxin also added,
After 10 days or so, Jie Zhong was in his office when Hazhan Jerry called Jie Zhong. Telling his younger brother that Kaodgrijan had been enrolled in Yunnan University, Saizi was also happy. Holding the phone and waiting for half a day, there was no movement on the other side.
She had wanted to hear the other person's voice before she could analyze if she had made the right call.
But the lack of movement was unexpected.
The 9-line Shin turtle tilted its head in fury, and a silver-white colored ball of light flew out. When the ball of light rose to 3 feet, it dispersed under the control of its mind, and countless ice spikes were directed towards the entire spatial forbidden area. It even included the 9-striped Shin turtle's own region, furiously scattering down, its momentum extremely vast.
Kai Zi's, after a while mental Zavi tingling a little slow, Kai Z whispered, Auntie. You tell Uncle to work there first. It's nothing. You'll have to do it yourself in a few days. Uncle will go there then. A first-grade immortal pill? Ha.
Although this kind of contraption was simply trash in the place where old bull I was in my splendor, it is considered a precious elixir here at this moment. The Ox Demon Emperor hemmed and hawed.
Swallow the elixir in one gulp. Hey, look at you mesmerized, what are you thinking? Pai Weiluan couldn't stand Ling Lai's expression and couldn't help but touch him.
Hey, naturally, I'll tell you the truth after I collect your soul. Morose cold words came out from Feng Fan's mouth, and after performing the instantaneous transmission technique once again, Feng Fan instantly came to the vicinity of the black-clothed old man's Yuaning.
With a single hand, Feng Fan had already thrown out the soul regeneration bag.
This guy's a terrorist.
Extremely dangerous. He can do anything. Nian Gue nodded.
After Yi Bingyin had a knife in her hand, she was instantly much more confident, and when Bulgos 67 slashed at her, Yi Bingyin also followed the knife. That knife danced tiger like wind. 2 knives touch each other, hit a few sparks. Then the 2 of them were instantly separated again.
Eat, I'll eat, godmother, don't clip anymore, can't put it down. Oh, Yang Yao didn't make any pretense.
Without even using chopsticks, he directly grabbed the lobster with his hands and took a big bite. Lin Su's every word, every expression, all caught in Shang Yan Kang's eyes. Shang Yan Kang has seen too many officials of all shapes and sizes, all styles and types, and he has long been able to determine their true intentions. The last 2 words, Su Miao said already. Due to, Zhang is a smart person. And how could he not know what this girl meant? Slightly frowned, then looked at the big master beside him. For example, add a booster pump for the steering wheel, add linked anti-opening buttons for the doors, and add window shades. Worked with Brigade Watches, which is owned by Genalt, to have them build a shock-proof timepiece to be mounted on the dashboard. But although he was headstrong, his feet were not slow. Fawn Lang's figure flashed and at once, he pulled a large distance away from Karip, who had fallen into a berserk state. In the face of the approaching crisis, he no longer dared to have any reservations. Almost the entire time, he was immersed in the painted world, but even so, as the environment of the painted world shifted, the world underneath him felt real but was changing. As a cannon fodder alert weapon. The storm base started out as a cheap and plentiful way to go. Aside from the fact that the software is a bit more technical and the mechanics require a bit more skill. The whole robot has no technology whatsoever. But you can't say anything even if you don't like it. Honestly, building a house is the right thing to do. Su Miao looked for a while. Then he turned around and went home to make lunch. Saburo had been eating and living at Mr. Wu's house ever since school started, and Su Miao will regularly send rations over every month. Chapter 163. I don't want to go back to Sakura. It's better for me to say it. What Principal Jian wants to talk about should also be the 100 Cities League, right? I'm sorry, Yu Qingsong said as he glanced at Zhang Jinbei. Yes, that's right, that's what it means. Zhang Jinbei rubbed his hands together and said. Immediately afterward, he looked at Lu Ran. Continuing, he said, the new cadet's awakening in this session is not considered to be very good on the whole. If you want to pick out one as a 100 Cities League player, in fact, Jin Wuyo is rather more suitable. After all, it is a hidden profession, although Lu's classmates have a high level. Lying on the ground, Inkbrand's mouth was still bleeding continuously, and at this point, his face was already completely disfigured. Because, this ability to communicate in commune with the plants and trees. Not that anyone can do that. Now it's good. With Zhang Tieju's family joining us. Here in Peach Orchard there is more joy along with a different kind of vibe. Grateful and at the same time, Gao Laniying's heart was vaguely worried. Determined that His Highness is very human, also basically sure that the great catastrophe will really come, the great catastrophe and the fate of their own couples. How? The melodious song sounded, and the lyrics were so in line with what Lei Jun wanted to say to Tanning Xin now. He didn't know who was helping him. But right now his heart was on Tanning Xin. According to Hu Yuan's words, Yingsheng resolutely abandons his career and is willing to return to Yuntai Mountain with Suwon for training. The two of them packed up and embarked on the road to Yuntai Mountain. A glance at the densely packed heads on all sides of the Lin Konshue once again swung her wings slowly towards the general's platform. Is there any way to save my students? Please, you guys. Xu Pingting's words were already filled with a low tone of voice, and she almost said the word beg out loud. The neighbors all scoffed at them because they knew that they were always doing wrong and acting recklessly. Who is Mrs. Chiu? She is a widowed woman in the village, who lost her eyesight a few years ago. Fortunately, she has a dog which is very humane, and the dog leads her to fetch firewood and water. Without this dog, Mrs. Chiu will starve to death. How come there seems to be some missing? Wang Fen opened the suitcase after. Not only did I find a bit of a messy battery load in there, but it was also missing a couple dozen bucks. Lin Chen's long hair, which had turned silver white. And it didn't turn black anytime soon. The 5 heavenly kings were still surrounding them, and looking at them, they couldn't help but be a little dazed. The Dragon King of the 4 Seas is also considered an old friend who has been in contact for many years. I don't want to fall like this, turned into ashes. Of course, Hate Tianxue wanted to kill Lin Chen. Lin Chen had killed so many elders and disciples in the Violet Sun sect. This was already a vicious slap in the face of the Purple Sun sect. You should know that this world's first poetry event is a mega event that takes place once every 10 years. On top of this event, there are 3 main themes: poetry, lyrics, and couplets, with poetry mainly responding to scenery and themes. But this couplet is something that is mostly a matter of painstaking thought for the examiners. The Major General who had been waiting beside Long Ting respectfully received the order, and then took a big step towards the outside. Lu Che just lowered his head in contemplation for a long time, and Wang Minghan seems to be in no hurry. Just like that, he stood quietly in the middle of the hall and waited. And at this moment, in the outside world, in the city's main residence, with the disappearance of Claus. The henchman who was reporting was first stunned, then alarmed, and was about to growl loudly and prepare to call out for someone when the Shuijia casually sent him into the inner world and suppressed him. But after the extreme hunger, it is true, as Starcore said. A warm feeling emanated from his body, making him forget about his hunger for a while, and he worked tirelessly on his labor. 45 seconds, less than a short minute, the massive black bull that Ning Tianlin had incarnated directly scrapped all the tanks into scrap metal. And at that moment, the American soldiers on the ground, including the armored cars, the police cars inside the All of them were taken care of by the 10,000-foot centipede. That is to say, due to being in the tropical zone in latitude, with high altitudes in the Andean region. Instead, it became an advantage. Although the Chu family surrendered, they were forced to do so by the times, whereas Xiang Qi surrendered of his own accord. Therefore, Chu's family would most likely despise this old grand prince, and let the two of them cooperate with the
Ing will never be able to turn the tide again. Chapter 164, How strong are you really? Oh yeah, almost forgot about business. Yu Qingtsong slapped his head. Looking toward Lu Ran, he said, Eagle saw Storm Guild, you should know about it. Lu Ran nodded. Lu Xinxin's several people also looked at Yu Qingtsong. Nanako's heart was also in the right place. She knows the Storm Guild, of course. The only guild in the world to take down a level 60 team copy of the Black Dragon Mountain Range. She also tried 3 times to get her hands on the Storm Guild. But that pressure, however, had not changed at all, for he was now, It was already turning into a return to one realm, a supreme existence. Huang Kejin's pair of old faces turned a rising red color because of Dim Mo's words, and he laughed in anger. A cultivation of the 8th stage of the condensed origin realm exploded out. You're the ding-dong, aren't you? Don't you hide it from me. Suddenly, the captain became agitated. Returning to the villa, the army found that on the living room Chu Fei had left a note for himself. This Chu Fei. Don't you have a cell phone? Just send a message, army muttered. Remembering the vicious look on Mo's face when he got the news last night, it instantly became gentle again. Zhu Yan knew that the average height of those people in the ancient times were much taller than the current ones, therefore, It's not unusual for this cave to be taller now that we've seen it. With a slight movement in his heart, Yifeng released close to 90% of the Earth Yuan power in the Earth Yuan Dan, as much as he could. It filled the entire meridian. It's as if there's some endless magic in the words that Yang Jingtian wanted to avoid but found that he couldn't move, and Yang Jingtian's subconscious mind had already fallen unconsciously. Ji Euro smiled, then looked at Ji Yutian and the others. Yutian, lightning. The few of you should follow closely and never get separated. Ji Yutian and Shui Xinyang nodded their heads. Damn it, you even used such despicable means. Lu Tian forced himself to endure the pain in his eyes and said. Now he could truly turn a blind eye, one eye being blinded by the bright light, not being able to see things around him. Just take the plate over Gui Jojo, look at Ouyangji, this a tangled and difficult look. Couldn't help but twitch. Entering the house, Appos threw Adele onto the soft animal skin and 2 big hands grabbed the black robe she was wearing, and with a slight force, after a cracking sound, the robe split in 2, revealing the leather jacket and pants inside. Adele's luscious body was exposed to the dim oil lamp. Yunker thought fiercely, originally this meal was her first flirtation to Wu Song, but it was Pan Jinlian who stole the show. When she thought of the days she had spent with Yun Fifen, her heart was not in the right place. He even regretted that he hadn't just gone up and kicked a few feet while the chaos was going on to vent his anger. Although they felt that it was not very likely, but after thinking about how Gui Jojo had changed today, they felt again that it seems not impossible. Looking at the results, which show the 6 words establishing paternity, Lu Mingchuan's mind was already in a state of confusion. In fact, as long as Niawei used his heavenly eyes to check on Qianliang's mother and son, one would then realize that one's celestial eyes were ineffective against these 3. With some of these potion materials, with the restoration pill, and with the restoration of the wood and water exotics, she'll have a much easier time healing her grandmother again. Wu Song said coldly, but it amused the crowd, and everyone knew that At this moment, Ghostly was so uncomfortable that even breathing was a torture, not to mention speaking. Lord Peyton, what a powerful stone giant! Olivia looked at the golem warrior and heartfelt admiration. Xiao Chang has always had his own standards, having delivered 2 governors in 10 years. He'd seen a lot of hookups between leaders, but rarely had he seen anything constructive for Sycamore. So he would rather his position stay put in the position of director of the county office than to defect to any leader to get promoted. After eating out, Huo Jibei suggested to go together to drink a cup of tea again. Wang Peng pushed Mo Fusang to come. To keep her company, politely declined. Chapter 165, Neil the Evil Soul Knight. Above the cliffs, Lu Ran sat comfortably on the ground, his hands supporting the ground, his body at a supine angle. Look up at the sky. Although he had gotten used to Yi Hongyi and the 3 of them being around. But it's kind of hard to get used to suddenly being free. Nanayoi stood on the sidelines, looking at Lu Ran, and every now and then looking again at the valley of death below. Neil and the others haven't shown up yet. Now I don't know if the information is accurate, but within this valley of death. After Tian Shou was taken away, the remaining Zai Xiu, Fire Xiu, Thunder Xiu, and so on, all of them, it all began to slowly disappear. Eventually, completely gone. Although I don't have a meadow in my heart, I do have a draft horse in my heart. Those thousands of grass mud horses kept galloping after those words of Chao Jiaying's landed on the ground, also causing my brows to furrow. Dong Jia hung her head, pursed her lips tightly, and placed both hands on her lap. His hands were covered in sweat. She wanted to be close to the dire princess so badly, the face was exactly as she remembered it. It is the proud and capricious nature is also very similar. She did not dare to tell the truth, for fear that once she said the dire consort will not be appropriate for her to be a sister. It was only plausible that it was a dream I had. The image jumps across the screen. It's a projection. The stage immediately becomes a curtain. Played the film like a movie theater. Even the white Qilin needed to pass through Zhao Runfan to be able to utilize his healing abilities. The Greenwood Divine Bird, however, was able to directly heal others, showing how terrifying it was. Waving his hand to dismiss the bystanders, Qin Shou lifted the blue and white thin fiber porcelain tea light in front of him. But it was slow to be brought to the mouth. Xu Xiaoxiao knew that Mu Liyan and Xu Baobao had been matched, and she was very happy in her heart. No matter how she knew that baby Xu was Mu Liyan's son, she was happy, and the guilt in her heart was slightly lessened again. Hurry up and call Sakura to accompany her to the hospital. Xianlong watched in silence for a while. Suddenly realized that all the dissatisfaction in his heart for Xiaoyan just now had magically disappeared, leaving only a heart full of love for the mother and son in front of him. Who are you? Jingyi didn't feel scared, but was surprised that. Is it possible that Bai Xiaoxue has a twin sister? Seeing the appearance of the second legendary character, Mai Linglong's mood had lightened up a lot by now. In contrast to Zhao Gao, she rather did not have so much feeling on the rules, but just quietly followed Zhao Gao after returning the salutation. Patiently waiting for the many big boys behind us. It was obvious that he had just been kicked off by rainfall, but the strange man didn't look scared or scornful at all. Instead, he rubbed his face calmly and smiled. With that out of the way, Bonjul chose to take a technical timeout. Trying to find that look of impatience on the faces of my three roommates. Wei Sun this year 25, born bladder and waist dark and fat. Heart is perhaps the second time as a prince envoy ordered to do business, sitting high on the horseback of his tiger, full of arrogance, full of the royal relatives of the reserved noble. Xu Yunwan saw Mu Xiaoxiao acting like this, and heard Yao Roland's cries outside. For the first time, I felt so dilemmatic. Seeing that Big Eyes had said so, the top captain thought about it and didn't refuse Vickers' offer. Playing a game, people aren't doing it for someone else. At the same time, Lu Jianing also said that after seeing the opposite side of the Raven. A direct Q skill kick flew out, but this time it didn't cue the opposite side of Raven, It was easily dodged by the opposite Raven. To be to the safe place, Pei Yen faced blood loss, still gasping for breath. The eyes were even more covered with panic. After receiving the news for a long time. Pacing back and forth in contemplation, Charles VII only turned his gaze to a young man behind the curtain and softly called out his name. Li Xin was also pleased with Su Dingfang's letter. I didn't expect Su Dingfang to use maneuvering tactics so skillfully, and it seemed that the entire peninsula would be in deep water before long. Chapter 166 Lu Ran's True Strength. Lu Ran stood tall at the edge of the cliff. Looking down at Neil and the others who were gradually approaching. Nanayoi stood beside Lu Ran, looking at him every now and then at Neil's group. Instead, Neil and the others hadn't noticed anything unusual. After all, normal people don't normally look up easily. On the contrary, as their group gradually approached the mountain pass, the number of nearby monsters refreshing became less and less. The levels are getting lower too. So she's trying to make amends. Li Qingmu has gotten everything the prophecy said. Her killing Li Qingmu, who was bent on working for the Great Moon, now would only backfire. Rescuing Emperor Janning, who was supposed to die 3 years after Wu Yang's death. It is the most fundamental way to remedy the situation. The list of the top 10 paracletes changed a lot of things that. For example, the battle that was about to begin on the unrepeated mountain now, the heavenly serpent ancestor and the immortal Qingshu, who had been away from the divine and demonic realms for a long time, would like to know a little about it, too. Which are the strongest 10 paramount saints in the 3 realms now?
Shinjicho twisted her head to look at Lan Xianshu over there, whose eyes were dead set on the TV.
Again, she didn't know what she was thinking.
The two streams of light violently clashed in the air, and there was a thunderous explosion that startled the entire void. Rippled, like water waves, rippling and spreading toward the sky, but does not disappear.
On the 15th day of the first month of the 5th year of the Yongning era,
Li Lingyi was not able to return to Yi Mansion to celebrate the Lantern Festival with all the people as he said before he left.
In fact, Policy Zhao was telling Lu Zhigao to go buy the flowers himself first.
Go to the hospital to visit the patient. No flowers, like what words? Zhao Policy came because it was already night and there were no flowers for sale. There was no way.
Reform and opening up is opening a door to the world, and young people who had been suppressed for a long time
is hungrily breathing in the free wind from without, even if that wind is full of dross, but the longing of the heart, it makes young people simply open themselves up to all of their bodies and minds regardless.
Shen Dingyang the said Su Dongqing heart straight drums, to be from the provincial party committee to start rectification. I wonder how many departmental cadres should step down.
At that moment, the queen called the Bishir child, said, "Take the car and drive with me towards the songline."
Saying that the Nianjiang will be vegetarian, hand lightly flick, scratch down a thing, the bystanders only do not know. Both Galan and Yu Tian understood one thing, that their opponent's mental power was comparable to their own.
The result of further fighting would only be that they would all be injured by the opponent's spiritual power and become idiots. When he gripped the sword, his eyes had changed and became incomparably stern. He had his back to the man, so no one else could see the change in him.
This is the power of the holy intense sword technique.
Shi Hongyan moved his feet and
the next second it appeared miles away.
Ding Hua's pupils suddenly tightened. He would never forget this man who had once ripped his heart out. Cultivation is like rowing a boat against the current. If you don't advance, you'll fall back, so except for some of the dart masters who go out to walk the darts.
Most people come here every day to practice.
Some practiced their swordsmanship, some practiced their boxing, and some even had large-shaped weapons like the saber and halberd. There was a lot of buzz under the hooting and dancing. Falling Plum Wind's flute suddenly exploded in length at that moment, then turned into a thin sword with the flute as its hilt. The He Qingyue had also danced her own double sleeves up, only on top of these double sleeves, there were indeed deadly hidden weapons.
As Gu Fei Yan recounted the
Tang Xiaoxiao's eyes seemed to have seen that cruel and tragic battle, as well as the Sanlong divine beast's last-minute, powerless and unwilling roar.
Demos laughed at Karit's look of both indignation and resignation.
So he held up his hands in a gesture of surrender. A dark figure slowly felt its way in. The person on the bed didn't move at all. The figure paused and, walking up gingerly, he sat on the edge of the bed inside slightly. As for the rest of the pseudo-captives, they were demobilized in accordance with the policy. Those who don't want to go should stay. In addition to handing over a portion of the seized cigarettes to the military region and headquarters authorities. The rest were done by Li Ziyuan as a favor to the regimental chiefs of each regiment, each of whom had a few. Chapter 167, Precision Guidance, One Strike to Kill. Formation. Neil let out a yell. The disorganized crew behind them instantly began to line up in an orderly fashion. It really looks like that, and it seems to have been rehearsed many times. The whole thing is unbelievably silky smooth. Nanako looked out over the crowd. Murmuring, demon hunters in the core, ready to explode, bards for control. Should be trying to pull Lu Ran down and press on all fronts, Neil. But that doesn't cut off the Shu army's message traffic. Yang Lai just need to wait until Tian Shou's next attack on the Shu army can be planted in the army of the spy to report the news, and then do not help a few days more around the road is. It's hard to believe that Tian Shou thought that this would solve the problem of the Minutemen. Don't worry, it will. Get better. God is sure to protect the good people. Said this when Lin Yu swallowed, his own do not believe himself. So then, he simply all but undressed himself as well and squeezed into the tub with her. Adding the fact that Gong Yang had traveled thousands of miles to come to his Ringshire tribe to visit Reng Tianjie was proof enough that the Gong Yang is that of a generous heart. Come in. Jinria said without a word of humor, this kind of problem had to be dealt with in one fell swoop. You can't give too much time for thinking, and if you delay, you won't be allowed. Yu Qing was sweating. But she wanted to be able to calmly hand over the message to them in that situation. Wang Suqing, obviously not an unusual person, can have today's achievements should be, if not for the New Deal. I guess she just buried herself in the back of the Wang family's house and got depressed. Something important? That cow gave you a mission?
Geez, you tell me about it.
I'm sorry, Ray pouted, stamping her foot in exasperation.
Although they threatened Huang Dongxian that if he didn't let them into the city, they won't help deal with the Shu army when it comes, but if it does come, can they still stand by and watch? And what did they come all the way out here for? After wondering for a while, Gong Yang reacted.
It was then that in addition to Wei Daonan as well as the 3 Yuaning of the Feather Phoenix sect, 9 more cultivators with Yuanli laws flowing around them were revealed from under the sky-cold door.
Because it's always by phone, Lu Tianming didn't dare to slack off after receiving the order.
Immediately appointed Guan Dashang Deputy Bureau is reporting to his office as a full-time deputy team leader, and at the same time deployed nearly 600 police officers rushed to Longshan County, Haorzwang Township, Waikaner Mountain. After speaking a few more words with Qin Jun, the 2 of them each took their leave. With the cultivation level of a Yuaning true monarch, even if several years of sleeplessness, it was all unhindered. Ling Chong only sat in meditation for an hour, and waited until the day dawned and come to Ling Kong house, but see the bed no one. Ling Kong has long risen, and went to preside over official business.
Good. You keep your seat, I'll get the buns. Probably because of the current reason of the food, Shinsu Sakura also did not bother too much with Su Wake, like a sister likes soft words to appease him a few words. Putting down the big bowl, he rushed back into the battlefield of the bun fight. Shin Zhaoyan's sword heart is calm, and he walks peacefully between. The sword stance also had a bit of the roundness and flawlessness of the hole in the void sword technique. Ling Chong chose the Zhongping sword for this reason. The 2 of them have different philosophies, but they are not enemies in life and death. Must be decided you die and I live, like this as the door to compare skills, although not stay hands but can accommodate the feelings, is just right. It's amazing that even the Empress has someone else's eyes and ears on her side, which means one thing that's how good this person who arranged the ears and eyes is, that he has colored the power to the deep palace. I have the memory of being born again. Naichen didn't dare to guarantee that he would be able to go very far. And, with one running like the wind, what caused the change in the white dye star? Just as Yui had said, although Nightstar had guessed some of it, it was only some of the clues, and he couldn't know all of it. Chapter 168 Ridiculously Powerful. As Lu Ran lifted the sea-setting trident in his hand. Swish! A blood-colored spear appeared in front of Lu Ran, facing the direction of the distant near. Blood spear? But it's so far away. Nanako looked at Lu Ran doubtfully. She was aware of the power of Lu Ran's blood spear. It can kill Orochi in seconds. And of course spike Neil no problem. But what is Lu Ran doing at such a distance? Or, while walking, Fireflame carefully observed the terrain on this side. Shandong, his cousin, lives in this village, named Dongshan Village. This village is surrounded by mountains, the village in the mountains and built. A highway, east and west, led out of the mountain. Fireflame and the others came from this road. Therefore, no matter how much the opponent provoked him, Chu Feng still maintained a posture with one hand behind his back end. He only looked at Gatling with the eyes of a dumbass, then flicked out his right hand and snapped a middle finger. Nurimet Beg was very fond of the tea set that Yu Kyung-yun had given her, however. He still had that little bit of sense in him after all, and it didn't show on his face. The Marquis looked at the ancestor and said, "Ancestor, I don't think Empty Valley needs me to take care of the. She's perfectly capable of taking care of herself." Until Yi Chin appeared, even though they had known each other for but a day, it made her very happy. With a sense of home. When Jiang De and the others had left, Xiao and Wu continued to drink wine, while talking about how to deal with the officials. While praising Jiang De for his righteousness. Otherwise, everything he had done before would be considered in vain, and every time he thought of being at the bottom of the sea of fire, when they fought for the spirit sword, and later on, under Ao Su's coercion, they had to worship him as their master. His heart was then dripping blood. Forenza brought Gu Shui directly to a clothing store in front of the city, and Forenza parked his car. Letting Gu Shui out of the car and then leading Gu Shui right towards the clothing store. After some sarcastic digs, just as his holy martial splitter returned to the Kunshan Sea. Only then did he leave the Great Hall and go off to recover on his own. The crowd that ate the fries had confidence in the so-called fried chicken tenders. Both thought this shouldn't taste bad. Am I still unable to obtain your forgiveness and capture your heart? With a million ripples of fear in his heart, his steps stopped moving forward and turned backward. So that's how it is, then I forgive you. Hatsumomo reappeared with a smile that. It turns out Juno didn't see a pretty girl change her mind, so she's relieved. Hey, I say dude, You mean we're all demonic and evil and can't get into the city, right?
I suddenly stepped forward and questioned, a sneer in my expression. She knew very well how powerful the sword formation formed by the 4 swords in front of her was. Underneath the seemingly harmless light was the coldest killing machine in the world. His insides were getting more and more agitated, and his face was just wringing out moisture. A true immortal was already a behemoth, able to hide itself for endless years, a trace of its true spirit undying before the 3 calamities and 9 tribulations came.
A living, breathing ragtag family, running to Wuzhou just to ask for money.
She's seen a lot of scoundrels like that.
Nothing but bragging rights. Du Chang then became a statue that stood in the Pure Land World Palace Square, and that was enough. Facing the towering Jihua, Wang Ari was as imposing as a rainbow and arched his hand towards Jihua. It then speared the layout just now. Sun Xianzhong didn't know why he resisted serving Sun Buki.
Perhaps the more red-hot tomato garden, the loss of his heart, more will overflow, simply out of sight, for a peace of mind, It was only after 3 times that he shrugged off the olive branch handed to him by the other side.
But as far as Du Change is concerned,
archery, which can only be improved by hard work, is instead a drawback of the dream system. About a third of the ants were boring their way up the transparent boards of the. They all seem to know that whoever climbs the transparent board first holds the initiative to assimilate the other.
Chapter 169, Sakura screws up and destroys the country. Evolution? Lu Ran's eyes lit up as he said, the style god thing can still evolve? This Lu Ran was obviously unaware of. Nanako nodded. Explaining, there are only 2 ways for a god to be powerful, and the first cannot be chosen, That's the talent of the god, the quality, all the gods are graded, for example, my Konoha and Tamagotchi, All of them belong to the S-class gods, while a god like the carp spirit, which is B-class, doesn't. It's really the first time that Morning Wind has seen such a shameless person. He'd never seen anyone ask for money with such a straight face. Shaking his head, Hijinjong sighed, there was no use for him to think about all this, the atmosphere in the country, The minds of the people, too, cannot be changed overnight. That's when I suddenly remembered the sap-smeared pant leg, which might have some effect. Bear with me. 2 clicks, and I slit the leg of my pants with my dagger and ripped them off. Shorts are shorts. Anyway, I'm just ripping my sleeves and pants legs off for life, it's important to stay alive. Time was ticking away, and the Russians could come out at any moment, and if they were discovered, I'm afraid their 2 regiments won't be able to escape, and even his idol, Admiral Hijinjong's strategic plan will be lost. The Prime Minister's wife closed the door. Walking over to Mo Nishang's side, she looked at her carefully and, seeing her somewhat tired face, the Prime Minister's wife was also heartbroken on her face. Of the many, many faces, Ling Bing's clear and beautiful face immediately occupied all of Yu Zhao's attention, still filled with the loneliness and persistence of youth. On the shores of the West Sea Lake, her eyes with a hint of poignancy appeared in Yu Zhao's mind again. So Mingyue put Fat Ping in charge of sanding out the county ponds. Gong Zhongyin went to integrate the Dingzhong sent by the clans. Dong Feng and Post Wuxin went to Xishan and Nanxiang to recruit men to fill the vacancies of the county ponds respectively. The old ghost glanced at Fatty too and reminded, don't forget that saving ourselves is also saving people. I can't do any harm even if I'm saving someone's life, I mentally reflexively blurted out. On top of the tea table lay 3 tea canisters, covered as they were with lids that Morningside couldn't see what kind of tea was inside. He Chung Han looked at Su Fei Yuan, he didn't expect this guy to pit himself against Master Lin's friend. Each one of these guys had the strength of the Enlightenment realm, they were simply not ordinary and terrifying. And 8 subfamilies, in that case, there are 8 realms of enlightenment, so the Li clan, in such a situation. How do you cope with that? It's a scorcher today, just like yesterday, and I'm a regular, flesh and blood human being. How could it not be hot? My body was even covered with prickly heat, but there was nothing I could do about it. Nowadays this corset strap doesn't do much for me anymore. Hey, why didn't you come to school yesterday? Ing Susu said as she looked at Zhou Qing's face with a smile on her face. For some reason, she always felt that this face of Zhou Qing's was getting more handsome and attractive the more she looked at it. In the usual course of events, he had not slept very soundly every night, but tonight, unusually soundly, By the time he woke up, it was 8 in the morning. In a couple of tries, Chen Yao's arm was twisted by the police and pulled down to the outside of the interrogation room. Eldest senior brother, there's no fear of not having wood to burn when you've left a green hill, it's important to preserve your cultivation.
Another third peak cultivator came forward to persuade Up, if Ku Dapeng was really abolished of his cultivation, they went out and probably didn't have a good life. A soft drink fell from his mouth, and steeply Huang Qi's mournful and miserable screams came out. In the air, but once again there were a few half-tailed falls, while Yellow Evil's face became hideous. The jealousy of the heart, when the thought of the plus the powerlessness of Shinshio lying in the emergency room at the moment, but there was nothing he could do about it, all turned into a cavity of anger. When the people's gazes turned to the frosty-faced evil Frostian, they were nothing but amazed. However, none of them dared to look at it more than once, because just evil Frostface's cold as ice look sent chills down their spines.
Chapter 170 Hawk Sauce is finally honest. Lu Ran also just flirted a bit and didn't continue to delve into Nanao's problem.
Looking ahead, he said, the main city is just ahead, let's go.
Instead, Nanako followed Lu Ran.
After a few seconds of silence, he suddenly asked, what would you do if you wanted to evolve the carp spirit?
Will it take a shot at? Against Sakura?
Lu Ran looked back at her.
Said, nonsense, or what? Nanako's heart shook and she gritted her teeth.
Autumn Moon's incomprehensible place Night Feather the same also do not know what the reason for it actually is. After thinking about it for a while and still no results, so I just don't think about it and concentrate on watching the final of this Junior Cup.
The old man has just talked to impeachment about the commission. However, what the old man said was very complicated. Can't talk about the point.
The great mountain was dug through a large opening in it, and gradually extended outward, and the otherwise green and verdant forest of a whitish patch was revealed in the center. Feng Li's face was heavy as he walked and stopped, seeming to be engaged in a great inner struggle. Yang Mao's heart stirred. He knew that probably this Feng Li's heart was swinging between Li Qingling and the Xuanwu Palace Master right now. After all, it was flesh and blood. I'm afraid that he still had a little bit of care for Li Qingling in his heart. Driven by the immense power of the long sword was not like a flying sword at all, but more like a cannonball flying towards Hua Yuqian. In fact, Lin Chang was the most important guest. Once Lin Chang came, of course, Liang Feilong personally accompanied him. After looking outside for a while, Liang Feilong let Lin Chang sit down in the hall of the martial arts center with Liang Zhengfei as his companion.
In disbelief, I asked Bai Yi again.
At the same time also reached out and pointed a finger towards the top of my head.
After doing this I got the same affirmative look from Bai Yi.
Being on top of the thunder pool, Long Ling looked at the huge thunder pool, which was filled with rolling thunder and lightning. I really don't know where this lightning actually came from.
Build epic level equipment? Luffy was stunned, and then, the
system beep was heard again. Such a character has gotten selfish and wants to betray his country and his people.
Just imagine.
Lin Feng then felt that the situation was very serious.
Eagle's rest, Pang's switch, Tiger's support, Bear's forward.
Ouyang Shao commanded in a good manner. This should have been Zhong Tianyou's task. However, he had been temporarily captured by Hokuto to be the negotiating warlord, so he took his place.
She didn't even look at these.
A senior shirt from the casual wear collection blocked the neckline, then a pair of jeans and a pair of loafers were rummaged for.
Big brother Liang, we can finally be together forever. Linger is really happy. Mu Linger cried out in joy and violently jumped into Liang Dong's arms.
When Liao Yun was about to get close to Suja, Suja suddenly attacked. He crossed paths with Liao Yun in his surprised gaze.
The minor required for graduation from SJSU is 8 points, which means that you have to take 8 subjects.
So Lin Shifan still has a lot of options. This can be considered slowly. On the flip side, though, Iron Man on the sidelines is really clearing his head.
Totally just keep on gorging themselves, which makes Lu Fei Young and Han Ling very envious, thinking that today's meal, However, it was something that could never be eaten on a normal day. Even if it was someone from the Hongyuan clan, it was not able to be such a super deluxe meal every day. At this time, the eyes of the people on stage looking at Liang Dong changed again. What little doubt they had left was gone, replaced by respect. The strong should be respected everywhere. Gu Xiaobei sat on the bed lost in thought, her gaze blankly looking out the window at the moonlight. She was now almost certain that Li Haonan, including all of them, was hiding something from her, and that. Definitely about yourself, maybe it'll be a big secret. At a glance ahead, he instantly saw, as if in slow motion, that a great sword that. Toward his head, with a slight tilt of his head, the large blade flew just past his ear. Chapter 171, Playing with Your Life. BRGBDIV Qin Wuyo helped. It didn't lessen the intensity of the taunts from a few people. The young man in the lead said, Qin Wuyao, I heard that you didn't sign up? What's the matter? Is it because you're worried that if you're put on a bounty, your little white boy won't have a chance? The words just fell. Qin Wuyao then took a healthy step forward. Snap! A big mouth went up. Thunder and lightning. Lu Ran's eyes lit up as he watched. He liked Qin Wuyao. Superpowers? Well, the small dish hadn't seen any superpowers before. It was as if one of her own roles was to be the king's weapon, but no one had ever used her. Feng Liu inexplicably glanced at Jiang Chen, and after a few moments of silence, he waved his big hand, slapping ancient heavenly fury away like a dead dog. Wild continued to run wildly, hooves raised high as it stomped hard on Yi Juntian's head. If this was stepped on, Yi Juntian's skull would be worse than a rotten watermelon. You are overthinking. If you know that it hurts to think about it, why do you think about it? Without waiting for him to finish his sentence, the Bai Ji had opened her mouth. But Zhang Jin didn't say yes. Then ATV asked him what exactly was his condition before he would jump ship. He went straight back to the 4 production and broadcast separations. As for what Red Yanghua experienced in the middle of the Tong Tian world, Red Yanghua himself did not mention it. Gu Xiao also never asked, as if that part of the story didn't even exist. In response, Shi Yanghua was naturally happy in his heart. However, Gu Xiao seemed to be completely oblivious. Now that you've got it all figured out that that's likely to be the case, then you're still in such a hurry to go out to sea. Blankly glancing at Ellis, Roger looked out the window helplessly. The Ming is still peaceful, but on some of the official roads, But there are several groups of people flying from the south to the north. Time is especially precious at this time. Well, can I be wrong? This old lady's been an old patient since I got my internship at the hospital. I've even been in that department before. The nurse said. The patient who had been instructed to wait for the hangnail to finish hanging remembered to ring the bell for her and went out. Left chest, found you. In front of white eyes, the chakra-covered power core that. It was like a bright light in the dark night, shining brightly. Chaos is no pole, Pangu opened the sky, axe split the chaos, evolved Taiji it is between heaven and earth, Everything is born according to the order of yin and yang. The world has a yang must be yin, and yang. The 4 directions of the flooded earth, all over the spirit of the zephyr, is the yang. While within the flood, most yin, fury, blood, and death gas but converge in one place, is yin. The meaning of Su Beibei's words is actually quite clear. It's not that she doesn't want to, but it's because she's poor. Don't even dare to think about it. She's been slammed plenty of times before, so she's got experience. Was really feeling like I was okay this time. After a while, Tang Lin saw more and more like himself, being led away by the magistrates. The destination was all about the huge black palace in the distance, and Tang Lin thought to himself that that might be the place where he would be judged on where he was going, and whether he would be able to reincarnate or not. Can I go back to the home that I remember so vaguely? No one should be able to find me if I run here. A voice mingled with dialect came into the cave. Anling Rong heard that concubine Hua put in a good word for her, and couldn't help but feel grateful, and her face was a little red. But Ninji didn't dare to spit it out to Lin Shi. What if Lin Shi didn't agree to teach him anymore? He has no place to cry. The blood on his body had long since coagulated, mixing with the dirt and sticking to Lindsay's body. If there was one place on Lindsay's entire body that was clean, it was Lindsay's knife. And those magic elements that entered Niafeng's body through his absorption of It was being constantly transformed into Niafeng's magic power by that mysterious 3-maned magic array in some special way. Just before he came here, he had instructed the fox demon to go to the palace of King Qingguang, which was occupied by the ghost kings. He also took his plume, just in case of a situation like the one in front of him. RG. Chapter 172. No need to hide anymore. BRGBDIV. Lu Ran finished and didn't give them a chance. Turn around and be on your way. A few of them gritted their teeth, but they were too stupid to squeak in place. Verbal bets, playable. Contract betting. Can't afford to play. Verbal bets can be broken and disavowed, just to stay alive anyway. But as long as the contract is signed, then it's a real death when the time comes. But just then. Snap. Lu Ran and Song Xiaoya were on the wrong side of each other. Within the abyss below, but a deep voice came out and. Immediately after that, a thieving old man walked from the depths of the Forbidden Land to release the projection. Xiaoyang, what's his origin? Just the Yen King's domain alone, this kind of spirit crystal. It would require 3 million spirit jades, right? Ancient Wasteland asked in a dull voice.
The inmates lying on the ground, though well aware that this old man was powerful and very.
It's a presence that can't be messed with at prison one. Since then, the name Zhang Xingxing had been swirling back and forth in the minds of the Seagull Grand Cruise's many powerful people. Kinski was silent again, her third silence of the day, and this time the silence was long, 2.5 minutes. Holy, does fashion have to be luxury? What kind of healthy living philosophy is that? Wu saw Gui Yujia's Mercedes-Benz saloon car from a long distance, parked in the parking lot in front of the hotel, very eye-catching. Of course, after you. The security guard was startled by Cui Mubai, who suddenly lost his temper and a layer of fine sweat instantly seeped out from his forehead. At this moment, he had already hated Du Ziteng to the bone. Terrifying surges of heaven and earth energy that swept across the entire world, causing countless hearts and minds to tremble. The immortal powerhouses couldn't stand still, their two strands trembling. So that means he really does have access to huge channels now that none of those international distribution companies have gotten? The agent asked. Without showing any mercy at all, Emily, who was known as the strongest of the young generation in the wabi-sabi continent. The talk was physical and red in the face. She followed the scent of meat to the kitchen, and saw fine earthenware jars dangling over the fire. The pot is gurgling and stewing roe deer meat. Hearing the footsteps, Fuyu did not raise his head, just buried his head to polish a rusty bronze mirror. Turns out he's too far gone for the record. Mistaking the list of customers' speeches recorded by Gu himself for the list of customers' orders, he handed it to the chef, so no wonder the chef was confused when he took it and read it. He wanted to die, but if the 4 divine beasts didn't die, even if he died 1,000 times, all will still be resurrected and then suffer endlessly. Could it be the material? This silver order was born without that kind of function? Or is it simply a fake? Elder Kong couldn't help but say in his heart. Seeing the look of mute despair on the faces of the ministry, Mubai shook his head slightly and it seems that the killing of the official army last night has left a deep impression in the hearts of the ministry, and if you want to remove the fear from your heart, you can only sharpen it on the battlefield. I went to the Chen's medical center 3 blocks away to buy ointment for burns, and Dr. Chen said. In fact, if it is only burned red and swollen, directly smeared with dashi, within an hour, quasi-healed. What Yin Xiaohui is thinking, Yin Xiaoting doesn't know. Yin Xiaoting is a person who doesn't care about anything. Just be afraid of the trouble. Wooding held up his glass, the rage in his heart was palpable. He knew that King Xian wouldn't let it go, but he never expected that Fruit Nuisance would actually conspire with King Xian to come so close to forcing the issue in public. After the 2 incidents with Song Xuan Ao Lai, the school's been demolished twice already. Zhang Chuan actually felt a little guilty in his heart. During the auction, Yang Fu observed that the cultivator who shouted 1001 spirit stones disappeared. The 2 officers looked at each other. What Baby Feng had said so far basically matched Huang Fu Jin's confession. Bam! With a crisp sound, the saber in Shidushan's hand unexpectedly broke, which made him very alarmed and he lowered his head incredulously looking at the broken blade in his hand, unable to think of a reason. RG. Chapter 173 Guild Challenge? Qin Ruizang was so alarmed that he hurriedly led the main elite of the Taiping army to the east of the trying to fend off the onslaught of Manchu cavalry, but with the infection of the defeated Taiping army, where could they still organize their formation effectively? The faces of these young men, who ought to be vigorous, there was no longer much of the spiritedness that he had felt at home. Instead, his brow was furrowed, his mind was not in the right place, and he already had a twilight look about him. There were also Kirikawa Gold Mountain, Nakayama Gold Mountain, Abu Mejima Gold Mountain and Aizu Gold Mountain, which were explored one after another. More and more people from the Chinese mainland were employed to come here to mine for gold. Relocation is no longer organized directly by the Republic of China. But the closer he got to the capital, the less certain he became that especially after realizing that there was still that big show in Kyosho. His own right-hand man, Steward James, was finally convinced, and Yang Yong breathed a visible sigh of relief. If at that time to make the generals and marshals do not in Yang family rising momentum will be their own careless decision to disrupt, the heart to one make such a force as the most powerful, Yang family to unite. Don't split. These demonic forces, pulled by a mysterious force, were. It had actually taken 60 years to complete the integration, forming a huge and incomparable demon clan sect, the Second Demon Court. The high, long courtyard wall opens to 3 gates,
the center one belonging to the main gate and being the tallest. In front of the courtyard wall, there is a large 4-lane green slate field, and in front of the green slate field is a large lotus pond. And the berserkers Tiger Wei and the dog slayer Morong Nyenrui, as the two existing lieutenants of the mercenary army. The brigades under their respective command were being led, drilling their subordinates ruthlessly in accordance with the mercenary training military system that Chu Xin had initially formulated. In the darkness of the night, she seemed to see Pei Shuo and Jiang Yao watching in the dark again. Immediately, he was about to extend his sharp claws to her.
Don't look at yourself as a Jindan cultivator already.
But people's infant successful old monsters can kill you with a single lift of their hands. Lan Hai was stunned. He did not expect Li Yu's counterattack to be so overwhelming.
What kind of person is he?
He was a genius among geniuses among the demon race, having survived 10,000 battles and was almost invincible. Although Yi Shanghan did not have any research on cars, but just from the appearance of this BMW 8 just came out this year is indeed very beautiful, dazzling red color, all-in-one model, one can just look at it and thump your heart.
Hot-blooded.
After a few breaths, he put away his windlaws and let the dust fall on his body.
Both eyes went straight to the explosion. Cymbeline, that's true.
You can't stop the temptation, you can't stop the temptation.
Can't stop the temptation. Whoever believes that buys it.
Carrying Hua Ying on my back, I walked with all my might in the sand while deep and shallow. All the while, he concentrated on dodging the aimless trampling of the raging enlightened beast. Watching the darkened Jinding slowly drilling into the ground, at a speed more than 10 times slower than before, Xiao Yong blamed himself, but he didn't know why he blamed himself. Tang Mu was also helpless. Shirzi sometimes made up his own mind very much now he was asking himself everywhere. Xiao Yong thought to himself, the setup of the elders here is too deep, it is not known how much more complicated than the Cloud Sword sect. He himself was still too young to know anything about these twists and turns, and only knew to act according to his nature and speak from his strength. She Blue Knight has dribbled into the 3-point line at this time and the eyes only left the basket. In the midst of a hiss, he stepped over the free throw line and stormed straight up. With both hands, he heaved the ball into the basket. The basket creaked under the weight of a vent. In his haste, Xiao Yan directly sent out a shockwave at the tail of displacing himself out of range of the tail's attack, but he himself swept aside uncontrollably. Looking at Consort Flower Roan's gloating expression, Guolin couldn't help but cry and laugh.
I didn't offend her. Isn't it just 10,000 contribution points? It's not like I can't take it out.
Guolin said in his heart.
He even imagined Consort Flower Roan's exquisite expression when he took out 10,000 contribution points. The crowd had returned to silence from the initial clamor as they stretched out in the temple. More apprehensive than the silence because of the unpredictable danger outside the house. But out of nowhere drifted a mysterious laugh, raspy and pale and nearer and farther, the ears of the rabble. But the speaker could not be found. Counting the dates, the Empress was more than 5 months pregnant, and there was still too much for her to do, therefore. She was even more afraid to slack off, even to the point of wasting her sleep and food. Streaming dust knotted her head and left, her tears eventually falling. It was now evening and toward evening time, she was going to visit the Season Temple, at any rate, without seeing with her own eyes that She couldn't believe that it had just happened. She had left the Seiken Temple only yesterday morning. How could this have happened overnight? But then, the speed of the advance of the army could be affected by this. Originally, if they went at full speed, they would be able to get out of the Elfin Forest in 10 days, but the army froze and traveled for almost a month. Vote for this pavilion, from the murder. In the middle of the scattered heart of dispersion, no fear. To the first shift. The first thing you do is to play the zither, and the sound is so elegant that the air says it is good. Not far away the entry deer beast that was grazing caught the attention of Joe Ghost. I think he was wondering if the deer beast had eaten the grass in this place. A few people walked towards the deer beast alertly, and the deer beast apparently noticed a few people and ears perked up and eyes squinted at them, presumably to see what action a few people were making or to escape. Around Guolin, there were 5 other contestants. They were Guolin's elder brother Guiyuao, Wang Excellence, Jinping, Zhu Shang, and then there was the middle-aged man who had also advanced from the Dragon Gate field, with his hair tied in a bun and named Jin Jun. Chapter 174 4 Great Guilds, jointly raised. So, you guys are still into this stuff, so there's no excuse for the quota. It has to be ours. The 4 guilds had a very strong attitude. Jiang Jinbei almost laughed out loud.
He was about to speak when he was interrupted by another person. The quota we want, but the guild challenge must also be accepted for defying us so much this time. Immediately after, there was another person who looked directly at Lu Ran and at the same time to Jiang Jinbei. I don't know what kind of light is behind this black wind vortex. I hope I won't be disappointed when the time comes.
Xia Haorun muttered.
Xiao Chang looked down at her and sighed softly again, Song Song.
The.
She took her hand, and her expression looked as it always did, but those clear eyes carried a heavy sadness that.
You've grown up, silly girl, don't cry, aren't I fine?
Well, having such a legendary father teaching his children himself is certainly better than a schoolteacher.
Honggu tugged at Jia Yuan, what else to say when you have this opportunity? Wang Ning was like a hummingbird, sneaking into a spiderwebbed mess of forest thorns.
Densely packed with formations and forbidden balls, everywhere were formations and forbidden balls that were very dangerous to others. As a cultivator, Xia Haorun's body was like a huge whirlpool that
all the time exudes attraction to the opposite sex.
Slabbed hair and, more importantly, a decent casual t-shirt, the body is even more exposed.
It's sunny and handsome without losing the maturity and stability of a man. Isn't that all we said? What's there to think about? Yang Fengping was about to laugh.
But it jolted.
Xiaosong meets Su Yingjing's eyes and asks if it's okay to.
From what Mr. Smith has told us, the two are supposed to be close friends, and she doesn't like to have her picture published in public.
But it's too rude to just say no.
In this series of processes of sealing the gods in the great catastrophe of the otherworldly continent into the floodplains, the saints were given their share of the chi merit, of which the 6 saints were given 1 point each, and the all-truth beginning sage was given 4 points. Turning her head, Mu Qingqing was sitting on the railing of the Crescent Moon Bridge in the backyard of Chunhua House. Wiggling both legs gently, he waited for her. Yet he knew perfectly well that this time he had arranged for these men to go out and
I'm afraid that none of them will be able to come back.
But it's a pity that he's not from the Sima family, after all.
So he doesn't have any right to speak at all.
Drugs.
Lang Yi's face became a bit grim, not knowing when the.
Probably when he first began to follow the ghost Taoist priest to learn medicine, Lang Yi is particularly hate drugs, or in the coastal area,
The first thing Lang Yi had Shao Qi's Old Lang Company do was to clear the entire drug out of Marina.
The Western Army had not been at war since the pacification of the western regions, and while Yusuji Kenshin was stocking up on grain, while practicing, although the current Western Army is just slightly inferior to the Southern Army, but the quality of the soldiers, Yusuji Kenshin dares to say that it is the best among all the armies. Zhou Hyun is in a weird shape, but he's gone out on a limb.
Press simply didn't care about these details.
Ever since he had found a fellow member of the Soul Departure sect, Zhao Xian had felt that he had a backer to rely on.
The guts got bigger.
Especially since Elder Gong Yang had also come, then he was even more bold. However, to Lin Jingfeng's surprise, a teenager walked in outside the main door of the Bright Moon Hotel. But he didn't go back to the city, nor did he occupy the first bush that. Instead, he retreated to his bush and waited for the troop line to come online.
What do you mean? You're not trying to hoodwink this Dog King so you can be a wallflower, are you?
The Dog King narrowed his eyes and asked in a suspicious voice transmission. And then looked behind the crystal door, which, when glanced at, shone with light and.
It still looks like a city. Sasaki snorted coldly, and was about to sneer at Jeyu for a few moments when.
The words came to a screeching halt like a duck with its neck stepped on.
Chapter 175, We're all adults now.
Jiang Zhang and Sun Ling had already been beaten beyond recognition, their clothes broken and. The face was covered with K-green fist marks. The dog left to hide behind the wall and rushed to learn how to crow like a chicken.
Changning pretended to think deeply, leader, old Xiao, the 2 words are heavy. I'm a junior, so we'll talk things over. As for this, we'll look ahead. In general, EAA, the living cannot let the dead people dragged back.
It turned out that this was one of the Lion and Tiger mercenary group's strongholds in Supreme City. And this blonde man was none other than the Golden Tiger of the Lion and Tiger Mercenary Corps, although at this time he spoke well of not being able to wrongfully accuse others. But those who really know him realize that there are not 1,000 but 800 people who have died unjustly under him. Cho Suk Boy grunted her displeasure at hearing her brother's idea.
Twist and walk away.
Originally, the Li family was more powerful than all the families in Tian City. Now that the people of Tian City were actually killing each other for so little antidote, how could a scattered existence like this be able to deal with the powerful Li family?
Xia Xinqing glared at her for a while and finally deflated, "What do you want?" Her family's door style was very strict. She can't get out much, and it took her a while to find a way to raise the money privately, to dish out the details of the. I didn't expect to run into the hands of a natural enemy again. They were then led into the valley, while the men ordered them to dig for those yuan stones. There are ration tasks every day, and they're so large that it's hard to complete them even if you keep digging. Two huge handprints, colliding in the middle of the deep ocean, erupting with a terrifying force. And then the earth-shattering power, surging and tumbling away, like ripples, stumbling and rowing away, rolling and boiling. The powerful people of the Nansha state then came up with numerous ways to stop the migration. In the beginning, it was also in the dark, because they didn't want to clash with Wu Yong. They also wanted to rely on martial valor to help them fend off those strange beasts. As soon as Li Dong said this, not only Lu Jin, it is the aside of Wang Sharan also blared round eyes to Li Dong, so that the officials will want to be lazy cannot be. I'm afraid that by then all the officials will change their style, work seriously and conscientiously, just to get a passing assessment at the end of the year, to keep their official positions. Anyway, having already procured all the herbs needed, Lin Juanhe then decided to start refining pills straight away. And Su Lin isn't even from Nanyan City. He's from out of town. Because his industry was not in Nanyan City, even if Zhang Changshu wanted to do something to him, there was nothing he could do. Capturing the rain lynx called Lynx Liang is the best choice. Animals within a radius of dozens of miles sensed the aura and instinctively fell to their knees, shivering. But as he ran, he realized that the reticent youth surprisingly, he had gradually come from behind him, and then gradually pulled away, without even glancing down at him. "Just the one I just bought, and get me in a white one," Li Tianchen said lightly. Jiang Yangrui was anxious, not minding that the phone had not yet hung up, but leaped forward with great strides. A hand pulled at Winking Love, who was just about to go out. Young Lily had thought that once she spoke these sarcastic words, Li Tianchen would surely be groundless. It would be humiliating and embarrassing, but what she didn't expect was that Li Tianchen remained as if nothing was wrong. He had previously sent Lu Changqing to test Lin Chen's strength and learned that he was very strong. Now it was time to see the name of Lin Duan left at the top of the mountain ladder. Snowflake Village is just this big. Basically as soon as Zhuang Yi walked out, naturally, it became the center of attention for the villagers. The arm blew apart, and all the places that were pressed down by the shadow were broken open. The white bones of the hand were exposed and turned into fine powder that drifted away with the gusty wind. You think you're avenging her? By doing so, you're letting go of the very people responsible for her death. Zhou Yuan couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. Was there such a miserable holy dragon? Not even the 8 veins in his body could be found. Isn't Mr. Qi afraid that I'll purposely harm you? Lin Xinhuan raised her eyebrows and looked at Qi Moya. Where does this man get this damn confidence from? Other than the nearby cultivators and demonic beasts, the first to feel it was the Jiangzhou Demon Slayer Sword Sect. The entire Demon Slayer Sword Sect gave a start when they felt that thick, sharp, and arrogant sword qi. Others either had happy faces and rushed towards the shore, while some others looked grave and the faces were full of dead ashes. The eyes were also dull and lifeless. It was obvious that this entry into the river did not reward them. If she doesn't mention it, she'll say chicken legs. After 4 days of starving, the full-fledged apparition only felt acid in his mouth, and his belly immediately rumbled. Lin Xiuan was the most tender, and had long been too tired to go on, only to see that the atmosphere was thick with. Wouldn't want to make the team's mentality worse by sighing anymore. As for Horsley, he can't be counted out because he was injured and delayed for over a month. So it's been disqualified from the test and didn't participate. But the head of PR looked at a couple of big exclamation points on the tweets sent by Sister Lily. Thought better of it but commanded the message. Therefore, those people are more and more sure that the car sitting is you worry 50-years-old concubine. Seeing Jun Jingmo's divine fantasy disappear, the realm spirit was treated like a gardener who planted grass. Chapter 176, If you lose, you'll keep your sister. Xinluan tangled, entered the bathroom and sat inside the bathtub a little dazed. Thinking of Wan Guigua's aggravation, he felt pitiful again. This room full of ravens, thought I portrayed the horror vividly enough and specifically enough. I lazily straightened up and stretched in front of the crowd. Vice Dean Che, who had been saying something to Tutor Yen, was looking at the collapsed mountain in horror, and he couldn't stop his hands from trembling slightly. After a few moments of hesitation and restraint,
the shirtless man finally softened his aura and withdrew the steel knife that was held between my necks. But as time went on, more and more trouble arose. The most recent one was even more deadly. Xiao Ling hadn't noticed who was actually on the stage just now. After all, the program that Zuifei had arranged for himself was enough for him to watch it seriously without thinking about other things that were not there. How she wished at this moment that her fiancé, the man who was more than 20 years her senior, had being able to help her out at this point. Shen Luan gathered his courage and looked at Wang Guiguo with determination. Wang Guiguo hooked up the corner of his mouth and smiled. Pulling Shen Luan a little, Shen Luan sat down next to him, and he raised his hand and rubbed it on Shen Luan's head. It messed up Shen Luan's black hair. But the feeling of being toyed with is as unbearable as being burned by fire, and the emotions are out of control. I vent my anger inside and outside the inn. Lu Aihua coldly was stuffed into her mouth a piece of marinated meat, the fishy flavor straight to the brain. She instantly wowed, opened her mouth wide, spit out the piece of meat, and dry-heaved several more times. Only then did she straighten up with tears in her eyes and look angrily at Trey Orchid. Master Bailey was covered in dirt and grass stars, and looked at them aggressively as they sailed away. So angry that he stopped his feet, but he didn't dare to follow. While Su Lan was removing her makeup, she suddenly remembered something. Hurriedly gave LV Chio Shu the hospital address. So even if it was difficult to cultivate the concealment technique, Mu Feng wouldn't give up, as long as he could gain power. Grow your abilities, then any amount of pain is worth it. Ling Zihuan smiled, the hooked corners of his mouth carrying a shallow chill. This Tai Yuchi is not recognizing himself, it is clearly a pretense. As I spoke, I came close to Shu Yeching's ear again, and Shu Yeching's body jumped straight up and then ran to the door ready to escape. The heavenly devil took out the golden tablet with the word earth and recited the mantra silently. Then he transported his spiritual energy and inputted into the gold metal. Immediately afterward the gold metal began to emit a golden light, getting brighter and brighter. Within moments golden light filled the entire hall. Just then, footsteps reached the door, and the door to the meditation room creaked. It was pushed aside from outside and a man stepped in. Yasha grimaced, admittedly, if it were not for this common and intractable foe. How could their two nemeses get together? Seeing this, Mu Feng was also shocked. Mu Feng secretly also added a large group of his own seven-colored spiritual power among the seven-colored thunder, so that has not yet screwed up Jiang Yang Shengxian. Lucy mortals are really powerful, based on such a strike. Even a first-jack Lucy mortal would be instantly blasted into oblivion. Why is it thundering in broad daylight? Could it be that the god of thunder had drunk too much? Thinking this way, Ruali continued to step away towards the large tree. The eighth blessed Jean was a bit embarrassed at her words, a blush appeared on her face. Accompanied by her beautiful face, it was a real eye-catcher. How? Obviously there was only a wisp of fire left on its body. Obviously it drilled into the seawater. How come the flames on its body didn't go out, but instead became more vigorous? Auntie, don't lie to your son, you've been talking to him like this for a month now. As a result you are not still well? Injin pursed his lips. As for the few beasts that accompanied them, they acted even more anxious. They were all land creatures. Letting them drift in the ocean for days on end is also reaching the limits of their bodies. Yellow turban veterans stationed on the mountain, after they saw Chen Su, Chen Jing, and Dian Wei going up the mountain, the moment became very happy. Empress, you are so beautiful, surely you are the most beautiful on the grasslands. Meng Guqing tantalized her. Step by step. Here, in a special space, where you live, the gargoyles won't bother you. You won't be in any danger either. The dragon turtle, as a member of the second batch of migration here, put Long Fei in a good mood as well. I listened to that song the other day and I know a little bit of it, I just still want to ask for your guidance. I don't know, Lismore said. Even if they're just juniors at the moment. Even if perhaps many of them won't continue to play soccer later on, or the idea of becoming a professional soccer player is no longer on their minds. Or maybe they will leave here later. But so far, they are still members of Liverpool and still fighting for Anfield. Hanging up the phone, Zhu Zixin's black eyes looked ahead, and after 3 seconds had passed, his face regained its color. Just a few steps away, the cell phone rang once more. I believe that when the things about her were not investigated by Master Ouyang, the people around her would also help her to investigate. But after all, resources are limited nowadays, so I'm afraid I can't look into anything more in depth that carefully, right? Li Muyang's eyes sank slightly, the smile at the corner of his lips did not change. Listening quietly to Lin Nuan's words of rejecting him in this birdsong, his heart did not fluctuate in the slightest.
Trouble you rest first. Vanessa felt a little guilty that.
I was so worried about Faithful that I forgot about the jet lag. Shentai also picked up a green moonfruit and took a bite. It was very sweet, a bit like the flavor of cantaloupe. It's very good. Shentai ate a green moonfruit in 3 or 2 times and silently felt the. Convinced that the green moonfruit was not poisonous, he then picked up another one and handed it to Lin Liyuan.
Chapter 177. What kind of heaven-defying background is this? Puzzled, the steward picked up the first letter of recommendation and opened it. Then the brain exploded. A letter of recommendation from the War Flag Protectorate? You are Lu Ran, level 47 necromancer Lu Ran? Of Black Flame City? The steward asked with a face full of incredulity. Yes, it's me. Lu Ran nodded. Open up your attribute panel, show it, and prove your words. The steward bristled. So it's war. Willing to bet, I'll just listen to your arrangement next.
Tang Lanyue angrily put away the curved sword in her hand. Although she was a bit unwilling, she still calmly accepted the fact that the plan had failed. Lian's accomplishments with these 3 songs arguably helped to establish Lian's roots in the music industry. It also allowed On Li to prove his talent and strength. Angel Hikari's face sank at the scolding, and Galen's face twitched slightly in anger. This sneak attack is so ing strong, it's interrupted before the climax. What if there's a shadow in the ing future? And it appears that On Li did do just that when, on stage, the Liam as he roared hysterically. Nangong Rinching was originally still paying attention to these 2, but at this moment, she skimmed her head and stopped looking. The Dharma martial technique 8 steps to catch the cicada steps was used, and he instantly joined the battlefield of great powers. A powerful Vajra palm took over the other great power of the Infin sect. Elder G, there's really no need to add that, and I'm not doing all this to be famous if I'm trying to be famous. Wouldn't that go against my original intention? Lin Feng stood his ground. Grandpa Autumn, don't blame yourself, this kind of thing is very hard to find out from a normal perspective. I also noticed this because I felt the heavy yin qi in the house, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to see it just the same. Lin Feng said comfortingly. There was some good advice given by Bear, though he could feel that the Bear is also with a bit of selfishness, that is, however, want to let himself more in his platform to open live. This ingredient must also have a. Otherwise it wouldn't have been the first few to say this. When Shuahao saw that his master had left, he sat cross-legged on the bed. Master's medicine is really magical. The pain in the whole body will stop after drinking the medicine, Shuahao thought darkly. Old man Zhao Xian said with a casual face as he looked at Bostra, who was questioning himself with an iron face after putting away his sword. However, He Changdi's powerful palms gripped her slender shoulders like iron pincers so that she couldn't move. Tang Feng, who could already be said to be red-eyed with murder, could be said to hate them with a passion. Will they be allowed to come and go as they please? Su Nan was even more enraged. Didn't he think that he would actually say something like this? Lazy to stay any longer. Standing up. Pulling Chu Yunwan, he headed out. Zhenu is a little hesitant. You should know that being the mount of an immortal cultivator represents recognizing the immortal cultivator as the master and the honored one. And Wu Kaiyin is Purple Charm's serious disciple and Yanwei's nominal senior sister. More than twice Zhenu's age, stepping on her back really wasn't appropriate. Chungrass then got into the carriage again and gently placed the child on the soft cushion before getting out of the carriage. Then he took the 2 cold steamed buns in Shangguan Yu's hand, and a pot of water. At the moment, the man in black was staring at the handsome man in Confucian clothes standing on the other side of the stream with the wind in his face. Mr. Ken. There's no way around it. The singing and dancing program has already started in the banquet hall. She felt that since she was here she should pretend to appreciate art, except that her view happened to be completely blocked by Jin Yen, so had to look up and shout towards his back. Even though there were already people who reacted by raising the guns in their hands and aiming them at their heads in a hurry. But Wang Kahan was still ready to fire again, aiming at that most hateful figure in his eyes. Sky and Tony look out the window of the airplane cabin with special binoculars. What unfolded before their eyes was an island covered in green-colored vegetation, floating on the azure sea like an emerald, shining brightly. Chapter 178, We Have a Little Fangirl Too? After. Yu Qing-song brought Lu Ran to the Heavenly Dao Alliance's headquarters in the imperial capital. A room was specially arranged for Lu Ran. Although it wasn't as luxurious as Lu Ran's mansion in Blackfire City, in the imperial capital, where every inch of land was gold.
Lu Ran's treatment in the Heaven's Path Alliance even exceeded that of many full members, the high combat professionals. The game doesn't start until tomorrow morning. It's early in the day, Lu Ran. You can just wander around the imperial capital. Yu Qingsong said to Lu Ran. Get out of the way, all of you. One of the captains of the Black-Clad Society kept herding the people upstairs to the side, and from time to time a path had been opened up. Zhang Haoran is awesome, taking advantage of Leng Ruoshan crossing the river to train soldiers. Zhuang Yingying went to the cavalry regiment. Froze with 3 inches of tongue to carry Mei Xian, Mei Xiang 2 sisters on the bed. Granny Wang's voice was so loud that even Lu Ha and the others, who were running ahead, heard the sound. You're afraid that when the time comes for us to go to war with the Black Watch, the people in the safe zone of Unfertilizer will take advantage of the opportunity? Wang Chao said. Kure Shui Lian is also used to Lan Shui air pretending in front of herself, ignoring her. But for Duanfang Rui was also extremely curious, and also took her eyes to look at Yun Feiyu with concern, wanting to hear his explanation. Ario is a berserk eagle. Human form is just a form of mimicry. The main form, on the other hand, was the Mad Eagle, and when the 2 body types changed, it naturally caused damage to the clothes worn on the body. Considering such issues, a number of smart apparels have been introduced in the market. In the end, Yifeng proved that he had worried for nothing. The fighting quality of the Immortal Sword Gang's cultivators was truly good. Although there was a moment of panic caused by the red mist, they held out hard against the onslaught of polluters that. Not being crushed by the polluters in a single blow made Yifeng's heart happy. Yifeng called all 4 of them over and together they studied the star map on the flowing light flying boat. All of them were also touching this thing for the first time, looking dazzled not knowing where to start. The 4 of them habitually looked at Changyu together, Usually this time of year you rely on Changyu to give out ideas. Honestly, my father's words should even be considered a rather remarkable compliment. You know. Mitsugi Haibara will only be 21 years old in 8 years, and even in 10 years he will only be 23 years old. In the history of the Landau Theory Requirements exam, this is capable of being at the top of the list. The benefits of the internet are a change for all of humanity, with information flowing at a high rate of speed. The whole shape of society changes. The room was quite spacious, and the bed was in disarray. Not a single attendant. It was too cold for a child to live alone in such a place. The crowd was shocked to see such an invisible force that. It is actually difficult for the Zhongtian resting soil, which has just fought against all the enemies, to escape again. Although the Divine Origin machine is terrifying, how much performance can a mere 4th level mechanic exert? Let me do a test first. In the silence of space, Niver let out a wordless murmur, while opening his arms and opened its arms to the Azure Land. After loading up the cassette, the battery, Li Fangcheng picked up the handheld that belonged to his. Placed on top of a pre-prepared pole scale, it weighed 328 grams, so no wonder it was heavy. Is your majesty worried that Held is counting on prey? Callens flattened his white porcelain teacup in his hand and, twisting his head to look at him. Not being a master and disciple, the people of the Chun clan naturally thought that Ling Hao should be Chen Yuezhu's classmate. And spirit too. I got word today that the people who did the soap human experiment showered 7 or 8 times a day, using all soap. 3 days have gone by with no problems at all, which means this product has no side effects. Sir, I'm best at upper body strength. Guderian warmed up very cautiously and then added the barbells power piece by piece. And, more to the point, Marvel Distribution not only released evidence about reporting antitrust, also got the NEC handed over to them at the Akihabara site. Chapter 179, These Wise Eyes of My Lady. It was reasonable to say that this Tsonyu was quite pretty and was of the petite and cute type. Although Lu Ran wasn't ugly, he wasn't so ugly that a beautiful woman would come up and approach him. At this point, Songyu suddenly said thievishly, "Hey, see you have the idea of making money, this is good. I'll take you in, sign you up for the Necromancer's League Guild, but then, in return, in a little while you're going to help me with a mission, so what?" Yeah, that's right. Because of the system's route hints, Duan Feng spent only 3 days on. It was rushing to the Martial Spirit Academy. However, the courteous Kibaiji was abruptly interrupted by the crowd that made it was not expecting it. Bang! The sound of Li Qianhan snapped a thigh-thick peach tree into 2 pieces with his hand all at once,
while the tyrannical aura in his eyes grew heavier and heavier.
Okay. Thank you, boss. American Camel Good cigarettes.
Zhou Xinghua picked up his cigarettes and headed for the back door of the class. Naruto also asked about Orochimaru's base, and Sasuke told Naruto a couple of them.
But those aren't places where Orochimaru himself spends a lot of time.
The gusts of wind continued to rage across the land, and an ancient vicissitudes of life filled the air with.
It makes you feel like the history goes back a long way.
Other things like tables, chairs, benches, even the clothes we wear.
10 years ago.
The clothes we wore weren't as fine, comfortable, or convenient as they are now, and now look.
The people were all dressed in good spirits.
With a wave of this person's hand, the spiritual treasure beside him easily destroyed the attack of the duo. It even shot out another dozen or so flying blades of spiritual energy without any haste. It had now been several days since a move had been made, and for Sun Wukong too.
It all feels a little itchy in the hands. It's like Wang Yang is just like a flashback at this time.
Totally thrashed He Shufan. Those who come from the four corners of the earth. They all came to this city for the same purpose.
Although the young dragon flower was not yet in full bloom, the entire city.
But all of them are already emitting a very strong smell of gunpowder. Emo Yushin paused, her face not very good, and said, "Qing Yang, this matter." It was a soft cry, though not very loud.
But,
however, it also caused Gao Shin's sword that was originally prepared to cut out to pause.
And now that he's appeared, it's clear that his cultivation.
It was already reaching the peak of the open wheel realm. That person didn't even let out a single scream as he was stabbed by this sword of Gao Xian's.
It's a straight shot. The beautiful snow demon beast is convinced that whoever touches her once,
then they would become obsessed with the soul-crushing flavor, and after that, they would never be able to escape from her, because she was their poison.
He Shufan said to Wang Yang at this time, "Kill them. I'll give you the golden dan."
Afterwards, He Shufan directly pulled out a golden elixir. But she couldn't move or resist when he held her down. The leg that hadn't had time to put on pants had his big dry hand wandering. A few people were stunned, and then they saw that the purple color of the jet actually turned into a mass of purple baleful gas. It directly condensed into a baleful halberd and flew backwards back to Blood Demon Lang Yu's hand. Actually, I guess, it was Doubtao who gave the siege, and Lin Shuang was the one who went up to help.
Here's what things looked like at the time.
The next few days Chang'e found the opportunity to go to the Imperial Hospital to get medicine and stay up all night making poison. Nay, Ronguefe is very particular about this child, and her diet is carefully scrutinized, like Chang'e, who is the #1 suspicious person with an unknown identity.
Is no access to Ronguefe's diet.
Although the old man's body is retired, his heart cherishes the people.
He is too sick to die. It's pathetic to look at. Talent is limited. The meaning is obvious.
People are useless, but they're still at the top. Insufficient ability but can at least cope with these business, since by they go, Hua shall also have to be responsible.
Chapter 180, You Can't Be the Champion. At this point, Heaven's Path Alliance headquarters. Inside Yu Qingsan's luxurious office. In addition to Yu Qingsan, Yi Hangyi, Lei Tai, Lu Xinxin,
there was also a middle-aged man with a young girl sitting opposite Yu Qingsan. At the same time, there were several high combat professionals standing behind them, seemingly bodyguards. The young girl looked somewhat similar to Tsongyu, and even had the same hairstyle, but her hair color was white. Meanwhile, a face. Shi Yi's eyes were a little moist. She tapped the table and was just about to say something when there was a knock on the door of the conference room. A man's voice came through the door. The man was dressed in white, the man's eyes were slightly narrowed, he was holding a silver-white longsword, and his feet were on the 7 stars, the bright sword awnings connected into a lunar arc. However, Lei Yu being able to fight the undead commander to a draw in terms of soul battle was shocking enough.
Yochi's teeth chattered uncontrollably. Nothing to do with the cold.
He had been practicing a pure yang true chi for many years, and even the most cold abyss could not make him feel cold.
Just because of a kind of fear.
The natural fear of the strong that practitioners would have. After saying that, Taruchi's expression also stared, because there was one thing he cared very much about. But then again, he didn't think it was supposed to happen.
If the Crown Prince is completely unaware of
it's logical that he wouldn't arrange for his own sister to take this risk, plus the battlefield synopsis says that the Crown Prince has a plan. In fact, everyone misunderstood Yen Ong in this matter.
Wang Yan thought that Yan'an was fond of herself.
Only then would he come to keep himself company and amuse himself, and with his severe cleanliness fetish he even helped himself to cockroaches.
What's that if not something you'd do if you liked yourself? Consciousness seems to be like a pair of invisible hands pulling the person that.
As early as 10 days ago from the Sin domain back to Wind and Thunder City to find a We Like Clubhouse things Lu Tua has forgotten, but looking at the Deja Vu Road, Lu Tua is still glad to go. After flying for a few seconds, and waiting to see clearly what was beneath his feet, Lu Yu couldn't help but have shock in his eyes. The ancient sword circled 3 times in the sky, and with the help of the rain washed away the bloodstains on the sword's body. Then it slowly flew in front of the teenager again.
Both of them glared at Tang Jihang at the same time.
Tang Jihang had to sit down on the sofa and poke at the table. Staring blankly at the illusory, massive figure beyond the bright feather realm, Luo and I was in a bit of a trance. Countless vines directly pierced through Qin Yang's body as his body gradually disappeared, and Ing Xion's eyes fiercely shrunk. His face was filled with ecstasy. This Qin Yang was bound to have a big secret in his body, so many advanced techniques, if he got them himself, When the time comes, there will be nothing to hide. Yi Xian hurriedly took 3 steps out of the backyard where he lived, and came to the cloister in the front yard where the guests met. Chao Feibai is pacing back and forth, looking disturbed. The man fell into a sea of clouds, then traveled forward through them, and at last seemed to reach the place where crashing down into the sky. As if it understood, this big yellow dog barked and then hurriedly ran in towards the yard. Zhuo Jun looked bitterly at the youth in front of him. Obviously, he is an old monster who has lived for an unknown number of years, but he has the appearance of a teenager, or the heart of a teenager, Zhuo Jun, who knows the inside story. It was even more weird to see him acting like this. There was an emotion in Kunme's hushed voice that no one could understand. It's almost going to be a form of mental hypnosis. Zimo knew that this was them being jealous of the owner of this place. If it was outside, they took themselves out long ago. An explosive cry came from the air, and a huge silver longsword descended from the sky. That dead soldier felt the scent of death approaching and hurriedly turned around for defense, but when he turned back around, he only saw a longsword coming at him head-on. The head was directly cut off by the long sword. This time, Tianyan became a world-renowned general, and through all the bloodshed I have broken through the iron horse and the golden goose.
There is also the tenderness of an iron man. Horse treads on mountains and rivers. He has millions of soldiers. All the countries in the world are afraid of them. Chapter 181. I'm not like my sister. This was the first time Lu Ran had seen such a large-scale necromancer. When I was in Blackfire City in the past, I only saw some sporadically. But here it is. As far as the eye could see, they were all necromancers. The halls are looking at missions to pick them. Those who gather in 2s and 3s to discuss it. Even the staff are basically all necromancers. With the exception of a handful of some life professions. Collection of books. It's just a matter of judging the accuracy of the medication used, and he's still qualified to do that. It's only fair to see what these 2 actually think. Is your boyfriend like that at school? Ryoko Gono asked tongue-in-cheek. Dad and I had another fight, and the most I've done since I can remember. It's just a fight with Papa. Yanagi didn't think he hadn't found Sadako now, but was there thinking that to how to get in touch with Sadako, he needed to at least let Sadako know that he had come to save him, not to cause trouble. I looked incredulously at Che Yun, too shocked to say a word, and he didn't change his face. Like just stating a simple fact. The spider fell into her palm, as if she was sensing something, and then she smiled coldly and, letting the spider crawl into his sleeve, he continued to meditate and cultivate with his eyes closed. A sound of punches and kicks came over, and Asamiya Hitomi followed Kitagawa Ji's command to. Tightly shutting his eyes, he didn't even dare to utter a breath. Thinking of this, the heart unconsciously rises a burst of stifling. Think of me since I was born. When have I ever been cheated and teased like that? I've always been the only one who cheats and teases others. Wan Yen Yucheng thought that hand to hand, the county will be surrounded, shouting a little bit. Ma Jiuqing would then send his wife Chu Shiqing out of the city. But the soldiers and civilians of Xingu County, led by Ma Jiuqing, resisted valiantly. Repelled attack after attack by Wan Yen Yucheng. At this moment, young Tiannan did not look like a majestic underground emperor. Instead, it looks like the neighborhood grandpa. Inwardly shocked, Ling Jinan remotely commanded his men in the provincial capital to clean up the mess while
While doing so, he began to inquire about what exactly the relationship between Xiao Han and the Tang family was. Bai Muhan hasn't told him to make an official announcement about this yet, but just asked him to buy some marketing numbers first. Get in touch with the platform side again to control public opinion, and post whatever else you want as long as it's not denigrating or bashing rhetoric.
With regard to this issue is really a Duan Chanwan inside, not to be outdone frame, not to be outdone thing. Mustn't be overwhelmed.
But he had no idea that he would run into the man from yesterday, again.
And that's the guy he's going to go out and beat up. Xiang Xiqing's words made Lin Anping unable to answer. She couldn't say, right, no. Not even friends. Oh. Heaven and earth have turned, and you are gone. Leaving me alone in this vast world. Even if he is the ruler of all things, let him what 10 seas and 8 wastelands are at his feet. The sky is in my way, then break the sky to become a god. As the energy above the old man's hands appeared, it gradually connected with the cauldron in mid-air. The cauldron was also quickly lifted up by the old man. It's okay to show yourself. It's only natural to avoid your shortcomings. He still hasn't forgotten the company's training. Between the golden dragon spitting and sucking, the wind swirls in wild clouds. His body exuded a golden light with a qualitative transformation. After our group left, the person behind the scenes informed Wang Linfeng to start the layout of Chivalry Island. In an instant Linfeng made the decision that he just wasn't going to fight you hard, and with the 5 elements body technique in motion. Linfeng then reached the side of Fire Underworld Blue and struck out with a shot towards Fire Underworld Blue's neck once again. Sister Mickey? Mu Ziqiu always felt that the title was a bit awkward, calling a man that. Why do you have to be called sis? Well, it's a good thing that his body was the first to react before his brain did. The vectors under his feet steeply erupted with terrifying propulsion, allowing him to barely avoid the fatal part. Chapter 182 This guy, so strong. The dispel effect will reduce most wild hate drastically. It's something that circumvents the harassment of wild monsters during the rush. Lu Ran immediately gave a gentle squeeze. Ka! The pills crumbled. But the next second, the stench was overwhelming. Holy, this is called exorcism incense, and it stinks. Lu Ran's tears were about to be smoked out, his nose was strongly stimulated, and a mixture of snot and tears was about to flow out of his nose. Fu Xinghan straightened his hair a bit and he then found a decent-looking suit to put on and headed downstairs. After the meal, Li Half-Summer, who had completely regained his spirit after a nap, started a new round of remote control fight with Tillis. Anyway, Lin Sangbai really couldn't understand why these two were so obsessed with grabbing the remote control when there were obviously much more convenient tools like computers and cell phones to watch whatever they wanted. Lin Yuan said helplessly, he also did not want to engage in this kind of thing, but the fact forced him to be shameless. Only then could the Tang Fei Guild's outbursts be deciphered. I say, the sun is up pretty high now. Aren't we late? I've heard that many troops are recruiting at the China Gate, but in the past 2 days they've recruited a lot of new recruits, and I've also heard that the garrison command has set up a student regiment, and that they've been able to recruit a lot of new recruits. It says it's recruiting 10,000 people to set up an army. Zhang Igwa said. Cyclops is still crouched under the tree. Or subconsciously minimize your presence to the point where it's hard to notice. If a child looks at you and gazes at you like there's someone else hiding behind them, inevitably, you'll be creeped out. That depends on whether I can handle him, and I think I can. Ling Yunping's eyebrows rose slightly, full of confidence. A few miles away from this group, hundreds of wolf riders raced towards the group. At the head of the group was a young man with an untamed expression who frowned sullenly. Lin Sangbai and Mugen's faces went black. Reasoning can make even Mugen face black. This girl level can also be said to be very high. Instead, the three of them, 6th child, 7th child and Shu Tao, rushed towards the scorpion spirit. Shu Tao was about to strike. But Rainbow Wa had only just come out of the world, and his hands were itching, only to see him take out the purple gourd, a word of collection, and pike the. Just take the scorpion spirit. But seeing the world in a different capacity is obviously a bit different from what one used to know. But by this time the driver had already opened the door, and before he himself had time to react, he saw Lu Fengchuan quickly grab the driver's ground collar and grabbed him back to the driver's seat, but at the same time the people hiding in the dark scurried out. It was good who knelt in one shot, wasn't it, and I took a few more hits. I'm sorry, He Sihan retorted reluctantly. It was his peak strike, and Simon was counting him out as he. He was certainly calculating Simon,
and both were calculating each other in the face of life and death. Her voice was very soft, very sweet, and there was also a hint of nervousness evident in the tone, the shy kind.
"Come in,"
he said lightly, gently removing me from his arms on one side and putting on his centerfold. He lifted the covers and got out of bed.
"If Ruaning acts like Ciee today,
she wouldn't praise her for acting well just because she was afraid Mu Chi would hold a grudge. However, inside these present 7 jade slips of transmission. Among them, 4 of the martial arts techniques recorded within the transmission jade slips overlapped with part of the Heavenly Heart Hall's inheritance that Zhou Yan had obtained in the first place. "I'll be back in a day at most, and I won't forget my promise to make it up to your son." Shang-Chi had it all planned out. Even certain well-executed policies in the Empire were the thoughts of the Golden Princess in her occasional casual conversations. Looking at Mayu in such a difficult state, Lin Feng was also subconsciously about to go forward and grab him. But just as his hand was about to reach out, he was stopped by Flatbush. It is worth noting that while all 3 can be students of the Boundary Law Academy,
but it doesn't necessarily mean, however, that they will absolutely succeed in graduating. Chapter 183 Dragon Summerfest. Early the next morning. Empire City Dawn Square. The 100 City League event was packed. Because of the convenience of the teleportation array, professionals from all over the country came in droves. The great imperial capital seemed crowded. But at Dawn Plaza, even though it was packed, it still fit. Lu Ran was shocked when he arrived here. As far as the eye could see, it was all crowded and almost hard to move your feet. "Wait!" Just as Gu Yan walked to the door, Yodo suddenly called out to him, and pulling out his hand, he didn't even see Gu Yan as Yodo grabbed his hand. The whole handsome face was a big red, like a boiled shrimp. Master Zhang's sword skills, without a doubt, have long since reached the realm of sword mind. Zhao Faimai nodded her head.
He stumbled and sat down on a nearby rock, and lifted his left foot to see that there was a diagonal cut in the sole of the. It is about 2 inches long, with flesh and blood turning out and flowing, so that one has to close one's eyes and turn one's head at a single glance, and cannot bear to look at it.
Hurriedly hand to cover it again.
That's right, in the historical information of the previous life, this Vanjin, the original name of the. Indeed, it was the top 20, however, unfortunately, he had an aunt cousin uncle grandfather who was in the old man's chancellor's syndicate. The relationship White Pine has built with Bering now is still fragile, if the offer is made hastily and without an equivalent reward, the result is obvious. This move had both offense and defense, and it was wonderful. Unfortunately, it's still a step too slow. Chang Yu only felt a sharp pain in his wrist, and his long sword came out of his hand. Without any delay, the east and the west have set off for the north today, leaving only the south roadside. Because Huashan and Xuanzhen, 2 more than 40 people, only today to Sherman, which drove half a month of the road, has long been exhausted, coupled with the short distance. Not being a day and a half behind, it was decided to stay and rest for the time being, and then set out again tomorrow. At the heavenly god realm, being able to control a portion of the power of the heavens and earth, the physical body and soul must inevitably be strengthened in tandem as well. So 2 people who have always been short on patience opened up without any self-awareness to do something that requires the most patience, like fishing. Even though Li Delon was still only at the cultivation level of a 3rd-order Saint Demon King. But after all, he possessed a 5th-ranked soul level, plus the soul skills he controlled, and if he had the opportunity to sneak attack, it was definitely possible to forcibly take over a 4-star Grand Supreme.
$3 million.
Alan raises his card again and a touch of gloom brushed across the bottom of Lu Shiyu's eyes as they swept over him.
"You can't breach this place. I can't kill you either. Might as well leave."
"I'm sorry," the old man said in a deep voice.
I clapped my hands.
I didn't realize the other side had such a hand. No wonder it was able to keep on cheating, and if it wasn't for the news that was revealed, it would not have been possible to find out what was going on. Not to say what the children of the world think. Anyway, for the alchemists and refiners on Li Dalong's side, that alchemist lost in such a humiliating manner that they also felt disgraced. And from that the pressure became even greater.
Hillel raised his staff again.
This was his trump card. All that was done was to hit me with this blow, and although it wasn't to the point of killing me in seconds, it was still a very powerful magic skill.
This kind of superpower is really powerful. Scarlet Energy's superpower effect is similar to that of Nenbutsu.
It is not as powerful as the control over other substances when using Nimrod, but it is much more powerful than Nimrod's attacks. Seeing that the eyes of the crowd were turned toward him, the Kame Sanin, who had just been in a bit of a trance, was still coming to a very inexplicable end. When it comes to Yin Xiao Shui, Early Moon thinks she has a clear conscience. She invited a doctor to see Yin Xiao Shui. She also had people send over the nutrients from the mansion, and she had people make a few of Yin Xiao Shui's favorite dishes for the daily meals.
I understand, this has been said by you before and written into the statutes. Every master knows it well. Jiang Wei nodded.
Then an arm slid by with a knife in its grip.
Thumbing a shallow cut on Wanchen's neck, Wanchen snapped. Chapter 184 Nemesis of the Legal Profession?
Not only Songyu, even Songfrost looked at Lu Ran in shock. But immediately, Songfrost averted his eyes. A necromancer is just a necromancer, it's probably some main city coming up to make up the numbers, no need to pay attention to it.
Just don't quite understand. Even if you want to make up the numbers, an academy in a main city can't even pick out a rare profession? How come it's the necromancer's turn to play? Isn't that clearly a cannon fodder round of kneeling? Anticipate.
This time, the investigation has gone deeper, and there have been new developments that
Mu Chenhao, as Xia Qingkong's representative, met the person in charge of this investigation, Traffic Police Captain He Ming. Inside Old Man Tang's office.
At this time, the Old Man Tang is also being upset about the airdrop of strategic materials. The battlefield situation of the Chang'e battle is changing every day. The battle has reached this point.
The KMT army could be said to be grinding with their lives. Not having experienced war, this thought occupied his mind, and
this was the ideal life he had in mind, and even though his own father was against it, he came to Kunming to finish his studies. Zhou Lin threw out his red cloud sword onto the ground, and an aqua-blue shield emerged from his body as he pinched a spell with his right hand. His right hand changed sword techniques again to point at the red cloud sword stuck on the ground.
Do you like Yellen?
Suddenly, Sun Huijin moved closer to the policeman's ear end. Lowering his voice, he asked. The dark night was silent, and the sycamore grove was too still, like the peaceful slumber of a beast of prey that a sign that there will always be a day to wake up. After leaving the inn, Zhou Lin came to the street and now that several days had passed, Zhou Lin planned to go to the few stores where he had consigned to see if the spirit materials he had consigned had sold. Yen Ran answered in seconds. After a few seconds of pause, there was no reply from Fong Cheney's side. Yen Ran raised her eyes sharply and he saw that Fong Cheney was looking at himself with a smile at the corner of his mouth. After hearing Xiao Qing's words, Wang Bolt's body tightened and he looked at Xiao Chang with an incredulous expression. As if confirming the authenticity of the mission, even Wang Bold, who had always been surprisingly bold, began to breathe rapidly.
Nan Jingyao didn't mention what just happened at all.
After drying his hair, he literally turned off the light, then walked towards the bed.
Because of this, Gu Yanqing's wave not only didn't achieve what he wanted.
He also exposed his thoughts and indirectly admitted that Zhua Ying was instructed by him that day.
See you next time, Kazuna-sama.
The crystal ball flickered as it happened, and Kazuna nodded and
indicates that I hear you. Utilizing the sect master's order placed on Wang Ruolin to find Wang Ruolin's location.
Although he succeeded in finding her, he found that Wang Ruolin had long since stopped recognizing himself.
And also to fight as if he were an intruder.
Jin Jiu looked at the word operating room on the doorway, and for the first time felt what it meant to be suffocated.
Every second was an unprecedented ordeal for him at the moment.
Washam speaks of the ups and downs, and even he himself believes it, not to mention these desperate patients.
So something big is going to happen on your side of the world in the near future?
A naughty and masculine voice came from the other side of the phone.
Just because she won't feel any pain doesn't mean Erica doesn't feel anything at all.
The sensation of both Lumini's fingertip brushing and the formation sinking into her body made her feel peculiar, somewhat indescribably uncomfortable, and she simply grabbed Lumini's free hand with one of her hands, narrowing her eyes slightly, her eyebrows furrowed. Zhang Shuajio ran to her dormitory to ask why, but it turned out that Zhua Ting said that she went back to work non-stop as well.
Might as well take a few days off over here.
Kimiko denied it. How could she admit such a thing? I didn't.
It's all in your heads, what's it to me?
At that moment, a good-looking, slender waitress, walks up next to Kazumi in a white shirt and red skirt. He just dropped by here and was bored, so he planned to experiment with the properties of the lightning method. These 2 years may have to prepare to cross the thunder tribulation. In the future, will always meet the master of the practice of thunder law. How to fight the power of their own heart also has a spectrum.
Chapter 185. Who are the four great guilds looking at?
Above the host stand at the front of the arena. The major leaders were seated. But as in years past, it's the same leaders that come and go, along with the full-time leaguers.
This year is different.
Yi Hongyi, Yu Qingson, Lu Xinqin, Lei Tai, when these four people appeared on the stage,
the whole room was instantly energized.
The presence of these four men in the minds of the professionals of the
could be a lot more bombastic than those high and mighty leaders. Even
Tony stood up, straightened the slim suit on his body, and then extended his hand to Wang Kai and said. Affected by the shift in light, Ling Yang seemed to be startled for a moment, and his eyes subconsciously closed and on the long eyelashes, frost poofed off, melting into the snow on the ground, no longer distinguishable from each other. Steve looked at the pained expression on Kyo's face and believed most of it, but he was a little angry that why does Hydra still exist after all the frantic attacks on it during World War II itself? Without realizing it, Ling Yang had become a campus celebrity, and was in the limelight for a while. Everywhere he went, there were people crowding around, pointing behind his back, and the spittle alone almost drowned Ling Yang alive. The head of the Li family knew how to enjoy life and was not harsh on his men. As long as the guards and household servants were willing to behave themselves, the daily supply of meals and supplies was very generous.
The standard of living is not much worse than that of an ordinary rich family. That's good, and what was up with you last night? Why haven't you been answering my calls?
Lan Qingjia's eyes show concern. He had something to do last night and didn't go back. He called her and never answered, but asked the person protecting her,
Instead they said she was home.
Nick Fury asked. He'd just never seen this method of negotiation from Wang Kai before. It's completely irrational, coming up with a one-bite price and not letting anyone bargain, so how can this be fun? Flower Fox has a full head of silver hair, a pair of gold-rimmed spectacles, a popular face, and a look of amiability. There was no difference from the average old man of that age, except the vicissitudes and the wrinkles, and the occasional sharp look in his eyes that saw through everything.
It can reveal a bit of the jungle.
This guy named Trev Staley told the truth. This was rather discouraging to both Tony and Rod, who had thought Killian was one of Mandarin's men, but hadn't realized that this Mandarin was actually a fake. With my heart in my mouth, I grabbed the glass of water on the coffee table and took a big gulp of it. Gripping the disposable cup tighter and tighter, the rest of that water spilled out of the cup and slid down the back of my hand onto the floor.
I thought I heard a ticking sound.
Looking at everyone who was busy enjoying the surrounding scenery, Su Zhang was struck by an idea.
Then immediately ouched and pulled the rhino boss.
Poor Jishuriwed doesn't even know it yet.
She had already been sold to the Desolate Kingdom by Geely as a bargaining chip. At that time, Drama XIN had only brought up Jishuriwed to save her from being killed by Geely. However, Drama XIN also didn't realize that Geely had long planned to send Jishuriwed out of the U Kingdom. Speechless as in a coma, the tendons and bones in his body are almost dislocated. The situation is not optimistic.
I'm sorry, said Xiao Wuzhen, heartbroken.
After Thunder King Lei Dong, who originally had a stony expression, took a good look at Di Yinxiao's face.
The whole face twisted directly, revealing a look of hell. The establishment of the general staff was not the mere creation of an organization and the appointment of a leader.
The key is to find and develop qualified staff officers.
Now that he had stepped into the immortal dignity realm, he could directly return to the Wind Cloud continent and free Fox Spirit. And one of the other strong points of retired elite soldiers is their self-control.
Being able to do more for the mission.
And Trabin just knew that in some remote war-torn place where security personnel kind of didn't work, it is because they are all afraid of death and sell their bosses out when they see danger. Zhang Tianyi swung his fist violently, driving the injuries on his body and screaming in pain.
Chapter 186, Where's My Bloodstain? Even the spectators gathered around couldn't look away. How is it that even necromancers can come to the 100 Cities League? No more rare professions. What the is wrong with necromancers? Did you guys forget about the big mysterious necromancer?
This Xian armor berserker on the opposite side is also too arrogant.
Brother, I'm with you, stormed this Xian armor berserker. We lost.
Lu Jianfei walked across the half-court with the ball. This time, he didn't even bother to look at Zhang Yang's eyes. Seeing Zhang Yang take 2 steps towards himself, Lu Jianfei seems to have lost all his anger and passes the ball out obediently. It didn't seem to care about being humiliated by Zhang Yang in the last round. The lieutenant general held back his red face, 2 butts not coming out of his mouth. However, watching Guisi sweep in with a stern gaze immediately shocked him as well. Although he didn't understand what the general meant. But he could only hasten to shut his mouth and personally welcome Zhu Ling into the tent for the general. Such a seemingly normal but unusual scene for the Sea of the North.
How could anyone not think that there might just be a mystery here? Death Star, who pays attention to humans who are captive to robots? Who would pay attention to a human fused with a core of robotic intelligence? Who would help a half-human, half-mechanical monster escape the Death Star? Brother Xia, why this haste? Xu Yuanzhang's heart was also covered in doubt, and moreover, he had heard his master talk about how Xia Yang's departure did not require his own company. He Tai ended the fight early, and in fact, the standing Haifeng students all subconsciously avoided He Tai, with his 2-meter-1 height and highly explosive torso. It made He Tai visually give off a feeling of being extremely strong, not to mention, just now, he KO'd Hu Chuanjie on his side with a single punch. The man realized that the power of the red blood streamer was slightly reduced, and could have taken advantage of the opportunity to escape, when he caught a glimpse of Du Zipping. Immediately, he had another intention. This 5-element-scene devil was regarded by him as a treasure, no less than his life, and now that he has performed the Qiankuan reversal. Although he had the upper hand, this 5-element-scene demon was also destroyed, and the pain in his heart could be imagined. I have just said that I will not pursue you if you leave here now. If you guys still want to make things difficult for him, don't blame me for interfering in this matter. Xia Yang frowned slightly and said with some displeasure. When the referee made the gesture, the room went completely silent. The crowd of Galaxy Private also stared blankly at the captain, who had an indifferent expression on his face. And the camouflage-colored energy trembled slightly, and a moment later, it exploded with a bang, and it was as if the stars were falling from the sky, creating a beautiful and splendid picture in the air. When any event has a cause, there must be an effect. Better yet, let's take a look at the end of Royo City. What's going on? Wu Shi, who had reacted, was also the first to rush over and inquire. Seeing that Wang Nanbei did not say anything, he reached out and probed his nose, and long ago he had already run out of breath, and even the pulse on his neck had stopped beating. Confirmation of dead unintentional. Looking at a place like a pigsty. It made Kanji and Lani not be able to help but look at Wei Xiao with contempt at the same time. The bravado from earlier immediately disappeared. Wei Xiao smiled sardonically and let Porridge and Lane into the house. At the end of the first half, with one goal after another, Far Ocean. The score was a full 20 points more than the other team, which the whole team simply was happy to die. While he was talking, Wu Wei suddenly realized that Tianjiao had a grave expression on her face and was sitting there motionless, eyes staring blankly ahead. This is said to have been Isidore's proposal, although he was strongly opposed by the elders of the Council of Elders. Isidore still overpowered the crowd with his great prestige. Thirsty Hua also asked back with a slight hint of anger. He was the Ghost King, there weren't many people who could make him apologize. In his opinion, he had already given face by apologizing to Flowerless. Chapter 187, More or Less Unorthodox. It's just that some things, some people, some words, are sealed away in memory. Just don't want to bring it up again. The minutes passed, silent, undisturbed. She seemed to be lost in her own thoughts when suddenly the cell phone in her bag rang. She was startled, then pulled it out, picked it up and a slightly tired voice rang out, "Hello?" The unfamiliar phone number, which she hadn't seen, opened her mouth and asked. Xiaomu sighed softly inwardly, going so far as to hurt the studio's reputation in order to ostracize her. Does she have any brains at all? His nose seemed to be able to smell the faint cold scent that was unique to the world's sun's body. As if she could hear his breathing near her ears, and Yuran was already blushing, and her heart was pounding. It's as if it's going to break out of the body. It's not that I won't accept it, it's just that this gift is so expensive. And the pendant on it is still. She wanted to say that no one would give a ring as an engagement present, but fearing that he might misunderstand something, she finally swallowed her words without speaking. She didn't know, and couldn't guess, that he was always hot and cold with her, and that he was too deeply. If he didn't say anything about it, she didn't know anything about it? Didn't know what he thought? And I wonder what he thinks of himself. Since the flight will start tomorrow at 9 a.m., Li Mayan will have to wait for orders at the company this evening. So too, after dinner, he hurriedly packed up and drove to the office. Shumor followed In Tianjiao to the hotel where he stayed, and as soon as he entered the door, it was when he surprised him and pressed him against the wall, and then it was the hot kisses that came overwhelmingly. I can't believe that I can still meet you here. Nien Hatsumomo said daintily. It gives you a crunchy feeling.
Yuki Meng had ignored their stares, though she'd just say it was rat meat for a second.
And don't show that kind of gaze, right? After all, next thing you know, they won't even get to eat the meat of the rats, maybe the rats will eat them. People can be surprised or fearful and it affects their ability to fight. But there was no such problem with the magical constructs, and the Golden Man, who was 8 feet tall and short, had long since stood guard at his master's side. Seeing the heavy sword hacking without a millisecond of hesitation has swung the axe to meet. I told you it must have been taken by those poor bastards back home. They must be jealous because they see that we're doing well now, and they're secretly doing something bad. Ji's mother said in exasperation. But it was only for a moment that the traveling corpse took his eyes off our side, and then with a wave of his hand. After a gust of black wind rolled through, the huge coffin fell back into the water and sank into the yellow river. Luna made a sound and kicked the ball that had been balled up next to the. This guy who doesn't say a word and wants to be ignored by the crowd. The Treading Heavenly Sword sect had even made a move towards the Holy Emperor Grade 8 Heavenly Strength of the Horizontal Sky Demon City. What did this mean? Whitey was no stranger to the kneeling position, and all his life, it was also all spent in this kind of etiquette. Back then, every time I saw Lord Shi Huang, I also performed the ritual of kneeling. The uniformed boots, made of that hard leather, kicked at the face as if they had been struck hard by a stone. Hua Wuxing's head was hit so hard that he even went into a brief coma, and his mind went blank the moment he was kicked in the head. Hua Wuxia staggered a few steps and nearly fell. As the old man's words fell, the ground of the sky in front of him once again boiled. They'd thought of a million possibilities, but they'd never imagined it would be like this. This sword of his looks ordinary, but it is not. The sword's aura is internalized. In it, it was a fusion of Duan Xingfeng's most powerful spatial rule power. The formation had been broken, and they were overjoyed to have escaped from death. However, the life and death of Lin Chen. What's it got to do with them? Leaving no one in the room wondering what was going on in the space. And for what reason, exactly, could a disciple die in space? The astral winds continued to lash out, and Xiang Devour likewise did not dodge or avoid them, and his steps naturally never stopped. He thought that there was no way he could stop, not with a beast like him. The flame on top of that sword body was smashed by Shintianyu's fist, and at the same time on top of Shintianyu's fist, a layer of pitch-black armed color hegemonic aura was attached to it. As soon as he stepped in, a strange force acted on top of his body. It made Yunyu feel that the energy in his body, the operation was slowed down a little. There was only one Xian-ranked alchemy grandmaster, which made Yunyu also know that it was also not a simple matter to pass the Xian-ranked grandmaster's test. This was not the first time Moroningshue had come to the Zhong family, but, this time, Moroningshue knew that this time would have a different arrangement because, this time, it was the longest time he had come to the Zhong family. When Wan Ho had made a simple breakfast, Zhao Ji, Nachigo 5 people also woke up. Wash up. The smiles and laughter on the faces of the immortal sect disciples were gone. Because his forehead's green vein was sending out a dangerous message, the perfect fingers of both hands moved in unison, and the green yuan qi kept surging into his forehead's vein. A trace of sweat stains left his face. It was only a sudden flash of a thought, followed by no more thought of the. At this moment, Fox Spirit's heart only had the heart to be happy for Yi Clu while praying for Yi Clu at the same time. Chapter 188 Songfrost's Sense of Crisis. The first round was over quickly. A total of 50 people advanced to the second round, which continued at 2 p.m. The moderator briefly summarized the results of the first round after announcing them. I'm sure you all saw the exciting passage of the first round. Worthy of being the elite selected from all over my Dragon Summer, the battle process, it can be very exciting. Don't be discouraged, losing players, it's not that you're not strong enough, it's that you're. Thus the Inquisition of the city of Goldberg has been in a state of virtual inactivity in recent years. An operation of this magnitude has been considered an Earth operation for nearly 100 years, so it's only natural that it would cause the passers-by to be amazed. Xiao's words were very real and impressed the Goguryeo soldiers. They agreed to Xia Yao's proposal. The heart of the army quickly stabilized. Then Xia Yao led them north along the Liao Water, first to Hailong, then from Hailong to the Songhua River. Wait until you reach the Songhua River, and then go south along the Songhua River. It was because of this that the Shattered Jade Emperor could only keep on blocking. He couldn't stop at all. Otherwise, as soon as he stops, the end result will be nothing more than a realm of flames where it was just hacked to death by countless Lu Ba Dao. When the few of them came here, Bai Yu acted as if she was the master of the house.
helping with this and that, while Han Jun paid more attention to some details in the hotel, and gave Old Bai enough tips earlier.
Wanton.
Lord Xunyu immediately got up and raised his hand, making a gesture to hit Xunyu, and I tried to dissuade him. But he didn't expect Lord Xunyu's hand to pause in mid-air and never fall.
Synopsis: on the eve of the First Sino-Japanese War, the Japanese army enters Korea. Wu Chen crosses over as the eldest son of Wu Chongqing, the leader of the Kyung Army Regiment. A new history was born.
There's a thick cloud of smoke all over the snake cave. It is not clear what kind of appearance is inside. Zhao Battalion Commander is not possible to let their own warriors into the caves of the investigation. The venom of those snakes was definitely not weak. In case they were bitten, it would still be a very troublesome thing. Belian was furious. Had he known these people were coming after him, he should have stopped them before performing the ritual. Now made in and out, did not think he also had miscalculation, but he forgot that in the Orc Kingdom when the
also miscalculated once.
Looking at the sculpture of the divine dragon still in his hand, the Wei Yang secretly said, could it be that the oriental divine dragon had discovered himself and then pulled himself out of that hellish demonic formation for the sake of being a fellow traveler? He thought the visitor was trying to wrap up a scene like Fojin had said, but when he came down to see
it's not like that at all.
Knowing what green cloud meant, Lu Xianger took the letter and walked to the stone table in the shade and sat down. Looking at the unfamiliar handwriting on the top of the envelope, Lu Xianger momentarily had some doubts that the letter was not addressed to herself. But the name on this envelope was hers. Lu Xianger thought about it but opened the envelope. In the end, Lu decided to put up a fight, and with a push of his foot, he grabbed at the depression with one hand, but the body unexpectedly lost its balance in this instant, leaning backward, and the other hand, too, could not grip the rock wall no matter what. Everyone was instantly suffocated as they watched Lu about to fall.
Chloe activated the magic map. Images surfaced on the sand table showing the changes in the forest around the city.
Where it had been cut down and where it had been patched up by the druids was clear to see. The so-called over there is naturally just another space in the medicinal garden.
Spirit still understands this very well.
Yaya violently pushed Chen Langya away, her face flushed red, and she tightly bit her delicate lips.
Lowering his head, he didn't dare to go and meet Chen Langya's eyes.
A young man stepped out of the box, his eyes narrowed slightly, his expression eerie. Behind them followed two middle-aged men with calm auras. Their strength was not as good as Han Shi's, but it was estimated that if the two of them joined forces, Han Shi might not even be a match for him.
Chapter 189. I'm not afraid of Lu Ran. Hear this. Song Jixian frowned.
He said, don't grow on others and destroy your own ambition.
Even if that Lu Ran was a reserve member of the Heavenly Dao Alliance, that didn't mean anything. How could he become a core member? He's just a necromancer. Song Frost sighed.
Responding, Dad, you should know my character. I'm not one to give in easily to defeat. Even if it's Lu Ran, I won't admit defeat. After all, neither of them have fought before, just like. But the Chaos Avenue is enough to wear out the ancestral realm, so swear by the Chaos Avenue. It's the safest thing to do, and no matter who it is, no one dares to go against it. She's an old king selling a melon, so naturally she's selling herself short. In reality, Chow Chow and the others had no idea what vegetable tofu was, but the word meatloaf was quite appetizing, so they simply let the boss's wife arrange it. Chen Zhixing was a bit stunned in his heart. He smiled slightly and sat down. Lin Yenner then sat down next to him. At the thought of being in his own marriage, In Kai's excitement to drink had instantly diminished a lot. After coping for a while, In Kai walked out of the house. At some point, the snow in Longxi came down again. Look at the snowflakes all over the place and stare for a long time. Wan Dan was shocked. How did this thing suddenly change its style, from a cold and hard butler to a fawning licking dog? In the end, his body crashed into a sharp branch, and he was directly killed by the branch piercing through his body. The mutated beasts that he had encountered before, which one of them hadn't pounced on him viciously? It didn't even matter what the danger was, in their eyes, he was prey. But now, once they actually exchanged blows, they immediately felt the gap between the. In Qin Fen's hands, he simply couldn't get through a single move. Zhang Laoer's house really cannot live. The roof last night burned through the place and poured water.
It's wet inside and outside the house.
Xiao Chao knows that he is Phantom's father, and that Phantom is affectionate and loyal to himself. She was supposed to meet her father, but Zhang Jiao had gathered a crowd to rebel against the court, and was a rebel whom the people scorned. The Chao family has followed the Han family since our ancestor, Chao Shen, and has been loyal for generations, so how can we kneel to the leader of the Yellow Turban rebels? Chao and the others went over to the gate, and when they saw it, Zhang Sanside stepped forward and looked inside through the doorway, couldn't see anything in the dark, snapped and knocked on the door ring. Qinyu snapped his eyes open, and the spirit fragments around him disappeared after Qinyu opened his eyes. My Qinghuang and Qinyu returned back inside my Qinghuang's spiritual space. The higher the realm, after all. The realization of the laws of the heaven and earth and the principles of all things in the world becomes more and more important, which is the key to whether or not one can go further. So to say that this three-legged bronze round tripod was an unattainable holy relic of proof of the Tao did not seem exaggerated at all. I don't know if it was to test me or not, but that night there was a sudden flash of lightning and thunder. It was pouring rain in an instant. Even the servants who follow him are all men, and his assistants are all men. The vast majority of his company are guys. Huang Yu didn't answer me, but just said softly, "I'm sorry. Just look at me so quietly." Qiniang rolled her eyes, "My stupid brother, you never know what a metaphor means." Just the moment she stepped into the medicinal field, my Qinghuang felt the aroma of the herbs. And the spiritual energy here was also very dense, all emanating from this herb. It's just that how it's used, and how it's interpreted, requires discretion, and until it's well covered up, it still can't be easily exposed. Therefore, Hai Yuan took out the beads, just into the palm of his hand. The beads transformed into a golden stream of air, drilling into the body of the deceased Hai Yuan. Zhang Xiaojing's promotion to Deputy Chief of Staff is the result of a balancing act between many parties. If this position is not followed by the upper leadership, the power content is very low. It can be said that in addition to writing materials will not have much existence. Jiang Yi stared straight at her, looking at her tender crimson moist lips. The light under his eyes turned slightly. Without moving, he averted his eyes. Chapter 190 Woman, you are in danger. Everything, from the end of the clouds and the other side of the mountain, everything connects that. This is where a bead called the conclusion is formed. At this point, the scene changes. Back on the Isle of Dawn, Vigor no doubt had to receive a message from one of the entrants. As a result of that call to the entire eastern continent 6 or 7 years ago, the Silver Dawn is strongly supported by the Dwarf Kingdom of Khazmodan, as well as the Stormwind Kingdom, with many raw troops joining the war each year. What person? While Qiyu was intoxicated, Ming Ming suddenly let out a low cry and a cold light flashed in his eyes as he looked towards the other side of the lake. Qiyu also subconsciously looked in that direction but all that was visible was a black blur and no silhouettes. 1,000 salvos were continually being blasted into the sky from the mountainside, the first few just blinking away. Right behind them, the fireworks rose up again, and the whole sky was completely plunged into a sea of fireworks. Anyway, now that we're off to a superb start, let's not think about what's going on behind the scenes. Let's get the pre-operation of the territory on track first. RB builds civilian quasi-aircraft carriers and the world's most expensive tanks at the same time. 1 minute you're thinking about building nuclear weapons and trying to expand your so-called masturbation army. But every day, they still shamelessly exclaim on the international stage that China is a threat of force. Ning Shuangshu instantly recalled the scene of the evil demon fighting the three-headed dog at that time, and it was indeed like that. It seems to be that raging sea berserker is completely using his position for his own personal gain regardless of the loss of the organization. Guess it's easy to come by the power of this demon. That's why it's not a bad idea for him to abandon it. In a flash of blinding white light, the entire Feathermoon Fortress, along with the surrounding area of more than 100 kilometers, all enveloped in a fierce burst of natural power. The original mountainous terrain on the western side of Faras, instantly rising up and scattering into the sky. The great Verdict's face grimaced as he directly urged the jade slip, which transformed into a dozen or so gates of emptiness. At every void gate, a great power walks out. Lean meat pounded into puree, add a little chopped green onion, minced garlic, minced ginger, and thickened with a little starch. Add a little oyster sauce, saltpeter, and finally water to increase the moistness, stirring constantly in the same direction. This produces the most al dente and tender meatballs. Lin Yuer told Shui Lu about her visit to the Gu mansion to seek help. And she explained that she would go to that dog hole more often in the next few days to see if there was someone from the Gu family. Shui Chang put the white card away, and once he heard that he could pick the goods for free, the moment he was happy, he walked into the rack. These white gorillas are themselves black, but the hair on the body is replaced by thousands of long strips of maggots, which is why it looks white from a distance. In the ground, Ansari pears follow a 50-centimeter gap, digging down a pit close to 20 centimeters deep.
Whether it's strong or not, that's not the issue. As long as it's lucky, nothing else matters. Of course it's the old Marquis wife. Shang foraging has never been to the palace. But since such a big deal had happened, the old Marquis couple would definitely come back and wouldn't leave it at that. And even though Ansari was so envious, her adoptive mother was still soft-hearted. Pleading on her behalf in the Star Court, and finally being thoughtful enough to prepare so many expensive nutrient solutions for her. The black-robed man's figure instantly swelled into a huge black monster that. Surrounding his body was a dense ghost chi and black flames. His aura was astonishing. Of course, this is not something that can be accomplished in your Western medicine. But the Chinese surgical method just now should be of some help to you in treating this disease in the future. After Feng Wei finished speaking, said, well, the patient can be wheeled out of the operating room, and the rest can be done on the ward. The extremely powerful starfall broke through the masked killer's body protection energy like a crack, and struck him hard in front of his chest. There were several clicks and cracks, and the ribs in his chest broke several times. Only heard a wow sound. Masked killer, a mouthful of crimson blood sprayed out, chest white beard suddenly dyed red. Schizo, I'm just bringing up the image in your subconscious mind that you're most afraid of appearing. Floating in front of your eyes. As to what those images are, I simply don't know. I can only go along with your words to lure you to your next move. Mu Zhalongpan explained in great detail. The two of them just chatted nonchalantly as you and I talked. There was no intense fight as imagined, but it was also unusually cozy, making Shang Damei not even want to leave this warm embrace. This abyssal altar possesses the spiritual imprint of the Lord of Battle Slaughter. This was the spiritual power of the eternal Lord God of the Fourth World, which could guarantee immortality for thousands of epochs. Hubin saw that Mrs. Du had such a brutal attitude, and he simply couldn't twist her. He had to take a stand. I propose that the readiness for war, the level of readiness, should be drawn to the highest level. At the same time, the country is prepared to shift to a wartime system at any time. Vice President Qin Flying spoke. However, he did not dare to say anything about the hidden disease of the damaged spirit, worrying that it would destabilize people's hearts. Even the emergence of individual elders with ambition's stupidity, that would be a big trouble. Her boyfriend, why, she should be in the office right now, right? Feng Wei said simply. The white light was twisted like a roiling flower, and the streams of fireflies scattered in all directions, but at the same time, the sword light inside was also shattered countless times. Chapter 191, 100% chance. In the lounge. Lu Ran looked at Su Ting curiously. He had thought that Yu Qing-song had casually arranged a young lady with a good personality to take care of him. I didn't realize that Sutton was so famous. Actually, in the imperial capital, Su Ting's fame back then was no less than that of today's Tsongfrost. Sister Tingting, what kind of place is the Heavenly Mansion Junction? Lu Ran asked curiously. You can understand the academy, and the academy. When Li Qingxian heard about it, his hand that was writing paused for a moment, nodded and, underway sans ministrations, he continued to write. With the escort of the army and all the way to the official road, less than half a month they arrived at the edge of the bitter sea. I didn't expect that she would come to beg mother for second brother. I really admire her. I'm sorry, Lu Shou said thoughtfully as he watched Princess Pei leave. Hearing Gu Siming's words, the corner of Zmo Han's eyes twitched, thinking of such a disgrace repeating itself once again. Emotions such as colorful faces are changing. When she and Xiange arrived at the left Prime Minister's residence, they saw that the left Prime Minister's residence was surrounded by government soldiers on patrol. These government soldiers were wearing white mourning clothes on top of their dark red armor. It looked very sad and mournful in the snow and wind. The time hadn't come yet. King Suli hadn't really activated the Regulus formation, the formation hadn't been opened. They can't be closed. All come in. She still has things to ask Mrs. Xiao. Xiao Hong must also have something to discuss with her when he came. But this scene today for Rossi, he probably won't see it. It was because the time for the end of today's Luo family competition had arrived. It was the cavalry that was largely responsible for this imminent victory. It was they who ran out of advantages and tricked the enemy into breaking by even hitting and shaking them. It was they who fought for the initiative. However, at this moment, facing Shenyan's face that frankly faced him. Instead, he could say nothing more than the feeble words. Qinlin probably understood some of the causes and consequences. But no specific details were revealed about the battle for the Wind and Cloud Terrace, a month from now?
Since Lu Chenyuan nodded his head, Lin Qingqing couldn't wait to become relatives with the Gu family. She left the main hall directly on her own to find the butler. Lu Mangan instantly believed the man's promise, and for some reason, she could always find her father in him. With this craft, the family had a decent income and had been living a carefree life. Although I have not fought in a battle, but when I was in the City of God, I once traveled out with my Yuanshan, going to the Dragon Palace amongst the Dragon Palace to spy on the Tsunghai monarch performing the Dharma. Daoist Shangqing spoke out with interest. Qin Hushuan's face was now at a loss as to what expression to show that would be appropriate. How can you become someone else's child in just one day? At this moment I am more certain of my earlier judgment that there is a very strong possibility that this island, there are still modern humans. In a moment, Yunmei suddenly opened her mouth, but Zhao Zhang immediately froze on the spot. I couldn't help but ask the question back subconsciously. Even though Gu Chuzi had rejected herself, Lu Mangan wasn't angry. After all, people still have friends to keep them company, so they can't just come over and cut across them to lead Gu Chuzi away. What do you call this? Qin Lin simply had the urge to die when he heard this kind of comfort. Not many? Just a few thousand and that's it? Add her family to the list. A single word that sealed the fate of hundreds of people. Mo Xiangyun was not affected at all and also took a sip of tea. Wei Zi, remove all these things. Mo Liang shouted towards the outside. For Chu Tingchuan Chu poor look at her eyes all ignore. Wei Zi heard Mo Liang's command and hurriedly came in. Only then did he realize that Chu Tingchuan had already arrived in Mo Liang's room at some point. And she had not added a pair of bowls and chopsticks. Chu Tianxiong understood his intentions then please. After saying that, Chu Tianxiong locked the office door, opened the secret door on the closet, and led the two into the inner studio. Chapter 192 Lava Eater Flower. The game hasn't even started yet. The clamor was already rising from the stage. Ring number 12, Lu Ran is in ring number 12. Yeah, that relation, I'll see how he plays this one. The opponent is Tsin Yuno? It seems to be from Jialong City. Yes, Tsin Yuno, a reserve member of the Red House. TSK. With Tsin Yuno's combat prowess, this necromancer is no longer related, this puts. After the churchman who delivered the letter left, Char pondered what had happened again and his own problems. Watch in place for a few moments. Char once again hurried in the direction of the city that loomed beyond the canyon. Linko had a bit of a headache contemplating what to do. Suddenly Ming Fei flew over to pick up the slim Lin Ke flying to the side of the scurry. Lin Ke could not help but exclaimed, looking at the back of the tide of zombies, like a tide of people. Hastily, he held his voice. He was now recruiting a group of people who could already fight, and then quenching their bodies with drugs. Get some more specialized people to train them. The few people in front of them were none other than Dog Yu, Wang Kai, Song Wei, Zhu Hongshua, and Lu Yunji. They now had no eyeballs, and one of them was as terrifying as a walking corpse. I took a look at where they were crouching just now and there was a pang in my heart, and I almost fainted. It was the bodies of my parents, already in pieces. If it weren't for the fact that my mom kept coming back for more and more money, and my husband found out about it and kept making a fuss about it, I might as well be alive and well. I didn't think about actually sleeping with her. I just thought that she must have a purpose for approaching me. I want to know how far she can go to achieve that goal. The door of the house was slammed open at that moment, and I looked up and I saw my mom standing menacingly in the doorway looking at me with a rolling pin in her hand. In that direction, the things that were placed were red, woolen grandpas, and beautiful dolls. Ling Nianwei simply didn't use her brain just now, and her heart was burning with anger. In a moment of impulse, he laid hands on Han Jinyu. Seeing that it was useless to fight for it, and that there were enemies in all directions, Fei Yuxia was shocked and angry for a while. There is also a strong sense of remorse that instead of helping the young master this time, he has let it fall into a dead end. These dangers are all brought on by themselves. The boss's wife said, "It's not the same. Big brother, I had feelings for you last time, so I volunteered. Yunlong, calm down. If you can't stand it, just abuse them on the field. Don't think about the rest of the nonsense, just kill them one by one." Yi Che saw that Yunlong already had the tendency to go berserk. Couldn't help but frown at the reminder. And, it seems that because of the presence of the infinite demonizing power of, so that the ultimate animalization did not have signs of disappearing, Fong Ling more and more strong, a full set of life-threatening attack method, close to the close combat, punches to take lives. He then speculated as to why there were no arts such as Confucianism and Taoism in the human realm. It turned out that they were all monopolized by these auction houses and would not let the merit laws go out. After all, amongst the human realm, almost no one could afford to buy these feats and techniques.
And it was also difficult to cultivate successfully.
Late and early, I tried hard to be more comfortable, but it was all in vain. And so, wanting to be more at ease, the more his body stiffened and his back straightened, as if he were going to the battlefield. He said, "Well, think about it, I'm about to come and steal from your family.
I'm going to steal it right under your nose. The demon race has laid a big game, wanting to rebirth the hegemonic emperor? The immortal world wants to destroy it? Or even want to destroy it?" When Dao Guang didn't dare to be sure. "Hello everyone, my name is Yi Haining." She greeted everyone in a friendly manner.
They didn't seem to look very welcoming though, and the atmosphere was awkward. Inexplicably, Moe felt that a large part of the panic in his heart went away.
He really didn't want to lose face at this point. Chapter 193, If it were me, I'd be seconded too. It really is a blood spear. Sin Yunua's eyes went straight.
If it were any other necromancer, a mere blood spear, she wouldn't care at all. Not to mention the fact that nowadays she has the lava armor of the Great Eclipse Flower, so she doesn't have to care, at all.
Because it's that much damage. But the first round of Lu Ran's fight was rumored to be divine. Sin Yunua didn't dare to take any chances either.
She hadn't witnessed Lu Ran's fight during the first round because Sin Yunua was, said Teen Zhou, slumping against the wall, curling his legs up and
adjust yourself physically hard to the height he said he would be.
Hearing this, Shinji couldn't help but frown. It would be fun if he was forcibly taken away by the Umbrella Man. Shaking the head of a gun is considered a basic skill in gunplay, whether it's the sudden rain gun or the broken wave gun.
It's all based on improving and strengthening on this point.
Last time it was because Mr. He was there and they were all the same age, so they weren't afraid of any mess. Qin Guocheng skipped over him and walked towards the stone in front of Gu Shengsheng, as if he had acquired some supreme treasure. He seemed to resist the change from the bottom of his heart, and wanted to go after the incredibly tempted to go after her side. Rumor has it that the lord of the city doesn't like Saitama very much, believing him to be overly jealous and unable to tolerate others. Whenever she thought of it in the dead of night, her heart beat so passionately that she could not sleep. Looking at the bedroom wall and fuming at the thought that on the opposite side of this wall lay the male she pined for in her heart. It was then all he could do to turn away with flaming cheeks and never look at the wall again. But in just a few breaths, they swung under this strong poison that was difficult to resist, and they drew their swords to join the battle. Although Jiang Wuji only had first-class cultivation, the great accomplishment of various martial arts, coupled with the nameless gun and the robbing image monstrous power, he had long been invincible under the sovereign.
The contact address listed in the newspaper.
It's the diplomatic and commercial offices all over that country of General Kars.
Master.
According to the Earth's historical calculations,
it is now 1941 in the evening of December 12th. Shinan replied mechanically. Now that you understand, then the next step is to start with intensive basic practice. I will practice according to your own limit of physical ability in the scraping exercise. Only in this way you can stimulate your body's potential. Only then can the potential within you become an ability you can control and utilize. Senior Colonel Meng Hu said in a low voice. She smiled comfortably, really afraid that someone has what the past affair rotten debt to discuss on the door, disturbing people's heart. To say that someone is still kind of generation, at that time or sober, did not internet dating tide flow a hand. A farce wrapped up hot and heavy, and the next day Tang Bao went to work as if nothing had happened. As soon as she walked into the office building, she noticed that everyone was looking at her in a new light. Became respectful and envious, and all the way through, that annoying whispering that had gone on before ceased to. Tongpo's mood instantly improved. How can we not raise it? It has made a name for itself last year, and the economic value of rhubarb fish is not low.
But last year, the rhubarb fish sold off the market, and this year, there are certainly many people who follow the trend of farming. One must realize that one's power is limited, unless one promises someone something that must be done.
When the deep sea encounters such a big sea poop, it makes a fuss. Won't our planks sink? Dad replied.
That's another one of those Chinese martial arts styles. It belongs to the crouching tiger chain kick in the Shandong Panglai School of Earth Trip Fist.
At Yuan Jinman's level, within a second. As many as 6 to 7 kicks in a row. We tossed the remaining flesh to Dodo, who made a spiral turn in mid-air. Grabbing the fruit meat and falling aside, he ate it beautifully. Dressed in golden armor brightly, with a golden crown of light reflecting on his head, his hand raising his weapon one, and his feet on cloud shoes all matching each other. Flower Slave said these things in a normal tone, as if he were chatting among friends. Accompanied by the sound of scissors clicking, Yi Chong was able to hear that Hua Nu didn't really blame him for entering the forbidden area of the princess's residence privately. Chapter 194, Am I Still Human? Off stage. Su Ting watched for real until Lu Ran got off the stage and appeared in front of him. It took her a moment to snap back to her senses. At this moment, Su Ting looked at Lu Ran as if she was looking at a monster. Sun Yunhua, who was the opponent, was not a small name, and was also from the Imperial Capital Academy in the beginning. And joined the Heavenly House Association with Songfrost. But after that, for some reason, Sun Yuno left the Imperial Capital. Going to Kaolang City. The thought that if he fell for Ling Dong's scheme. Then at this moment, either he was destroyed or the three-way agreement was aborted, and he became enraged. So he made a call to Xiao Zhang. I hope that both he and Xiao will support their all-out fight against Ling Dong. Shang Jingjing today is that perfect image in their minds. It was supposed to be about performing well and getting better and better, so that these fans would grow extra fond of her as well. The private room is located at the very top of the entire auction house and is made of a single glass. A clear view of the outside of the box, while the outside can't see what's going on in the box. Blocking away Han Lin's strike, Lin Li didn't hesitate for a second. Once again, he wielded the black and gold rod to fight with Han Lin. It's good that it's okay. Shang Aimin let out a sigh of relief. Before, Chu Anren fainted. But it scared him. He was supposed to be here a long time ago, but the family car was driven away by Shang Xian, and they came by bicycle. That's what delayed it so long. Lu Weiman won the second place, but the result is too bad, the difference between the sky and the earth. Gray-headed and black-faced, he left the field in disgrace. As for Wang Xinxin, she certainly hoped that Wang Xinxin would achieve happiness. But everything in front of her told her that senior brother Xiao really wasn't where Wang Xinxin's happiness lay. Not bad. Not bad. To get such unusual care. It means that the golden wheel is going to rise from the west tomorrow. Well, the physical words are no longer a problem. But... The dwarf clapped his hands and... Pointing at Yi Xiaoxiao's body, he said. Don't get mad yet, I can always release you if you want. The boss is fluent in Mandarin. The security guards surrounded, reaching out to the reporter to ask for a memory card. More than 10 reporters resentful head down and sigh. Helplessly, he handed over the camera memory card in his hand. I really don't know how the last time, the reporter who took a picture of Mr. Hua kissing did it. Sexy pale lips pursed into a straight line, the Knight Zihan could even feel that touch when those lips were pressed against her, causing her to subconsciously lick her lips. And the 1-meter-high ring thudded into powder, When the surrounding people who were watching the match saw the sight, one by one, their mouths were so surprised that they could put down a duck's egg. The unluckiest ones were still those who were originally near the third ring, all of them were injured by the afterwaves. Ka-ching! A scalp-numbing sound rang out, and radiant divine flames burned, An arm like a side of the world kept disillusioning then disappeared in everyone's sight. He had changed out of his original uniform and was in civilian clothes. A white t-shirt over a black reflective sports top and a pair of light blue jeans underneath. It looked less serious than the original. Instead, it's a little more stylish. Qin Xian put his bag and Anyo's things into the tent. Anyo was thunderstruck enough today. Full of novelties. Unlike the bare surface of Hidden Soldier Peak, this place is full of birds and flowers. The aura of cultivation was far thicker, and Shenhao closed his eyes slightly and one could even feel the strands of powerful aura coming from that great hall in the distance, with yuaning and divine transformation abounding. The elders of the family are humane and the approach is enlightened and correct. Oh, has anyone ever tried a 22-year-old blind date with a 26-year-old older sister? The dinner took place in the uppermost command tower of the mothership, the Chen Chang and Chao were accompanied by Ruochen all the way here, but when it was time to enter within the restaurant of the dinner party, the two were stopped. They are not qualified to enter. Chapter 195, A Real Downward Spiral. The second round ended successfully. 25 people advanced. But unlike previous years, this second round this year has been highly discussed.
Before the start of the match, everyone's attention was focused on a few heavenly prides. Here, besides Tsin there's also Frost, from the imperial capital. As well as a couple other strong novice pros. And several of these people are from the Heavenly House Association.
This makes Lu.
The dancing one, who was also startled to see Chuch charging toward him, was. But instead of choosing to turn around and run away, he waved his sleeve robe and threw out a large pile of black stuff. Yi Ping's reply was simple, only 2 words, with 2 slashes on the outside.
In a short moment, the 2 more heads flew into midair.
Yi Ping, however, was not interested in watching.
My current physique constant must be at least above the middle stage beginning martial body.
Yi Ping licked his dry lips and made a rough assessment of his state.
Moonlight City isn't very close to Mandalay City.
It took Lin Luo a month to reach Mandala City. Gradually, more and more foxes gathered in Spirit Capital, It was said that the location of the opening was at the back of the palace. The mountain was known as the Holy Mountain, a sacred place of the Fox clan.
What's going on here? What's going on between the 2 sides?
Why are they incompatible at this time? When that fire dragon saw Sun Lin, its appearance was like madness, and it immediately roared out in anger. The sound of the dragon's roar pierced the clouds, and the fire on his body was also flying in the sky, and the blazing flames rose up all of a sudden, But it was only instantly bound by the purple light on this stone pillar and hardened. The systems on both sides are giving appropriate hints that the phoenix on the top lane has made up to level 6.
The witch demon should be in the middle. The wave just now was missing a remote soldier.
After a few days of honestly wanting to VP this kind of hero, out of Mechon, challenge, and all that gear,
hit the bandwagon to advance the tempo now.
If we continue to let the Merchant Alliance take the lead at this time, the Merchant Alliance will be suppressed by the 3 major powers. At that time, there will be a lot of turmoil. Even if the Business Alliance's foundation is deep, I'm afraid it will not be able to carry it.
Successful or not, it's very important to me and it's a step I have to take. But this story, it shouldn't be too long. Your name is Yi Wusheng? This young man hopes that. How about you return to this young man? Since he knows Yi Yi's name, and he knows that Yi Yi and Suyin Lux were at one time, he naturally knows about Yi Yi destroying the Tang family.
I'll pay this fine, just for once in luxury. That statement instantly threw me into self-condemnation, and it felt like I was cheating on a child who was too young to be involved in the world.
There's no way Lu Fangchen can continue to stay here, right?
Her strength has been exposed. If it was said that she didn't follow Wu Gong,
there would definitely be endless trouble in the future.
As Lu Fangchen left, her hands turned into seals and I saw a faint ray of light flying directly towards the center of the Middle Sea.
Is he really your son? I realized that when Sui just said Sui Fengran,
the words do not bring a little bit of sadness, but when full of coldness, which is not normal at all.
Here we are, lie down, I opened my eyes, and this cigarette smoke.
Then I had reached the position where I had just come down on the occasion of my first crossing of the netherworld, so I lay down on the ground with my eyes closed, and fell asleep in a daze. After sleeping for about 10 minutes of what could have been, when I opened my eyes, I realized that my eyes were already in Master Hong's bedroom.
I don't think it's possible to drink water anymore. I immediately ran to the kitchen,
opened the hose and washed his face with cool water, and suddenly realized how he had a runny nose, and hastily wiped his hand.
With a nosebleed.
Hall Master, see for yourself. Grey Sun gritted his teeth, got on top of me and a picture unfolded before my eyes as well.
You, what do you want to do?
The man glanced at the old ancestor and a deep awe leaked from his eyes.
Chapter 196, The Core of the Storm.
At this time, Lu ran, such as sitting on pins and needles, such as mango, such as fish in the throat. He couldn't even remember when he had promised Song Yu to have dinner with her. But looking at the situation in front of him, he couldn't say anything.
But we can't continue to have a stalemate like this, can we? Well, it's almost lunchtime anyway, so why don't we eat first? And then we'll talk about where to go?
I don't know, Lu Ran offered.
That's a first. Lu Ran has the feeling of having 2 feet.
From this point of view, the world in which the trolley puzzle took place still has a more complete order. But the level of technology is relatively low, otherwise how did this guy with something inside him get through security? Lu Chengxian doesn't know many people, only 2 of the embroidery room, one is Ji Changle. She and Changle are close. If Changle had come over to see, she would have rushed in and hugged her and cried.
Wouldn't even be wandering around outside coming and going, only Quishini. The man's right.
Talking to those brand names, if you don't know the ropes of the industry,
It's easy to get screwed.
Seeing the crowd look at Divine Destiny 9 with an expression of indignation, he trembled slightly inwardly and
an impish grin surfaced on his face, but it was instantly withdrawn.
every step of the way she found it hard, but in the hard so what she should stick to it. Boom! Cisco Moon is knocked far out and crashes into a cliff. He doesn't seem to be in any serious trouble. Was staring at a huge pitch black burn mark on his armor in disbelief, that what else was left to say for the moment. On closer inspection, Destiny 9 was surprised to find that, according to the 9 Palace 8 trigrams formation, the compassionate healers, the
Yinglong clan is on the left side, one is a resting door and the other is an opening door.
She struggled to open her eyes, to ask for memories, to ask her ears to.
Was it a mishearing?
Watching the sky get later and later, Cyan is running into the rain, Suddenly the top of his head was covered by a black umbrella. Just for the moment, he slowly extended his hand and handed her something. It was his harmonica.
I know, but my mind just can't help what I say or do. Xiaoyi-chen is a little disheveled.
Sui-chen paused for a long time on the corridor in front of Nangon Yenner's door, thinking a lot. Finally sighing and shrugging, he lifted his feet, walked gently up, around the corner, and down the stairs.
Master, can't break it, the magistrate was yelled at, and had no choice but to break it.
With all his might, he couldn't break Su Jin's hand.
Looks like Mrs. Gu is going to be sad. Gui rubbed Shinsini's head, going over and kissing it.
Putting his arm around Mrs. Gu, he admired the scene of the snowman melting away. The Night King took a step forward and raised his eyes to the scene inside the. Involuntarily, I also took a deep breath. Inside the staff passageway was actually a place like a basketball court, neatly arranged with a steel cabinet, and a number of people were changing clothes. It should belong in a locker room or something.
And all of this is being watched by young Master Dick in his shadowy office. The silver color of his face looked a little dazzling at the moment, the contrast between darkness and light.
She froze in an instant, her heart pounding wildly. His face became instantly hot, red from his neck to his ears. Close to midnight, Zhanxiu, who was sleeping soundly, suddenly awakened abruptly by a wet, slippery breath brushing against his face.
Where have you been?
An icy voice sounded behind him, and Tong obediently turned around and. First he was pounced on by the good boy, and the next thing he saw was the smelly face of the Dark Lord. Shrugging his shoulders, he put the matter aside for the moment, and walked over to the side of the floor where the crowd was gathered around picked up the can of cookies and mashed potatoes that had been distributed to him.
All right then.
In my heart, although I was 100,000 times more reluctant, in the end I agreed to plum. The director didn't realize that the Source King in front of him was the one from 400 years ago. Likewise, the Source King didn't expect the director to survive and become a more direct enemy again, a saint of the sanctuary.
Chapter 197, You're the only one I'm up against. That night,
a large portion of the 25 contestants still remaining began to prepare in earnest. The target, naturally, was the necromancer Lu Ran, who could potentially be their opponent in the third round.
It was also the first time that a necromancer that.
It makes the entire 100 Cities League players individually tight and careful. Although none of them could figure out why either, a single blood spear killed an opponent in seconds.
This has been going on for 2. Star Ocean Investment is engaged in finance, but not mining, cannot also run to Africa mining?
On the second day Qing Yang left the northern plains and flew in the air to the eastern wasteland, where the Purple Mountain was not in the northern plains. Rather, it was located in the eastern wasteland. The beta was larger than Qing Yang had imagined, crossing from the northern plains to the eastern wasteland. Qing Yang flew in the air for several days before arriving. Although there was no supreme Dao realm in the eternal life realm, there were indeed a frightening number of half-step Dao realms. There were more than 100 half-steps to the Dao realm. In turn, East Weald has been specifically divided into 2 areas, the Central Lordaeron, where the Andorral region is located, and East Lordaeron, east of the Sodero River and bordering the High Elf Kingdom of Quel'Thalas. That voice of disdain and derision resounded around the Mochi, who had been sitting calmly and quietly in her seat, narrowed her eyes, and her aura around her became somewhat dangerous. Qing Yang tilted the sky with a roar, revealing his true body of an ancestral witch, and a vast wave of energy swept through the 9 heavens. Facing the peak of the adversary level Qing Tian, Qing Yang didn't dare to be careless in the slightest and directly went all out to battle. As the same words landed, Su Jingye and Zhang Liu also joined hands and also went up the stairs. Long Biao had no way, and could not ask a reason, had to take him just seize down, the The rest of the items go up another staircase to your room. The white-haired teenager didn't care about Lin Changyi anymore, and lazily sat back down again.
Slumped back down on his desk and slept like a baby.
Though he may look big on the surface, he hasn't been a diplomat all these years for nothing. It was an extremely reasonable statement, expressing a slight rag on the silver hand's behavior without being rude. But between the two of them, apart from talking about various situations inside the company,
not much else is going on.
The way he saw me eat, his always cold, clear eyes flooded with an infinite warmth of. Unconsciously, the bridge had eaten a pile of diamond shells, and I was so unusually satisfied with them that I could not help leaning my head against his shoulder, with the breeze in my face, and
with people like that and a view like that, I don't think it could be any better. So after taking care of some emergencies after the attack on the city, Su Fei then went to meet Droman in the jail cell at the first opportunity. La Qian was so angry that she was trembling, in the royal palace. When had she ever suffered this kind of aggravation? I didn't expect it to be like this today. A hint of disdain appeared in the eyes of the fat meow, and his figure suddenly changed. The next second it actually reached the top of that giant white tiger, that huge mouth, revealing two sharp fangs. It stabbed hard at the throat of the giant white tiger. The stimulated beasts pushed headlong into a riot, and in just a few moments the Chu Dingxian was then engulfed. After completing all the forgeries, several of the men took with them a large number of savage belongings,
again into the dense forest, and found another hiding place in it, where the savages' belongings were then buried. The girl swung her sword and stabbed again, and in the cold shadow of the sword her long hair floated up and a long green silk sash on his waist stirred in the wind. His shoulders were like a knife, his waist was like a silken bundle, and he was extremely thin and slim. This time, Sun Quan has kind of found a reason that can still be justified for many of his novel ideas and magical things, so that no one in later generations will say that he was born knowing everything.
Rather, it's because it's backed by a very powerful intelligence organization now.
Jiang Yicheng bowed his head and suddenly pulled out his cell phone. Flipping to the phone number that he'd never been able to delete in a year, he then dialed it. Chapter 198 Battle against the Chi-Men Heavenly Masters. They won't know that the exposure of the mysterious organization wasn't due to any blasting, either. Rather, it was simply because Chen Feng had carried away the spirit Seawood. This place could no longer be shielded, and then it was learned.
What does that mean?
Does it mean that in Su-Han's heart,
their relationship had changed?
Then looking at Su-Han's face full of anticipation, Gao Ming confirmed the idea in his heart even more. He said all this in one breath, and just the moment the last word was uttered, an extremely powerful spell came straight towards them.
This time,
with the two of them, Clauza, whose strength had increased greatly after absorbing the blood of madness, and the strongest Charmy, forming a team with Rian Lu, it was impossible for the Thunder God team to lose it all. Therefore, Xia Yanyu would not participate in this competition. Bo Lu was only practiced in the skin. He can dodge the incense burner that Bo Yanha threw at him, but he couldn't dodge a finger from the streaming flames behind him.
Upon entering the Gilded Venetian,
Xia Yanyu then immediately went to the counter and exchanged the chips with 4 million Hong Kong dollars. When Wang Yunpeng heard the words Lu Yen said, he was almost spitting out blood from anger. He glared indignantly at Lu Yen. He didn't expect him to say such shameless words, and he even dared to admit it.
I really don't know what to say about Lu Yen.
Gao Ming was relieved to hear Su-Han say this, and hurriedly made a statement, saying I understand completely.
There shouldn't be any problem with this.
Don't worry, I promise to keep my mouth shut and not even tell Rinjian. What else could Xiongzi say? Her gentle eyes stared at Lu Yen, tilted her head. The entire body was snuggled in Lu Yan's embrace.
Luohan said, you really do have a bit of unforeseen skill.
Through this period of contact with Wind Lightning, he realized that there is likely to be some sort of unknown way of communication between Wind Lightning and Wind Zhouqing.
Judging by this, Feng Zhouqing should have already arrived at Tianma Bay.
Speaking of which, the big winner of this entry into Chun Yu Wu's burial place was Tang Shui. Even the six-winged blazing angel is folded among them, and many experts at the level of great human pulse have crippled, but there is no return. Only Da Zhangwei rightfully sat beside Wang Zichen, staring intently at the fish in his hand.
Said, this one is mine, so I'll keep my hands to myself. Then again, I can't bear to eat anything I make myself.
Speechless, Wang Zichen sprinkled seasonings on the fish and grilled it for less than a minute more before handing it to Da Zhangwei. There were 10 people in total, and the one leading the group was clearly Juntamaru,
Otherwise it wouldn't have moved Mukashi Jinpachi.
Kryl was not surprised but pleased to hear that he could be confident in his magic. Although he was a bit surprised that the amount of the bet proposed by Prince Chen was a bit on the high side, Kral took it for granted that this was Prince Chen's ploy, trying to deny himself a cut by high stakes. The chaos on the North Slope began with the overthrow of the Xia family, and then it festered into localized wars. All the big clans recruited their troops and horses to start the battle for the world, and the North Slope was finally a new chaotic world. A new situation was being opened up. If we can master the method, maybe we can buy enough time for the sky to solve the problem of Jiao extracting tailed beasts. Liang Zian knew that she had been living a bit of a rotten life for some time recently. It was all because of Lang Yihan, who pestered himself every day. How could he have time to think about cold fragrance? Birch Shaw nodded and didn't say much. Directly made a phone call to the banned Jin Shaogang teacher, explained the situation of Su Kan. Jin Shaogang immediately hung up the phone and said he would come over immediately. Let's go over there together and take a look. Nana was completely sleepless at the moment, and she immediately got dressed and running down the hill. White Knight's group followed suit and arrived in front of this caravan. Watch them build a playground bit by bit. All right. Lin Feng nodded. Jing Tian saw that Lin Feng had agreed to his invitation. There was a burst of excitement, and she took the initiative to walk up and pull Lin Feng's hand towards the school entrance. Chen Feng, in the midst of the crisis, threw 3 punches of star-shattering technique at this claw. The claw was forced back, and then this brought the third prince down to the ground. If not for the fact that he cultivated the earth magic guides with stronger defensive capabilities. I'm afraid I've lost the battle at this point. To this fat man who suddenly popped out to meddle in other people's business, Li Yanla was somewhat speechless. Though the other guy meant well, how he played it was his business. Pop. Snap. S2 sounds, only to see Chen Feng's hand shaking with already each slapped a slap on their face, immediately slapped these 2 magistrates to a dizzy spell, not even able to find the southeast and northwest. Those strange magical powers don't have any killing power. But it could very well have triggered something on the planet. I just don't know if anyone would have noticed. Uncle, your perfume smells so smoky. Nora was not at all impressed by the youth's flattery. After half a day of watching the play, he was finally able to move his body, and having had little to do lately, he feel like I'm starting to rust. Qing Fengli examined Zhang Yunhe's legs, and it didn't matter if he examined them, his face suddenly changed. A flash of horror appeared in his eyes. Liang Fei was both worried and distressed, and called Uncle Six a few times to advise him, telling him that you must put your body first, but Uncle Luck just talks about it, and when it comes to work time, he starts all kinds of busyness again. Generals, this battle will be won, and I will be waiting for your triumphant return at the king's castle in Beishabang. Departure. Xiao Wuji's eyes burned as he looked straight at the crowd in front of him and ordered in a loud voice. Along with the 7-colored light, Mu Yun and the others clearly saw that on the ground where the 7-colored light shone, a circular door seemed to have appeared. Once that circular ring door appeared, after looking around, where could one see any bamboo forest? After returning to his hometown from the Imperial Hospital, Li Shizhen sat down to practice medicine and devoted himself to the study and research of medicines. During this period, he also founded Dong Baidang, using his own characters as his hall name. And also while Elaine was introducing the crowd, Zhao Yi was sizing up the male wizard. Wrinkled skin, pupil-less eyes, and a stature about the height of a dwarf. Leaning on a staff taller than himself, with a wrinkled face, how do you look at it? This one doesn't look like a strong young man, right? Letting out a loud laugh, Ya made a stroke with his right hand, and the crowd of ranger children surrounding him stepped back and make way. The crowd of onlookers curiously moved over to see what she was doing. A look of amazement passed through their eyes when they saw the familiar pentameter. This time, instead of picking its way onto Huang Yujin's leg, it obediently squatted at his feet. Both ears were hanging down, tears in their eyes, pitiful. If YG fools around with use in entertainment, it will fall off the pedestal to be used as a stepping stone by the other agencies that come after it. Chapter 199. No one can die in this stupid game. On the side, Song Yu's face didn't look good either. Though she also knew the reputation of the bastard, Zhao Shen, as a complete asshole, his profession, the Qinen Tiancher was, indeed, a tricky opponent. Even Songfrost had to deal with it carefully. This third round of Songfrost's turn was empty, so Songyu didn't dwell on it and just hoped Lu Ran would win. But the opponent would be dangerous if it was Zhao Xian. Although the 4 presidents knew that no matter what opponent Lu Ran faced, he did not. Sima Changkong and the other sword sect disciples were in a state of surprise. Ma Qingfeng's exit was like a cardiotonic, causing the dark clouds that had just been roiling the sky to immediately disperse by half. The emperor issued another imperial decree requiring the imperial household of physicians to find another way, and he made an annoyed face. But Daishian realized that the emperor was actually not as anxious as he had shown.
Lao heir. Were you a beggar in your last life?
Xiaohua, who hadn't opened his mouth to speak, finally opened his mouth in disgust, so that's why he hated eating with Xiaohochang the most.
I feel like I'm spoiling a perfectly good meal. Ri Wenyan looked at Ri Luo without much expression, then walked out of the room calmly.
When she passed by Xiao Zhilai, her gaze landed on her with a probing look. Qingfeng was momentarily speechless. She couldn't understand Junshi Nua's words. Why did they come with acidity? So she turned around and
folded himself out of the compartment.
The view was so beautiful you couldn't take your eyes off it, and she sat casually on the lawn on the bank of the river, curling her legs up and jaw against her knees, a long, plain dress, fluttering away beneath her, a single figure, shrouded in moonlight.
It looks weaker and weaker. Ri Luo also smiled happily. Hey, I'm just waiting to enter your house. Don't forget your date with me at noon, let's have dinner together. Ri Luo's voice carried some pettiness.
She could be considered all relaxed now, just waiting for happiness to come her way.
What? All the congregations have surrendered to the imperial court, how can that be? How could I, as the sect leader, be unaware of such a significant matter?
Akira stiffened in shock. You're not allowed to play with such dangerous things in the future, you really scared me just now. Zhuan Sunji Somu Qingcheng keep her head down and no longer made things difficult for her. After saying a few words about education, he walked to the side and sat down on a stone bench.
Woody sipped his tea. Thank you, your majesty. Emotionera rose straight up, hanging her head and
don't bother to look at their sweet faces. As soon as these words came out, Su Rulin immediately stood there in a somewhat embarrassed mortar and pestle.
For a moment there was surprisingly nothing to say.
True love is selfish and transcends the three views of whether the other is right or wrong.
It doesn't matter if it's a great good or a great evil.
Su Shang took Hua Yixi to the mall and bought a whole bunch of stuff, and after she hesitated bought a belt for Hua Sighting.
Last time I heard Hua Xiaoxi say that belts are for men.
She'll try to see if she can keep Hua Sighting on a leash for the rest of his life. Though in the years since she left, he'd never allowed anyone to mention her in front of him. But such a fact was something he couldn't escape no matter what. Yi Yuran heard someone passing by outside the door, and the footsteps sounded like Li Qingshuan. She thought he'd come in to take a look at Li Yao, but he didn't. Zhuan Yan resentfully took back the cigarette and lit one for himself. He suddenly realized that with Gaobin he would actually be a bit constrained, perhaps because the two were not familiar with the reason for not being able to put it, coupled with Gaobin's always a serious look. It would be even worse for Zhuan Yan to hang around in front of him. So, the biggest possibility is that some NPC associated with the so-called Kunlun sect in the Rinpoche territory is in here. Guo Rui's divine soul let out a panicked scream and clung to his fingers for dear life,
desperately struggling not to fall down.
The sunlight happened to pour in through the glass window behind him, and I realized that just beyond the window was the infinite sea of
the scenery meanders.
There are some good talents who have been honed for 10 years, and they have good roots from the academy. Big company hoods with old-timers leading the way, it's just lukewarm all the way out, and the males are better. From the teens say you can't make it through to the 30s or 40s, a song, a movie, a TV show is a hit, maybe a salty one.
Chapter 200, Standing and Letting You Fight. Convinced. Thoroughly convinced. With Lu Ran's mouth, Zhao Xian couldn't take any advantage. Then it's a straight fight. Sundance position, ethereal and formless, soul vaporization.
Zhao Xian spread his hands and shouted. His weapon, surprisingly, was a duster.
That's quite an odd weapon.
Even Yihongi, the Karma Fire Celestial Master who was also of the Celestial Master lineage, used a staff.
And putting skills are.
Lin boiled wine and shook his head, not yet able to understand that, in his mind, perhaps the only way to completely understand was to actually see that young man's sword out in the square.
Yan Ran, where are you? Yan Ran. Devouring the moon turned to the sky and
tearing his heart and lungs shouting the name of Yan Ran, hatred attached to the wind and spread around. On the plateau, the herdsman gave it this name for its poisonous sap. The wolfsbane flower has a large root system that absorbs water and is able to adapt to arid and cold climates, and is highly viable. It is difficult for the surrounding herbaceous plants to compete with it, and in some places it has been regarded as a warning light of desertification in the grassland. Only to see in the void, a ferocious beast completely transformed by sword chi appeared, like a wave of terrifying beasts. He stepped through the air and killed Lin Wasteland. Can Orange Entertainment still get up on VR video with this magic company up for sale? Wu Xian sneered. Simply put, it's about adding details to the original image, converting 2D to stereo, and make it more realistic. The Dabi mountain area is still rich in various species. There were quite a few things that he saw along the way. Besides various animals, there were also some rare plants as well as uncommon medicinal herbs. There was some dry wood and old stumps thrown beside the fire. A man with some graying temples sat down on his butt and leaned against an old wooden stake. Old Man Hao and the Great Dragon King and the others gathered around and took a closer look at the two cold jades. If you just look at the appearance, you really can't tell who's who at all, but Lang Yu, as a magnificent warrior-level awakened person. If the aura of the body is not restrained, it is still very easy to distinguish. Before I could finish, with a sudden tremor in the screen, a monstrous beast descended from the sky with a strange whine, stomping the host under its feet and splattering blood in all directions. Suddenly Bai Risheng transmitted a low tone into Wang Jie's ears, causing Wang Jie to freeze. A fine light flashed in his eyes, and he grinned, the eerie white teeth looking exceptionally morose. So it is. Turtle Treasure nodded. This kind of high-level quest could only be sent out by the sect. And it was also led by a Jindan stage elder, which showed how powerful the scale of this kind of meeting was. By the way, the two Taoist friends look like they haven't eaten either, so let me go and show you a couple of hands. Let you guys try my Heavenly Kitchen Sec's unique craftsmanship. Saying that, Yuan Casting had already walked into the backyard kitchen. I know what I look like now and it's extremely ugly. I also knew what they were talking about behind my back, and I was now too distracted to worry about any of that stuff, just thinking about going home and getting a good night's sleep. Because from the previous strike, Wang Jie knew that the latter had already entered the Emperor realm. It had also crossed into the ranks of that supreme powerhouse. The dress fell smoothly over my face, and when I could again see what was in front of me, he had disappeared. Immediately after that, Wang Ting and Feng Qingyang also slowly arrived in front of the door of the giant hall. A few people are like dead pigs, lying on the ground above the mouth straight gasping, full of sweat. Obviously more of a mess than a big fight. His fear of the Wargate. The uncertainty stemming from Shanghai Ma Chao as well as the Wargate, an up-and-coming team, but he didn't have this feeling of fear for the LGD team. As for the other three, Jiang Yaxia was staring at Turtle Treasure, and in her eyes was a faint hint of anger. And yet, it doesn't quite show, and it doesn't get a chance to show. Is it because I'm not honorable enough? Or because I'm not beautiful enough? No. I am honored and beautiful. It must not have been sent to me yet, squires. From now on, keep watch at the door, day or night, and never miss a messenger sent by the Dragon Riders to deliver a message. Chapter 201, The Battle for the Second Place? With goods like Zhao Xian, Lu Ran was not giving him any face at all. A lot of people are looking over here today. Everyone saw the way Zhao Xian put down his harsh words. But Lu Ran didn't wimp out at all and disliked him directly. Didn't you say I'm opportunistic? Didn't you say I'm not really good at anything? Alright, then. Deathmatch contract. Let's do it. Fair and square. But that kind of duel isn't this kind of ring match, where you lose when your life value drops to 1%, but you don't die. These ain't soldiers, which have caused headaches to countless demons and human cultivators. Under Qiyun's various means of applying them in unison, a single strand was actually transformed into a pure ice bead. If there was someone else here. Just really freaking out. Without waiting for Kuki Ra to speak, Lin Xiao disappeared, not even a single air current was induced around him, as if he wasn't even there a moment ago. Tang Chen wanted to laugh in his heart if they had seen the other few faces of Zhou Xianing. They wouldn't have said that. However, Tang Chen was still touched that Zhou Xianing was able to give him so much face in front of people. In fact, no matter which face Zhou Xianing had, even if it was irrational or not, Tang Chen wouldn't feel anything, and liked it all the same. Mighty roars of fury resounded through the sky, poignant and awakening, piercing the ears and shaking the heavens. The gates of the earthen city opened and just see the tiger and leopard right first head, with incredible speed rushed to the opposite side of the enemy, led by Dian Wei, Su Chu, Xiaohou, Chao Chun, Su Huang. Lu Jin and others were the first to go to war. The heart of the earth was originally a special energy body cultivated to suppress foreign demons. Almost the power of the entire planet was condensed. After the effect of Dark Sunshine's skill wore off, we threw out a skill followed by a quick retreat backward. After consecutively taking 2 bottles of healing potions and pulling back our blood, we charged up again. Why are you guys here? Xiao Ang dropped what he had intended to be a good night's rest and helplessly, he smiled bitterly at the 2 men. Xiao Pai heatedly laughed thievishly. Ever since I heard that father had returned from his division, in the past few days, third brother and I have been marqueeing here, lest we let you run away. On the side, Xiao Chang nodded his head in heavy agreement.
Can't tell you what's been going on since sobriety.
She then inexplicably had an extra biting love for blue color, which caused her mind to undergo a huge transformation in an instant.
At this time,
even if she had to give everything for no color, she would still be willing to do so, not to mention letting her kill no color again.
You. Yunner was angry and annoyed, and for once in her life,
This was the first time she had been flirted with in such nasty language, and for a moment she was so angry that she couldn't even speak.
Bogast Castle is a medieval castle.
Occupies a commanding position in Portsmouth Harbor, and it is because of that location that for centuries has been the main defense of the Solent. Only this time, when Ning Kailao saw I Ching's,
there wasn't any annoyance or anything like that in it, but rather a faint disregard and disdain.
Xianling glanced at Dashan with a smirk, and Dashan immediately sat upright in his seat,
not daring to make a single move. Seeing Zhou Xiaoxiao arrive abruptly,
the man in black no longer think much about the air, grabbed the figure like a monkey on the tree, a few climbing to the tree waist, and then turned over in the air and stabbed a sword straight down.
The water mist rose up and was very cool on the skin.
He Miao stayed here for a few moments and walked out of the knot to check out a few other peaks again. We each wrote a name on a piece of paper and then turned it over and covered it to hand it to each other.
Who is Du Qingyun? Du Feng has had an understanding since he left the snowy mountains.
Du Qingyun was a medical officer in the imperial court, sharing the same surname as his father, who was also a medical officer in his early years.
At that time, was his own rescue to stay here intrinsically related to the fact that Du Qingyun and his father were both medical officers?
Emperor Jian Yuan was completely at a loss as to what to say, and Yifanya did not reveal Cui Run Spectrum's life.
It's just a moral critique. Chapter 202, a funny place.
Lunchtime, which was supposed to start with a meal and a break, just like yesterday. However, he didn't expect that Xin Yunhua would come just after he returned to the Heavenly Dao Alliance's headquarters.
Lu ran.
Xin Yunhua stood playfully under the shade of a tree at the main entrance of the Heavenly Dao Alliance's headquarters.
Waved at Lu Ran.
She stood playfully in a long, goose-yellow dress, a sweet smile on her face. At this moment, Lu Ran actually felt a bit dazed.
When we were in the black.
The corners of her mouth still held a faint smile, that bland. It was the most abominable mockery in the eyes of Balarjan the Great.
When did he come back? Surprisingly, he escaped back.
Helian Xingcheng didn't notice the sympathetic look Xin Hai threw at her, and when she saw that her mother had gotten a free pass, she gestured and asked, and coldly, he glanced at the teenager still kneeling in the sun. Thinking of this, Lu Qingyu's eyes turned cold. A new bloodlust spell had been silently enchanted onto his body. I've heard too much bad news lately, so I'd better hear the good news first.
With little thought, Felina then chose the first one. Divine sense is transmitting from one to the other.
Other rushed more than 20 Kunlun disciples also instantly know what happened, to help hands, without questioning the sword drawn on the attack, moves to put people to death.
I'll sleep here tonight. Dongfang Yi immediately climbed onto the guard bedside and,
blinking at Luo Yixuan, he closed his eyes.
These days, it had exhausted him. I can finally get a good night's sleep tonight.
However, looking at Chu Tingxuan's appearance, for a slave girl to have escaped.
Maybe they would just leave it that way and wouldn't want to go and get the slave girl back.
After all, the one who came here to work. Most of them had no choice but to sell their bodies. Seeing this situation, Lu Qingyu could only temporarily put aside the doubts in his head. And hoofed it to the next rock pile.
How could I throw myself at you, you asshole?
Gritting her silver teeth, Su Mimi hated that she could not beat this shameless person severely. This is an obvious slander, but she could not catch anyone and let her do nothing. Just stand there and grind your teeth and play kill you with your eyes. Both Summer and Yi Jun looked at each other with some surprise.
The physical superiority of the two is almost as great. From Dinglan Dajuan's memories, he knew that any breakthrough above Jindan cultivation level to the next level would be struck by lightning. Here they come, they're here again, and they look even more powerful than before. Jade Shura said nervously. After Wang Jia read it, he stuffed the whole paper into his mouth and looked at Yin Changjin with a smug expression, but the next moment, he then couldn't stop laughing. Bai Feng saw the chief and the abbot of Jinshan Temple having a nice meal with the so-called gods and Buddhas. There was talking and laughing at once confused. Missing You usually loves cleanliness. She's been on this island for 7 or 8 days. Supervising the black crystal ants mining crystals, and meeting the ancient ferocious beasts and breaking the seal when the aura riot, injuring her left shoulder bloodstained, it's still covered in dust. Everyone on the air mothership was on edge from the sudden change in the weather. During this time there was even a steady stream of people contacting Nick Fury to ask what to do, only to be met with a perfunctory response. Legendary Hunter Granite is the hero who saved East Dorma. Soon he will arrive at the fortress to help defend the city, and all will be expected to show respect to him when they see him, and not to take offense. The middle-aged man was so frightened that he stopped struggling, and the whimpering pleas for mercy were also swallowed hard. However, something like making an ordinary person a martial artist might not be a big deal to the future Zhang Can. But it was still a bit too shocking for Liao Zhangping. Juetza shot wildly at the electronic equipment on the door, and after a burst of electrical sparks, the steel door to the base's main lab was finally damaged. I hate the situation and I hate the lack of manpower. The surprise was that someone could still think of this method of borrowing strength in the air, and the surprise was that 77 actually had this secret. As long as we kill 77, then this book of 10,000 swords will surely fall down. Chapter 203, How can you win like this? Susie sniffed and looked over, and saw a young man in his 20s talking to himself. The male youth was slim, about 1.75 m or so, white and handsome, and was now looking at himself with a smile on his face. The two of them arrived at the Huashan Guild, and since it was an alliance so they went straight through the protective boundary. That is, enter the club hall of the Huashan Guild. The room was dark, and only a silent cultivator's shadow could be faintly seen. Is sitting that guy but did not say, now there is no cultivation among mortals is not a barren piece of window on. What did I promise you? How come I don't know? Jing Lisan walked over to the table with a glass of milk to himself and sat down. The two entered as he did, but Tai Wei Yuan couldn't help but speculate in his mind that now that the Elder Pagoda had exposed their secret base inside the White Jade capital, if they waited until later, and Lian Shanyan really became a king, what will he do with these disobedient Elder Tower forces? But thank you for those 2 times, too. Waylon knew that although the young man in front of her was the real spoilsport, it was also clear that it was because of him that the tragedy had not been caused. And you're saying no? Just now I said I'd give you a baby and you didn't say a word. Doesn't that still mean it's too much? She was so determined to have a baby for him, and he was fine with it. Gung Hosei calmed down a little and thought, indeed, my offense is too one-dimensional. I thought that these 3 robots were all at the level of stupid fork, but I didn't realize that they could continue to self-improve in sparring matches. I have to improve my improvement as well. Simply cleaned up, again not much to show for it. These soldiers had nothing to hold but their weapons, and they couldn't let the undead take another giant axe. The arms were dry, shriveled and decayed, like the arms of creatures that had been embalmed and the arm is pale, dry, shrunken and slender, more than a meter long, with a palm at one end, and long, thin fingers, only 3, all a dozen centimeters long. It could never be a human arm. There's just one bad thing about it, the magic crossbow can only withstand 3rd-order magic scrolls at most. Any higher, no matter how many levels of crossbow, and it would blow up. They're too deeply wedded to the damaged generals and officials of the change of law. Deep enough to cut through, and if you don't speak up for the gang, and people get angry and lift out something even more damning, I'm afraid the emperor can't even protect the Chow family. But it's clear that, as before, Renly's take on the measure of proportion remains far from the mark. The tone and demeanor were so gentle as to be somewhat pompous, as both Holt and Rooney could detect. Since I can't hide, I'll enjoy it, but I like spaciousness. I get scared in tight places because I like to swing from side to side. Xiao Shue's face showed a hint of resignation. The room was dim, with a thick layer of dust over all the places, and not a lot of furniture that looks like an average family. Help him get a signed copy of Pai Yu Cheng's photo album, and even arrange a meeting with his idol. A handshake isn't a big deal. With a loud boom, the group hit the water again, and with a splash, the
Coming under the dinosaur shape, the impact, this time, was much softer than last time. If it wasn't for Xiao Xie, Carl and the others might not have been able to eat the meat of a Holy Realm magical beast in their entire lives.
Karen looked at the scene in front of her with smug satisfaction.
Other than the one thing that was a bit out of his expectation, the destruction of the temple, everything else was perfect. As for the reason why the temple was destroyed, both he and the High Priestess were well aware of that. But they don't take it to heart after all, there have been precedents for this sort of thing before. Not to mention, Tsunade's body was indeed hot enough, and when she heard Xiao Xie make this kind of offer, the other gamblers were aghast with envy. Fang Yan, however, smiled bitterly, because he could see that Zhao Taizhu was worried that Yuan Hang would find Fang Yan in trouble. After all, those black-clothed men saw that it was Fang Yan who saved Lu Ning. If Guan Jinlin uses his own mind to communicate with and brainwash the resurrected newcomers, there is no worry that she will not serve the national government's great rear. When they can actually defeat the wizard horde, or tie up the mysterious Grand Wizard, I will leave Scarface and leave them. Because I believe that if they can even defeat the witch horde, facing the Poseidon tribe, through a grueling battle, they will also surely make it to the end. But here in Su Gunshi, even the most rock-solid decision will be shattered into pieces.
Become the exception. Lord Su, you have someone coming.
Yang Meidao suddenly heard someone knocking on the room door at this time. Ebony Wild Dog was the first to walk up to Dip Willow Trillium after she stripped and peeled off her clothes. But then he heard Hu Dogwang yell with a hysterical roar, and rushed forward with all his might to knock Kuroki not aim to the ground with a headbutt. As the sun set, I sat on a fault line, eating my own handmade fruit wine, and every bite tastes different. Zhao Taizhu blinked his eyes, feeling that it was a bit unreal. Because of how the kick felt soft, like a cotton ball hitting the body, as if it was still a little itchy. There were about 20 people gathered here, among them almost a dozen tall, robust, black-clad bodyguards. If it were an ordinary family, I'm afraid I would have already gone soft with fear. On this day, because it was getting late, Fang Hao and his party rested for the night in Yuanshan County.
Prepared to depart tomorrow and return to Kyoto.
Mainly because the role Zhang Wei played ended very early, and he couldn't stay on the set all the time.
So it had to go back to school first. Chapter 204, Lu Ran, Showcase. Lu Ran and Su Ting returned to the Heavenly Dao Alliance headquarters. Take a break and rest. It went on into the evening, after dinner. Lu Ran and Su Ting came to the office to chat, and the 4 major presidents were all here. But besides the 4 major presidents, there was another person that Lu Ran looked familiar with. I think I've seen it somewhere before? Old you have to tell me, I'm impatient. Wang Mu Iju Ching Song. Su Ting, on the other hand. And the broken pearl strings fell down and scattered, one of the pearls fell right at Sure Soul Moon's feet. At this time, Sister Zhang in front of her took over from Sister Yang and stepped forward to explain the arrangements for the day. Whether it's the Soviet war in the north, the guerrillas attacking the west, and the war against the bandits. The Japanese army and the defense agency, fighting on 3 fronts. Auntie's leg has reached the important next stage of treatment, and it's not easy to move it. Li Yaoguang then listened to the advice of GMO, temporarily stayed in the courtyard for some time, until after a couple of days to go to the aunt's leg cast replaced with a bandage. Then we will continue southward to cross the river. And the footings of the east and west sides were damaged by evil. Right now, the square market formation was afraid that it could only exert 50% or 60% of its power. A master is a master. He's like a son of the world. Cynical and self-effacing. Hearing this, Xia Yan was almost like a meteor catching up with the moon. Running towards the depths of the mountains not far away, he finally found a hidden place to bury himself. She's been going out, opening a store, and getting a dog these days, and Tong Ruixiao has just asked, not interfered, and he even accused his own son to his face of disrespecting her as his stepmother. The reason lies in her background. Coming to Zhu Gaoxi did not bow his head and admit his mistake. Now that he was a recognized rebel, he wouldn't have spared his big brother if his identities had been switched. Together, the 2 of them set up the grill, and Danya took out the coals and put them on the ground. Xiao Yan checked the seasonings and then began to build a fire to roast the rabbit, and in a short while, the hot and flavorful roasted rabbit is baked. Qin Tian's current job performance is really contradictory, neither should he hide himself, It's depressing to not be able to act too smart either. The old man's eyes fell to the heavy wound in his abdomen, and his fingers moved over to give 2 firm nods. Pontus, who had a bit of a cramp in his face, didn't yell out.
Shou Shui is a monk. When he first came to see the villagers on the mountain and off the mountain, this is to master call. After a long time, familiar with each other, but also into the local customs, the villagers changed to call a layman's name. Shifeng was like an attentive student who didn't dare to interrupt Shiryu. His eyes were just staring straight at Shiryu, and he didn't know if he was listening or not.
Stop it, I'm begging you, okay?
Pei Shirin is really helpless. Chang Yiban doesn't understand that. Chang Shiyun was again in pain. As far as he was concerned, the forces of the three of them should have worked together to bring down the Ji family first. Because there's no news of His Majesty's disappearance until now, and as long as His Majesty is alive, the Ji family won't support any of them. If His Majesty showed up one day, with the Ji family behind him, none of their three forces would be able to get the better of them.
How can this be? Shouldn't all the beasts in the wilderness be afraid of flames? Li Chaoyang began to wonder.
Useless. If Sister Peony is aware of these things, then she wasn't going to tell me before now. Even if I ask, it won't help. Baro felt the sobering tea he had drunk start to take effect, and his head gradually regained its lightness.
At the moment of the explosion, Blackfire turned around in a hurry, and with all his strength, he fled in one direction.
However, one of the tiger arms was still affected by the explosion, and the entire arm instantly turned into flying ash.
Although this great sage of Tai Ching has heavenly cultivation.
However, it was absolutely impossible to suppress this many great cultivators with a single person, so it could only use the method of being gentle.
Well, let's not talk about that day. I said I didn't care.
Ning Minhwa sighed faintly and darkly, and her limpid eyes darkened.
Some things depended on fate, and that day Pei Shirin had an accident.
It was also destined that her destiny with Chang Yiban was so shallow that she couldn't even realize a fake wedding.
Chapter 205, Is this still a necromancer? Wang Mu looked at Lu Ran with anticipation, but also with a questioning gaze. He really couldn't imagine what else could happen to a novice necromancer.
He was a necromancer himself, and the number one necromancer in Longxia. Knowledge of necromancers can be said to be deep in your bones. But he racked his brain and couldn't figure out how Lu Ran could be different from the others.
At the same time, he also couldn't figure out that the mysterious necromancy of the legendary.
But because there is no rule of heaven and earth coming, so one could only sense that the aura on him was becoming more and more dangerous. Niu Liang, who had killed 2 people in a row, was a bit off his feet. The short fight he had just had almost exhausted his physical strength. Until then he looked around and was surprised not to see his companion at his side. Mom was able to hold out for a bit, following her cousin and the others to a random beef bouillabaisse place.
Eat a little powder. Jaguar also knew it was hard to escape death after the prison break plan failed.
In the face of ironclad witnesses and material evidence, he also confessed to all the crimes he had committed. Returning to the place where Xiao Yu was resting, he happened to see Xiao Shan poking her head around.
It looked like he wanted to go to Xiao Yu but didn't dare. What do you want, man-child? I looked at her skeptically.
Just as she pulled out her mahogany sword, I yelled at her.
Thinking that Haoyu has helped Haoyu so much. Xiao Yu was not genuinely intimate with Xiao Yu, however.
As a result, Li Yan was promoted to the rank of General Fuhuan for these 2 great achievements, and also served as the county governor of the original county as before. Alan led the fleet of sea sharks to the south coast of Jinzhou and blocked all the sea ships of Dongjiang town in the harbor.
Farther away, Yuanqi held a bell, Yishan, Zejuoshan, Muzhu, Luoshan. Butterfly Dance Sky and others are in.
Zhao Ji sat down on a pile of rubble and looked at his classmates and Wang Lingwei on the ground. Slowly shed tears. He has been in the academy for the longest time, and he has a certain affection with Wang Lingwei and other trainees. So at this point the hardest one would be him. Thinking of the possibility of coming to live in the future as well, Chi Hao was more attentive. Starting to go back and forth between the supermarket and this new home, after the morning had passed, Chi Hao had bought everything he needed. The crystal and cloud entity, the great Tao is practiced. This is the 9 leaves heavy gate. Once the 9 leaves heavy gate is passed, all around, metaphysical light shone brightly. This was caused by the combination of crystal energy and stone walls. The crystal energy penetrated the light, and the stone regenerated.
Created monuments for the ages. Team Han rates worried, this is the cloud whale? Is it going to stop the Rohan army adults from attacking the core?
It's a waste that you don't take advantage of so many opportunities when Chen Lin eats at the buffet.
I'm sorry, Lu Yang said at this point.
The brown bear land god was not to be outdone, and his 2 large bear paws traveled like clouds to block Ilona's attack. Though it seems to be swimming with ease, and the pain of it is known only to this land god himself. As Yama spoke, he also used his afterglow to survey the 7 colored silhouettes and
it seemed to be watching for a reaction.
But to his dismay, all he saw was a mysterious, 7-colored glow that
nothing else can be seen. Good. Follow the momentum and continue to flounder.
If he was able to lull her into becoming his partner, he would be spared a lot of trouble on the Demon Clan side. Zeta locked eyes with Teal, racking his brain trying to make sense of what Teal had said. Tiller would never say these inexplicable things without a reason. He must be trying to convey some message to himself, under the watchful eye of that master's brother. In the second minute of first half added time, Jean Yuan received a pass from Van Persie and broke through at high speed on the sideline. Because Clark, who was defending himself, wasn't ready, the path to Jean Yuan's breakthrough was a straight one. Real Madrid's transfer market came to a momentary standstill as they selected a manager. Real Madrid, once a superstar every year, has not made any moves so far. After all, the team's top brass is now focused on finding a new manager.
Chapter 206. It's okay, I have stock.
Wang Jing was putting his hands to his mouth and puffing hot air to warm himself while he kept walking back and forth. From time to time, he would look his head towards the gate of the Great Hall, and the several guards who stood guard in front of the hall stood as motionless as ice sculptures, which made him extremely impressed.
Brother Zhou, what is this covering over your eyes?
Li Longji then wondered a little.
I thought to myself, I can't believe you didn't wrestle with such a black cloth covering your eyes. The smell of wheat in your body.
He made her stand with her bare feet on his equally bare insteps, and with one arm around her slender waist and one hand caressing her hair, he made her follow in his footsteps,
moving around the room together in slow 3 steps. Even if Thorn Darkmaster, who was rich in single combat, 2, no, 3, no. At least 5 against 1.
That is not necessarily a match for these gladiator soldiers who have survived the life and death battles they have been in.
This arrow was clearly a threat, and didn't want to actually shoot him.
And the black horse, evidently becoming a bird of prey, heard an arrow whistling by his side, and his newly calmed emotions were again aroused, and again, he powered up and raced, crumbling open the wound in his hip and bleeding out. Whether it's Yun Yiren, Mei Xin, or Shadow, Xiang Yu, Jasper and the others. It won't take long for Mai to become besties with her. Of course it's going to Team Lin's old house. He's got to be doing something with this clock.
And I don't see the patterns on this clock are quite right.
Sulu thought about it carefully, how the lines on that clock looked like a rune on it.
If you want to figure it out, the only way to do it is to go over and see the physical item in person.
Li Si did not hide anything from this, and told what had happened, of course. With regards to his own feats and magic treasures, he naturally brushed it off and wouldn't mention it. Wind Escape and the others would naturally not commit such a great taboo.
Ask Li Si about this aspect of his feats and magic treasures. Li Changxian nodded. Zhao Erden said that although it is not comprehensive, but the general principle is right. But why did the people still think that the hatchery had been enchanted by themselves? At last, the blood flowed through every indentation of This wooden stick can be considered a decent magic weapon, although how long it can last and how powerful it can be, I have no idea in my own heart. But at least I always have something to fight back with. Looking at the things that were made, Zhuan Yanqi stretched his waist. He was exhausted today. He's been at it most of the day and finally gave it a good go. The second floor is also more elegant and atmospheric. It's just that there isn't a third level with individual boxes like this. Ah, Sir's pressing question. Subconsciously, when Yi's face changed slightly, her heart was getting panicked. Her hands in her lap twisted around each other. Can you not say such easily misunderstood words? Hollow realized that. After what Saruya said, what should have been a biologically simple story. Beginning to gallop down the complicated road toward the ethical side of the family. Listening to Qian Shan chattering on and on, Night Wind's forehead corner jumped. Still couldn't resist interrupting him. On the first day of the opening of the fragrant house, the sound of firecrackers rose and fell, deafening, for a whole day. Watery eyes were misty, her eyes were grudging. Shui Xianro sat on the floor in a gloomy mood. It took a long time to get up little by little. Immediately afterward, Night Wind saw Bai Yen close his eyes and emit a wave of soul fluctuations. Let's just say he's just a hunter and prey feeling for himself. Why did he risk losing his life to make a covenant? Saying that he was really different to himself, and why was he sometimes so cold that he was impossible to penetrate? But after one bite, I got tired of it. I just couldn't eat it, and it always felt like it had a weird flavor in it. The young man in front of him once again startled Deacon Xiao. Yin Yang water was the most sought-after treasure in recent decades.
The Double Jade auction house in Cuban City had never auctioned off yin water before, and the only time in history that it had handled it, it was also internalized by the auction house. Because Iron Eagle knew that at such a close distance, if Baron wanted to kill him, it's simply easy. Tanaka Aki also sat down within the sofa and began to connect with Shingo Hamatsuri via cell phone. The effort to fill up a little bit of trivial time is also gradually getting used to each other's presence and connection. Finally shedding out. Zhao Jiang saw the two of them with a relaxed smile on their faces. It was also a relief. Suddenly, an earth-shattering roar came from behind him, and the entire ground seemed to be trembling at that moment. Startling the surrounding Ultraman teens, they exclaimed and backed away. They've been here for over 20 days, and many a meal has been eaten here, too. So after paying over $10,000 there wasn't much left. Wolfgarth was silent for a moment. It seemed to be a bit surprised why Yang Tong would ask such a thing. Nakiaki Tanaka knows that this place is hiding a lot of ingredients. This is not the city, there are so many fresh ingredients and seasonings hidden in the middle of the fields. The only thing missing was the shy sister Zhou Xiuxiu. Yang Jingjie touched his nose. The expression was very disappointing. Of course, there are those who love to listen, and naturally there are those who don't. Yang Xiao made ready for it. The people who don't like to listen are let into the elegant room on the second or third floor, and naturally they can't hear anything after closing the door. Because they were wearing civilian clothes when they returned to the capital, they didn't clear out in advance either, and as soon as the carriage entered the city, Zhu Yuzheng then ordered the Jinui Fangs to go to Yihanyuan to take a look first. Chapter 207. Is this an undead creatures? Wang Mu remained dumbfounded by what he heard. What do you mean, lose some of it? Lose what? He looked at Lu Ran curiously. Lu Ran, on the other hand, looked around and roughly judged the size of the entire training ground. At this time, the training ground, except for a few of them, there was no one else, it was empty, and it's a big area. Could probably throw out about 2,000? After the judgment is clear. Lu Ran's thoughts moved, and the empty space in front of him. Li Pa and Shui Hao are living in a ground floor room. Some other guards dressed up as merchant escorts live in 2 human-sized rooms. Natalie Qin thought so and looked into Meng Jingxuan's eyes that were smiling extraordinarily brightly, so she didn't say much. After a while, the courtyard door was opened. Out stepped a tall, white man. That's right, he was last night's leading man. Master Su had seen Bu Su's strength the other day. 80 pounds of grain in a bag. This guy was lifting and slipping a bag in one hand, and it was easy as pie. So at this moment, he spoke out to remind. A second rank, put in the army, at least a general, here, surprisingly, was Hua Shang's retainer. It looked at Lin Xingyue and saw that she was still looking at it, with an inscrutable glance that. She looked away from her head sheepishly, then looked at her pitifully again. These rough old men, accustomed to life on the frontier. The most hadn't been back for a visit in 20 years. Under the order of Su Zhibao, the Qin army's front group at any time killed towards the Wuhu sailors in battle formation. Squadrons and rear units in place. Gorkin, in a show of benevolence and peace, did not lay a hand on his last nephew, Instead, he was given a wide expanse of pasture land as a territory and was made a prince according to the hierarchical division of Wei. Why, you don't look in a good mood. A wine glass was handed to Tang Shi. When Tang Xian looked up, it was Nan Zifen with a smiling face. Don't want to. Great God, I really have something going on and can't stay here for long. If it weren't for this matter, I could instead take over for you to save those innocent lives. Besides, isn't there any other way? Yun Jie was anxious and sincere. The dishes at Sidu House are basically seafood. Pai Yin Chiu was also very righteous. Fat Hand ordered all the most expensive ones on the menu. Why? Why does it have to be you? Can't someone else turn around? Why do you have to be the one to turn around? Tianlong thought about it. The Heavenly Emperor begged him like this, he must not chill the Heavenly Emperor's heart, which... That's not what a courtier is supposed to do. When the Black Ape heard his words, he uncharacteristically did not take them seriously, but pretended to be dazed and... It's as if you've heard something important. Because of everything that had happened earlier, Qingling had forgotten about Chu Laoer's situation, and after Lin Xiaoran's inquiry. Only then did he remember the purpose of his trip here and hurriedly explained the situation to Lin Xiaoran, leading him towards his cave. Before the words fell, the Heavenly Emperor's incomparably sharp golden sword had long since hurriedly killed the It even cut down Zhu Rong's head like mud. Zhu Rong's head left his neck, but he flew high to the south. It is said to have returned to the Zhu Rong Peak in Nanhua Hengshan. Xing Dangda completely disregarded what Qi Yuanbo was thinking about. Self-consciously, he studied the weaknesses of the joints of the spirit-devouring mouse. Heaven, the land of burial and martial arts, where the mortal kingdom exists in a barren land, where there is no heaven and earth energy to be born. So there are no savage beasts gathering, while the richer, heaven and earth yuan qi abundant place, the savage beasts are rampant. The commentator was also embarrassed beyond words and hurriedly switched groupings. The two teams disliking each other is what he said. Everyone's enthusiasm has been fully mobilized, this time suddenly cold, many people in the heart of the depression hard to dispel. The one who was inseparable from Lu Yenner was still the rough-hewn servant, and that butler Cui and a few other attendants, I wonder where they went? Chen Guo did not think that Tang Rou would be furious but did not expect Tang Rou to nod thoughtfully instead. And Yi Xiu quietly slipped that $1,000 to Chen Guo, and the matter finally passed. Chapter 208. Not everyone is qualified to see it. Lu Ran looked to Silhouette. Said, oh, this, to introduce to you, and also my fighting partner, the Queen of the Dark Elves, Silhouette. Wang Muman was numb. When I heard the name, there was only one reaction in my head. Queen of the Dark Elves, big boss. But a big boss of that level can be manipulated? He subconsciously looked at Silhouette's profile. Because now and Miami, with 2 straight losses at home, has put David Fizdali's job on the line. But the Heat certainly weren't going to make a change at this juncture, so Pat Riley stepped in to run the team before departing for Philadelphia. An internal team critique session begins. Bai Jiao's face flushed scarlet all of a sudden, and she tried to scream to stop, but she was blocked by his lips, and tried to struggle and there was no way he was stronger than she was. Watching everything being prepared, the Heavenly Elder at the outermost part of the ring let out a furious cry. His hands condensed 10. A white aura erupted from the palm of his hand, and the crowd saw that the stone platform actually cracked under the strike of the Heavenly Old Man. Thank you, Brother Mu. Zhang Yang sincerely thanked him and the audience gave a warm applause. She doesn't need to collect data eggs to release her finisher. Instead, it requires a complex set of combos to complete the front to release it straight away, but the set of moves consists of 12. Each action requires a joystick with corresponding buttons to work. After 3 rounds of drinking, the steamed fish seasoned by Xinjiang herself was brought up by the servants. After the crowd ate a mouthful and said it was delicious, Jinyan purposefully got up and gave Gui Tua chopsticks, and then pleaded for help with an expression that overflowed. Commander Blake has been here every day before. Is it because there's some kind of mechanism here that I didn't realize? That's why I rushed over immediately when I heard this place was out of control? As a Dark Guardian who was once one of the guardian elves of the Reborn Wings, Nightwing still has this ability to read people's words. After retreating his body back, Wang Nanbei visually measured the distance and then once again, he withdrew a few steps backward. After handing over all the lances in his hands to one of the team members, Wang Nanbei asked for the team's pistols again. Over time, Yan Liang felt more and more that his power was failing little by little, and attacking like this without any success would only force himself into a desperate situation. If the first thing we need to do to save Ian in the field now is to find the buried timed explosives. Let the other side lose one of their biggest credentials, and while waiting for an opportunity to find a way to save Ian, and of course the royal family in the process. How do you find a ticking time bomb in a situation like this and deprive them of their greatest asset? Autumn Wan Yun was obviously excited as well, to say that the attachment, Autumn Wan Yun in the middle of the Xianling continent. It doesn't have to be anything less than Han Shao at all. This elf we're looking for up there is even good at using illusions. This gave Captain Three Eyes a sense of foreboding, and he felt that the Three Eyes clan was likely to suffer a baptism of blood in the forest of strife this time. Luo Qiang, after all, was not city enough and was rather embarrassed. Primrose didn't care, he only knew that if you encounter an unexpected situation and walk too close to each other, your response can be easily compromised. From this, we can see that he, the Sword Immortal boss, has a problem, that is, he likes to gang up on people. And he has to be the boss. That said, guardedly guarded, direct pitfalls from other celestial paths are absent, But that pickup move by the other Heavenly Dao was still discovered by that Heavenly Dao. It's like a mountain of gold that was once lost, but is now once again lost and found. Appear before me. The age of the sea thieves? Is there really treasure on the ocean? Adults whispering to each other.
Obviously not convinced though.
During the Western Han Dynasty, the seat of Hanzhong was in Xiqing, and later, after Lu Xiu sent troops to pacify the rebellion of Gongsun Shu. In order to better rule Shuzhong, the land of heaven, he therefore moved the seat of Hanzhong westward to Nanjing.
Secondly, it was also to facilitate defense against the Chang rebellion. Chapter 209. Female fans are crazy too. Early the next morning. The competition can end today. Su Ting and Lu Ran came to the square end. Looking at the already overcrowded and bustling square, he said to Lu Ran, "Today is the last day, and the number of viewers is geometrically increasing." The last day?
But there's still 7 people left, 2 by 2 in the morning, 3 sets of matches. With 1 person out of the rotation, there will be 4 more after the tournament, and 2 more for the final showdown in the afternoon when the 4 face off against each other. I didn't know much about his routine and didn't say anything, and after lighting the long life incense,
turned around and got ready to make dinner.
Song Yen watched as Ri Haya walked over to the beater, just as she had expected. Limo still doesn't forget his favorites even when he's drunk. Sue's heart was also revitalized. It was hard to believe that he had already seen that something was wrong and was going to kick her out. I didn't realize it was because of this. Moreover, he had more or less heard about Princess Pamo Yuan, so he knew that his medical skills were very high, and what he said must all be true. Nut Shield is Nico's latest system crop to be redeemed, and the price is quite beautiful. Zhang Surui didn't want to watch it again after seeing it once, and it was all tears after seeing it too much.
The python continued to tighten its body, wanting to put Su Xianyu to death and enjoy this every meal afterwards.
They intend to make the Qianquan continent a subsidiary of the Holy Domain. And what White 12 does is accelerate what they do. The word was full of viciousness, and the moment he finally got up and ran out of the classroom, it slammed into Lin Shi. I can't help but sweat a little, this fat trying to please his audience for God's sake. It's also kind of making the best of it. Having seen the snow mist misty lights in this mansion, one Jifeng couldn't help but remember what happened in the back of 100 Ridge Village. Frowning away from the fall, he got up and realized that at some point the large octopus had disappeared. Leaving only a pool of bright red in the pool, staring at the blood in the pool, and noticing that the blood was actually slowly fading towards the center, eventually it even disappeared, and the water in the pool became as clear and deep as before.
Moxin was right. If the Jiang family really had a treasure, the Jiang family would not be unaware of it. After drinking the salty, sacred water, immediately, they lifted up their tops to help each other place the god-drenched anti-wipes against the center of their belly buttons. Though a little lost. But it makes sense that, according to the entrance exams, MIT would be an overqualifier. His IELTS and TOEFL are still exceptional, and MIT has always been stingy with places for international students from overseas. Although Qin Shao does not know the history of the Ming dynasty, but a simple projection can also estimate a rough. Are these 2 masters, Zhu Chanluo and Zhu Yuchan, the fallen kings of the Great Ming? Gu Jianan walked out of the alley and didn't notice anyone around, but it didn't matter. Even if he was seen, there wouldn't really be any people who would come after him for the death of Zhua Hongying. During the time Qin Mo retrieved Amelia and Rem, the crusade had moved on from its initial disbelief and replaced it with overwhelming admiration.
As to whether or not this was what was really in her heart for the time being, only the kind and simple one knew for sure. Pushing the speed of the moon-hidden boat to its maximum, after traveling forward at a rapid pace for some time, the Gu Jianan got down from the moon-hidden boat, and it was prudent to fly directly over with the air defense technique. Hundreds of people, in a mess, just rushed out. They couldn't get up to the room. They had to go around the outside of the yard, and the old man, who seemed to know the terrain well, led them on a marathon run. $50,000 in prize money makes all these 110 people go crazy. At first, infants were given a daily dose of specially configured miracle drugs, and to a certain extent, the baby's skin and flesh were charred and brittle and peeled off, revealing flesh and blood.
Boom! The loud bang of
a huge mushroom cloud rose in a few kilometers around the center of Demon Manbu. Children who have lost their parents have no one to turn to but instinctively follow the flow of refugees. No one cares about them. Not only are they threatened by hunger and wolves, but there are also many traffickers watching them. And the biggest danger to them is from the refugees. They're not trying to raise them. Instead, we're going to eat their dried fruit. Chapter 210, I'll fight when you're ready. Backstage. Lu Ran has randomized his ring number 1, matching opponents, and again, a familiar occupation. Earth Knight.
Lu Ran was still familiar with Lei Tai's Earth Knight.
Whether it's in terms of Lei Tai's skill performance or mobility, and defensive skills, etc. Songfrost, on the other hand, was ring number 2, matched with an opponent called Zhang Zhang.
From a tertiary main city. The occupation, however, is A.
And at this moment, cries came from many royal residences in the capital.
Because all the newborn babies in their house have disappeared.
Even the black and white bandit, Morisha, only blended into the red magic hall after many consecutive attempts.
And when I think about the fact that there was a knock on the door just now, and I opened the door to my room but couldn't see anyone outside. This is clearly not right.
The man led us around both rooms, and the living room.
I wasn't noticing anything wrong, mostly I wouldn't be able to look, the house was pretty empty, no one should be living there right now.
Yi Erjo was shocked in his heart, and then he looked at the huge object in his hand that was still retaining some purple liquid. This bastard instantly understood, damn it, dare to fly out directly across the Chaotian treasure tree by himself.
The Taishan elders around her were all even more wide-eyed, staring at the elixir with dead eyes.
I stayed awake in bed until after 10 o'clock, when I got up and shuffled around. I looked in the mirror and realized that I was pale and, inexplicably, the tops of my arms have the marks of fingernails from being scratched. It's unlikely that a large number of people will be sent over to attack you.
After all, the Nanjun waiting house is now the weakest among the 4 major houses. This is a bit of a long story.
The rural uncle said as he guided me towards the village, while telling me roughly about what happened about Yang Half-Xian. In particular, when the patriarch of the Sacred Sword sect suggested that when Jiangchen had actually researched the cultivation and breakthrough method for opening the second martial vein, the heavenly pivot martial vein, all of the disciples were a little stirred and shocked at this moment.
If you make it back safely, I'll buy you a drink and tell you a secret. Song Lijun said to Lin Fan. Sorry to keep me waiting.
Afraid that Xiang Li Chen had waited long.
Yun and Ning ran all the way here.
With the Lotus platform as a means of transportation, Qingli and his group arrived at the bathing Buddha city in less than half an hour.
The place where they landed was on a huge elevated platform in the center of the Buddha bathing city. On top of the high platform stood a huge statue of Amitabha Buddha.
Below the statue was an offering table that.
There are also stone tables. This is where the annual bumping of the Buddha's edge is held.
I'm supposed to be in the front row for my height, but for the sake of easy revenge, I purposely stood back a bit to get closer to Meihan and the others, giving them a chance to tease me.
So sharp. Just right for a dagger.
Seeing how sharp the broken bone was, Li Xing saw the hunt and played with it. Wu Xingdao rubbed his wrists, with a look of the vicissitudes of age. It was just that this look appeared on his young face, a strong sense of incongruity in any case. This set of efforts came down, and Sen Yuan asked her a number of questions. From her words, she didn't hear any grudge against the neighboring farm. On the contrary, she felt that the land next to it could be planted with any kind of farm. Wu Alum saw that IU had really given up on the game and respected their opponent. Replaced Yunzhou, Deng Kai, and Qin Jie in the 4th quarter. But it was all in vain. The disarming signal Linda had set up didn't work. Xia Genoa was still lying there roaring loudly.
Ouyang was a man of understanding, and since he had received Long Jianfei's teachings,
how could he not understand what the business was that the duo in front of him were talking about, and Wang Di was gradually talking away.
And Linda, who had been silently watching Suki's every word and action, was nothing but envious and pleased that
Still in his mind, he was making all sorts of judgments for Su Mu, inferring what was in his heart.
Chapter 211 A proud daughter of heaven, but nothing more.
Chao Fu's strategy is actually quite simple. Since Lu Ran had given him the opportunity, after he had prepared well, it was naturally impossible to continue to defend in place and be passive. Lu Ran's lore in the course of the first few matches was just horrible.
And while Earth Knights have strong defense, their output is correspondingly mediocre. This is also a problem.
Because of the match between Lu Ran and Zhao Xian, in the face of Zhao Xian's full-fledged outbursts, Lu Ran was A. On the contrary, Xan Jianyu, with her clear thinking and clear regulations, every word that. Every question was on point, and if they had to say she was the one who stole the diamond necklace, it really didn't make them believe it.
Although the imperial throne was tantalizing, with his strength, he was simply not strong enough to fight against the present-day duo.
Straining to lift my head, I saw that it was Senji's deep purple eyes that seemed to be able to take in one's soul. And then I went in, and I walked to the shrine, and I didn't see speechless Taoist, and then I went to the backyard.
Just saw yellow hair meditating.
Humph, foolish human, you have no idea of the strength of a king.
Gree put away his illusion and Slate said.
This is the age of 19 years old, the character and lively, completely without the melancholy will become a wife. Only full of joy, Xa and Janyu is still very happy for Li Fei, even if this wedding is dark and turbulent. I became anxious, and looked for footprints in the neighborhood, this time on the side for all the leather shoe footprints, I went over to the side, and some time into the forest I heard the sound of running water, and it was very loud. I was overwhelmed by the familiar faces, the familiar words,
At the same time, felt immense happiness.
She immediately turned her head to look over, and saw Tang Yueza gently shaking his head at her, She just held her breath and sulked and stopped talking.
Abu, what are you doing again? Just as I was thinking.
I saw Abu reach his head inside the coffin again.
That night, the people of the great tribe ate wolf meat soup pot.
This practice was invented by Winter Snow. Lingyue was completely unconvinced. After all, he had 23 years of knowledge of his brother, and those adjectives of hers that
just can't appear half as good as his brother.
Those two are highly skilled in martial arts. But the fire rope flung free from time to time from their hands still revealed their identity. The previous battle had caused him to lose the Black Mirror as well as the Demon Cloud Bell, and he just happened to make up for it with these two pieces. After thinking about it, there was only the flame blade and the vein birth pill that could be sold.
Ama. You are here. Have you come to take us in for a better life?
A man said with a sniffle. This secret art was found in the storage bag of a late Foundation establishment cultivator. The other party should just not have succeeded in their cultivation, or else they wouldn't have been killed by Zhou Long and the others. Li Zhuang nodded his head slightly. With Wang Mingyue around he didn't need to worry about anything. The other party did not have the desire to make a move, and taking advantage of this time, Li Zhuang sat down in place and absorbed the spiritual qi of heaven and earth to recover from his injuries. Xin Yuning covered her mouth and turned to greet Qin Ganglai upstairs, smiling and bending her eyebrows. The Northwest King was originally a general of the Desaisai dynasty, but 5 years ago, he rebelled and defeated the Northwest and established himself as the king. Holding all the land and water trade routes in the north, the imperial court sent out troops several times but returned in defeat.
Brotherly, I'll stop them, you take the opportunity to escape. Lu Qiyu transmitted his voice.
Since Li Zhuang came to trouble in Gaozong just after he got out of the gate and didn't have time to find out, he wasn't sure about Li Zhuang's change of heart. Only when the latter was still a divine soul realm cultivator. The golem's body was crumbling, and a hideously large hole broke through the back of the entire body spun up with the spiral pill and flew out like a cannonball. Shimura Ishiki's head finally turned with a start, and it was too late to think of anything else. Started to do it as well, to solve the immediate crisis beforehand. I don't know whether he touched the mechanism with this sword, or destroyed the door. The
door automatically opens to either side. Chapter 212 Song Frost's Warning.
Originally, Song Frost was able to maintain his composure. Because it seemed to her that her opponent's defense was so excellent, his control so powerful that
there are also means of banning magic, and the output shouldn't be high. As a law profession, Songfang was relatively fragile, though his body plate was relatively weak. But holding up this kind of professional damage for a few seconds shouldn't be too much of a problem. And
that's still based on the fact that Bushfrost has defense skills of its own. But it was a case of not being able to cast it because of the forbidden demonic seal.
Why are you so useless? Something goes wrong and you make it a death sentence. I see you didn't have much prestige before. Teacher Chan rolled her eyes angrily.
Under the dim emergency light, Lin Chong moved naturally and took off his top as soon as he was.
A black stretchy undershirt was revealed. Underneath that undershirt was a well-defined upper body muscle that,
at first glance, people think that this person has a tough and forceful air. Zhang Kairan walked out of the house with a grim expression on his face, his clothes a little messy. But it also showed that even if the other party was outnumbered, he would be able to take care of them one by one and directly extinguish their aura. After walking out of the food market, seeing the ribs he was carrying in his hands, Debanga was very depressed.
What should I do with these pounds of pork? If you throw it in the trash, it's obviously a waste of food. If you don't throw it away. Again, he didn't know what to do with it.
He couldn't just take the ribs back and cook and eat them himself.
I don't know what kind of tactics Yan Feifei is using, and I'm very kind to Yan Feifei. And calling Sister Fifi.
Chen Feng stood quietly beside the high platform. He waited until Timo had brought the Snow City Lord and the others behind him before turning around. The melee battlefield, with its beginning advantages, gradually turned, because there were too many monsters of all kinds, too. Sneak attackers often can't be defended against, those monsters are not high level, but there are too many of them. After all, those cultivation disciples have limited cultivation. So the situation on the battlefield is gradually getting worse. The reason for having this party, the Long family's intentions were obvious, let the family's sons and daughters communicate with some outstanding high cadre sons and daughters, so that the Long family's network is more family-wide. There was a long wooden staircase coming up from the ground to the guardhouse. Had they been able to stay alert and keep looking around, they would have been able to realize that something was happening on the shore at the moment.
Professor Shi's face sank slightly, and he couldn't help but curse inwardly, truly fearing what comes.
Yu Sheng was a bit flattered. She quietly stared at the man in front of her, her perfectly sculpted features the hard nose, and the slightly pursed thin lips, less stern, and she was somewhat in a trance, and for the first time, it warmed her heart that someone cared so much that she was hurt. His head was drowsy, his eyes were a little dark, and Shen Hanqi's face was haggard and didn't want to look so vulnerable to her. The 7 leading figures had already vanished nearly 1,000 miles away, observing the scene from afar. The 4 leaders who came from non-extreme Dao Holy Lands were already shivering a bit. Seeing Lu Yin's face turn white from her own fright, Lin Xia sneered in her heart. What an idiot, she was so scared out of her wits that she couldn't be bothered to record a video. Blue skies, white clouds, except that what baby Lin couldn't understand was that he was now lying on top of a cloud. On the airplane from France to a city, Su Qingye held today's latest newspaper and read it fascinatingly. You're welcome to say that as long as she, Jiang Xinlin, makes a slight statement. How many men would just fart after her, fawning and flattering, just to get one more look at her?
That's right. He's the one who dragged the whole family down into this horrible vortex. Not an idiot or something?
Mirai immediately shrank backward, his head almost lowered to the ground, not daring to move. Xiao Suming looked in front of him, a green light flashed in his eyes, and he coldly grunted. A few people then disappeared from the area along with the broken tiles and wagons.
Chapter 213, You're making an early exit. Lunchtime. The plaza is unused.
Meanwhile, the crew will clean the ring, make repairs, and check the protective boundaries.
But many of the surrounding onlookers stayed around without even going to dinner.
Lest you leave and someone else take the good seats, and then try to squeeze into the front row.
It wouldn't be so easy.
There were also people waiting specifically at the seats of the major powers and families.
Nowadays, as praying Sakura's palms closed, the vine's bonds became tighter and tighter.
The Bounty Wagakure ninja began to let out heartbreaking screams. Of course, Bygone is certainly a loyal subject, as he bowed and died for his country. I'm sorry, Xian replied aloud.
Legendary looked inward at his own situation and
it looked as if Li Zhen had suffered serious injuries, but in fact, Li Zhen's injuries were far less serious than what he had seen.
Yen Mumu could clearly perceive its joy in eating.
All a little worried that this worm will eat the collection of mouth. Do not become a great scourge of planet Tianji, put out this stall of water. She was also torn for a long time. Originally, after the hogwash beast had escaped the cataclysm, lucky enough to eat a fruit that was enough to raise its spiritual intelligence, it had thought that from then on it would be able to embark on the path to becoming a demon king. But
I didn't expect to meet the demon after only a few days.
An invisible curtain of light, separating heaven and earth, with all kinds of sights reflecting in the sky.
With the terrifying pressure of the formation, almost everything around it was turned into flying ash.
Without waiting for Aoki to decide, Prayer Sakura made her request to Rosasha,
trying to bring Aoki back to his shinobi village.
I know Su Minghui doesn't deserve my seriousness, much less my anger. But still, when I heard his hurtful words, I couldn't help but feel a throbbing pain in my heart and only because of his shameless face that turns black and white upside down.
But apparently they've been well disciplined, and still maintain their original posture. Not a word.
After turning around in the corridor for a few turns, Li Jin found a courtyard with a tranquil environment and a leaking stream. The staggered arrangement of the vegetation, as well as the traces of pruning, shows that the original owner, too, had good taste and was more meticulous in all aspects. Because of that scientifically unexplainable turn of events in Pei Don Lai, the man known as Dragon's Tooth. Now it has left the world early. Those who rushed ahead were some of the bravest soldiers in the army, and these men were put down and the Shu army companions at the back immediately collected their footsteps. The Shu army on these two sides, once they saw that this lance on the front was too powerful, all of them have gone around the sides and attacked the left and right flanks of the gun formation. The reason why Naranch didn't want to strike up a conversation with Hannah was because he felt that at this time, both Nalan Mingju and Nalan Xian were present, fearing that the two of them would know that he knew such goods as Brother Hua. Only after Feng Yiming left did Luo Ping turn his gaze to Yuan Tianqing, who was at the side. The two smiled at each other and nodded at the same time. So I'm leaving this place right now, even though I'm in first place at first glance. But the level difference in the top 10 isn't that great, so 3 or 4 level 1s can carry me back. Under the moonlight, Mu Qingyan saw the 3 Tai Fei men, and backed up with a face full of fear, while trying to shout that. But all it could do was whimper. I just realized that the iron-armored cavalry had such an awesome skill. It made me sweat like hell. Suddenly, the iron-armored cavalryman let out a furious cry, and the 10,000 thunder gun was actually activated once again. I couldn't help but be shocked. Xiaoyu was now able to kill any expert of the Imperial Air Realm, as long as he didn't encounter one. Even if there was a disparity in numbers, as long as it wasn't too big, say, 1 against 10,000, Xiaoyu would be able to take care of it. After arriving at the police station, Su Rue looked impatient. Zhang Lingyu had nothing to say. Kim Runan had of course arranged it all, and she had a constable take the two in, and before going in, Zhang Lingyu deliberately instructed her not to let anyone go, and it would be best to prohibit them from making phone calls. Chapter 214 Peak Showdown. Backstage in the draw. On stage. All the major leaders are here, the leadership is unprecedented, and the prizes are all ready to go. Just waiting for the winner to be crowned. Even the host seemed a little nervous and rushed. Being in front of these big leaders can be much more nerve-wracking than being in front of the 4 presidents. And at that moment, the 4 presidents, after exchanging pleasantries with the leaders, Yi Hongyi said, "That earthbound immortal I've checked, indeed. Tisk, forget it, let's call it something I left behind for this world." Ling Yan casually waved his hand. A space-time door appeared in front of him, after which the pocket watch was thrown in. If there was no grudge between the two sides, and it was a normal and reasonable challenge, he wouldn't be so stupid as to hard against an unbeatable opponent. At the same time, Xiao Puta also wanted to meet Zhao Gong. As long as it was a great battle that Zhao Zhou himself was involved in. Never had a defeat, conquering the Liao, but also a succession of victories, while the Liao army can only be defeated with their tails between their legs. Couldn't stop Zhao Gong. What's your name? Blue Ice put away the elixir without hesitation and it's like she owns it. The Jin soldiers have begun their attack? Zhao Gong bowed his head in deep thought and said nothing. This made him somewhat unexpected. Originally, he had thought that he would have to wait for the past winter before the Golden Soldiers attacked. However, their impatience to go on a rampage made Zhao Gong somewhat suspicious of their motives. It seems that the Snow God Palace can no longer be as conservative as it has been in the past. Tang Chang is on the move. The Dawn was on the move, they couldn't stay put. Han Jingxian stood in front of Moe. Why do you need to use words like lifetime? Moe, actually, do you know how guilty you make me feel and how much I want to kill myself? Therefore, Demon-Faced Drunken Charm generously posted the skill introduction in the team channel. Any player within the team would be able to see the message. Longwu's brothers were instantly teleported when they were killed. The pointing star above their heads also disappeared. While Song Rohai's and Hook Pig's pointing stars were still there, only their starlight had dimmed a lot, and changed the location. Fingers trembling, shaking off the ashes. The wispy ashes fell gently into the crystal ashtray and were instantly obliterated. What would have happened otherwise? Is there something else magical about this place that spies on adventurers fighting monsters? I'll just smile, I won't say anything. Yu Qixing's low voice rang in Yi's ear, with a hint of excited playfulness and cold charm. The strength displayed by Song Mingting's final summoning of his future body was just too astonishing. Coupled with Immortal Quicksilver's extremely poised statement that if he had been the one facing this move at the time, it would have been impossible for him to take it. It instantly pushed Song Mingting into the limelight. The night was as cool as water, and the bright moon covered the whole earth, as different from the exuberance of the day as the night was more or less bleak. Mu Ranshao slowly turned around, only to see Jiang Nan rushing over in a hurry.
I don't know why.
Seeing the anxious look on Jiang Nan's face, his heart gently thumped. Muyi's eyes steeply exploded with essence, and 2 more balls of heavenly fire shot out from his eyes. The backlash swept into the distorted space. Who knew that he completely ignored the man in blue, who was starting to get a little angry, and instead became even more flamboyant and
arrogant. Ha ha. That's so cute. Hua Zai laughed out loud, and Lin Yuefan and Nangong Boyi also greeted them. The attention of the crowd was focused on the entrance. A crowd gathered around that. There's no telling what's going on.
Nina took the initiative to raise her glass, her eyes looking directly into Gerda's. It took a long time before he suddenly broke into a beautiful smile and drank half of the wine that was in the quilt, in one gulp. Ranqing went to leave in an emergency and made a mistake by leaving without saying goodbye.
After the incident, I will apologize. Do not miss each other when your heart is on the side.
For some reason, he always felt that these protruding spines were the most important part of cracking a cold air bomb.
Chapter 215, Is This Universal Welfare? Half-hour break. Lu Ran and Zhang Jiang were both in the restroom. Only, at this point in the lounge, they were the only 2 players left. Empty except for the people they each accompanied. Time passes by. On stage. The major leaders briefly relaxed. A brief discussion was held in response to the 2 men who have now won. This session, and arguably the most bizarre, has most made the Crown Prince is back. You are in front of the Crown Prince, use your good offices and don't let us be buried with him. There are child concubines that the imperial dynasty should take care of. Shun concubine Zhang said with a terrified face. After being transformed by the system, Wu Zhang's physical qualities combined with the stimulation of chakra. Let's just say Is has largely recovered now, he just doesn't want to be seen. A saint rank only, even if it's a martial arts fusion skill, even if it's the highest class martial arts skill. It is possible to anthropomorphize concrete forms, but it is also impossible to form the acoustic sound of anthropomorphic objects. The gods of the Swan world had increased their troops, and Ji Feng had no more worries. Because parsing the entire spatial prohibition, big deal, completely destroying the place. Yi Dan listened to the twisted words, which felt like words between lovers, and was so angry that he stomped down again and Bai Wujing's nosebleed spilled out furiously for the 3rd time, and this time he couldn't even stop it. Wu Zhang watched his eyes and nose as he sat upright, his gaze hurriedly shifting to the group photo of the teachers next to him. This gust of wind is as sharp as a blade, cutting through the enemy's body, inflicts great damage on the enemy. Suddenly, Song Ming's heart stirred slightly, sensing that the Xianmen boundary bead within his body that. Surprisingly, there was a subtle hint of a reaction. This energy warbody, at this point, already had a tremendous power comparable to that of a god spirit. At this time Ji Feng entered it and settled in to become the core control center, and the giant knight's palm lifted up and a dark blue energy glow of extreme compression erupted from his palm. What Chen San said, it is so. What we've seen, and heard along the way, is so. Lin Shuai is not too familiar with Sun Concubine, a little formal said. It's a bit late. The Su lords recited the mantra and let go of their hands, the sky reflecting lanterns then slowly rose upwards. All of a sudden, the troops in the sky began to roll and howl in agony, the hot flames burned their entire bodies, and the long lighting lamps were in the sky like a sun illuminating the abyss, sanctioning the thoughtless and ferocious spirits. Green Cole was lying on his back on a bed in the barracks medical room. Tenaciously took out a bottle of Banlanjindashin pills with his hand and took out a few capsules and poured them into his mouth. I'll try my best, Lang Tianya said casually, but at this moment, he was secretly alert in his heart. Coming. Here it comes. It seemed that the real purpose of the other party, who had gone to great lengths to climb into conversation with him, was about to be revealed. Lu Shuang sat back down on the sofa, they're being used as guns by Lu Ji. There's no need to bother with these ordinary people. In the past this didn't seem to be Lu Shuang's style of doing things, but the current Lu Shuang. The heart is loaded differently than it used to be. Then I'll return the rented flying talisman, and I'll go in yours. Said. Starlight Glory went over and set his rented rune vehicle to return automatically and pulled off his money card. He got into the very newfangled flying rune machine driven by Cypress and Green. The two flew toward the city. When Fuyan Nuan woke up from the medical center, she heard that Ji Huffing was the murderer and suddenly fell silent. However, Norv's arrival doesn't seem to have saved people's winning rhythms, As always, it's stuffed into the wallet and the bets are bigger. If you want to die, then proceed, Van Harness said, slowly.
There was an unquestionable power in his words. That's just it, go back. Overcoat Fu let out a bitter smile, then turned around and left the collapsed cave. 09 looks back from the suddenness of the beginning and into the dimly lit medieval store. Saw the broken remains of the wall piled up on the chair in the corner.
Chapter 216 Intervening in the Rules of Datadization. Lu Ran was determined to win this battle.
Lu Xingshan said, this time the champion reward must get abundant and incomparable. Although he didn't know exactly what it was yet, Lu Ran certainly wouldn't give up.
And
there's no chance of him losing either, regular play will do. The crowd onlookers were very enthusiastic, and cheers instantly ignited the room as the two made their entrance.
Countless Lu Ran's fans scrambled to be the first to yell.
Originally, the rules of the mansion were that underlings without years of service experience were not allowed to go to the place where the ancestral position display room used to be, but that rule had been struck down since Ryogo Sin's death. In short, the great head of he had just spent a day of summer like fire after the and called the widow alone in the house. These days, he looked at the gradual opening, there are actually a few human like heart is even more dissatisfied.
Natasha isn't a mutant, just an ordinary human with an enhanced body.
It was easier to be saturated with mental energy, so the professor's mental energy could easily reach inside Natasha's brain.
Let's go, I'll treat the gang to dinner.
And Jia was very grandiose, and when the crowd heard that someone was treating them to dinner,
there was a howl and a great atmosphere.
That stream of light finally blasted on top of Xian Yuan Roar's chest, and immediately there was a low sound that rang out. Only to see that the Xian Yuan Roar chest actually appeared several blood hole can be seen in the lightning flashes.
A trace of thunder-like liquid was actually following the blood hole, rapidly integrating into the blood in his body.
Cassette Bao said to help her, she refused, and it's said that there is still a kind of psychological fluke?
What if he could turn around? Wang Xuanyuan's hanging heart was then put down.
Waving goodbye to Kathy and then watching the white car start up fresh and step on the gas as soon as he turned his head and stepped on the gas to go before turning around and heading inside the school entrance. This Chai Shan had counted on everything, but he had never counted on the fact that just in the morning,
I also met Zhao Yun.
And Rusha leaned into his arms, her breathing gradually smoothed out and
the pain in my head is gradually easing.
Mal, how do you feel about your origins? Suma coloring up, the table is a bit serious.
The crowd looked at me, I looked at you,
and for a moment they didn't know what to say. It seemed to be just an unusual choke, but the reason for the choke was somewhat unspeakable.
Xia Yuntian kicked Lu Yan's knee again, and a clicking sound rang out.
Lu Yan's knee had obviously been dislocated, and his body involuntarily knelt down with a thud. If the second sister and the others really came over, Chorlang felt that it wouldn't be good if they were caught by the upper realm.
If it's still in the lower world, these intelligence organizations should have a way to find out.
But after a few seconds of excess, Li Xiqing reacted and suddenly opened his eyes at once. A loud and extremely loud clanging sound suddenly rang out, and a premonition of danger in Lei Yuan's heart suddenly rose. Immediately retracting his right hand that was about to once again stick on the cheek of the Wanjiahai, his body exploded back more than 10 feet away. Items obtained in missions are other extras. The Museum of the Worlds does not ask you for it, unless the Museum of the Worlds explicitly indicates to you that it wants to capture a certain quest item when it releases the quest. Having just finished transferring money, the sunglasses man directly sucked in a mouthful of cool air when he heard Wu Tong's words. You know, to be able to make Wu Tong say this, it proves that this Wu's power is something that even the Wu family can't afford to mess with.
What a concept! There's no concept left.
Shoes rouge, powder, and damask are the most popular in the land of heavenly fragrance.
It's almost priced to sell. But after Liang Qingshan reminded him of this, Zhao Yong remembered. Isn't this the village where the thieves were rich?
At first, he thought it was a bandit's den, and he was so scared that he didn't dare to come back.
Now that he knows.
Turns out there's a big captain with a big brain and a lot of guts. It was inconceivable to him that Sunio Yamamoto controlled Wobosen, the leader of the railroad sabotage team.
Why would it still fail?
And to fail so badly.
Chapter 217 Elven Wings, Bloom. Immortal binding rope? What a mess. Lu Ran didn't believe in all this fancy stuff. And Lu Ran also knew that the bastard knew the magic banning skill, and according to Songfrost's explanation, the banning time is about 10 seconds. Lu Ran wasn't afraid though. But still, it's a gutter. Lu Ran is confident, but not overconfident. This earthbound immortal.
There has never been any information on this, not even from Lu Xinshin. In the glow of the blue light in that empty coffin, the blue figure was covered with.
It also shone with a faint glow.
We were originally sneaking after them, and now if we venture to show up.
I'm afraid there's more than a few things wrong with it, and there's a bigger headache. I was watching you sneak around, Grandpa, thinking you were going to do something wrong? I don't know, M.O. Avery said.
If they could really all come back to life, I should be happy for them, but at this moment.
In my mind, I really couldn't be happier.
I'm just letting them turn everything they've set themselves up to be on the opposite side of the fence. Obviously the effect is very good.
Fong Bai said expressionlessly. That's right.
Lin Tianya is exactly one of the 4 disciples heading to the Poison Mist Forest this time. However, the other 3 disciples have all returned 10 days ago, while that newly promoted disciple Lin Tianya has yet to return. Jiang Haitao replied respectfully. Of course, this kind of words, Fei Envy did not choose to say it, not that she did not dare to. Rather, Feather Envy knew what words he should say at this moment. And then the guy clunked off and disappeared right in front of me. Then a sound of crashing houses came out in an endless stream inside the village of Chumai, and the people only saw one house in the village collapsing down the road.
And this collapsed house was in a line.
The sea of clouds tumbled violently, with a great tendency to break free from all restraints, and gradually the original dazzling 7 color also began to change, evolved into a dark cloud, during which there is a hidden dark light flashed. It was looking to be transformed into the Sea of Thunder. He stole out Alin's corpse, and even used his own cultivation to seal up Alin's body. Using forbidden techniques to protect the last of Alin's heart chakra, in order to, one day, be able to bring Alin back to life. Now that she was sure there was no one else in the cabin, she touched down towards Yasukage. Seeing that the wound on the man's shoulder, which Jining had shot, was still there, only that it was no longer bleeding, he shook him tentatively, and again saw that he did not half respond. Then it was determined that he was still unconscious. Just as Li Boyang was hesitating, Jax, who was sitting there, looked up just in time to see him end. The tone of voice was uncharacteristic. First baseman Ryosuke Hiroi opened his glove in front to catch the pitcher's pass. Seeing this, the first base reviewer behind him then made a fist with his right hand and put it forward, signaling that the batter runner was blocked out by the guard. Left fielder Seiichi Nagumo, who chased him all the way from left to right. He could only watch as the baseball that fellow senior Jun Ishikawa swung and fell to the spectator stand next to the boundary marker. While not experiencing the full mayfly dream. But she completely understood why Luo Panjinzuan had treated her like that. After Han Xianlong left, a figure appeared out of thin air and sat on the other side of the stone table. It happens to be where the teacups are placed.
What is it?
It's really a great chance to be so off the hook.
Just as soon as Dishin's indifferent voice exited, he let out an exclamation of disbelief.
The other few sect Master Elders sighed, and none of them looked at True Enlightenment Moonflower with jealousy.
True Envoy Wehua walked in with his head held high. Gu Nianji's heart trembled, secretly feeling bad. Having thought of escaping,
Instead, he met Xia Liangawan's pair of eyes. Lady Spirit Snake's eyes reddened with anger, her head full of green silk flying. Rushing up, he fought against those wolf demons.
Here, lie down, said.
The man then flattened a florid-faced Scoutin on the bench.
Chapter 218 Song Ustream Idol.
At this moment, the whole room was silent. On the stage, the major leaders all stared wide-eyed, a hint of surprise and color flashing under their eyes. The legendary mysterious necromancer was this Lu Ran. A newbie professional, awakening his profession for more than 20 days.
Not even out of the novice phase.
But it's such a novice who managed to dominate the global leaderboards of the Endless Tower at number 1.
Crushing Sakura's Nanoha. Meanwhile, there's still the dead. This TV show, too, because specific scenes had to be filmed in that city. That's why it went over.
On the edge of the flower forest, the people mixed with the famous nobles are looking with bated breath. The footsteps were also consistent with a large step apart, ready to desperately run backwards as long as there was danger approaching this way.
Rubbing at his chin.
That burst of shampoo flavor came into between Shen Lingfeng's nostrils, and it felt so good.
How much longer can it be felt? This is the crown princess.
Shen Lingfeng opened his mouth somewhat coldly. Tong Xinya didn't often go out and.
So there are quite a few people who haven't seen her. Or do you want to go over there and take Tina in first? Didn't I tell you before dinner that?
You can't touch Ting Ting until she's at least 14. Lon Lon glared at him. The reason for unhappiness and anger is even simpler. What is Palin himself going to do? That's to go on a conquest. There's war and there's death. It's not a trip to the mountains. Ma Yulu and Xiner have some skills. That's something Fu Lin acknowledged.
But they're not even close with that kind of power?
This time, I really don't know whether it's a good thing or a bad thing to go out and help Princess Yuqinger. But what was visible was the gradual assimilation she knew she was undergoing, the male features becoming more and more blurred. At this time, when he heard Yu Hang's voice, he was also a bit puzzled and surprised up.
Could there be others lurking around here? Sister Mercy, how are you? Are you alright?
The three were stunned and hurriedly, he crouched down to help Renner up.
Shizuno glanced away while Mei cast an expectant glance.
The rest of the people also posed with different looks.
Zheng Hua couldn't help but scratch his head.
Muyun was aggrieved, but there was no way to say it, and it was not good to say it clearly. Had to run all the way up, no matter how much the one bird and one person behind him shouted just didn't stop. This seat would like to see just how powerful the Sword Saint of Mount Shu is.
Saying that,
the Devil Sovereign bent down and rushed forward, extending his right hand, wanting to palm the Cordophone Sword Saint.
Meanwhile, the junkies are no pushovers either.
They shoot out toxins towards the incoming birds of prey, or jump up and scurry over them, or tackle them with spider silk and pincers. They have no fear of these birds of prey, and they fight their natural enemies to the death. The harm he had done to Lu Man Man had caused the two old men to have deep preconceptions about him. He always felt like he could chest anyone, except for them, and he began to have a heartfelt panic. Tianxing crouched down, grabbed a few handfuls of grass seeds in the grass bush haphazardly. His hands were full of grass seeds.
Tianxing sprinkled the grass seeds around, as there was very little spiritual energy left in his body.
Only a stream of life elements had to be transferred from the seal of life on his chest, covering the ground.
The black chi continuously penetrated into Di Fantian's body from the ground. It emanated from Di Fan Tian's body as if it were a demonic creature.
As soon as the words fell, an extremely strong suction force suddenly appeared in the crack, sucking Tianxing into it. A silver light immediately appeared in front of Tianxing's eyes, stimulating Tianxing to hastily close his eyes.
Tianxing squinted his eyes and,
adapting to the bright light of this space, gradually he could see what was in front of him. Of course what didn't happen, she wasn't sure of, but at least, it wouldn't be so cloudy.
Oh, it's not easy to not be afraid. Don't forget there's still me. Yang Qing's voice came out from the mist.
Muyin turned around and really saw a white-haired old man. This white-haired old man was wearing a light green robe that,
a face of amiability and a smile, not carrying half of a murderous aura on his body. A look of amiability. Chapter 219, The Champion Deserves It.
At this moment, Lu Ran was like playing. Flying in the sky, he looked at Zhang Zhang in the ring without haste.
Maneuvering the skeleton soldier gave it a chopping and slashing.
While the skeleton soldier's normal attacks do the least amount of damage. But Lu Ran's skeleton soldiers were enhanced.
And this chopping and slashing. The pain is real.
Zhang Zhang ghostly cried out in defiance, focusing his attacks on the skeleton soldiers.
Of an unmarried couple be close. Master Shao, I'm just saying, you'd better save some money for your retirement. I patted him on the shoulder.
While he was rambling, the stone tablet slowly returned to its original position. The car traveled 4 or 5 meters under the ground, and then Zhao Zhao greeted the crowd as they got out of the car.
Lao Zheng didn't ask any more questions. For him, it was physically demanding to talk now.
It's impossible to tell for a while anyway, so it's better to be quiet and recover as much of your strength as you can.
Old man dripping water, suspicious by nature, and for that reason, though he has many enemies. And yet, it survived to this day. Zhuo Linlin didn't have the slightest intention to stay, still holding Li Hua forward, and didn't speak. The silence is frightening.
Hanwei had no choice but to follow forward, dead or alive, as things stood.
One can only listen to God. Let's wait and see what happens first, and if there is an accident, immediately block the courtyard competition. Green Wing had ever. For the first time, it was so solemn, so it was evident that this white tiger heaven-breaking chop possessed how powerful a killing power. In fact, Li Shuihan this matter is people unlucky when drinking cold water will spread teeth, the best example of this sentence, but some unlucky things are not one to avoid can be avoided, can only say is to try to avoid. If you can't avoid it, then think of a way to deal with it that can't be avoided. Only Tang Yu was told to guard the border,
and the only thing he ever revealed was that, before long, heaven forbid there would be a piece of their family. Jade Crumble needs to ignite its own star vector origin to create a violent explosion to inflict damage. The attack is quite impressive, but the recoil is not to be ignored.
Pull up this 9 surveillance for me and check it out.
It was later realized that this turned out to be the first captain of the security team, with more than 10 soldiers and horses in his hands, and mobilized at will, as long as it was reasonable. The officer on duty, after seeing the first sergeant arrive, also put away his dangling face and hurriedly began to check the video. It was as if the sky and the earth were covered, and the earth was under the mutual encounter of the halberd and the lance.
It was trembling violently.
Lang Yi had seen quite a few people entering the western mountain range in pairs along the way. It seems that they are all heading for this pure Yangtze's cave.
In fact, the Qing Shuoyang duo tracked the matter of the crowd has long discovered, just did not demolish them.
Now that Lin Feng had shared what he had learned about the abilities of the trainees just to make them know what to do, after the Qing Shuoyang duo came over, Lin Feng smiled and said, "At this point the rocks falling from above have violated the principles of physics and have rolled down in all directions." It was as if there was an invisible barrier in the air that held the stone back. Not for the first time, Shuichang behaved but was very green and I guess I haven't done it with someone as skilled as Hang Yu before, and the number of times shouldn't be too many. Reporting back to Kai Shao, they are the people of the Misty House within the Unbroken Domain main city. Chasing and killing us all the way, especially that leader, Duke Xinlife, is even more detestable.
Brother Long frowned and irritated to the core, he said. It's done.
Hao Ji was secretly happy in his heart, as long as the problem was simplified. Just build on your strengths and avoid your weaknesses. It was only after Li Yunfeng had re-walked out that these people reacted and pounced.
Kneeling down at Li Yunfeng.
Just as Jiang Suk's figure disappeared, Red One put away the Immortal Mansion's teleportation portal, and with a shake of his body, he left the marquee and moved towards the depths of the vast universe, instantaneously and hastily. Seeing that Hang Yu was smiling, the other management naturally showed easy smiles as well, especially Su Jumin. There was a sense of pride. Since he was overseas, he didn't know the people here very well, and this time he came back and showed his face. It's a great start for him.
Chapter 220, the state's well-prepared rewards. Next, there is the equipment bonus.
The winner is rewarded with a total of 5 pieces of equipment. The leader takes the equipment out in turn. The attributes of the equipment are then synchronized on top of the huge panel on the stage.
They are all epic and each one has great attributes. But honestly, in Lu Rant's eyes, what kind of garbage stuff is this? Championship rewards for this? But you can't really blame the organizers or the state.
The 3 instructors sharply commanded the last words of the Instructor Wu, who was the chief instructor, announced the dismissal, and then the 3 instructors turned their heads and left without any attachment at all. One step down the steps was a cool move, but it also gave you an urge to get your teeth into it.
He Chen surveyed the airport's surroundings for a moment.
Several cameras lurking in various hidden corners were keenly observed.
It's obviously the same pupil color, it's obviously a similar silhouette.
The Heavenly Dao, however, did not feel any similarity. This person looks extremely good, although wearing a plain dress, it is difficult to hide the good color. Anyway, Jar every time to see it is a little sigh, so good people how to stall such a life. Frozen for a moment, he picked up his glass, his fingers stiffening in disbelief and the tone was as evil as ever, and maniacal laughter lingered in the room.
Not long after, a fellow came out of the.
With a smile on his face, he invited Dason inside to the parlor for a short while. Lan Shi took out a few fruits of the immortal world from the blood jade, although they were no match for the peach. But it is also a rare spiritual fruit. Things had gone beyond his expectations, and the white hat suddenly pinched his fingers and it morphed into a mirror in front of Manji and the others, and the mirror's light flashed and appeared in several different places, like a reflection of the light that it finally disappeared in front of Manji's eyes. Mr. Shin's appearance is not obvious, belonging to the kind of features that are not stunning at first glance, but the more you look at them, the more durable they become. However, his hands were exceptionally beautiful, with long, thin fingers, like the bones of a bamboo, straight and strong. Guo Lingyu carried her sword while the tip of the sword was still dripping with blood. Obviously this was the white-haired old man's blood.
Durant has an amazing arm length of 2.26 m.
That makes him a threat on the defensive end as well, even if he is thin.
As the most loyal follower of LeBron James ever on the Cavaliers, the Vallejo even got a tattoo of Chosen One 2 on his back similar to James' Chosen One tattoo to show his loyalty. But after James left the Cavaliers, this loyalty was immediately thrown out the window by Vallejo. There's something about League of Legends on the internet right now, as long as it's remotely related to Wolf Totem. It's hard not to want to be on fire. Huaxia official in the review of the room name, without saying anything to put this room on the top. Not the least bit worried about faking. Once the audience finds out about faking, you're out of the loop. That's true, let's go back to the office. Wu Luan forced himself to suppress his emotions as the five nodded and returned to the office. 29 supreme beings roared and growled in anger. The inner elixir had been seized. What a terrible thing. A large portion of a supreme's 1,000 years of cultivation is condensed in the inner elixir, and the inner elixir is vital to every supreme. The inner elixir is both the fruition of the supreme being's transcendence from heaven and earth and the source of immortality. It can't be helped, James is so screwed by Sunjua this season that now he doesn't even dare to come to LA to train together. Had to go and molest a young Durant lol. Yi Dome? The man in sunglasses stiffened and subconsciously turned back, a piece of scrap metal behind him. Where was the trace of Yi Dome? And then he turned his front to go over, only to realize that Frankie had already carried Bagoo on his back and directly scattered his legs. Stinking Yi-Tian, I haven't seen you for such a long time, still the same old thing, humph. Luoli looked at Yi-Tian's back as they left and viciously waved her pink fist. Sima Shen suddenly felt icy cold. They said that Leng Juoyi was vicious. And what is this smiling father standing before him? A demon? Chapter 221, Waiting for Death on Level 6 Difficulty. Half an hour later. The Eastern Wall. Above the tall city wall, Lu Ran was with Lu Xinxin and a few of them. But Yu is not here. Yu Qingtsong had already gone to deploy and arrange for the people of the Heavenly Dao Alliance to spread out in all directions of the imperial capital to deal with any unexpected situations that might occur during the monster attack. And the professionals within the imperial capital. More professionals, besides the gang that had watched the game in the square. They all went to the four directions of southeast, northwest, and north. So much so, that, having sent Shuyao abroad, when she came 3 times to find him, there's not much of a good breath to give her herself. Knowing that her feelings had been seen through by him, she was a little flustered and a little confused, and of course, there is still a faint glimmer of luxury. Really willing to do anything? If I asked you to kill him so you could live, would you be willing to do that too? Huang Dali asked, pointing at Wu Xiaochun. You're not allowed to walk without wings, do you have to mind so much? Yi Yifan was impatient. Li Yulian took out a tissue from her pocket and then he crouched down and picked up the 2 bones inside the dust and slowly walked towards Fei Shueme, who tried to back up, unable to move. I said that I made a vow when I married Lone Flutterby that I would only take one wife in this life. I'm sorry, June Emosia said. The road was not easy for Ancient, nor was it easy for Dawn's 2 spirit beasts, sensing that their master was in danger, too. Immediately rushed out from the space, and saw that his master had really been put up in a sack. Lu Zhimeng happily thanked the grace and returned to her seat. Long Fluttershy smiled and clapped to celebrate Lu Zhimeng. I don't want to take Dad to Ouyang Xuantian's mansion. My stepmother's still in the hospital. It's too far and too long to go back to my own home, and in the city, I don't have a house, so I have to come to Sun's house. When the last sentence, don't be troubled by the great Taoist way, don't be presumptuous when I have finished my words. The chant was finished. Wei Mang and Bai Linghuai exhaled a long breath of turbid air. Bai Ishue's voice lowered. It was also unknown what kind of feeling it was. One's husband, shopping with oneself, isn't that a very proper and normal thing to do? Why is it always so twisted? Don't say that, we didn't actually do anything, and on top of that, or Jingyi can get better. Smiling, she twisted her head to look at Lan Xingzhe and Wang Jingyi sitting over there. Su Wuzhu carried out Lin Lan's policy of doing nothing, and at the same time, trying to be as natural as possible. For example, at this moment, she had put on music and was practicing dancing to the moves in the video. It's already the year, the emperor. The late emperor died last fall. The eldest prince succeeded to the throne without the slightest objection, and Empress Lu was elevated from empress to empress dowager, for the emperor was young, and this vast empire, temporarily managed by the empress dowager. Having lost his weapon, Li Hui lost his barrier and panicked. Taking advantage of Ling Yang's unsteady stance to kick him in the face, he reversed the remaining side of the handcuffs dangling from Han Xiaoxiao's wrists and cuffed them to the Ferris wheel's protruding iron ring.
Turning, he fled toward the engine control room. After sending off the attendant sisters, Li Danrua changed into clean clothes. Toward the back of the garden to watch Emogur play for a while, eat lunch. The eldest prince and Emogur have rested for a nap, Li Danrua sitting on the bed. After careful thought, she instructed Lipstick Red to go ask Sister Yao to come over and talk. But, Baby looked at him worriedly, and saw the frown at the corner of his mouth. Then jumped up again like a cat that had its tail stepped on and said, "Bastard, you lied to me." Saying that, he made a show of pouncing on him. Ling Second's typing speed can't keep up with Su Yuyan's dictation speed. So Su Yuyang said one sentence and Ling Second knocked one sentence, and the time was stretched out in one sentence and one knock. Moro, join the master. Things aren't over yet on the ghost hidden side of things. A huge Rakshasa emerged from the door and said, "Second youngest, you are very boring AI." To him interrupting his good deed 3 times. Yanagawa protested. Chiana was eating a mango cheesecake while enjoying the music in the bakery. Simply gorgeous. Chapter 22, Don't Play Anyone. Suddenly, large and small circles of light began to appear in the wilderness surrounding the imperial capital. Some are big, some are small, and some all overlap and look very cluttered. The agitated thundercloud storm, however, suddenly calmed down. The original astral wind also dissipated, and the entire world fell into a silence. Only those circles of light were still spinning slowly. Teleportation arrays? Odd appeared from those teleportation arrays, didn't he? It may be that he has looked at too much wool, and after a long period of careful contemplation in addition to planting the identify the expressive characteristics of each piece of wool seen and the various changes that these characteristics trigger within the wool. Xiaofeng did not realize that this trip to the 10,000 Ghost Cave was much more dangerous than he had imagined. Moreover, the enemy he had to face was also more powerful than expected. Wasn't Zhou Mok just a star who came from an ordinary family? How come so many big shots are standing up for him at once now? Thunder System spiritual power? Lu Yang spat out blood for a while, with his whole body focused on it. Surprisingly, he had forgotten that there was also an inner elixir of thunder spiritual power that had just reached the triple yuan body realm. It was a city called Alchemy City, and even on this spirit cloud star, it was also ranked, for no other reason than the fact that this refining city was a city that made its living by refining weapons. The weapons and secret treasures within several cities in a radius were all provided by this Alchemy City. But the Yuan Qi in Beichen's body was far less robust than that of Emperor Lia's trio. After all, it was Super Yuan in his own body while it was Emperor Yuan in theirs, which was already a difference of 2 levels. Diancheng pursed his thin lips slightly, exhaling a cold air from his mouth. With a sharp pull of the reins, he was about to launch an attack, when the sound of a few sparse arrows breaking through the air suddenly came from the face. Ao Lin was not worried at all that Ji Chanfeng and the others behind him would surprise attack him at this time. After all, the fiery red rolling cloud haze attack had stopped 100 meters behind them, and Ji Chanfeng and the others were quietly floating there, quietly watching their performance. The immense and incomparable attraction immediately sucked the body of the rhinoceros monster into the black hole, and was shredded into pieces by the countless wind blades caught in the black hole. What Gung Su and Lu Kan didn't expect was that when the old man went to the supreme leader in the afternoon to report on the affairs of the Lu family, he added, his heart is quite good and his family is quite strict. Seeing that the players from Lion City had already broken through the players around Su Shui and Yanjia, I was in a hurry, and rushed toward them, but the number of hostile players around me was too great. I could only push forward with all my might, and Mira was instructed by me to go out and rescue Su Shui and Yanjia and the girls. Alright. Without further ado, I only wanted you to join because I saw your ice feather helmet. To tell you the truth, I'm an ice feather player too. I'm just asking you to come and stay at our studio. We have a big studio. And there is a lack of a man to keep us safe. Yao Qian also voiced her thoughts. Good. I swept Su Jinglin with my afterglow, then quickly turned around and exited the recreation room. Mr. Yin Guofeng, it's okay? Zhao Jia is still very busy, it's not like we purposely came out to play. Don't delay her work, said Qinjin. Lin Xianer is really stupid, she told her to do the whole trick but she didn't do it and ended up in such a situation. Can't blame her. Xiao Yuma, you can't marry the 6th prince. A childish voice sounded behind Xiao Yuma. Yao Qian also looked at me with some surprise. How could she not have imagined that I, dressed all in Versace, would be so poor that my landlord would want to kick me out?
Who says that 3 ignorant cobblers are always better than a genius? I feel like the 3 of us beggars put together are still sickeningly simple-minded, thinking only of escaping the city and everything will be fine. And forgetting that we can't escape the net that was open long ago. Chapter 223, All Hands on Deck. It's still level 5 difficulty, but it's full on panic. Even the Heaven's Path Alliance commander and the Heaven's Path Alliance garrison, who had just arrived at the 4 city gates, looked dumbfounded. Everyone on my command. This monster attack, difficulty level 5, unprecedented. The teleportation formations within the Imperial capital have all been blocked. No one can leave during the 5-hour period of the monster attack. I'm sure we all understand that this time. An arrow containing the true meaning of the Great Tao exploded in the night sky, turning into a mass of powerful destructive fields, destroying the wilderness outside the city. Blasted to death along with untold numbers of dead beings. Li Hong could not hear this without being moved, and his throat choked with sobs. Patting Chu Hai's back, not a word could be said. So Li Hong revised his route again, 100,000 miles to the south. And 100,000 miles to the so-called east, moving a little to the southeast. Repeating this several times or not seeing the half-shadow of the desert immortal palace, Li Hong and Sky Candle had begun to faint, because by this moment, the 2 men's sense of direction began to wander. This makes a mockery of the Northern Expedition, and the 5 million Allied troops that were painstakingly assembled. Before even touching the edge of the Law Association, he was forced to become a rescue and relief team. The heart was certainly upset, but there was nothing to think about. Tension has a cooler, more utilitarian feel to him. He would think first about what kind of changes Guyu's death would bring to the LCC, and whether there was anything that could be exploited, instead of thinking first about revenge, as Deep Blue did. Herman looked at her without saying a word, and well signaled his displeasure that even if his expression didn't look like much. Sorry, I got the wrong direction. Jiang Qicai looked at Palamark with great seriousness. I must use my back to perform my back technique, just you wait. It was at this moment that Jiang Qi suddenly turned around and, surprisingly, he really did give a very handsome backstory to Extreme Buster. Zhaoyin then took a big step onto the high platform and stood beside the old man, becoming a member of the 8 desolate buildings. The pearl smashed into the flying purple kite, which then turned into a ball of water and spilled onto the ground. Again, it is absorbed by the soil. There was no expression on that face, but I was sure she was Fontaine. I wasn't wrong. She's Fontaine, only why is she wearing a police uniform, why is she holding a gun, and why does she look so serious? Why did it appear here? Many doubts appeared in my head at once. Yun Yang bit her lip hatefully and said, "Humph, my illness was born out of you." These words really startled Shad, who uncharacteristically stopped being strong and it was immediately ordered that the matter be placed solely in Castro's hands. And now, if one has to save one's mother in order to please Xie Min and show favor to the Xie family, to take advantage of Jing Cheng's deep friendship once more? Dai Jin really couldn't do it. Temple Jane watched with some suspicion until she had folded another and only then did he bend down and take the origami from her hand. But she never gave up on herself because of these cold words, but she worked harder to cultivate her gongfu and never relax yourself. What did I do? I just called you and couldn't wake you up, so I had to do it. I spread my hands to make a helpless expression. On the sunrise platform at the top of Mount Hua's Chaoyang Peak, a young man stood at the edge of the cliff, the mountain wind hunting. The cold snow flurries were dense and hit him in unison. The young man was thin, and his clothes were even thinner, yet he seemed undaunted by the wind and cold. The young man was 16 or 17 years old, with straight features, especially his eyes, which were very bright and it was none other than Linin, who had grown another year. Your Highness, the water is all ready, slave girl help you over. Yuji hurriedly walked to Blood Snow's side. Luohao finished his speech and turned to leave. He would not interfere with how Chen Tian chose, nor would he stay. Expressing his goodwill and sincerity was enough. In addition to gratitude, Luohao also had his own plans. Chen Tian had a heart of gold and amazing qualifications. Acting with a sense of integrity, he will certainly achieve a lot in the future. Chapter 224. There is an old saying in Longxia. Level 6 difficulty, damn it, how can it be level 6 difficulty? I'm just speechless, dying today. Damn, if I'd known I wouldn't be in the Imperial City, I'd have come to skewer a relative. A main city the size of the Imperial capital, a monster siege on level 6 difficulty. How horrible must the number of monsters be?
I thought today was a welfare bureau, but as it turns out, it's a death-sending bureau. The headquarters of the Heavenly Tao Alliance is in the Imperial capital. Wouldn't it be that today the Heavenly Tao? Oh. Speak of the devil, I was just talking to Joyu about you guys. I'm sorry, said Wootenin, laughing unabashedly.
The moon is not a natural astral body reacting from its inner core.
So it is far weaker in atmospheric control than a star such as Earth, but this is now a situation that has been quite satisfactory to all who live and work on lunar stars. The motorized battalion had such a good magic weapon, how come I hadn't heard of it when I was in the new armor battalion?
It does seem like the maneuvering camp is well worth entering, Groundhog thought. At the moment he was completely impotent.
He was shivering all over, sweating coldly, and
fearing that a few people across the street would shoot themselves into a hornet's nest.
After running the power, the ground armor will think about this Ming. It is also not clear whether these heavenly soldiers of the A battalion belong to the category of those who should be discarded and those who should be abandoned.
Pingfan has already measured his power level.
Even if this strange unknown being body was powerful, it wouldn't be a whole order of heaven realm power higher, and against it, Pingfan already had his hand on it.
At this moment, the Emperor and the others were curious, what was Yi Shang's real identity?
For his ability to come up with so many strange weapons and for having such a powerful force.
Smoke, I will always love you. Fang Yun's voice became ethereal and void, as if it were an echo ringing in Lin Yan's ears.
She was confident in her beauty, and all another man had to do was look at her and then cannot stand the temptation of her beauty, to her great attentiveness, but Zhou Ming is now surprisingly come after a few words to finish official business to go. She was instantly a little uncomfortable. After that, Lian Fei and Zhou Huafeng left the scene. Only the severely injured old ghost and Xiao Jindong were left behind. After half a day of pleasantries, Yi Xian excused himself and left, returning to his room to continue warming his meridians. Until Li Xingho came looking again. At the first previous meeting he had been moved to a different mind, although the other party's face and figure were not considered astonishing, they had an invisible aura that attracted him. Elder, the reason why I dared to agree to move with you before was that by this means,
as long as I don't get bumped into face-to-face, even you, Heavenly Father, won't be able to detect my trail.
Yi Xian also discovered this wonderful use of chaotic qi during his 100 years of bitter cultivation, and is extremely confident in this.
Thanks to the clerk who took my measurements, I left the store quickly after buying the lingerie.
On the greenstone platform, Zuojun and Changshu stood opposite each other. Changshu was tall, more than 9 feet. With a big waist and a gnarled body, he was born with a steel beard that stood upside down, and he was not angry or intimidating.
There's a reason I'm late. Gong Beishing was very understanding and crackling and pouring out all the key points.
Sasha took a step forward, and just as she took that step forward, that ear-piercing chirping sound from inside the bag behind me again, and Sasha's made sure of the fact that I'm not a shifter. She made sure the machine was reacting to her.
Any more last words can be quickly accounted for.
The two men went into the house, closed the door, and on the verge of a rampage, Luo Mo was in desperate need of a sandbag to vent his negative emotions. Alas, I should have known that saying such a thing would have gotten me 5 jars of fire spirit wine.
He's been saying that for a long time.
Before the words left his mouth, Zhong Lan's body was rotting like rotten meat, and he was moaning and groaning. Merged with the pus and blood on the ground and gradually dissolved into nothing. Ambrose Miao listened quietly, anger building up in his heart. The expression on his face had even twisted. The old man nodded, and, with some reluctance, took another look at the clothing store and only then did he slowly leave with Lu Guodong's assistance.
We'll see you again. Takashi vaguely seemed to hear the man's mysterious voice and what seemed to be a mocking smile.
Zhao Fengshou nonchalantly poked at Shi Zhang's lies, and Shi Jian looked at him and, though there was no rebuttal to his words, just a smile on the side.
Crawl for me. Wushu Soul is my wife, and you're actually laying hands on my wife. I won't forgive you.
Lei Shan said with a sense of disgust. I'm still mulling this over when I get home, and on purpose of course, can't let my brain go idle.
Think of something else.
Jiang Yubai put his attention to the letter paper. The ghost foxes wanted to plot to take the belongings they were escorting. It can never be resolved by peaceful means, and the so-called invitation to worship is naturally an invitation to war. This pet type of ferocious beast, until ordered to do so by its master, it is impossible to launch an attack on your own. And then thinking of those richly dressed gentlemen, it was inevitable that there were some other thoughts in his mind. Only there was no way to tell a companion about these things.
The Coanling Demon King's strength was at the Emperor level, and as an Emperor level expert,
he had extremely sharp senses for the sensing of energy, and while he was practicing, he suddenly sensed an extremely powerful surge of energy.
This caused the Coanling Demon King to be a little curious. Could it be that another Emperor level expert had appeared in this demon realm?
As soon as Tang Qingyi saw that Chi Shui didn't want to pay attention to him, he didn't say anything. It's not in his tent, it's outside, surrounded by his soldiers, he can't let them see it as a joke. How can he say that his image as a general still needs to be preserved? What Qin Tianqi did was tantamount to cutting off the emperor's left arm.
The entire Eastern Empire was at once unavailable.
An endless stream of explosions rang out around us, and the three of us were like a meat grinder. Behind them were already piled up with ashes from the monsters' explosions, and the remaining monsters were involuntarily retreating backward, surprisingly not daring to take the initiative to attack.
Don't worry guys, as long as you do a good job and don't betray me, I'll treat you as if you were my own, and when I'm able to do so I'll help you find your parents.
I won't stop you from reuniting with them if you want to when the time comes. Chi Shui saw her expression but spoke up. Of course I'm eating in my own tent, you're the one who wants to be hands-on, not me. After saying that, Chi Shui was about to continue walking.
Eat my wolf tooth stick. The Demon King of Coanling evaded Kong Rogang's attack and
a wolf tooth stick of similar height to his, but 3 times thicker than his, appeared in his hand and smashed over in front of Kong Rogang's head.
And now it's different again.
The Beijing Conservatory of Music, which has always been low-key and silent, seems to have appeared out of nowhere, frantically brushing its presence.
Daryl was called back to his senses by the voice of the Vice Admiral, and it seemed that even if Daryl, it was also a bit disconcerting to see such a huge painting of the face of war for the first time. Seriously, I saw the old man's hands flexing his fingers into claws, swung in the air and clenched. 2 strong whirlwinds rolled through his body, and the blazing flames that had just erupted from his body were actually held by him so out of nowhere. And it all went out. Chapter 225, Above the Vault. It's Lu Ran? Someone noticed right away. I'm sure it's the same people who have watched the 100 City League. Holy, it's really Lu Ran. This elf-wing is so explosive every time I look at it. Wait, who is Lu Ran? That's Elf-wing? The mysterious necromancer bigwig? Ha! The mysterious necromancer bigwig is a young man? What's going on? Why can't I read it anymore?
Raising his palm, he took the heavenly spirit pearl hanging in front of him into his hand and pushed it towards Jor's abdomen. The heavenly spirit pearl was once again hidden. The red thread, who was well versed in most of the martial arts masterpieces, didn't dare to take the other party's palm techniques lightly at the moment. Under the incessant palm strike of Bukong, red thread could only perform the floating indistinct divine power to dodge the other party's insidious palm strike. A tiger can never lie down, a dragon has to fly sooner or later, Xia Yuming is not a long worm.
Developing it is to be expected.
The young man narrowed his eyes and whispered back.
You know?
Zhao Yang raised his eyebrows in surprise and the astonishing thing was that this Shan Laosan actually knew even the exact location of the tomb and the name of the tomb's owner. Zhao Yang reacted violently to the fact that something like yellow lips was evil in itself. Since ancient times there has been a saying that yellow skins are spiritual and can mesmerize people. Looking in the direction of the villa, where no one else had come out, her heart grew heavier all of a sudden. Only to see Jing Li Chen walk straight to Jior's side and take her into his arms. Looking at her aggrieved mouth, her icy eyes shot to Wang Shui. All she knows is that she was the one who hit Bai Ruoyu. Why did Bai Ruoyu come to care about whether her head hurt or not? The crowd was a bit speechless. Lin Hang had gotten his opponent's psychic ability before he even faced him. It's really shameless. Xiaxi saw Gu Beiqing's pure smile, a pair of eyes not as wise as before, and his eyes crystallized and flickered. Splendid as starlight, she also couldn't help but smile softly. She also wanted very much to be able to reunite with Gu Beiqing as soon as possible. Stay in one piece every day. 15 minutes later, while everyone was confused, Lu Nan leapt up and, grabbing the bag at his side, he headed for the security checkpoint without saying a word. This Xiaoyuel is really on the right track, the materials I want are not discounted at all. After a careful inventory, Simple nodded in satisfaction. If Lord Lai is interested, he may also wish to report to the court that a martial arts discipline may be opened at the state prison. This matter was mentioned by Yu Tian before, but it was just too controversial, and he couldn't argue with the Sangong and the officials, so he had to stop. if Lord Lai had brought it up. The court will treat itself differently.
Fan Zhongyan interjected.
Qin Baojun wants to plot a rebellion. Empress Xiao and Princess Duyan exclaimed in shock almost simultaneously. Both of them felt incredibly shocked.
With the cold barrel of the gun in his mouth, though he still couldn't figure out what was going on, he still wisely held up his hands.
He didn't explain anything, though, but instead regaled his empty hand with a direct hit that the pop slammed Addis, who had just approached, to the ground.
Holy! You can't fight them for. Lu Nan in the heat of the moment cursed up as still a string in the heart.
Early shouted and raised his hands to surrender anyway. It is not related to their own situation, they did not kill a Russian.
Me? Get a boyfriend? Find a beast like Li Kuai-fu?
Lin Yue obviously held a great deal of opinions about Li Kuai-fu, and she, who had always talked elegantly, was a bit agitated.
Lin Tiancheng never intended to develop anything with Zhou Yuhan no. But I can't get her out of my mind.
Go see her, see if she's okay.
Thinking about it. Lin Tiancheng walked towards Zhou Yuhan's home with faith. A major general-level evolver with skin that can't even be blown up by some missiles would be afraid of the sun? This is indeed a joke.
Xiao Yu, hurry up and call Officer Lu to see what's going on now.
I'm sorry, Ling Feng asked.
The Red Dog tribe, which has always been a renegade under the banner of Red Wolf Mountain, is important to say the least. It wasn't important to say it wasn't, because more than enough there were tribes working for them for Red Wolf Mountain.
Chapter 226, Experience Harvesting.
This should be the first time Lu Ran has used Undead Touch on such a large scale, this effect.
It's still blowing up.
Yu Qing-song was on top of the city wall, watching with great interest. Yeah, kind of familiarize yourself with the Battle of Nations ahead of time, and when it comes time to.
The range that needs to be manipulated is even greater. Lu Xinqing nodded and said. As for Yi Hongyi and Lei Tai. It was so exciting to watch.
Maybe now in the whole imperial capital, only those of them who are watching.
She had never seen before such an abnormal night noon. His movements messed up Qin Shuasu's heart.
Under this dragon's roar, Yun Feng's face turned a little red. This dragon's roar was very strong. With a terrifying dragon soul pressure, the pressure made Yun Feng feel a little breathless at this moment. Yun Feng was shocked. Shi Yan traveled straight towards Kaifengfu, and arrived at Kaifeng City just as it was getting dark. When he arrived in Kaifeng, Shi Yan first found an inn and rested hastily for the night.
3 days later, the two were back in school, already in a different relationship.
It was not that Wang Xianlong intentionally showed love, but there was a call from within that prompted him to gently hold Lu Xiaoling's hand.
The two walked into the classroom under the envious and jealous stares of the crowd all the way.
And just as the red-robed youth was about to apply his energy to help them heal their injuries, that colorful light flashed again, and what made the red-robed youth dumbfounded was that the sky had long been empty at this time.
Where are the shadows of your own brothers and clansmen?
I saw Jinbing as Commander-in-Chief of the Navy and Commander of the Yazhou Naval Base. Shen Shouwang became the General Political Commissar of the Navy and Commander of the Bibu Gulf Marine Police Region.
The Commander-in-Chief of the Navy and the Bibu Gulf Marine Police Region are located in Beihai. Brother Chen, don't be polite. I can't help much.
Sort of doing a little bit of work, Wang Ziming said. Fang Jiuling's face was full of shyness, and with a furious rant, she took a step and ran all the way away. A pair of long legs were hidden in the tool, and Chui Feng had a happy look on his face, as much as he wanted to be beaten. Commander-in-Chief saw. Isn't this the prototype of the 3 fleets plus the ocean fleet? Chen Tingjia responded. Xiao Menglu closed his eyes tightly. He dared not, at this moment, to be most.
The name you don't want to hear either is Knight Lyosha.
On the contrary, Man Changjian was a little surprised when he learned that Chu Tianjiao was a person of the second greatest cultivation realm. However, having come into contact with more superiors, he was only a little surprised and didn't take it to heart. Shi Ji kept moving forward, looking at the figures in front of him, which were none other than the top 10 seat disciples.
Yet there were only 6, not 10.
In fact, the 10 great seat disciples, seemingly equal in strength, were in fact. It is also divided into 2 echelons.
The loss of an elixir to cure an injury put Lan Huan in a bad mood.
If she didn't want to maintain her image in front of her senior sister, she wouldn't have bothered to bandage Sequence Yunyan, and anyway, after Sequence Yunyan this elixir. This injury won't kill you at all, it'll just be painful for a while.
I just don't know what Eli was thinking about for what purpose.
In front of outsiders he still looked sickly and his fighting spirit was nullified.
It's just for show.
It's not easy to park, and it's a low-floor car. You can't even run the car on bad roads, it's just half crippled.
I laughed.
But at heart, I love these two. I rented the car. The old man should be glad that one air stopped him from dispersing the cultivators in line. It was hard for the God King's business to burst for a while. If the guests were driven away, the God King would be very unhappy and might tie them up to fish for augurs. Jiang Yan gave a start, remembering the look in his eyes just now. If the boss hadn't known better.
I'm afraid we're going to see blood today. Almost everyone froze, thinking to themselves, how could there be another personal disciple of the Feathered Ascendant sect? At this rate, I'm afraid it won't take a week for Yi Chunfeng to break through again. Successfully breaking through to the late stage of the marrow-felling realm, it was also considered to be some more capital to compete with that master of Lu Liang's. Chapter 227 Undead with Undead Army. The Professionals of the Empire.
You look at me, I look at you, and then I look at the monster in the distance who is frozen in complete immobility.
They were all level 60 or 70 monsters though. But it didn't feel oppressive at all. Instead, because Lu Ran had placed it close enough to, one could clearly see them hissing in the storm of bones as their blood levels continued to decrease. In front of Lu Ran, all beings are equal. Doesn't matter how many levels you are, doesn't matter what attributes you have, doesn't matter what. The appearance of these sergeants created a very strong feeling of uneasiness in Mu Chen, who could see that it was only the sentry who stood guard outside the door, and as to what was going on in the room, he could not see or hear. With Lu Yang's furious shout, the entire wooden puppet was chopped into two. It turned into two stumps and burst into pieces in the middle of the ground. A vast sea of power directly blasted Zhu Yuanlong back a few steps, followed by a tall figure in the tumbling black fog like a mountain, giving a powerful sense of intimidation to the human soul. Unbeknownst to him, Gu Feng is not capable of ensuring his own safety here, either. Not all spirit beasts possess transcendent intelligence. There were some spirit beasts that were not intelligent enough, but possessed great power. What Gu Feng was most afraid of was meeting this kind of guy. Mu Chen patted the compass dial hard. Hey! It's really obedient, by him patting it like this. The pointer actually stopped turning. Just as she was squeezing her eyes shut, a tiny gust of wind reached her ear's end. It made her inside snap. You, how did you get so much money? Tang Yao asked curiously. How can a guy with $50 million in assets come to the company for a measly $100,000 a month? Before they could freeze from the sudden attack, a figure had rushed in front of them. The old rascal spat towards his side with a disdainful look on his face. This was probably one of the most in keeping with his nature that old Li had done in all that time. When the paper talisman was activated by the spiritual power, a green smoke came out. That was actually the spiritual power burning. Then the green smoke that the paper talisman had turned into rose up and finally disappeared. Ash had more and more ice arrows in his hands, from one at a time, to three at a time, and then the speed increased again and again, until the ice arrows behind caught up with those in front, and overtook, one by one, her archery skills had finally surpassed their limits. Boom! The nine-ringed golden light giant's sword clashed with the dark scaly dragon battle lance. As if Mars had collided with the earth, a shocking loud sound was emitted, and a violent shockwave swept across the sky and dome of the sky. It caused the aura of heaven and earth to tremble violently, and the sky seemed to have been blown apart. I promise I'll pay you back first thing when I make some money. An Itingting started shaking Ning Qiu's arm in a pitiful manner. Yet the boundary still stood, with no intention of being breached, though the Yin and Yang masters who presided over the junction had changed hands. In the immediate aftermath, the weapons on top of the war fortress. It also began to frantically attack towards the AUS battleship. In this way, Zheng Xinyuet and the mother and child, and free from the labor of and no danger from fighting walkers. Xiao Xian saw the mood of the crowd, mobilized, all the courtiers, all of them were unusually angry and blamed the dragons, and some even called for battle loudly. Han Feng laughed bitterly. I don't even know what's going on seriously. It was at this point that he realized that his brain still seemed to ache a little, and a number of thoughts flashed through his mind that is, why did his consciousness disappear last night? Could it be the gargoyle gene again? Qin Haotian pondered slightly and said, I have no objection. Although the consequences of losing were serious. He wasn't worried though, he had no doubt that the two war gods at his side would be able to help him claim victory.
The Battle of the Guardians has officially begun.
And just then,
the majestic and powerful voice of the Broken Mountain Human King came from the high altitude of the secret realm.
Chapter 228, What do you call this necromancer?
After all, even if the second prince could not become the future monarch, he was still the emperor's legitimate son. The second prince is also a prince, but the future is also a prince, and the future is also a prince. If the second prince is now planning well, the future is the prince that is also holding real power. This young Hongying mustn't be confused and bring prejudice with her preconceived ideas.
Bench a good seed. No one is stopping you if you want to go and die.
Murderous Flower Moon Banquet said coldly.
Eyes alert, she looked around, she wanted to guard Gu Qingqing and the others. It's mind-boggling. The crowd had to go to work, after all. Took a few photos before hesitating to go to work. But the baby cried for a while and never stopped. Xingyu suddenly remembered, was he hungry?
When the old ancestor of the underworld palace cultivates his newborn, he must leave the Tianxian continent, or else he will be punished by the heavenly punishment.
He doesn't think so.
Li Chenfeng coldly said. The crowd came to Dai Quan's grave, and Yi Yifeng first gave a cup of wine to the people underneath.
It's authentic Mao Tai. It's thousands of dollars. This fish isn't simple. There's a very powerful force in it. Moreover, this power seems to be a bit stronger than the Yuan power that is cultivated now, but there is a bit of familiarity. Jiang Hao opened his mouth and said.
The mind searched for where this bit of familiarity had come across.
I'm also 16, and I was born in the summer, so could it be, you think I'm your sister? Duanmu light snow.
After Qin Zhao left from Qi Minglei, he first went to teach those officials a lesson. He had already asked people to inquire, saying that Princess Anling had also contracted the epidemic, and hadn't come out of the medical center for many days. Along with the Anling King also all things do not care, only in that medical center to accompany the princess. On the bronze doors, one on the left and one on the right, each carved with a dragon with 100 beasts and a phoenix with 100 birds, lifelike, the
atmosphere is majestic and compelling.
10,000 arrows passed across the sky, covering the sky and the sun, piercing the void and opening up a huge rift. Like heavenly rain gradually into the lake, little by little it blooms and spreads.
No wonder.
No wonder she wanted to leave a mark on her shoulder that. With such a sad past, it would be kind enough not to castrate Qinlang. And at this moment, the 4 blasphemous dragon gods on the side were all of a sudden staring closely at Lu Yi's side as well.
Looked taut.
Xiao Shangrua knew very well that in terms of difficulty, Tang Rao was definitely thousands and thousands of times stronger than Tao Muyan. Red Lotus heartily said, my allegiance, naturally, is to the Pango clan established.
The Galactic Federation, led by the 11 elders.
The results of the competition at the Temple of 10,000 Buddhas will have to wait a little while longer to come out, and before the results of the competition come out.
Bully can't go back to Bully's cave to resume his duties yet. Between meals, Su Zoyan peeked at Yi Kaicheng, who was talking to Su's father. Yi Kaicheng kept a smile on his face, unable to see a little bit of unhappiness. Su Zoyan cocked his head and the mind wondered if Yi Kaicheng wasn't angry anymore. 20 years.
Murmured Blackfeather, and then his expression changed endlessly in phantom. This was a very exquisite number, as Chen Qingdi had been missing for exactly 20 years.
If Mr. Zhang needs us, you guys can talk anytime. Chang Peng heard Gao Proud's words and hurriedly, he said. If I can't conceive until I have my period, then all the things I've tried to do before have been for nothing?
In the distance, Song Sanchi and Lian Danyuan were rushing this way with a large group of men.
Even farther away.
Gold Rong was in his pajamas, and Zhang Xiaolin was also in his pajamas, and both of them were similarly coming this way with their manpower. Yet with such a body, Lu Chuan was still jumping up and down. And from time to time, he stomped on a wolf carcass twice.
Guyu was teasing Jade when I returned to the sunbathing house.
Yuer is now able to sit for a while against the big welcome pillow, and Antian says that in a month's time he will be able to crawl, and will be able to speak when he turns a year old.
It'll be a toddler, lol, I'm really looking forward to what Jade will look like by then.
As for the leopard demon's firstborn, it would be convenient to just wipe out his divine sense and just fuse it together again for Fire Panther. Gao Hongba immediately nodded his head in agreement, and he swung from Shanghai governor to Shanghai mayor.
But he's in a worse position than before. He's practically an empty shell as mayor. Everything is up to Chen Qimei, the titular Revolutionary Party patriarch.
I lay on the bed for a few days, nasal congestion gradually better. Lying on the bed at night seems to hear the rustling sound of falling snow outside. Sure enough, the next day I opened the window and saw the world a color snow white. Everywhere is white. Last night was about the snow overnight, the distant ridge of the snow on a few inches thick. Back then, the Shangwon family had tried to kill him as a genius more than once, and if they hadn't had too many scruples about Zongshan, I'm afraid he would have died long ago, so why let him exterminate the other geniuses? And Cinnabar Dragon just spread his hands helplessly and pointed at Fatty again.
It means it's up to the fat man to say.
Of course, one couldn't blame Lu Chuan for being too good a liar. One could only say that he had too little experience in sparring. Although he had also moved a few times with other people, compared to that old man, it was naturally a far cry. Add to that the fact that Joba is like a demon, with a pair of antlers, like the scythe of death. One after another, he harvested the lives of more than 20 thieves. Song Shik was listening attentively on the surface, but in reality, his ass was already slightly arched. Subconsciously, he wanted to run away. The slope was downward. Su Qingda followed Xiaozhen step by step, her right hand was held tightly by him. I don't know how long I've been gone. Lin Gu and Shangwan Jin went all the way straight to that barrier, and from afar, they saw that there were many people guarding the barrier. The person in the lead was none other than the second prince who was supposed to be in the capital, and it looked like he had come to block the two of them. Surprisingly, he personally chased them here. Lin Gu wasn't going to step in and let Shangwan Jin go out and take care of the second prince while she hid and watched.
After dinner, Wang Ying followed Li Wund, and his third brother, Li Shi.
Together they came to the police station. The public security officers and the hawk-nosed trio looked at the director respectfully, waiting for him to give the order.
Take Li Herd alive. Bought the warm favorite crab. The thing's scientific name is flying crab. The people in Marina City generally call them sea chicken roe, and they chose 4 of the biggest ones, one of which was about 2 pounds. This would be the first time Han Chen bought live crabs for warmth. Hearing Chen Yuan change his mind, Song Ji's mood was also much better, removing his bucket hat and flinging it aside. Then he collapsed on all fours, resting on the soft floor, almost like floating in a blue sea.